A single bulb, crudely mounted on a pole, cast a dim light over a corner of the street in the darkness. A small figure sat slumped against the edge of the wall, beside the pole, the light illuminating his tiny frame. Below the pole a small pile of garbage lay gathered. The boy's face was covered in cuts and scratches. His long hair hung down over his small face. In that darkness, a person emerged, clad in a full yellow outfit, with bleached blonde hair. They were the only burst of color after the bulb, approaching the boy. A small red bag was slung over their shoulder. The night was unusually quiet, the street devoid of laughter or chatter. Even the dogs had stopped barking. The chirping of crickets had vanished altogether. It was as if the world had just been born and life had yet to form. The lone pole stood tall in the dark night. The man's footsteps halted. The boy's tired eyes were closed. The man looked at the boy, his blonde hair falling over his face. The single hanging light shone brightly. Looking at the boy's scratched face, the eyes closed, the man called out, "Hey kid." The boy woke up groggily. The man spoke loudly towards him, "Did life knock you down?" The man was the only source of light and color the boy could see right now. The boy looked up. The blonde man said, "I've got good news for you." The man stood up. "Listen carefully." The boy looked up. The man, named Jay, said excitedly, grabbing the strap of his bag, "The stars are shining for you." A red boxing glove clenched, pointing forward. "When you reach the top, we'll have a go," he said to the kid. In the gym, the members were training hard. Some were hitting a weight hanging from the ceiling with their fists. Combined jumping. Buksan Ryu, training with another member, punches him, knocking him off balance and making him bleed. The voices of the training members buzzed with excitement as they looked towards the sparring floor. "Hey, did you guys see that guy over there, next to the coach?" "No way. It's him." The coach said they were friends. So he was telling the truth. Standing outside, looking over the sparring floor, was the coach, and rumors were flying that he was scouring the world to find a successor before retiring. No one could have imagined he would come to their gym. The elderly man, his physique massive and sturdy, folded his arms in front of his chest, radiating an air of authority. He was Ki, the legend who had trained 5 world champions. The coach glanced over at the crowd of gossiping trainees. "All right, enough staring. Back to training." The group, flustered, returned to their workouts. A punch aimed directly at the face of the man wearing the red helmet landed with a resounding thud. He leaned back to counterattack, but Buksan Ryu swiftly dodged the blow with a smile. Then he aimed, preparing for a powerful punch. He quickly struck the man's face, then retracted his hand with a smile, leaving the man caught off guard. Kay watched, furrowing his brow, puzzled by the blow. The man lost his balance, stunned and falling backward. The coach stood by, laughing happily. "That kid is Buksan Ryu, the one I told you about before. He's been here for 2 weeks now. What do you think?" Kay stood aside, arms crossed, silently observing the fight. Buksan Ryu looked down at his opponent, smiling. Seeing his expression made the man furious. He frowned. "Damn it." He lunged forward with a punch, but Buksan Ryu's hand caught it. He then smoothly redirected the man's arm, moving it downwards, leaving the man bewildered while Buksan Ryu smiled with amusement. While the man was distracted, his eyes wide with bewilderment, Buksan Ryu landed another punch to his face, then quickly retracted his hand into a defensive position, grinning broadly. Kay stood to the side, frowning, judging him. This kid was just playing around with his opponent. This way I wouldn't be able to know his true potential. Then he said to the coach, suggesting, "Let him fight the strongest fighter here." The coach turned doubtful. "The strong..." In the locker room, a man wearing a beanie and black clothes was wrapping his hand wraps. He was tall and muscular. A young man walked in. "Steele, the coach is looking for you." Hearing this, he tilted his head and looked behind him. Then he walked to the coach, who was leaning on his hand. While this fight would be interesting, don't you think it would be better if the kid fought someone closer to his weight class? I mean, aside from the difference in physique, Steele is a national super middleweight 3. Buksan Ryu placed his hands on the rope barrier of the ring, smiling out. Steele walked over. "You're looking for me?" His eyes widened in disbelief. "What? This is Ki. This is the first time I've met him in person." "Whoa," the coach turned to him. "That's right." The coach and Steele then talked and discussed with each other. He silently looked up at the fighting stage. Buksan Ryu bent down, resting his chin on the rope, smiling at him. Steele put on his gloves and entered the fighting stage. The coach was worried, instructing, "Just throw some light punches." "Okay," he remained calm. "Whatever." The coach frowned. "Easy now." Kay stood below the fighting stage, behind Buksan Ryu, looking up and observing him warming up. He focused his gaze on him. Steele looked at him and asked, "You're not going to wear a helmet? What if I accidentally hit you too hard?" Buksan Ryu smiled at him. "Oh, well, it'll just mess up your hair. Besides, I like the thrill." They both took their fighting stances. Steel said, "I'm going to knock that smug smile off your face." Bike-san Ryu chuckled, challenging, "Go ahead, you'll see." Their gloves touched in a greeting. Seeing the match about to begin, the coach helplessly looked up at the stands. The sound of the gym trainees gathering and whispering, "What is he doing?" Steel's eyes were lazy, looking at his opponent. Kei stood silently, observing. Standing before Steel, Bike-san Ryu was on the defensive. He stood swaying back and forth in front of Steel. The people standing below laughed at him. "This kid is too into movies. Are you crazy? Defend yourself," another yelled. The person standing beside him said, "Call an ambulance, we need one." The coach standing on the side winked and smiled, as if he knew what was coming. He's finally showing his true colors. The coach remembered the time he first met Bike-san Ryu. His hand clenched tightly, blood dripping from his palm. He was still shocked. When he first saw him fight, the coach couldn't believe his eyes. A schoolboy wearing a uniform single-handedly took down a group of male students. Blood splattered everywhere. He grabbed a shaved-headed student by the collar, tilted his head back and looked at the coach. "I've never seen anyone move like this kid before." Bike-san Ryu swayed and laughed. "Isn't the essence of boxing to move to the rhythm?" Steel's face turned red with anger at his opponent's playful behavior. Steel's powerful fist flew towards Bike-san Ryu, but he effortlessly dodged it by stepping aside. His movements were unpredictable, and he counterattacked immediately with a straight punch to Steel's face. The moment they met, I realized he wasn't an ordinary opponent. The crowd watching was astonished. It was extraordinary. Kei stood with his arms crossed, calmly observing the fight. The kid deliberately defended loosely, mocking his opponent, and then threw a right hook as if he had planned it all along. Steel frowned, his face darkening under the fist of Bike-san Ryu. Not bad for a newcomer with 2 weeks of training, but to defeat a professional opponent with a much higher weight class, he'd have to do more than just a few clever tricks. Bike-san Ryu went from being playful to serious, silently looking up at his opponent. Steel punched down, but Bike-san Ryu quickly tilted his head back to dodge the blow. Seeing his punch miss, Steel pushed his hand back. Bike-san Ryu defended with both hands in front of his face. Steel punched forward, Bike-san Ryu blocked with both hands in front, stopping Steel's attack. He gritted his teeth and said, "Show me. Show me what a prodigy like you can do." Bike-san Ryu stared straight at the punch coming straight towards him. Kei focused on the match, waiting for Bike-san Ryu's instincts to surface. He used the strength of his arm to swing out, deflecting Steel's punch away. With the thunderous punch coming, Bike-san Ryu used his flexibility to lean back, close to the ground to dodge. The crowd watching was dumbfounded by Bike-san Ryu's flexible dodges, frowned, as if angered. The murmur of the crowd, "Wow, did you see that?" He leaned back and dodged to the side. The coach smiled as if having an advantage. "Yes, that's the posture." Then Bike-san Ryu stood there innocently. "Wow, nobody has taken my punch," and still stood firm. Steel turned and said, "Kid, it seems you have reason to be smug." Bike-san Ryu bowed his head, leaned forward, scratched his head and laughed. "You're too kind." Frown. He knew this kid wasn't ordinary, but he didn't expect him to be this good. However, he couldn't let him take the upper hand in front of him. Steel tiptoed, gathered momentum, and charged towards Bike-san Ryu. It was time to get serious. Stopping in front of him, he gathered himself for an upward thrust. But quickly Bike-san Ryu stepped back, dodging a powerful kick from Steel. Steel started to advance seriously. As he prepared to strike, Bike-san Ryu swiftly jumped back, sliding behind him. He then retaliated with a punch. Steel used his defensive stance, expertly avoiding the attack. He held both hands in front of his face, his eyes observing. "I can see your punches coming from miles away." A powerful uppercut to the chin, leaving him stunned, his teeth chattering. He was knocked back, his face turned towards the sky. The people at the gym were shocked. A hook under the jaw, Steel's face turned to shun. How could he have been hit? The trainer stood aside, chuckling in admiration. He didn't expect him to be so skilled. Steel's eyes darkened, filled with anger. But Bike-san Ryu didn't care. He landed another hook to Steel's chin, followed by a straight punch to his chest. Demonstrating his agility, he slipped behind Steel, forcing him to turn around. He smiled at Steel before landing a powerful punch to his face and dodging Steel's counter-attack. Steel gritted his teeth, furrowing his brow. He couldn't follow his movements. Looking at Bike-san Ryu's nimble, swift footwork, Steel couldn't even keep up. It wasn't just speed. His timing and trajectory were impeccable. Then suddenly, Bike-san Ryu appeared before Steel like a phantom, causing him to flinch, his brow furrowed and his teeth clenched. He landed a sweet punch to Steel's cheek. What kind of demon is he? Kei silently observed, judging the gracefulness of the movements. The kid easily dodged attacks and counterattacked in seemingly impossible positions, his expression unchanged. He analyzed the fluidity and speed of Buksan Ryu's movements, the sudden shift from a low hook to a horizontal hook. Normally, changing direction mid-attack is pointless, because the force of the strike is lost, making the punch very weak. But this kid was so flexible that he could maintain the force of the blow, even after changing direction. His decisive punch landed on Steel's cheek, not like an ordinary knockout blow. Each punches was seamless and smooth. Even a professional fighter would surely be hit. He was somewhat pleased. Even a professional fighter would surely be hit. In fact, with years of experience, they would be more likely to be hit because they were trained to react quickly to any blow. In other words, only one word could describe the kid's fighting style. Buksan Ryu moved with suppleness, agility, and incredible speed. Steel focused on defense. He wasn't limited in dodging. And attacking, he grazed Steel's face. I'm not crossing my arms and judging. It's been a long time since I've seen a natural talent like this. Steel is exhausted, panting. His eyes seem to devour the prey, watching as Buksan Ryu jumps and moves in front of him. It's truly. His footwork is light, bouncing between the ground and the air, a natural talent. In contrast to the intense gaze, Buksan Ryu's eyes are calm. Steel imagines Buksan Ryu sitting on a large mountain, chin in hand, at ease, while he himself is perched on a small hill. He takes a step forward, stops, but he's still lacking in experience. Buksan Ryu is cornered in the ring. His eyes dart around, a hint of worry. I'm cornered. It's a... Buksan Ryu is on the floor, a green towel covering his eyes. The coach steps forward, blaming Steel. I told you to go easy on him. Steel glanced down at Buksan Ryu. If the fight wasn't in the ring, would you listen to me? The coach beside him scolded. What's wrong with you, you jerk? Kei remained silent, looking at Buksan Ryu. As the sun set, the gym training session ended. Members left and chatted. Who would have thought the silver-haired kid is so good? Maybe I should ask for his autograph. I've never seen Steel struggle like that. After the gym was left with only the coach and Kei, the coach looked at Kei and asked, what do you think of Ryu? He pondered for a moment before saying, he has the potential to be a champion. This kid has amazing motor skills and knows how to use his strengths. He's confident and bold. He hasn't been trained by anyone but has developed his own fighting style. He's going to be a legend in the future. Of course, his fighting style is still more showmanship than true effectiveness. But that's all the fans need. So he has the makings of a star. He's not a normal talent, the coach said, crossing his arms. I closed my eyes and thought I was going to look for a few more places, but it seems like that's no longer necessary. They were talking when a noise caught their attention. Down in the gym, in a secluded corner, 3 students were pushing another student against the wall. One of them was holding a camera. The student in the middle punched the student pressed against the wall. You still don't understand. Damn it, just kill him, one of them chimed in. The coach saw it and was furious. Those dogs, he muttered, I'll stop them. Yu's hair fell over his face. He remained silent, not answering them. You? That's strange. Yu was punched but didn't fight back. He just remained silent, his eyes lowered. The back of a student with short, long, drooping hair, full of resentment. Yu closed his eyes, ignoring the fist approaching his face. He seemed to disregard the fist coming closer to his face, accepting the punch. The punch landed on his face, causing him to tilt his head, but he didn't care, his eyes remained indifferent. Yu slowly opened his eye. Like a bolt of lightning. It struck Kei, who furrowed his brow and watched from a corner. The man still gripped Yu's neck. Then he delivered another punch. Yu didn't react to any of the punches, letting them land on his face. Kei frowned. Then he widened his eyes, it was impossible. Yu didn't react at all, remaining silent and accepting his fate. Quickly leaving the window, Kei said, I'll go down there, before the coach could react and turn his head around. Huh? In a corner behind the building, on a wall covered with air conditioning fans, a voice echoed, that's enough, quickly, what the hell is going on? Get out of here or you want to get beaten up too. The ringleader of the group, leaning forward with his hands on the ground, his eyes full of bruises, the coach stood before him and said, tell me again. The coach forced the group who had assaulted him to do push-ups. I don't understand where you kids learn these monkey tricks. When I was your age you stood in a corner, not paying attention, dusting his clothes. Kei watched. The coach's face turned serious as he looked at him. Yu just glanced over, not showing much interest. Kei crossed his arms. Why didn't you dodge? Yu paused, leaned over and looked at Kei. The two of them stood in silence, their eyes locked. Kei waited for an answer. I knew immediately that you could easily dodge those useless punches. The leader was leaning down, his head bowed, his eyes half open, pathetic. Yu ignored its words, closing his eyes. As he looked at Yu, he felt that if his intuition was correct, even professional fighters wouldn't be able to land a hit on this kid. In the darkness of his life, Yu had once slumped against a wall, consumed by self-pity. He turned around, saying nonchalantly, I don't care. Kay stood frozen, speechless. Uncaring Yu leaned over listlessly, glancing at the old man. He didn't look at him, instead gazing off to the side. Yu walked forward, heading out without looking back. The ringleader held his chin and looked up proudly, saying, You shouldn't meddle in our business. He deserves to be beaten. He has no respect for his seniors. A sharp pinch to his ear made him wince in pain. You disrespectful brats, what do you know about respect? Kay stood silently in a corner, still watching Yu's retreating figure. The small, calm young man walked away from the alley. Then he pressed his lips together, believing in himself. He had to be sure. He stood firm, believing in his gut feeling. He clenched his fist, but what if he was wrong? The bloodstain smeared across his hair. His eyes hardened. Screw it, he thought, I always live like this anyway. What's the point of overthinking it? He stepped forward. He walked towards Yu, calling out, Hey kid. Yu heard the call and stopped, turning back to look. Kay clenched his teeth, gathering his strength for a punch directed at him. Yu remained calm, watching him. After realizing it, Yu glanced at the punch coming toward him. He quickly leaned aside to dodge it. Like a void, the force of his punch caused dust to be pushed aside. The trainer saw Kay still in his punching stance and looked over in surprise. Yu remained silent, looking at Kay. He said, Do you want to learn boxing? He stayed silent for a moment. Yu said, hitting people. He paused and looked at him. Is it fun? He recalled the moment earlier when the old man approached with a monster-like look, his fists clenched, strong as steel, charging at him. He emphasized, asking again, Are you happy? Kay furrowed his brow thoughtfully. The boy didn't have it. Behind you small back, he mused. This kid didn't want to fight, gain fame, or rule others. He had no desire to rise above others like normal people. He remembered North San Ryu. Yu and him were completely different compared to the boy earlier. He frowned, pondering. The boy must have grown up in a rich and spoiled family, or in the worst-case scenario. He then repeated the question, Is it fun to hit people? Wasn't it obvious? Hearing this, Yu glanced behind him. Looking at the rowdy students being punished, he continued, Do you think those insolent kids hit you because they genuinely care about whether you respect them or not? Then he laughed and gave the answer, Of course it was fun. The feeling of hitting someone else was really great. Humans are weak creatures who are always looking for meaning in life. Yu silently looked at him. There is nothing simpler and clearer than a punch. As in the wild, brute force is the easiest way to show dominance. Really, if two fighters battle each other in the ring, when a human wins, they are extremely excited. They lift the trophy towards the audience with pride, and at that moment, everyone goes crazy over the thrill and tension that boxing brings. He frowned and shouted loudly, You're a human too, aren't you? So prove you're worthy. See how far you can go. Reach the highest you can. Kay wanted to awaken to stir up Yu's emotions, but no, he still looked at him in silence. Behind the disheveled hair, his eyes opened wide, his wings spread and flew straight towards the sun until it scorched him, crushing his opponent under his feet. Kay's eyes were determined, that was truly living. He didn't move at all. He just stood still and listened to him, watched closely. He began to instruct, stepping forward with his feet, his hands clenched and raised in front of him in a defensive stance. Then he began to lure his opponent with his left hand, quickly drawing it back, then stepping forward with his right foot, twisting his body, and decisively delivering a powerful punch forward. He turned to look at him and introduced, This is a basic punch. Yu closed his eyes and turned, Kiko, do you have a month? I'll be here during that time, come see me when you're ready. Yu walked away without looking back. Then Kay stood silently with his arms folded watching him walk away. The trainer stood aside and smiled awkwardly. At school, in the morning. The boys in the class were joking, laughing, Haha, you bastards, last time. Yu sat alone in a corner, isolated and indifferent, surrounded by the chatter of others. Not. Jay knelt on the floor, his hands clenched tightly, enduring the noise around him. Let's see 1, 2. It was the same group of thugs who had beaten you before. They were counting money, gleeful and saying, All right, $100, you're a good boy. Then one asked, Do you want to go hang out with some girls from the other school? Someone answered, No way, they'd be scared of you. Then one ordered, Hey, Jay, push the chair up a little. Jay was kneeling as a chair for him, trembling as he pushed himself up, his hands clenched tightly, sweat dripping down his face. They turned to someone else and asked, What about you, Ryu? It turned out to be Ryu, who was sitting on Jay's back, swinging his legs and laughing. Nope, you know I have boxing training. He treated Jay like a dog. The leader spoke up, What kind of dog needs training? You're already strong enough. Jay struggled to endure Ryu sitting on his back, listening to them talk casually. He's a real idiot, what damn, he'll die. Guys like Ryu always have bigger goals. Ryu smiled, pleased with their praise. He'll be a world champion, that's right. I can see it now. In the classroom, Yu and Inji sat silently. There are two types of people in this world, the weak. You closed his eyes tightly. And the strong, that's none other than Baek-san Ryu. In contrast to the two, Baek-san Ryu and his crew were having a good time. Seeing you, these guys started bullying him again. Ryu's subordinate patted him on the head and said, "You should know your place, you dare cause trouble for us." Ryu laughed mockingly and said, "I heard you got a good beating from our coach. Don't worry about it." Then his subordinate approached Inji with a nasty attitude. He bared his teeth and said, "What are you doing, Jay? It's lunchtime. You know we'll be bored without you." At lunchtime, Baek-san Ryu was slurping down his noodles. They surrounded Inji and kept saying, "Noodles for lunch, that's the best, right?" Then, he turned to you and asked, "Right, Jay?" You could only force a smile and stammered, "Yes." The one called North-san Ryu, with a face that seemed ready to devour you whole, said, "Then what are you waiting for?" Inji trembled as you held the chopsticks, because those guys had put worms into your bowl of noodles. Seeing your hesitation, he said, "Not enough food." The subordinate snatched your bowl of noodles and loudly said, "We don't want you, Jay, to be hungry, right?" Then, they took the lollipop they were eating and said, "It still needs some seasoning." They dropped the lollipop straight into your bowl of noodles. Inji looked into the bowl of noodles in fear. They laughed with glee saying, "Are you satisfied now, Jay? Looks delicious, right? That's my lollipop." Seeing your fear, Ryu glared at you. Inji was so scared he started crying. He asked, "What's wrong?" He moved closer to you and shouted in your face, "Still not enough food." Inji, with trembling hands, slowly picked up a noodle. You ate the bowl of noodles to satisfy them. They laughed and said, "Good job, eat it all." You suddenly vomited. They shouted, "Gross, damn you, we're eating." Finally, Inji was released. He tried to vomit up the disgusting stuff in his mouth. He looked exhausted. He finally collapsed from exhaustion. During gym class, a guy yelled, "What kind of half-assed pass is that?" You and Inji sat together watching them play. The guys were shouting excitedly, "Pass it, block Ryu." The North-san Ryu was playing exceptionally well. He was so good that the others kept shouting, "He's going to score, you gotta cover him." Inji was just sitting there quietly. And you two, neither of them spoke. Finally, Inji spoke, "Why don't you play with them? You seemed really good at sports during the physical exam." Hearing that, you replied coldly, "I'm not interested." Then he forced a smile and said, "Me neither." He asked you shyly, "So is there anything you want to do? What's your goal?" You looked down and asked, "My goal? What about yours?" He pondered for a moment before slowly replying, "I've never thought about that." He suddenly remembered Kei's words, "You're human too, right?" Thinking back on those words, you fell silent and pondered. And then he also asked Inji, "So what's your goal?" Hearing that, he asked back, "Me?" He rubbed his head and laughed, "I don't know how to say it, I want to be like my father." After saying that, he burst out laughing. After hearing that, you didn't react at all, he just stared into space. Inji continued cheerfully, "Oh, by the way, I just bought a new game, wanna come over and try it?" You still didn't react after hearing that. He just sat there silently listening while Inji kept talking about everything. At this moment, Baek-san Ryu was still playing ball. Inji continued to laugh, "I want to play with you and be closer to you, that would be great. Let's go right after school." At the same time, Ryu was also looking in your direction. Suddenly, the ball flew towards you with great force. But thankfully, you caught it in time. Seeing this, Baek-san Ryu was quite shocked. He stood there looking at you. While Inji was trembling with fear, wondering what he would do. He just stared at them both, his eyes wide with fear. The others stopped to watch as Baek-san Ryu slowly walked towards you and Inji. Inji, scared, could only silently hide behind you. At this moment, you and Baek-san Ryu faced each other, but you remained calm. He continued to glare at him. Then he slapped him hard. Inji was so scared he couldn't say anything. He grabbed Yu's hair and said in a rough voice, "I just wanted to play with him a little, you moron." He then leaned in close to Yu's face and continued yelling, "Don't you know how to take a joke?" His face was filled with anger. Ryu warned him, "You dare interfere again, and you're dead." You remained calm and didn't say a word. Inji was cowering in his seat. Finally, it was time to leave. You walked out of school. Inji apologized earlier and said he had to go home because of something urgent, so you went back alone. He walked home alone. At home, Inji was practicing hard, throwing punches into the air. He thought to himself that he shouldn't involve anyone else in this. This fight was his own. He remembered himself and his father throwing punches when he was young. His father had said, "This is how you throw a punch, Jay." He practiced and resolved to be more courageous. He was exhausted from all the practice. He looked into the empty space and thought to himself, "I said I wanted to be friends with him." He remembered how Baek-san Ryu acted during gym class and how he had behaved, and thought, "But I just sat there and trembled." He clenched his hands in frustration. The image of Baek-san Ryu in Inji's mind seemed terrifying. His shadow loomed large in Inji's mind, making him feel inferior. He thought to himself sadly, I'm a real failure. Inji withdrew into his room. He retreated, thinking sadly to himself, come on, man, I have to fight back. I can't live like this forever. He slumped down, thinking despondently, but how can I fight him? Then Inji thought of Baek-san Ryu's intimidating gaze. He remembered his childhood self, and whispered to himself that the power difference between him, and it was clear, because he had been watching boxing matches since he was little. He clenched his fist, his eyes wary. He thought to himself that its strength was anything but ordinary. Then, Inji suddenly thought about the time he fought a much heavier opponent. He had witnessed everything back then. He thought to himself that even with those who had good skills or former boxers, Baek-san Ryu had defeated a big man. At the time he had sneered and said, these little brats, it's nothing. Inji thought that Ryu looked like he had found a new toy. His subordinates had made Inji witness everything. He whispered to himself, I've seen him fight many times, but the outcome was always the same. Remembering Ryu's terrifying gaze, he thought to himself, no one can withstand his absolute power. In the dark night, the door suddenly opened. Hearing the sound, he looked up. It turned out to be Inji's father coming home. He ran out to greet him. Dad, you're back. His father, with a gentle smile, said, hello son, are you still awake? He replied, I was just about to go to bed. As his father rubbed his shoulder, he said, my shoulders hurt. Suddenly, Inji called out, Dad, before, when you were a fighter. He continued, if you had to fight someone stronger than you, what would you do? His father turned and looked at him after hearing his question. He closed his eyes, thought for a moment, and then answered, well, as a professional fighter, I had to give it my all, no matter how strong the opponent was. He continued, you have to do everything you can to win. That's what it means to be a professional fighter. Inji lowered his head and slowly replied, yes, I think so too. He looked down, then continued speaking. But sometimes, when he encountered a strong opponent, he continued to tell his story. Even if he was a professional boxer, he would freeze with fear. He would forget everything he had learned and just grit his teeth and take the punches. He continued to tell his story. He would throw fearful punches into the air, just to cling to a sliver of hope. But it would all end, he would be knocked down. At that time, he thought that actually lying on the mat was better than being hit. He recalled that moment and thought, it's finally over. I don't have anything to worry about anymore. He stood up and continued speaking. But at the very moment you decide to give up, your career will end there. He explained to Inji that no matter how badly you're beaten, and you know the audience will jeer, even when you know you can't do anything else, if you have the strength and will to get back up, you can keep boxing. He continued, that's what makes a true boxer. Inji's eyes lit up as he listened. Then, his father continued, but I'm just talking about the competition. If you haven't done anything wrong, run. Run as fast as you can to avoid being caught. He said it with such conviction, that was true courage. He turned his back to Inji and continued to say that the courage of a warrior and a common man were both equally valuable. Hearing this, Inji obediently said, thank you, father. I'll go to sleep now, and his father smiled kindly in response. It was already dark outside. He still couldn't sleep. His eyes were wide open. He lay snuggled under the blanket, his heart pounding. It was dark outside, and someone was slowly walking up the stairs. That's you. His face looks exhausted. Suddenly a voice rang out, school's been over for a long time. It was Baek-san Ryu. He continued, you're late. He smirked and said, I've been waiting for you. He sat on the steps and continued, our kind-hearted homeroom teacher gave me your address. However, you didn't pay him any attention and walked away confidently. Baek-san Ryu slumped his head, sighed and said, you have no manners at all, you dog. Then he stood up and kicked him hard. After being kicked, you stumbled and fell. Then he grabbed his hair, glared at him and said, you know how to throw a punch, right? He shoved his fist in your face and taunted you, just like you did to me this afternoon. Wanna try it here and now? He glared at you with terrifying eyes. Then Ryu slammed your head against the ground and yelled something, a curse. Your eyes were vacant, devoid of emotion. Baek-san Ryu looked at you. Seeing your silence, he sighed. Your head was bleeding. Baek-san Ryu grabbed your hair and spat out threats, from now on, I'll make your life a living hell. He glared, his voice harsh. Your first task is to bring me $150 tomorrow. Or else you'll be sorry. He spat a mouthful of disgusting saliva in your face. He left but couldn't resist cursing, you're a worthless piece of trash, a dead dog. What a waste of my time. After he left, you struggled to get up, exhausted. A small amount of blood was trickling from his head. Meanwhile, North San Ryu was walking along the road. He remained silent, not saying a word. Suddenly, his expression changed, becoming frightening. He then noticed a group of people standing in front of him. Seeing them, his eyes widened in fear. The bald man with the thug face spoke. "You're Ryu, right?" Hearing this, Ryu cracked a smile. He said confidently, "I came here to see if you're as strong as they say." Before the man could say anything, Ryu charged towards him. Ryu landed a powerful blow, sending the man flying backwards. After the strike, the challenger Ryu slumped to the ground. He then turned to the others, flashing a friendly smile and saying, "Hello, everyone." Seeing Ryu's charming smile, they exclaimed, "Damn, what a dog." As for the man, he remained on the ground. Perhaps Ryu still didn't want to let him off the hook. He still wanted to play with his prey. His face showed a look of utter fear. Seeing his frightened face, he gleefully said, "That's right, that's it, this is the expression I wanted to see." He was so scared that he stammered, I'm sorry, I was wrong, I'll never bother you again," but Ryu imagined him as you. His eyes gleamed with satisfaction at his own hand in tormenting others. In the darkness of night, Inji still couldn't sleep. He had single-handedly defeated the entire challenge group. He watched the others with an air of innocence. At Yu's house, he was sitting listlessly on the mattress. He held a very cute cat in his lap. Yu sat listlessly, his face expressionless, holding a cat. His eyes reflected despair. Inji was washing his face in the bathroom. He suddenly stopped. His face was filled with worry as he listened to his racing heart. Moments later, he thoughtfully held a spoon over an empty rice bowl. Inji pondered for a while. Then he got up to get more rice, telling himself he needed to eat a bit more today. After breakfast, Inji started putting on his shirt and adjusting his tie. He remembered his father's image. His eyes resolute in the mirror, he decided, starting today, he would become a new person. The scene shifts to a school. Inji sat still in class, but he couldn't shake the fear. Ru's gang pushed open the door and entered. One of them cheerfully said, "After beating the crap out of that dog, I feel so refreshed." Seeing the group enter, he cowered in fear, trembling and unable to move. They were here. Inji tried to convince himself, don't be afraid, don't be afraid. The two guys in the back ignored Inji and laughed playfully. "Did you guys watch what I sent yesterday? Haha, what a loser." Seeing their actions, Inji froze in shock. He looked up with clear eyes, wondering, are they going to leave me alone? He was confused and worried, wondering, what is going on? He then turned towards Yu's seat. I was suddenly surprised because he was late today. After a day of school, he still sat there motionless, surrounded by the noisy chatter of his classmates, wanting to go to the net cafe after school. Let's go. He kept asking himself why in his head. He sat there thinking, they hadn't picked on him at all today. He frowned worriedly and looked over at them. This was strange, why were they suddenly leaving him alone? Suddenly he remembered Ryu's younger brother's unintentional words, after beating that dog to a pulp, I feel so refreshed. Recalling, his eyes seemed to know that something bad was going to happen. He guessed, could it be? Cut to an unlocked warehouse. Yu lay beaten and bruised on the floor. A Ryu henchman taunts him. Come on, this isn't a place to rest. You should be bringing us money. Yu's eyes are blank, showing no interest in them. The henchman grabs Yu's collar. Get up, you bug. It's time for your training session. Yu assumes a defensive stance. Alright, stand up straight, and a man in black behind Yu holds him down and punches. The man mocks Yu's fighting skills. 1, 2. The Dempsey roll is a technique created by Jack Dempsey for smaller fighters. He turns to brag. See, my moves aren't too bad, are they? Seated on a high platform, enjoys the spectacle and responds. No, you need to rotate your hips more. The man replies, oh, okay. Ryu watches with a mocking, amused look as they fight. At that moment, Inji charged in and shouted enough. Ryu's underlings were all surprised by his action. But then Inji froze in fear, not knowing what to do. He had spoken out. A man in a black jacket raised his head and asked, what? Inji remained motionless, his heart beating faster. He wondered, am I dreaming? No, I'm not. His mind raced, I said it, why did I do that, why? His entire body felt drained, as if pulled somewhere. He was dizzy. Why did I say that? It's not too late to apologize. I can't even move my leg. Hey. No, I should run. No, how can I fight them? I'm so. It's too late. Ryu turned his head, speechless, and stared at him, unmoving like a rock. Your legs were shaking, but you tried to convince yourself, be brave. You couldn't take back what you just said. Ryu's henchman saw this and laughed, haha, still pretending to be a hero, look at him shaking like a dog in a dryer. Even your arm was shaking, you've replayed this scene in your head countless times, you can do it. With a little motivation, you raised your fists, ignoring your heart beating out of your chest. You've been waiting for this moment for so long. Looking at your thin body and determined face, the henchman teased, haha, look at him guys, he's doing a boxing stance. Ryu's expression showed amusement at this. Yu's eyes also started to look at Inji's skinny body. You clenched your fists, only 2 words echoed in your head, calm down, calm down. A young thug approached, grinning. Looks like we've been too easy on you lately. As he drew near, memories of his father teaching him martial arts flooded back. He relaxed his arms and shoulders, spreading his legs wide. A familiar voice filled the air, and he instinctively followed its instructions, lifting his front heel and turning slightly. He extended his left elbow and punched. The unexpected blow froze the thug, his eyes widening in surprise. He shifted his stance following the instructions, transferring his weight to his front foot. He rotated his hips and threw a punch. The voice ended as his fist connected with the thug's jaw, a perfect right hook. 2 of his men stood there in surprise. He stumbled holding his face. Inji gaped in disbelief. His clear eyes looked up. I did it. The one who had been hit by his punch was bleeding from the nose. Another one came out and yelled, you idiot, what are you doing, huh? He looked at the blood on his hand. How the hell? He was so angry that the veins on his face popped. He had suddenly become like this. Inji frowned, staring straight at them. His punch, it had landed. He dropped his hand and looked at him. As he shifted his foot, making a swishing sound, the man flinched in fear and looked. He whispered to himself, from now on, I won't be scared of you anymore. Seeing this, the man trembled in fear and backed away. He looked at the boy in front of it incredulously, muttering curses. You beast, you animal. Suddenly, a voice came from behind, followed by a hand on his shoulder, move aside. He turned around and looked at Ryu, who said, unless you want me to beat you up. Ryu asked, so you know how to box, right, Inji? Ryu leaned his face close to you. Your heart started to beat fast again. One of them laughed mischievously. He just passed level 1 and is going straight for the boss. The other covered his face. Damn it. 2 pairs of legs stood spread apart. He sneered, let's see how far you can go. The real fight has just begun. Inji's heart hammered in his chest. His face became tense. He tried to calm himself down. Don't worry, just follow the plan. He took a step to the side, silently assessing. If I rely only on my skills, winning is impossible. Bisan Ryu stood facing him, watching him dazed. He sneered, hello, is anyone home? Jay, where do you think you're going? His eyes were cold as he looked down and asked, you're not gonna hit me, are you? Inji heard Bisan Ryu's question and pursed his lips, thinking to himself, even the slightest chance. He punched towards him quickly, thinking I'll try to punch fast and hard, so fast it'll sound like the wind, whoosh. But Bisan Ryu easily dodged the punch with a look of amusement. He didn't stop, he quickly threw out multiple punches with incredible speed. Inji knew he couldn't rely on his current skills. While throwing punches, he thought, surround him with continuous punches, but Bisan Ryu continued to dodge effortlessly. Inji gritted his teeth and continued attacking him. He attacked and thought, just one hit while he's off guard, I'll have a chance to beat him. Bisan Ryu, though continuously attacked, didn't attack back, he simply dodged. His subordinates stood to the side watching them fight. The orange-haired one gasped in surprise, wow. After a while of continuously attacking, Inji was exhausted. His face was dripping with sweat. He tried to throw more punches, praying in his heart, just one hit, land the blow. Bisan Ryu remained calm, looking at him, whose state was entering exhaustion. A look of amusement curved his eyes. You kept trying to land punches but none of them connected with Bisan Ryu. Your breath was getting heavy, and you couldn't breathe. Your body felt heavier and you couldn't throw punches as powerfully and quickly as you did at the beginning. Bisan Ryu dodged your punch with ease and said mockingly, what's the rush, Jay? Swinging your arms like that will just tire you out. He dodged another attack and continued, every punch has to be accurate and powerful. Now he landed a swift and forceful punch on Inji's face, saying, like this. Blood spurted from Inji's nose, his body recoiling backward from Bisan Ryu's blow, his eyes widening in terror. The first punch is crucial. It determines who will have the upper hand throughout the fight. Inji was thrown off balance, his head thrown back, blood spurting from his nose, fear filling his eyes as he looked at Bisan Ryu. The person who gets hit suddenly loses all hope, and fear begins to creep in. These words seemed to be coming true for Inji after he took Bisan Ryu's punch. Seeing him standing there, Bisan Ryu walked closer and asked, what's the matter, don't just stand there. His eyes gleamed with madness. Looking at Inji, who was terrified in front of him, he cracked a ferocious smile and said, didn't you always want to fight me? You shouted and threw a punch at him. Bisan Ryu easily dodged the blow and laughed gleefully, haha, and then he raised his fist. Blood from Inji's nose dripped down onto his chin. Inji's pupils shrank in terror. Bisan Ryu landed a swift, powerful punch to Inji's face. The sound of the punch connecting echoed, bop, Inji's body flew backward, and his glasses were knocked into the air. Inji collapsed. His head lolled to the side, and blood from his nose spurted out more forcefully than before after the blow, spattering everywhere. He collapsed on his knees, his face still stunned from the punch. Blood continued to drip from his nose, falling onto the ground. Buksan Ryu looked down at Inji with a smile on his face. Seeing him still kneeling on the ground, Buksan Ryu spoke, "Hey." After the punch, Inji was so frightened that he started crying. His eyes reflected his extreme fear. He thought to himself, he's strong like a monster. He thought fearfully, this guy is on a completely different level. Buksan Ryu put his hand on his shoulder, moving with casual ease. Looking down at Inji, he said, "I went easy on you. Don't whine like a woman." Inji knelt on the ground, gasping for breath, his eyes cold as he looked down at the pitiful state of his opponent. His thoughts were scattered, panic rising as he frantically searched for his backup plan. He was doomed. Inji couldn't remember anything. His mind was a blank and fear gripped him. He was completely lost. The orange-haired man, one of Buksan Ryu's subordinates, sneered at Inji's defeated posture. "I told you, how could that scrawny guy beat Ryu? Someone should have warned him what was coming." The bald man with a bloody nose barked angrily at the orange-haired one. "Shut up." The other man simply stood there, arms crossed, watching the scene unfold. Seeing Inji remain motionless, Buksan Ryu leaned down and asked, "Giving up already?" Inji's eyes narrowed with resentment as he heard the words. His hand trembled, a single tear still clinging to his knuckles. In Ji's mind, the image of a warrior standing proudly in the light appeared. As you struggled to stand up, your body swaying, Buksan Ryu saw you get up and said with a cheerful tone, "Oh, he's getting up." He looked at you with a playful smile and said, "That's what I like to see." You collapsed too quickly, what's the fun in that? Inji straightened up, raising his hand in a defensive stance and gasping for air. "Ha," his eyes fixed on Buksan Ryu with determination. You looked at him with tension and alertness, strategizing in your head. "For now, I have to stay on the defensive and try to hold out against his attacks." You thought, if I can endure a little longer, he'll eventually tire out. This will be my last chance. With that thought, Inji's eyes turned resolute, the fear gone. Buksan Ryu saw the change in your eyes and said, "Good eyes." He leaned over, his other hand behind his back, clenching his fist. Then round two. Inji was astonished to see him with one hand behind his back. Noticing Inji's shocked expression, Buksan Ryu continued speaking, starting the match. He saw that Buksan Ryu wanted to fight with just one hand and whispered with vigilance, "One hand, I won't let him manipulate me. If it's just one hand, it'll be easier to block his attacks." Seeing that Inji just stood there and didn't attack, Buksan Ryu asked, "What, not going to make a move?" After looking at Inji for a moment, Buksan Ryu mused. At that moment, Buksan Ryu unleashed a punch so fast that the only sound heard was a loud thud after it hit Inji's face. Inji remained in his original defensive posture. Inji's eyes widened in disbelief. He got through my defense so easily. Inji lowered his head, gritted his teeth, and kept his defensive stance, thinking, I need to be more careful with my defense. Seeing that Inji was still standing firm and maintaining his defensive stance, Buksan Ryu's eyes showed a glimmer of approval. Not bad. He laughed loudly and then repeatedly punched Inji, each blow landing on his body with a thud, thud. He could only raise his hands to protect his head. He closed one eye, gritting his teeth, enduring each punch that landed on his body. It hurt so much, it was like being stabbed with a knife. He endured the pain of the steel-like punches from Buksan Ryu, silently reassuring himself, "You were used to being beaten, you can handle this." Buksan Ryu noticed he was trying to endure the pain and he smirked wickedly. Inji lowered his head, eyes wide with disbelief. Blood sprayed out of his nose again. A loud thud echoed as Buksan Ryu landed a hook to Inji's stomach. The force of the punch was so strong that it lifted his body off the ground. Inji clutched his stomach and staggered backwards, his entire body shaking with pain. The pain from his abdomen surged up, causing him to cough. After landing the hook to Inji's stomach, Buksan Ryu tilted his head back, his face brightening. A satisfied smile spread across his lips as he thought, such a satisfying feeling. Inji was hunched over, but his hands were still in a defensive posture. One of his eyes was swollen shut from the pain, and he stared incredulously with his other eye. He couldn't believe it. He had focused on protecting his head, so the blow to his stomach came as a surprise. Was this truly what fighting was like? He clenched his fists, his gaze becoming more determined than ever. He made up his mind, I need to strengthen my defense. With that thought, Inji stood opposite of Buksan Ryu, immediately assuming the strongest defensive stance he knew. He bent low, his feet spread wide, and his hands were raised to protect his head. Seeing Inji's defensive posture, Baek-san Ryu understood. He chuckled, thinking, so this is your plan. His eyes grew cold as he looked at Inji, thinking, I'll play with him a little. He continued to attack Inji with only one hand, each punch landing with a dull thud. Despite the pain, Inji gritted his teeth, maintaining his defensive stance. Baek-san Ryu pivoted his feet, kicking up dust with the movement. After shifting his body with the pivot, he easily landed a punch on Inji's side. The young man continued to bite down on his tongue, refusing to let out a sound. He shifted his direction again, continuously attacking different parts of Inji's body. Each punch landed with a thud, echoing in the air. Baek-san Ryu's attacks were getting faster and faster. He seemed to have no fatigue whatsoever. Inji squeezed his eyes shut and continued to endure. He told himself to hold on a little longer. The orange-haired guy watched Inji being beaten and laughed gleefully. Wow, he's getting beaten like a dog. The other two just stood silently watching the fight. Even though he was being beaten like this, he still held his ground. His feet were like nails driven into the ground, not retreating a single step. He silently thought to himself, if I can hold my ground, I know I can do it. Baek-san Ryu didn't stop attacking. His sweat flew into the air with every movement. The space around Inji was now pitch black. All he could think about was, there will be a moment when he reveals a weakness. Time passed slowly. Dusk had begun to fall. Suddenly Baek-san Ryu stopped. He stood still, no longer attacking. Inji was surprised to see him suddenly stop. He thought he stopped moving. He looked up at him. It seemed that Baek-san Ryu no longer held back when fighting Inji. He wanted to deliver the final blow to knock him out. Inji saw Baek-san Ryu gathering all his strength into his fist. He thought to himself, Ryu is risking everything to knock me out with a single punch. He was now vulnerable. Inji observed him. His movements were too big. Seeing this, Inji immediately knew his opportunity had arrived. His eyes changed, becoming sharp. He silently said to himself, this is the perfect time. Inji immediately channeled his energy into his leg. I will put all my remaining strength into this punch. From the power in his legs, he sprung into the air. He tightened his fist and gritted his teeth. Take this. From his eyes, a sharp gaze appeared, the gaze of a fighter who had seized the opportunity to defeat his opponent. Inji launched a swift punch towards Baek-san Ryu, but he dodged it. He leaned back, avoiding Inji's uppercut. A triumphant smile appeared on his face. He had lured his prey into his trap. Inji was surprised and couldn't believe that Baek-san Ryu, who had exposed himself, was able to dodge his attack. At that moment Baek-san Ryu sprang up and counter-attacked. He swung a powerful fist, striking Inji with a resounding thud. The force and speed of Baek-san Ryu's blow were so strong that it kicked up dust and debris. Inji's father was in the ring. The referee announced his record: 27 total matches, 13 wins, 12 losses, and 2 draws. In the ring, his father endured the pain, looking at his opponent. Probably no one remembers him as a strong fighter during his time in the ring. His son sat quietly under the ring watching the fight, but no one would dare think he was weak. Inji's father moved swiftly, dodging the attack. My father was a very tough fighter. His son's eyes lit up, and I always admired him for it. Scene changes to Inji's father, a laborer carrying a sack on his shoulder. He paused and looked down. He stood before the entire city in front of him. Suddenly he remembered little Inji smiling. Deep inside, he sent his son a message, wishing him good luck. The scene shifts to Inji being pressed to the ground by Ryu, his face bruised and bloody. He vomited blood and lay motionless on the floor. Ryu's 2 henchmen chatted mockingly. Man, did you see that? I think he's dead. Ryu's face revealed excitement and a smug smile. Meanwhile Inji lay flat on the ground, wondering what just happened. Your body feels limp, as if falling into an endless spiral. Everything is spinning. Where's the ground? You encourage yourself inside and your legs move accordingly. You have to stand up. You use your hands to push against the ground, summoning a bit of strength to stand. But it's no use. You fall back onto the floor again. You lie there helplessly, listening to Ryu's plan. You have to endure it. Ryu squats down beside you. If you can defend yourself successfully, this dog will be exhausted even if he lives. Hearing these words, you glance at him. When that moment comes, you'll hit him with all your might. He leans down, his eyes looking through you. That's your plan, right? Inji looked at him in fear, too afraid to say anything. Ryu mocked him. That's too obvious, loser. The shock on his face became more and more evident. He lay there trying to motivate himself. Stay awake, it's not over yet. In the distance, it seemed like his father was there to cheer him on. Inji struggled to get up. I can still move. As soon as he got up, he quickly punched Ryu. But he was still no match for Ryu's strength, and ended up getting punched by him. His whole body swayed, losing its balance. Ryu swung out in front of you. Then he laughed, a whistling sound. His foot slammed into your face with a crack. You were stunned, unable to react to the blow. Right after, his hand was nearing your cheek. A slap, the force of it sent your nose bleeding. Tears welled up in your eyes. Then came your counterattack, but Ryu blocked it all and punched you again. He hit him in every way possible. Yet he still tried to fight back. The two of them struggled for a long time. Inji gasped in pain, collapsing to the ground. He curiously asked him if he had learned boxing somewhere. He remembered his father's words, "The moment you give up, your boxing career is over." His face, filled with pain and fatigue, stared at the ground. His father's memories and words continued to motivate him, even when he was battered and could do nothing more. I gritted my teeth, shut my eyes tight, and forced myself to stand up. Ryu turned back, still mocking me, "Not bad for a loser like you." He warned as he walked away, "I'm gonna leave you alone now, so don't try to piss me off again, got it?" Inji trembled as he stood up. A powerful voice stopped him in his tracks, "Wait." The image of his father appeared in his mind, encouraging him, "That's what a real fighter does." He gasped for breath, his fists clenched tightly, "It's not over yet." Ryu stopped in his tracks, hearing those words. His goons stood by the table whispering, "Wow, this idiot's crazy. Is he pretending to be brave so he can get killed or something?" You sat still, observing the whole thing. Ryu turned his head, his angry eyes clearly wanting to eat him alive. He ran up. Without a word, he punched him right in the face. A loud thump as the punch distorted his face. Inji went limp from the sudden blow. Ryu's hand grabbed his collar. He went limp, his body losing all strength, and he slowly collapsed. 3 of his men stood watching him beat Inji. One of them started to fear, what if he dies? He's asking for it. He was beaten to a pulp, a blood all over his face, his eyes swollen. Ryu, furious, said, "I told you not to piss me off." He laughed scornfully, his fist raised. "You weakling, I have to beat you to a pulp for you to know your place." Veins popped on his face, his eyes filled with hatred. "You think you can beat me? You have no idea who you're challenging, you bastard." He looked at Inji with a manic glint. "You think you can win with those pathetic skills?" He grabbed his collar and leaned in close. "I don't know what fool taught you this, but once you're a loser for life, dog." He spoke. Your voice was trembling. "I never thought I'd have a chance to beat you." He opened his eyes wide in surprise. "What?" You remained seated silent. He spoke each word painfully. "You still don't understand, you idiot." At that moment, his eyes were resolute and strong. "I'm not the weak G anymore. I've achieved my goal, becoming a stronger fighter than anyone, or the strongest in the area. I don't care about those boring things anymore." He was stunned by these words. Inji yelled, "I will become a true fighter." Yu's vacant eyes were surprised by his voice. Ryu felt both amused and even more angry. He gritted his teeth and cursed, "You bastard." He punched the boy repeatedly in the face. "You think it's boring, don't you? You think it's bland, huh, you bastard." He stopped when the boy's nose bled profusely. He shouted, "You still think it's boring?" Suddenly a voice came from behind, causing him to turn around, having fun. His 3 underlings also turned around in surprise. Yu was approaching from behind. A deep voice asked him, "Hitting someone like that, do you feel good?" His gaunt face was like an empty shell. "Do you enjoy it?" The assistant called him Ki, the coach. Below the building, people came and went. Seeing him sitting there, arms crossed and gloomy, the man asked again, "Coach, what did you do to that kid just now?" His mood was a mix of emotions. He asked the man, "Do you believe in intuition?" The assistant was confused by this intuition. He continued, "With my students, when I see them for the first time, I usually have a special feeling." He hesitated before voicing his concern. "I knew they would rule the boxing world. When I saw Ryu, I had the same feeling, but..." His voice suddenly stopped, as if there was something indescribable here. The boy just now. Yu's sorrowful eyes had etched themselves onto his mind. He was a being unlike any other. He was confused by the old man's strange words. "A different kind of being? What do you mean?" The old man pondered for a moment. The scene shifts to you going out the door. Ryu's underling scratched his head in irritation. "What did you guys eat today? You're all acting crazy." He stormed over. "Today has been bad enough for me, so you'd better..." Mr. laughed and asked, "What do I mean?" He remembered that cold, emotionless gaze again. Yu, on the other hand, didn't say a word, but landed a sudden punch. A loud beep resonated. He staggered, losing consciousness, about to fall. Then he landed another punch to his face. The immense strength and agility created waves that spread around, accompanied by a louder beep. Mr. trembled all over, his voice trembling in fear. "It makes me shiver all over." The other 2 were stunned, their eyes wide in astonishment. Even Ryu was stunned by his strength. But he still didn't change his expression. 2 bodies collapsed under him with a single blow. The man in black stared in disbelief at the body lying motionless at Yu's feet. He looked up at him. both frightened and cursing, "You bastard." He ran toward, just as his fist neared him. He fell backwards with just one invisible, powerful punch. His nose bled as his body collapsed. The other man stared in shock as he fell. He screamed in fear and ran away, only Ryu continued to look at him. He looked at him with strange eyes, a mix of shock and fear. The assistant asked Mr. Key out of fear. He replied, "Yes, don't you feel it?" He reminisced about that memory, his body still trembling with fear. "When I first saw him, I still get chills now." The look of sheer shock upon seeing you for the first time, that expression. He could see it in his eyes. Even though his hair covered his eyes, it couldn't hide his abilities. He seemed so bored, as if he was deliberately waiting to be attacked. The assistant couldn't believe his ears. It felt like only the two of them remained, two powerful individuals facing each other. The assistant frowned, confused. "Bore, how could that be?" Mr. laughed loudly. "Of course not." His voice deepened, his eyes revealing even more fear. "That's why I had to check. I threw a deadly punch to force him to dodge." He smirked and said, "The rest you've seen for yourself." The assistant, confused, asked, "You mean?" Mr. K slumped down and admitted yes, he dodged it without even flinching. A normal person wouldn't be able to predict it. That's why fighters train for years to anticipate their opponent's movements, how they move their shoulders, their steps, their rhythm, and even their habits, anything they can use to their advantage in a fight. But that kid saw my punch coming and dodged it. It wasn't luck or instinct. The way he dodged was incredibly fast and precise, like he saw the whole thing beforehand. He spoke, feeling bewildered, and asked his assistant, "Do you know what this means?" "I've met many people with natural talent in my life, but that kid is one of a kind." You stood there, looking at him with no emotion. Ryu stood up and faced him. His heart started beating frantically. He wondered what this pressure was. As he looked into those emotionless eyes, Ryu went crazy. What was he looking at with those dead eyes? He was confident of his victory, believing he was doomed. His feet made a swooshing sound. His body moved exploratorily in front of you. His eyes suddenly became focused, filled with killing intent. He faced him but showed no emotion. Ryu's eyes saw an opportunity. He leaped forward. But before he could strike, a punch landed on his face. Mr. K revealed the truth. He simply reacted quickly, that's all. You looked at him with indifference as he cried out in pain on the ground, "My face, my face." The fact that he could see my punch coming and dodge it precisely means that time always slows down in this kid's eyes. He gasped for breath, wondering if his eyes were still on his face. He said nothing, coldly watching everything unfold. "Do you understand what I'm saying?" Ryu looked at him in fear. He wasn't a genius, no, he was something else entirely. Fear, disbelief, and astonishment were the expressions on his face as he looked at him. He couldn't even call it a human. It was a monster. B-san Ryu's back stood alone, he wondered why. From a young age, he had witnessed many fights. B-san Ryu always wondered, it all started with a simple question, why? A fool willingly takes a painful hit from his opponent. Why doesn't he dodge? Even when his opponent gets close, exposing so many blind spots, why doesn't he fight back? He's within reach. That punch looks so weak, why doesn't he punch harder? Why? He slowly walks down the hallway. It didn't take me long to find the answer. Once, his shoulder bumped into someone walking in the opposite direction. The other person frowned and looked at him angrily. He looked back at the other person with an emotionless gaze. The next second, the kid was curled up holding his stomach, his body trembling with pain. Everything he had eaten came back up. B-san Ryu looked at him indifferently. He realized, it's a simple answer. He stood there slowly. Those guys weren't weak, it's just that I was too strong. Hundreds of eyes focused on him, amidst the crowd of people coming and going. Tobaki Sankai, that kid was just a weak ant about to die under his feet. He raised his eyebrows and felt it. Ah, what a pleasurable feeling. He felt excited as he released his fist, witnessing the weaker ones suffer, and from that point on, there was an endless series of battles. He craved those eyes, to worship him more. The defeated man's eyes turned white, his nose and mouth bleeding, his fear grew even stronger. The more they suffered, the more he was aroused. More, B-san Ryu told himself, I'm lost in the pleasure of seeing them kneel, trembling at my feet. He was alone amidst thousands of people. His world was drenched in the color of blood. Those people were just strangers. Before he knew it, my notoriety in the underworld spread throughout the country. Whenever a fool comes to challenge me, or thinks they can crush me, I get so excited my heart skips a beat. He punches so hard that the fool's face caves in, and with the sheer joy of punching those fools, I realize more than ever. They cry out in pain, even faint. He is confident, my honed skills are superior to theirs. They have to defend themselves until they vomit. He doesn't stop but continues to press on. That overwhelming realization, B-san Ryu opens his eyes, making everything clear. He sits proudly with his strong body forged over years. That's right, I'm the chosen one. Until in front of him are the endless mountains, symbolizing the strength of every opponent he has faced, so many that their faces and figures are no longer clear. However, karma will come sooner or later. He staggered from a painful blow. His breathing became heavy and his mind became hazy. What just happened? A jab, a fast and unexpected punch. He retreated in fear, trying to maintain a distance from the faceless figure. He felt like a part of his face had just shattered. How could a jab be that strong? For the first time, Bisan Ryu's eyes trembled. He couldn't believe it. No, it couldn't be. But he was the chosen one, wasn't he? He recalled the image of Kei standing arms crossed, resolute. Even the old man had acknowledged his superior abilities compared to others. Bisan Ryu got up, his heart burning with frustration. What a shame. He stumbled, muttering to himself. It must have been a lucky hit, or maybe he just slipped. Enraged, he glared and threatened, how dare you win by luck? I'll beat the hell out of you. He bounced on the ground. I will move fast and smoothly, maintaining a rhythmic back and forth. Bisan Ryu moved so fast that he created an illusion. He deliberately tried to distract you. This time, he'll give it 100%. You didn't even bother to look away, just staring straight ahead. He didn't take his eyes off you either. He was trying to move around, looking for an opening, figuring out how to hit you. Baiki-san Kyu was closing the distance. He was thinking, should he try to stun you with jabs and toy with you slowly, methodically? He was calculating all the possibilities, but that wouldn't be enough to punish you. It would just make me angry. Ignoring B-san Kyu's probing, you would hit him as hard as you could and kill him. You just stood there watching. He saw an opening, he gritted his teeth, his eyes were red, he swung his fist. Day. You reacted quickly, dropping to your knees, your head lowered, dodging the blow, ducking. He cracked a savage smile. You think you can just keep dodging forever? Baiki-san Kyu turned to counter. He ground his foot into the earth for momentum. Open your eyes wide and watch. You stood still, waiting for his attack. His fist shot out, aimed straight at Yu's face. He was smug. This was his natural talent. In a split second, his fist was inches from Yu's eye. He instantly ducked, but Bisan Kyu's fist flew through the air. The sheer force of the blow created a powerful recoil behind it. Bisan Kyu stared in shock and terror. Yu looked up from below, his fist already poised. A blinding light flashed, startling Bisan Kyu. He executed a hook to the side of his waist, his entire body contorting with the force of the blow. The power behind the punch was even more terrifying than before. Bisan Kyu was shocked, his eyes narrowed tightly, his mouth agape in surprise. His world seemed to slow down for a few seconds. Before his opponent could recover, Yu unleashed another punch. The punch was so fast and powerful that Bisan Kyu's face was reduced to a crescent moon, his head flung backward in flight. Blood splattered from his nose, leaving him in a stunned daze. Yu continued with a third punch, and dozens more landed upon his body. He slid with each strike. Bisan Kyu's vision blurred. He saw illusions. He glanced around the mountain peaks where his enemy stood, but the one he was looking for seemed to be gone. Where was it? Why couldn't he see it? Shifting perspective from above, he still couldn't see it. Where was it? Bisan Kyu was perplexed. Where could it have gone? He sat alone on a mountain peak in a meditative posture. He shrugged, listening to his heart pounding. Bisan Kyu fell into a state of uncertainty, frantically looking around. A terrifyingly huge figure with long black hair appeared behind him, and he transformed into a tiny, frightened bacterium. Black eyes peeked out from behind the fringe of hair, looking at him. He crawled back, his heart pounding. Bisan Kyu furrowed his brows in panic. At this moment, he sat up and shouted, realizing that he was in the hospital. His whole body was injured, bandaged head, one eye patched, neck in a brace, chest and arm wrapped up, and the other hand hooked up to an IV. Bisan Kyu stared at the ceiling, panting, as if trying to calm himself down. He looked at the ceiling. It took him a few minutes. Bisan Ryu finally realized his situation. There wasn't a part of his body that wasn't broken or bruised. Even moving a finger was a difficult task. Now he's like a child crying for his mother, a feeling Ryu has never experienced before. His remaining eye dimly sees a figure with black hair. Bisan Kyu is stunned. Oh. His blood-red pupils shine brightly, so it is. His whole world is a terrifying and unsettling black, a feeling of defeat, fear, regret, and despair. For the first time in his life, Ryu has to taste the bitterness of darkness. Gradually engulfs his figure, the failure. He frowns painfully, his eyes welling up. He wants to cry out loud like a child, at the age of 17. Back in Sanko, he lay motionless on the bed, trembling and sobbing. He mocked himself, a weak, pitiful boy. He had to swallow back the burning, bitter tears of a loser and cry like a 5-year-old child. Evening at the boxing gym. Kay leaned against the glass frame. Two students looked at him and gossiped, "Look, he's been standing there for days. I thought he'd take Ryu and leave." They excitedly discussed, "While he's here, should we ask him to train us? When will we ever get another opportunity like this?" "Yeah, that's right." Kay furrowed his brows. "Excuse me, coach." The two students eagerly tried to impress him. "We're preparing to go pro. Could you give us some advice?" He coldly dismissed them. "I'm not interested in the weak." His heartless words were heartbreaking. The two boys hugged each other and left crying. Kay remained steadfast, his eyes fixed on a point. At that moment, he longed for him. He wanted that boy. It was the first time in his life he craved someone so intensely. "I'll lose my patience. If he doesn't show up by the end of the month, I'll have to kidnap him." Suddenly, the assistant's complaint distracted him. "What, Ryu still hasn't come for practice? Fate, I thought he would finally make an effort for something." Kay gritted his teeth, annoyed. Later, the creaking of the training room door sounded. The assistant turned around and immediately scolded, "Damn it, Ryu, do you know what time it is?" It wasn't Ryu but a thin, small, slow-moving boy standing at the door. The three people in the training room stood frozen as they saw the boy. The assistant gaped in surprise. Coach's lips were tightly pressed together, trembling. He pretended to ask, "So you agree?" You turned his head to avoid the coach's gaze. He mumbled, "Probably." He purposely spoke loudly to emphasize, "I train professional boxers, you understand." You spoke in a deep voice. "I have one condition." His hand moved towards his side. Kay noticed it. He guessed, could it be? You contemplated for a moment before confiding, "I need money to pay for hospital bills. If you can pay it for me, I'll try." The coach didn't take his eyes off the boy's dilapidated appearance. "So that's it." Without hesitation, he smiled and accepted the condition. "Okay, so this Ryu kid, is he a formidable opponent?" You glanced back. He nonchalantly replied, "No, not at all." Kay burst out laughing, his laughter so hearty that his assistant was startled out of his awkward mood. He said loudly, "So you just need the money to pay for the hospital fees?" Suddenly, he glared and shouted, "Cheapskate kid, if you want, I'll buy the whole hospital." The coach leaned close to him, looking directly at the boy lead the way. You instinctively leaned back to keep some distance. Receiving the signal, you turned and walked away. Kay turned his head back and said to his assistant, "Take care." Then at the hospital. B-san Ryu was obediently resting in the hospital bed. Kay was excited to see the extent of his injuries. "I really got beaten to a pulp." This old man's thoughts and judgments were not wrong, and there was a little hesitation. But this kid has always thought he was invincible. I wonder if he can recover from this humiliation. The coach stood there silently for a long time. It didn't really concern him anyway. In another room, Inji was still unconscious, his face covered in bandages, a heartbreaking sight. Yu's face was heavy with sorrow, as if he wanted to cry for his friend. He recalled the moment when Inji lay on the ground in pain, yet his eyes and words afterward were so strong, they were deeply etched into Yu's heart. Yu swallowed, remembering those profound words. He made up his mind to leave. Ko was already standing at the door, asking again if he was ready. "I will definitely make them pay for all the pain Inji has endured," Yu replied briefly. "All right." Two figures walked along the dimly lit street, arriving at a house. Yu opened the door and invited Ki inside. He asked a rhetorical question, "So, this is your place?" The trainer observed every corner and concluded, "The house is bare." It was true, just a small room. A thin mattress lay in the right corner, with a black blanket haphazardly thrown on top. Clothes were scattered everywhere. A small cabinet was in the inner corner, the only window tiny and barely noticeable. The only thing mitigating the emptiness of the room was a small, mischievous black cat. He asked about the boy's situation. "Do you have parents?" The boy replied coldly, "No." Kay nodded and hummed, "I see." The trainer said, "I'll go prepare the documents and come back in a week." Suddenly, Kay realized he had missed the most important thing. "Oh, I forgot to ask your name." Yu's face darkened as he heard the question. "What's your name, kid?" A few fragments of memory flitted through his mind, his thin, frail body with limp hair, his pale, bloodless face, and the child's naive question, "Mother, what's my name?" But the little boy received no answer. The lips were dry and cracked, and the person's eyes were covered by long hair. They clenched their jaw as if wanting to vent their hatred towards life. Then they slumped, hanging lifelessly in the air. One day a stranger came. They called out a name, but he couldn't recall it clearly. "Your parents are you and you, right?" Only the syllable "you" lingered in his memory. His eyes suddenly filled with despair. The little cat ran over and rubbed against his legs. Returning to the present, he replied, "You can just call me you." As if sensing something, he silently looked at him for a moment. He brushed aside the silence. "All right, starting today will be a brand new beginning for you. Kay affirmed confidently, I will guide you to a completely different world. Their backs faced each other, one young, one strong, one small, a stark contrast representing Yu's future. Each person's life has countless different paths, and each choice is predetermined by fate. Some people are destined to have a great life from birth. It was morning at the hospital. The familiar bloodshot eyes had softened somewhat. Sankyu stared blankly out the window, the pole still beside him. Meanwhile, others are rejected by fate. As if predetermined, prey and predator meet in the same predicament. In this absurd, brutal world, amidst the endless whirlwind of destiny. Inji stared at him with wide eyes. Sankyu stared back at him. A moment later, he turned away, his face contorted with shame. Inji, on the other hand, was far more resolute. Where there is purpose and courage, only the strong can stand tall and walk forward in the face of destiny. He confidently walked past as if they were strangers. Kay in his formal suit asks, ready? The little cat in the cage meows mischievously. Yu, dressed in a tight black outfit, holds the cage with one hand and a small bag on the other shoulder. Sure, he says. The man observes him thoughtfully. His long hair covering his eyes seems to be the issue. The man says, this won't do. The trainer sprays a bit of hairspray onto his hand. He styles the long black fringe backward. Yu's entire face came into view, pale skin, eyes with heavy dark circles. Kay nodded, that's how it should be. The sound of the airplane roared through the vast space. The airport scene, viewed from afar, was quite new, with electronic boards constantly displaying announcements. The little cat yawned repeatedly from exhaustion after the long flight. As soon as they got off the plane, Kay saw their welcoming party. Oh, there they are. Kamen was already waiting there. Welcome back, coach. Kay gave the luggage to a nearby worker, casually asking, everything alright, right? However, Kamen seemed to be paying attention to someone behind him. The worker offered, let me help you with your luggage. Yu flatly declined, no need, thank you. She wondered if this was the person. She took the initiative to shake his hand, saying, nice to meet you. I'm the gym manager, Kamen. Then she turned and guided the two guests, saying, please follow me. There's a car waiting for you. Kay nodded, okay. They walked through the streets, one lamppost after another. Soon, they arrived at their destination. Yu stared intently at his new home. This house was different from the one he had lived in for years. It was bigger, had a sturdy roof, and from the outside, you could see it was divided into different rooms, with many windows, also large. The main door was made of wood and looked quite sturdy. The surroundings were decorated with a lush green fence. Kamen introduced, you'll be living here from now on. The three of them entered the house. Kamen carefully said, you said you didn't like living in a big house, so I intentionally chose this one for you. She welcomed you warmly. If you need anything else, please let me know. Don't be shy. Yu, who kept a cold expression on his face. Kay turned and said, you don't have much luggage to unpack, so let's go to the gym now. The three of them moved to the boxing club, which was even more magnificent than the house they had just left. It was painted entirely in pure white, a spacious reception hallway with towering white flagpoles evenly spaced on both sides of the entrance. This is our gym, Lions Boxing Club. It's not far from where you live, so it will be very convenient for you to train every day. There were a lot of people training inside. When they saw him, they stopped training. Whoa, look at that. Kamen and the two others walked around the spacious training room, giving a presentation. Our gym is considered the sanctuary of boxers because it has won many tournaments. We have trained 5 world champions who have proudly etched their names into history. We also have a well-established training methodology based on scientific research, along with world-leading modern equipment. Throughout the entire journey, she talked endlessly about the wonderful things here. Meanwhile, hundreds of eyes were focused on the young man walking in the middle. He's pretty small. Is he the one the coach personally selected? There were some eyes in the distance, looking at Yu with a slight displeasure. It was Jonathan. Kamen explained that most people here were professional boxers, but very few received direct coaching from the coach. She advised him, you should be proud to have been personally selected by him. He's so short with words he just mumbled, yeah, probably. Kamen pouted, these damn uses are so annoying. Kay gestured towards the two men, introducing them, this is Arnold, our top physical trainer, and... He ignored Kay and looked away, you'll need some time to adjust, so I'll give you a tour first. Noticing Yu's lack of focus, he stopped and observed. He put his hands on his hips and looked up at the large pictures proudly displayed. These are the world champions I trained. His voice turned nostalgic, each of them was so easy to train, I had a wonderful time. Their names deserve to be etched in boxing history. Kay pointed to the picture of a muscular man with dark skin, arms crossed with a confident smile. The last one on the right is the heavyweight champion, Aaron. He's still in the ring. Although he's with a different gym now, he's still my greatest masterpiece. He smirked. I want to show you what a real fight looks like. He ordered, Carmen, get me 2 seats for tomorrow's heavyweight title fight. She quickly responded, yes, coach. He watched Yu stand there silently, looking at the pictures. Deep down, he wanted to convey to the young man, use this opportunity to realize that, besides you, there is another monster in this world. The 3 of them stood there for a long time. The next morning at the club, the roar of the crowd filled the air. Kay and Yu stood in a separate hallway. He carefully observes this rare scene. A space filled with cheers, people are as numerous as ants. Among the crowd is the stage where a very fierce match is taking place. The white-haired brother shows a terrified expression, trying to lean back to keep his distance, his hands covering his face defensively. On the other side is his fear, a muscular man with brown skin and wild white eyes with a fist aimed at him. The punch knocks away his defensive arm, terrifying him. This time, the opponent changes direction with a very painful left hook. The commentator describes it with great effort. The champion is attacking relentlessly. Next is a straight punch to the face, but the white-haired man managed to block it. Will the challenger be able to hold on? The champion immediately delivers a direct hit, pushing back his defense. The force of the blow was too great, he couldn't hold on any longer, he fell backwards and coughed up blood. The referee blew his whistle and shouted, the match was over. Aaron, unscathed, leaned against the stands, raising his hand in victory to the cheers of the crowd. His unfortunate opponent lay collapsed on the mat. The medical staff had to carry a stretcher out to help him. The commentator updated the situation. Once again, the reigning champion had sent his challenger back on a stretcher. He had successfully defended his title with overwhelming strength. The audience was even more excited. Their cheers shook the entire stadium. Who could possibly take his title away from him? A satisfied smile spread across the coach's face. He praised Aaron, saying he had the strength of a destroyer. He shouted as if trying to inject energy into you. Listen to these sounds. The sound of the crowd cheering, I'll give you a prophecy. He declared your destiny with certainty. Soon, this crowd will be your sole audience. All the wealth and fame you never imagined will soon be yours. Holding high the prestigious golden belt, I will make you the king of boxing. The coach looked steadfastly at Aaron, the reigning champion, who was casually answering questions. His eyes turned into hatred. That moment would definitely come, he would avenge this hatred. Then he gave a dangerous smile. In his mind, he pictured you, thinking, I've been waiting for this day for a long time. The space around you was dark and misty. Then suddenly a saying from the Bible, page 4 verse 1 International Version, appeared in his mind. I looked again and saw all the oppression that was taking place on earth. I saw the tears of the oppressed stand, they had no one to comfort them. I saw that the oppressors had power, but there was no one to comfort them. Then unexpectedly, a pair of blood-red eyes appeared. Along with them Yu's gloomy face emerged, and he recalled another verse from the Bible, chapter 4, verses 2 and 3 of the International Version. For it is better to be dead than to be alive, but the happiest of all are those who have never been born, for they have never had to witness the corruption of this world. Suddenly, a starry sky appeared in Yu's mind, along with the blurry figure of someone he couldn't make out, who said, when you reach the summit, then we'll fight, little one. After those words he slowly woke up. He was alone in the empty attic. A moment later Yu sat up. His eyes were vacant, like those of a soulless person. But his hand reached out to stroke the black cat sleeping beside him. The next morning at the Lion Boxing Club. Inside the office, Kay with a stern face stared straight ahead. Josh was not afraid and looked directly into Kay's eyes. After a long silence, cast if you win I will have to train you, right? Josh quickly answered, yes, coach, give me a chance to prove myself. His fearless answer made Kay curious, and he asked, what if you win? Suddenly raising his voice, he sarcastically taunted Josh, making the boy tense and angry. You're lucky if you can land a single punch on him. If you're good enough to scratch that kid, I promise I'll make you a world champion. The image of Josh standing on a high stone platform, looking at another high platform in front of him, seemed to symbolize his determination. Later, just before the match, Josh was carefully wrapping his hands. The group of people in the gym, hearing about his fight, immediately started gossiping. Hey, have you heard? Josh is fighting a newcomer. Damnly, they all looked towards him sitting in a corner, then continued their chatter. Aren't the people chosen by the coach all geniuses? I wonder how this guy will be. But Josh has improved a lot. This fight won't be easy. All those words reached Josh's ears, making him furious. He remembered the time in Kay's office when he shouted in question, are you mocking me? Kay's silence was his reply. At that time, Josh had yelled at Kay's face, this year I won the junior tournament, and even the professional boxers in this gym can't beat me. How much better do you want me to be? Kay remained calm and replied, kid, I've said it over and over again. He coolly asserted, there are countless people with your potential. His words made Josh a little annoyed, which was evident in his angry eyes. Kay continued, even on this short trip, I've encountered two people who are much stronger than you. Then he asked a question that shocked Josh, clearly pushing his limits. What's the fun in training someone like that? As soon as he finished, Josh's lips tightened in frustration, and he soon asked, do I just need to land one hit? He emphasized his question to who said, just make him scratch. Finally he turned away and concluded, I'll crush him and prove you wrong. His confident and determined declaration intrigued Kay, who said, oh, really, let's see then. Returning to the present, Josh was deep in thought. He suddenly turned his head, and saw Kay teaching you how to wrap his hand. Right, wrap it like that. This sight left Josh a little bewildered. The kid didn't even know how to wrap his hand. He then switched to anger, clenching his teeth. Under the ring, the fighters urged each other on, cheering him on. Hurry up, the fight's about to start, Josh, show him what you're made of. However, a few fighters were a bit uneasy, asking each other, but is it okay, look at that kid's physique. They all looked at Yu's skinny frame in the corner of the ring, whispering amongst themselves, you can tell he's never trained before. The coach approved him though. Suddenly, a man from the crowd spoke up, never underestimate the coach's eye for talent. Something in his eyes reminded him of the first time he brought Aaron here. A memory flashed before him, a young man sitting on the boxing ring with blood on his face, accompanied by the words, now that guy is the world champion. His eyes became more serious than ever, his mind silently calling, Josh. He stared intently at Josh on the ring, wondering, what will you do when you have to face an immeasurable power? Something in his eyes reminded him of the first time he brought Aaron here. Yu kept a cold face and replied, not really, but in his heart, he wondered, why are they all here? His answer pleased Kay, who continued, good, then this is your first boxing lesson, first. His expression turned playful as he announced, from this moment until you retire from boxing, don't let yourself be hit. Yu remained cold, replying, alright, I guess. Feeling like he had nothing more to say, Kay climbed down as he spoke, alright, that's enough for the first round. On the ring, only Josh, Yu, and the referee remained. Immediately quartered, ring the bell. A cunning smile appeared on his face, accompanied by the thought, alright, let's see what you've got. As soon as the bell rang with a tang, the referee announced, begin. The moment those two words were out, a figure quickly darted forward. Fueled by determination and anger, Josh immediately charged towards Yu, aiming to land a punch on him. Just as his fist was about to connect with Yu's face, Yu effortlessly tilted his head to dodge it. But Josh was no slouch, he quickly unleashed another strike. Despite this, Yu managed to dodge it again. Josh continued to throw a powerful punch, and Yu dodged it effortlessly, dodging every blow with lightning speed. Josh was a whirlwind of punches. Yu again effortlessly ducked his head to avoid the blow. Everyone below gasped at each blow. Josh was aggressive right from the start, so fast, his attack speed was incredible. Unlike everyone else, Kay smiled mockingly and said to himself, look at him, why the rush? Excitement was evident on his face, along with a burning desire in his heart. He wanted to throw the kid into the ring immediately. Below the ring, some fighters noticed Yu's agile dodging, but he hadn't landed a hit yet. In a corner of the training room, Carmen had been watching the fight from the beginning. Her eyes widened in amazement. She smiled with amusement, silently saying to herself, so, this time, it's speed over power. The man standing with the other fighters below watched Yu's every move on the arena, guessing that the kid was dodging them effortlessly, without breaking a sweat, almost without even moving. The man standing with the other fighters below watched Yu's every move on the arena, guessing that the kid was dodging them effortlessly, without breaking a sweat, almost without even moving. Another punch was thrown, and as before, Yu easily ducked to the side. The punch came closer, and he had already moved to the side. Of course, the punch went past his face. Outside the training room, it was quiet. But inside the training room, the tension was higher than ever as everyone watched Yu's incredible performance. It was unbelievable, while Josh on the arena was panting hard from exhaustion. Disbelief was evident on his face. No, it couldn't be. While Josh was stunned and unable to believe it, Yu acted as if nothing had happened. Josh stared at Yu with an intense dissatisfaction, thinking, I can't even touch him. His eyes widened in shock. He recalled Key's statement, if you're good enough to scratch that kid, I promise to make you a world champion. Only now did Josh realize that his coach wasn't just trying to irritate him. His heart pounded with anticipation, questioning himself, was he serious? He furrowed his brows in worry. Suddenly, an insurmountable wall appeared before him. A wall so strong that it can't be broken. Josh tried to calm himself down. Damn it, calm down, just calm down. He encouraged himself, you can do this, I moved too obviously, I'll throw some feints and speed up to confuse him. Thinking his doing, he quickly dashed in front of Yu and feigned a strike. Then he immediately switched his other hand to punch him straight, but the result was that Yu easily dodged. Josh continued to attack him with a jab. Suddenly he bounced backwards towards him. A powerful punch was about to be swung straight into Yu's face, and to land this blow, Josh's feet had to be planted firmly. Contrary to the plan Josh had devised earlier, that Yu would be hit by his surprise attack, the result he received was another instant dodge from Yu, and surprise bloomed on his face once again. As soon as he launched another blow, it was the same. Yu still dodged. In his heart he was more panicked than ever. How is that possible? An old memory resurfaced in his mind, a deserted training room with only him practicing, and the janitor reminding him, Josh, that closing time was near. He cheerfully turned around and replied, yeah, I'm almost done. At that time, his youthful heart was full of conviction. I believe no one trains harder than me, followed by the sound of his fists slamming against the punching bag. Every punch Josh threw was powerful, driven by his unwavering effort. I've poured my heart and soul into this for years. He continued training relentlessly on the empty training floor. During his training, he paused for a moment and looked up at something. He was looking at a large poster of Aaron wearing his champion belt, plastered on the training room wall. Returning to the present, an overwhelming sense of frustration erupted within Josh. What is the point? Kay, standing below the ring, was intently watching the fight and seemed to understand Josh's feelings at the moment. Yes, it's unfair, isn't it? On the surface, he appeared never to have acknowledged Josh's achievements, but deep down, he thought differently. You are a good boxer. I admit. Kay acknowledged everything Josh had accomplished. His footwork, punching power, precision, stamina, and awareness. All of those skills were excellent, the result of his passion, dedication to box, and countless hours of hard training. However, there was one thing he could confidently say about him: in the end, you can only go so far. He deliberately orchestrated this fight for Josh to realize something. No matter how much he tried to deny it, he had to realize by now that someone as good as him, just an average player, could never stand a chance against an opponent with natural talent. Despite that, he still believed Josh could succeed, but don't be too disappointed. By defeating many opponents, you have already come this far. The bell signaling the end of the round rang out, a loud clang. The referee quickly separated Josh and Yu. End of round 1. The two returned to their respective corners. Josh, gasping for breath from exhaustion, returned to his corner. Kay, now standing in the ring, watched his back with a thought in his mind: it's time to end this fight. He then excitedly turned to Yu and said, now we'll move on to the second lesson. He feigned a punch to Yu's jaw, teaching him, a hit to the jaw will instantly knock someone out. He taught and questioned with a playful tone, so, in boxing, you just need to be good at two things, dodging and punching. Simple, right? Board replied, yeah, I guess so. In his mind, Kay repeated his earlier statement, dodge and punch. Boxing is that simple. He reasoned that all boxers sweat, cry, and train day and night to achieve this singular goal. However, he also acknowledged, but those born with talent already possess fighting abilities and can create their own style. This led Kay to conclude, that's why it's much more effective to set a goal for them than to teach them some random punches. His eyes grew darker as he observed Yu. Aside from his natural talent, this kid's abilities are truly immeasurable. I've never seen anything like it. Kay declared and asserted with conviction about Yu. His presence was the perfect embodiment of boxing. On the other side of the ring, Josh still stared ahead with his eyes. He intently watched Kay teaching Yu how to punch. His resentment was evident, making him clench his teeth and curse under his breath, damn. After a brief rest, the referee walked into the ring and announced, round 2. Standing on either side of him were Josh and Yu, ready for battle. Deep down, Josh had to accept it. Alright, I'll admit it. He was forced to acknowledge Yu's extraordinary abilities. This guy has incredible reflexes, it's like I'm fighting a ghost. I've never ever encountered anyone this skilled in my life. After a while, he thought, but there's something that no matter how talented you are, you can't make up for it. Josh was confident that he was better than Yu, and that was his resilience. And to achieve it, to gain resilience, you need to train hard. Josh glanced at Yu and guessed, you can tell he's tired from the previous round. He seriously changed his fighting strategy for the next round. I wasted my energy in the first round because I was too excited, but in the second round, I'll fight slower and pay more attention to my stamina while continuing to put pressure on him. The scene shifts to Kay watching the match intently. On the ring, Josh confidently thought, let's see if he can keep dodging after he's exhausted. At this point, he had no choice but to try it out. As soon as the referee shouted begin, a sudden thud sound echoed, leaving Josh bewildered. His eyes began to close. He fell heavily onto the fighting platform. Moments later, through his blurry vision, he heard the referee calling out, "Josh, Josh." When he regained consciousness, he found himself seated in the corner of the platform. The referee said, "Good, you're awake." Josh's eyes darted towards the fighting platform below, where he spotted Kay. Josh, still gasping for breath, stumbled back to the corner. Kay was already back on the platform, watching his back with a thought in his mind. It's time to end this fight. Even so, Josh's disappointment was clear on his face. "Oh, I see." His mind replayed Yu's lightning-fast strike. It filled him with self-doubt and forced him to admit that the boy was on a completely different level. Josh remembered the moment he saw Aaron with the championship belt and Key's words, "You've reached your limit. What's the fun in training someone like that?" Disappointment and helplessness filled him. His silence was profound. Suddenly someone asked, "Want to spar again?" Josh looked up and saw Yu standing in front of him, the one who had asked the question. He silently cursed the guy, calling him a dog. Then he angrily snapped, "Fighting you will only make things worse. I know how good you are. Get out of my sight." Faced with Josh's anger, Yu just stayed silent. The image of NG, with his bloody face full of rage, flashed in his mind. Then he closed his eyes and said nothing. He finally said to Josh, "It's up to you." Hearing his answer, Josh could only purse his lips. Then, abruptly, he asked, "Yu, let me ask you something." He asked directly, "The coach said he met someone else who was stronger than me when he came to see you. Do you know who that person is?" Yu coldly replied, "I know." Josh pursed his lips and fell silent, seemingly deep in thought. Then he asked, "That person, is he really stronger than me?" Yu glanced at him but didn't say anything. His gaze was intensely scrutinizing. For in his mind's eye he saw NG, his face bruised, standing in a fighting stance toward him. After a moment of silence, Yu said, "Maybe." These two words from him only amplified the disappointment in Josh's heart. He hung his head and replied, "Okay." He was alone on the stage, utterly helpless. In a high-rise building. The journalist watched the news on his phone, his expression full of satisfaction. Everyone was still in shock, and the last fighter trained by Ko was about to make his debut. He predicted that this year's lightweight title fight would be interesting. Suddenly, a colleague approached him, offering him coffee and asking, "Did you find any good leads?" He took the coffee and replied, "Oh, thanks." He then asked his colleague, "Did you hear that Key's new fighter is making his debut soon?" The colleague excitedly replied, "Yes, everyone's talking about it. Everyone wants an exclusive story on that fight." The journalist sipped his coffee and added, "Yeah, that old man protects his students fiercely. Getting information from him isn't easy." However, the journalist calmly said, "But I don't understand what that old man is thinking. Still, I managed to find a small clue." His words echoed in the background as the scene shifted to a young man jogging outside the park. This recruit had only been training for 2 years. As he ran, the man recalled the image of a boxer knocking out his opponent with a hook punch. He adjusted his breathing as he ran, his agile steps hitting the ground. Another image flashed in his mind of a boxer knocking out his opponent with a devastating uppercut. His sweat and heavy breaths were replaced by images of a boxer's powerful jab that took down his opponent. The young man persevered, running under the clear blue sky. The scene shifted to a spacious house with a blue-tiled roof and white walls. A black cat meowed happily, greeting its owner as he returned home. The owner then went to the bathroom to wash his face after his run. Tears streamed down the young man's face. And that man was Yu, with his familiar vacant eyes. A while later, at the training gym, Kamen was introducing Yu to a seemingly menacing opponent, Jarrett. A lightweight fighter specializing in infighting. He's 172 centimeters tall and weighs 61 kilograms, with 9 wins and 7 losses. He's Yu's debut opponent. She added that his nickname is Newbie Killer. Kamen continued her presentation, explaining that he earned this nickname for destroying the dreams of many aspiring professional fighters. She also briefed Yu on John Taker's fighting style. His specialty is cornering amateur boxers, using dirty tactics combined with infighting. However, she also mentioned that aside from that, he's nothing special, so he shouldn't be a major threat as long as Yu doesn't fall for his dirty tricks. But that's not all, there are 2 more words however. Kamen bluntly told Ki, "Despite our trust in your judgment and respect for your training methods." The other 3 people in the conference room remained silent, and we will always believe that. You can say that she is speaking on behalf of everyone in the training room, expressing their concerns about this fight. But we believe Yu's condition is not good, and for the past 2 years all he has done is train and watch videos of the championship fight. Is that enough? Kamen's question made Ki clench his lips. He then replied with his own discomfort, "It's getting too complicated. John Taker is currently pumped up and swinging his fists in training. He delivers a powerful right punch, making a loud thud. Next is a left hook with almost the same force as the previous one. The journalist, watching him train, secretly thought, that's his infamous chokehold. He then praised him, saying, anyone who gets hit by that will be in a lot of pain. Those left and right punches are really uncomfortable. John Taker's coach confirmed, that's right, it's John's signature move. The journalist's eyes narrowed with a cunning look as he saw the nature of this strike. It was on the perfect boundary between a regular punch and cheating. He could fully anticipate how John Taker would use it. His opponent would constantly be defending against his fast and powerful punches, while he pretended to choke them and then deliver the decisive blow. He himself understood. Because the move looks like how professional wrestlers hold their opponents by the neck, the audience sarcastically called it the chokehold. Watching John Taker's powerful punches, the journalist could easily tell that, coupled with his incredible punching force, it was no wonder he could beat the rookies who wanted to turn professional. While training, John Taker was suddenly called by someone, John. He turned to see his coach, who told him that a reporter was there to see him. The reporter, smiling warmly and politely, introduced himself. Hello, I'm Peter Kent from Everyday Sports magazine. Surprise was clearly visible on John Taker's face as he had not expected a reporter to show up. Moments later, his hearty laughter echoed through the locker room. With feigned interest and a smirk, he asked sarcastically, Everyday Sports wants to interview me. I guess my opponent this time must be quite formidable. John Taker nonchalantly made a series of predictions about what the reporter would write in his article. The last fighter trained by the legendary K. What monster did unearth this time? The feeling of being the sacrificial fighter. You want a headline like that? The reporter smiled kindly and candidly acknowledged, that's what our magazine always does. However, he spoke with a sinister undertone, but personally, I'm very intrigued by your new nickname, the Soldier Slayer. His eyes became cunning as he posed a challenging question. Playing sports and knowing the outcome beforehand, that's fun, isn't it? The words of his reached John Taker's heart, making him excited. Well, you understand this game a little bit. He smugly believed that fools always make a fuss. His voice grew louder as he talked about a subject he had seen hundreds of thousands of times, about someone or a genius who had just emerged, how good they were after rigorous training, who was training the fighter, what their future would be like, and so on. The bloodlust was evident in his eyes, along with the question, damn, do you know what it feels like to take down those famous fighters? His wild stories sells down anyone's spine, causing expressions of amazement on their faces. After witnessing the fighter, they had high hopes for being crushed by an unknown like him. John Taker, like a madman, affirmed, just imagining that is enough to drive me crazy. Facing his insanity, the journalist simply smiled faintly and thought to himself, I understand. Then he asked, so, is that fighting style of yours meant to challenge those fools? John Taker was a bit annoyed by his words and challenged him, asking, what the hell are you saying? He loudly corrected the man, I'm teaching those waiters a lesson. Haven't you ever heard the saying, life is hard, but it's even harder when you're stupid? With arrogance and self-importance, he stated confidently, rules are meant to be broken. Even if I lose some points for cheating, all I need to do to win is knock them out. Only fools play by the rules, don't you think? The reporter was sweating bullets at this point, due to John Taker's craziness. He pretended to be calm and replied, I'm a law-abiding citizen. John Taker mocked him, so, I've been talking to a cowardly fool this whole time. Another arrogant statement came out of his mouth, those who play it safe and follow the rules are all cowards. He asserted, all I have to do is bend the rules a little, and they start crying like kids who had their candy stolen. John Taker moved closer to the reporter, laughing loudly and saying, there are only two rules in this world, live or die. From his words and expressions, the journalist understood that indeed, any boxer could be shaken by John, especially when they were under pressure before their debut fight. Suddenly, he blurted out a statement that sounded both provocative and a little bit mocking. Your fighting style and personality remind me of another famous boxer. He mentioned the boxer's name. Are you a fan of the middleweight world champion Santorino Fabrizio? John Taker's voice turned gloomy. Don't you know anything, journalist? He expressed his absolute admiration for the boxer. The Santorino brothers are on a different level than any other boxer of their time. They are true warriors in the world of boxing. A savage smile revealed his affection and his affirming words for the Santorino boxer. They know how a real fight should be. They deserve more respect. The Santorino brothers are the best. In the journalist's mind, he was now absolutely certain. There was no doubt. The Boxing Association had chosen a very entertaining opponent for his debut fight. Suddenly, John Taker asked the journalist to go and tell the old man K and that weakling that. He declared with full confidence and arrogance, I'll chew that lump of duff into mush and spit it out. A while later, on the training room's rooftop, the coach asked John Taker, "So, how did the interview go?" He answered bluntly, "I said enough to provoke that guy." After that statement, both he and the coach fell silent. After a moment of quiet, he suddenly asked, "Old man, do you think I can win this time?" Seeing his sudden shift to a soft tone, the coach encouraged him, "Be confident, you've already proven your worth." The coach also said, "And you never know what can happen in a boxing match." John Taker remained silent after hearing those two sentences. Then he said, "All right, time to give them a good show." The day of the match, the appearance of Yu and caused the journalists to stir. The coach asked to say a few words. "There were rumors that Yu is an outboxer, is it true?" They asked questions endlessly, despite being stopped by security. "How did you find Yu? What weight class will he compete in?" The only reply was silence from Yu and his small figure. Kamen, as his assistant, answered them briefly. "We will not answer any interviews until the match ends. Think." After the dressing room door closed, the journalists turned their attention elsewhere. John Taker, in the dressing room next door, heard the commotion outside and said, "The waiting room next door is so noisy." The coach, surprised, asked, "Nervous?" His answer was full of confidence. "Nervous, huh? Kicking the asses of those chickens is my job." The coach was quite satisfied with his answer. "Good, that's how you make money." The door to the locker room suddenly opened and a staff member came in to announce, "It's your turn, Taker." John Taker stood up confidently and said, "Showtime." He and his trainer slowly walked out to the ring. As soon as he appeared, his ardent fans cheered and excitedly awaited the match. "Whoa, look, it's Taker, he's here, the new killer." Amidst the anticipation, there were also voices booing and mocking him. "New killer, more like a cheating king, fight fairly, you're going to use the headlock again today." Facing those thunderous shouts, John Taker simply laughed gleefully. Yu remained silent on his side, his face as emotionless as ever. In the commentator booth, Peter introduced himself and his co-commentator. "Hello everyone, I'm Peter Cullen, and our guest commentator today is former world middleweight champion Bob Norris." Bob smiled cheerfully and replied, "Hello everyone, I'm Bob Norris." Peter begins his commentary. "All eyes are on this fourth match. Do you think so? The audience is even more excited to welcome the lightweight match than the main event." Bob also agrees and adds, "Yes, that's understandable, because it's the debut of the last student of Coach K." In the ring, John Taker has stepped onto the floor to the cheers of the crowd. He smiles and says, "K is a real moneymaker. This is the first time my fight has had such a packed audience." The coach agrees with this. "That's right, because he's the one who always creates surprises." The lust for blood appears on John Taker's face along with his anticipation. "I'm looking forward to seeing their disappointed faces." Immediately, Peter looks towards a corner and excitedly says, "Here he is." He quickly introduces Yu and excites the audience with a question. Standing at 179.8 centimeters tall, with a 185 centimeters reach and weighing 61 kilograms, the fighter from the Boxing Lions Club, Yu, with much information still hidden behind the veil of secrecy. What will X's final fighter bring us? Under the glaring lights, Ut sits on the ring apron with an extremely excited expression. He looks at Yu and says, "Come on up." He replied to the man with a cold look. He slowly stepped onto the stage and stood proudly on it with his thin legs. Yu looked up. The blinding stage lights shone directly on him. Down in the stands, the excited journalist thought, "A boxer who has only been training for 2 years. I wonder how this match will go." In a darkened corner, Jean quietly watched the fight. On the floor at that moment, the trainer was advising John Taker, "That guy will definitely use his long reach, and there's a high chance he'll be an outboxer. Let him hit you a few times, lure him in, and keep the fight at close range like we practiced." In the opposite corner of the stage, K was also giving instructions to Yu. "Remember what I told you, do exactly what I said, no more no less," while Yu simply nodded his head slightly to show that he understood. Peter in the commentary booth is eagerly awaiting the start of the match. He asks a question that every spectator is wondering. Can John Taker defeat his opponent this time? Will the new soldier killer be able to maintain his title? Or will Yu demonstrate his world-famous training skills? Amidst the excitement and noise, Yu's eyes remain calm, as if none of it concerns him. The expression in Yu's eyes sparks an immense amount of interest in John Taker. This guy is calmer than he expected. However, John Taker is confident and dismissive of Yu. "Let's see if you can maintain that composure after the match starts." Underneath the stands, the journalist's sly smile widens. Jin calmly observes the match. John Taker's trainer is filled with worry and the anticipation from its side. On the ring, the referee's eyes are intensely focused. As soon as the bell signaling the start of the match rings, it's also when the referee announces begin. A sinister smile spreads across John Taker's lips, ready for this welcoming. He cunningly extends his hand, silently thinking, "I'll pretend to bump fists with him." But before he could finish his thoughts, Something struck him, leaving him frozen in astonishment and staring in disbelief. The thing that caused him to react this way was the murderous glint in Yu's eyes, paired with his emotionless face. John Taker seemed to sense the fear. His eyes widened in terror. This was the same intense fear Taker had experienced once as a young man. The fear made his legs tremble. His throat tried to swallow a lump. His pupils felt like they were bulging out of terror, and he never imagined he would experience it again in this new life. It was the fear of facing a dark muzzle pointed directly at him. In contrast to John Taker's inner world of fear, the commentary continued, "Isn't Yu quite tall for a lightweight?" "Yes, he's the same height as lightweight Jean Pierre, the current world champion." John Taker heard the commentary faintly. "I think he'll use his long reach to attack Taker throughout the fight." Seeing neither of them making a move, the commentator thought they were still sizing each other up. At this moment, John Taker regained his composure and angrily gritted his teeth, muttering, "Damn it." Suddenly someone jumped. A blow grazed John Taker's face, leaving a long gash that spurted blood. Blood streamed down his cheek as he stood there, bewildered, not understanding what happened. The referee was stunned at the sight. Even the journalist couldn't believe it and stood up. A shock rippled through Jean, and a knowing smile spread across his face. He recalled being in the club's meeting room. Kamen was quite bewildered by his previous statement, "Yes." While he smirked confidently, affirming, "I'm training him exactly the way I want." And true to his plans, to leave the audience in awe, not only them but even John Taker was stunned. The dark circles in his eyes contracted in disbelief at this unimaginable feat. Meanwhile, Yu continued to rain down blows on him, each one drawing blood. Kay, standing below, watched each of his punches, muttering to himself, "Even if you see the opportunity to knock him out, hold back each time you throw a punch, make it precise but let it graze him." Extreme exhilaration was evident on his face, showing the audience and other boxers who he truly is. The audience in the stands are totally shocked by what's happening in the ring. What the hell, how many punches has he thrown already? It's like he has invisible fists. He's terrifying, but it's only the beginning of the first round. John Taker's coach is also totally confused about K's tactics. The crazy old man, what monster has he unleashed this time? In the ring, John Taker is finally regaining his senses. "God, for a moment, I lost consciousness." Suddenly his eyes widen in astonishment. He looks at the streaks beneath him and wonders, blood? Before he can process what's happening, and with his face covered in blood, the referee jumps in to intervene and stop the match. In the commentary booth, Peter exclaims in horror, "Did anyone see that? A barrage of punches has left Taker's face bruised and battered. The speed of his strikes is terrifying." From the corner of the ring, the doctor rushes in to treat John Taker. As the commentator adds, the referee has stopped the match to check on him. The doctor, seeing John Taker's facial wound, was immediately bewildered, wondering, what the hell is this? Deep down, he couldn't believe what he was seeing. In his 21 years as a ringside doctor, he had never seen a wound like that. The referee, noticing the doctor's silence, asked, "Is there a problem, Doc?" The doctor remained silent, not responding to the referee. He was still quite bewildered by these wounds. According to what he'd learned, normally when subjected to a strong impact or continuous friction with great pressure, it would cause cracks or even fractures on the skin's surface. However, the wounds he was looking at were nothing like what he'd ever seen. These wounds, according to his assessment, these cuts were oddly clean, as if made by a knife. The doctor turned his head and looked towards Yu. He wondered in bewilderment, did he cause this wound with just a glove? An unnamed fear arose in his heart, forcing him to gulp. Because in his eyes, Yu was no different from a devil crawling up from hell. Meanwhile, John Taker was still in extreme panic, ignoring the referee's words. His mind was still imprinted with the scene of being hit by Yu's deadly blow, a punch that made his nose bleed. Blood trickled down his face, and he was helpless. John Taker's eyes were wide open but lifeless. His heart pounded like a drum. John Taker's eyes remained wide open and vacant. Even the doctor remained silent. Then he turned and informed the referee that there was no damage to the bones or eyes, so despite the bleeding, he could continue fighting. His eyes seemed to signal something to the referee. The referee seemed to understand and nodded immediately. Then the referee turned to ask John Taker, who was still unconscious, "Taker, can you continue?" Seeing that he didn't respond to the repeated calls, the referee yelled at him, "Taker." It seemed like the referee's call worked, as it gradually brought him back to his senses. With his arrogance, he said loudly, "Of course, these scratches are nothing like mosquito bites." Observing John Taker's slightly unusual state, the referee silently thought to himself, "I need to keep an eye on him." Under the dazzling lights, the fight was declared to begin. In the commentary booth, Peter happily announced, "And the fight continues." Bob added, he's bleeding a lot, but the wounds don't seem serious. On the ring, John Taker returned to the fight with confusion swirling in his mind. There's something very different about this kid. I've never fought anyone like him. His eyes remained fixed on you with a cold expression right before him. It's not just his good technique, no. It's not as simple as that. Boxing, known as a formal sport, sets rules for fighters to compete, not to fight on the street. Every punch has its own rules, so every punch a boxer throws is based on technique. It's not just about strength, and the purpose of boxing is to showcase technique, not to injure or kill. However, John Taker felt something strange. He couldn't sense any restraint in this guy's punches. Yu's punches brought back a wave of nostalgia, memories of his intense youth flashing before his eyes. They reminded him of the most dangerous opponent he'd ever faced during those dark days. Yu's eyes confirmed his suspicion. This guy had no emotions. John Taker was certain of one thing about Yu: this guy was dangerous, truly dangerous. He knew Yu was an untouchable tiger, yet he pressed on. He weaved and bobbed, trying to distract Yu, thinking to himself, damn it, I never thought I'd have to face someone like him. Yu continued to stare intently at him, then suddenly, he lunged with incredible speed. He landed a perfectly aimed and vicious punch. After that punch, John Taker was once again confused and bewildered, his blood dripping on the ring floor. Moments later, he lowered his head and spat out a mouthful of blood. Disbelief surged within him. Each of his punches targeted his movements. How could this be happening? Facing Yu, who seemed cold and frail, he bewilderedly questioned himself, is this really happening? Suddenly, Yu's eyes appeared close to John Taker. He didn't know how Yu moved so incredibly fast, but he was right in front of him. Pain and confusion lingered in his eyes. Blood continued to flow. The blood splattered high, as if blending with the audience sitting in the stands. Although more blood was flowing, John Taker didn't stop. He continued to throw a punch towards Yu, but Yu dodged it effortlessly. He immediately retaliated with a straight punch to the face, causing Taker to spray blood from his mouth. Then he moved in and landed a hook to the jaw, making Taker spit out more blood. John Taker's eyes were wide open, but he couldn't avoid Yu's bloody blows. Another hook to the face sent more blood pouring. The blood seemed to soak into the audience. Their eyes followed the bloody fight without a break, and what held them captive was the blood. Down at the ring, John Taker's coach pondered with a furrowed brow. Those early punches had already decided the winner. Watching Yu's punches, he was certain John couldn't dodge those sharp, precise strikes, and he was sure even Takeda wouldn't get past those. Those clean punches were on a whole different level. His gaze shifted towards Ki, and he wondered, why is he holding back? He guessed Yu would do just that, order a knockout after beating him to a pulp. A delighted and joyful smile spread across Ki's face. John Taker, struggling desperately to defend himself, thought angrily, what the hell is wrong with this guy's punches? While he was distracted by his thoughts, another punch came flying. The force of the blow felt like it was drilling through his defenses. John Taker seemed to be in a dilemma, unsure of what to do. It looked like he was intentionally holding back, but if he continued to take hits... Before he could finish the thought, Yu landed a powerful blow to his side, as if trying to pierce through him. The pain from that strike forced him to loosen his defense. Seizing the opportunity, Yu delivered a vicious uppercut to his jaw. The situation could only be described in 2 words, brutal. John Taker had the feeling that he was going to die. Thousands of spectators witnessed the fight, a spectacle of blood and violence. It was the perfect catalyst. Nothing could excite the crowd more. Their eyes were fixed on every move in the ring. Suddenly, someone's voice rang out, he's a demon. He looked at the bright red blood dripping onto the arena floor. Then he laughed savagely and exclaimed, K has brought us a demon. The blood on the floor was so plentiful it seemed to stain the place red, like a signal that the blood, that excitement, would intoxicate people. But Yu's gaze at this moment was calmer than ever. Contrary to the emotions of the audience, the intoxication would turn into a frenzied excitement. In this situation, John Taker had no choice but to passively defend and think of a way out. You know, he's the kind of person who wouldn't feel a thing even when killing. For now I must find every opportunity to stop him from moving. And at that very moment, he noticed Yu's leg. He instantly knew what he had to do. I'm going to crush your leg, you dog. But before he could do anything, Yu's foot suddenly lifted. A look of astonishment appeared in John Taker's eyes. In that moment, Yu swung a punch at his face. John Taker couldn't believe it and wondered, is it watching my leg movement? Below the stands, insults echoed. Taker is at it again, trash, haha, he's so bad, he can't even cheat properly. Someone even yelled, die, you bastard. John Taker's eyes remained vacant and unfocused, not noticing another fist about to hit his face. Immediately, a loud thwack echoed, followed by the splatter of blood. Blood stained John Taker's face, his eyes wide with shock. Before he could recover, Yu landed a straight punch to his face. Then another hook. Blood continued to drip onto the ring floor. John Taker's coach still held onto a sliver of hope, believing his fighter had a chance. Observing the distance between them, the coach thought, he's either caught off guard or he's overconfident. John's within reach. He could almost see John grabbing his opponent's neck. With a mix of confidence and uncertainty, the coach concluded, no matter how fast his reflexes, he can't avoid a punch from this close. John could end this. However, as he watched his back, doubt flickered in his mind, but his face hardened. The insults from the audience continued to echo. Haha, karma is a B******. You piece of *****. Look at him, what goes around comes around. Die, that soldier killer, what a joke, ha ha ha, ha ha. Ignoring the jeers, John Taker was still holding his ground, panting heavily from exhaustion. The coach's eyes looked at him with a hint of worry. He silently called out in his heart, John, while the audience below was incredibly excited by this bloody match. The space around him turned black, leaving only John Taker. His coach questioned himself, as if asking him, are you just going to let this happen? Not everyone is born under the spotlight. 4 wins 7 losses with a mediocre performance and an insignificant background. John wasn't a crowd-pleasing fighter, but he was still training diligently. He was an ostracized boxer, who only knew how to throw basic punches, nothing more, nothing less. John used to be that kind of boxer. After punching the bag repeatedly, John breathed heavily and wiped the sweat from his hands. At this time, John's trainer walked in and asked him, you've been practicing hard today, huh? John turned around and smiled, replying, hey, old man. The trainer continued, your left and right hooks are not as bad as they used to be, but if you want to earn the respect of those in the boxing world, you still have a lot to learn. Hearing this, he still laughed and said, haha, what else can you teach me anyway? At this point, the old trainer suddenly stopped talking. Seeing this, John was quite curious and became angry, his eyes looking at his trainer with anger. He turned around and yelled in the old man's face, what the hell, old man? If you have something to say, just spit it out. Then the trainer said, your next opponent has been assigned. Hearing this, John's eyes widened in anticipation. He smiled expectantly and said, that's good news, right? Coach didn't think this was good news, so he announced the name of my next opponent, Isak Dresner. The name rang out, and he could only stare in disbelief. John's opponent, Isak Dresner, was a top athlete who dominated all competitions at a young age and was aiming for the Olympic gold medal. He knew all about Isak Dresner. He seemed a little taken aback but still smiled and continued, I heard he decided to become a professional fighter. He's in my weight class, isn't he? The coach could clearly see the turmoil in John's heart, but he said nothing, letting John ask his question. Noticing his coach's expression, John lightly punched the bag and said, come on, old man, don't make that face. He continued, I knew this would end here. With a forced smile that concealed his true feelings, John said, being the sacrificial lamb for Dresner's grand opening match. This is my last fight, right? The coach stood there listening to John without saying a word. Finally he spoke, I'm sorry John, I wish I could help you more. John kept a cheerful expression and leaned in close to the coach. Haha, what the hell are you talking about, old man? He continued, boxing is my life, I'm overjoyed to know that I have one more fight left. He turned back to his training stance and said if it weren't for boxing I'd be a worthless bum in some alley, ignored by everyone. John kept smiling and said, no need to apologize, you've taught me a lot. He threw a punch at the punching bag and said and immediately a powerful punch, sounding like a thunderclap, was unleashed by John. The bag was shaken from the strong punch, the chains clanged against each other, clang, clang. John's face showed determination as veins popped out and he said, you never know until the very end, right? Hearing those words from him, the coach smiled. He said, yeah, a rookie like can actually speak words of wisdom. Seeing the coach's mocking tone, John became furious and yelled, you old fart. The coach continued to taunt him, but you're still a lousy rookie, only knowing how to throw random punches and boasting endlessly. The fight went on, but as predicted, it was a one-sided match. John kept blocking Isak's punches. The coach cheered him on, come on John. The coach's face was full of concern. He thought, the elite athlete is different. John wouldn't be able to beat Dresner as he chose to win by points. That's why I told John to turn this into a close combat fight to unsettle him and make him doubt his confidence. But even if it's a close combat fight, John still wouldn't be able to win. The memories come flooding back, John telling his coach that he knew this would end here. Remembering that, the coach frowned, putting his faith in John. He believed in John. On the fighting ring, John continued to block Isak's punches. He thought, this guy is unbelievably strong. John looked into the eyes of his opponent and understood. He could clearly see in his eyes that he didn't care about someone like him. He kept trying to stay strong. He knew the difference between an elite athlete. All they cared about was winning. He gritted his teeth, ready to land a punch on Ezak. He thought, but I'm very interested in you, you bastard. Then John immediately threw a punch at Ezak, but Ezak immediately dodged it. That surprised John. His eyes widened. Undeterred, he threw another punch, but Ezak effortlessly dodged it. John furrowed his brow, veins popping on his face, as he prepared to throw another punch. Once again, Ezak perfectly dodged John's attack. He thought something is wrong. Every punch he threw, Ezak effortlessly dodged. Then he poured all his strength into the next punch, thinking, I have to keep going. Suddenly, Ezak counterattacked with a powerful punch straight to John's face. Despite taking the hit from the elite athlete, John still resolutely opened his eyes and managed to stay in the fight. Ezak, equally relentless, glared with determination, ready to take down John. John's smile from the day before, the day he heard who his opponent was, came back to him. Even though he was punched directly in the eye, John didn't stop. He gritted his teeth, ready to land a punch on his opponent. He thought, just one more day. John's old memories resurfaced. His life had always been about stealing or being stolen from, betraying or being betrayed, attacking or being attacked. All those mistakes led him down a wrong path. These dark memories were ones that John didn't want to repeat. In a world where the strong prevail and the weak fall, dark and lonely, John in the past had to go through many dark experiences. After the dark memories, the light that the coach brought to him, the coach was still training him, saying, that's right, relax your fist. John trained under the coach's guidance, hitting decisively, that's it. He patted little John's head and said, not bad, kid. The coach smiled proudly at him. Later, when John grew up, the coach still guided him. He said, after you finish with the gloves, go straight to the punching bag. Even though John complained, give me a break, old man. But here, for the first time in his life, little John, when he escaped the darkness by being saved from the light of boxing, the little boy still had that smile. He thought, I was allowed to immerse myself in the dazzling and bright light of this world. At this moment, John's arm was wrapped around Isak's neck. His opponent Isak remained impassive. John's thoughts continued to race. He didn't know if it was luck or misfortune that allowed him to get around Isak's neck. Isak appeared extremely worried, thinking to himself that he had no way out. Isak's eyes were still fixed on John, as if he believed he could overpower him. But unexpectedly, John landed a powerful punch on him, a resounding bop echoing through the arena. The move took the coach by surprise. Not only the coach, but also the commentators at the match were stunned, their mouths agape. Even John couldn't believe his own actions, his eyes wide with astonishment. Isak, still reeling from the blow, slowly collapsed to the ground. After that punch, Isak fell. John thought no one could have predicted that punch would knock Dresner down. The referee also shouted, he's down. Then John stood there, breathing heavily, half believing, half doubting. He stared at his opponent with wide eyes. But Isak was still a top athlete, so he quickly got back up. John thought, somehow Dresner managed to get up, but the match had taken a completely different turn. Isak was humiliated by the fall caused by a punch from an unknown boxer. He was furious, both from the shame of being knocked down by an opponent far beneath him, and the resentment of the referee ignoring the full play, and John's surprisingly strong punch. John's hands were raised high. The combination of all these factors blinded Dresner and made him lose his patience. This, along with John's miraculous victory, he had won unexpectedly. The referee raised his arm, signifying victory, but he couldn't believe it, and his eyes widened in surprise. John's eyes wide. It had happened. The Boxing Association saw his potential to become a valuable asset. The afternoon sun bathed the city in gold. John stood on the rooftop with his trainer. The trainer asked John what the people from the association said. John received the question but stood silent. Then he spoke. They said they would overlook most of my dirty tactics and wanted me to continue playing the same way in the next fight. The trainer listened quietly. John continued, and if in the next fight I can establish a new character, they would continue to schedule fights, a win or lose, and would increase my salary. He finished listening and asked John, so what did you say? John gazed at the evening sky, lost in thought. John continued, well, doesn't the world need a villain? People's insults, laughter mixed with shouts echoing, haha, you deserve it, you rotten bastard. John stood amidst the commotion, the criticism and insults. Die, play dirty as much as you want. Now you're getting your karma. Haha, you killed the rookie. What a joke, haha. John could only keep punching his own already bleeding face. His coach's clenched and trembling hands were still there. John stood motionless in the shadows, his face covered in blood. The coach still looked at John with concern and encouraged him, "And John, not everyone is born to be in the spotlight." By now, the entire arena was stained with blood. John stood there, holding his face, a terrifying sight. This is truly a horrifying scene. The arena has turned into a sea of blood. John stands in the center, surrounded by the laughter and screams of the audience. "Finish him off, ha ha ha. Crush him, kill him, do something, ha ha." Everything seemed to be in complete chaos. John stood there, holding his head, dizzy from the shouts around him. The coach watched, thinking to himself, "John, in your interview, you said you were a fan of Fabrizio, but I know for a fact you would never respect that scumbag." The coach's eyes were thoughtful, worried. "I knew." The image of John sitting with his face in his hands, regretful in the darkness. I knew how much he regretted it after each fight. It seemed that choice now made John regretful, how painful it was. The coach also knew, and I knew how much he had endured. He frowned and watched John on the ring, thinking, but he couldn't use that as an excuse to justify it. Playing dirty was terrible. John had tattooed his face. The coach continued with his train of thought. He knew it better than anyone, and even if he tried to hide it, it was still the truth. John had changed. He was not the same anymore. He changed his appearance, the coach knew, but despite it all, if he still chose to go down that dark path. The coach's eyes gradually changed. He frowned. His eyes showed a bit of determination. He looked up at the ring on John's side and said to himself, "If you want a chance to step on the ring, even if you have to pay the price with your conscience, I will support you." John stood there, still clutching his bloody face. His coach stood below him, supporting him even as he was being scorned and insulted. The coach's face was serious. "I will always cheer for you." John stayed there, his hands covering his face. The coach continued to encourage him. "I will always recognize your talent." He clenched his fists. After a moment of silence, the coach, with a determined face, yelled at John, "John, put all your strength into that punch. Stand firm." John was still covering his ears, his jaw clenched. The coach continued to cheer, giving him more motivation. "I will always be here for you." Hearing that, John seemed to regain his strength. He gritted his teeth and threw a punch at his opponent. But his opponent was you. You quickly dodged John's punch. "Honestly, I'm jealous of you. Someone with your talent will never have to worry about being eliminated in the world of fighters." "No, you won't be cast out." Then you continued to give John a punch straight to the face that drew blood. After that, John didn't give up but continued to use his hand to wrap around Yu's neck. "Actually, with your talent, you could even dominate the boxing world." The coach's eyes were unwavering. He silently marveled. "Not bad." Yu calmly parried each of John's punches. His face didn't bear a single scratch. "But even then, I'm just a second-rate fighter." Jin Pierre also stood in the shadows, watching with a tense look. Besides him, there was the journalist, no less tense. He thought, "It seems like he's going to put everything into this attack." The coach, too, has been intensely focused from the beginning, watching with unwavering eyes, mixed with a hint of fear for John. John's face is covered in blood, but he still manages to land a blow, aiming to finish off his opponent. He thinks, "I will never back down." The image of that day's smile returns, John's resolute and cheerful smile. The image of John confiding in his coach that afternoon. Now he throws a powerful punch at you, a resounding thud echoes. The arena lights flicker above. The coach's eyes seem to freeze, widening. The journalist does the same, his eyes round with shock at what unfolds before him. Even Jin's eyes widened in astonishment. On the ring, John still clenched his jaw, but something must have happened. Someone's smile subtly bloomed. The image of two hands clashing together, the hand with the blue glove had a broken bone. It was John's hand and Yu's. He had been punched in the finger by Yu. Despite this, he didn't give up and continued to fight. He still held Yu's neck tightly, his hand still blocking Yu's fist. But not for long. John finally backed away, crying out in pain. Yu's eyes were cold, not caring much. And then, he quickly seized the opportunity and landed a devastating blow on John, sending him sprawling backward and spitting blood. His face was bruised and bloody. He fell to the ground with a vacant stare. The trainer was stunned. Kay, standing by, let out a joyous laugh. John collapsed to his knees. He fell forward, his face smashing into the ring floor, onto the bloody stains below. The entire ring was covered in blood. Shouts erupted. "He's down." The audience erupted in a frenzy, screaming and cheering. "Well, what the heck, John finally died, haha." John lay motionless on the floor. The commentators started shouting, "An unbelievable powerful punch from you." Is John completely knocked out? He's still lying there. The coach below was extremely worried, shouting towards John, "John." His worried face strained as he called out, "Get up, John." The coach's inner gaze began to wrinkle. That afternoon, that fateful day under the golden sun, the coach thought, actually, I wanted to stop you before. I wanted to tell you to stop making yourself a laughingstock for the world, a man who only steps into the ring to perform, not to have a real fight. Don't give up on your ideals. Boxing means more to you than that. Looking at John lying motionless on the ring floor, the coach hesitated, but I couldn't bring myself to say those words. The coach began to blame himself, because I'm just a talentless man. He became increasingly contemplative, his mouth drooping. He just stood there looking at John and then blamed himself. I couldn't make him stronger, so I just kept my mouth shut. The coach gradually bent down, blaming himself for being useless. He thought back to his old friend. If it had been him, he could have stopped John from going down this path. Thinking about this, the coach burst into tears, his tears rolling down his face. John lay motionless on the fighting platform and saw this, and thought, what the hell, old man. Although his eyes clearly showed fatigue, John lay on the stage but still thought of the coach below. He wondered why he was putting on such a face. His hands gradually clenched. I'm done. The referee began counting, urging him on. He slowly pushed himself up with his arms, wanting to tell his coach, you trained me very well. Kay's eyes from afar were quite surprised by John. John lowered his head, slowly rising, and thought, I've also learned a lot. Seeing this, the coach's eyes held both worry and hope for John. The reporter saw this and chuckled to himself. John's legs trembled as he tried to stand firm. Under the blinding lights, the referee counted to 7. Yu stood there, watching John tremble as he struggled to get up. Yu's eyes were cold and indifferent, watching him without a word. The referee continued counting, 1-8. John's whole body was shaking, but he still forced himself to get up. His stooped back gradually straightened. Seeing this, the coach's eyes shone with hope. John, his face covered in blood, looked up and thought there was nothing he had to apologize for. Memories of the past came back to him. Back then, John was a thief wielding a knife, threatening a well-dressed man. His face, full of menace, threatened the man. And that was John's current trainer, who showed no fear, only glancing at John. The trainer was the one who brought John home and raised him. The first time he received love, the image of home made John's eyes widen in amazement. Back to the present, John stood on stage, thinking, oh, I've made another stupid mistake. Seeing this, tears welled up in the corner of the trainer's eyes. John knew that what he truly wanted was to become a fighter like him. But then he collapsed, unable to hold himself up. The referee's count reached 10. John collapsed in agony, whispering, I'm sorry, everyone. The ending bell rang, signaling the end of the match. The crowd erupted in cheers, the entire arena filled with their excitement. The boxing ring was now covered in blood. The commentator looked down at the ring and said, you can see for yourselves, folks, it's truly gruesome. He then turned to a corner of the ring, where the blood was even more concentrated, continuing, what we see before us is a truly brutal and bloody spectacle. The referee raised the hand of Yu, the victor, in the air. The commentator looked at him and continued, a fighting spirit as fierce as a demon. Looking at Yu, the newly crowned demon of the boxing world, the commentator exclaimed, this is the moment the demon takes over the boxing world. Yu, however, remained emotionless after his victory. Jean-Pierre stood silently outside, observing the scene within the arena. The audience below became increasingly fervent, standing up and roaring in delight, fueled by the commentator's words and the captivating spectacle they had just witnessed. Jean-Pierre remained silent, observing everything. Seeing the fight end, he turned and walked away, his face emotionless and cold. In those sad and cold eyes, some unidentifiable emotions seemed to be rising. After the match ended, the cleaning crew began to mop up the blood stains on the stage. The journalist remained seated, his brow furrowed in thought. Could he have broken the headlock that way? His brow deepened as he pondered. The final short punch, aimed directly at the face, was truly not a technique of ordinary people. The match replayed in his head. He mused, the perfectly timed counter-attack with the punch was astonishing. John's face was covered in blood. The consequences, he had already suffered enough. The journalist's eyes narrowed as he looked down, thinking of unleashing a lightning strike aimed at the opponent's weakness and devouring it. Yu, now wearing a jacket with a towel draped over his neck, slowly followed behind Kay. The journalist couldn't contain his astonishment as he looked at Yu, thinking his reflexes and accuracy are unparalleled, a rare feat. The journalist continued to shift his gaze towards Kay, silently assessing him. Had Kay unearthed the most powerful beast this time? These thoughts fueled the journalist's anticipation. A mischievous grin spread beneath his mustache. He mused with excitement, this is interesting. Incredible potential. John's defeat against Yu in this match presented a humorous irony. A new soldier slayer was slain by a new soldier. The journalist's eyes now turned cold, focusing on Kasem and Yu. In his mind, images of renowned boxers flashed, with Arentide standing out prominently. The journalist thought to himself, I can hear the roar of the strong. The journalist's mind filled with the image of you, and he thought to himself, whenever a great person appears, regardless of the field, they will have a huge impact on everything just by their presence. Jonathan, sitting next to him, was also very excited after the fight. He laughed and said, wow, a new powerful unknown has emerged. Seeing Jonathan sit next to him in silence, he turned his head and asked Josh, what's wrong? Don't you think this fight was good? Jonathan replied, no, it's not that. It's just... With a sad look in his eyes, he continued, I'm just thinking about something. Jonathan didn't ask any further and said, oh, alright. Jonathan stared down at the ring and thought to himself, actually, I'm feeling relieved. Jonathan's mind was filled with the image of the boxing championship belt, and he thought, that's a dream that I could never achieve. Suddenly, he said to his uncle, I'm going to study hard to become a bartender. Jonathan was a bit confused and replied, okay. After saying that, Jonathan went back into his thoughts. Some people would be discouraged. Soft rays of sunlight shone through the glass windows of the boxing building. Inside the building, Steele was training by jumping rope, his face slightly frowning as he thought to himself, damn, I was hoping the big head would win. Beside Steele was Inji, also training by jumping rope. Both were watching the boxing match, and Steele looked at the screen showing Yu's victory. He asked Inji, that's the friend you always mention, right? Inji, delighted by the question, answered, yeah, that's him. His body sweating from jumping rope, Inji continued excitedly, I told you, he's really strong, no kidding. Inji looked at the screen, focusing on Yu's face. His eyes showed admiration, and in his mind, he could only think of a few words to describe Yu, super awesome, incredibly cool. Inji looked at the screen with admiring eyes, laced with a touch of envy. He thought to himself, he's truly exceptional. Without turning his head, Steele knew what Inji was thinking. He said, hey, don't show off those sparkling, starry-eyed looks. His world is different from ours. Even knowing that, Inji couldn't extinguish his longing to become a strong boxer. He turned to Steele and replied, no matter when I see him again, I have to become a brave boxer, not cowering in shame. After saying that, Inji seemed to be reinvigorated, training with even more frenzy. He spun the jump rope at a dizzying speed, roaring loudly. Steele tilted his head, watching Inji's frantic jumping. He looked at Inji with a stunned expression. Inji's face was fierce, and he roared even louder as he jumped the rope even more frantically. Steele looked at Inji with an expression like he was watching a madman, thinking in confusion, what's going on? Inji's roar grew louder, and determination to become a powerful boxer shone in his eyes. Gradually, Steele seemed to be infected by this determination, his pupils contracting. Now he started to train with the same frenzy as Inji, spinning the jump rope in his hand rapidly. The jump ropes of both of them spun at an unprecedented speed. The people in the gym at this time were also slightly stunned and confused, looking at the two of them. The assistant, confused, looked at them and said, what's wrong with you guys? Are you possessed? After witnessing Yu's victory, some would become more enthusiastic. In another place, someone was watching the boxing match that had just ended. The image of the referee raising Yu's hand, the winner, was displayed. On the TV screen, Yu was declared the winner. In front of the TV, a man was sitting on a chair, crossing his legs, looking at the TV screen. The man with a scar on his chin smiled with interest and said, wow, he's pretty good. Standing beside the man with the scar was a long line of underlings dressed in suits. The leader, San Hyung, stood silently with his hands behind his back, his face expressionless. The man with the scar looked at San Hyung with interest and asked, hey, little brother, do you think you can win against him? San Hyung remained silent in response. At that moment, a man ran in from outside and stood at the entrance, announcing loudly, boss, Sumi Gang is here. The man with the scar turned his head and replied, really, let's go. San Hyung was slowly walking behind a subordinate carrying a baseball bat. Suddenly, he turned his head and furrowed his brow, looking behind him. Behind him, the screen was still showing Yu being declared the winner. San Hyung's face, which had been emotionless a moment ago, was now contorted with anger and rage. He furrowed his brow, his eyes bulged with fury, and a cruel look appeared in them. Outside, chaos reigned as the two gangs engaged in a frenzied brawl. Curses echoed through the air, damn you, you bastard. The sound of baseball bats smashing into flesh rang out, continuously. San Hyung grabbed a member of the Sumi gang by the collar and lifted him up. The man was nearly dead, his teeth were knocked out, and his face was covered in blood. The subordinates turned to him. The one holding the baseball bat chuckled and said, wow, our youngest brother really has a knack for killing. You're a natural at beating people up, huh? San Hyung tossed the man to the ground. All around him, members of the Sumi gang lay unconscious or crawling on the ground. Yu's dark, death-filled eyes flashed in his mind. His hands, stained with the blood of others, clenched tightly. As he watched Yu's victory, envy gnawed at him. San Haiyang's face contorted, his eyes filled with nothing but jealousy. In the hall of the stadium, Peter stood before the notice board, tilting his head in surprise as he spoke to Jean-Pierre. He held a piece of paper in his hand, glancing at the back of the man as he asked, "You're back. What do you think of the new recruit from the K family?" Jean-Pierre stopped walking. He remained silent, not turning around, lost in thought about Peter's question. The images of Yu and John's dangerous boxing match played out in his mind. Seeing Jean-Pierre still remain silent, Peter asked again, "What do you think?" This time he finally spoke. "I watched it." Peter heard this and asked, "What do you think?" Jean-Pierre, the lightweight world champion, tilted his head, revealing one side of his face, and replied, "He's outstanding. I'm in love with him." Peter was stunned. It's clear from that match that some people will crave that power, just like Jean-Pierre. Meanwhile, in a dark room, Hazard was in the room eating pizza with his cheeks puffed up as he chewed. Yu's match seemed to be affecting everyone. Some people would express their desire, while others, Hazard chuckled. He raised a water bottle to his mouth and gulped down the contents. The table was now a mess with food and drinks laid out by Hazard. In front of him was the TV screen showing the referee declaring Yu the winner of the match. He said with an irritated tone, "First that brat, now this one, Hazard stared at Yu's emotionless face on the screen. He smirked with a condescending tone, "What's this, full of potential, I see." His face contorted into a sneer as he continued, "He's just a low-class brat." Behind him on the sofa, young women were sound asleep, one of whom was still awake, clinging to his shoulder and whined, "What's wrong, darling? Still watching Vit?" Hazard burst into a loud and ferocious laugh. He didn't answer the woman, but arrogantly said, "This year's most formidable new star in lightweight, that's me, ha ha ha." The journalist pondered, lightweight. This year, it's going to be the most popular weight class. 'Cause new fighter made a huge impression with his strength in his debut match. However, the interesting thing this year is that, in terms of shock value, that new guy is nothing compared to another fighter who debuted earlier. That's Qasim Al-Hazard, the grandson of the Hazard conglomerate, a powerful business empire renowned throughout the world. Just the fact that he joined the boxing world has driven fans wild with anticipation. More than his initial background, he has delivered shocking matches, taking viewers from one surprise to another. And you, boxing fans, are going to be excited for every match featuring these two hot names. They'll be pitted against the lightweight champion who has been undefeated for 10 years. This is going to make the fans go wild, no kidding. Someone kicks open the glass door. Everyone in the office turns to look towards the door. Qasim's familiar figure, with his chubby build and messy hair. He opens his mouth and shouts, "Hello everyone, I'm back." Hair blazing red, a face full of grease. A fat body with sharp teeth. He shouted like a madman, "Long time no see, manager. How are you?" The manager stared at him, stunned. Then he yelled back, "2 months gone, and now you show up with that disgusting physique. Are you sane, or are you planning to switch to heavyweight?" Qasim laughed, "Oh, cut the crap, let's spar already." The manager asked, a bit scared, "What's going on?" He smirked, "Been on a long break, got an overload of energy. Can't control it." Qasim shouted, "Sebastian, get me some fighters right now. Any weight class, $10,000 per match." Sebastian bowed, "Yes sir, I'm on it." He waved 2 bundles of dollar bills, "Come on, you guys, fight me." Then he laughed arrogantly. Everyone around just watched in awe. The manager stood there silently observing. The first time he came to this gym, he had everyone stunned. Qasim stood at the gym door like a dark, oppressive shadow with piercing eyes. 2 burly bodyguards escorted him. At that time, the manager thought he was hallucinating. What was this? Was he dreaming? He went out to greet him. "You're here to learn boxing. If you're just here for fun, you can go to the manager over there to register." Qasim asked back, "For fun?" He gave that sinister smile again. "What, Qasim Al-Hazard, I would be interested in such trivial amusements. I haven't had any interest in things you can buy with money for a long time. The only thing I want now is the championship. I want the whole world to know I'm the strongest." "Alright manager, let's have a sparring match right now." The manager scratched his head. "I thought this was just a pastime for a spoiled rich kid." He thought, let him experience the ring once. He'll get bored quickly. The result was shocking. All the fighters in the gym were defeated by the wealthy young man who had just entered. He looked like a powerful black demon who could swallow his opponent at any time. He was always bursting with energy. But now he had transformed into a chubby, paunchy guy, though he still kept the same hairstyle and smile. The manager thought to himself, this kid, even though he's fat, still has a unique style. Kasem still knocked out anyone who stepped onto the ring, still with the familiar saying, okay, next one. These opponents, and then came other opponents. Seeing this, he felt helpless and thought, really, I can't believe my own eyes anymore. He's skilled, but his fighting style is still childish, laughing and playing while he punches. Boxing is just a joke to him, nothing more, nothing less. But he suddenly stops. He's so powerful that no one can stand against him. He lands a fatal blow on his opponent and says next. His physique is clearly slower and heavier than his opponent. The manager furrows his brow. I'm truly ashamed and furious. Kasem smiles widely ear to ear. The opposing boxer puts on their protective gear, their expression serious and focused. The fighter threw a punch, but Kasem ducked quickly and dodged it. He sat at the fighter's feet, delivering a swift kick to his chin that left him in pain. What has all that modern boxing training we've been doing all our lives come to? The manager watched the scene with a sneer, seething with anger. But he had to admit one thing. There was something special about that crazy guy. Something that the other fighters just didn't have. Kasem then punched the opponent in the stomach, sending him flying backward. His eyes went completely white. Curled up on the arena floor, clutching his aching stomach. That's the 20th one. He's unbelievably strong like a wild bull. Life is inherently unfair. That's why some are born with an abundance of wealth and power, and possess an overwhelming physical strength that surpasses all limitations. 2 weeks later, it's the same familiar punch. Another fighter collapses. He lies sprawled on the arena floor like a corpse. Same messy red hair ignoring everyone's complaints. How many is this, Sebastian? Sebastian said softly, sir, this is exactly the 1000th person. Strangely, his body is now extremely strong, not an ounce of fat. He sighed, now I feel truly refreshed. The coach mumbled, he's crazy, he's completely insane, he makes everyone scream and run away, there's no other way. That bloated, sickening body, within 2 weeks, it's back to its original perfect shape. No, his body burned all the excess fat, so the muscles are clearly more robust and firm. How to put it, for this guy boxing is an exciting pastime, so he can play as much as he wants without getting tired. Hungry he eats, bored he plays, sleepy he takes a nap, life is like the king of the animal world. Kasem yawned, I'm so sleepy, I'm gonna sleep. He collapsed onto the mat and fell fast asleep. The coach thought to himself, this guy has incredible strength and stamina. Sometimes I wonder if he's human or a beast. The concept of being undefeated is completely unthinkable for him. Perhaps Kasem is the most promising candidate for the lightweight title. A kettle sits on the stovetop. 2 picture frames are placed on a shelf. At the dining table, the boy, in Jay's younger brother, looks glum and refuses to eat. His father glances at him, noticing his behavior. He asks with concern, what's wrong, son? Don't you like the potato soup? The boy quickly denies it. No, Dad. I love. His father says gently, if I win this match, I'll buy you some delicious food. The boy's eyes light up. Wow, Dad. You promise? His father confirms, of course. He can't help but smile warmly at his son. After finishing his meal, the father sits at his desk. His first priority is to pay the rent. He has been in debt for a long time. He needs to pay as much as he can. Then there's the electricity, water and food expenses. It's getting colder, so he needs to factor in heating costs. If he gets the money from the construction site he worked at last month, it will be easier to manage. He needs to find out when they'll pay him. Maybe he can afford fried chicken. If he wins this match, he'll have a bonus, and with his earnings, he could even try a steak dinner. He suddenly pondered about the prize money. He closed his eyes tightly and thought, boxing, you never know what's going to happen. In the last room of the hallway, an argument erupted. What are you saying, Kasem? Kasem, you're fighting tomorrow. Where are you going? A powerful foot kicked open the door, followed by an angry shout, get out here right now. As soon as those words left his mouth, everyone turned to the source of the sound. Hazad, with a ferocious expression, yelled, I'm here to see you. He angrily waved his arms and shouted, where's that cocky you? I came all this way to find you, and you won't even show your face. As soon as they saw him, people whispered to each other, is that really Kasem al-Hazad? This is the first time we've seen him in person. Kay appeared out of nowhere, and the two of them furrowed their brows, asking seriously what was going on. One of the disciples quickly said, excuse me, coach. But before he could finish, furrowed his brows even tighter, suddenly thinking, oh, that little brat came here for this, huh? Hazad sneered and arrogantly asked, are you the renowned Coach K? As soon as he finished asking, he explained why he was there. I want to see you, so I came all this way to find him. Suddenly, Kay peered behind him, crouching down and kneading his legs, saying in an evaluating tone, Seeing this, the man was furious, shouting, "What the hell is going on, you crazy old man?" But Kay didn't stop. He pressed forward and began to touch and knit his chest muscles. While kneading, he thought, "Excellent, just as I predicted. Perfect balance, strong build, rippling muscles. It feels like I'm touching the tightly packed muscles of a wild horse." He remembered Aaron's image and silently compared them. But compared to Aaron, this guy was still green and inexperienced. His eyes suddenly sharpened, silently praising him as a truly stimulating opponent. It wasn't easy to find someone whose body emanated such a strong wild instinct. He smiled with satisfaction, silently thinking to himself how exciting it must be to defeat him. Kay turned and responded to Hazad, "So you're going to see you?" He nodded in agreement, "Yes. Before I become champion, I want to see the face of my opponent." Kay stood facing him, arms crossed, and said, "He's out for a long run. If you speed up, you might catch him." A figure in a black hoodie appeared. The man was jogging in the park. Suddenly, as if sensing something, he stopped. Hazad appeared out of nowhere, suddenly throwing a powerful punch towards you. But he quickly stepped back, raising his fist ready to attack. He swung his arm, narrowly missing Hazad's hair. Yu's eyes narrowed. Hazad broke into a wide grin. He blocked Yu's punch, laughing, "Hello, you're Yu, right?" Yu stared intently at him. Hazad cheerfully introduced himself. "Let me introduce myself, my name is Qasim al-Hazad." He arrogantly shouted, "I'm going to crush you in the ring and become the lightweight champion. You better remember that." He stared straight at Yu, scornfully muttering, I've met you now, and it's even clearer that you're just a pathetic autistic." He slowly approached him, provocatively saying, "I'm talking to you. You're playing boxing, that sickeningly sluggish face. Exciting, huh?" Yu looked ahead, his eyes devoid of emotion. Seeing this, he became even more excited and sneered, "Haha, just looking at you tells me you can't do shit." He turned and walked away. Just as he finished speaking, he glanced back, tauntingly saying, "The championship is in my hands for sure." As soon as he finished, he ran forward with a loud laugh, "Ha ha ha," leaving Yu behind, filled with confusion. The boxing match echoed with excited cheers from all sides. Hazad leaned forward, flashing a taunting smile. James furrowed his brows in annoyance, thinking, "Damn it." He was playing like an animal, just as he expected. Hazad was so excited that his eyes widened, and he burst into laughter, "Ha ha." Suddenly, James swung a straight punch at him. But Hazad quickly ducked, dodging the blow. James's eyes turned red, and he guessed a hook punch. Before he could think further, Hazad flipped forward, delivering a powerful punch with a resounding thwop towards him, his face filled with extreme excitement. James's eyes widened in shock. Hazad glared at James with a ferocious expression. He clenched his jaw, his brow furrowed, and thought angrily, "Damn that dog." Suddenly, James clutched his face after taking a powerful punch from Hazad, a loud slap echoing through the air. He raised his fist. He punched James directly without hesitation. This forced James to drop to his knees to brace himself. Hazad swung his arm with all his might, thinking, "Damn." James tried his best to resist, his eyes bloodshot, while Hazad thought to himself, "This kid, this little guy, they all have such serious faces." Finally, he quickly landed a knockout punch, leaving James no way to defend himself. Hazad scoffed, "For me, fighting is just a game." As soon as he thought that, James staggered and fell to the ring floor. His eyes gleamed with excitement. Hazad smiled brightly, thinking, "Just enjoy the fun." James gritted his teeth, raising his boxing glove to try to block the punch. Hazad quickly punched James straight in the face, making a loud bop sound. James' eyes widened in disbelief after taking that blow. He then collapsed to the floor, groaning in pain. Seeing that, the entire stadium erupted in cheers and shouts of "Woo." The referee announced loudly, knockout. With a lightning-fast punch, Qasim forced his opponent to his knees. Hazard, arrogant and looking down from above, disdainfully thought that someone who couldn't enjoy such a fun game would be nothing but a loser. Everyone in the room was intently watching the television screen, which was showing Hazard knocking out James. Kay looked at the image of Hazard intently, silently praising him in his heart, thinking that the kid was truly interesting. He recalled Hazard's punches, silently analyzing them. Hazard randomly threw punches from both above and below at the same time. But no professional boxer would ever do that. He analyzed the motion of swinging his fists. The power of the punch was generated from a flow of energy from the feet, to the body, and then to the arms. Then came the leaning motion to throw the punch. However, with this posture, that flow of energy was actually cut off. The punch lost its power, not to mention the cumbersome and confusing movements. It wasn't just one or two openings that were exposed. The attack was also completely inaccurate. Truly, it was a pointless, garbage style of fighting. He recalled the image of Hazard and contemplated his muscular strength. The brute force of the kid, as strong as a mad bull, would be suffocated by his own stupid punches. The weakness from his instinctual, bestial attacks would be exposed. One must seize the opportunity when his punches miss. He was certain that in order to subdue this clumsy, muscle-bound brute, one must use technique. The spotlight illuminated the entire stadium. James, after a moment, managed to stand up straight, putting his hands up defensively in front of him. The referee yelled, "Fighter James. He's up again, what a fighting spirit. Cheers for Fighter James." Hazad saw this and sneered, thinking to himself, now I'll finish him off. He calmly took a step forward, preparing to unleash his ultimate punch towards James. James saw this, his entire body became serious, his brows furrowed, and his eyes sharpened, focusing intently on the front, thinking, what kind of move is he planning this time? He looked at Hazad's stance, preparing to attack, and speculated, is he going to gain momentum from that corner and charge straight forward? He remembered Hazad's instinctive attacks, thinking, he's just a brute who relies on raw strength. I can totally fight back. James looked straight ahead, determined, thinking this was the moment, the chance for him to win. He had to solve those killer punches of his. He concluded that the stronger the opponent, the more powerful the punch needed to be. His eyes were bloodshot, pondering whether his instinct for revenge would win, or his professional boxing technique would take over. A powerful force was stumped onto the fighting ring. James focused all his energy on attacking Hazad, driven by his determination to press on. Hazad, upon seeing this, broke into an arrogant smile. James was fully committed to his attack. He threw a powerful punch towards Hazad. He widened his eyes as he saw Hazad's punch coming. A loud asterisk bop asterisk echoed. James fell straight back with blood splattering everywhere. He looked at his own blood spraying out in shock. His legs buckled, unable to hold him up. He collapsed onto the fighting ring, unable to resist Hazad. Seeing this, the whole stadium erupted in excitement with shouts of "Awa! Woo!" along with the surprised cry of the knocked-out referee. A lightning knockout. Fighter Qasim delivered his undefeated punch. Hearing this, Hazad became excited, raising his hand high to signal for more cheers, his voice booming with power. "Hawa! That's right, everyone, cheer louder. I am the strongest, ha-hawa." But it wasn't over yet. At the 7th second, James suddenly staggered back to his feet, making Hazad look back in surprise. James' legs buckled, he struggled to stand straight. At the 8th second, Hazad turned his head back. James' eyes were dark, his body covered in wounds. He rasped, "Don't underestimate me." He remembered his son's bright smile and sparkling eyes. James' eyes flashed, he continued his unfinished boxing sentence. Suddenly, James slumped forward, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. He collapsed completely onto the fighting ring at the 10th second, followed by the referee's shout of "Fight over." Hazad looked down arrogantly. For a loser who doesn't know how to enjoy, there is no escape. James stared ahead in fear, thinking, what is this? I don't know. His eyes widened in terror, wondering what kind of creature he was fighting. Yu's sharp eyes looked at his opponent emotionlessly. Seeing this, James clenched his teeth, his whole body trembling. Yu went into a defensive stance, ready to attack. A loud bopiko. The referee raised Yu's hand high, and 3 beeps signaled the end of the match, tang tang tang. Yet his expression remained emotionless. On the side of Hazad, he twisted his body and attacked his opponent with such force that it produced a loud PC. He was terrified, thinking how powerful the attack was. This guy is a beast, not a human. Just as he finished thinking, Hazad quickly delivered another punch, making a loud beepuchi sound with a satisfied expression. Then, he was quickly raised by the referee, whose hand was raised high, accompanied by 3 tang 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 sounds, signaling the end of the match. He was so excited that he grinned widely and shouted, "Awa!" He arrogantly shouted, "I am indeed the strongest fighter in the world." The journalist, seeing the scene, thought to himself, Yu and Qasim. Just as I predicted, these 2 names have just emerged and turned the light heavyweight battlefield upside down. In the blink of an eye, they have climbed the rankings, shocking the entire world. He remembered the image of Yu and thought, on the one hand, there's Yu, the fighter with the suffocating, one-sided, decisive, clean, and precise style that makes your hair stand on end. Then he remembered Hazad's image and the commentary. One side described Qasim's wild style, knocking out his opponent with impulsive movements and fiery passion like a beast. He suddenly smirked and thought to himself, let's see who bites who. On the stage, a reporter appeared beside Hazad, praising Qasim, "You had an incredible performance today. What do you think about the fight?" Hazad scoffed, "Yeah, you bunch of brats, there's nothing interesting today." He arrogantly declared, "I don't need to waste my words. All I need is the championship. That's it." He smirked slightly and said, "But first, I need to give that kid a good beating." He glared and shouted, "You bastard you, I'll crush you. Then, the title of World Lightweight Champion will be mine." He turned his back to the audience and proudly announced, "I will create a revolution. I will shake up this old, smelly boxing world. The audience, including the journalist, smiled with interest, their first thought being to bet on Kasim's gait. The journalist pursed his lips, emitting a soft hum. On the other side, Coach K heard this and burst into laughter, ah. Everyone, including Kamen, looked at him with puzzled expressions. Still arrogant, laughed loudly, ah. Meanwhile in the room, K also threw his head back and laughed loudly, aha. He scornfully thought that he had to give that spoiled brat a surprise gift in the final match. Down on the fighting stage, Hazard was being cared for by his assistant, who was putting a robe on him. The manager standing beside him smirked, thinking this was just a young punk's fiery declaration of war. He watched Hazard's retreating back and thought to himself, he had to admit he disliked him on their first meeting. But he didn't know when. He started trying to keep up with his every move and demeanor. He couldn't help but smile, reflecting that he had been swept up by this young kid. Looking at Hazard's fiery red hair, he thought the kid was like his boxing style, wild, strong, captivating, and disrupting everything around him. The further Hazard walked, the more he felt certain that fame and glory would come to him on this very path. He watched him and thought that since Kasim's appearance, boxing fans had been divided into two camps, arguing and clashing constantly. One side praised his recklessness, claiming he had created a new style for boxing. The other side vehemently criticized his undisciplined, unskilled fighting style, saying he would be completely crushed when facing a truly strong opponent. Outside, the bald commentator said, I'm talking about the optimized movements in boxing today, a result of scientific reasoning and the hard-earned experience of generations of boxers. Look at Kasim's boxing style. Whether it's interesting or not is unknown, but one thing is certain, it relies entirely on primal instincts, so naturally, there will be many limitations. The other commentator immediately retorted, I find that mindset too formulaic and narrow. To me he's a rising star, a breakthrough talent who's changing the face of boxing. If we look back at human progress, we see many leaps forward in a very short time. Most of these advances were made by a few geniuses, trendsetters who were ahead of their time. He continued that progress can definitely be found in boxing. Look at the matches, look at the massive number of fans with passionate enthusiasm for him. No matter what the past holds, it can't stop the bright future coming his way. The bald commentator listened intently, his eyes closed in contemplation. The manager, remembering Hazard's long journey, thought to himself, through 8 storms of public opinion, he has gradually used his own fighting style to prove his strength, ruthlessly crushing outdated boxing theories. He remembered the moments when he was ridiculed and gossiped about, and wondered how, without noticing, those who had jeered and cursed him had become a minority and faded into oblivion. He imagined Hazard at the peak of his success, wearing the crown, and secretly speculated that Kasim was on his way to building his own empire. He looked straight ahead, the name Kasim al-Hazard in his mind. Following his back, he thought, he truly was born to ascend to the throne. In the training room, Yu is practicing with a punching bag, the sound of his punches echoing. K appears from behind him, saying, I've seen the challenge. He continues, your opponent is the same one you met before. But Yu seems indifferent, only glancing back slightly. K remembers the scene of Yu and Hazard battling and mentions the name, Kasim al-Hazard. K excitedly says, this opponent will be different from the weaklings you've fought before. Yu, still expressionless, turns and looks at K. Time flies, and the day of the fight arrives. The stands are packed with fans. Peter Cullen and Bob Norris speak in unison. Ladies and gentlemen, the moment we've all been waiting for is finally here. In just a few minutes, the showdown between Kasim and Yu. Yu and Kasim, the two names that have dominated the lightweight division for so long, begin. Both men said at the same time that this could be the fight to decide who will be the lightweight champion this year. As soon as he heard this, Hazard's manager turned around and stared behind him. Jean-Pierre appeared in the stands. He sat up straight and looked intently at the ring. The manager turned to Hazard Kasim and asked, do you see that guy over there? The current lightweight champion is watching. Is he also interested in the outcome of this fight? He smirked and continued, the title you've always craved is right in front of you. Just win this fight and you'll instantly become champion. Hazard scoffed and replied, you think I just won a championship belt? He sneered, I want something much bigger. As soon as he finished, he suddenly shouted, I've already dominated the 9th weight class. I want to rule the whole boxing world. The man, seeing this, helplessly thought, Isa, this kid really is. He broke into a cold sweat, thinking to himself, I'll follow you until the very end. Let's see how high you climb. Jean-Pierre looked ahead impassively. His eyes narrowed involuntarily. On the fighting stage, K stood with his arms crossed in front of Yu, giving him instructions. He was about to slip under the stage while reminding him, remember what I told you. Yu simply nodded impassively, acknowledging that he understood. Seeing this, K responded, good. He noticed Yu biting his boxing glove and gestured, "Go." At this moment, the referee stood between Hazad and Yu, announcing with a loud voice that the showdown between the two fighters was about to begin. He looked towards the two, introducing the war god Kasem, full of wild fighting spirit. The genius Yu was coldly focused. Truly, this is the decisive battle of the two rising stars of the year. Who will be the victor? As soon as he finished, a tang sound echoed, accompanied by the referee's shout. Peter Cullen, upon hearing the referee's signal, excitedly announced that the match has begun. Ladies and gentlemen. On the stage, Had slowly took measured steps towards Yu. He saw Hazad probing Yu with his steps and commented that Kasem was exploring his opponent using his characteristic, animalistic movements. Suddenly, he let out a cunning grin. The commentator looked towards Yu and Hazad, who were in their stances, and said, "Who will make the first move to end this suffocating tension?" Hazard attacked Yu with a provocative comment. "Our greetings were a little too brief, weren't they?" He then flashed a smug grin. He put his hands behind his back. Suddenly, he leaned forward, closing in on Yu with a challenge. "Let's have a real fight, you and me." He gave a wide grin and said, "Come on, let's see what you've got. Throw a punch." Yu remained emotionless as he heard the next words. "You boxers, you rely on punches from a distance. You just walk step by step, throwing jabs or straight rights, that's it." He challenged, "That's why you can't beat me." He glared arrogantly, stating, "We have to play and enjoy ourselves creatively, don't we?" He gradually pressed forward step by step. But before he could do anything, he was suddenly met with a powerful punch from Yu. Hazad's manager was terrified and widened his eyes. Kay, on the other hand, was thrilled and smiled contentedly. Hazard was stunned by the punch he had just received. Flashing back to before the match, had said that Kasem al-Hazad was different. He seriously told his opponent that this one would be different from the weaker ones he'd fought before. Yu glanced indifferently towards him. He continued, saying that others had to look around, see how the show was going before they fought. Remembering Hazad's stunned expression, he said that this guy was different. He was so strong he didn't even care about the flimsy stage props. Yu's entire body turned red as he heard his coach tell him not to worry about the guy, just do his best. A handful of sand appears on the ground. A hole appears on the sandbag, which is the reason for the sand appearing on the ground. In the training room, a brown-haired fighter is being held by his coach to support him during sit-ups. Seeing him trying his best, the coach cheered, "That's right, one more time." Another bald fighter is rolling a weight on the ground. He's trying his hardest and sweating profusely. A head of curly brown hair appears from somewhere. On the fighting mat, a blonde-haired fighter is practicing dodging attacks with his black-haired coach. His coach yells, "You got hit, kid, block your hand after." A powerful punch from the bald fighter is thrown. Another dark-skinned, black-haired fighter tries to pull the strap of his gloves, his hands shaking, teeth gritted. Forceful fist slams towards the right cheek of that fighter, or the steps of long-distance training runs. A man in a blue jacket raises his hand high, proudly pointing towards himself. Hazad is filled with terror. He fearfully looks towards Yu's fist as it flies out. His eyes widen in terror. A powerful punch landed on his face with a resounding thwop, sending him tumbling backward. His eyes widened in shock, mouth agape, seemingly drained of strength. Kay couldn't help but grin. He thought to himself smugly, just as I predicted. His mind flashed back to the moment he unleashed the powerful blow at Yu, accompanied by the thought that only two types of people could dodge such a cunning strike. The image of Yu effortlessly evading the punch filled his thoughts, leading him to murmur, "He's someone from a different timeline." Kay observed Hazad's panic dodge and mused, a creature born with a primal instinct like Kasem, or someone with a natural ability to escape danger. It's truly remarkable. Watching him clench his teeth, he continued to ponder, of course, dodging the punch solely on instinct is commendable. But to avoid it flawlessly, that's nearly impossible. He was hit by Yu so hard that his face was skewed to one side, making Kay silently affirm that this was why, instinctively, he had tried to minimize the damage as much as possible. The image of Hazad's bulging eyes made him think the end was excruciating pain, almost to the point of unconsciousness. He was dodging to avoid being hit in the chin. Kay furrowed his brows, thinking proudly that no matter what, if he took consecutive hits, he would definitely be knocked out. He remembered Hazad's sturdy physique and thought that his beastly muscles would be the most painful place to hit. Hazad fearfully dodged Yu's attack, while Coach Kay silently affirmed that Kasem was the perfect living punching bag. He had tears in his eyes and made a muffled, choked "Iya" sound. Yu just looked at him coldly from below. Then he suddenly punched him hard in the stomach, making him grimace in pain. His eyes widened in surprise. Yu's arm tensed, assuming a fighting stance. A powerful punch landed squarely on Hazad with a resounding wong-ong. He gaped in pain as if enduring something excruciating. The audience roared with excitement, their cheers echoing the commentator's commentary on Yu's relentless assault. Kisum, overwhelmed by the onslaught, found himself in a situation unlike any he'd faced before. Hazad's manager couldn't believe the disparity in their strength. He frowned, pondering if they had deliberately concealed Yu's true power during previous exhibitions. He recalled Kake's sinister smile and angrily suspected the cunning old man was behind this scheme. His eyes narrowed in satisfaction. Hazad lowered his head, growling in his throat, "Ow." His eyes widened in fear, thinking, what the hell? He panicked, muttering to himself, why do I have to fight that dead dog? He wobbled, facing Yu. His expression remained emotionless. Hazad's eyes widened in shock, thinking, what the hell are those crazy people yelling about? He felt engulfed by the audience's shouts, thinking, this, then that, what the hell is going on? He looked at the crowd below the stands, seeing them as a sea of blood, and mockingly thought, so you think you're tough? The faces below seemed to distort, all of them laughing mockingly at him. His eyes widened as if they would bulge out of their sockets. He turned around in fear, trembling and whispering, I have to escape, I have to escape. Yu looked at him with indifference. Hazad's manager in the ring looked up with a worried expression. Hazad was terrified and tried to shrink himself to avoid being seen. Kay, however, laughed arrogantly, ha ha ha. Hazad's manager yelled in anger, what are you doing? Is there anyone insane enough to just go into the corner of the yard like that? He shouted, defend yourself first. Hazad stammered, defend myself. He crouched down, hugging his head, fearfully thinking, is this what I should do? Before he could recover, a powerful punch from the front slammed into him, a resounding boop echoing through the air. He fell backward, his eyes wide and his mouth gaping open. His manager was stunned to see the sight. He was sweating profusely with fear, thinking, oh my god. He thought with disappointment, it turns out all these years, I haven't taught that kid anything. Hazad was still hugging his head in fear. He lowered his head to the floor, terrified, wondering what to do. What should I do now? How can I do this? Suddenly he erupted, wildly flailing his fists at Yu with a yell of a yah. His eyes widened to the fullest. His body fell backwards with a loud shout of wong-ong. His eyes stared blankly upwards. His manager saw this and fell silent, blaming himself. It was my fault for being so foolish and stupid. He narrowed his eyes, seriously thinking, his natural talent blinded me. I was lost in the illusion of progress, of this new boxing era he built. While the most basic movements, the necessary requirements, I hadn't honed them for him at all. He clenched the towel in his hand, angrily thinking, damn it, this is insane. Do I have to surrender now? He wasn't completely lost in thought, he still had hope. Kasem wasn't defeated yet. His entire demeanor exuded seriousness. His mind determined that neither he nor Kasem had fully revealed their capabilities from the beginning of the match. Now he had to open the eyes of those people. Everything, no matter how small, had to be shown. After thinking this, he suddenly shouted, come on, push yourself, no matter what, we have to get through this first round. Just this round. I'll figure something out for the rest. His eyes widened, becoming stunned. Yu remained expressionless, looking ahead. The referee furrowed his brows, watching the match closely. Kay, with a proud air, crossed his arms and calmly observed everything. Before he could do anything, Hazad had already hung himself on the competition rope, accompanied by a groan of ah. His manager looked up in concern. Peter Cullen, seeing the scene, exclaimed in surprise, what's going on, what's happening in the ring? Bob Norris, sitting beside him, also said in surprise, fighter Kasem is trying to escape. Both men shouted in unison. This unprecedented event has left both the audience and the referee stunned. Hazard's manager was trying to stop him, preventing him from running away, shouting angrily, Kasem, are you crazy? What are you doing? Are you trying to escape the ring? He seemed to be going crazy, screaming, get out of here. Remembering Yu's indifferent look, he shouted at his manager, you old lunatic, have you ever fought that bastard? Are you trying to make me fight him? I'm not crazy enough to do that. He yelled in anger, all of you, you're all crazy, what the hell is boxing? I'm quitting it right now. His manager was stunned to hear this. He whispered to the kid, did he? His eyes turned red, his face dark, screaming that boxing was just a joke. As soon as he finished speaking, he raised his hand and punched Hazad in the face, leaving everyone stunned. He yelled indignantly, that's right, he's stronger than you. He's stronger than you in this lightweight division. No, he might be the strongest fighter in the world. He shouted, but so what? As soon as he finished speaking, Hazad was overwhelmed with confusion. He shouted with a ferocious look on his face, but so what? You think you've only fought people weaker than you your whole life. No matter how strong your opponent is, no matter how weak you are, He remembered the hard training sessions. But shouting also means giving your all, your strength, in your fight. Hazad's whole body was gripped with fear. His eyes widened in panic, thinking that just because of that brief moment of glory, everyone was suffering unimaginable pain, even bloodshed, turning into villains. What is this? He recalled his past glory, when he had said there was no escape for defeated losers who didn't know how to enjoy themselves. His mind seemed to sink into darkness, only revealing one word, enjoy. In this moment, he felt like thousands, tens of thousands of eyes were fixed on him. He remembered the golden belt and thought, enjoy. A person with a terrifying, blood-red body looked at him with anger. Don't underestimate boxing. Suddenly, his eyes welled up with tears. He ran down to the floor, shouting Aya. His eyes were filled with tears. The manager of Hazad, witnessing the scene, was filled with disappointment, thinking he had made a mistake. It was all his fault. He shouldn't have put that crazy guy on the ring. Lights illuminated the entire arena. The referee raised Yu's hand high, announcing the match between Yu and Kasem with a loud shout. This fight, a showdown between two rising stars, attracted great interest from the audience. Yu seemed to hear something incomprehensible, leaving him bewildered. Unconcerned with his bewildered state, the referee continued to announce Kasem's shocking escape, bringing a swift end to the match and awarding Yu a 2-KO victory in just 1 minute and 32 seconds of the first round. Kay laughed loudly, clutching his stomach. Yahaha. After this match, we will not have to witness those ridiculous images of Kasem on the ring again. In a familiar kitchen, a kettle was boiling. The door opened, followed by the sound of a bell ringing, clang. The little boy was reading a book when he heard a sound and looked up. A man appeared carrying a bag of food. The boy's father smiled kindly. The boy's eyes lit up when he saw his father, and he was overjoyed. Yu held a fighting stance. He was panting, his body was drenched in sweat. His opponent's eyes shone brightly. The commentator said Yu, the player, appeared out of nowhere. It's inevitable that the cat athlete would have doubts about this grueling match. Even though Yu is a player, he is a true wild killer. He's not powerful enough for the hound. Suddenly, the cat athlete reached out, about to do something. He launched a series of attacks, and Yu responded with lightning-fast reflexes and agility. The attack was incredibly quick. Yu dodged left and right, avoiding the cat athlete's attacks. On the other side, the cat athlete was equally agile, combining attacks and dodges against Yu. Mr. Key, watching from the sidelines, couldn't contain his excitement and burst out laughing. The cat athlete seemed to realize something and quickly seized the opportunity. Yu still didn't understand what the cat athlete was planning, and shortly after he was struck by the cat athlete's palm. Yu's eyes widened in utter surprise. After regaining his composure, Yu realized it was just a dream, but his cat had actually slapped him on the cheek, waking him up. Mr. frowned, saying stress relief and rest are also important for professionals. We can say that, but you never show any signs of stress after a match, so maybe it's not necessary, but still there's a chance that stress builds up in your body, so rest is essential. You've worked hard in this match against Kasem. You don't need to come to the center until tomorrow, so make sure you get a good rest. The scene shifts to a beautiful day. At a familiar house. The clock ticked, tick tick. Yu stared blankly into the void. The cat nestled comfortably in Yu's lap, yawned contentedly. He sat silently, stroking the small feline. On the TV, a man asked a question. What kind of pattern does the incident follow? Not a remnant of the past, but a technical accumulation. That's what is, Professor. He switched the channel. Breaking news, a giant penguin found on the beach. Flipping to another channel to merge lives. You must die. In another program, are you sure you promised? It's also a film. What is it, Mr. Earth? Yu's face didn't show any interest in any television program. The clock kept ticking, time kept passing. A memory from the past suddenly emerged. At that time, Inji said, that's right. I just bought a new game. Do you want to come over to my place and play with me? Yu unconsciously closed his eyes. The little cat continued to yawn. In another development, Jackson nervously thought to himself, I'm 52 years old. It's been 30 years since I founded and ran the American Air Hockey Association to revive the sport. People mock me for working so hard at something pointless, but finally I found. Jackson quickly pulled his hand back, the genius to lead the air hockey revival. Yu was a little confused by his opponent's actions. Jackson couldn't hold back his excitement and yelled, Buddy, do you want to become the air hockey world champion and lead the revival of air hockey with me? Yu replied in a flat voice, no, I'm not really interested. Jackson was stunned. How could he? He said coldly, I guess you don't need the hospital bill money anymore. Without hesitation he turned and left, simply saying, excuse me. Jackson was left feeling regretful. A talent had left him. Yu thought to himself, play it this way, huh? He gently placed his hand on the keyboard. The electronic screen displayed an image of a game. The result shows perfect play. The crowd murmurs no way. He played the Nightmare J. Wax's extremely difficult song perfectly. Is he a pro? They can't stop gasping in awe. Yu just stands before the arcade game with a cold expression. At another arcade game, two virtual characters are engaging in combat. A stranger wonders, what's with this kid? He doesn't even know basic combos, just keeps using the 1-2. How is he blocking all these attacks? What's his secret? Is this even an arcade? The digital clock reads 6:18 m. Yu sat in front of the video game screen, his mind filled with only two dull words. The sky had turned a sunset hue. Yu was now sitting on an outdoor bench. As usual, his eyes showed no emotion. He watched a happy family in front of him. Yu sat alone, lonely. The wind blew gently through a tree. The sound of someone's footsteps. Yu glanced to one side. A young boy holding a notebook, his eyes lit up when he saw Yu. He stood there, gazing at Yu without blinking. Seeing this, Yu remained silent, not knowing what to say. The boy spoke, "Are you a boxer, sir? I saw you on TV before." Yu remained silent, not answering. The boy continued, "Oh, it's you, isn't it? Can you give me your autograph, please, your autograph?" Yu replied in a cold voice, "I don't have an autograph." The little boy persisted, "So please create one for me." He pondered for a moment. Then he wrote a large character on the paper. The boy couldn't hide his joy and satisfaction, saying, "That's so cool." He raised his hand in an attack motion and exclaimed excitedly, "You're really strong, aren't you? Your red-haired opponent is strong too. But he's not your true rival." Yu thought to himself, this is annoying. The little boy continued his enthusiastic conversation. "So, you're gonna fight the world champion?" Yu replied, "Well, maybe." The boy said with interest, "The world champion is very strong too, but I think you might win. Then you'll really become the strongest person in the world." Yu replied, "Well, maybe." The little boy continued to admire, "Wow, so cool, I want to learn boxing too so I can be strong like you." Yu heard this and said, "Even if you're strong, it doesn't mean anything good. No matter how good you are at fighting, if you get shot, you'll still die." The innocent child didn't understand what Yu meant. Yu continued, "You can die in an accident too. Imagine if you met a tiger or a lion in the forest, you'd die even more miserably." At this, the little boy's face changed. Yu replied coldly, "You disagree, don't you see? I'll be so strong that I could even defeat a lion or tiger. But even then, if I get sick, I'll die. Even if you have a lucky life and don't get sick, people will die someday. Your mother will die, and your father will die. And you will die too." Yu's words made the little boy realize something. Furthermore, even before death, how many times have people already died, because they didn't want to live anymore? No matter how strong you are, there's nothing good about it. The little boy remained silent, his body trembling. Yu noticed his reaction. Soon after, the boy, terrified, burst into tears and ran away. Yu was still innocent and clueless, unaware of what had happened. Night had fallen, and the streetlights were on. Yu put on his hat and coat. He walked slowly. The image of a boy, bruised and purple with wounds, appeared. He silently followed Yu step by step. The scene shifts to Yu's house. As he stepped into the house, the little kitten greeted him with a smile. Yu looked at it. He bent down, getting closer to it, and whispered, "Live a long life." Stars began to appear, illuminating the night sky. The thin boy held the kitten in his arms. At the same time, an image appeared of Yu sleeping soundly with the kitten beside him. His heart still beating steadily in his chest. A man slowly opened his eyes. Jin-Pierre sat silently on the stage. Jin-Pierre's eyes lowered slightly. Sitting in the luxurious room, his face showed no emotion. The person sitting opposite him was now Stella. Seeing no reaction from Jean, she felt a little annoyed. Without waiting long, she spoke up, "Jin, is the food I made not good?" Jin directed his attention to the plate of food on the table. Then he looked up again. Seeing the slight frown on Stella's face, he remained silent. Stella asked, "What's wrong? Can you hear me? You're looking at me." But all Jean can think about is Yun. In another development, Carmen was working. After a while of typing something, she stretched. Looking down at the gym below, where people were exercising, her attention was drawn to Yun. Holding a drink in her hand, she thought to herself, "Of course he's here again today. Normally after a match, it should be time to rest and recover. If you were an athlete like that, maybe you wouldn't need that. Even so, he's had almost a whole day of rest. Really, every day that goes by, he has no problem with his established routines. If you're a professional, that's natural, but even so, what is he? Sometimes I think he's not a machine. For over 2 years, he hasn't shown any signs of fatigue or joy, and he doesn't have anyone close to him. He's always just boxing alone, following the director's instructions. He doesn't seem to like boxing much." Kamen was lost in her thoughts about Yun, wondering if he actually liked anything from the start. She asked herself cats. Thinking of Jean-Pierre, she thought to herself, perhaps the next opponent will be the lightweight world champion. She considered it, thinking back and feeling that he had some similarities with the champion. After a while, Kamen took a sip of her drink. She judges herself, Yu doesn't have anything more. Even if she gets the title. In Carmen's mind, she can imagine Yu's back. She thinks to herself, she can't imagine his happy face either. Scene change. Jean-Pierre closes his eyes tightly. He is meditating in the ring, focusing on his breath. Peter, Jean's assistant, stands by and observes him. He thinks to himself, meditation is getting longer these days. He suddenly frowned. A thought crossed his mind, all because of that player. Peter spoke up. Jean, how's the situation for tomorrow's match? Jin replied in a detached, superior tone. In his mind, he thought, however, it's better to be insufficient. Hearing that, Peter said, good. Let's do a final check. The thought, it's better to be insufficient, repeated itself in Jean's mind. Looking at the three opponents before him, Jean thought to himself, I have to try harder. Somewhere else. Yun and Mr. K were watching the screen in front of them. Mista said, take a good look. This is yesterday's match. The commentator said, greetings everyone. Now, we are about to witness the main event of the day. The first match on the world rankings will begin now, between Teal Schnauff, the top-ranked lightweight in the world, and Jean-Pierre Manuel, the lightweight world champion. Yun's face was unreadable, revealing nothing. Mr. said, in today's boxing world, there are 5 people who are considered the strongest across all weight classes. Yuto Takeda of the junior middleweight, Santorino Fabrizio of the middleweight, Grigori Victor cruiserweight, Arentade heavyweight. He lowered his voice, emphasizing the importance and the name of the opponent you will face. Jean-Pierre Manuel lightweight, 37 wins out of 37, 31 undefeated. He became champion right after his debut at 20 years old and has been an undefeated boxing genius for 10 years. Out of the 5, looking at their boxing technique, he is the best. The screen cuts to a video of an athlete punching. As Mr. K says, first, take a look at the movement of his lead hand. The lead hand moves quickly, right in front of his opponent's face, blocking their vision and distance. From Jean-Pierre's perspective, he can see his opponent clearly, but the opponent's vision and distance are blocked by Pierre's large gloves and long reach. Mr. K said that he controlled his opponent from the beginning just by placing his hand in the right position. Mr. told you about's reach, which is over 2 meters. You has been silent all this time. Mr. continued, he's 15 centimeters taller than you. The average height for the lightweight division is around 174 centimeters. A 2-meter reach is almost a disaster. But he's not just a guy with a 2-meter reach. The scene shifts to Jean, his eyes focused on his opponent. He quickly moves his feet towards his opponent. He throws a punch incredibly fast and decisive. Jean's attack dealt significant damage to his opponent. Mr. couldn't help but be impressed. His punch was incredibly fast and had a terrifying reach. From my perspective, the reach of that punch must have been over 3 meters. Mr. Cast, you probably understand what that means, right? Attention focused on Jean's eyes. His answer rang out, it means that throughout the entire match, no player can escape his grasp. Mr. K explained, the power of his punch from his long arm with its terrifying kinetic energy and speed, comparable to a straight punch. Imagine what the opponent's perspective would be like. He focused his eyes on Jean's opponent at that time. Jin appeared like a fencer. A swift. Jin's opponent could only try to maintain his balance and defend against Jean's series of attacks. He thought to himself, that punch is truly terrifying, far more powerful than I anticipated, but I'll show you I'm not just playing around. Jin remained highly concentrated. Within seconds, he was nowhere to be seen. Teal Jin's opponent lunged forward, dropping to his knees and ducking to avoid Jean's attack. He focused on the opponent in front of him. Teal thought to himself, as expected, he used the crab stance to protect himself. He swung an attack towards Jean. Noticing something, Mika spoke, if his strength lies in his reach, then he could never be called the strongest. Watch closely from this point on. He observed his opponent's movements. Jean effortlessly avoided Teal's attack. Without hesitation, Jean's fist shot out from behind. A powerful blow landed. His opponent was taken aback, speechless. Seizing the opportunity, Jean expertly executed a series of movements. He gathered momentum and attacked, Mitsuke said, using a shoulder roll to deflect the punch and simultaneously employing body blows to pin his opponent's legs, shifting his right hand and dodging sideways in a flash. That was the most perfect choice possible, the choice of a true boxer. In today's boxing world, only 2 fighters can achieve such near-perfect technical mastery in such a short period of time. He said it was Jean-Pierre Manuel. And you, he said, turning to look at you. Not stopping there, Mifkay continued to provide information. However, in addition to his reach, the opponent also had another weapon that he didn't have. What the opponent was seeing was his right hand with a completely different position and timing compared to before. Mr. K realized it and said to you, the opponent had changed his stopping point to his left hand from the beginning, and caused great confusion in terms of distance and timing. The opponent was surprised and confused by Yu's straight punch. Teal was surprised to receive another blow from Jean. In his mind, he thought no the right hand punch. The floor lights shone brightly. The fight continued. Jin kept attacking relentlessly. It wasn't hard to notice that after the opponent adapted, Jean switched to his right hand. The athlete has reached a level where he can almost use both hands perfectly and naturally. Teal is now completely dumbfounded. He's thinking to himself, I don't know whether it's the distance or the timing. I don't know anything. Mr. concludes that the feeling of despair he instilled in his opponent is a feeling of not knowing anything. The opponent is simply suffocated in a one-sided feeling of despair. His boxing is so polished that both time and space are his own. Jin finally stops and announces that the fight is over. Every match of this guy's is perfect from start to finish. Mr. turns to you and asks, do you understand? This guy's boxing is technically perfect. Distance and proximity, right left hand, timing, speed, rhythm, control, psychology, everything is almost perfect. After Jean's match, a reporter emerged and asked, Champion, you definitely showed everyone your dominance in this match. Tell us, how do you feel about it? Jean answered frankly, I'm not completely satisfied. There were moments where I couldn't adjust my timing and movement between steps. His voice suddenly dropped. The next fight. If I make these mistakes again, I might have to hand over the belt. The reporter responded, you're saying the next fight is definitely. Jean said nonchalantly, why are you asking the obvious? World #3, lightweight you. I'm really looking forward to the fight with him. Hearing that, Mr. couldn't help but burst into loud laughter. Mr.'s voice was full of excitement as he said, Kasem is just a frog in a well, drunk with his own talent, nothing more, nothing less. However, this guy is truly strong. He honed his skills to the peak, without being affected by his own talent. Mr. Kerr couldn't hide his excitement as he leaned towards Kay and said, you can see it too, right? The perfection of his technique and talent. I admit, even I'm obsessed with his technique. I'm looking forward to him facing you. He added, unlike your previous opponents, this will be a very interesting fight for you. The sound echoed throughout the arena. Something unbelievable had happened. The referee is now raising the hand of the winner while the commentator says, finally, athlete Kasima has run away from the arena and is eliminated. Athlete Yu wins with a 1 minute 32 second KO. Yu's eyes look blankly into the distance. Down below the stands, looking toward the arena in front, Jean exclaimed, so beautiful. Jin's eyes glanced to the side. Lost in thought, Jean didn't notice he had poured too much tea, and it overflowed. Looking at the spilled tea in front of him, Stella could only stare dumbfounded at Jean's actions. A call to Jin rang in his ear, but he didn't pay attention. Jin was called again. Stella questioned her opponent, what's wrong with you lately? You've been spacing out constantly. Jin's eyes remained blank. She asked again, annoyed, you're thinking about boxing again, aren't you? He still didn't react. At this point, Stella couldn't hold back her emotions and her eyes welled up. She said, you're always like this. Even though we're always together, your mind is always somewhere else. Tears welled up in her eyes. She choked out, don't you have any interest in me at all? Do you really love me? Jin coldly replied, that's annoying. Hearing those two words, Stella's heart clenched. She stared blankly at the person in front of her. Jean spoke in a cold, deadpan voice, muttering about a nuisance. Change. Peter, Jin's assistant, is being interviewed. The question is, Jin Pierre Manuel, how is he as an athlete? Please say a few words. After a moment of thought, Peter speaks. What was the kid's name? I guess artist is the most fitting term. His life is dedicated to the beauty that comes from highly refined technique. You could say he's the only one who has dedicated his whole life to that beauty. The interview is still being filmed. The journalist silently thinks, it's the perfection of technique. The interviewer continues to ask, I've heard that the champion's training is quite special. Would you be willing to share it with us and expand our horizons? Peter agrees, I'll show you what I can. Jean is shown sitting in meditation, completely focused. Peter and the film crew observe and record the footage. The reporter thinks to himself, it's true, he always meditates before training. He remembers interviewing an athlete who used to train at the same sports center as the champion. The athlete said, our Grigoriev is a special kind of guy. I mean, you can't understand how he thinks. He always meditates before training. It wasn't just a few minutes, it was at least an hour, and sometimes he would sit there like that for a whole day. He added, wouldn't he be able to train normally after waking up from meditation? He wondered, did he get into that position and just stand there? The first time I saw him, I couldn't understand what he was doing. He paused for a moment. Then he continued, but after hitting the punching bag a few times, his stance changed. Remembering back then, Ajin's younger brother glanced over to observe him. After the spring ran once, it changed its position again. He recounted, it was like that for a whole hour. I knew what he was doing. Mr. Reporter, can you imagine what that eccentric was doing? Recalling, he continued, it was a punch. Breaking down the movement, then separating the movement, then breaking it down again. A punch extended out for a whole hour. Mentioning this, Jean's younger brother couldn't stop marveling, making the reporter a bit speechless. Seriously, crazy, it, he said, then laughed happily. Returning to reality, the reporter smiled and thought to himself, could that story really be true? But I don't understand his thinking. Then what's the point of this training? The reporter asked why meditation could be considered for physical and mental stability. Peter denied it, saying stability, not exactly, it's the opposite. He explained meditation is to awaken all the nerves, making them sharp before starting a fight. I'm sure you've also experienced focusing intensely on something, haven't you? The reporter agreed, oh yes, of course. You block out all other distractions and are surprised by how deeply you can feel the object you're focusing on. Meditation is to amplify that feeling many times over. Peter suggested, instead of explaining, you could try it yourself. The reporter quickly responded, oh no, I wouldn't want to disturb the meditation champion. Peter laughed and said, he'll never lose focus on things like that. The reporter scratched his head and said, well, I'll give it a try. The scene changes, the reporter is sitting across from Jean. Peter stands beside them, observing and giving instructions. The method is very simple. Sit in a relaxed posture and focus on the present moment, Peter said. The reporter followed the instructions carefully, but he subtly opened his eyes. He thought to himself, looking directly at them, I'm sure I'll sense something different. The reporter felt a bit tense. The old man closed his eyes. He thought to himself, focus on the present. The journalist's eyes began to droop. He wondered, is this the right thing to do? Now the journalist slowly sank into the tranquil space. He felt the stillness. Peter noticed and asked, can you feel your heartbeat? The journalist wondered, my heartbeat? He could feel the pounding in his chest. Only now did he realize. The more he focused, the more he could feel his heart beating. Suddenly, Peter's words woke him up. That's good, let's try this much for now. Just focus a little, and you can feel things you normally wouldn't. Peter added, even if you don't practice regularly, just focus. If you can feel your heartbeat clearly, then... Can you imagine what someone who has reached the peak feels? His eyes were now closed. His heartbeat was steady. Jean could feel his capillaries pulsating with blood flow. His neurons were firing at an incredible rate. His entire body was in a state of suspension between reality. Peter explained that he wanted to achieve complete control over all his muscles, from the strongest and thickest to the most delicate ones in his fingertips and toes. Through this control, he would reach the peak of technical skill. The scene shifts as dusk settles. Jin's face is slightly damp with sweat. Peter speaks asking, so finally your meditation session is over. Jin replies, the reporters are gone, right? Peter answers, yes, they couldn't wake you up, so they'll come back to interview you later. He lowers his voice as he says, it's because of that player, isn't it? Jin frankly admits yes. He expresses his concerns, that kid's movements, he's clearly operating in a different time zone. The way he plays, his footwork, his switches, his defense, all the techniques I've been practicing for years. Do they all mean nothing to him? Jin opens his eyes wide, reflecting his ambition to win. I need more. I need to focus even harder. Peter just hummed in agreement. A boxer cautiously asked, really? Peter spoke in a serious tone, yes, I've tried to stop it many times, but there's no other way. The three boxers all looked hesitant about what was happening. As usual, Jin's eyes didn't reveal anything. He stepped closer. He stood alone facing the three large, muscular boxers. With a nonchalant attitude, Jin simply said, come on. The three boxers couldn't believe what they were seeing. One of them muttered to himself, damn it, I believe it, I have to believe it, his technique. No matter what, I don't know. The three of them rushed forward. Hair flew in the wind. Peter's face showed concern. Jin paused for a moment. A knife fell beside a man lying on the floor. Jin thought to himself, I can't try it with this, I can't. Standing alone amidst the three fallen boxers, Jin calmed himself. These guys had no intention of killing anyone. Change. Jin was being interviewed. The reporter asked, what do you think boxing is? Jin shared his perspective. Boxing is about pursuing beauty, pursuing perfection, from the largest muscles to the smallest, most intricate movements. The heart beats, the breath. He stated frankly, the belt is proof of who is closest to perfection. Jin's eyes held a depth of meaning as he continued, I pursue that noble perfection and ultimate beauty. A memory flashed back to him. The boxer in the ring focused all his strength on his legs. The muscles in his hips tightened, her toned biceps tense. A powerful punch is thrown towards the opponent. Jin intently observes the fighter in the ring. She focuses her weight on her feet to stay grounded and prevent being pushed off balance. Solid hard muscles. Powerful strike. Jin's eyes don't blink once. A thought crosses her mind, that first punch. How many people know the meaning of that punch? Even Jin, who usually seems indifferent, had to be impressed by that attack. As for Mr. Qi, he wasn't as loud as usual. Today he just gave a very satisfied smile. On Jin's side, he remained silent, focusing on what was in front of him. His eyes held something unspoken. Watching you attack continuously on the stage, Jin thought to himself, the ideal that I've been pursuing all my life is there. The scene changes to a day of heavy rain. Two police officers are chatting in their patrol car. Have you heard about the strange rumors going around about the people in the back alley lately? What are they about? The other person replied, that's right, the rumor. Meanwhile, a fight is breaking out. This man, despite having a weapon, is knocked unconscious by the other person. The police officer said that someone, a stranger, attacked the people in the alley. The other officer asked in confusion what? At that moment, the person they were talking about is none other than Jin, who's been labeled as a crazy guy who wants to be a superhero. Well, that's good. According to the kid who was attacked by him, he's crazy. He said the guy sucks a lot of blood. In a large but gloomy mansion, someone's arm was stained red with fresh blood. Thunder kept rolling in the sky. Jin's deep hoarse voice rose still. His eyes were hollow, his face emotionless, repeating three words, still missing. In another place, at lightning speed, flexible and decisive actions. Peter saw this and wondered, how did it come to this? Looking at Jin in front of him, Peter thought to himself, Shadow's feeling had completely changed from a few days ago. Shadow was boxing, imagining an opponent and fighting them. Shadow was hasty and decisive, however. A strike tore through the air. Peter furrowed his brow, thinking to himself, sharpness is unnecessary. Jin was still frantically practicing, imagining an opponent in front of him. Peter thought anxiously, I thought he was almost complete. Lately he's been developing again at an incredibly fast pace. But how with such a short amount of time? He worried. Jin, could it be that, when the sky had turned dark, Jin turned around and said, I'm going ahead. Peter just crossed his arms and watched his retreating back. Peter spoke, you seem tired lately, are you okay? Stella has been worried about you always coming home late and looking so empty. Jin pursed his lips and remained silent. After a while he replied, it looks like that, doesn't it? Then he turned around, gave a confusing yet savage smile, and said with satisfaction, that's the best possible state. Peter heard that, his worries grew. This kid is really. Jin turned and walked away. Jin's name was called out again. Peter cautioned, don't get too involved. Just do what's necessary. He didn't reply immediately after listening. His vacant eyes looked into the distance. Without a word, Jin simply continued walking. The scene shifts to a residential area. A man said, even if it's not true, I'm going to stay with those guys this time. Person walks up. The man glances around, observing. A tall man is approaching. At one point he stops. Seeing this, the other man asks, what's up? In a deserted alley, Jin and the thugs are now present. His heart beats steadily, his gaze fixed straight ahead. The man glanced at Jin and asked, could that kid be the one who's been coming around lately? After observing and assessing the overall situation, he realized a 3-meter short gun. Couldn't confirm the weapon's direction at 11 o'clock. Direction 9 o'clock, about 6 meters away, possesses a knife. Direction 1 o'clock, about 3.5 meters away, possesses a knife. Direction 5 o'clock, about 10 meters away, possesses a knife. Jin continued to breathe evenly. He asked in a cold tone, you can't be pretty, can you? The man frowned and asked, what did you say, what's that kid? One of his men slowly pulled out a weapon and said, boss, we can make him a target. Without hesitation, Jin charged forward, aiming a strike directly at the leader's face. In his mind, he calculated, first, I need to take out the guy with the pistol with a long, fast punch. Then I'll deal with the other guy with the gun, who's still shocked. Jin mentally assessed, even if he reacts quickly, it'll take about 0.4 seconds for him to recognize the situation and respond. Less than half a second later, Jin delivered a powerful punch. The uncertainty of not being able to check his weapons was his strongest advantage, a punch that would instantly stop his opponent's awareness. Jin silently evaluated good blood flow. Without a second's pause, He charged towards the 2 o'clock position, where the guy with the knife was, taking a quick breath before attacking. Okay, the timing and distance are perfect. Maintain the 10-hour attack time. The pool is 2 seconds away. With keen observation, Jean continues to make accurate deductions. The king is at the 2 o'clock position, clearly and monotonously wielding a knife. A quick uppercut to the jaw. This guy is definitely out of the game. No need to worry about him anymore. He switches to sudden movements like this and utilizes his full body rotation spinning around. Not a single wasted motion. Jin delivers a powerful blow to the leader's head. He quickly assesses the situation. The man with the gun is completely unconscious. At 10 o'clock, the knife wielder was panicking. He quickly landed a blow, finishing the guy off, thinking to himself, what a waste. Now finally, 5 o'clock. Jin stood in a defensive stance, his vacant eyes wide open, like a threat. He noticed the person in front of him had a handgun. The worst-case scenario. The distance was about 10 meters. His heart pounded in his chest. His heartbeat grew louder. One word echoed in Jin's mind, death. His heart pounded in his chest. His pupils dilated. His muscles tensed. His blood continued to circulate. Looking at the gun in the man's hand, Jin leaned down slightly. Every part of his body is working tirelessly. Looking at the gun in front of him, Jin shows his tension through his eyes. His neurons are firing more productively than ever. In just a moment and with a single blow, Jin lunges and successfully knocks him down. Darkness has enveloped everywhere. Everything seems to stand still. Jin breathes heavily. Looking at this hand, I can't believe what I'm seeing. I finally did it. Jin stared, holding his hand high. Back in the mansion. Blood stains everywhere. Jin smiled triumphantly. An oil paint brush, swiping a crimson line like blood. Jin opened his eyes wide, thinking to himself, finally. Looking at the magnificent construction before him, he thought to himself, I will go meet him. At the training room. Peter glanced towards the door and said, Jin, you're earlier than usual today. Suddenly he noticed something unusual. He pressed his dry lips together. Jin looked haggard and pale. He muttered in a lifeless voice, the feeling it cannot be missed. He passed Peter like a ghost, only saying quietly, to the sandbags. Seeing this, Peter couldn't help but worry about Jin's condition. Something changed in his eyes somewhere. What happened last night? He walked towards the punching bag. Peter furrowed his brow anxiously, thinking, could it be that finally? Jin assumed a fighting stance. He remembered the image of you. Jin's eyes wide. A question arose in his mind, what is a human? A powerful punch lands. Humanity is plagued by uncertainty. Peter furrows his brow, worry etched on his face. Jin's thoughts race, I've made so many mistakes, so many blunders. His gaze remains unchanged, aimless and cold. He moves beyond the uncertainty of his errors, facing relentless rapid attacks. He doesn't stop to think. The sandbag is shaking. Jin is breathing heavily. Peter thinks to himself, finally. The sand is pouring out in waves. Looking at the sandbag Jin has punched a large hole through, Peter thinks to himself, finally, it's been achieved. Reaching for the absolute, Chapter 28, lightweight title match. Elsewhere Stella is crying loudly, Jin is an idiot. She is dejected, face down on the table, lamenting, how could he say those things to me? Jonathan looked at the girl in front of him, confused, thinking, what's wrong with this customer? She just had a non-alcoholic cocktail, and now she's acting like this. Jonathan gently reminded her, excuse me mom, we're closed now. Stella glared at Jonathan with a look that could kill, but soon she burst into tears. Do you find me annoying too? Jonathan felt a pang in his heart when he heard the word annoying. Stella cried out in frustration, all men are idiots. She continued to complain, I'm beautiful and cute. Why does everyone say I'm annoying? Stella's words stirred sympathy in Jonathan's heart. He silently cried out in his mind, I want to go home. In a different scene, someone was still working hard at their training. Good, keep it up, one more set, push yourself harder, faster. Their limbs kept moving, pushing themselves to the limit. Just endure a little longer. Cam stood in a corner observing everything. She thought to herself, as the championship approached, the amount of training increased tremendously. Good, keep moving like that. Yu was sweating through a series of high-intensity exercises. Coach K said, creating a strong body that can cope with any situation and perform any movement. You don't need to blindly imitate others, always move your body as you normally do. That's enough. The men standing from afar continued to observe the training session. This time they're clearly going to win. If he couldn't win, the director wouldn't have brought him back in the first place. Because the director is like that, he only pursues strong victories. Right now Mifter keeps encouraging you, good job, do one more set. In the director's mind, there's nothing but victory and defeat. Miska stopped and said, take a break. The men thought to themselves, compared to that, the question is always, athlete you. Why does he box? Today's training is over. It's just curiosity. The scene changes. Carmen asks you, why do you box? You glances at Carmen. Noticing this, Carmen quietly says, I don't know how to explain it, but I saw a light for a brief moment and you remain silent, saying nothing. Thinking for a moment. He speaks, I want to confirm that. Was it faith or was it? There's something I need to be clear about. Carmen watched you's back, pondering over his words. He didn't turn around. Then you spoke, although it's still unclear what he said. Excuse me, I'll go first. You said as he left. Carmen looked pensively in the direction you went. She wondered, could starlight be found in this place? You's silhouette gradually disappears. Carmen silently thought to herself, whatever the case, you, the player, she secretly judged, more emotional than she thought. People climb onto the boxing stage for their own reasons. Some for glory, some for money. Some want to test themselves, and each has their own reason. And here now, among the boxers with various motives and purposes, the fight to decide the pinnacle of a weight class has finally been determined. You and Jean are now in a promotional photo shoot. The reporter requested. The two fighters stand a little closer. Their eyes locked, each staring directly at the other's face. Jin's heart was filled with excitement, urging him to hurry. Looking at you, Jean's inner voice urged, I want to face you in the ring soon. The scene shifts as night falls. Peter furrows his brow in worry. Jean is indifferent, showing no emotion. Peter honestly, Jean replies decisively yes. He states his point, everyone has an ideal they chase and live for. What's the point of a life that turns its back on ideals? Jean demanded, if I die in this match, absolutely don't throw in the towel. Peter was speechless. Time flew by like water, and finally the day of the match arrived. Jean was leisurely brushing his teeth. He admired himself in the mirror. He thought to himself, interesting. Through the toothbrush, he could feel the shape of his teeth with his fingertips. Even when wearing clothes. Through his skin, he could feel the fabric of his clothes being filtered out bit by bit. Even when walking, he could vividly feel his muscles with every step, from the small muscles in his pinky toe to his Achilles tendon, his calves, knees, thighs. He felt everything so sharply, every moment clear, and the world transparent. Jin's lips curled into a smile. Gazing at the picture before him, he thought smugly he'd lived his whole life in this world. Jin's laughter became increasingly crazed. Something falls to the ground. Peter Cullen begins the broadcast. Hello everyone, the day has finally arrived. Bob Norris sits beside me. Today, the ultimate lightweight champion will be decided. The undefeated champion of champions for the past 10 years. And on the other side, the challenger, no less formidable, who some call the strongest ever. Carmen watches the program on VUF. She's intensely focused. At the same time, others are also watching the program. The championship belt sparkles, its glow uncertain to whom it will belong today. Mr. K glanced towards it and asked you, do you see that belt over there? That's going to be yours soon. And I assure you, not just that belt, but all belts from lightweight to heavyweight will be in your hands soon. You just indifferently glanced towards it. Mr. gestured, go on. Go and grab everything in front of you. Turning his attention to Jean, Peter reminded, you know the boy's strength better than I do. However, you've clearly pushed yourself beyond your limits until now. Maybe this is the best chance to achieve your ideal. Peter left, and before he did, he didn't forget to offer words of encouragement. Go and reveal the ideals you deeply hold within you. The two fighters entered the ring, facing each other. The referee called out, Jean-Pierre and you. Would the 10-year reigning champion be able to stop the challenger dubbed the strongest in history, or would the belt's owner finally change, ushering in a new era? Peter Cullen provided commentary. This fight has captured the attention of every boxing fan. The spotlight shone and the command to begin was given. It finally began. Jin wasted no time, launching a direct punch towards Yu's face. But Yu dodged it with incredible grace. Jin's punches came in rapid succession, but none of them found their mark on Yu. Peter Cullen excitedly said, look, see that excellent reach and hand speed. Bob added, it seems like the champion has sharpened his blades. Strangely, Jin's sharp blows didn't land on Yu. Mistress' heart filled with excitement. He smirked silently, saying, that kid. Even Jin was surprised by his opponent's agility. Jin thought with amusement, this is a more interesting match than I thought. Here, we have a wonderful match that the author personally experienced. From now on, we'll go back about 16 years ago when the author was a middle school student deeply immersed in basketball. He focused on the match. I still remember that moment vividly. Your feet lifted high. Every player had to look up at you. The middle school boy was surprised when he grabbed the ball. The height was so high, you felt like you were flying. For the first time in your life, you felt weightless, as if gravity had disappeared for you alone. That was the perfect jump, a once-in-a-lifetime jump. Before you jumped, you started running. The action of bending your legs. The weight and the movement of my hand. Finally to the extension. I remember everything was smooth and effortless, as if someone else was controlling my body. And then I tried many times to recreate that jump, but I never succeeded again. That jump felt like flying. Have you ever heard a story like that? You might occasionally hear this story in interviews with athletes at the peak of their career. There's a moment when you see every single thread of the ball flying towards you, and your body moves on its own. It soars high up into the deep blue sky. There are many other shots captured in sports history. The footballer is nervous. He runs and kicks the ball. It flies toward the goal, but it is deflected by the goalkeeper. The goalkeeper freezes for a moment. When it's the tennis player's turn, he throws the ball high. He uses all his strength from his arm, swinging it forward as far as he can, making it impossible for his opponent to counter. And so the tennis ball falls forcefully to the ground. Now to box. Jean-Pierre's long curly hair is very distinctive. Jean-Pierre throws a punch at you. Of course he dodged it easily. Even more so when he dodged all of Jean-Pierre's attacks. He looked at him, thinking to himself the angle of his toes, the contraction of his calf muscles, as well as the look in his eyes, the tautness of his waist. Jean-Pierre strained his eyes to watch Yu's movements. Let's get to the point here. Two people are moving. I'm guessing the timing is. Right now he's punching straight at Yu's face. But unfortunately Yu dodged the fatal blow. Peter Cullen says this adds more excitement to the match. Unlike the domineering image he's presented so far, the challenger can't easily approach him. It's true, the champion is showing the challenger a level of skill different from his previous opponents. He is secretly happy. Surprising, isn't it? He looks at Jean-Pierre and thinks, this kid, even if he's a standout boxer, he's just the standard kind of genius you find everywhere. The boundary between monster and man. To set foot on that boundary, Mr. chuckled. The soldiers had spent a lot of time on the battlefield. Most had that experience. Mr. was young back then. The time I was working in the special unit. He used bait to see if the enemy would shoot at the mirror. He told me to start, so K collapsed to fight. In the extreme tension between life and death and many battles, a cue for to run. While running, Key thought about having experienced that moment. His heart raced. His legs kept running but faltered at times. There were bodies everywhere. I had seen the bullet whiz past. That moment, though fleeting, felt like time stopped. It was a truly unique moment, one few experience. Humans have an ability. The ability to tap in their maximum cognitive potential. An ability that can surpass human limitations. To think that what is gained from this heightened cognitive ability is merely an amazing ability to dodge is a mistake. That ability grants the body complete control over tens of millions of muscles and joints. Everything contracts and expands with perfect angles and timing. Not a single flow of energy is missed. This is a scene that is remembered forever in the world of sports, or a world record that remains unbroken for a long time. Red eyes for that determination. He smiles, but his mind is still focused, creating the ability to perform perfect techniques naturally. He's also waiting for the hope that an opponent like him will appear. Boxing is not a sport for setting records, but a sport where two people compete against each other's abilities. So no matter how strong you are, if your opponent's strength is insignificant, you cannot unleash your true potential. However, if it's him, he can show me. Coach Peter is watching Jean-Pierre fight. He remains silent, silently calling Jean's name in his heart. Excitement, show me. How far can this kid push the limits with his own strength? The level of strength that kid possesses. When attacked, Yu dodges, as well as counter-attacking. He dodges the attack gracefully again. He got closer to Jean-Pierre. The two of them were getting closer. But he didn't stop attacking Yu. It was a pity, though Yu could easily avoid all his attacks. He dodged and hit. The audience below was getting even more excited. Wow! With this fight, with that speed, how could they even land a single hit on each other? Look over there. They shouted even louder. They were watching and couldn't believe the incredible speed of the attacks and defenses. The arena was surrounded by a feeling of tense balance. Who would break this balance? Kay smiled and wondered, oh dear. This will just keep going on endlessly, because of the difference in arm span. Jean-Pierre calmly looks at Yu. Yu remains silent. He remembers what Mr. K said. Yes, tomorrow you will also be making your debut. He said you watched all the matches that made the famous champions. The ones I told you to watch, right? Yu replies, yes, I'll try it once if the situation is right. The old man is quite surprised to hear that. Suddenly he bursts out laughing, ha ha ha. I told you to do it this way. I don't know why you think like that, but... Then he seriously asked, watching the video, don't you see anything strange? He said with wide eyes, How can you avoid that? How can you hit so fast? How can you move like that? I will stay in this position and make it clear to you, the movements of those guys are all in their heads, so absolutely never imitate them. Just follow your own thoughts, your own judgment. Move according to the movement of your body. That's alright, you always remembers K's teachings, so he gathers his strength and throws himself into it. Miss K smiled as if he understood him. The unexpected move from the MC, what's this? Yu's stance has changed, he's shifting his weight forward in a dangerous way. Jean-Pierre realizes the force he's putting into it is extreme, almost like the starting position in track and field. He sees his face completely exposed, and his stance seems like it will collapse with even the slightest imbalance. However, if I were him now, I would know. If I were to go in now, I would die first. I need to focus all my energy on defense. In an instant, Yu charges forward with great force. Both the Messi and the audience are shocked by what happens next. Messi sees it and also realizes finally. The roar of the crowd, a knockout. Looking at Yu's fierce and murderous aura, he thought, this is his true form. Stella was watching the match from the stands below. She was extremely worried about Jean. The roar of the crowd, a knockout. Yu stood above, bathed in glory. Jean-Pierre lay collapsed with blood around his mouth. The stands were in chaos, watching, seeing what happened. Peter Cullen was also bewildered. You see, the scene, even though we saw it, is shocking and unbelievable. Currently the area is in chaos. Bod Norris furrowed his brows, his face incredulous. Mr. K stood behind the training staff, observing. Bod Norris thought about Key. It seemed he was determined to realize his ambition. The referee continued the countdown. 4. Jean-Pierre was conscious but unable to stand up. Peter noticed the way he fell. It wasn't good. He remembered the words he had spoken. If I die in this fight, you absolutely must not throw in the towel. It's already the 5th second, and he's deeply worried about Jean. But on the other side, he's still lost in the darkness. He remembers, what was it that? I can't see anything. Is that how it is? I thought I had achieved, but from the very beginning it was on a completely different level. I want to see more. Jean-Pierre suddenly wakes up. He takes a deep breath. It's already the 7th second. His hand can move. Mr. kept watching the match. The referee counted to 8. Gradually, the referee held up the number 2, and everyone around was very nervous and gasped. Jean-Pierre began to rise. Peter remained silent, his brow furrowed. You also had to look on. The champion had risen from the shocking fall. Jean's body trembled, but he was still trying to stand. However, he was still not ready to fight. His eyes held a worry. Kay also sensed something. You glanced at him. Peter remained silent, lost in thought. The referee continued the fight. The crowd in the stands was now more lively, but their swaying bodies conveyed the intensity of the knockout. This fight was dangerous. The referee thought to himself it could still continue. He recalled the punch. A strange murmur of awe. Although Jean-Pierre had stood up, he still wasn't steady, but he kept telling himself he couldn't give up. He couldn't read the focal point, damn it. The referee was watching him. He asked the player Jean if he could continue the match. Jean mumbled possible, it's fine. Then he looked up, resolutely confirming, of course. Seeing this intense determination, the referee felt a chill down his spine. The referee loudly said, even if you're the champion, as a referee, I can stop the fight immediately if I see any danger. You should know that. Jin replied without hesitation, I know, so let's get started. Seeing the intensity of the fight, the referee nervously swallowed. Without hesitation, he shouted, begin. Jin immediately assumed a fighting stance. Yu just stared at him. Then he charged forward without hesitation. Focus all your nerves. Don't miss this time, look straight ahead. The force is concentrated to the extreme, as if holding the weight of your whole body with just a big toe. The tension of the muscle fibers feels like it's about to rip your skin off. The movement of the pupil captures the point of impact. 1 not 2, is the target. Yu's strength has increased significantly. Jean is slightly startled, show him what you've got. Immediately Yu unleashes a full force second time. It's still a knockout, he charges like a god. The pinnacle of human technique. His eyes burn with murderous intent. With the power of his legs, he easily dodged Jean's attack and counter-attacked. Seeing this, Jean was astonished, his eyes widened. While attacking, he used the muscles in his toes and accelerated again. In his mind, the thought kept repeating, a little more, a little more. The punch was getting closer and closer to his face. Seconds later, the punch landed squarely on Jean's face. He regretted it, thinking, I wanted to see a little more. His eyes darted towards the punch. He quickly turned his head away. Seeing this exciting match, it couldn't help but think with interest. He dares to turn his neck back so recklessly to minimize damage. His eyes seemed to have anticipated something, and indeed, the blood on Jean's cheek was increasing. He thought to himself, Let's see how long he can withstand this thrashing. Another flash, this time it made a loud sound. Jin glanced up. He tried to cover his face, to protect it. But you wouldn't stop attacking. Someone's back was watching. Jin was beaten to a pulp, covered in blood. Peter knew from the beginning that Jin wasn't a strong boxer in terms of taking hits. He knew the first blow. That punch was a knockout punch. However, his obsession, his madness, awakened him. He risked his life, pushing himself beyond the limits of his body. Peter grew increasingly worried for Jin. Yu, on the other hand, was still relentlessly punching. He knew the kid's boxing style well. Yu wouldn't back down, continuously delivering blows that his opponent couldn't block. Watching from the ring, Peter sweatily thought, that spine-chilling boxing style, does it look this beautiful? The fight continued without any sign of ending, and Yu kept pushing forward. Numerous punches landed on Jin. The punches kept coming, faster and stronger with each one. He had to try to fight back. There was almost no loss of momentum between the movements. There was no loss of control, instead, energy was being added. Yes, there was the tension of the fight, the desire to win, the fear of losing, the past, the present, the future, none of it existed. Only the technique to produce the result, the punch. Now Jin was down. He was motionless. The announcer immediately shouted knockout, the champion in round 1 knocked out twice. The shock of the knockout, the first one, had arrived, and the new audience was already celebrating the birth of a new champion. Yu's eyes looked at everything. Jin lay still, thoughts flashing in his mind. What is a human being? Humans exist with insecurity. Creatures of mistakes, carelessness, and foolishness. He reminisced about his past, the shattered image of his family. Back then his mother was furious, she said, that's it, end it. His father was the same, get out of my house now. Young Jin had witnessed his parents' separation, his mother left him, and a wave of painful thoughts arose. He saw that as humanity. Everywhere in this world, there are surely stories of loneliness. You see the referee holding up 2 fingers. The promiscuous mother and the helpless father. The house is constantly in conflict, one side is only loyal to their own desires, the other is immature in everything. If so, why was I born? That question always follows me. Now the referee is slowly counting to 6. Peter is very worried now. He prays silently, Jin, pushing yourself any further is too much, please just lie still. The answer to that question became clear at some point. 2 fools, a man and a woman meeting results in a mistake. In his mind, he heard the number 7. Peter seemed to already know the outcome. K did too. He smiled excitedly. But he wouldn't give up. Peter held the towel tightly, his hands shaking. He kept whispering Jin's name. Suddenly Jin's feet rose. He stood up, that was me. He was in excruciating pain, bleeding profusely, but he still struggled to breathe. That's why I pursue it. The transcendent existence of humanity. And the night demon looked at him. Jin saw his father slumping after an argument. He asked if his mother wouldn't be coming back. His father said, how could this happen? How did it come to this? Jin remained silent to give his father time to calm down. He thought to himself, I thought he was pitiful. A man who fumbles with everything about himself, his work, and how to deal with people. This man is someone who keeps making the same mistakes, unable to analyze situations or problems decisively. This is who he is. Jin then picked up the broken family photo from the floor. He looked for a while. Something was going on in the child's eyes. And finally he threw it in the trash. Jin looked at his father and thought, compared to him, I am the one who belongs to the side with the ability, observing the current situation coldly and preparing for what is to come, perhaps sooner or later. And then the boy in the broken family grew up to be a boxer. The Misi made the fight even more dramatic. The champion, for the second time, stood up desperately after being knocked out. His determination was almost insane. The audience is cheering for the champion's fight. Stella in the audience is even more shocked. The referee continues to call begin. Jin, covered in blood, is still determined to fight. While Yu is always ready for a knockout. Mr. Key down below, what an amazing fighting spirit, but now he can only stand there like a husk, nothing left to watch. Yu is always victorious. Only Stella is left praying. Throughout the match, she was constantly hoping for Jin's safety and life. Then Yu leaped back. He was ready to punch Jin, but the referee intervened just in time. The Messi announced the end of round 1. Finally, round 1 is over, a truly intense round for the champion. Perhaps player Yu has shown even the undefeated champion his overwhelming power. However, the only player who can make it through round 1 with player Yu is also the champion. Mr. thought to himself, he's been spared, hasn't he? Jin, lifeless, is being treated for his bleeding. Petter thought, what a catastrophe, to be able to beat Jin to this extent. It's not about defending or not defending the belt, it's about risking your life like this. Petter advises Jin to give up this fight. He tells him that even if he dies, he shouldn't throw in the towel, but to value his life. Jin whispers, what is life? He was a boy who lacked affection and didn't care about anything. Just being born and disappearing doesn't mean anything different, isn't that life? So, if you pursue your goals to the end and die, isn't that the only meaning you can create in your life? Petter yells Jin. He says, don't stop me, I need to test my existence. Those eyes yearn, saying if you throw the towel, you'll be cursed for life, Petter. Then the referee will announce the second round, and you'll be helpless, damn it. Jin says get out of the ring quickly. Jin approaches the fight. Petter can't stop worrying about him. The fight continues, starting. They say the first round of shock is over and the second round has begun. It's true that the champion can redeem the disaster of the first round. Stella is still constantly worried. Jin is hazy about the past. When your father's hand clasped mine. I thought my prediction was right. You would think this way sooner or later. However, I wasn't surprised. I wasn't sad because my emotions were gone. I wouldn't become someone like that. And our feet stopped. You knew we stopped, you're about to speak now. Dad called me Jin. He said, son, I suddenly remembered something urgent. You wait here for a while, okay? Jin knew it was a lie. His acting was terrible. Then he gave me money saying while you wait for me here, use this money to buy some snacks. Okay? Jin noticed as expected. This man was so clumsy even when abandoning his own son. Jin said normally, okay dad, hurry up and come back. And he didn't suspect a thing. Just go far away and answer the last question. His back disappears, the way society gradually abandoned him. And he doesn't care about anything his father says. He thinks I'm not shocked. His feet turn around. He goes in the direction he wants to reach. Away from the father who has abandoned him. Jin knows I'm not sad because my feelings are wrapped up. I completely, alone, pursued that beautiful perfection. About the match, look, right in front of you. The ideal that I pursue, there is an existence that transcends the perfection of the human being standing before me. Jin no longer cares about life anymore. Look one last time. What is the meaning of my life, my ideals? Then smile, enjoy life. Petter worries, thinking Jun, are you really going to seek death? He knows that such an extreme level of attack can only come from that monster, you know that too. Even if you focus all your energy on defense, there will still be destruction. Hitting the target. Petter gripped his towel tightly. He tried to think, or forgive me Jun, I can't make Stella a widow as a father. I discovered your exceptional talent and taught you boxing. But I regret the more important things I couldn't teach you. Don't crave to be a monster, Jin. The purpose of human life is to live. There are many more meaningful things in this world that you need to learn. Stella felt it. What should she do? She saw his figure fading away. She felt like Jin would leave forever. And his back made her even more worried. Jin, are you really leaving? Meanwhile, he was lost in his desire for the match. You only cared about winning. His feet started to move. They were about to attack. I haven't even thrown the towel yet, sorry Jin. But there were shouts from the audience, no. It was Stella. She came and said, no Jin, don't leave. He looked at her in surprise. Stella was almost crying and pleading. Where are you going after leaving me? I can't live without you. She screamed in her heart, don't leave, I said don't leave. The cry seemed to soothe Jin's heart, don't leave me. It was that boy's figure again. Only he has no one to love, no family, no parents. His weak hand clutches the money truly. Although he's very strong, truly I also want to say. With those emotions, he still wants to be loved in a warm home, but he knows he can't go back. Deep down, he always wanted to say, don't go, don't leave me, he also wants to say it. Stella is almost disappointed, he's about to become a father. The shocking news stuns Jin. Those eyes have emotions, shock and surprise he can't comprehend. He thought back to himself. He wondered what he was doing all this time. Yu was still ready to attack on the battlefield, and Stella was eagerly waiting for Jin to return. Jin himself didn't know that on that fateful day, the little boy, why was he crying? Young Jin cried. He raised his head. He saw a little girl with blonde hair and red eyes looking at him, and Petter said, could I possibly be lost? The large, mature back had thought it through so. Between the past and the present. Jin thought to herself, I really am a clumsy one. Rob Norris said, it seems there's been some audience interference, and Petter Cullen replied, apologies, everyone, the match was interrupted. It will be restarted right away. Petter Cullen exclaimed, what on earth is going on while we're talking? Ko watched in surprise. Yu calmly observed. The crowd roars, the champion has left the ring. The referee circles his arms to announce the end of the match. An unbelievable defeat for the champion. Jin says to get out of the way. I have the right. The two security guards don't budge. They whisper and are full of confusion. What's going on? Is he running away like Kasem? Such a bland ending. Peter Colin can't believe it. The champion has taken an incomprehensible action. The audience is in chaos and disarray. He's surprised when he sees. Peter laughs at Jean. Stella was relieved to be protected. Kay was extremely agitated. This guy. The scene was Jean personally handing the championship belt to you. He said, take it, it's yours now. You remain silent. Kay was so furious he slammed his hand down, daring to taint the match. It was completely unacceptable. Peter Collins said, did you see that? The champion directly handed the belt to you. Bob Norris chuckled. Kay was outwitted. The Misi announced that the lightweight championship belt, which had remained with Jean Payer for 10 years, had been passed on to you. You received it with a stoic expression. The audience was surprised as well. They cheered their loudest. A new champion had emerged after 10 years. His overwhelming power had made the outcome unpredictable, marking a moment that would create a new legend in the boxing world. The lightweight champion. He had achieved this victory in just 11 seconds of the second round, maintaining an undefeated record of 7 wins in 7 fights. Weighing 7 kilograms, Yu is the new lightweight world champion for the Lions Boxing Club. Now we're going to Jean's room. Jin was lying on the bed, his injury bandaged. Peter said that the injury was serious and advised him to forget about boxing for now and focus on recovery. He was silent for a moment and asked Peter, can I be a good father? He said, of course, Jean. The door opened. Peter watched as the person entered. It was Stella who came into the room. She looked at Jin, who was resting, with emotion. And then she cried. The scene shifts to another place. After watching all the matches you had participated in, a blue-haired girl's lips curled downwards, uttering a comment, what's that about? The boy next to her agreed. It's impossible to deny Yu's overwhelming power. His tone was filled with admiration. He's incredibly strong, unbelievably strong. Recalling Yu's sturdy back and his lightning-fast attacks that easily knocked out opponents in an instant, Taki carefully analyzed. Speed, technique, judgment, mobility, everything surpasses the standards of a human being. Misaki glanced at him, her brow furrowed. Knowing his personality, she guessed that he wouldn't be satisfied with just a belt. Then Misaki crossed her arms, her face serious, and reminded him, be strong based on my boxing experience. This is the strongest opponent in history. Takeda immediately responded, his gaze fixed ahead, full of determination. He was Yu Takeda, the current junior world champion. The appearance of such a formidable opponent made Takeda worried. He sat there, deep in thought. At the same time, a brawl erupted in the hallway. One of San Hyung's underlings yelled angrily, whereas San Hyung, the other man, stammered. The first man got even angrier. What, you dog? Speak up. With his collar being held tightly, the man could only fearfully reply. He said he's going to catch Baek Jung alone, so I shouldn't follow. The angry man was furious. You let him go alone? He kept his hand on the man's collar, turning to command his other men, gather everyone and go after Baek Jung. They immediately obeyed. Yes, boss. On the other side, a man was grinding his teeth in anger, his face contorted with rage. That dog. This was Baek Jung, the second in command of the Sumi group. He was tall and muscular, his head shaved with 2 prominent gold teeth and a nose ring. His face was full of anger, his pupils dilated. Facing Baek Jung, a man with white hair spoke, a cut on his cheek was bleeding, his voice was low and indifferent. He said, try me. See what I'm doing here. His meaningless words angered Baek Jung. Veins popped on his face. He shouted, you dog, you barge in alone, and then you dare talk like that. Immediately, San Hyung's eyes darkened, his emotionless pupils fixed on the arrogant man in front of him. Seeming unsatisfied with the answer, he remained silent. Rage filled Baek Jung's head. He didn't hesitate, his hand gripping the knife. He charged at him, his face twisted with anger. See clearly, you dog. It didn't take long for San Hyung's men to gather near the room where he and Baek Jung were fighting. Each of them held a long iron bar and a baseball bat, their faces a mixture of surprise and bewilderment as they saw the countless figures sprawled across the hallway, bearing the marks of defeat. They questioned each other. Could it be San Hyung alone? They quickly passed the men who had been thoroughly defeated by their leader, approaching the door to the room. Everywhere there were bodies of men knocked unconscious, some leaning against the edge of the door, others sprawled face down on the floor. One of them turned his head to the back, his face serious, gesturing for his comrades to quickly enter the room. Immediately, they charged into the room with their feet kicking the door open, their hands still gripping the iron bars. They shouted, boss, are you okay? They must have witnessed something that made their eyes change, their faces contorted in a mix of surprise and fear. Before them, San Hyung stood with his back to them, unmoving. Beside him was a broken window, and the air was eerily silent. The scene was chaotic. San Hyung stood alone in the middle of the disarray, surrounded by bodies scattered everywhere. Even the leader, Baek Jung, was like, San Hyung was like a beast, his eyes cold and emotionless as he surveyed the carnage. He stared vacantly at the window, his mind lost in thought. He ignored his men who were approaching him from behind. In his mind, he saw you, the light boxing champion, with his unimpressive physique and vacant, emotionless eyes. That image haunted San Hyung, filling him with anger. His relaxed hand clenched into a fist, shaking with rage. He was furious. San Hyung's strange behavior startled his men. They were confused, looking at their leader with bewilderment. San Hyung, one of them stammered. San Hyung's face contorted with rage. Veins popped out on his forehead as he furrowed his brow. Hate and resentment filled his eyes, his teeth clenched tight. He was a beast that had lost its prey, and his anger was erupting. Yu's indifferent gaze, not paying attention to anything, haunted San Hyung. It felt like that disdainful look was constantly following him, staring at him. The more he thought about it, the more unbearable it became for San Hyung. Without hesitation, he kicked Baekjung in the face and then the table next to him, shattering the wooden table. He vented his anger, cursing under his breath. He didn't stop at one kick. San Hyung continued to kick Baekjung several times until his anger subsided somewhat. Only then did he stop his violent actions. Moments later, as his mind calmed down, his foot stopped kicking Baekjung's face. San Hyung gasped for breath, his eyes still looking down at the man he had relentlessly tortured. His men couldn't fathom why San Hyung was so enraged. They were stunned, every one of them falling silent, afraid to provoke him. They only dared to call him softly boss boss. Not only them, even San Hyung couldn't understand what was controlling him. Gritting his teeth, his brows furrowed, he hung his head and thought to himself, what am I doing? The scene shifted to a different image. Injae's green eyes widened, gazing ahead, a hint of surprise mixed with shock lingering beneath them. The TV screen displayed the scene of Yu and Jean-Pierre bumping fists on the fighting stage. Sitting on the sofa, Injae watched the match intently, his face showing surprise. He thought to himself, it's really done. In his eyes, Yu was holding the championship belt, his mind lost in thought. His face didn't express any emotion, even his eyes were lifeless, as if nothing was happening. He ignored the cheers of the audience below, calmly accepting the world champion title. His eyes fixed on the image, his lips curled downwards. He wondered in his mind, but why is it like this? While everyone else focused on Yu becoming the champion, Injae noticed the lack of joy on his face. His eyes were dull, lonely, and cold. He wasn't happy at all. This made Injae wonder why Yu could keep pursuing boxing without any motivation. He thought, Yu, how can you be boxing like this? But then he dismissed his doubts, a slight smile appearing on his lips. He thought, despite that, this is definitely something to celebrate. He then turned to Steele and his assistant who were sitting next to him. His eyes sparkled, his smile was bright, and his tone was full of pride. He said excitedly, did you see? Injae couldn't help but be excited, repeating himself. He's the champion, the world champion. Steele's expression was slightly annoyed, his eyes looking helplessly at the noisy kid. You kept shouting in disbelief. Meanwhile, the manager furrowed his brows slightly, a hint of worry in his expression, deep in thought. This might disappoint North San. He then turned to Injae, arms crossed, and reminded him, kid, don't get too excited about your friend defeating the world champion. First, prepare for your debut. Hearing this, Injae clenched his fist, excitedly replying yes. His fighting spirit was admirable, prompting the director to say, "Sir." Worried that Injae might rush into a fight because of his friend's victory, the manager advised, you need a proper preparation time, for a reason. Don't be in a hurry and fall behind your friends. But in his mind, he already understood. Even from the beginning, he was not a rival who could catch up. Hearing this, Injae smiled brightly, closing his eyes, his face radiating innocence and purity. I'll do my best, won't I? Still with that bright smile on his lips, Injae continued cheerfully, his tone. I will definitely show everyone a really cool fight. At this point, the director slightly opened one eye to glance at Injae's childlike face, thinking no matter how you look at it, this kid doesn't look like a boxer. Compared to him, Steel Face looks like a boxeress. Remembering Injae's father, a boxer who had fought countless battles in the ring, the director suppressed his doubts. After all, this kid is a boxer's son. His eyes narrowed slightly, his pupils still looking at Injae. He praised him silently. If you think about the difficulties he faced during his boxing days, this kid is truly no ordinary. After a while, he sternly commanded, first, from now on, no watching Yu's videos. This came as a shock to Injae, making him flinch and gape in astonishment. He exclaimed, why? As I was imagining Yu's back on the screen, I explained that his boxing was so different. It's a realm that ordinary people can't even dream of. If you watch too much, it won't help, it might actually be counterproductive. He already had a completely different style of boxing from the start. Then, the manager suggested another fighter for Injae to learn from. Instead of that kid, he suggested watching you to Takeda's matches more. Hearing the manager mention Takeda, Inji quickly recognized the name. His eyebrows furrowed slightly and he muttered Yuta Takeda, the junior world champion. The image of Kida quickly appeared in both their minds. With a muscular build and eyes full of determination and confidence, the manager briefly introduced the fighter. Yes, that's Yuta Takeda, the current strongest traditional boxer. Aside from effort, he will be of great help. He's also in your weight class. After finishing, he closed his eyes and fell into thought. I was going to say that, but looking closely, the kid or his father actually resembled that boxer more than Takeda. Inji's youthful face and open, friendly personality reminded him of another boxer. Of course, compared to that fighter, he felt like a candle. And then, he expressed his earlier thought. When I look at you and your father, I always think of a certain fighter. His words surprised Inji. His face showed his curiosity, and he asked, which fighter? The manager's eyes were fixed on the empty space in front of him, his gaze seeming to recall a distant memory. Yes, how should he say it, about that player? The image of that player's back was still firmly etched in his memory, his soft, pale blonde hair, giving off a sense of warmth. In our generation, this generation, there are many fighters worldwide who are respected, and among them, there's one fighter who's like the sun. Inji sat upright, his eyes following the manager, eagerly waiting for his response. He only spoke halfway through before stopping his story about the player. Instead, he decisively said that he shouldn't look at those materials, even though that player was no ordinary player. He should just watch a lot of Takeda's videos. Inji looked at him bewildered. Even though he didn't understand why the manager didn't mention that person again, he obediently said yes. Sitting beside him, seemed annoyed, crossing his arms and looking like he wanted to say, if that's the case, why even mention it then? As their break ended, the manager cheered them on loudly. Alright, it's your debut match. Give it your all, Inji replied immediately, his voice filled with fighting spirit and unwavering determination. And so, Inji began training for his debut. Each of his strides was solid and confident, and the radiant smile on his lips wouldn't fade for anything. He was eagerly looking forward to what was to come. There are many stories in the world, stories filled with hope, about protagonists who overcome adversity and constantly grow. In contrast to Inji's joy, San Hyung's face was heavy with despair. His pupils contracted, his brow furrowed, his heart dark, and on his cheek, the wound continued to bleed. There is also a tragic story, a story of a great protagonist slowly descending into hell. Lastly, there is Yu's story. His back gives people a feeling of coldness and fear, but also loneliness. Or perhaps it's more accurate to say that the character I believe to be the true protagonist is the final boss, delivering the ultimate challenges to the other protagonists. And among the many stories of each person, sometimes, at the same time, in an ancient-looking house, a warm and gentle voice called out, "Kids, it's time for dinner." The children huddled together, their faces filled with admiration, surprise, and disbelief, as if they couldn't believe what they were seeing. Amazing, Jean-Pierre lost no way. Seeing that the children hadn't come out for dinner yet, a blond man peeked in, carrying a baby on his back in a carrier, and coaxed them, "Kids, stop watching V and come eat." "You see me?" One of the kids turned around, mouth agape, and announced, "Teacher, look, Jean-Pierre lost." The news of Jean-Pierre's loss left him stunned for a moment, speechless, a mix of bewilderment and surprise washing over him. There are stories that only unfold at the very last moment. Yu's figure, holding the championship belt once again, was projected on the TV screen. The same emotionless eyes, the same cold face, his identity became more and more known. Observing Yu standing on the ring, his dark golden pupils seemed to brighten, fixated on Yu's silhouette on the screen. For a fleeting moment, his eyes widened, his body stiffened, and all that remained in his gaze was the image of Yu. Immediately, the image of a young Yu appeared in his mind, his body thin and frail, his long black hair covering his vacant and pitiful eyes, his face covered in cuts and scratches. The weak and tiny boy from before had now become the champion of lightweight boxing, stronger and more mature. Only his lifeless eyes with no white pupils remained unchanged, as if they had been swallowed by the darkness long ago. Thinking about this, the corners of his lips curved into a slight smile. He chuckled, a smile filled with pride, excitement, and anticipation. Soon after, as John Taker was holding the boxing training equipment for his opponent to practice aiming at the target, he observed the opponent's movements while adjusting his own posture. Right, relax his fist, quickly and concisely. At that moment, someone pushed open the glass door and entered the training room, their voice warm and friendly, filled with concern and warmth, asking if everyone was doing well. Hearing the familiar voice, John Taker quickly stopped his actions, turned his head and directed his gaze towards the source of the sound. Not only him, but even the coach couldn't hide their curiosity as they turned their heads towards the open door, wondering who had just entered. A second later, John Taker's pupils involuntarily contracted, his face clearly revealing surprise and astonishment, but also a hint of joy. It wasn't just him, even the coach was very surprised, their eyes revealing a tinge of suspicion, a feeling of nostalgia overflowing as if they hadn't seen an old friend in a long time. Standing before them was none other than Jay, known as the sun-like boxer. He flashed a bright smile, his eyes radiating confidence and determination. His whole being seemed bathed in a radiant glow, yet it didn't hurt the eyes. In a strong voice, he declared, "I'm back for a forgotten appointment. However, I'll tell you this story later," and on Inji's side, he was preparing for this crucial debut, his eyes filled with unwavering determination. He kept reminding himself that the debut. He continued running to improve his stamina, sweat dripping down his face. Though tired, he showed no signs of stopping and pushed forward with relentless effort. Fatigue couldn't extinguish Inji's strong will. He kept training, a joyful smile gracing his lips. Finally, now I'm about to become a real boxer. Driven by this fierce determination, he ran continuously. Every step he took was a testament to his hard work and perseverance, ready to face any challenge. He recalled the scene of the brawl, when the older student North Mountain Ryu punched his classmate, only stopping when others intervened. After that fight, a few months later, closing his eyes, he propped his chin on his hand, his expression vacant. Kim Tae-pung, 42 years old, CEO of the boxing gym he leaned against the glass window, gazing out at the world beyond. His expression was somewhat troubled, lost in thought. He stared out the window, shrouded in a bit of melancholy. One might think it's the onset of male midlife crisis, but that's a misconception. No, you can't call it a wrong thought, because you don't even know if it's possible. But after a moment of silence, his hand left his chin, his face looked up, his brows slightly furrowed. He spoke loudly and grumpily. "What did you say?" Then the manager returned to his usual state, alone and lost in thought, gazing into the void. Compared to his thoughts, he is a good person, so here's the reason. In the manager's hand is a rough, unpolished diamond, and that gemstone represents the North Sanryu player, and he is the worker. Assuming a gemstone worker coincidentally discovers a large diamond, most people would choose to polish the gemstone themselves, and when it becomes a precious diamond, they would be happy and cheer because they possess it. If you are a person with normal ambitions, you would make the gemstone yourself and turn it into yours. However, if the rough diamond falls into the manager's hands, it's a different story. He wouldn't quickly decide to polish it himself. He's not that kind of person, but he would focus on examining the deep potential hidden within the diamond meticulously. Although he is the one who found the diamond, he is willing to hand it over to Coach K, who he believes will help it shine to its full potential, standing on a position worthy of the gemstone's capabilities, because he wants to achieve the true beauty that the gemstone possesses, rather than wealth and fame. So he decided to entrust the gemstone to the best craftsman he knows. It is this sharing nature, not selfish and not caring about vainglory, that makes him a coach with a heart in the eyes of everyone, always loved and trusted by him. Truly a wonderful man. Kim Tae-pung, even his name is cool. Kimmy Pung. The manager's face couldn't hide his sadness and dejection. Leaning his elbow on the windowsill, he sighed wearily. Fate took a completely different turn, as if mocking his sacrifice and determination. Yu's presence turned everything upside down. He remembered meeting Yu, a boy with an exhausted, listless and bored face, with a few scratches on his face, and dark circles under his eyes that had lost all their sparkle, as if swallowed by darkness. The diamond named Yu, 100 times larger than other raw gems, fell from somewhere, shattering its opponents, leaving the manager stunned and bewildered, secretly regretting it. A diamond suddenly appeared, completely unexpected, and broke the gem he had discovered. His disappointment and wariness made others curious, wondering, what was his sacrifice and determination for? And then a gentle breeze swept past, carrying a leaf and his bangs behind him, revealing his high forehead. The heart of this middle-aged man was as vast as his broad forehead. He stared blankly. North finally quit boxing. Seeing the manager stand by the window, sighing constantly, another athlete in the training room noticed, looking doubtful, wondering in his heart, what's wrong? Puberty. Soon after, the training room door opened. Someone was entering, and at this very moment, the wheel of fate turned again, but fate again flowed in an unpredictable direction. While Kim Tae-pung was looking out the window in a daze, he heard a friendly voice, "Director Kim, are you well?" He turned his head back in the direction of the sound, looking for the owner of that voice. In front of Kim Tae-pung was a former boxer, now retired, waving at him, his other hand in his pocket. He was beaming with joy, his eyes closed, a radiant smile on his lips. Beside him was a young boy with a slightly worried look, smiling shyly and greeting the other. The sudden appearance of these two took him completely by surprise, his face showing no sign of astonishment or shock. At that moment, the corner of Inge's lips curled upwards, his face radiating the youthful strength and vitality of a teenager. His eyes full of confidence and determination, stared straight ahead. The scene then shifted to a time when Inji was training hard, sweat dripping down his face. He clenched his teeth, his gaze fixed on the horizon, filled with determination and resolve. Not far away, a voice continuously encouraged him. Good, a little faster. Inji had a rope attached to a large tire on the ground, which he dragged as he ran. Kim Tae-pung watched from the sidelines, shouting, if you want to survive on the professional stage, then run. Your biggest weakness right now is your eyesight. Going back a few minutes earlier, Kim Tae-pung had received a request from Inji's father. He crossed his arms and turned to Inji, who was enthusiastically practicing with a boxing bag, and said, alright, you mean that kid is your son? His eyes held the caring gaze of a father, a slight smile playing on his lips. He replied, yes, I wanted him to live comfortably, so I didn't want him to box. But it seems he wants to box seriously. Hearing this, he had no choice. His eyes still looking towards the back, he mumbled, can't fool him. As if remembering something, his face showed clear annoyance and displeasure. Kim Tae-pung's eyebrows furrowed as he grumbled. However, why would you come to me? This question from him made Inji's father laugh heartily. He responded, why, among the people I know, there's no fighter who surpasses you. The praise coming from his own mouth caused him some surprise, but his face didn't show it clearly. He remained silent, thinking to himself, damn, we haven't had a good relationship since my fighting days. His glorious past as a boxer came back to him in a flood. The scenes of him on the boxing ring, clashing with opponents. His career record as a fighter was quite high, but his head-to-head record against this man was 3-2. He was quite young then, with a burning fighting spirit. His eyes were incredibly serious, observing his opponent's movements, seizing opportunities and decisively launching attacks. Now, though he's put on weight and his impression is less imposing, he's an intelligent fighter, an amateur elite. Inji's father was his opponent back in the ring. His earlier attack had landed a powerful punch on his face, causing him to stumble back. He gritted his teeth and endured. He was always a ferocious Hungarian boxer. Even though he'd retired from boxing for a while, he still held that unwavering gaze. A confident smile appeared on his lips, just like before. Kim Tae-pung silently assessed his opponent's strategy. It was truly humiliating to face his reckless boxing style. He charged in throwing punches, a man who pursued technical boxing to secure points. After a few minutes of silence, Inji's father continued, I've taught the basics to the kid since he was little. Though his expression seemed reluctant, he still listened attentively. Who just said they wouldn't let the kid box? Suddenly, a corner of Inji's father's lips drooped. His tone was serious and low. The problem is his eyesight. Those words made Kim Tae-pung take notice. One of his eyes opened slightly, his face full of doubt, as he couldn't understand why he would say that. He began to talk about Inji's fatal weakness. As a child, he had an accident that caused one of his eyes to bleed. He cried out in pain. Since Jae was injured in one eye when he was young, his vision in that eye was practically gone. Kim Tae-pung's face showed a hint of concern. He crossed his arms in front of his chest and said so. Inji's father quickly added, yes, because one eye is almost non-functional. It's very difficult for him to see clearly from a distance. For example, if Inji wants to punch a punching bag accurately, his vision has to be within a certain range. Therefore, I can confirm that Jae has a distance perception disability. Realizing Inji's problem, he seemed to have his own preparation. He pondered for a moment. I see. Now I know what I need to say. Returning to the present, his face became extremely serious. His eyebrows furrowed and he said loudly, you know what, run, and keep running. Urged on by Kim Tae-pung, Inji was very active in training his endurance and agility by running with a large tire. He was very obedient and readily agreed yes. He didn't just stop at running, he had to train many other things to fill in his weaknesses. Therefore the manager constantly gave him many exercises. Running followed by neck and waist, abs too. Despite being extremely exhausted from the intense physical training, his face was covered in sweat, and his fatigue was evident, yet his determination burned brightly. He closed his eyes and shouted. Seeing the burning fighting spirit in Inji, Kim Tae-pung's face lit up with satisfaction. He smiled contentedly. The mischievous kid, instead of directly teaching him, since he learned of Inji's distance perception disability, Kim Tae-pung seemed to have decided to guide him with the tactics he used to overcome countless opponents. The one who directly experiences it would understand the advantages of this style better. Right during the first training session, he was struck by a powerful blow to his face, causing his head, which was protected by a helmet, to tilt to one side. Wearing boxing gloves, hadn't even had time to return to a defensive position, receiving the full impact of the punch. He was both shocked and in agonizing pain, his pupils constricted violently. At the same time, Kim Tae-pung spoke, reminding him to abandon the idea of fighting smartly like other men. The glabella on his forehead creased. He continually offered encouraging words to bolster his fighting spirit. There was only one option for him. The coach's words of encouragement echoed continuously. Even if you're hit 3 times, you hit back once. You have to push in deeper. They resonated in his ears, fueling his fighting spirit even more intensely. Inji's eyes changed, becoming sharper and more determined. He wouldn't be easily defeated. Following Kim Tae-pung's instructions, he quickly regained his composure, bending down and pressing close to his opponent under the opponent's fierce gaze. Pushing in deep like that, could it be advantageous? In an instant, the coach's face contorted in irritation and displeasure. His pupils narrowed in angry eyes, his eyebrows furrowed, and the wrinkles on his forehead became clearly visible. Not exact. Your deep posture could put you at a disadvantage. Your opponent will take the opportunity to punch you from your lower jaw, leaving you stunned. Not only will you not have the strength to finish the match, but you could also be hit with a lethal punch like an elbow or a hook. After taking that blow, your eyes flashed with fear and shock. Your skills are lagging behind other players, so you have no choice but to try harder. You need to work harder, only then will you be equal to others. But Inji is not one to give up for such trivial reasons. A fierce determination ignited in his eyes, and his fear vanished without a trace. Immediately, his arm decisively landed a powerful punch on his opponent's cheek, leaving him off balance and unable to react. At that distance, even without a sense of distance, the punch would reach its target. Speaking of boxing, you are incredibly serious about it. You train diligently, unleashing relentless attacks on the punching bag, then moving your body with agility. You train tirelessly and always keep in mind the coach's reminder. If your opponent hits you once, you hit them twice. If you get hit twice, respond in your own way. To overcome Inji's weakness, Kim Tae-pung set a rule: no glasses allowed in the center. Feel the distance with your body. This way, you'll gradually get used to sensing your opponent's movements, and defense will become much easier. Agility alone isn't enough. To defeat other opponents in the ring, you need to train even harder. What you need is the stamina and strength to stay close to your opponent relentlessly. You also need to cultivate a flexible body. With your feet planted, you arch your back, cross your arms in front of your chest, and land on your head. Furthermore, to survive and gain an advantage in the fight, you need flexible muscles. Find a body like steel. That way, no matter how many times you're attacked, you'll be able to withstand it. To achieve that, Inji has worked hard to improve his fitness by doing sit-ups. Kim Tae-pung is always dedicated as Inji's coach. Every time he trains, he is always there saying motivational words to him. Remember, the only box you can choose is to keep moving forward. The level of training is getting higher and higher. He's running while pulling 2 large tires behind him, still shouting yes. As soon as Inji embarked on the path to becoming a boxer, Kim Tae-pung immediately dismissed his wrong thoughts. He immediately told him, forget about making your debut soon. Kim Tae-pung's forehead is furrowed, and his face is extremely serious. He is determined to nurture this athlete. His tone is extremely firm and decisive. Because you started under disadvantageous conditions, you need to be prepared for everything for your blossoming. The weight of the 2 tires combined, and the continuous running effort have exhausted him. Inji's eyebrows are furrowed. He still enthusiastically replies loudly yes. Then, to stimulate his unyielding will, he starts asking a question unrelated to the running exercise. Have you ever watched the Gaul restaurant on TV? By allowing Inji to realize what he needs to do, he continues to ask, what did Mr. Baek-won say every day there? Quickly, Inji provides the answer. At the same time, his eyes are sharper and more determined. Sweat is dripping down his shirt. His tone is firm and confident. Choice and focus. The image of Baek-won, his radiant and kind smile, and his familiar words appeared in Inji's mind. Please reduce the menu and focus on just 1 or 2 dishes. Hearing that, Kim Tae-pung said sternly, that's right. It's about choosing and focusing. He urged go run under his encouragement. Inji ran even faster. His eyes shut tight, his mouth open, gasping for breath. His pupils contracted violently in his wide eyes. His face contorted, a look of furious anger and annoyance. He thought, to those who half-heartedly do this and that, and to those who want to play pretty boxing, I'll show them how terrifying a simple kid can be. Inji's face showed a state of determination, unwavering in his goal of becoming a boxer, using his diligence and perseverance to beat the other contenders. He shouted yes. After saying that, he continued running and pulling the moving tire for physical training, while Kim Tae-pung stood there observing his movements. Following Inji's every step, he began to contemplate, that kid has decided to become a boxer. I feel a certain responsibility as an athlete. His expression relaxed, he saw the tenacity and effort radiating from Inji. He thought to himself, Kim Tae-pung crossed his arms in front of his chest, his gaze fixed on Inji. Deep down, he truly admired the contender before him. If the other kids are gyms, then he's the tree. Right at the starting line, Inji fell behind the other contenders due to his distance perception disability. In terms of strength, he was 10 times weaker than Baek-san Ryu, and he wasn't even a match for Yu. The value of a tree could be lower than that of a gem. Sparkling diamonds, brilliant rubies, and valuable gemstones are all incredibly rare. Their value is predetermined at birth, and if they shatter once, they cannot be revived. Unlike these gemstones, a tree can determine its own value, not being predetermined. Even if its trunk is broken in two, as long as its roots remain, a sprout will always emerge. As long as there's life and faith, that sprout will rise, becoming a towering tree once more. Even if the tree breaks, it still holds hope for rebirth, a blooming again and growing into a mighty giant. As Inji's coach, I always hope you'll be a tree with enduring life, a resilient individual, facing everything to be reborn. Become a giant tree, no matter how difficult the circumstances. Stand tall and protect your position persistently. What nature bestows upon us, we all receive equally time. Everyone is given time fairly, including Yun, Inji, and San Hyung. But within that same time, each person creates their own distinction. For example, Yun, you have overcome other boxers and swiftly gained the title of lightweight champion. Someone achieved extraordinary results in a short period. Or San Hyung, who was a strong contender but regrets the choices made. Some merely waste time chasing meaningless pursuits. And Inji, during that time, you have relentlessly practiced to shine in the near future. While others quietly recall the fleeting moments waiting for their opportunity to arrive. Time passed by, and after months of hard work and training, Inji finally received the news. His eyes widened in surprise, and his face showed clear shock. Jay, your opponent for your debut match has been decided. After receiving the information, he felt a little nervous and anxious. His gaze shifted to a determined look. He thought to himself, finally. However, Kim Tae-pung's face was filled with worry and confusion. He frowned, raised his hand to gently rub his head, and was at a loss for words to describe the current situation. But this is very, how should I say it? Seeing his expression, Inji was utterly bewildered. He didn't understand what made Kim Tae-pung so flustered and asked, "What's wrong?" It seemed he had guessed something. He asked with suspicion, "You were facing a very strong opponent right from the start." Indeed, his opponent was extremely tall and muscular, with extremely firm muscles. His face was incredibly fierce and intimidating, like a dangerous thug. Realizing that Inji had guessed what he was worried about, he got straight to the point and seriously introduced the necessary information about his opponent. His name is Kang Himsef, 40 fights, 24 wins, 14 losses. He is a veteran boxer. Although he's past his prime now, he had held the championship title for a short time, so he's a strong opponent. Seeing this, he remained silent, carefully listening to the worried words of his manager Kim. "I told you to show everyone how intimidating innocent kid can be, but in your weight class, he's the best. Kang Amsi is truly a formidable opponent. His hostile gaze sends shivers down your spine. His furrowed brows are always present on his face. He's a professional at close range, and he has more experience in battles than you." Inji raised his eyebrows, his face slightly panicked. The corners of his lips turned down, tense because his opponent was stronger than he had anticipated. This meant they had a perfect compatibility difference. In his thoughts, Inji anxiously pondered the compatibility, how that was possible. Kim Tae-pung said in a slightly flustered tone that the match wasn't supposed to be against a debuting player, but all the lower-ranked players had their own situations, so he ended up matched with Sukosa. Inji understood the situation and responded, "So that's how it is." From a distance, Steele quietly approached the two. He inquired with curiosity, "Oh, what's this? You'll be fighting Sus for your debut match?" Kim Tae-pung turned to him and asked directly, "Can the kid win?" He replied hopelessly, "It's settled, he'll lose on his debut." Kim Tae-pung seemed to agree, saying, "I guess so." Inji listened from a distance. Tae-pung slapped him on the head and yelled, "You fool, don't say such unlucky things." This guy, he thought to himself helplessly, obviously, the coach is questioning this beforehand. Then he gave Inji an encouraging smile and reassured him, "Don't worry, G. It's a coincidence that we have a national champion in our midst." Inji with some anxiety thought, "No, that can't be." A moment later, both men were on the ring. Inji faced Steele, the 29-year-old national middleweight champion. Tae-pung standing below, shouted loudly, "Good, go in and attack him sick now." Steele gleefully reminded him, "Your hairstyle is too serious, I'll gently fix it for you." He smiled with a hidden meaning, then mumbled softly. As for Inji, he was like a timid turtle hiding in his shell. The fight bell rang and Inji's scream echoed. Inji imagined his opponent Namsaja. He remembered the past. Tae-pung with a tense face delivered his strategy. Normally close combat fights often involve punches, elbows, and hooks when opponents are close enough to shoulder each other. In other words, the one whose strength and spirit is suppressed will lose in this fight. Tae-pung, standing behind him, continued, "Endure with your waist and strong arms, and deliver punches continuously." The more he pushed, the further Inji retreated. Tae-pung continued to urge him forward, pushing and pushing. His sharp-eyed assistant seemed to have noticed something, and he cautiously advised him, "However, to be honest, in a battle of strength, you absolutely cannot win against Sok." His mind immediately recalled the image of Sok's physique. He said seriously, "Unlike Sok, who is naturally built with a thick neck and waist. Returning to Nji's physique, Peng explained meticulously, from the very beginning, your build and bones are better suited to being an outboxer rather than an in-fighter. Going back to the fight between Steel and you then, in a battle of bodies, with an opponent who is physically superior, how should you proceed? He stared intently at Steel, thinking silently, he seems a little heavier. His eyes showed a resolute determination. Suddenly Nji unexpectedly moved in a different direction. Because of this, Steel was a little surprised. That was because Nji remembered Peng's advice. He said the key was footwork and speed. Nji surprised him by suddenly dashing forward. He continued to follow those instructions. By tightening the balance of power, the moment he steps to the side, his opponent would lose balance and reveal a weakness. Along with the advice to lower his stance suddenly, and even if he moved his feet close, his opponent wouldn't be able to see it. He should keep attacking. Nji, with a determined face, was trying his best. He aimed for the opponent's head, ready to knock him down. But suddenly, Nji was the one who got punched. Peng yelled in frustration, too slow, faster. His face was full of disgust. He bluntly said, I don't know if you're a natural genius or not, but there's a huge difference between someone who's just making their debut and veterans. The psychology of participating in a fight, the technique, and the ability to respond to situations from many experiences, the accumulated efforts in countless fights, almost everything favors veterans. Nji listened intently. He continued, but there's only one disadvantage for veterans that benefits newcomers. The two intently watched Msuko's match. Seeing Msuki land a blow on his opponent, he exclaimed, that's the information. He looked at Nji and continued, unlike him, there's no information about that person. There's a lot of information about him such as matches. He adopted a dangerous look and said, he can't predict how we'll appear, but we can predict how he'll appear. His eyes took on a suggestive gleam. We need to attack his weakness. Observing Msuki's attack, he seriously analyzed, if you watch the match, you'll see the ratio of elbow punches and jabs is high, but the ratio of knockout punches is overwhelmingly straightforward. This guy has an uncanny obsession with straight knockouts. If he sees an opening, he'll strike directly. The two men are practicing together, he's constantly reminding, so what you should focus on practicing is the left body after the king, which is the river blow. Nji dodges to punch his belly. Fight. He continues, no matter how thick Msuko's body is, it can't easily withstand a river blow neatly. The river blow means a person's liver is on the right side of the body, and if it's hit on the left side of the body, it'll feel extremely painful. His face is flushed with excitement. With a triumphant tone, he says, intentionally create a gap in the fight and lead to a straight punch. Then you hit it with the king left body. Nji is very determined, he says aloud yes. In the following days, there was no day that Nji didn't practice hard. He continued to train his push force with the tree, together with his assistants encouraging words everywhere, here push harder a bit more. While on the ring be faster and concise. Then there's the sentence, you must move your weight steadily. It couldn't be missing in the last few days, he constantly cheered, give your all, step more steadily. Angle your arm a little more, close it in. Nji successfully dodged Steel's punch. Peng was happy and praised him, that's right. Finally Nji got a few seconds to rest. Exhausted he lay on the bed. Then he jumped up to do sit-ups. Peng stayed by his side and constantly encouraged him. A little more. A little more. He bent backwards to train his flexibility. He ran, his assistant shouted faster. He gritted his teeth. He screamed as loud as he could to gain strength. He ran as fast as he could across a wide field. Back home, he excitedly checked out his body in the mirror. Nightfall, the streetlights cast faint shadows into Nji's room. He tossed and turned, unable to sleep. He was full of excitement, but also fear, thinking that tomorrow was finally the day of his debut. He gazed out at the twinkling stars outside the window, thinking to himself that he couldn't sleep. He got up, went into the kitchen, opened the refrigerator, grabbed some water, and exclaimed, "Ugh, my throat is so dry." He looked around, seemingly making a decision. The moon was still illuminating the entire night sky. It seemed to be shining down on Nji as he was training diligently on the rooftop. He was practicing dodging attacks, incredibly agile. His skills were advancing rapidly. Nji's father stood in a corner, silently praising him, thinking that kid's quite a shadow, huh? He looked at him for a long time. A second later, Nji accidentally spotted him and asked, Dad, you're up." He smiled and asked, "You can't sleep?" He turned his head away, embarrassed, and replied, "Yes, I'm stressed about the opponent. He's a strong player too. I know I can do it if I try my best for everyone to see, but..." He lowered his head and continued, "After my debut, I don't know if I'll win or lose. I'm afraid it will just disappear powerless like that." His father looked at him with an affectionate gaze. He also looked up at the starry sky and confided, I also went through the time when I was a newcomer, so I understand how you feel. As you said, winning or losing for a professional is a matter of survival, of whether you disappear or not. He continued, however, it's clear that for a professional in the ring, there's something more important than winning or losing. Ever since I was a young athlete, there was one athlete I deeply respected. Whenever I watched his matches, I could feel it, the truth, with certainty. His eyes would sparkle. He meant there was something more important than winning or losing. I looked at him, confused, wondering what could be more important than winning or losing. He smiled brightly and continued, yes, if you can find that, you can say you've lived a meaningful life as a boxer. I stared at him, surprised. He turned and walked away, giving me a reassuring pat on the back. Go to sleep now. Do your best tomorrow. Happy smile spread across my face. Okay, good night, Dad. He clenched his fist, thinking about something beyond winning or losing. His eyes were filled with determination. Yes, he had to focus on his opponent. He had to fight a match where he wouldn't regret the outcome. On the day of the competition, he sat alone in the competition room, slightly trembling with tension. The referee entered the room and announced that fighter G should get ready. Tapeng asked with concern, are you nervous? He replied, a little embarrassed, yeah, I am nervous, ha. Steele coldly said, only weaklings are nervous, he added, though not really knowing, just accept it, Hyung. Tapeng continued to comfort him, for your information, at the debut, Chol almost couldn't participate due to his irritable bowel syndrome. Your performance is already amazing. His face darkened after being told that. Steele was stuck in the bathroom at that time. Embarrassed, he shouted, no, it's not like that. He laughed sheepishly and replied, oh, is that so? He insisted, I said it's not like that. His assistant said, stressed, it's time to go now, let's go, Inji said with determination, yes. He stood watching the walkway leading to the stage. His face was filled with determination, but also with tension. Somewhere Inji's father was watching him and silently saying, keep going. The stage lights came on. He stepped in thinking, finally. His feet moved unconsciously, and finally, he was officially by the ring. He bent down and climbed into the ring. He was surprised. Hundreds of lights were shining directly at him. He saw Psyche standing opposite him. Looking at Psyche's strong back, he was astonished. He thought, after seeing him in person, I feel truly overwhelmed. However, he tried to stay calm, not to be afraid. He just needed to follow his training. Tapeng looked over and asked, do you remember the plan for round 1? He replied, yes. He said tensely, pretend to be an outboxer to widen the distance, and then close in for a surprise attack. Tapeng seriously replied, that's right. That tactic will only work once at the beginning of the match. After that, close in for a surprise attack as we practiced. In his head, he started thinking, good. I can do this. Fighting body speed footwork, left body into a straight punch. He secretly cheered himself on, thinking, I can do it. I can do it. The referee called out begin, and the atmosphere around became loud and dramatic. He quickly rushed forward, whispering to himself, go. Suddenly, a punch from Psyche flew straight towards his face, leaving him completely surprised. He was punched directly in the face and fell backwards. Kim Tapeng was astonished by the scene before him. He lay slumped on the fighting stage watched by Sithe. The referee stepped forward and called out, knockout. He looked at him with an extremely disdainful expression. The count of 1, 2 echoed throughout the arena. Kim Tapeng was incredibly worried, thinking, damn it, he's been hit. He stared intently at Psyche, pondering, if I don't know how the opponent appears, it would have been right to attack the player quickly from the beginning, rather than waiting. In reality, it's impossible to prepare for a surprise attack right from the first match of a rookie who has been frozen. At this moment, the referee had counted to 3. But Kim Tapeng looked at Inji, who was lying motionless, and thought, of course, it's just a story. But the other side has prepared everything to be able to play again with us. Suddenly, Kim Tapeng let out a sinister smile and whispered, however, there's one thing they can't predict on the other side, and that's the punch. The count had reached 4 now, and Psyche was still standing proudly in front of the arena. And truly surprising, Inji was trying to get up. He was also eagerly looking forward to it, so he turned back to see the surprise. For Kim Tapeng, he recalled the experiences Inji had gone through, starting with the trashy punches from the hooligans, then the fists of the talented genius student, and finally the powerful punches of the national middleweight champion. If it were punches, the kid would have been beaten up already. He's a veteran who has been through a lot. He had steadied himself and started to gradually catch his breath as the referee counted to 5. Looking at Inji's resolute eyes, Kim Tapeng couldn't help but praise him, saying, good, he's still holding up. He's been hit, so the familiar feeling is back. Instead, his spirit is gradually calming down. He stood up straight with determined face as the count reached 6. Kim Tae-pung folded his arms and observed carefully, praising him again, saying, "Good, he's resting and waiting for 8 seconds. That's proof that his spirit isn't affected." He secretly assessed, for a rookie, that's pretty good. Kim Tae-pung recalled the match just before being hit. He had pulled his guard precisely inwards to minimize the damage. He was gradually getting used to the punches and was familiar with Steele's boxing style and the current level of the match. As the count reached 8, In-jae finally regained his composure and physical strength. Kim Tae-pung stared into Suk's menacing eyes. He was still lost in thought, but it wasn't that he didn't feel the pain. Don't blame him too much. His boxing style is to give it his all, no matter who the opponent is. The referee's loud voice signaled the start. The fight with Suk. Suk glared straight ahead, muttering to himself that he had to finish this quickly. Suk charged towards In-jae, who was still trying to defend himself. He lunged forward with even more force, leaving In-jae startled. Suk swung a hook, but In-jae narrowly dodged it. Fearful, he thought to himself, what a reckless move. He prepared to throw a punch, but it was only a feint. Then he swiftly moved sideways. Of course, he still throws a powerful straight punch forward without any defense. He retracts his hand and carefully thinks, he's running away diligently. You think you can escape like that? I will stick to you and defeat you. The fight is becoming very intense. The space is narrowing horizontally. You are both defending and trying to figure out how to catch the outboxer, that is the key. Your feet are dancing around like they are running away, just like the outboxer. So the truth is, the real man plays close to the body, so to break through his defense you need to be careful. His feet are retreating for momentum. And that action of his was seen and predicted by you. You exclaim, here it comes. He thinks maliciously, watch this closely. But the reality was different. He threw a powerful punch, but you skillfully dodged it. Your eyes were unwavering, but in contrast, his eyes were filled with surprise. You delivered a strong upward punch, striking his chin. He wasn't prepared to defend himself and you knocked him out cold. Kim Tae-pung was overjoyed, exclaiming, good job. He collapsed onto the fighting platform. He fell to the ground in front of you and everyone else. The referee announced loudly, knockout. You looked toward Kim Tae-pung, a sense of triumph rising within you. I did it. Meanwhile, he was still lying on the floor of the ring, and the referee was counting to 3 and 4. Suddenly, he opened his eyes wide and stared in one direction. He carefully reasoned, I was hit. He must have aimed for this. He moved gracefully and then landed a swift hook to the jaw, a technique quite different from the outboxer he had shown himself to be before. He looked straight at him and said, that kid. He's an infighter. Seeing this, Kim Tae-pung tensed up. He thought about it, acknowledged it, and then it was over. They had greeted each other. On Suk's side, as the count reached 6 and 7, he got to his feet without much effort. He raised his hands in front of him, assuming a fighting stance, and thought from now on. It's truly a fight, two people facing each other, neither giving an inch. The match continues, the referee shouts begin. They both charge at each other at lightning speed. They meet, their eyes clashing, challenging each other. He thinks to himself, first comes the battle of momentum. It's advantageous here to take control of the momentum. Seeing this, he silently judges quite serious, He scoffs thinking, let's see how much you've trained. He throws a horizontal punch, but the force is still somewhat weak. Then he kept attacking him. But then he turned the tables and punched back repeatedly. The two of them just kept attacking each other, neither giving in. Kim Tae-pung watched the situation and thought to himself, he's talented. As for In-jae, he thought, Jae, your talent is only average. Then, his eyes fell on Suk and he thought, instead of talking about a handful of geniuses like Baek-san, this is a standard talent that even the player fighting him can push back. However, I feel something unusual about you. As he watched the fight, he wondered what that was and how it would manifest itself. Isn't it just sheer effort, he retorted. No, if it were just effort, then all the other professional players could do it. The exact words eluded me, but an image of an old man suddenly appeared. He stood looking at a tree and said, this tree was originally leaning like this, wasn't it? Then he continued to think, so, clearly there's a deeper word than effort. Back in the ring, he felt a slight admiration for In-jae. He muttered a compliment, pretty good. You've trained quite a bit. I can feel a spirit that I don't sense from today's kids. But he opened his eyes wide and unleashed another barrage of punches. He was a little bewildered, unsure what was about to unfold. He threw a hook to my face and said I was still too weak. I covered my head with my hand and thought in fear that he was truly strong. I thought I had gotten used to Steele's aggressive approach, but this was terrifyingly reckless. My feet were still planted, so I thought speed then. I immediately darted off to another spot. I continued running to his left and increased speed. He was a bit confused and said, huh. I immediately threw a cross punch to his face. Kim Taepong smiled contentedly and praised, saying good, a clean 1-2 punch. He examined carefully and commented, oh, appearing like this, huh? Out of anger, he threw a powerful sideways punch, but the man dodged it. As expected, his eyes constantly scanned his surroundings, observing the situation. He had already dodged a similar sideways hook in his fight against Steel. And now in this match he dodged it again quickly and smoothly. Then Steel's diagonal punch. Or Msaka's, he successfully dodged them all. And surprisingly, he threw a straight punch right to Msadesa's cheek. Steel stood in a corner, silently praising, this guy is showing the results of his effort, huh? Kim Taepong, unable to contain his joy, laughed gleefully and said, good, just like that, increase your speed. Faster, faster. The two sides clashed in a fierce battle, evenly matched. A voice inside him urged constantly, faster, faster. He continuously attacked him. But he wasn't a pushover. He retaliated with a horizontal punch that whizzed past his head. He thought to himself, great, I can dodge this. He felt he was much faster than this and had experienced sharper punches, heavier blows. He was punched to the point of being unable to resist. He couldn't believe his eyes and said, this kid is so strong. Kim Taepong was overjoyed and said, this is beyond expectations. He proudly thought, a rookie making his debut is now leading the match against MSFS. Obviously, he felt something was off, but he couldn't imagine the kid could pull this off in the match. He smiled contentedly and said, this kid, who knows, maybe he'll. Inji is full of fighting spirit, ready to make something happen. Kim Taepong silently cheers him on, saying, good, keep going like that. Inji's father is still anxiously watching from a corner. He frowns and says that. The bell rings, signaling the end of the first round. The referee shouts, stop. Kim Taepong walks over and encourages him, saying, good job, you did great, you're doing everything we practiced. We're ahead in points, keep going like this in the second round. Though tired, he nods resolutely yes. On the other side, the coach asks, surprised, what about this rookie? Isn't he something? He replies honestly, it's been a while since we've seen a rookie with this kind of potential. You can see his spirit and his hard work. He also added that if his opponent hadn't been me, but a normal round 4 opponent, he would have definitely won. He looked at me while speaking, especially about the unusual dodge movements somewhere. This is entirely my feeling, but that kid? It wasn't just the calmness behind that person, he felt a danger. There seemed to be someone terrifying inside NJ. He continued, however, he's still not my opponent. He looked at me sitting opposite, panting heavily. At that moment, Inji's father was incredibly worried, his sweat dripping. He anxiously said, this is dangerous. Not stopping there, the referee continued to shout, round 2, begin. The two continued to charge at each other, neither giving an inch. At this moment, Inji's mind was clear, the result of his training was showing. His eyes were full of determination. He thought to himself that on the professional stage, people could understand his boxing. Just as he thought that, his feet began to move swiftly sideways. He dodged to the side, avoiding Msak. He continuously attacked towards his opponent. He launched a series of attacks, telling himself, good, I've taken the initiative. Seeing Msak raising his hands to defend himself, he grew more confident and murmured, Msak's style has shifted to defense. I'm sure I have the advantage in points. He glanced at Msasi, silently affirming to himself that he could win. Next he threw a powerful punch, but unfortunately he was able to dodge it. He stared at him, and he constantly urged himself to stay calm, to be more confident, to move fast. The old man stood silently in a corner, observing the match from beginning to end. He then smiled, seemingly pleased with something. In the stands, Inji's father couldn't sit still, his heart filled with worry, thinking it would be dangerous to continue. Deep inside, he was praying for Taepong to realize it. But at this moment, Kim Taepong was oblivious, only happy with the current situation, thinking to himself, good, I'm doing great, even better than practice. I thought I was going to face a tough opponent in my debut, but we're dominating the match. Kim Taepong's heart was filled with joy, thinking if this continues, I can win, I can definitely win. The voice announcing the end of the round rang out. Kim Taepong immediately approached Inji excitedly saying, good, you did great in round 2. Now don't get too excited, just keep going at a steady pace. Kim Taepong, brimming with excitement, said now, there's definitely a point difference. So the opponent will slowly aim for a knockout punch, be careful of that, and... Suddenly, he stopped and didn't continue. Inji, resting, was confused about why Kim Taepong stopped talking. He's stuck in a bunch of negative thoughts. How could this be? He's already exhausted. I trained him physically enough to prepare for the match, which requires focus and speed. There's no way he'd be this exhausted in the second round. He hangs his head in thought. He turns to look at Msai. His face clearly shows extreme annoyance and discomfort. Msai is a cause of worry for Kim Tae-pung and also for Inji. He worries, thinking that since he's an outboxer, he probably noticed too late. A fighter's decrease in stamina isn't simply about excessive movement. He remembers the match, looking straight into M6's eyes, and he understands that it was a feeling of tension. Along with that, mental factors also greatly affect stamina depletion. And that's when the clinch was a rampage of elbows and deadly hooks. The tension of each punch shook the fighter's composure, and he himself didn't know that each punch was taking more energy than usual. That feeling of tension was on a whole other level compared to protecting his head. He looked at Inji and thought to himself, added to that, Ji is making his debut. He couldn't possibly handle the pressure maturely. So when the opponent fighter expertly exploited that point like a seasoned clinch fighter, occasionally landing powerful punches, it made Ji more urgent. Kim Tae-pung glanced at Msuko. He silently assessed and said, at first glance, he has the upper hand, but actually he was chasing after him. Then he turned his eyes towards Inji. He was a little worried, muttering to himself, this is getting serious. I have to run away and defend first. How am I supposed to endure the next round? His eyes became increasingly resolute. He argued against it, saying no way, using your legs to catch a runaway fighter is his specialty. Don't run away. First of all, there's no other choice but to trust in the effort this kid has accumulated. So he seriously instructed him, Ji, there are only 2 rounds left. If you push yourself a little more like this, you can do it. Gather your spirits. Inji responded with determination, shouting yes. Msagi's face at this moment was incredibly tense. Inji was no exception. He was extremely tense but also had crucial strategies. The referee shouted begin. Msagi immediately rushed forward and pressured Inji relentlessly. He tried to fight back, silently exclaiming, whoa, it feels so heavy. The intensity is completely different from the previous round. He gritted his teeth, doing his best to resist the opponent. I've adjusted my strength to distribute my energy for this moment. I can't win a direct strength battle. 2 words echoed in his head, speed, I have to solve this with speed. He continued to charge forward, dodging to the side. The opponent continued to throw punches towards him. He was terrified, thinking no, my body is too heavy. I'll be caught. He threw a powerful punch towards him, and Inji narrowly missed the attack. Kim Tae-pung watched from below, his heart pounding. He muttered to himself that the speed had indeed decreased significantly. Looking at the current situation, he concluded that he was trapped, unable to escape. His legs were completely stiff. Inji used both hands to defend himself against the terrible attack. He reminded himself to regain his composure and endure. His opponent punched Inji repeatedly, leaving no room for escape. Another powerful punch came flying towards him. Luckily, Inji dodged the first blow. He was lucky again to avoid the second punch from his opponent. He retaliated with an elbow strike. But in the end, he was still pushed to the edge of the ring. Kim Tae-pung, full of tension, thought about Msuko, planning to end it in this round. Inji's situation was tense, like 1,000 pounds hanging by a thread. He was constantly surprised by the opponent's tremendous punching power. His whole body was numb. A right elbow strike. If he blocked it, he would be pushed out immediately. He had to escape the rope. Looking at the approaching punch, he thought to himself, fake, I predicted it before, weaving a right elbow strike. He quickly blocked the punch and was safe for the moment. Then he ducked to dodge Msuko's horizontal hook. Kim Tae-pung stammered, I dodged it. Msuko was quite surprised and muttered, not bad. He stepped back, gathering strength and thought, but the punch shot forward towards Inji's face. He tried to block the punch with both hands. Then he suddenly changed direction, using his elbow to strike his ribs. The pain was evident on his face. He was thrown backwards by the punch. Inji's father was incredibly worried, and Kim Tae-pung was no exception. He had been beaten to a pulp by Msuko. He looked surprised. Inji collapsed on the fighting ring exhausted. He lay wearily on the platform and the referee came over and shouted to stop. The referee starts counting 1, 2. He lies on the mat, breathing heavily. He admires his opponent's strength, thinking, he's really strong. I thought I had an advantage. If I hadn't taken those punches, this fight would have been mine. So he realizes the vast experience gap. He struggles to get up, thinking, but I still have something I can do. He slowly rises as the referee counts to 5. He is amazed and secretly praises him, excellent. He also thinks back to when Inji took a punch from him. Before the punch landed, his reflex to put up a hand had minimized the damage. Superior risk management capabilities, that's clearly the move of someone who has been through a war with a strong enemy. At the count of 7, he gradually regained his fighting stance. Seeing this, he also assumed a fighting stance and commended Ng, truly a satisfactory rookie. The match continues, the referee shouts begin. Sushi was preparing to attack while thinking this is the secret card to be reserved for the champion, but Ng was not fully awake yet. He channeled his power towards his leg and muttered, "I'll put my respect in it and use it on you." Ng's father was extremely worried, saying G. He punched towards him and thought, what an amazing match. Kim Tae-pung watched him, drenched in sweat, thinking to himself, this kid has an odd obsession with knockout punches. If he sees an opening, he'll definitely go for it. If that's the case, then what he needs to focus on is the king and the left body. His eyes widened with determination. He concentrated all his effort, tucking himself in close, and that's called the king. Sok looked on quite surprised. He threw all his might into a punch towards his opponent's ribs, and that's called the left body. But he was too slow and his opponent anticipated it, landing a sky-piercing punch on him. Witnessing this firsthand, Kim Tae-pung was incredibly surprised. Ng's father was no exception. His deep-set eyes stared intently at something. He was staring at Ng's body. He put his hand on his ribcage and blocked Ng's attack. His face showed clear discomfort. He looked at him and thought, I knew it, as he purposely extended his fist lightly. He had anticipated it all along, and then he punched him right in the face. He was knocked to the ground, blood starting to flow from his nose. Kim Tae-pung was extremely startled. Ng's father was restless when he saw this. Even Steele was amazed. The glow of victory shone on his sight. The referee shouted knockout. In a daze he slowly opened his eyes. He lay still and thought, it's over. Strength, technique, stamina, experience did everything, but I couldn't overcome the powerful opponent. Everything I prepared for didn't get through. Could I have done more? There's nothing left. He clenched his fist, but he was still lost in the haze. He couldn't find his way out, and he was still questioning what determined a person's value. Sophie, even though he's the winner, he left a thought in his head. He whispered to himself, it's been a while since I had a good fight, rookie. Overcome your defeat today and rise again. You'll be much stronger than you are now. I'm waiting to see you again on that day. The winner is Sok and the loser is Ng. In this world, the existence of victory and defeat is, everyone admires and praises those who reach the peak. We all crave the value of our own existence, so we are very enthusiastic about that clarity. However, you can say that only a few strong people who reach the top have value. Kim Tae-pung was astonished by something. He just stared at the fighting stage. Then a smile appeared on Ng's father's lips. Next, it was Sai's surprised look. It was because Ng continued to stand up and fight without giving up. In his mind he was always asking himself, so what? It doesn't matter if I am talented or not, if I win or lose. He clenched his teeth, which seemed to be his last resistance. What did it all matter? His eyes were filled with tears as he wondered why, what determined a person's worth. Suddenly, he remembered himself as a child when he was first learning to walk. He tried to support himself with one hand to stand up, but unfortunately he fell. He sat down and started to cry. Then he decided to stand up. He managed to stand up a little. He slowly regained his balance. He happily ran towards his parents. His father excitedly lifted him up, and the family was filled with happiness. The happiness of his childhood created the determined and strong Ng we see today. Sefi turned around to look at Ng unexpectedly. Ng, although slightly injured, had managed to stand up. The referee, this seeing, hesitated, thinking twice about a knockout. Even if the fight continued, it would just be one-sided. He then looked at him, a little worried, thinking it should have ended with a TKO here, but this rookie's eyes were completely alive. He asked seriously if he was able to continue the match. He didn't hesitate, but immediately replied yes. The referee, quite impressed by him, remained silent, thinking to himself, no, his eyes after being hit are even clearer than when the fight began. He pursed his lips, thinking, let's see a little more. He then gave him a final warning, saying seriously, you should know that if you're knocked out again this time, and we judge it to be dangerous, the match will be immediately terminated. He replied yes. The match continues, the referee shouts begin. Sai has his own thoughts. He thinks to himself that stubbornness and determination are different. Whether it's stubbornness or determination, let's test it out. He charges forward, pushing him against the ropes. Kim Tae-pung is restless. He worries, saying, this cruel kid is pushing him against the ropes with a single move. He angrily clutches his towel, silently praying J. He rams into him, despite his resistance. His eyes are full of malice. He kept using him in the ropes without revealing a single flaw. The referee continued to observe the match very meticulously. But at this time, Ng was secretly thinking, what if? He thought, what if I, a player like this, lose right from my debt match and disappear quietly? He kept throwing diagonal punches with the aim of knocking him out. Kim Tae-pung was now paying close attention to every detail of the match, and the referee did the same. As for Ng, he was still lost in thought, or perhaps, what if I disappear because I can't even get a win after my debut? However, he regained his composure. He stepped back to gather momentum, preparing to punch. He attacked while thinking to check if he was stronger or weaker than other men, not to start boxing to test it out, right? He struck a powerful blow towards him, but he blocked it completely. Seeing his new transformation, he was slightly surprised and said, huh. He continued to gather momentum and mumbled to himself, I need to change. He again launched a punch towards the opponent's left side, while thinking, I've started boxing to find truly strong opponents. His punch made him hesitate slightly. But then he quickly countered with a straight punch to his face, quickly and decisively. At that moment, he just thought, whether I win or lose. If I had gone through all that, I would have collapsed by now. Though there was some pain, he still gritted his teeth and pushed through it with strength. He continued speaking, saying that those were not enough. Then he stood up strong and continued fighting. He punched hard towards the man's shoulder. The man was a little surprised and took a step back. The two of them, both with incredibly high defenses, looked at each other with some hesitation. The man whispered, worried that the kid still had this much strength. Kim Tae-pung, completely surprised, spoke for the first time. After the match, for the first time Mstai was pushed back. And he thought that this was his limit. If he continued, his legs wouldn't be able to move. His legs began to spread wide. This sight surprised him. His eyes widened. The two of them were close, and if this continued, it would be a head-on competition. His eyes, filled with an intense desire, were fixed on him. Seeing this, he couldn't help but compliment, amazing, you're the best newcomer I've ever seen. Inji's father sat in a corner silently cheering, come on. He threw a flurry of punches at him, but he was very talented and dodged them all. Then he wasn't just any ordinary guy, he also threw a series of punches at him. Kim Tae-pung stood silently watching the fight. Seeing the young man's moving efforts, Kim Tae-pung felt a bit touched and said, gee, actually this fight was an unusual matchup. He continued to say that a rookie facing a top-ranked fighter like that in their debut match doesn't happen. It's an event match reserved for those who have Olympic gold medals or have been famous in the alleyway before. He regretted and blamed himself, saying that we should have declined the match. But remembering his training process, he realized that he had seen a potential in him. He intently watched the match, thinking to himself that perhaps it could be his reckless hunch, but his eyes became incredibly certain, as if his intuition was saying that he absolutely had to agree to this fight. He placed all his faith in Ng and silently prayed, show them. What was that intuition? The two were still battling endlessly. Ng was once again cornered, and he fearfully thought, this is truly terrifying. Though the Amstal player was nearing exhaustion, the weight of his punches was increasing. His supporting legs trembled, and he felt his body being pushed back. He poured all his determination and strength into attacking Ng. A powerful punch aimed at him. He was incredibly shocked and said, that was Msatsa's straight punch, wasn't it? It's much heavier than steel's. He chuckled and said, that's right, that's my straight punch. He spoke to himself, saying, the straight punch is the technique I've trained for my entire life. There's no finesse in it, just extending my arm in a straight line. It's my favorite technique in boxing. Ng silently praised incredible. Then he looked at Msaka's perfect physique. He silently thought, it's clear that Msai has overcome immense effort and hardship to perfect his boxing. And it's evident in every move, you can see the evidence of experience and bloody effort. So that's the life of Msaka, a professional boxer. And this is the life I'm living. And I think about the fight today, like two people meeting in the ring. What is my life? Who am I? As if they're telling each other those things, win or lose is just the result. I felt enlightened, and in my mind and body I feel that boxing is really cool. From then on I became more determined, my eyes were full of provocation, as if I was saying, come on. This time M6's second straight punch. He truly understood and was certain it was absolutely real, definitely coming. His legs were tired now, but he still thought he had to move. He had to dodge, but his body wouldn't listen anymore. His whole body was trembling, so he was really at his limit now. He was sweating profusely, so he made one last decision. He had to move one more time. So he mustered all his strength to launch himself to dodge the blow. He said joyfully, I dodged it. He looked at the man's ribs and thought to himself, left body as practiced, but my body won't move anymore. He thought if he could just push a little harder, he could win. The man didn't care and continued to strike another blow at him. As he watched the fist hurtle towards him, a hazy thought crossed his mind, is this it? A fight with no regrets. Suddenly a strange glint in someone's eyes flashed through his mind. And another fight between two strangers appeared. He suddenly snapped awake and dodged the blow like lightning. His next punch couldn't faze him either. This took Kim Taepong by surprise, leaving him completely stunned. Even his own father was taken aback by this. And of course Anunch was just as surprised. He gritted his teeth and endured it. Then he suddenly launched a counterattack on Sisa with a punch. It was an uppercut, a powerful blow that landed right on his jaw, leaving him no chance to defend himself. He was in excruciating pain. Before he could regain his composure, he landed a right hook to his opponent's face. The intense atmosphere suddenly fell into an unnatural silence. He truly collapsed without a stir in front of NG. The referee stepped forward and declared a knockout. However, the referee felt something was amiss. He waved his hands in front of him, signaling for someone to do something. He didn't understand what was happening either. His eyes showed confusion as he looked around. At that moment, a golden eagle suddenly appeared. It turned out this was the trial of Beggar. The judge solemnly announced, referring to Article 258(2) of the Criminal Code. For the defendant Beggar, he is sentenced to 6 years in prison. Somewhere, the wings of a great eagle were also wounded. But during the trial Beggar's face remained emotionless. So the judge struck the gavel, proclaiming the verdict against him. Meanwhile, NG was still bewildered and confused. The referee walked over and took his hand. Then, he decisively raised his hand and declared him the winner. In that moment, he was still bewildered, saying, I won, I won. Steele immediately jumped up, patted his head, and asked happily, Kid, how did you do that at the end? Taepong, standing far away, watched the two of them, his heart filled with happiness as he thought, could it be that he won in that final moment? He smiled happily and whispered to himself, my feeling was right. He looked towards NG who was beaming, and proudly whispered, that little rascal. In the stands, NG's father had seen everything and was also incredibly proud. He broke into a satisfied smile, his eyes always following his son. Not far away Psy slowly stood up. His face was emotionless as he pondered, could it be that the secret card I prepared has been broken like this? His mind replayed the match, silently evaluating that the final weaving reaction speed, connecting movement through the river blow, was no ordinary feat. It was only a short time, but it was a movement that broke through boundaries worldwide. Seeing him deep in thought, Steele teased, oh, Msakun, don't be so frustrated, he retorted loudly, you think I'm like you. He turned to NG, his face serious, it's been a long time since I've had such an interesting match. I look forward to seeing even better from you in the future. NG was taken aback by the compliment and stood there dumbfounded. He smiled shyly and replied, thank you. Then he continued to think, still a little unsure but. During the match, the kid showed him courage and a spirit that wouldn't back down, shining through his eyes. And his physical strength could be felt definitively through his training, and he had exceptional risk management skills. Added to that was the latent power he displayed in the final moments. He looked at him with hope, thinking that this kid would undoubtedly become a great one. He watched him happily with Steele and continued to think, if he keeps winning like this, he could challenge the champion soon. But then he thought seriously again, it's better to be cautious, though. A thought suddenly popped into his head. He hesitated for a moment and mumbled, that champion, that kid, he's dangerous. After his glorious victory, NG returned home in the evening and lay in bed, unable to sleep. His eyes were wide open and he thought to himself, I thought I'd be exhausted after coming home, but I can't sleep. He still felt like he was standing in the ring, thinking, I can still feel the feeling of being in the ring so clearly. Suddenly, he realized something. He felt like Stalka was still standing in front of him, and he felt like he had to react to the punch right now. He gently rubbed his stomach with his hand. He looked up at the ceiling and thought, this feels more real now. He smiled contentedly and expectantly, telling himself he had become a professional boxer. Then he remembered something else. He remembered the time he had trained so hard, from running, to sparring, to dodging Taepong's punches, and finally, fighting Spwex. He had felt the pain of those punches that seemed to pierce the heavens, but he had retaliated as well. And most memorable for him was that hook punch from Msetsa's right to his left. And the feeling of panic at that moment. I actually won. I beat Msetim, just thinking about it makes me so happy. I'm so overjoyed and can't believe it. I can't believe I won. This is the first time I've felt this happy. However, I still had a slight reservation and whispered but. When I thought it was over. The fact that I could dodge that punch was, I remembered those eyes. He fell silent, in a way that was hard to understand. The starry night sky, with the moon as a central point, was magnificent. NG continued to practice on the rooftop. While practicing, He silently reminded himself to recall the feeling from back then and try it again. His eyes regained their resolute look. This time he imagined a person. And he punched repeatedly at the person he imagined. Then, that person punched back repeatedly at him, and he silently thought, faster, you must move constantly, with no room to breathe. That mysterious name is about to throw a punch. He saw it and was sure he'd thought about it. He quickly dodged to the side like he did in the match against M. Soues. Then he glanced over and saw the next punch flying towards him. And as the punch got closer, he told himself he had to dodge it. But it was too late, he was hit in the head by that punch. Then he gradually calmed down. He put both hands in his pockets and slowly thought, it was a real coincidence. He thought that no matter how he dodged, the next punch would come flying right at him. He thought about the opponent, who he concluded was unlike any other boxer he had faced. He couldn't read his rhythm or timing at all. He heard that the guy had quit boxing, but he had a feeling they would meet in the ring again someday. He went into a defensive stance and told himself, alright, I'll try again. In the quiet night, only the sounds of Inji's training punches could be heard. He let out a tired sigh. He decided to turn back and go to his bedroom, thinking, I've overdone it in my excitement. I have a match today too. His face was strained from the training. Exhausted, he groaned, I'm so tired. I need to lie down. But suddenly he stopped. He stood muttering before going to sleep. Because now I'm a professional player. He looked back and imagined seeing you again. Their eyes locked on each other. Inji's hand went into a fighting stance. His legs began to spread wide. Suddenly, something covered half of his face. And then he returned to reality. He smiled contentedly, thinking, just go wash my hands and feet and go to sleep. Somewhere. Takie was seen trying his best, struggling to practice. Then suddenly he saw something. It turned out, he had imagined an opponent standing before him. His feet began to stand firm. And here a strange object appeared, similar to what Inji had earlier. You immediately charged at your opponent. You threw a powerful and precise punch. The knight remained silent. But at this moment, Yu's eyes appeared in your mind. Takie was still unaware, muttering, good. Then you yelled even louder, increasing it by 100%. The journalist sat leisurely, sipping his tea. He read in the newspaper that after the shocking lightweight title fight ended, he watched K on the screen and thought to himself, as expected, K immediately challenged his next opponent. K was answering questions, and he said seriously, though I'm not satisfied with the outcome of yesterday's championship fight, I'm pleased with how the fight went. K continued, everything went as planned, but our next target is the junior middleweight title. He hid behind the photographers and smiled triumphantly. Of course, he thought to himself. A serious voice echoed. As we wished, we want to challenge the champion immediately, but we have to prove we're worthy to challenge for the junior middleweight title. It turned out the voice belonged to K, who was on air. He continued, our next target will be Elliot von Heimberg, the #1 junior welterweight. Beat that kid and we'll challenge the champion immediately. And the name he wanted to say was Takie. He then smiled and challenged, time is running out, so guard that precious belt carefully. He boldly declared on TV, we'll be coming for it sooner or later. Takiza witnessed everything he said. You're not someone easy to bully either, so you spoke up, saying that you're all looking forward to a good fight. After the meeting, the association immediately approved the match between you and Elliot. The journalist chuckled to himself, thinking that the association had no reason to decline such a perfect undercard fight. Elliot von Heimberg, the world's #1 middleweight, and junior. He glanced at you and thought to himself, that kid, that's the kid everyone's been talking about. Yu is the world's lightweight champion. In Yu's eyes, Elliot was also incredibly strong. He thought to himself, right now, the junior middleweight division is overflowing with powerful fighters. It's like a battlefield. He wondered resentfully, is the person who holds the #1 spot here considered the gateway? He kept thinking about the lucky kid, but he also thought he was very good, and that someday he would definitely be beaten badly. He looked straight at Yu and silently warned him not to make a fuss about taking down Jean-Pierre, the kid. He got into position, ready, and whispered, I'll show you why junior middleweight is called hell. He promised himself that he would knock this guy out and meet that kid again. He would definitely avenge the humiliation he suffered last time. The referee shouted, the match is over. He could only see him lying there, his mouth covered in blood. He sadly recounted the disastrous match. The journalist was still racking his brains, wondering what to say. If you compare it to a match, you were extremely tense watching that match. And now looking back, it doesn't feel like you were watching a show anymore. In that match, you didn't throw a single punch throughout the first round. Not once, even though Elliot was attacking relentlessly. You felt like it was like a pro player toying with a random person on the street, not throwing a punch. Once again, he was completely indifferent to his opponent's punches. He thought the match might be incredibly boring, but the audience was incredibly excited. He slumped over, thinking it was just a difficult prediction for him. He was so angry at his own humiliation that his veins bulged. Elliot is from the third generation. But when he met you, all his punches were rendered useless. He was once famous for his precise and sharp punches. Everyone knew he was a man of great pride, and they could feel it. He was furious with you for the humiliation. But to you he was nothing, so he remained calm. He started to look at him with disdain. Then the referee's voice boomed, stopping the fight. It turned out that round 1 was over. He yelled angrily, "Damn it," while his coach comforted him, saying, "Calm down, sit down first." The coach continued, "I understand your hurt pride, but in times like these, you need to be cold-hearted." Then the coach gave him some helpful advice, saying, "First, look your opponent in the eye and calm down. He is strong, stronger than anyone you've ever faced. But he's distracted by the program. If you observe him with a cool head, you'll find an opportunity." Round 2 began, the referee's voice boomed as the fight resumed. Only a powerful punch was seen, its owner unknown. And right after, the image of Elliot being completely beaten and with dazed eyes was visible. The referee quickly announced the end of the match, lasting only 211 seconds. Elliot was unable to fight on with just 1 punch. The image of you holding the medal and a caption revealing the match time perfectly matched the end time of the lightweight title match against Jin Pierre. Seeing this news, Takia felt extremely tense, his mind boiling like a hot pan. Misaki, too, couldn't help but curse the crazy monster when she saw the news. However, she didn't notice Taki's anxious hands nervously intertwined. The journalist thought it was clearly a message for the Takizai player. Looking at Yu's strong shoulders, he secretly worried, thinking that he was so powerful that if he set his mind to it, he could end the match at any time. The problem wasn't about winning or losing, but that he was an absurdly talented player, to the point where he had to worry about when and how the match would end. And he came to the conclusion that his greatest talent was his challenge. For the strongest efforts like Takiye. He got up and went outside, announcing to Misaki, "I'm going for a run and I'll be back soon." She quickly replied, "Okay, go quickly and come back." She then sat back in her chair and continued watching the match. As you watched, you thought this match felt much more shocking than the others. You remembered the first time you saw him fight against Jean Pierre. You had a tiny, insignificant hope in your heart. It was an irrational hope that he might not be as strong as he seemed. This fight was different though. Your eyes reflected your deep thought. Elliot was the most challenging opponent for Takizai. Because Elliot was the man who had once been the junior middleweight champion. On the outside, he was trying to run as hard as he could. Running to the point where he didn't care about his own exhaustion. Despite this, Mikey still had a lot of worries. She wondered if he could get through this time. But in her own heart, she thought this time she couldn't see the answer at all. At this time, Taki still didn't give up hope. He kept urging himself on. He told himself that there was nothing to worry about. If he kept trying as he had been doing all along, he would succeed. He practiced running until the evening. The sky quickly turned to night. At this time, he finally dragged his tired body home. He went inside and said to the 2 portraits of his father and mother, "I'm home. You should go take a bath right away." Darkness enveloped the entire house. You lay and unable to sleep. You kept remembering Yu's eyes, feeling a little confused about them. And then you thought, they do look familiar. You suddenly remembered a childhood friend, someone who also had such indifferent eyes. Then you looked at the pictures of your parents and quietly called out to them in your thoughts, "Mom, Dad." You clutched the blanket tightly, wondering, will I be able to do this time? I don't know why I'm so scared. Today is interview day. The journalist asked, "How did you choose Takeda Yudo? Can you tell us a little bit about that?" Misaki paused for a moment as if she was thinking. Then she answered as if asking a question, "What do you think if I call him a hard worker?" The cameramen all paid close attention. The journalist replied, "Well, although I can't publish my answer to this interview. If you say straight out that he's a hard worker, in the end he is." His eyes emphasized, "a failure." This angered the athlete Misaki. "Oh, do you know what you're talking about?" She said that if you listen to the interviews of the players who have reached the top, don't they often talk proudly about their own efforts? As if the position they have reached now is through blood-soaked efforts. Misaki looked at him blankly, saying sincerely, "To be honest, I think those people are despicable." The journalist laughed softly. "Oh." Masaki added, Could it be that those people have worked harder than others, to the point of bleeding, to achieve that position, or are the people below them less hardworking than them? No, they all put in effort. If you are a professional with a clear head, you all strive to the point of vomiting blood. It's talent. Those who are in that position eventually get there, because of their talent. Even if they have put in the same amount of effort, those with superior talent are stronger than others. So, in the professional world, in the end, it's nothing to be proud of, no matter how hard you work. But there's only one, if there is one exception, it's that kid. Unpredictable. Misaki is talking about her student, Takide, saying that both physically and mentally, he's someone who can be used properly, from the effort put in. She knows everything, all is ahead. When Takide is being interviewed as the world champion, Misaki observes, she thinks until now, she still vividly remembers the first time Yudo came to the center. I couldn't find a single bit of talent in him. His eyes were lost in thought, remembering everything. When Hiroto called out to her, Misaki was still doing well. He brought Takeda with him. The center is still so deserted, ha ha ha. So just laugh louder, ha ha. Misaki lowered her head and said kindly, it's been a long time, you've grown so much since we last saw each other. Take a bow to her, hello. She reprimanded him, it's not Misaki, it's sister. Hiroto still laughed, haha, Misaki, you always ignore people. She asked him, so what is it? He said, Yudo is 8 years old now, so I'd like you to teach him some martial arts. He said, it has to be able to protect itself. Takide excitedly said, no, he will protect others like you, dad. Hiroto laughed, haha, if you want to be like that, you have to be as strong as your dad. Mai just said, if so, then you teach him directly. You used to be a national judo athlete. He said, hey, you know I'm very busy. Besides, I'm the silver medalist and you're the gold medalist in boxing. Hiroto still cheerfully said, don't be so cold, just help me, Misaki, haha. Her feelings now are just cold as she looks at her best friend, who is in the happiest moment of his life. Then she replied, don't just say haha, just say it straight, won't I accept it, Hiroto bowed, I rely on you, Director Misaki. She scratched her head and pulled her ear, helpless. Time never stops even though we keep standing still. Misaki is teaching Kiga great, try it again Yudo. Athletic talent is determined by one's understanding of the sport, and how efficiently the body can move horizontally. She said, jumping slightly forward. It's called motor nerves. She taught while instructing, releasing her left hand. Those with superior motor nerves, even in one movement, a natural flow of energy is formed. While practicing, Takia tripped o. However, those who don't have motor nerves find it difficult to create this flow of energy. He fell as Hiroto and Misaki watched. She noticed, hey, hi, art your son, he's babbling. Misaki knew he was completely talentless. To go Kuya Yudo was such a child, she just laughed, hee. But now what she didn't expect. Really, such a little kid now is the world champion. Although his face is exactly like Hiroto, it's true that his motor skills are like Mike. Back then Misai told him, on the first day, so today we should come here. Haya Urkutu laughed and said, yes, you've worked hard. She worried, the road ahead is really long. The three of them chatted happily. Misaki said, well, in the future, I'll rely on you for Yudo. I will pay the tuition on time so you know that. Okay, haha. She then sadly asked, how is Mike doing these days? I'm thinking a little bit. Hiroto turned his head and said, Miho's always like that, but her condition has been much more stable lately. Masaki is the one who understands him best, then. She said, okay, I'll go visit her sometime. He said, that's great, Miho will be so happy to see you, hey haha. Masaki replied, okay, be careful on your way back. It's a familiar story. When Hiroto was running with Masaki as a child, Miho rushed over saying, hurry, wait for me. Miho tried to catch up, wait for me. Unfortunately, she tripped over a rock. She fell to the ground. Misaki said that she, Hiroto, and Miho were friends who grew up together in the same neighborhood. She told Hiroto to slow down, saying Miho had fallen again. Unlike Hiroto and herself, who were healthy from birth, Miho was weaker. Miho was being carried by Hiroto and she was very happy. She told him, thank you. At that time, Masaki noticed something. Hiroto's ears turned red. No, it's nothing, he said. It was then she realized. And because she was so focused, she tripped and fell backwards. Hiroto said, you're silly, why did you fall again? Masaki didn't give in. I'm not silly, she said. Miho just told Hiroto not to call you an idiot. He laughed and said, sorry. Masai frowned. Those days, we were always together, and they flew by like an arrow. The time of blooming flowers came for us too. Miho graduated today. She was the most beautiful in her school uniform. As for Hiroto, he was waiting for her under the cherry blossom tree. Masaki just focused on her training. She started by putting on her gloves. Masaki breathed a sigh of relief, as if she wanted to relax and rest peacefully, while she was lost in thought. Suddenly bursting through the door was Hiroto, wanting to announce something and call her name, Masaki. Hearing her name, she turned her head instinctively. He was beaming, ha ha ha. Hiroto's non-stop laughter annoyed her. What was with this malicious smile? To this day, she can't forget that happy expression on his face. He had just said, Masaki, I'm dating Miho now. She thought stories like this would naturally change a relationship in an instant. Masaki knew that was a given, so she didn't diversify her emotions. She just replied, oh, congratulations, while Hiroto laughed with happiness, ha ha ha. From that day on, laughing ha ha became his way of speaking. Actually, I already had a hunch. He always said he dared to steal Miho from me, and I always agreed like usual. That match was definitely not easy. It seems like Masaki is hiding some indescribable feelings about his childhood. She buried her face in the punching bag. Despite being a strong girl, Masaki still wants to be weak. But just because the relationship changed doesn't mean our long-standing friendship will change too. The three of them still went to Karok together. They always went everywhere together, in studies, she thought back. No matter the scene, the three of them were always there, full of youth. Moments like welcoming Tet or watching fireworks, those are the most unforgettable memories in everyone's heart. Those were truly the happiest times. Because destiny is incredibly important. So I wouldn't be sad about what I couldn't have. I can only be grateful for the precious things they gave me. My precious friends will always be happy. However, life sometimes takes away the most important things in our lives. Hiroto passed away. While Miho is in a coma in the hospital bed, those who remain can only become strong. Hiroto was coming home exhausted. He was so tired. He knew he couldn't play with Yudo as often as he used to. He had quit being a cop and tried finding a different job. Suddenly he heard someone calling for help. Sir, please help me. A girl was being threatened by thugs. The one smoking said, hey, we're working, so just go. Hiroto glared at them with anger. He thought about his son Yudo. What does a strong person look like? Yudo replied, someone who's good at fighting. Hiroto laughed, haha, of course, someone who's good at fighting is strong. So Hiroto charged in, but the truth is, those who are numbered are all cowards. The ringleader just got beaten up without putting up any resistance. Because they don't have the courage to treat others gently, they have to tremble and struggle to protect themselves. They always say, I'm incredibly dangerous, please don't attack me. Hiroto told Takeda that the truly strong person is the one who doesn't fear the things that are frightening. He also said that the one who brings hope and courage to others. While fighting, he told the girl, what are you still doing? Run away quickly. Suddenly something stabbed him, making Hiroto flinch. Hiroto remembers telling his son that the more gentle you are with others. Hiroto sat there in pain, breathing heavily in a way he had never experienced before. The stronger you become, Yudo. He is full of blood and full of defeat. Misaki is mopping the floor. She answers the phone, hello. The first thing she hears is a weak voice on the other end, a panting. Misaki has a bad feeling, sensing a strange mood. She shouts as if her mind is trapped. Hiroto, what's wrong? An overwhelming feeling that something irreversible had happened. Hiroto said painfully, I've always been in your debt, haven't I? Misaki felt a pang in her heart, knowing that this was Hiroto's last call. He looked down at his body, his blood soaking into his hand. He worried, there's too much blood. I don't know if I can make it. She panicked, what are you saying, what about the blood? His last words, Misaki, if I die I entrust our Yudo to you. She screamed Hiroto. That day Hiroto disappeared from this world. Miho's egg is running. Misaki visited Miho, who was in a coma. Only the silence of the patient remained. She said sadly that she had not seen Miho for a long time. But the only response was the space filled with Masaki's voice. Then the strong girl cried. Masaki tried to say, you've become so thin, haven't you? It's been a long time. No one responded to her words. She announced, my hypercru's gone. The only reply was the sound of the heart-lung machine, her most cherished friend, not responding to Masaki's voice. Masaki practically begged the sleeping person to wake up. She collapsed, wake up, why did you leave me alone? What am I supposed to do? Why did you leave like a fool so quickly? Masaki pleaded, say something. And she cried, I really liked you. Her heart truly spoke. Masaki knew she had said too much. She just hoped for peace, constantly shouting, wake up. However, Maihi's recovery of consciousness never came. After a few weeks of Hybrot's loss, Maiko, the girl battling her illness, also vanished from the world. The reality was that the one who carried the bloodline of her two departed friends was diligently training. Meanwhile, Masaki was filled with indescribable sadness, collapsing on the training ground. The sound of the boy practicing echoed, ha ha. She listened to it. The room was filled with the sounds of chaos, exhaustion. Unconsciously, Masako, why do humans live? He was concentrating, but he heard you ask. He confidently said his father told him, never fear. The more courage and hope you can give others, the more you can treat others with kindness, the stronger you will become. Takide spoke with confidence, I will be strong. Masaki at that moment, her heart opened. She began to realize, so that's it. This child, though lacking in talent and physical strength, has an innate mental strength. Hirota wants Masaka Mayuta relies on you. Suddenly asking me to do that. I don't know anything besides boxing. Maski said to Yutu, are you going to continue boxing? Taki answered boldly yes. She said that even if you train several times harder than anyone else, you'll probably always lose. Takiya said I don't care about that. I want to be as strong as my father. Masake thought in silence. Then she answered, very good. She just called out, come up here. Takida heard her, so he followed. Masaki said, starting today, I'll train you to be a boxer. She spoke firmly, from now on whenever you call me, you must call me director, understand? He said loudly, yes. Masaki thought, Ako Hirakatu, honestly I don't know what to teach you too. I might not be able to live up to your expectations. But I'll definitely teach him everything I can. Masaki seemed happier now, replying, that's good. From now on, this child will be my reason to keep living. Masaki knew indeed Yuko's talent was at a disastrous level. He spent more than a month just learning the basics of 1 and 2. Takide excitedly said, you got it right, director? She replied, not yet, not even close. She knew that the problem was indeed his motor skills. Yuta couldn't grasp the natural flow of movement. Therefore, every time he learned a technique, he had to memorize each connected movement and link them together. If we compare it to math, it's like using a rote method to learn each question and answer without understanding the formula. Masaki thought, however, that was the best approach for this kid. I have no other way but to do it foolishly, the way that might work for the kid. Seasons come and go. The punching bag has moved faster. Masaki said, well done this time. She sees Takiya becoming stronger, immense effort accumulating on his body. Time doesn't allow for stopping. Through intense training, Takizai has matured. Gradually change began to appear. Hirota once said to Takeda, the more you can treat others with gentleness, the more you are truly strong. Be strong, Yuta. Masaki said it well. 20 more. Takeda replied yes. You know, it's like I've been teaching Yudo boxing for 10 years. The first and most accurate and simple way to train a strong person is to nurture the body. The more the body is trained, the stronger it becomes in a straightforward way. After waking up, run 10 kilometers. Do sit-ups 2,000 times a day. Push-ups 1,000 a day. And in addition, she was required to engage in a variety of sports training necessary for a boxer daily. This might have seemed an unreasonable training regimen for Yutu, who was still a student at the time, but it was the only way. If there was any way to make Yuta capable, it was to relentlessly push her to develop a body as hard as iron. There was no other method. She was a talent of the most dismal kind. By then, Yuta had already reached her growth limit. The journalist asked, growth limit? Masaki suddenly thought, I've never considered that before. She said that regardless of the field, whether it's art, talent, or sports, most of them have similar growth charts. She drew it out, this way is effort, with an upward arrow, and this way is skill. She drew a corresponding axis, saying that initially skill starts at 0 and develops differently each day. Without knowing your own limits, it's the best time, there's only joy in growth. Masaki gradually tilted it. And if it reaches a certain level, the rate of growth will decrease, and you can slowly see your position at that level. From this point on, the real competition begins and will determine if you can survive as a professional in this field. If you survive and continue to grow as a professional, the crisis will come sooner or later. Some are long, some are short, some are heavy, some are light. And if they survive the crisis period and climb to a certain level known as a major career, then the growth curve will now be calmer and slower. The peak here is the limit of human growth. Then comes the rapid decline in sports, which is getting old. Ultimately, the pinnacle of the world is the battle to see how steep this growth limit curve is. This level is the championship level, and this level is the professional level. When looking at this standard, the top is the champion and the bottom is the professional. This is the chart of a player with ordinary talent. And this can be called the chart of a genius. Masaki drew and explained Yuto's chart would be like this. However, after teaching the kid for 3 years, he stopped developing. The journalist was shocked. No, it's impossible. Not to mention champions or professional players who have debuted. His talent was so pitiful that even newcomers could quickly catch up. Masaki said, Takeda is like that. He couldn't believe his eyes, the current Takeda, the strongest in fighter, this is unbelievable. Masaki said, I can't believe it either. She remembered, but on that day. The day that kid showed up, soaking wet in a patient gown, that moment changed the coach's perspective. From that day on, everything started to change. Even though he was a player, it was obvious that Takeda was of school age. He was excited. Finally, he was a high school student. Hiro was secretly pleased. Most boys even from a young age dream of becoming a hero of justice. The hero that Takeda admired was shown on TV. But he only remembered his father. For me, my father is a hero who protects justice. New school, new year, new semester. The relationship between adults and children, all of them are new, and the children in their adolescence are filled with anxieties. Those anxieties arise in many forms. Some take the form of deciding their own path and immersing themselves in it. Some take the form of following the guidelines that society provides. Some take the form of creating weakness and relieving that anxiety. In that classroom, Chuyong is throwing an eraser that hits Yamaguchi on the head. He arrogantly said, I need money, so lend me some. Yamaguchi timid chose silence to avoid the situation. He turned back and asked, money? What about the money? He said in the same sinister tone, that's right, the money, you dog. Chuyong tried to throw something else, but was stopped by an arm, halting his movement. No one had the courage to fight but Tai Dechidai. He said, stop bullying people. At that moment, everyone present had the same thought. Is there actually someone who dares to say those words? Yamaguchi was the most stunned person in the class. What did Chuyong say, you dog? He felt the difference in strength after that handshake. You dog, strength. They were talking again. Who is this guy? I've heard of him. Takeda is the son of the national judo athlete, but he's now doing boxing. His father was famous since high school, called the hero of justice. Wow, it turns out there are people like that in real life. You know, and all of those people deep down thought. Chuyong was still struggling. You dog. Honestly very cool. Just childish thoughts in an adult body. And so Takeda released his grip on Chuyong. He seized the opportunity and slammed the table. He punched him mercilessly. Inside, Takeda wanted to scream Aya. But he chose to endure the blow. This surprised everyone. Chuyong yelled, you think I'm easy to push around, you dog, why do you dare, do you even know who I am? He gasped. Takeda remained silent and said, finished hitting me. He smiled as if nothing had happened. If you're done fighting, then don't act like this anymore. We have to live in harmony for another year. He couldn't believe he said that. He yelled, what are you looking at, you bunch of dogs, are you admiring the scenery? And so Chuyong stormed out in anger. The students watched, stunned and filled with various emotions. Only Takeda remained. He became the center of their conversation. Hey, did you hear about what happened today in the first year D class? Oh, maybe I'll try that too. Don't fight, you'll get sick. They say Takeda is cool. If he fought Kazurang, who would win? What are these teenagers longing for from heroes? They went to fight. But I thought he'd faint from just one punch. What a shame. That crazy guy is cool. Real strong guys wouldn't fight someone weaker than them, anyway. I have to admit it feels good. Of course, it's only right that that bully got beat up by someone in the sports world. It's justice, you know. Might makes right. Yamaguchi is being bullied. Even if it's a bit disappointing, most teenagers crave strength. Chuyong says, you dog, you were laughing at me earlier, didn't you think I wouldn't notice? Everyone wants power to have an advantage over others. Takeda appears, standing still. He says, you said you'd fight your friends, and this is what you get. Chuyong tries to calm himself, no. He thinks if he's scared again this time, he'll. He says, you're asking what I get, well. What the hell are you talking about, you dog? It's just that when I see guys like this, I want to bully them. It's fun, so I do it. I think I need to work out a bit, dog. And Chuyong charged in to beat him up. What bad luck. But he didn't expect that this world of strength and effort tends to be underestimated. He was punched back and turned around by Takeda. Even if you're someone without talent, the difference between someone who has accumulated tremendous effort on their body and someone who hasn't is. Chuyong lay motionless on the ground, the gap between heaven and earth. Takeda stood like a hero. He looked at him, that's what effort is. Yamaguchi suddenly woke up with a start. He involuntarily looked straight up. He saw Chuyong collapsed on the floor. The timid young man, in his mind, thought of the hero. He looked at Takeda standing imposingly. And asked himself, could it be real, this is the masked hero? After that day, Yamaguchi and Takeda went home together. Yamaguchi said, I'm sorry I've been a burden all day. I'm sorry for just accepting your help like a fool. Takeda replied, it's nothing. It's the kid who's wrong, not you. You don't need to apologize to me. The bullied boy felt a little guilty. Why am I always like this? He said to Takeda, you're really amazing. Since I was little, this is the first time I've seen someone as strong as you. Takeda said no. If you go to the fitness center, there are many other strong people. I'm not talented, I'm just trying my best to train. Yamaguchi replied, even so, you're really amazing. Someone like me would never become someone like you. Takeda looked at Yamaguchi. They looked at each other. You could become stronger too. It won't do. Someone like me, well, okay, try following me, Masaki looked at them. Oh. Yamaguchi hesitantly said hello while Takeda chuckled. She thought, after retiring and turning down the national team coaching position, 13 years have passed since she opened this sports center with the youthful zeal. Even though she had bet her reputation, a gold medalist, these past years were only filled with idleness. After so many years, this opportunity has finally come. Can it really just be that easy? She resolved, I will gently persuade him and massage him deeply. Masaki asked his name. Yamaguchi, he replied. She said, Yamaguchi, your name sounds strong. He blushed, is that so? Masaki is right, we can see someone who has the potential like us, who can shine like an Olympic gold medal. The person we see is you, Yamaguchi, the spirit, no, a talent that will become a future champion. You were born to box, you will go out to the world with us. You'll spray glue. Masai excitedly said, if you register now, we will give you a 50% discount. 50% of the tuition fee will be a perfect opportunity for you to win the world championship. Yamachi said no. No, I just came to visit. Takia was surprised. Tuition fees? The director also takes tuition fees. She said yes, I don't know why. If you win the championship, I will refund your tuition fees for the past time until then and get back double. He was even more surprised. There's no way that can happen. He said to himself, no way, you have to pay to learn boxing. How much do I have to pay? Then Masaki said, if you know, don't be slow, go inside and practice today's exercises. Endless training when the punching bag is inseparable from him. Time passes by like time never stops for this development. Takeda is doing sit-ups repeatedly, a way to compensate for lack of talent. Yama, shy and timid, can only watch him train. He thinks it's amazing, incredibly impressive. It turns out Takeda trains like this every day. Masaki says, there's no need to look so worried. That kid is a special case, so I've asked him to train harder than ordinary professional boxers. He asks, what do you mean by a special case? She replies, exactly. Yu has absolutely no talent. If he doesn't push himself to this level, he'll never survive as a boxer. Yamagu is utterly stunned and responds, no way. He says, you said Takeda is talentless, yet he looks so strong. It seems like he's already achieved something. She emphasizes, look closely. It's clear that effort has limits, that's undeniable. But depending on one's effort, they can change and become stronger to a certain degree. Of course it's not easy, effort is terribly tiring, but if you make the effort to change an important truth, then one can change. After that effort, Takeda began to feel tired and sweat poured from him. Masaki emphasized, remember 50% champion belt. Yamochi responded, I'll try to think about it. Then Yamaguchi went home, it was hard work. Goodbye, take care. The lights lit the night path. Yamaguchi happily went home. He silently rejoiced, Takeda is so cool. Yamaguchi remembered Masaki once said, if you strive to change, you can change. Suddenly he woke up and thought, I can change too. When people are born into this world, no one can choose their circumstances or abilities. Some have incredible abilities while others are born into circumstances where everything is an idealistic dream. But Yamaguchi saw the beer can on the floor. That Yamaguchi went home, unlike the cheerful mood and gloomy atmosphere when he went home. Your mother sat there listlessly smoking, not saying a word. The room was littered with beer bottles and junk, making it look like a pigsty. Someone was born into a battlefield. She looked grumpy and asked, why are you only coming home now? I was just out with my friends, hitting a few places, you know. She furrowed her brow, wondering, your friends. She threw something at you in anger, hitting you. She sneered and laughed, haha, a sickle like you having friends. What kind of friends? Do you think you can fool me? She yelled, didn't I tell you to come home right after school? Why did my life turn out like this? Yamachi is sad too. My mother used to work in the entertainment district with Jankiji Yajuza and gave birth to me. Of course, that philandering man ran away, and my mother is just living with me to get government subsidies. He stayed silent and said, Mom, I'm boxing. Still with that annoyed look, she said, what? He stayed silent, trying to hide his feelings. She scolded again, you disabled thing, can't you speak properly? You're useless, so negative. Some people can live a normal life without any extraordinary effort, while others have to put in ridiculous effort to live a normal life. Moonlight at the construction site. They're talking to each other. They weren't joking this morning. Let's try sending those dogs a bull terrier this time. Suddenly someone notices Chu Yong stands still looking at the blazing fire. He is deep in thought, as if he's thinking deeply. They ask, what's wrong with you, did you get beaten up? He replies, no, I just fell. They say, look at this kid, where did you get beaten up? Haha, really? They say, okay, does this kid know how to fight a little? Even if he doesn't, I've brought an interesting kid here. They say, by his own words, he's a boxing world champion in the making, he's training to become a fighter, haha. Yamaguchi is sleeping. But he still thinks humans will have at least 1 or 2 chances in their lives to change themselves with an unknown power. I want to change, I also want to change. While the sky doesn't want to wake up, Takizae is already awake, and he's jogging. Suddenly he catches a glimpse of a person ahead. In the distance, it's Yamagu's face. Yamaguchi looked like he wanted to talk to Takizae. He asked Yamaguchi what was up, how did he end up here? Yamaguchi replied that yesterday he heard the director talking about your morning run. I also want to try sports. First, I thought I would run to build strength and earn some extra money to learn boxing. It took Takiya by surprise. He seemed interested, saying, wow, that's a good idea, let's work hard together. Takiya said you don't need to overdo it at first, just run with me slowly. Yamaguchi nodded. He thought, good, let's give it a try. But Yamaguchi found it really difficult to run, he was breathing too hard. Takiya ran very far while Yamaguchi fell behind. He thought right from the start that he wouldn't be able to keep up with him. Running directly with him, he realized. That person, even though he was the same age, had accumulated incredible physical strength. He wanted to be the same. But the more he ran, the weaker Yamaguchi became. His family situation, the people around him, were things that weren't easy to change, and he knew that. However, he wanted to believe that he could change himself. I won't be subdued by my surroundings, and I want to believe I can overcome them. Yamaguchi just kept running like that. I will change. I already know what I want. When they were resting, Takeda said we reached it at almost the same time, didn't we? Yamaguchi said. I can't run anymore. Yamaguchi collapsed on the grass. Takeda laughed and said, but it's pretty amazing you ran this far, isn't it? I've given up several times before, because I couldn't run anymore. Yamaguchi laughed, you have moments like that too, of course. Then Takeda said, Yamaguchi, I really like standing here to watch the sunrise. Yamaguchi noticed. The refreshing morning air, a sense of liberation, and the feeling of empowerment after exercise. Takeda stands confidently, admiring the sunrise. He feels content and fulfilled. Yamaguchi can't believe it either. The sunrise is truly beautiful, like the egg white that Toho described on Kota Island. It appears in the distance with the dawn's light. I have seen the sun on the other side of the city where everyone lives. Yamaguchi, do you know why we try to hate each other's victories in such a confined space and hurt one another over our self-worth? Even though it was just a little, I felt. Takeda stood there watching, oblivious to time. Everyone in the school was happily eating. Only Chuyong noticed Takeda and Yamaguchi. He hated it. Seeing Takeda happy always made him feel uneasy. That night Chuyong asked the martial artist about his training. They said, what a guy, he wants to fight with the strong guys in the wild, on the streets with no rules. So let's see what kind of interesting things he throws Chuyong into for those dogs. He told you what happened, didn't he? Kazu said, laughing. Kazu knows that, wipe them out. They gossiped, Chuyong got beaten up by a little kid, where is that bastard, ha ha ha. Kazu said, it's really cool to have 1 or 2 stages like that if you're a legendary athlete. He said, okay, I'll bring all the strong guys in this city to you, so just do what you want. Said so. That kid, the one who fought you, is he really strong? Chuyong drank water, looking back at Takeda. That day he said it was just a bit of negligence on his part, anyway, he was going to kill that dog, so it didn't matter. Kazu said it was fine. Chuyong hated it even more, damn it. And unexpectedly, Takeda asked if he wanted to have dinner together. He was taken aback. He asked what? Takeda smiled and said that lunch boxes are better enjoyed with many people. He told me to exercise, so she always prepared a lot of food. We can only finish it all by sharing. The human mind is complex and childish, that passed. It was the first time Chuyong was beaten so badly. He noticed the wound on his cheek, which was bandaged. Chuyong involuntarily saw a nearby notebook. It said, sorry for hitting you. If you dodge more, you'll be fine. He was stunned. Someone's kindness came to him like an insult. So the lunchbox fell onto the floor, drawing everyone's attention. He went somewhere else, saying I don't want to eat, so go away. Takia just looked on in silence. Chu Yong sat alone in the distance. He cursed under his breath, damn it, damn it. The people around him were curious, and he gradually became the center of their gossip. Why is that guy sitting there alone? You don't know, he's the one who got into a fight on the first day, and was humiliated by Takide. What even if he was just beaten by Takide? Why does he look so miserable? Isn't it true that he was knocked out by Takide in the alley that day? Chu Yong's entire mind was consumed by the darkness of hatred. Time passed and the teenagers went their separate ways. Yamachi was working extra as a dishwasher. Hurry up, yes. While the Kide constantly trained, your speed is slowing down, pick up the pace. They say they haven't seen that blonde goofball lately, right? If it were you, would you even be able to show your face? You'd be completely embarrassed. You'd probably run away, haha. Every morning Takide and Yamaguchi go for a run. Yamaguchi tries to fit in her extra work and practice. Takide, on the other hand, is always focused. Masaki says, at this level, you're already making a scene, grit your teeth and endure it. On the other side, Kazu is always punching and kicking. Takide and Yamaguchi always run together. Takide says, good, you're doing great. Just like that, 10 more sets. They all answered yes. Day by day it gradually passed, morning and then good, end of the day. Takie has finished training, today has been hard, okay, go back carefully. Takie is on his way home. He noticed, calling a video, an unknown number, who is it? The other end answered hello. The black-haired secret name said, hello, you the hero of justice, Takize, right? Taki said, you're right, but who are you? He said, how nice to meet you, my name is Kazu. Then Kazu showed Kia the screen of Yamaguchi being kidnapped. That's when Akide got angry. Yamaguchi was beaten unconscious. Chae-young was watching outside. Kazu, with the gloomy darkness, first called me an anti-hero, right? Kazu said, of course, you know what would happen if you called the police, right? He himself was already holding a knife, threatening. Chu-young was in charge of keeping watch outside. He pondered even though he had received the task from his side. Meanwhile Tide was devising a plan to rescue Yamaguchi. Kazu, cloaked in the shadows of night. The place where they had arranged to meet via phone. Takide arrived without any fear. Kazu greeted him, smiling, oh, you arrived quite fast. Takide remained silent. He looked sternly and said, what do you want? Kazu thought to himself, he managed to get here without appearing exhausted. This is going to be interesting. Kazu asked, do you know about the game? The man replied, the game. Kazu said, that's right, it's like a game. He said, the game wouldn't be fun if the opponent wasn't as strong as me. So I sought out all the strong guys here and there, but they were all pointless. Just when I was about to give up, I heard about you. Takide Yudu, I've heard your name here and there. They say you're very strong. Takide gritted his teeth and said, you do all this because of those kinds of disasters. Kazu said, I've heard about your personality too. So you wouldn't show up for a real fight if I didn't do it this way. Takide charged forward. Kazu had prepared for this, hadn't he? Kazu easily dodged. I hope so, good, pretty fast, aha. Takide is furious, well now how do we get in, a rhythm break or a feint? Kazu notices, oh straight in like that, right, indeed, it starts with a straight shot. Taki punches, dodges and hits all at once. Yamaguchi is gradually waking up. I see Takida fighting, what, they're fighting. Yamagu sees it's Takida. Chuyong looks around. He thought that Takida, no matter how strong he was, would be no match for Kazu. Chuyong knew that, in just 1 month, this guy had single-handedly defeated all the gangs in this area. The level of difference was immense. Kazu looked at him with a hint of surprise. There was something unusual about him. His body was terrifyingly trained, his speed was fast, and he noticed there was no wasted movement in his actions. But just those things. There's nothing else besides that. Kazu dodges Takide's attack, how can there not be anything like that? The same move, the same combination. Kazu thinks, so it's really. I feel like I'm fighting a game character that someone programmed. He realizes that's it. A kid with no talent, if he trains to the extreme, he'll become like this. I don't know who would use the worst materials and make something like this. For ordinary opponents, simple strength is the best. It's rumored that he's very strong. Kazu knows, but he can feel the attack. It's too easy to see. Taki gets punched by Kazu. Imachi saw it all. Chuyong thinks, as expected, Taki really can't compete with this genius. That's implicit. This kid's fight is the simplicity of himself. In gangs there are all kinds of people. Among them, there are many who come from professional fighters. This kid doesn't have flashy techniques or any strategy. He just uses 1 or 2 precise punches to take them down in a very simple way. Genius. Takida is almost exhausted. But Kazu is completely the opposite. You think it's pointless, don't you? And then Kazu punches Takide really hard, knocking him out. Takide is about to faint. Yamaju is worried. Chuyong endures everything. Kazu punched but was surprised. Takide said, "What, how can you?" Yamachu listened with worry. Chuyong was no exception. Kazu was surprised to witness it. Takide stood firm. He said, "You can be this strong, but how can you?" And shouted, "Use that power for boring things like this again." Kazu was stunned to hear this. "If you have strength, you should use it for others, not for yourself." Kazu repeats, "For the sake of others." But he smiles viciously. "Why, isn't this incredibly interesting?" And continues the punches. Yamaguchi can hear to recognize the violence. You know that guy is committing one-sided violence. The things that are there. The feeling of superiority is inflated and Takide is bloody and collapses. You only know the feeling of helplessness when you can't do anything. Kazu smiled. Interesting. Even if you regret it, since most people, those who have and those who don't, can't be categorized, you can only live for yourself. Yamaguchi went home, but he keeps regretting it. The crescent moon rose in the blue darkness of night, and Yamaguchi arrived home. His footsteps followed him. The scenery is the same as it always has been. But the difference is your mother has bruises like someone hit her, and someone has to live a life like a war. Yamaguchi has no more words to say. Takide alone took her to the medical facility while it was raining. The nurse asked Takide if he had brought a letter from Yamaguchi. He said yes, thank you. He opened it and read it. To Takide, "When you read my letter, I might not be on land anymore. Because there's something happening at home, I have to drop out of school to make money, sometimes, no, always. If I were born a different person, not the me I am now, I wonder what it'd be like if I had been born a normal person, in a normal family. This time, I really thought that if I tried my best, I could change something, even if it was just a little, but it seemed too much for me. Maybe humans are destined to live according to their fate. I don't know where my life will go from here. The boss said not to break the new tools, just wipe them clean. However, I have been incredibly lucky to have met someone as good as you in my life." Reading the letter, Takide realized. This was a turning point. Takide was completely shocked. He silently told himself to be strong. He began to appear. It was a day of relentless rain. Masaki stood inside the house waiting for the boy to come home. Someone returned as the gate creaked open. The first thing that truly surprised the coach. That day, the thunder roared like the emotions of the two boxing partners. The day that kid came, soaked in a patient's clothes. Takiya said the director wants to be stronger. I will show the director that I will get stronger and stronger, no matter how tired the situation gets. No matter how big the difficulties are in front of me. I won't give up and I'll show the director I can overcome it. From that day on, everything began to change. Takide tried to punch train while Masaki told him to be faster. She said, "Moving so slowly, how can you win against that kid?" She knew Yusuji Kazu. That kid is famous in this area. A talent from heaven, a genius leading the future of boxing in Japan. Of course Yutu's chances of winning against that kid don't exist. But if the kid truly desires it, if it means something to him, then I have no choice but to help him to the best of my ability. That's right, faster. Taki tries to fold his stomach for his determination. While Yamaguchi is still working, the new recruits are regaining their spirit. "Sorry, sir. I'm sorry." Takie is running non-stop. Meanwhile, Yamacho is a staff member mopping the floor on the ship. Takide strives to perfect himself, and in this process, there's no shortage of pain. Yamaguchi also endures hardship while working. The day Takide decides to win arrives on a night before dawn. Kazu says this is the first time a little kid wants to try again. Takida has prepared for battle. Kazu says, "Well, if the challenge is there, you have to accept it, right?" He finishes fighting and says, "What's this? I had some expectations, but you're still no better. Give up, you're completely talentless. Even if 100 years pass, you won't be able to win." But Takida says, "Do I look like I'm going to give up?" He says, "If 100 years of effort isn't enough, then 1,000 years. If that still isn't enough, then 10,000 years. I won't give up until I beat you." Kazu turned around and laughed. "Alright, go ahead and try." Of course, Takida lost every match against Kazu. He said to the manager, "If this continues, we might never be able to beat him. To become stronger, you have to bet your whole life on it." He said he wants to quit school and focus solely on boxing. Masaki wondered how she should respond. She considered giving him practical advice, suggesting there might be other paths besides boxing. "If you were in this situation, how would you answer?" "Sorry, Maikwo Haikakro, I don't know anything other than boxing, so I have no choice but to stick to my own way." "Don't blame yourself, no matter what the outcome. It's okay if you think that way," she said. Maski said seriously, "Of course I'll help you all the way." Try to achieve what you want. Only then will you gain a small chance. Takide replied yes. Takide kept doing sit-ups relentlessly. A jumping rope is a non-negligible part of his training efforts. The punching bag became his training partner, or running. Takide never missed any of these. It just repeats itself. Practice and practice every day, the same bloody training over and over again. Kazu says it's coming again, the challenge, and Takide thinks he's going to get knocked out. Takide did everything. From sit-ups to punching the bag, or running. He did everything like crazy. Lots of barehanded punching, and endurance training. Continuous push. Sprints, running are also daily tasks. Everything is tiring and painful. Kazu said, okay, this time I'll slow down a bit. Takide was still knocked out. He remembered that moment. How much have you trained? Everything. It's all thanks to my own determination. Day after day like that. Barehanded punches. Exercises. Increasing physical strength. Improving running speed. And then do some sit-ups. Strengthen your arms and legs. Good, 2 more sets. You'll get there eventually. Takide never gives up. He sacrifices his health for weightlifting. Kazu says it's time to stop, it's a real nuisance. Challenged again and defeated again. Who is that crying at Yomoka's workplace? Don't give up. Threaten whoever cries again, I'll throw you into the sea. Takide is being punched continuously. I will never give up either. All the journeys are built by Takide, a talented filmmaker who dedicates himself. And so seasons pass and continuous efforts and failures accumulate. When every day is counting each hardship. When he saw the curtain appear along with a pop sound, Takida woke up wondering if it was a dream. I have to go train. Takide's fist lunged forward, almost catching Masaki by surprise. He thought to himself, could this be a dream too? He didn't know and just kept punching. Another. But Takide was confused. What was a dream, what was real? Masaki, without thinking, called out to the little boy. Takida stepped back. He thought he wouldn't care anymore. He just wanted to learn what the director taught him. And then, he bumped into her, causing her to lose her balance. She was a little surprised. This little boy, he could do this. Masaki realized it all. You've broken through. Reach the limit of your growth. Returning to Kazu, he also realizes something unusual. What is it? Something slightly different from before. A subconscious voice. Takide collapses on the ground. Kazu says, hey, to be honest, I'm a bit surprised this time. Turns out that even someone without any talent can surpass others if they keep working hard, huh? Taki tries to speak. You're doing great, Kazu. I expect more from you next time. Takideyu didn't respond. He mumbled about the timing of the punch. It should have been sharper. That was a weaving defense. The step should have been bolder. The clock kept ticking. The whirlwind of change had already begun and Kazu noticed, whoa, pretty sharp. No one could turn back or stop it. Kazu lost that feeling. The fruits of his labor are ascending. He's furious, damn that guy. Taki clenches his fist. His eyes are resolute. Meanwhile, Yamaguchi is on the ship. He's at the mercy of the sea, now it's over. There are no reasons or hopes left for life. He just wants a peaceful end. It's been 3 years like this. Kazu cursed at the dog. Masaki's back went numb. When she looked at the growth chart, he tried so hard he lost his mind, pushing through countless failures, too many to count. Kazu lost his cool, he beat up everything. As a result, he was thrown around by Taki's eye. Even Yamaguchi snapped out of it. He watched the sunset. It's when he remembers his youth with his friend. It's the moment he's most at peace. When he sees the light of hope with his own eyes, Kazu finally collapses. He sees a superhero. Born. The coach asked him what boxing is. Takide answered, boxing is proof for me. No matter how difficult the circumstances, no matter how much pain and sadness lies ahead, I will not give up and I believe I can overcome it. I want to prove that hope through my boxing. Peter Cullen, greetings to boxing fans all over the world. The day is finally here. The junior middleweight champion Wiki Day with you and my assistant, Bob Norris. Hello everyone. There has never been, and may never be again, a boxer like him. The roars of the crowd. An unprecedented talent in history. You, the world lightweight champion, is entering the ring. The air inside the challenger's area is electrifying. You, the fighter whose punch even the champion of champions, Jean-Pierre, couldn't withstand. You has been backed into the fight by K. Is it true that he will easily claim the junior middleweight title? While we're talking, Takide is entering the ring. Although he is now called the strongest in fighter, Takide is walking a difficult path, a path opposite to Yu's. The strongest fighters in the junior middleweight division repeatedly fall and rise again, and eventually becoming the man who dominates the junior division. It's no exaggeration to say that his boxing embodies hope and resilience. Will he be able to defend his title today, facing his strongest challenger yet? Yu thinks as he hears Kei speak. Everyone is looking forward to it. The match has started. Jonathan is also looking forward to it. Everyone is tense about the match. It's the battle between the strongest genius and the strongest effort. Takeda and Yu are both ready. Peter Cullen asks Bob, do you have any predictions for this match? Bob Norris replies, yes, actually, the highlight of watching this match is very simple. How many rounds can Takeda withstand? Peter Cullen's question implied that he thinks Bob is predicting Yun's overwhelming victory. Bob said no, of course, the truth is that Yu has a very high chance of winning. He said his boxing was on a different level. However, if Takeda can withstand until the second half of the match, he will have a chance to win. Masaki said, great, remember the battle plan, right? Takeda said, yes, sir. Takeda seemed determined. He thought to himself, don't be afraid, even if I fall or fail, I must get up and fight to the end. I will prove it with my own boxing. Yu has the strength, but only silence within him. The boy in the hospital is waiting. Jonathan is watching the match too. The referee raises his hand. He shouts begin. In the first round, Takeda takes the initiative and charges forward. Takeda feels it and dodges. Peter Cullen says the Takeda player has been aggressively sticking close to Yu since the beginning. It seems Yu doesn't care. Takeda is determined to attack. But Yu is the one who attacks, and in overwhelming manner. Takeda dodges and attacks again. Masaki sees it from below. Yes, that's it. He has been persistently close for 12 rounds. Before that, both of them had watched Yu's match. Masaki said the biggest problem is that punch. You've seen Pierre and Elliot, so you know what I mean. She emphasized that with your current skills, it's impossible to directly strike the center to avoid that punch. She asked, so what should we do? Takia replied, there's no other way but to defend, right? Masaki said, that's not a punch you can solve with defense. Defense is the last resort. The answer is distance. That punch needs space to fly back after assuming its position. Stay close, don't let go for even a moment throughout the match. Don't give him the space and time to assume his stance. If it's about your physical strength, you can do that. You'll be clinging and clinging, assuming you can endure until the end. There's a possibility for us. Because he's a talent like a demon, his matches always end in a death match, lasting 1 to 11 seconds in the second round. That kid has never experienced a long match in reality. Even if it's a kid who lives in a different time period, if his body can't keep up, he'll become useless. He has to endure until the kid is exhausted. I don't know, it's certainly appearing like that. Before the fight, I said to watch carefully, this is the kid who will be your opponent this time. The strongest junior middleweight, Takeda Yodo. Yu is silent but listens intently. Kei, do you know what this kid's boxing is like? First, he has armor-like muscles that can withstand incredible blows. I've never seen a body trained with such simple effort that could be like this. But of course, those muscles aren't just for defense. He also has explosive breakout potential. And his weight shifts like lightning, transmitted instantly. And the Takeda punch in the video. I told you that outboxer is the object of fear. Takeda can withstand everything. I said he has such a fighting spirit that no matter how many times he is knocked down, he will always get back up. Currently calling him the strongest in Infender is not wrong. However, his greatest weapon is his incredible physical strength. In the video, Kida attacks multiple times. His opponent, what is this kid? He thinks this is really a human being. I said that in that fight, Takeda never stopped attacking throughout the entire match. The referee called a halt to the match. It was clear that the kid with superhuman stamina would relentlessly pursue his opponent, never letting up for a moment. The opponent was defeated. Kei wondered what he should do in such a situation. You said, if I attack well before he closes in like that, maybe I can get through. Kei chuckled to himself. Yu drew back his leg, saying that's not my style. Takeda observed the match. Masaki watched anxiously. Mr. Kei laughs as if he knows what Yu is doing. Kei wonders what you're doing right now. Yu then moves closer in fighter. Kei thinks I'll show you what talent is. The audience is shocked. What's going on now? Player Yu has stopped and entered the Infinctor state. Takeda thinks we shouldn't be too worried. I'm very confident. Just go out and fight like I've been training all this time. But he fights back. The blow landed, leaving Takeda slightly shocked. Masaki, however, was completely caught off guard and couldn't help but feel anxious. Even the journalist was surprised. Only K was smiling. Takeda tried to retaliate, but Yu countered his move. He was struck dazed. Takeda realized this couldn't be happening. And look, Yu is about to strike again. Takeda punches, Yu punches even faster. You're sure about that, kid? Yu stares blank. Takeda realizes he's mimicking his moves. He continues to get beaten. He doesn't have time to dodge. Kei glances around. Takeda was stunned. He thought about the movements he'd spent a lifetime practicing and perfecting, and realized this guy could do them faster and more accurately than him. Masaki was equally surprised. It made no sense. He was trying, he was confident. A feeling he'd never experienced before. Complete certainty. Even if he tried 100 times, even if his effort spanned years, that certainty told him he could never defeat this person. The crowd roared. Did everyone see this? How do you even explain this? A scene of disbelief is being played out on the stage. You knew what he had to do. Take what you can, trample over it. That's life. Takide's eyes show that he's panicked. Yu, on the other hand, is incredibly calm. Takide and Yu continue their match. Yu is throwing punches continuously. But Takide is only defending and getting hit. The me says you might not believe it, but the two fighters look like mirror images of each other. However, the junior middleweight champion is being attacked unilaterally by fighter Yu. It's his incredible reaction speed and athletic ability. Takide was almost stunned. Player Yu was showing his undeniable talent. Takide wondered how could he do this? He thought of a fake move. But Yu had already punched, it was useless. Then Teki defended, first he defended. You could tell. And Kide was repeatedly punched by Yu. Takide tried to think, but it was no use. If this continued, I would be beaten continuously, and then it would be over. He wondered what to do. What should I do? Masaki was anxiously watching from below. She hoped Yuku that you would endure this first. If you survive and return, I will let you answer. The boy was still waiting. Jonathan was also watching. His hand clenched. The battle arena lights blazed brightly. Takeda sat there dazed. The Missy announced the first round had ended with Takide's opponent unleashing a merciless attack. Masaki tried to get Yuto's attention. Yuto, she called out, finally get Nikide's attention. Snap out of it, she urged. Takeda said, Director, did you see that opponent is unbelievably strong? He admitted, I don't know what to do. Masaki is right, it's clear that kid is strong, but listen carefully. That kid is not stronger than you in every way. I'll show you how to face him, listen up. Kei is watching from the other side. He said, so, how's the feeling of your first round? Yu replied, he's stronger compared to those in the lightweight class. Kei said, now that's true. He said, but that kid is the type who gets stronger the more he experiences crisis. I mean, it's like the main character in a sports manga. If you slip up for a second, you'll get hit. Yu replied, Peter Cullen said, Bob, what do you think? It's true that Takide could overcome this situation. Bob said, his boxing has a very strong energy. That can't be broken. Finally, the match began. Both Yu and Takide were ready. Bob said, I think he's probably figured out a solution for this round. Takida was determined, and he struck first. But he was completely hit by Yu's attack. His determined gaze did not falter. In contrast to him was Yu's calmness. Takide attacked and Yu dodged. At that moment, Masaki told him to fight. He didn't understand, but he still said yes. She told him to just fight like he always does, isn't that what he's best at? Don't let that kid steal the look of power in your eyes. Just focus on what you do best, what you've been training for all this time. Takeda just keeps on fighting. You know, Masaki said that you just need to box your own way. Both coaches are watching. Takeda knows that's right, the boxing he's been playing. He just needs to stick to his boxing style. The journalist is excited watching. Even the little boy in the hospital, that one's big. Jonathan is too, or maybe he's small. We all live with hope in our hearts. Peter said. Takia countered Yu's punch and simultaneously extended his own, demonstrating incredible fighting spirit and courage. Takizai thinks it's okay if that's true, then he can endure it. No matter how difficult it is, as long as he doesn't fall, he can keep fighting. Masaki is still watching. The mech said, did you see that Yu is being pushed back a bit? That's because Takilai has successfully ignited his entire body and regained the initiative. Kei says, pretty good Bob recognizes that Kigai's solution is indeed the right one. You think, however, that up until now, it was just game. The power of that player is not nearly that level. Takeda sees, what is it? He senses the air has changed. And Yu steps back. He sees the distance has widened, he must pursue it. Takeda doesn't realize, but despair is. He desperately avoids it. And panic, no, there's no reason. He thought he still couldn't approach. Kei secretly laughed below. Masakai realized, no, it's too dangerous. Yu gradually began a new state. Takiza was terrified, the distance couldn't be narrowed. He could only remember to defend. But he was hit directly in the neck and abdomen. Because all those hopes were cut off, it was called despair. Takide couldn't breathe. His legs buckled. The referee declared a knockout. Masaki seemed to be panicking. The little boy was watching. Johnam was also tense. He didn't know what a real challenge was. From now on, Yu is watching. He's frighteningly calm. Pain and anxiety are welling up inside. There's a crowd watching the match. His clenched fist trembles. Yamaguchi is worried about you too. In cultural media like novels, comics, and movies, this describing effort and excitement is crucial for engaging the audience. Taki trains tirelessly. Masaki shouts, "That's right. But if you're someone who has truly tried, you'd know." Masaki, still young, is watching. She looks at the window of the couple. They are talking and laughing, a group of students. It makes her feel a bit nostalgic. While Takide is still doing push-ups, good 20 seconds left. True effort is the ultimate form of gentleness and quietness. Finally he can rest his legs. Masaki was sitting next to him. Taki saw this. She said, "You two just imagine boxing." He didn't understand but replied yes. Masaki seemed reluctant to speak. She said, "It's nothing, just rest for another minute, then come here to put on the gloves." Yes. The mech said, "Knockout, in the end, you showed his true nature." It seemed like a terrible impact. Takai was slumped on the floor. Sure enough, even with this punch, Takai was able to get back up again as always. Masai couldn't help but feel anxious. Takide gradually regained control, breathing heavily, but still in pain. He thought he had to breathe. The hospital boy hoped, "Come on." But he was still in so much pain, he cried out, "Ow ah." Jonathan thought, "Try harder." Takide was still yelling, "Hua ah." Kazu called out worriedly, You watch." They said Takida had successfully stood up, but he was still in pain. They said the person waiting for him was, according to records, the strongest challenger ever. Takide anticipated a tough challenge. He thought, "I can do this." They said he could overcome this difficult situation. Masaki observed. The referee calls start. Taki thinks the first move should be a surprise punch. He knows he can't dodge it completely. He only has one option, to take the hit and charge forward. So Takide charges towards him like he's flying. Yu's face remains unchanged. Takide is fiercely determined. He throws a punch from behind, and move on. Peter Cullen said the Takida player is closing in at an incredible speed, unbelievable, just like the knockout just now. Kei realizes that he has an amazing recovery power. Even though he was hit, he is still closing in at that level. Good, very good. But Takide is trying, it's not going to work. He knows that no matter how close he gets, the gap is widening. Here it comes, that punch, back step. No, if you just dodge, you won't be able to win fairly. If there's a chance to close in, it's now. A spectacular direct hit. Even didn't expect it. Masaki's worried, you do. But Yu is ready. Takide doesn't shy away from blood and charges forward. He flies forward like a projectile, perhaps that's why Yu steps back. Kei truly sees, very good. He closes the distance with overwhelming attacks, then shifts the timing and point of attack. Extreme power and courage rise to the very last moment. At least we appreciate that. Then he realized, just keep swinging wildly. Peter Cullen says Takida is relentlessly pursuing him. It's already the middle of the second round. All this time, Yu hasn't encountered anyone who could stick to him like that. Takide is showing his potential as the strongest in fighter. However, he's clearly taking damage and the damage is accumulating. How long can this brutal fight continue? Taki knows. The accumulated damage is making his body gradually disobey him. He tries to move. If I show any weakness now, I'm done for. Takida jumped up. You just keep hitting, I know I can't win. I have to be faster. I thought I should move. But I got hit by you again. The pain came back, oh god. And then a knockout punch landed right on Takide's face. The audience cheers, knockout. The second time Takide has been knocked out. Masaki is anxious, this knockout looks pretty bad. Her hands grip the towel tightly. Yuyuch. Takida lies motionless on the floor as the referee counts 3, 4. People are wondering if Kizai will be able to get back up. The little boy is anxious. Jonathan is also tense with the progress of the match. Kazu in the stands is as well. Nostalgia in Taki's eyes. He's unconscious. His eyes start to change. His gloved hand reaches. He knows he has to get up. He stares at his opponent. Takide's body is recovering. He can stand and overcome this. Even Masaki is shocked. He smiles and enjoys it. His strong legs are working. In the darkness, Takide is unconscious. I have to prove it. Even though one eye has been severely injured, the audience is excited about the match. The Tateki player has finally stood up again. The Takide player, who always achieves miraculous come-from-behind victories, even though he has been knocked out countless times. But only this time the opponent is too strong. Can Akide create another miraculous comeback victory? Even though this time the opponent is unbeatable. The referee doesn't know. He realizes he doesn't know if the player is conscious or not. First, there's nothing else but to watch. The battle lights continue, the call to begin. The cheers from below never cease. Yam, I think of you, Yuko. Could it be that you are doing this for others? You're doing this to bring hope to people like you. I know thanks to you. Because you showed me a new world, I was able to overcome the toughest period of my life. Really trying hard, so now I'm small, but I have my own shop and treating my mother's alcoholism very well. Yamaju seems like she wants to cry. While Takeda absorbs all the attacks. He almost collapses, so his eyes gradually lose consciousness. His feet just can't stop. He just keeps hitting you. And dodge, not the end of the match, so. Yamaguchi is emotional, thinking now you can stop this difficult match. Takeda's feet are still standing. Lying down is okay, giving up is okay. In the darkness, he doesn't know whether to stop or continue. The ring lights up, the announcer declares the end of round 2. The audience below the packed stands are watching the two fighters sitting in opposite corners, resting and preparing for the next round. The commentator's voice echoes, "Fighter Takeda has successfully endured the hellish round 2. Maisaki carefully uses a towel to wipe the blood from Takeda's face. A support staff also runs over to check his leg. The commentary continues, however, how long can he endure? Yu on the opposite side pursed his lips, exuding an air of coldness, a stark contrast to Takeda. His face was unscathed, and the commentator's assessment seemed to lean heavily towards Yu. Maisaki yelled at Takeda angrily, "Yudo, wake up." His entire face was covered in wounds, blood seeping continuously. Takeda lowered his head and snapped back at the director, "I'm doing well, right?" He sighed, his voice laced with dejection, "The opponent is too strong. There's nothing I can do. But I'm still trying my best to stay close." Maisaki furrowed her brows, suppressing her anger and staring intently at Takeda's eye. He looked dejected, trying to explain, "I don't know. I don't know what I'm doing anymore." Maisaki reassured him in a loud voice, "Don't worry. You're doing great. You're doing better than everything I taught you." She gave him detailed instructions, "Just keep following him like that. If you do, there will definitely be a chance." Maisaki's thoughts right now are wanting to tell Maya and Hyarun, "I sometimes think." She remembers their smiles in her memories and wants to ask them if she's doing her role well. Seeing Takeda continuously bowing his head and sighing, Maisaki is genuinely worried, wondering if she is doing something wrong to the child. There was a time when she stood alone, arms crossed, looking at him and pondering. Maisaki imagines Takeda happily laughing and playing with his classmates. A thought flashes through her mind. I should have given him a more comfortable and happier life, not this terrible one. The arena lights flicker, and the announcer's voice announces round 3, pulling them back to reality. Maisaki quickly leaves the arena, watching Takeda and whispering to herself, "I'm just helping him with the path he's chosen." She tries to convince herself that she's not running away from responsibility. The referee signals the start, and immediately the sound of footsteps echoes powerfully. Takeda takes a decisive punch from Yu, causing his body to tremble. Maisaki stands there motionless, lost in the dark void, trapped in her own thoughts. Vague figures occupy her mind. Yu quickly throws another punch to Takeda's chest. Kei stands to the side, arms crossed, silently observing the fight and praising himself. He truly can't deny the fighting spirit. He astutely notices that, however, the most interesting thing is the potential of that kid. Watching the fight fiercely on the stage, Ek analyzes step by step as the match unfolds, the gap being followed is gradually closing. He saw how Takeda moved his feet and judged it as if he were a boy just starting to learn boxing. Kei smiled maliciously, calculating that the kid was growing in real time. Takeda used both hands to cover his face, weakly avoiding the continuous punches from Yu. Kei saw this and concluded that he was indeed a kid, just like a comic book protagonist. A dark thought ignited in his mind, let him continue to grow until he has life. Kei imagined the day Yu would face Eren. He mapped out a plan. Until he confronted that guy, the kid needed more experience. The next round began. A girl appeared holding a sign announcing round 4. Takeda winced in pain, trying to use both hands to protect his head and face. He continued like this. Round 5 and 6 passed quickly. You remained cold and distant, just as you were at the beginning. On the arena, the camera focused on them both. You were attacking Takeda relentlessly, while he only defended without retaliating. The commentator announced the 6th round, and the tension was rising. Takeda crouched down, ready to strike. You stepped back. The commentator praised Takeda's fighting spirit. He covered half of his face with his gloves. His voice echoed throughout the stadium, even in this desperate situation. He wouldn't back down, he kept moving forward. Takeda grimaced, his eyes filled with determination. The commentator pondered, will his unwavering courage create a miracle? Maisaki stood with her arms crossed, her eyes fixed on the two fighters. You slowly observed your opponent's movements. Kei smiled victoriously, assessing the situation. Through 6 rounds of intense fighting, the opponent never gave up. He looked intently at Yu's eyes, silently guessing that he would experience a different comparative fatigue compared to the sparkling he had been through. Cracked a wider smile, exclaiming, "Well, what can we do?" He smiled wickedly, his eyes shining with cunning, wanting to tell you that if he didn't have the determination to kill, he could still be defeated. In a flash, you punched Takeda in the face, sending him flying backwards. Blood sprayed from his nose and mouth. Meanwhile, a child in the hospital, wearing a woolly hat, was watching the fight live on TV. Seeing the terrifying scene, he quickly covered his eyes with both hands. Jonathan, below the stands, watched them intently with a tense and worried expression. Sitting amidst the cheering crowd, he lowered his head and silently prayed, "Please, Yuto." Takeda lay on the fighting floor. The referee approached him, signaling his defeat. The commentator announced the knockout. "This is his 9th knockout, right?" Takeda, the athlete who could always get back up, is really struggling this time. Hirota's eyes welled up with tears. He felt heartbroken, silently whispering to him in his heart, "It's alright if you don't get up now." The referee counted down to 2. Maisaki stood up abruptly and bowed his head, hiding his emotions. Takeda's consciousness gradually blurred. Blood flowed continuously from his nose. He whispered in his subconscious. Maisaki's face darkened. The referee spread out his 3 fingers and shouted 3. Takeda summoned his willpower, forcing his body to stand up. He used his knees to support his body. His gloved hand pushed against the floor to steady himself. The referee continued to shout 4. Suddenly, Takeda's body collapsed face down onto the floor uncontrollably. Maisaki's forehead started to sweat with worry. Takeda's eyes began to glaze over. He looked towards me standing outside. He blinked heavily, gradually closing his eyes. He vaguely remembered a memory, that time in Maisaki's office. She called him kid, and he looked at her in surprise. She was drunk, her face flushed red, but she still held a bottle of wine. Takeda called out to the manager in confusion. Maisaki frowned angrily and retorted, "What kid? Call me Chitaro." She suggested, "Stop practicing, come with me to the rooftop." He nervously responded, "Yes, yes." Takeda followed her to the rooftop, standing at the door leading to the outside. The moon shone its light, covering both of them. Maisaki stood by the wall, leaning on it, looking into the distance. He looked at her silhouette. The moon that night was full and beautiful. Maisaki spoke first. "Yuto, being diligent is a good thing, but I think you're being too diligent." Takeda laughed awkwardly and stuttered, "That's because I don't have any talent, so?" She heard this and got angry. "Whether you have talent or not, kid, I'm telling you, you're working too hard." He felt embarrassed, rubbed the back of his neck, and smiled brightly. "Okay." Then Maisaki fell silent. She advised him, "Yuto, there are areas in this world where no matter how hard you try, you won't be able to overcome them." Her memories returned, showing the image of a man sitting in a corner, holding his bloody stomach. She thought of a hypothetical situation. Suppose you faced a situation like this, where you couldn't overcome it no matter how hard you tried. The man was taken to the hospital, but the electrocardiogram showed his vital signs dropping. She asked, "What would you do?" Maisaki observed Takeda for a long time. He still maintained an embarrassed attitude, constantly scratching his head and smiling, saying he didn't know, besides being diligent. Maisaki seriously reminded him that if he did that, he would break. She expressed her constant worry, fearing that he would break if he lived too honestly. Takeda turned his face to look at her in surprise. Maisaki seemed to fall into a silent void. She whispered, "I'm very worried." Returning to reality, Takeda's vision gradually blurred. Maisaki still lowered her head, hiding her face. A thought flashed through her mind. "Yuto, sometimes I think. You remember what I told you on the rooftop, that life is probably a gift." Maisaki looked up at the sky, expressing her thoughts naturally. "We've experienced so much pain and lost important friends, but from the beginning, being born into this world, meeting your parents and meeting you, I think all of that is a big gift." She looked at Takeda and asked, "Maybe all we need to do is be grateful for the gift we've been given, right?" Mai softly said, "So Yuto, sometimes." Looking at him now, lying collapsed on the floor, losing consciousness, she wanted to tell him to let go of the burden and find freedom. Maisaki silently reminded him, "Remember that." She remembered Takeda's smiling, happy face confirming, "You are the most precious gift I've ever received." As if receiving Maisaki's message, he slowly woke up. Taki thought of all the people he was close to, Yamusaki, Haikuker and many others. He talked to himself about his life, the people he had met, all the players he had met on the stage, all of this. He imagined himself facing them. Yu on the opposite side sensed something strange. Takeda suddenly rose, his empty eyes emitting a blue light. The light in his pupils flashed. This made Yu incredibly surprised and he widened his eyes. The image of Inji from the past, his face scratched and bleeding, flashed in his mind. Seeing Takeda had risen, the audience below cheered in delight. The commentator seized the opportunity to stir up the atmosphere. Did you guys see that? Player Kida has risen again. Is there any other player like him in the world? The audience sitting close to the arena raised their hands high and cheered loudly. The commentary inside was filled with cheers for Takeda. The child in the hospital, hearing the thunderous cheers through the TV screen, became curious and covered their eyes with their hand. Jonathan was surprised by what Takeda was doing in front of him. In contrast to everyone else, Hiroda became confused. Kei was also quite surprised by Takeda's fighting spirit. Maisaki's eyes welled up with tears, trying to suppress the heartbreaking emotions inside her. Yu stood tall, with strong muscles, waiting for his opponent's attack. The stage lights flickered back on, and the referee announced the start of the match. The referee's voice had just faded when Takeda unleashed a direct punch to Yu's face. As his fist came within inches, Yu leaned back, dodging the blow by ducking his head. He glanced at the blue gloves of his opponent as they whizzed past his ear. Takeda, fueled by aggression, bent his arm, using his index finger as leverage to launch himself into the air, aiming to slam his fist into Yu's head. The clash of the two pairs of gloves echoed through the arena. His attacks grew more intense. He gathered momentum, preparing for another attack, while Yu leaned back, assuming a defensive stance. Realizing the glove was about to connect with his face, Yu widened his eyes, focusing his mind on the fight. Takeda continued to throw punches, but Yu managed to dodge them all. You're stunned. You find this more unbelievable than you imagined. Maisaki is also drawn to the tension on the fighting stage. She looks up at them. Commentator Peter exclaims in surprise, "What's happening?" Takeda's movements have changed. Bob beside him squints and watches the match intently. Takeda pushes Yu towards the fence, using a hook punch, using his foot to sweep Yu's leg. Peter's narrative voice rings out again. Takeda is suddenly pushing Yu faster. The more Yu dodges, the more he throws punches, which makes Peter shout. Takeda has begun to take the initiative in the fight. Takeda's eyes light up, he frowns and fights with all his might, even though the wound on his face is bleeding. Maisaki is truly amazed by his ability. She recognizes that kid finally. She secretly admires Yuto's boxing, who has broken through his limits only through effort and will, clearly strong but lacking something important. The arrows interlacing endlessly. This is like a common feature of those called geniuses, namely freedom. In the past, Takeda trained a lot. He used to drag 4 logs with his body while running, but unfortunately, the more urgently one strives, the farther one is from freedom. It can be understood, therefore, that freedom is the sole possession of talented individuals. Kei stood at a corner, observing the arena with eyes full of amazement. Maisaki didn't believe it, but the kid finally held that freedom in his hands. She thought back to the day Takeda truly reached for the highest boxing title. Even though the kid had no talent, he had grown to become a world champion. Maisaki couldn't hide her surprise at discovering that now the kid had acquired talent as well. The match continued. Takeda used the jab to attack. Yu's face turned black. He rushed towards Yu. You could see that his speed of development from now on. Takeda's fighting ability has always been hindered, like a broken line. But now it's different. It's a straight line of powerful growth on the chart, completely different from before. From now on, Takeda has become a true fighter, with unwavering willpower, eyes sparkling with determination. A monster has been born. Yu unleashes a deadly punch, knocking Takeda's head back, blood splattering everywhere. He slumps, his mouth dripping with blood mixed with saliva, his complexion pale. Without stopping, Yu delivers a second powerful punch to Takeda's head. The journalist is completely shocked by the sudden turn of events. The child in the hospital grips the bedsheet, watching the television intently, silently cheering. Jonathan's eyes showed worry. Hiroto was just as shocked, his eyes wide. Takeda stood still, his head slightly lowered. Yu punched him again, sending him sprawling into the fence. Takeda struggled to his feet. Before he could catch his breath, Yu was on him, landing another punch to his face. Yu had truly become the devil he wanted me to see. Inji's face appeared in my mind again, just like before. Takeda stumbled and fell against the barrier, his mouth continuously spewing blood, soaking his entire body. He jolted up. Takeda gasped, his mind feeling detached from his body in the darkness. He wanted to know what that light truly was. His eyes slowly closed. In TD's subconscious, the shadowy figure of an unknown person suddenly appeared, smiling at him. He still hadn't let him go. His mind was consumed by blood and darkness, demanding, "Show me." Kei down in the stands shed tears but smiled gleefully. The towel flew through the air in the center of the arena. Takeda collapsed face down on the floor, creating a pool of blood. Yu's eyes were emotionless. The referee rushed to stop him. The referee hurriedly called for medical assistance, bringing a stretcher here, quickly. The ring lights came on, the referee grabbed Yu's neck and raised his hand high to signal the end of the match. Takeda slumped his shoulders, his eyes glazed over, staring fixedly at the floor. His hand remained clenched in a fist. Kocha looked at the fighting ring, unable to blink, his face tense with anxiety. Just seconds later, he was hit with a blindingly fast punch that sent him sprawling backward, his back against the ropes. Kei let out a confident smile. He thought, that's right. Takeda's face was now covered in blood, and he seemed to have lost consciousness. Kei continued to smile ominously. He thought, that's right. Another blow from Yu's fist landed squarely on Takeda's face, sending him flying backward. Blood splattered into the air. Kei was so overjoyed his eyes welled up. He thought to himself, I've been waiting for this, the arrival of a kid like him. He looked straight at Yu, his eyes filled with greed, having recognized the bloodlust within him. He was sure, that's him, that's the kid. In an instant, the entire stadium, filled with thousands of people, erupted in a frenzy of shouts and screams. The Misi announced loudly, Yu continues to unleash terrifying attacks. The match is over. Amidst the cacophony of voices, Yu remained silent, staring at something with an expressionless face. He also saw Taka being carried away on a stretcher by medical staff, unconscious. Yu's gaze remained icy, his body and face untouched by any wounds. On the contrary, Takeda was covered in blood and cuts, one eye closed, the other half open and glazed over. Takeda Saki stood silently. But when she turned her gaze, her eyes blazed with anger, as if she wanted to lunge and strike. She said, "You." She was furious and yelled, "Are you trying to kill my son?" Instantly, she raised her hand to retaliate, but another hand stopped her in time. Kei scoffed and said to Misaka, "Oh, you can't just use violence against another player." He said sarcastically, "Your player's condition doesn't seem too good. Does it? Players who are focused on the game, they might experience things like this, don't you think?" He glared at her and said menacingly, "Don't provoke me." Misaki abruptly pulled a hand away from Old Man Kei. She gritted her teeth and said, "The game." Kei looked silently, waiting to see what she would say. Then she shouted at Yu, "This isn't boxing." She glared at the others with contempt, "You're just monsters." But Kei just sneered. Meanwhile, a large man in a black suit stood high above, observing everything. It was Aaron Tide, the heavyweight champion. He stared intently at Yu. His eyes gleamed like an eagle hunting its prey. He watched Yu for a moment. He then silently left without making a sound. At this time, a young man was turning his back and looking into the distance. In the hospital, Takeda was unconscious and bandaged all over his face. The attending physician was talking to someone. To be blunt, the situation was not good. The doctor, with a sad expression, said, "Even if it's difficult to recover, when his jawbone is completely fractured." The listener was Coach Misaka. She was dejected and silent, her head lowered. At this time, Takeda remained unconscious in the hospital bed, his face completely bandaged over his chin. The doctor continued, "He might not be able to box again after this." The electrocardiogram emitted faint beeps. Misaki sat by the bedside, her face buried in her hands. It was clear she was deeply distressed. She recalled the image of the white towel being thrown into the boxing ring. She said to herself at that moment. She turned to look at her student. Seeing him like that, she felt even more remorseful and bowed her head lower. She thought, if only I had thrown the towel a little earlier. But at that moment, the image of a cute little boy with big, bright eyes appeared in her mind. Misaki sank deeper into the abyss of guilt. She thought again, no, if only I hadn't taught him boxing in the first place. Drops of water dripped onto Misaki's back of her hand. She cried and thought, "I'm sorry." She remembered the images of her two friends, who were also Takeda's parents, and she felt even more remorseful. "You trusted me and entrusted him to me, but I'm useless, so..." Her tears fell in a steady stream. She thought, "I feel so ashamed." In the quiet of the hospital room, Misaka sat beside Takeda, silently filled with regret. She didn't even notice him slowly opening his eyes. He let out a soft sigh, causing the air to stir slightly. Misaki opened her eyes wide in surprise, her eyes still brimming with tears. The student looked towards her with his eyes and spoke slowly, "You." She looked at him anxiously and said, "Yudo." He continued, "Feel." Seeing him still trying to speak, she shouted, cutting him off, "Don't move your lips anymore, didn't you hear what the doctor said?" He shut his eyes tight and said, "Thank you." Misaki stopped yelling and replied, "Yudo." He opened his eyes again and said, "Yes." Her eyes welled up, unable to utter a word. He tried to speak again. Misaki cried in front of her young student, trying to stifle the sound. Seeing her like that, he closed his eyes gently, as if smiling with satisfaction. The more it was like this, the more Misaki was moved. She gritted her teeth so hard that her body trembled. She remembered back then, when she was young, she taught him boxing. Even when he fell, she was always strict. Even when the little boy was so happy about learning the most basic boxing technique. Until he grew up, his movements were all mature and agile. He stepped forward and punched the punching bag like a powerful machine, making it fly. Maisa felt small as she thought back to that time. She said to herself, time has passed. The little boy was drenched in sweat, but he still had a smile on his lips and his gloves on. She thought, truly, thank you. Maisa cried until she trembled. All lives will end at some point, but those who have strived their hardest on the path they chose, even if one day they reach it, On the fruit basket on the visiting table, there's a note left, you must get well and we'll meet again, Yamaguchi. Taki was facing the window. From behind, a voice said, I believe there is beauty in that place. I was truly born to be healthy. The doctor was talking to Maisaki. If he keeps up this recovery, he might be able to be discharged earlier than expected. His recovery is stable. Maisaki replied, that's great. As if remembering something, the doctor said, oh, also. Taki turned to look when the doctor mentioned him. We have a young patient here at the hospital who is a huge fan of yours and really wants to meet you. Would that be possible? A young boy wearing a hospital hat and clothes held on to an adult's hand. He opened his eyes wide and shouted, wow! At the hospital, on a peaceful morning. The little boy eagerly looked at Taki, who held a small notebook and a pen in his hands. The woman in the blue shirt, the boy's mother, said, if I have the chance, I really want to meet and greet you both. Maisai replied, yes, of course. Watching Takeda carefully writing in his notebook, the boy's mother said, we have received so much help from the donations Takeda has raised over time, so I really want to meet him in person and thank him. Looking at her son who was incredibly happy, she said, my son has a rare disease, a disease with a name we don't even know. Maisaki listened quietly to the boy's mother. You know, he needs a lot of courage each day to fight this rare disease. It's like he's walking alone across a dark, icy field, the boy's mother confided. How bad the disease will get, how it needs to be treated. No, because from the very beginning there has been no way to cure it. Thinking about her son lost in that snowy field, she said, that child has to fight against fear and despair every single day. She smiled softly and said, it's not just the treatment costs, we owe Takeda so much. Remembering the boxer with the green gloves and determined eyes, she added, every time he sees Takeda getting up, the child gains courage. The little boy's smile was incredibly pure and cute. Takeda squatted down to listen to him clearly. You will definitely get better, and one day, you will become a strong and cool fighter like me. He opened his eyes wide and looked at the little boy. Suddenly, he remembered the image of his large father squatting down in front of him, when he was little. His eyes flickered with emotion. He thought to himself, father. That was the image of a small Tade with many scars on his face, and tears in his eyes. You really have tried so hard. His father smiled cheerfully at him, to be strong like your father. Sitting in front of the little boy at the hospital, his eyes were also filled with tears. Each tear fell slowly. He looked down, tears falling one by one. He asked himself, you're strong now, right? A picture of a happy family of 3, his parents looking at their young son with love and joy. His father patted his head and said, you've worked hard, son. I'm really proud of you. The result is Takeda Yuito, junior world champion at 31 wins and 5 losses. The little boy in the hospital saw him crying and asked in a choked voice, why are you crying? Does your jaw hurt? Meanwhile, in an indoor swimming pool with a huge screen showing Takeda's fight, a man was soaking in the pool while another lay on a chair. Yu's image appeared on the screen with a nonchalant look. The blonde man with tattoos on his face asked, is that the kid who's been making waves recently? It's the world champion Rizzo from French San Torino. He was furious but smiled and said, I bet those junior middleweight kids are peeing their pants now. The black-haired man is the coach and manager, San Torino Marco. He's holding a glass of lemonade, resting his head on his hand, and laughing. Soon he'll be grabbing us by the neck. Marco says, prepare yourselves. This is the biggest fish in history. The blonde responds, if they want to come, tell them to come, you little Eastern kid. Both of them remember Yu's emotionless eyes. The blonde laughs sinisterly beside the black-haired man and says in a harsh voice, let's put on a great show for everyone. Takeda, his face covered in wounds and blood, has fallen to the fighting arena, his eyes closed. He's lying face down. Standing over him is Yu, looking down at his opponent, who has been defeated. Even Takeda, the champion, has been tragically defeated. The journalist, sitting in front of his computer, is intently following the fight. He raises his hand, strokes his chin, and thinks, as expected, quickly conquered every weight class. Suddenly, a noise echoes across the fighting arena. Another opponent falls under Yu's might. The referee declared the match over. Raising Yu's hand, the commentator exclaimed, "Yu has defeated the middleweight champion and become a three-weight champion." The audience erupted in cheers. The entire arena was in uproar. Yu's muscular figure, strong and agile, effortlessly dodged every opponent's blow, bringing down numerous renowned fighters. Once again, he had triumphed. At his feet lay another defeated fighter. The commentator commented, "Even junior middleweight Royd was no match." The journalist watching closely thought, these two fighters were the biggest draws in boxing today. Yu and Santino Fabrizio use image with his piercing and cold gaze. The boxing world is in chaos as the upcoming special match between two successful fighters approaches. While Yu maintains an emotionless expression, Santino's excitement and challenge are evident on his face. Fighter Yu, who can quickly claim titles, seems to easily take down junior middleweight and middleweight champion Jean-Pierre and Takeda. Peter Cullen comments, "If this continues, there's no doubt about his next target." Bob Norris, the commentator sitting beside him, laughs and continues, "That's right everyone, it's the match that boxing fans worldwide have been waiting for." Two fighters who are currently attracting the most attention in the boxing world are Yu with his emotionless face. The match between fighter Santino Fabrizio and fighter Yu is fast approaching. Unlike Yu, Fabrizio remains aggressive, with a strange and sinister smile. Suddenly, a strange figure appears on the ring, catching everyone by surprise. The whole stadium is in uproar. Everyone is buzzing, pointing here and there. Peter Cullen, as if already aware of the information, spoke up, "What's going on? The arena is in an uproar." Upon arriving, his eyes widened in surprise. Then on the arena, surrounded by thousands of spectators, Santino Fabrizio, the commentator, exclaimed, stirring up the atmosphere, "That person, they look so much like Santino Fabrizio, don't they?" Were witnessing Fabrizio charging onto the arena. The atmosphere grew hotter than ever. Bob Norris said, "As expected, he's finally appeared." His eyes showed clear interest. "They're definitely not here to declare war." Yu's eyes remained cold as he stared at his opponent. Coach K was different. He continued to watch Yu from behind with a steady smile. They were always the ones to strike first. His opponent slowly stepped onto the stage. Fabrizio, dressed in a sleek suit, was surrounded by bodyguards. He said, "Why are the bodyguards so nervous? I'm just here to say hello." The stand started to get loud. "That trashy guy, why is he up there? It's, Fabrizio, wow, I saw it with my own eyes. Hera." He gave Yu a cunning smile. Then he turned to a commentator with a microphone next to him and said, "Hey Mick." The commentator replied, "Yes." When the audience saw Fabrizio grab the microphone, they kept shouting, "Why did you steal the mic? I love you Fabrizio, get down now. What are you going to say again?" The audience showered Fabrizio with a barrage of both loving and hateful words. Fabrizio ignored everyone and shouted into the mic, "Shut up, you pigs, I'm here to show my respect." Then he turned to Yu and said, "You didn't get hit once while winning 4 weight classes. You dodged every single blow. How is that even possible?" Yu looked at him emotionlessly with indifference. Fabrizio continued, "I really respect you, I'm amazed." His eyes held a shadowy gleam as he continued, "That's why I'm so curious." Outside the ring, the scene was shrouded in darkness. Santino Marco stood there looking at something. Fabrizio saw Yu's expression and continued speaking to the audience below. Obviously those pigs were also very curious. Under Fabrizio's words, everyone fell silent. Even the inanimate objects remained still. Yu, from the beginning, maintained a cold and indifferent attitude, unaffected by anything. Then Fabrizio drew a gun and pointed it directly at Yu's head, saying, "Can you dodge a bullet?" Witnessing this scene, Yu's trainer K let out an excited exclamation. The audience buzzed again. "A gun? That dog is pulling out a gun. What's he planning to do this time? Is this real, Fabrizio?" Carmen was also watching the fight closely. Seeing this, she was incredibly surprised. Then Fabrizio stuck out his tongue and chuckled, saying, "You're all really curious, aren't you? I'm here to test this out directly, so just keep quiet and watch." His eyes darted towards the guards, reminding them, "Don't pull any funny business. It's best if you just stay put." Yu remained emotionless, his gaze fixed on the gun. Kay stood there, his eyes reflecting excitement and anticipation. Fabrizio then raised his hand, preparing to pull the trigger. Carmen's widened in astonishment at Fabrizio's action. Fabrizio's finger had now reached the trigger and was ready to fire. But surprisingly, after pulling the trigger, a burst of fireworks shot out of the barrel, directly into Yu's face. The bodyguards around him were stunned, their eyes wide with surprise, shocked by the prank Fabrizio had just pulled. Carmen let out a sigh of relief. Fabrizio laughed and said, "Scared hut little brats, just kidding." The audience, furious at the sight, shouted angrily, "What the hell is this? Drag him out, you trash, you're going to hell, Santino, you're the best." But before they could say more, gunshots rang out repeatedly. After Fabrizio fired, the entire audience fell silent, watching in stunned silence. The crowd was paralyzed, speechless at Fabrizio's prank that seemed all too real. He stood menacingly in the shadows, raising his gun with sharp eyes that sparkled like fire. His face lit up with red in his eyes, looking extremely ferocious. Then he turned and said to you, "Enjoy the rest of your life, so I can legally kill you in the arena." Hearing that you didn't care at all, his face was still cold as ice. On the contrary, Yu's coach was very excited and smiled. Meanwhile, Santino Marco stood outside and smiled faintly. The fragments of memories came back to Yu's mind in the evening, an image of Yu standing there, shrouded in the murky darkness, all alone. A boy with long hair over his eyes looked straight into the darkness. In front of him was a door, around him were black holes of despair, loneliness. Yu stood there, his gaze fixed on the door in the surrounding darkness. Suddenly, a door opened in front of him. Yu's eyes, dark and indifferent, turned towards the door. The door revealed something that appeared to be a blanket and a mattress. Yu's gaze remained unchanged. But now the little boy in Yu's memory, in his dark heart, had a blanket and mattress to sleep on peacefully. The scene changes, showing Carmen standing in front of Yu's house with bodyguards behind her. Yu seemed surprised and curious as he saw her. Before Yu could ask anything, Carmen entered the house, not forgetting to say, "Excuse me." Then Carmen gestured to the bodyguards to come in, saying, "Please come in." Seeing that, Yu politely stepped aside to let them enter the house. These actions made Yu extremely puzzled, but he didn't say anything. The black cat beside him meowed at the strangers who had just entered his home. Carmen continued to let the bodyguards into the house to search and said to Yu, "The director ordered that from today until the competition, I have to follow you closely." She continued with a serious expression, "From now on I and the bodyguards will start a 24/7 surveillance system." Yu, feeling strange, hesitantly asked, "Why?" Before the girl could answer, the bodyguards began to speak. "We found a camera and also found one over here." Carmen quickly ordered, "Take care of them." Witnessing this scene, Yu was completely surprised. Carmen told Yu that the reason, well, you'll see. As they were talking outside, the doorbell rang. Carmen said it's perfect timing. She went to open the door, but something seemed to surprise her, and her eyes widened. There was no one in front of her, just a box at the door. Carmen quickly put on protective gear, wore glasses, and started examining the box, her gaze scrutinizing. She put on gloves, opened the box, and stared at it. She looked into the box and said, so childish." Seeing this, Yu turned and asked, "What's wrong?" Carmen replied, "Nothing." Yu's black cat also perked up its head, eager to listen. Carmen said, "It's just a cat with its throat slit. It's clearly meant to be a threat." Hearing that, Yu's eyes seemed to droop, unspoken. Then Carmen turned, handed the box to the bodyguard, and said, "Burn it and bury it properly for me." After giving the bodyguard instructions, she turned back to Yu and said, "Now you know, right? This is what competing with the Santino brothers is like. They'll use any method to win without holding back. Especially Santino Marco, a cunning strategist. Yesterday's attack on the stage was his order. Normally, he would use every threat and dirty trick before stepping into the ring against his target." Carmen continued, then paused. She reached up to push her glasses up and continued, "If they are professionals of dirty tricks, then we are professionals of professionals. From now until we step into the ring, everything we eat, sleep, wake up, train and rest." Her eyes reflected a professional attitude. Carmen said, "I will manage it completely." On the other side, Santino Marco was still watching Yu closely through a hidden camera, and said, "What do you think?" satisfied with the first gift. Meanwhile, Yu remained completely unfazed by the gift. Santino Marco smirked, feeling he had already put psychological pressure on Yu. Carmen continued with a serious expression, "The battle has already begun. K-Men seems to have found everything, 10 cameras, 20 listening devices. She says so. The secret house is heavily guarded by security personnel. Kamen says there was a player named Chavo Urs. After player Bob Norris, the strongest at the time, suddenly retired, he quickly took control of the middleweight division and became champion. Everyone predicted his long-term power. He was the only player who could face Bob Norris, and was considered the strongest middleweight champion in history. Yu says quietly, "Bob Norris." She says, "Yes, you know him, don't you?" He looked at the photo that was taken. Kamen said that the current host is handling the boxing program. The third fighter of your manager, the one with a reach that surpasses Pierre, trapped the opponent in the corner, and threw a terrifying punch like a cannon with a heavy weight class. Just like all other students of the manager, he is also a legendary champion. Among them, the last two are unbelievable human beings. Did you say that? I interrupted the story a bit, didn't I? The only fighter who can fight on par with Bob Norris is Chavo Urs. But soon after he became the champion, things changed. At the time, a middleweight fighter, Santino Fabrizio, defeated him. The reason for the defeat was acute gastroenteritis, impaired judgment due to depression, panic disorder, and failure to control his emotions. From the moment he stepped into the ring, he was in a state where he couldn't fight normally. Kamen said, "Have you heard? This opponent can't be defeated with just your fighting skills." She said, "If you have had inappropriate encounters recently or have been reckless, please tell me honestly, no matter how small. From now on remember that you can only trust two people, me and the manager. Yu is training under Kamen's supervision." She thought the results of the video check showed that Yu's life was just a simple daily routine between his home and the gym. She realized whether it was good luck or bad luck. Lately, she felt he was emptier than before. Clearly after the match with Taki Dak ended, his boxing had become sharper, but it seemed like he had given up something. Yu had said, "Maybe I saw some light, so I wanted to confirm it." Kamen was always watching him. That night, she said he had worked hard today. "As I said, from today I will be with you. Streetlights are bright. Two people are returning home." Yu asked about the security guards. Carmen says they are responsible for security in front of the house. She explains that the Santorino brothers' goal is to put on a show for the audience and make money. Before going into the ring, you can rest assured that there will be absolutely no direct threats to his life. However, if he is attacked, he should ignore her and escape safely, because she can protect herself. At the house with the lights on, Carmen is chopping carrots and cooking. She said, "You're only allowed to eat food I make from now on. Even though I ordered no one to enter the house, but there will be some people bought off by them. Yu's preferences and travel itinerary have been leaked, so you won't be allowed to eat outside, because bribing restaurant staff is easy. I only use ingredients and tools that have directly passed the toxicity test through a trusted channel, so you can trust and eat the food I cook." Kamen has set the table. She said she's finished cleaning everything. The table looks very appealing with a variety of nutritious and protein-rich dishes that Yu needs. Kamen is proud of herself. "Whoa, even though this is the first time I've tried cooking properly, it's as easy as pie for a professional like me." But she realized Yu was expressionless and silent. She wondered what just happened. It was clearly a first time seeing expression. Kamen was surprised. It turned out he could have an expression like that. Yu replied, "I'll eat well," she said, "Bon appetit." But with the first bite, he vomited, shocking her. He scooped up the vomit again and put it back in her mouth. Kamen was still confused. Then Yu lifted the spoon. Continuing to vomit, Kamen panicked. The bodyguard rushed in. "What's happening?" she said in a daze. "Oh, nothing, ha." Even the blue-eyed black cat was confused. Yu said, "I've finished eating, I've been struggling. You told me to clean up, so you go take a bath first. It's very late." The bathroom door opens. Kamen sees this and asks him if he's finished showering. Steam fills the room as Yu is drying himself and says, "Yes, come in." Kamen is slightly surprised. She says, "Okay, I'll just Kamen throws some water. Don't mind me." She closes her eyes. It's just professional boundaries. "But when I first met him, he was just a skinny student. I don't know when. He's also gained weight recently." Kamen immediately thought of a six-pack, really. She tried to control herself. Don't think about it, don't think about it." Kamen let her hair down and took off her glasses. "You said, if you want to lie down, I'll sleep here." She said, "You have your own room." "Why?" he said, "It's just more comfortable here." She thought, "How can you sleep without anything, just one blanket?" Yu said, "If it's inconvenient, you can sleep in my room." Kamen said, "No, I need to be able to react quickly in case of an emergency." They wished each other good night, hoping for a comfortable sleep. They lay on opposite sides of the bed. Kamen thought to herself, "Yu the pro gamer. I thought he was cold and emotionless, but does he have a soft side hidden inside?" She drifted off to sleep. That expression. It was almost like he was trying not to cry. She thought of his emotionless black eyes. And her own blue eyes. Carmen pondered the humanity inside. She knew she wanted to believe it existed. And the two of them fell asleep. There were guards on watch. One guarding, one going to report. A hand put buzzed into the machine. The guard said, "This is today's record, sir." "Okay, you've worked hard." He observed everything. Yu, calmly wearing a dark windbreaker, ran ahead, followed by two panting bodyguards. He glanced at them gloomily. The two bodyguards seemed to be exhausted, complaining to each other, "How much longer do we have to run at this speed?" In front of a luxurious white house, two bodyguards were standing guard. The two bodyguards who followed Yu just now arrived and stopped at the door, panting. Sure enough, the 4-division champion, who was so confident in his physical strength. Yu, with a cold face, looked at the person in front of him, bewildered. Kamen, who had just woken up, emerged from her room, her hair disheveled, staring at him blankly. There were even traces of drool on her face. The two stood frozen, looking at each other without a word. Kamen, after a moment, realized the situation and rushed back into her room, slamming the door shut. A moment later she came out, dressed neatly and looking serious as usual. She pushed her glasses up and greeted him as if nothing had happened. "Good morning, you." The conversation fell into an awkward silence. "You finally spoke just now, you interrupted me." "What did you mean? Is there something strange about that?" "Oh, I'm sorry I couldn't wake up. From now on, you absolutely shouldn't go out alone, you should go with me." He remained silent, lost in thought. The room fell into an awkward silence. The scene shifts to a white building. Inside a workroom, two men are talking. "Alright, there's nothing left to do, right?" "Good." K points the remote at the TV, his face stern. "Take a good look, this is the video of Faprezu's match yesterday." The TV shows a Prezu's arrogant smile. The announcer's voice booms. "Welcome viewers to this match featuring Santino Faprezu, the undefeated lightweight world champion, and challenger John Renault." The camera then focuses on Renault, his face grim and tense. K watches the video, a faint smile playing on his lips. Seems like he was tricked quite a bit. On the TV, Renault is visibly angry, his forehead veins bulging as he clenches his jaw. "Those bastards, how dare they?" His coach notices his agitation and quickly advises, "Hey, Renault, calm down and stay composed." Renault growls, "Don't worry, I will." Across the ring, a Fipra continues to smirk and flick his tongue out at him in disdain. He even stuck out his tongue and licked his lips in a contemptuous manner. Renault was successfully provoked to anger. Every vein in his eyes showed the eruption of rage. In his mind, there were haunting voices whispering, "Kill him. You will kill him." The dazzling headlights continued to focus on the main arena. The referee blew his whistle and shouted, "Begin." Immediately, Fipra lunged forward and punched Renault hard in the face. Renault was no pushover and immediately retaliated with a blow of his own. Renault glanced around cautiously, judging his opponent's attack. They continued to trade blows, dodging and counter-attacking with intense drama. "You seem surprised," as if he had realized something. Kay continued to analyze, surprised, that's the boxing style of that kid. "This battle, it's probably the first time you've seen such a rough and chaotic boxing style in the champion category." "Yeah, there's another guy who's even worse than this one, but he's not mentioned, and his boxing is completely oblivious to defense or points. A form of raw violence and a purely focused method of knocking out the opponent. However, nothing is better than that to make the audience go wild. His boxing contains a hypnotic power, a kind of power that excites the public and drives the opponent crazy. In the unprecedented fury and madness, the opponent loses their boxing skills. At the same time, the video shows Renault's face darkened, teeth clenched in anger due to the noisy words around him. "Santino, what are you doing? Kill more. John is already hot. Santino, kill him." And forgetting boxing, for the fighter, there is only the fight in its most primitive form. Indeed, at this moment, Renault's mind is also haunted by 4 words, "I will kill him." Pure fighting is his domain. That movement. This isn't the movement of ordinary people. They're using some kind of illegal drug. I don't know what it is, but they seem to be using objects too. The stands are still shrouded in an atmosphere of excitement and aggression. The journalist stood with his arms crossed, looking down from the stands with a satisfied smile, thinking to himself, of course, the Santino brothers' matches are always like this. Santino Marco and Santino Papria. Even now I still remember interviewing them. Thinking back to that interview, he asked Fipriu, "What do you think boxing is?" Fipriu sneered arrogantly and replied, "Boxing, what's there to know about that? I kill the opponent and get paid by those dogs who like it. That's all." Come to think of it, being able to make money from beating people up legally, what a fantastic profession, wouldn't you say, dear journalist? Ha ha ha. He asked the same question to Marco, but this time it was, "What do you think boxing is?" Marco seemed more polite and calm as he replied, "Boxing, I beg to differ. In the end, boxing is just a business, getting people excited and making money." Journalists like you or people who call themselves boxing fans often criticize our methods, but Marco's reply echoes through his memories, intertwining with the real fight. Fipi Zep lands a brutal blow, sending his opponent's nose gushing with blood. A sinister grin spreads across Fapri Zuch's face. The audience below stirs with debate. The referee just took a headbutt. What's he looking at? Ha ha ha, it's a bet, right? This is the reality. We show everyone the best performance, and the audience pays to watch our fights. After seeing Fepu repeatedly land dirty blows, some spectators start complaining. He's got eyes in the back of his head. Ha ha, starting slowly. Is he? Yeah, that's right. How much did you get? Disgusting, Santino. Renault enraged glares at the referee, sensing the full play. Damn it, I can't believe it. He charges forward and headbutts Fuppy Izu with a powerful blow, retaliating. Suddenly, a voice rang out, stopping him. Renault turned around in confusion. The commentator quickly added, "What's happening? He's being warned for striking the opponent in the head." The referee ignored the hit to the head earlier, and now he's warning Renault, said the commentator. Kay scoffed, "Seems like some money has been exchanged." "You know it, right? In the end, it's all about money," Kay commented to the journalist. Back to the interview that day, Marco continued. "Some people enjoy our aggression, others enjoy our insults. Regardless, everyone flocks to our matches and pays for it. The association overlooking our actions is due to the excellent guarantee check. It boils down to that," Kay agreed. "We are doing a great job." The journalist was lost in his own thoughts. The fight started chaotically, with a punch here and there. Renault received another powerful punch to the face. His eyes were filled with anger. He remembered how his daughter timidly announced that he had a girlfriend. "Oh, that's great, what's her name?" Thinking about this, he attacked with even more force. Because his daughter hesitated and said that, "Well, just say it straight. It's Santino." Renault was hit with a very dangerous hook, but he didn't feel any pain, he was just angrier. He then vehemently objected, "No, Natalie, do you know what kind of person he is?" Natalie also firmly responded, "No, what people say about him is just rumors. He's actually a really good person." "What does he know? It's not allowed, Natalie." The commentator's voice continues, "There's no way, it looks like he's deliberately going for the back of the neck, an illegal move in the ring." Renault gritted his teeth, his face full of bulging veins, exploding as he remembered that day. On a day of torrential rain and freezing wind, he opened the door to see Natalie, his daughter, standing before him, with her hair a mess and her head bowed. Natalie couldn't hold back any longer and began to cry. This fueled Renault's strength, pushing him to retaliate against Fapri Zhu. His little girl ran into his arms and sobbed, "Daddy, I'm sorry, I'm an idiot. I'm truly sorry, Dad." Her words ignited a fire of hatred in his eyes. Fapri Zhu taunted him, dragging him back to reality, saying, "You've raised your daughter so well, how would you feel if you married her to my brother?" He narrowed his eyes provocatively. Renault, as if losing his mind, poured all his strength into attacking. Just as he expected, Fapri Zhu sneered. He then didn't hesitate to deliver a fatal blow, sending his opponent's blood flying. In that fight, he almost broke every rule a fighter could. The player, John Renault, collapsed in a disastrous way. Zoe stands there with a smug, disdainful smile. Kay scoffs cold. Back home, Renault's wife and child hug each other in sorrow, witnessing the devastating scene. Yu watches the fight apathetically, as if warning the next opponent. It was the dirtiest fight in Santino's career. Yu continues his jogging routine on his usual route, but this time Carmen follows behind on her motorbike. He wears a cap, breathing steadily, oblivious to the world, focused on his run. The black cat sitting on Carmen's motorbike meows happily. She glanced behind her, observing a man on a bike. A man secretly looking. "Drunk, ma'am," seems tense. The drunk man's eyes now betray a cunning glint. Just yesterday, someone approached him. They gave him 2 thick stacks of cash and a bottle of beer, whispering something. He agreed immediately. "Okay, just take this bottle and swing it, right?" Marco chuckled, "That's right. You just need to accidentally bump into someone while passing by. Simple, right?" However, before that, 2 men in black approached and grabbed him. He panicked and asked, Who are you?" "Damn it, what are you doing? Let me go," Marco calmly reassured him. "Don't worry, it's just a vaccine." The 2 men in black held him down and injected something into his arm. He yelled and panicked, "Let go, let me go, damn it." Marco added, "Well, it's not a perfect block, so you should be careful." As he recalled that moment, the drunk man became even more furious and thought to himself, "Damn it, what the hell is inside? Just pour it out and I'll run." He then deliberately pretended to stumble, shouting as if in real pain, "Ouch, ayo." He aimed the bottle of liquor at Yu and hurled something at him. "You are the target right in front of us." Carmen's warning that day is still fresh in my mind. So from now on, I will explain Santino's rules of engagement. Therefore be quick and agile, expertly dodging and weaving. Carmen said back then, "First, don't get close to anyone on the street. Besides me and the director, if anyone approaches you, avoid them at all costs. In this world, if they can get paid, there are many people who will accept their requests. It's best to assume everyone you meet on the street is sent by Marco." Carmen glanced behind her. That drunk guy, after he fell, seemed to have been hit by the liquid in the beer bottle and groaned, "Allah, oh wow." Second, don't answer any questions from reporters. Sure enough, a crowd of reporters swarmed your house and kept asking questions. "Is it true that boxer you bribed the boxing association? What are your thoughts on the tax evasion issue? It is rumored that you threatened to kill a child the other day. What do you think about that? Could you give us a statement, Boxer Yu? If the first approach doesn't work, they'll try playing the public opinion game. They'll spread a lot of rumors and fabricated materials. But you don't need to be too worried. Marco is now escorting a heavily intoxicated woman. She's mumbling, Marco, I've had too much to drink. They're not the only ones with spies. In front of the reporters, Carmen held up her phone and announced something. The journalists immediately shifted their attention to Marco, frantically hounding him. Mr. Santino, what's your relationship with the governor's first lady? Do you acknowledge that the man in the video circulating online is you? What are your thoughts on the suspicious flow of capital? Could you please give us a statement? The final support task is a potential battle that we are likely to win. Their resources are abundant, but compared to our training facility, they're just a child. Carmen pushed her glasses up with a smug expression. And thirdly, although you already know this, you're only allowed to eat food prepared by me. You finished eating with an ugly, dark expression, looking disgusted. If there's anything you need, just tell me and I'll provide it. Fourth, regardless of how close you are to going out, I must accompany you. Fourth, regardless of how close you are to going out, I must accompany you. Fifth, due to the risk of hacking, the use of phones or computers is temporarily prohibited, even if you don't use them often. Finally, it's the cat. Although they have a limit like not killing people, if the target is not human, the story will be different. You listen silently without answering. I will try my best to, so I hope you won't be careless and be careful. On the other side of the table, Director K sat and listened, then put his hand on his chin and thought about something. Then he turned his head and glanced at you. He looked at the black cat sitting in his lap. You've worked hard today. On the way home, Ka followed you, her mind filled with thoughts. She had met you 5 years ago. Since when did a high school student become a 4-weight world champion? If he could be kept safe until the fight, he would easily reach the middleweight division. How far will he climb? Could the director really want to have you fight Arun? What if he wins against Arun? What would happen to you? Would he disappear like the other fighters? Yu's figure faded away into the distance. She imagined him confronting Director K. Then a playful voice echoed, Hey girl, you're not supposed to be wandering around at night. This is our territory now, so you have to pay a toll to pass. If you don't have money, you can pay with your body. No big deal, huh? Kamen looked at the thugs thoughtfully. Santino's men, no, they didn't look like them. All the bad guys around here were taken care of. Could these be new ones? This was a mistake. The spy hunt wasn't over, yet they had reduced the security measures to a minimum. Yu's safety had to be the top priority. You, remember what I told you last time, I can take care of myself, so... Before she could finish, Yu lunged forward, knocking out one of the thugs and grabbing his gun. He pointed the gun back at them. Kamen's eyes widened in shock. You didn't hesitate to shoot the remaining 2 in the legs. The 3 thugs lay groaning in pain on the ground. Yu's eyes turned cold. His hand rested on the trigger, ready to fire. But at that moment, Kamen rushed forward and grabbed his hand, stopping him. Kamen looked at him in astonishment, clearly seeing his intention to kill. Memories from the past surfaced in her mind when she was knocked out, and as they both ate at the table, she silently called, Player Yu. She looked at him with a hint of sadness, thinking, even so, it's clearly there. Her hand still held Yu's tightly. Suddenly remembering her childhood, she looked up at the person across from her with sparkling eyes. The man with the blue eyes also looked down at her. Thinking about it, sweat broke out on my body. She thought to herself, I want to believe. Then she spoke, Yu, I know this isn't the right time to say this, but... Yu looked at her with confusion. She said frankly, what do you think about going on a date with me on this day off? Yu was silent for a moment. Then he replied okay then, and he lowered his gun at the same time. Early morning at Yu's place. He stood by the doorway, looking up at the blue sky with birds flying around. He seemed to be lost in thought. The distinctive click-clack of high heels echoed. Carmen spoke, I'm sorry I took a bit longer than expected. Let's go then. Carmen had let her hair down and was wearing a stylish and delicate dress, topped with a light-colored blazer, carrying a small black bag. She looked at Yu with a hint of boredom, Yu, it's our first date, you're just going to stand there. He looked surprised and asked, no, is that wrong? She replied, of course it is. Come on, follow me. It turns out Carmen took Yu to get his hair done. After some effort, she changed his hairstyle. Carmen happily asked, what do you think? It's much better, right? Yu is the type of person who completely changes when his hairstyle is altered. Yeah, you're right. She then asked, did you choose that boxing style yourself, Yu? He replied, no, the manager told me to do it like that. Carmen numb. She then said, so keep this hairstyle when you're on dates from now on. Oh my, you didn't know. Dates are meant to be dressed in glamorous clothes like this. Carmen handed him an outfit, and he broke into a sweat. Seeing him standing there, she pushed him into the dressing room and urged, "Go on, try it on quickly." Yu came out with a disheartened face and asked, "Seriously, I have to wear this?" The men laughed quietly, covering their mouths. She replied, "Of course, you try this one on." Seeing the outfit, he questioned, "This looks similar to the last one." She responded, "It's just your imagination." After putting it on, he looked like he was going to the beach. A flamboyant short-sleeved shirt and sunglasses made Kamen point her finger in admiration. A little later, he changed into a dancer's outfit, with a flower in his mouth. She clapped continuously. He then changed into another outfit, a pair of pants, a horizontal striped hat, and glasses, causing Kamen to clutch her stomach and stifle her laughter. He changed into yet another outfit, this time a cute brown bear costume, causing her to burst out laughing. Once again, the changing room door opened. It was a suit and polished leather shoes. The kitten in Carmen's arms moved a few times. Yu had changed into a stylish suit that was also youthful. Carmen stood frozen, looking at him. Yu gave her an inquiring look. Carmen finally spoke up, praising him. This is neat and handsome, isn't it? Then bill me for this one. Wait for me a moment. Oh, and this one too. Get me the cute brown teddy bear outfit from before. The weather is pretty good today. The sky is clear and not too sunny." Kamen walks alongside Yu, chatting. "It's been a long time since I went to an amusement park. Well, let's go in then." Click, click, a click. The roller coaster is slowly climbing the highest point of the track. Then it plunges down at lightning speed, making everyone scream excitedly. Only Yu remains calm, holding onto the safety bar. The black cat following them also meows with excitement. Kamen shouts with glee, no less than the others. Yu, on the other hand, remains emotionless, not uttering a sound. After that, they went to visit the dinosaur exhibit. The model dinosaur stretched its neck, opened its mouth, and lunged towards the two people. The black cat was terrified, its fur standing on end. The trembling kitten huddled against Carmen for comfort. She gently stroked its head and reassured it, "It's okay, it's okay." They moved on to the claw machine so Yu could show off. Unfortunately, he kept failing. The plush toy would almost reach the grabber but then would fall back down. The cat seemed amused, almost as if it were mocking Yu. The two of them stood before a giant glass tank filled with whales, turtles, and countless fish swimming through the vast water. They also bought balloons. Yu got a black cat balloon and Carmen held a pink heart-shaped balloon. Then we put on cute cat ear headbands and bunny ear headbands for each other. She even asked him to take a picture as a souvenir. The cameraman shouted, "I'm taking a picture, 1, 2, snap." Looking at the newly printed picture, everyone was smiling except for Yu. The cameraman looked unhappy and sighed, She walked up to him and pinched his cheek. "That's the kind of expression you need." Seeing that he wouldn't budge, she said to herself, I guess I need to provide some training and tutoring. Just think of it as learning a technique and follow my lead. First, relax your facial muscles. Then, use your cheek muscles to gently pull the corners of your mouth up. Show your teeth and open your mouth naturally. In that state, slightly squint your eyes to create a smile with your eyes. Come on, try it with me, like this, and Kamen will demonstrate a standard smile. Yu also tries to smile, but this smile looks so mischievous and funny. Kamen is speechless, completely stunned. She helplessly says, "Pretend it never happened. Let's go to the haunted house together, then let's try this one." She was secretly pleased, thinking, great, a haunted house. Haunted houses are perfect for bringing people closer. She planned to feign fright to create a natural closeness, wondering if her heart would race just from fear. She'd read this in a magazine. Ugh, why do I even want to get close to you? It's just to see his human side, she thought. That's not a very good excuse, she mumbled. She fell silent, lost in thought for a moment. Turning to him, she said, "Yu, let me tell you something. Even if a ghost suddenly jumps out, it's just a part-time employee, so don't attack it." As they stepped inside, a terrifying zombie leaped towards her, causing her to scream in terror. She grabbed her bag and walked the zombie with it, screaming, don't come near me, don't come near." Yu stood nearby, helpless to intervene. Only when the zombie collapsed, motionless and bleeding, did she stop, her mouth agape. She stared at it, panting, sweat dripping down her face. Then she wiped the sweat away and turned to Yu and the scared cat, saying, let's go." One by one, different kinds of ghosts appeared to scare them. Kamen cowered in fear, clinging tightly to Yu's arm. She waved her hand at him. Her face flushed. She thought, could I be Yu's girlfriend? Suddenly a face resembling Yu appeared, but with long hair. Standing next to them, remained impassive. The two girls screamed in terror and hugged each other. They then became 5, looking at each other with confused expressions. The man resembled you. The woman with short blonde hair resembled Carmen. Carmen took Jean's hand, delighted to meet the recruiter Jean-Pierre, and introduced herself. I'm Carmen, the manager of. Her eyes narrowed, trying to gauge them. Did you receive Marco's mission? Jean remained steadfast, she brushed aside her previous prejudices. No, this was a fighter with a strong sense of honor, not someone swayed by money. After Carmen's introduction, Jean greeted her back, glancing towards the woman beside her. Nice to meet you. This is Stella, my wife. You remained silent, her eyes uninterested as she looked at them. That look made people suspicious. Stella frowned and glared. She hugged her daughter and shouted, I don't like him. You couldn't help but feel confused. Jean gently reminded her, Stella, that's rude. In contrast to her husband's dignified demeanor, she openly revealed her dislike. But not liking someone is not liking someone. Carmen had to smooth things over. She gave a social smile, it's alright. Her eyes are narrowed and she makes a few sly remarks. It's the winner's responsibility to handle envy and jealousy, and our player is used to it. With a woman's sensitivity, Stella immediately retaliated fiercely. Why are you saying that Jin, besides his useless long hair and gloomy demeanor, can't even do housework, and you're comparing him to a pathetic loser? Jin tried to defend, but to no avail. That's not what I meant. The argument reached its peak, neither giving in. The two girls locked eyes, as if they could generate electricity between them. Carmen sarcastically praised. Oh, it seems you have superior knowledge. Stella gritted her teeth in anger. Then, they turned away from each other, leaving the two men and the little girl bewildered. Yu's cat let out a meow. The stifling summer heat was now cooled by refreshing iced lemon tea. While the two girls were still glaring at each other, Jean and Yu started a conversation. Jin initiated, it's quite a surprise to see player Yu here, after all. Yu calmly responded so. Carmen regained her composure, sitting upright beside Yu with a serious expression. Jin's eyes flickered slightly. He spoke about his memories. Even now I still remember vividly the match I played against you. Jin listed the things he had etched in his mind, the content of the match, the atmosphere at the time, every little move, all of it. Yu just sat quietly listening. Jin's face relaxed compared to then. Yu's appearance from before compared to now, Jin thought, you've changed a bit. He fell silent again, looking at his former opponent. His gaze fell on the girl sitting beside him, Carmen, of course. Suddenly, a childish voice rang out, interrupting his contemplation. His little daughter called out, Dad, I want ice cream. With some sort of superpower, in a flash an ice cream cone, with different flavors, appeared on each of his fingertips. So fast there was still an afterimage around him. The little girl was overjoyed, holding the pile of ice cream, her eyes sparkling and her mouth wide open with longing. It seemed that this image had soothed the conflict in Jean. He was much calmer. The change, even I did. Stella was very surprised. Yu was suddenly tortured by this little family's argument. He gave his child so much, how could he do this? Mary, this isn't good. If you eat all of this, you will have a stomachache. It's not good, you can't finish it all. A family with a father and a mother, a gentle and sometimes ignorant father, a furious mother with her hands all over the place, and a child's innocent silliness, an image Yu had never felt before. A moment later, Stella flung the ice cream away. The strawberry cone flew into Yu's head. He was still lost in thought and didn't react immediately. Carmen sitting next to him jumped up and cried out, oh. She was flustered. Player Yu, are you okay? Jean looked at him with suspicion. Stella sitting beside him also flustered, said, I am sorry, then tried to turn the situation positive. Ah no, haha, you both look good. The situation didn't seem much better. Stella stammered, no, it's terrifying. Jin, sitting beside her, reminded his wife Stella, either apologize or tease, don't do both. The glass of iced tea was almost empty. Carmen finally began her main question, if you don't mind, can you tell us what kind of player Santino Marco is? Jin pursed his lips, listening to Carmen. I know he and I had a title match when I was still in office. The girl finished speaking. He replied, he's a very strong challenger. He recalled the man with dark hair and blue eyes, a strong will evident, his body hunched, his hands shielding his chest in a defensive stance. He commented, a fighter who can make up for his weak physique by playing with his mind. He couldn't help but praise how the man dodged his fatal blows. If you just consider boxing intelligence, you could say he's the best fighter I've ever met. That was the first and last time I was pushed back in a fight. No matter how good you are at dodging, with your weak body, you'll collapse in pain. Jin, with a bruise on his face, looked at him coldly, his thoughts on his lips. Perhaps if he had been a good fighter in terms of physical ability, the belt would have been his. However, beyond that, Carmen raised an eyebrow, taking in the information. Even after collapsing, Marco left an impression on Jean. I felt some kind of determination coming from him. His brows furrowed, his eyes shining with anger. Jun acknowledged it, a determination bordering on scary. Then he shifted the topic to the athlete sitting there. I know you strength well, but... Marco's determined eyes, and a figure appearing behind the two of them, Jean advised sincerely, it's best not to underestimate these people. Time flew by, and it was time for them to say goodbye. It was nice to meet you. Have a good time and come back safely. Jin's playful wife wasn't done with Carmen yet. She stood there, glaring and sticking out her tongue, waiting for a scolding. Jin watched you leave, his emotions difficult to describe. A rookie player fresh out of school, and a rookie manager side by side. Now, he voiced his earlier doubts. Why didn't he shy away? There was no reason not to avoid it. K-Men was saying something to you. Jin fixated on her. He felt a little pessimistic about the future. If he did it, he might just lose. The stars descended on the amusement park. The carousel lights up the space, slowly moving on its predetermined course. You and K-Men sat beside each other in front of the fountain. The two chatted. I can't believe I met Jean's family today, he said. Me too. Your answer was so short, it made Carmen a little discouraged. You also fell silent, staring into the distance. Under the bright lights of the amusement park, Carmen brought up the subject again, asking if he had found the light he spoke of before. You pondered for a moment before honestly replying, I think I saw it again. He elaborated, actually it made me even more uncertain, and Carmen chimed in, so that's how it is. She fell silent for the second time. Carmen collected herself and asked, let's say you can't find that light, would you still box? You looked up, his expression unchanged. I have nothing else to do, so I guess I'll have to. K-Men continued to ask, what if you don't find what you were looking for in boxing? What would you think about finding it elsewhere? He looked at her, elsewhere huh? She lowered her eyes. It's not like it wouldn't be okay. You know, just live a normal life, experience normal things, eat normal food. He pondered her words, meeting a normal person, and living like that's not something you could find, is it? K-Men hugged the small cat lightly. You don't need to look for something amazing that's far away. She stopped there, a light flashed in the distance against the night sky. Then it spread out with countless rays of light and a loud bang. The light from the fireworks brought a gentle smile to K-Men's face, right there nearby. For the third time, K-Men remained silent. You said nothing, your eyes blank, as if you were trying to process what she said. Two of you sat in silence next to each other. Above you, hundreds of multicolored luminous flowers bloomed. A girl approached you two, saying hello. She leaned down, wanting to get a better look at you. She asked, are you the player you? You responded with a confused look. The girl explained further, I'm a real fan of yours. I didn't expect to meet you in person like this. Out of habit, K-Men stood up to stop the strange girl. Excuse me, but right now the player you is not allowed to interact with outsiders. The girl replied nonchalantly, oh I know. K-Men paused. The girl who took K-Men's hand wasn't actually a player. She changed her tone and leaned in, I'm here because I need to see you. She whispered in his ear, Marco wants to meet you personally. As she spoke, she slipped a piece of paper into K-Men's hand. Tomorrow at midnight, at the address on this paper. Her mission complete, she blew a kiss and turned to leave. I wish you both a pleasant time. Leaving the other person in a daze, lost in thought. Seeing K-Men standing there for a long time, you stood up and asked, what's wrong? K-Men immediately tore the paper into pieces. Nothing. She tossed the scraps away, feeling disdainful. Humph, pointless. She sighed and complained to you, finally, the uninvited guest has cooled down. A moment later, she regained her composure and smiled. Anyway, I had a lot of fun today. K-Men calmly walked away. Well, now we're back to our normal lives, right? You timidly spoke from behind, if you don't mind. He took the initiative. Next time, you want to watch it again? K-Men was surprised by his action. She smiled brightly. Oh my, that would be great. The two of them chatted away, oblivious to the person watching them from afar through a large screen. It was Marco, raising his glass to his lips and grinning with delight. Days passed. You and Carmen returned to their normal lives. He ran, she drove, keeping watch. He was miserable because of the forced weight loss meals. Carmen was stressed, watching every bite. Kay strictly monitored Yu's progress. Sometimes, in the evenings, Carmen would peek through the curtains. It was like a boring cycle, from forced weight loss meals to training under K's supervision. At night, K-Men carries out the mission to eliminate the saboteurs. It has become a habit. Yu's getting used to the food. K-Men is happy about it. Although Yu's punches are so strong that the sand pillar is almost torn apart, it's not enough for Kay. Not this. He is extremely angry. You're driving me crazy. He stops the training, turns around and leaves. Alright, that's all for today. Call K-Men to my office. Kay scolds angrily. What have you been doing lately? I didn't put you there to play cooking games. K-Men stands at attention and defends. Director, it's not a cooking game. I'm trying my best, King interrupts. Who said you could go to the amusement park as you please? At this mention, Kamen is speechless and stares. You keep questioning me. Is it possible that you're approaching the player with personal feelings? I want you to remember your current position, Carmen. You're someone I can trust and entrust to follow closely, but you're doing useless things. Carmen furrowed her brows. I'm your director, but Kay dismissed her. I don't want to hear your justifications. He made a decision. From today, you're to leave player U alone. Outside the club, hello player U. A man in a vest with neatly trimmed beard and hair spoke politely. From now on, I will be responsible for escorting player U. U, with few words, looked at the unfamiliar man and said, let's go. That day, it was a night with a bright, full moon, with a few light clouds drifting by. Kamen opened the door, looking at the lonely dark room. Her heart was heavy. She sighed and stepped into the room. She didn't notice a strange hand reaching out from behind the door, holding a white cloth. It belonged to a bearded man with a sinister smile. Faipuzuku, who had been lurking in the shadows, laughed maliciously. Is it fun? The bag swung on the stand. The dark shadow asked again, is it enjoyable to hurt others? Kamen lay in the hospital bed, her face covered in injuries, her neck immobilized in a brace. Her eyes were closed, her breathing steady. Yu looked at her with sorrow. He recounted that he had found Kamen unconscious in front of her apartment the previous night. He spoke indirectly, suggesting that someone might have noticed their recent closeness. He admitted, firstly, if I had known this would happen, I would have had people protect Kamen. This is my fault. He then expressed concern, don't let this shake you. Your emotional instability is exactly what they want. He remained silent, lips pursed. He has finally gained his trust. Leave the rest to me. Your only task now is to focus on your own affairs. Following the script, Kay added 2 more encouraging phrases, suggesting that revenge on the battleground is never too late. After a while, he walked out of the room, leaving Yu, who still lingered, prompting Key to remind him, the press conference is about to begin. He looked at him, waiting for a response. Kay lowered his head, his expression unreadable. He turned off the light, closing the door that was the only source of light in the room. As the door closed, the light disappeared, leaving Kamen alone in the darkness. The press conference took place as scheduled, with representatives of the 2 fighters shaking hands in front of hundreds of cameras. Marco politely greeted, it's an honor to finally meet you in person, Mr. K. Kay sarcastically replied, why did you come here to face me directly like a clown? You're quite bold, aren't you? The others joined in, ha ha ha, I'll take that as a compliment. He accused, you have been disrespectful to our manager. Marco furrowed his brows. Marco, with a thick smile, said, to be honest, you've already figured out enough, haven't you? Alright? Let's move on to something else. Not wanting to waste more time, restrained his anger, that's probably best. Peter, representing the media, said, well then, on to the next question. While everyone was showing their enthusiasm for Coach K and Coach Marco, the 2 most renowned boxing coaches in the world, our 2 main fighters, Yu remained emotionless, while Paorizo slumped in his seat in boredom. K furrowed his brow and listened intently. I'd like to hear some thoughts from each of you. Firstly, from Coach Marco. He closed his eyes, a modest smile playing on his lips. Compared to Mucky, it's quite presumptuous of someone with my limited experience to offer an opinion. He's commenting on the veteran coach, and to be honest, I have a lot of respect for him. His desire to win is truly frightening. But there's a hint of sarcasm. In that ambition, countless boxers have bled and left him, but how can we truly know? Marco feigns innocence, referencing its former pupils. I understand Tide's stance to some extent. He's hinting at the cruel personality that Kay has been hiding all this time. If you were an ordinary person, who wouldn't want to run away from being treated like a toy by an old man? He smirked, however. The one you're referring to is you. If that toy is a psycho with similar standards, the story would be different. The commentator seems to have caught the implication. He immediately cut off the topic and asked, well, this time, thanks to the coach for not answering. Kay just chuckled lightly. Tit for tat. When mentioning his student, he directly mentioned the boy's parent, a terrible mother who couldn't properly raise her child. This was quite heavy. Everyone present froze because of his boldness. Indeed, touching anyone is one thing, but touching parents is a limit for everyone, including Marco. He was furious, jumped up, clenched his fist as if wanting to kill the old bastard. Wolfreku had to hug him to stop him. Kay replied with a disdainful look. Taking advantage of the situation, he leaned his face close to provoke him. Do you want to fight? Even though I'm old, I can easily destroy a kid like you. Marco was furious, his face contorted, his veins bulging. Fapuzuko, calm down, what's wrong with you, just hold on a little. He glared determinedly, he will kill both of them in the ring for you. Peter nervously tried to ease the situation, please calm down, everyone. We would like to hear the determination of both you and Fapuzuko, and then we will end this press conference. Marco and Fapuzuko settled back in their seats, the latter sighed wearily. Fapuzuko rudely responded, you bastards just heard what I said. He calmly reiterated his terrifying intention, he planned on killing that guy in the ring. And added a further condition, if the referee tries to stop me, I will kill the referee too. That's it. The commentator was speechless. He turned to the other side, well then, you can say a few words. He remained quiet as usual. He was reminiscing about the day he shared a meal with Kamen, a small spirited girl who was always grumbling. He recalled the question from the trainer, do you find it enjoyable to hit people? Intertwined with the peaceful moments beside Kamen, he bit his lip, ashamed of his own foolishness. Standing next to her before the vast aquarium, mimicking the dark depths of the ocean, he posed a question that was so obvious it was absurd. The dim light from the tank illuminated her beautiful face. I'm covered in injuries now, I'm determined. Of course, it's fun to be beaten. His voice was firm, I have no intention of ending comfortably. Without a trace of surprise, he covered his mouth, waiting for what came next. Fapuzuko looked at him cautiously. The reporters seated below were also focused on hearing his statement. His dry lips moved for 12 rounds. Kamen's gentle smile is probably the light he's been searching for all this time. Come on, try it with me like this. He recreated that smile, but 100 times more horrifying. The smile was so terrifying that witnesses got goosebumps and their spines turned cold. The opponent's coach had to swallow nervously. The opponent instantly dropped his arrogant demeanor and became more cautious than ever. Kay was satisfied with the answer. The journalist below nodded in agreement. The U player always gives a standard answer like, I'll try my best. He broke out in a cold sweat. The expression he had on his face up there. Something is going to happen, thought the spokesperson, and declared, well, the meeting is adjourned. The punching bag shook violently. The thud of punches, the clinking of chains, mixed with curses, damn it, you crazy old bastard, damn it. After a while of waiting for Fapuzuko to calm down, Marco sighed in relief, wiping the sweat off his forehead. He hesitantly asked if he felt any effects yet. His gaze was directed towards the tray behind him, which contained a mysterious medicine bottle and a used syringe. Fapuzuko tried flexing his muscles. He was delighted. Hey haha, this time it's the real deal, right? Veins popped up like worms running along his muscles. He grinned, just injected, and it's already this effective. What is this? Marco was just as excited. Yes, because your opponent is a special target. I poured all my heart and soul into this. He laughed even louder after hearing that. So that world looks like this, the monster that guy is usually like this. A sense of euphoria engulfed his mind. This really does feel like I could dodge bullets. Huh. However, Marco still had to warn you beforehand, first try it there. Because it could cripple your body. Doing so further stimulated his excitement. What if this drug is injected to the limit? I can see in the distance, those sand dunes, all of them are tattered, it's promising. The IV bag suddenly swayed. The hand with the IV line moved slightly. Carmen struggled to open her heavy eyelids. In the quiet space of the hospital room, she lay there staring at the ceiling for a long time. Meanwhile, in a complete contrast, the stage lights are blazing. Millions of people are gathered, cheering from the stands. The announcer's voice echoes throughout the arena. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. The day has finally arrived. The first fighter steps out, cloaked in black. I suppose we don't need to introduce him further, do we? It's been 3 years since his debut, and he's already won 4 weight classes. Today he's aiming for his 5th. Preparations for the match are coming to a close. Could anyone else conquer the boxing world so quickly? The commentator asks himself, and will it even be possible to continue this streak? The crowd erupts in excitement. Look over there, it's him. The familiar red-striped black shoes are taking measured steps. A large hood obscures most of his face, revealing only his porcelain skin. Suddenly, the entire arena erupts, the crowd roars with excitement. The commentator follows suit. Can you hear that? The roar, the passion. The man and his support team slowly walk in the light. It's a shocking force, appearing to make history. You is here. The stage lights are bright, but another player joins you. The commentator finishes his sentence, the lights go out. A boisterous shout echoes, I'm here, Santino. The stands are filled with a variety of emotions, anger, joy, boredom, and even mockery. Without hesitation, his opponent confidently steps forward. He stands proudly in the intersection of light. He laughs with a wide grin reaching his ears. The audience roared with excitement, their voices echoing and reverberating through the arena. Fans were engaged in a cacophony of comments, insults, laughter, mockery, and shouts. Santino is a piece of trash. Let's see him try now. Fip Rizu. Ha ha ha. Peter struggled to drown out the insults, you see. Some carried purses overflowing with cash. Could any fighter command such feverish devotion simply by appearing? They trailed behind the fighters, catching fluttering wads of wagered money. Would these fortunes endure? Here, money seemed like mere leaves swirling in a tempest of blood. Marco was determined for this fight. Though the 400th fighter had emerged, it remained the biggest challenge in boxing history with the highest body value. Ovry was equally resolute. He raised his middle finger to 1,000,000 people as a retort to their venomous words. Not just one but both hands at once, with a defiant swagger, French fighter Santino Frupses enters the ring. He extends his hand to his support team for the pre-fight procedures. This fight again applies a special rule specifically for Fap Rezo, which is being carried out. The referee meticulously wraps his hands with layers of tape. The last time, during his first title defense match, they discovered plaster was generously applied to his bandages. The commentator adds, later they found out about bribery of the supervisors and wearing plaster-coated bandages while fighting. Now Fepepsu is being scrutinized by the referee, in front of all the spectators. He impatiently urges, hurry up, hurry up. The journalist observes intently. Well, this is just another way to reveal the truth. To change the mood, Peter interacts with his companion. Santino Faprezo has dominated the middleweight division since commentator Bob. He says, what are your thoughts about this fight? The camera focuses on you and K. Actually, this fight is a battle of whether you can safely reach the ring. Bob is being very positive with his comments. I think when the athlete U steps into the ring under normal conditions, he has no chance of winning against the French fighter Rizu. Rizu's body in this appearance is really different from his previous fights. The audience can't help but wonder, how many drugs did he take? His body is not normal. Let's send him to the doping test room first. How is Santino, you're dead? Hearing these comments, Marco crossed his arms, looking annoyed and muttering to himself. Kai on the other side also had to admire him. I don't know where he got it, but he got something powerful, huh? He smiled gently, encouraging his student. I don't think I need to say anything more, right? He glared, do whatever you want. You didn't show any further emotion, give it your all and come back here. The match quickly began. The two athletes stood facing each other. Whoa, this first match is attracting the attention of all the boxing fans. This is the World Middleweight Championship fight. Rizu is still 100% confident, while Yu's face looks dark and gloomy. Two opposing states, the strongest challenger ever and the most vicious champion ever. Who will be the victor? Outside, the two coaches are also racking their brains, placing their complete faith in their pupils. The heat from the stands makes the two commentators extremely cautious in their observations. Especially the tension emanating from our two competitors. The rim lights flash on once more, the referee signals, the match begins. With his formidable burst, Fuprezu immediately launches an attack on Yu, but Yu anticipated this and ducks to avoid the blow. Bob watches tensely, unbelievable speed. In a few short seconds, it's unknown how many punches Fuprezu has thrown. This is a development beyond imagination. From the start, Santino has continuously attacked Yu unilaterally. Every attack Yu dodges. Marco calmly assesses the situation, stating that no matter what kind of monster the opponent is, there's always a way to face them. First, regardless of methods or approaches, we have to become monsters too. Fenrizu is deeply enjoying his abilities, brimming with confidence. He sees everything, knows everything. He bends down, calculating the best angle for his attack. He glances up at Yu, still on the defensive. He sees a weakness. He throws a deadly left hook. Second, even with monstrous physical abilities, deep inside, they are still human. Yu seems to be in his sights. His eyes burn like a demon about to claim a soul. Marco also smiled inwardly. If he were human, he could have caused some psychological warfare. Kay countered a bit. He was quite tense. That kid had never been hit before. Besides his good reflexes, there was something else. His left foot moved slightly. It was for some reason that he was very obsessed with not being wrong. He swung his left leg up in Yu's surprise, a low kick. Fapuzuk put all his strength into his muscles. If he were an ordinary fighter, he wouldn't be able to react or intentionally get hit and be eliminated, but he anticipated Yu's next move. There was no choice to be hit for that kid. He would definitely dodge. Marco must have guessed his intention. He furrowed his brow, anticipating the surprise situation and the unfamiliar dodging maneuver. That statement means a punch is about to come in. The technique aimed directly at the sensitive nape. In a blink, a blind spot would appear in your vision. Marco imagined the next scene, the gap he had seen in the kid's debut. Even if he imitated it now, he would simply be slaughtered, but Fukupreku lunged. If he could hit with all his strength, the story would be different. If his punch now maximized the effect of doping, then he could have a fight with just one punch. The grip narrowed the distance. Death. Unfortunately, you dodged at the last second. Flype was incredibly surprised. How? He looked down at the reflection on the floor, guessed, shadow. You slid along the inertia. He had followed the movement. That's how I can see all your moves, kid. I'll give you a left hook. The bloodshot eyes glared at him. He froze for a beat. At some point, you had transformed into a red monster, attacking him. The attack was so powerful that he was thrown into the air, landing headfirst with his legs in the air. The area where he was hit seemed to have been indented. Marco was shocked into stillness. The leopard sitting in the stands hadn't even grasped what was happening. The two commentators had the same expression, eyes wide, mouths agape. Flype's face was smashed onto the floor, blood splattered everywhere. The referee stood frozen, looking at the scene of carnage. The commentators announcing it live, a knockout, that's a knockout, an unbelievable knockout. The entire audience is stunned by that demon. What was that just now? He's flying, is he dead? What's happening? It's not Aaron. It's you who did that. Well, look at you's body. What in the world is going on? His whole body is covered in bulging veins, his muscles are tight, his eyes and skin are turning a blood red. What the heck is happening? He squints, he can't believe what he's seeing, and there's a hint of fear in his eyes. The night before, he was dressed in his best clothes, questioning a stranger. All right, you brought it then? Why yes, of course. He handed over a small suitcase. Inside were 4 neatly arranged vials. This was developed for military purposes. If it's exposed, I'll be in serious trouble. I understand, I'll be careful. Here's the money. He injected the solution into Yu's arm. In that moment, Yu transformed into that demon. He grinned in satisfaction, evil upon evil. In the dark hospital room, Kamen woke up and sat on the bed in a daze. She trembled uncontrollably, muttering, no, no. Was she referring to Yu's unusual state at that time? Shouts filled the entire auditorium. Flype's face slammed into the fighting ring floor. The referee began to count 6. He quickly regained consciousness and stood up. Okay, I understand. The referee continued counting. 7. He grabbed his shoulder to stop him. I said I know, so let's get the fight going. Flype, with a pathetic appearance, a bloody nose, glared and threatened. Didn't you hear? Immediately shouted, start. Marco stayed calm and continued to observe, although he flew with an incredible aura. But the image just now replayed in his head. Before being hit, he clearly had a sneak attack while on defense. He broke out in a cold sweat as expected. Flype cursed loudly, this dog, this dog. He looked at the cold, red demon standing before him throughout the first 12 rounds. Yu's gaze was terrifying, like a predator ready to devour its prey. The desire of Flype reached Marco. I will play with him. Back in the hospital room, Kamen was still trembling. No. She recalled the twisted, perverse smile of the creep who had broken into her house that night. The lingering smell of the anesthetic soaked into the cloth covering her mouth. Her feeble resistance in that moment. The room door, her only escape, slammed shut. All sound from the room was completely cut off. A small light bulb flickers on. A girl's blonde hair is dimly illuminated. Carmen sits unconscious in a chair, her hands bound. My first memory is being kidnapped with my parents by terrorists, people whose faces I no longer remember. They forced my father to kneel on the ground, guns pointed at his head. They added to the humiliation by filming the scene. My father was a diplomat, and he became the first victim. Carmen was too young to understand what was happening. She witnessed it all with childlike innocence. Strangely, at first, it felt unreal to me, as if nothing special had happened. The red blood flowed from my father's body, pooling into a large puddle. It felt like if we went to the hospital, he could be healed. My mother became the second victim. She sat alone in the endless void, and that's when I realized the truth. She felt unreal, like a phantom, her fear so intense that reality was turned upside down. The void grew pitch black, her fear indescribable about this world, about this reality, that people are actually killing each other. Kamen's features gradually became lifeless. If exposed to too much severe stress, people stopped thinking. Time passed, the void shrank into a box, as she sat there and gave up everything. She didn't know what emotions she should express anymore. In her deepest despair, a glimmer of light awoke Kamen. Kamen unconsciously looked up at the one calling her, the little girl. When I regained consciousness, a man was looking at me. He was asking if I was okay. Kay was wearing his military uniform and held me close. I just stared at him, confused. I just kept staring. His resolute face was forever etched in my memory. After saving me, he continuously sent financial support, allowing me to heal from my trauma and mature into a well-adjusted person in a good environment. And when I became an adult, I went to the Lions Booing Club, although I had sought him out for help. With his unfamiliar back, I thought that he had become someone else. Escaping from the memory, I gradually woke up. I realized I was in an unfamiliar room, with very simple furniture. I'm so scared, but I have to calm myself down. Stay calm. She checked her entire body, nothing seemed unusual. In the distance on the table were terrifying tools, clamps, scissors, cutters, chisels. Carmen questioned, they haven't attacked me yet, so what are they going to do to me? She swallowed hard. The fear of the dark came back. She didn't want that to happen. It's going to be okay. The door opposite opened, and a figure walked in. Marco pulled a chair across from her and politely greeted her. Carloman. She was quite angry when she saw him. He sat down calmly. I was being so rude, meeting you for the first time like this. Marco brought up the past. If you had accepted my formal invitation, it would have been better for both of us. Still, I'm very happy to meet you. She was no pushover. I'm very busy, so tell me your conditions quickly. He chuckled softly. Haha, you're making a strong appearance. You don't seem overly afraid. I have no intention of harming you. He then threatened, right now. That tone was unacceptable. She glared at him in annoyance. He realized it and grinned. Oh my, I accidentally threatened you. I'm sorry, it's a professional habit. He regained his seriousness. On the contrary, I want to make a proposal that could benefit you. Marco got straight to the point. You the player. What do you think of him? Carmen paused for a few seconds. She replied, we're just manager and player. He pressed her. Don't you think you wants to live a normal life? He hit a nerve with her instantly. He realized it too. Marco focused on the core issue, smiling normally, feeling sad normally, building relationships normally. He arbitrarily paints a bright future for you, the life of such a person. You is currently full of resentment. Marco makes distorted claims. It's probably because of him that you became like this, right? It reminds her of his words just now, from today on, leave you alone. Kamen remained silent. If you know about the internal affairs of the boxing world, everyone knows what kind of person he is, and why most of his disciples left him. What does he want you to become? And what does he want him to become next? You probably know it all too well. To become a bloodthirsty beast, that's right. She lowered her eyes in guilt. He hadn't forgiven her yet, constantly injecting her mind with vile words. Didn't she think it was a tragedy to live like a plaything for a mad old man obsessed with victory, without ever experiencing a real life as a human being? Marco delved deep into her psyche, or rather, did he ever want to play boxing in the first place? He spoke incessantly, as if to block Kamen's thoughts. Saving you, the athlete, was simple, wasn't it? Just make the mastermind behind K disappear. His eyes wide. A definitive defeat, and you would be free. Kamen bit her lip. Her resolve wavered. Perhaps Santino Marco was right. His director wasn't the same anymore. He was just trying to slowly turn you into a monster. But her heart was a little more resolute, but still I wanted to believe. Her determination remained. Clearly there was still humanity within that person. I also wanted to help them to the end, even if it meant failure. She thought the relationship between you and him would be like her back then, how he saved her. She muttered, you think I'd accept that dirty deal? However, she was still wary of the kid on the other side. Santino Marco, another ordinary man with a great reputation. He was cautious with his words. You're so smug. If you're boxers, why don't you compete on your own merit? Marco's face turned dark. Back at the hospital where Carmen was being treated, night had fallen over the building. The girl's small back was in the middle of the large room. As she turned to get out of bed, her assistant was already sitting there. She's awake, the manager reported. He said with a relieved heart, it's a good thing she's awake again. The girl's cracked lips, parched from dehydration, moved. She asked, how's the fight going? The commentator reports, yes, just now you scored the first knockout. He added that you was probably furious about what happened with Kamen. At that moment, Kamen's emotions surged. She had to bite her lip to hold it back. The aftermath of her conversation with Marco continued. He looked disappointed. Negotiation rejected. Marco stood up, holding a knife. It's a pity, but I have no other choice. Kamen closed her eyes, not daring to witness what would happen next. Unexpectedly, he used the knife to cut the ropes that bound her. He even showed his gallantry. Get up, I'll take you home. Kamen was quite surprised. He explained, bad rumors always spread around, we also have our own limits. Moreover, the strategy of taking away the coldness by making the opponent angry only works when the power gap is not too different. Making you more agitated is not a good way for us. She spoke to him in a low voice. Santino Marco, let me go smoothly. Something is not right here. So this is really, if so, who assaulted Kamen's manager? It was Hothaipo, fighting hard despite the bleeding. He kept pressing on the devil you with great intensity. K-Men denied. Santino dropped me off, and while I was going home I met some thugs. Anger had overcome his reason. She realized the absurdity of it. Wasn't that strange? Clearly, we had dealt with those scoundrels completely after the last incident. The manager suddenly became an unripe durian, a bit awkward. Zu's injuries were getting worse, his strength was diminishing considerably, one-sided violence. The commentator assessed the scene. One-sided violence was taking place. On the stage at this moment, one person stood tall, while the other was hunched over from exhaustion. However, you did not land a fatal blow for some reason. Marco swore, this damn old man, what the hell is he doing? Yu's muscular strength showed no signs of diminishing, instead it increased noticeably. Bob noticed that body, the strength of Yu, was on a different level, even without those things. He looked at the two children standing at the same level, even though Santino used something unfair. Even if they drank the potion, they couldn't beat Yu. He frowned. There was no reason for that damn old man to not know that this match was just a simple one. Yes, before Yu was injected with a kind of medicine. What is this? It's just a kind of nutrient used during the match. That damn old man. Kei felt like he held Zu's life in his hands. His only pleasure was to crush his opponent in the opponent's own way. Kamen's emotions were overflowing, you guys. The assistant sat rigidly in the shadows. Kamen asked, have you taken care of the cat? He replied nonchalantly, no, this is enough. A while later Kamen fell asleep, exhausted. The assistant stood there, his smile not natural at all. Kei appeared beside him, his smile as twisted as his inner self. The two of them stood side by side, a truly sickening sight. They're all insane. The exhausted man hung his head and mumbled, I'm sorry, I don't have the ability. His two daughters beside him comforted him. It's okay, as long as you come back safe. His face was full of scars, one eye was badly swollen. He thought to himself, if I fight them through the law, it will just be a battle of money, but I will try my best. His younger daughter sighed, that's not it, father. He looked at his daughter and said, even though you were surprised and scared at the time, you couldn't tell me precisely. But now that you've calmed down and thought about it. She recalled the day, those two men are Marco and Rizgo, who watched me cry and run away. They created that atmosphere on purpose so I could escape easily. She sighed again, so nothing actually happened to me that day, father. You don't need to fight them anymore. Her father was surprised. He hesitated and asked, is that true? She nodded yes. Pause for a few seconds. In a different setting, Marco tensely watches the boxing match. If Flipe is like a beast, he recklessly charges at them. A familiar scene, he punches, Yu dodges. After dodging, he punches. Hit, he winces in pain and curses, damn it. Yu's bloodshot eyes still gleam with killing intent. He threw his opponent's move. Maybe they weren't as bad as the rumors said. A fresh blood splashed again. Did you guys see that? The commentator had to shout out in awe. This scene in the ring, this scene reminiscent of the face-to-face battle of the Yu player was unfolding. The atmosphere in the stands, as well as on the stage, was being stained red with blood. The density of bloodstains on the ring was increasing. In contrast to the tense atmosphere, the feeling in the hospital was much lighter. After waking up, Kamen pulled her assistant asked, where are you going? He guessed, she was going to report it to the police, wasn't she? Should we hold a press conference? Or barge into the match and cause chaos? He warned you, you know it well, all those things are useless. Even you know now he's a dangerous person. He cracked open his eyes, dispensing kindness, because I have a small affection for you, so I'm telling you this. When he was in the military, think about how many people he has killed. Killing is just a means to him. Don't do useless things. I sincerely advise you for the sake of that affection. Carmen only replied with silence. She was in utter turmoil now, her chin dropped, her lips pressed tightly together. Her hand trembled as she clutched it. Kamen maintained the empty space. His power resembled a forest lord, imposing and terrifying. The blood of Zu dripped down. He frowned, damn it. Kei smirked triumphantly. Mar kept a calm facade, but internally he was in turmoil. Kei, it was clear he had predicted what he would do. But how did it turn out like this? Next to him was another person, a young man with blonde hair witnessing the fight. Marco said, this was a strategy in a situation where he couldn't win, only by doping. Remember what the kid said at the press conference. The man continued, the kid himself said he has no intention of ending it with a 0. Marco changed the subject. Unlike previous interviews, this time the kid clearly expressed his intentions. Yu's scary smile that day, a soulless smile mixed with murderous intent. That wasn't psychological warfare. I'm sure the kid is going to play with you for all 12 rounds. Despite being beaten up, Rizzo remained confident. Damn, the kid is a jerk. Marco sat in the commentary booth. The answer is to cling to him and attack. Use illegal punches in a clinch. If you can touch his body in a clinch, his speed will lose its power. The blonde pondered the strategy he had just proposed. Clinch, huh? The kid has probably never been hit like that. That's right. A normal opponent would either dodge or land a knockout before being tied up in a clinch. Farizo tensed up his fist. He suddenly relaxed it, but the little guy absolutely didn't intend to throw a KO at her. He changed his fighting method. His body relaxed, he hunched over like a praying mantis. What's going on? Farizo is actually completely lowering himself into a defensive stance. That looks like a takedown targeting the old hug. Marco explained the action as follows: a small attack is to hit and somehow get your hands in. Farizo planned for himself. If he could catch her with a hug, he would have a chance. He tightened his fist. That's right, his reach would have a slight advantage. Under the hot lights of the ring, the two fighters eyed each other warily. No matter how fast this guy is, in the moment the punch reaches, that moment is clearly in his sights. The blood in Yu's eyes was as taut as a string, densely woven like a web. Farizo stumbled to the left. He then teleported in the nick of time. He charged in like a storm, grabbed the kid and turned him into a bloody rice cake. Hiss, where's the opponent? He froze for 5 seconds, vanished, disappeared. Whoa, he's behind you, man. Farizo flinched, his eyes shrunk to a tiny point. A blood rain poured on the arena. Peter exclaimed, not understanding the current situation. What's happening on the stage right now? A scene unfolded that was unbelievable even to witness. The audience was ecstatic, their faces contorted with excitement. Every inch of Yu's upper body was covered in blood after receiving Yu's punch, a speed that would be impossible for any human to believe. He swallowed his bitterness, listening to the commentary about him. Player Farizo is being cut apart, little by little. Marco revealed his surprise. His gaze remained fixed on the pair of red eyes. The person with those eyes only saw the silhouette of the girl. She is like fuel, fueling Yu's attack. He strikes directly at the opponent's face. Just like the place she suffered. His left arm, where she felt numb and pain. His Adam's apple also suffers the same fate. Just like Kamen's splint. Fourthly, his right jaw. Kamen needs to apply the medicine. Her smile is so beautiful, so angelic. He must pay the price for violating such beauty. The audience around him is excited by the sight of Farizo's ruined state. I'm not proud, so many tricks, huh? He endured hundreds of blows, yet he still stood proudly. However, no matter how many strategies and intelligence he uses, brute force will overwhelm it all. Farizo's body burned like he was in the midst of hellfire. Before such transcendent power, everything is meaningless. He won't let him go, he continues to kill him. The more he got into it, the more he fought, the more fired up he got. Farizo stubbornly held on. Damn it. He charged forward recklessly, and Yu easily dodged by turning. A powerful punch was about to be unleashed. The confidence on Farizo's face vanished, replaced by fear. The punch landed straight to his solar plexus. He bent at a 90-degree angle, blood spurted out, his eyes rolled back. The journalist was stunned, his eyes wide with shock. The referee's face was as wrinkled as a dried apple. Peter and Bob were sitting in front of the microphone, still shocked, when a blow sent their shock level soaring tenfold. Marco's eyes widened in disbelief. He couldn't believe his player had been so easily knocked down. The audience's voices rose, some laughing loudly, some gloating, some mocking. What's wrong, Santino? Where did that blow come from? They jeered relentlessly. Finally, the commentator regained his composure and gave an update. One blow, one single strike, and Santino's face contorted in pain. Marco stood rooted to the spot. But the referee seemed to have ruled it a clean hit to the body. He gritted his teeth in anger. A blow to the body, and they just let it slide. How much money did that decrepit old man pay off? His calmness gone, he muttered, damn it, I was wrong to think otherwise. I'm not arrogant enough to face Ka like I was before. I thought he was the kind of person who fluctuated with his passionate pride in boxing. For that old man, boxing is just a means to an end. Kay sneered and smiled. You realize it, now his true nature is gradually showing. Marco's jaw clenched. He thinks he's the only predator in a flock of weak sheep. That condescending way, like you, with the appearance of a wild dog. But actually a vicious lion, it's just ridiculous. Farizo hasn't escaped the relentless attacks. Kay's mocking words echoed in his mind. A worthless mother who couldn't teach her child properly, that's why he's like this. That provocation fueled his determination. He lunged forward, swinging at the air, cutting off the attack. To the left, then to the right. But it all went into the void. He was dazed. What the hell? His eyes grew dull, his neck lost strength and tilted back. His body felt strange. Had he been hit too hard? The announcement, round one ends. He immediately bent over and vomited. The commentator remarked, French player Reku right after the round ends. He's already vomiting. Seems like he took a pretty hard hit to the body. The audience is enjoying this. What did you eat before the match? What's going on, Raizu? Are you vomiting up medicine? That's disgusting, Rai. Marco's face is twisted with worry. Fulfrepu breathes in short, weak gasps. His expression isn't good at all. In another place, the evening sun casts its glow on ancient brick walls. There a woman prays with clasped hands, her faith unwavering. In the hallowed space, before the revered Lord, she prays, begging for the children's safe return, unharmed. Maria continues to bow her head in supplication. Julia stands outside the church door. Her mouth held a cigarette, her eyes looked distant. It was unclear what she was thinking. Back to the match, the audience was buzzing with excitement as they saw Fabrizu struggle. Haha, what did you eat before the match? What's going on, Prezu? Are you vomiting medicine? Congratulations, Fa. In the face of these comments, Hawes could only hold his stomach in pain. Marco hurriedly ran to him. Marco supported him against his own body. Fabrizu's face was now covered in blood, his mouth still had some saliva, he was breathing heavily. Marco asked, Are you alright? Fabrizu replied, Oh, just a normal thing. Earlier Marco had reminded him, No mother, he can't drink this before the match. But Mary insisted, but mother heard that his opponent in this match is very strong. She said, Drink this to get stronger. He hesitated, No, if I drink this then. Fabrizu sitting on one side spoke up, Forget it, it's okay, Mom will take you. He then picked up the water bottle and drank it clean. Holding the empty bottle in his hand, he asked her, I've drunk it, are you happy now? Maria replied, Yeah, because I'm very worried about you. Her voice continued, If you can't win, just be happy. Before this action Marco just stayed silent, saying nothing. Maria lowered her eyes looking sad, If you get hurt, I'll be heartbroken. Late at night, Mom said, Why couldn't I win? His face hardened, his eyes full of determination. I'll grind him down, so go back, Mom. Don't worry. Back to reality, Marco is using a towel to wipe the blood off of Fabrizo's face. He remembers earlier Maria hesitated, refusing to leave. She said but. He interrupted her. Go home and make meat pies or something. I'll eat them when I come back. Maria tried to persuade him again, reminding him, Alright, be careful. Fabrizo seemed impatient. I know. But now Marco is talking to him, Fabrizo is ignoring it, so he doesn't know what Marco is saying. He frowns, his head aching. Just be quiet. Marco stared intently at him, beginning to think. He was more seriously injured than expected. It wasn't just a simple injury, no, there was something strange. He noticed Fabrizo's lips, thinking, Oh, look at my lips. His eyes became more serious. Looking at his opponent across the ring, he suspected, could that bastard have? He spoke while glancing this way. Before the match, the milkman stood at the door and called out, Hello, I'm here to deliver the milk. Maria quickly went out, took the milk and smiled. Thank. Then she wondered, but where is the usual delivery man? The milkman adjusted his hat and turned to answer her, Yes, he's a little busy, so I'll deliver for him today. Maria said, Oh, I see. Thank. Julia kept staring into the distance at the sky. His eyes, however, were incredibly dangerous. Maria was currently praying with her hands clasped for Fabrizu. Marco realized the crux of the matter. He cursed under his breath, Damn it. My mother isn't as smart as normal people, she has a condition, intellectual disability. An image of two boys still in school appeared. It was Fabrizo and Marco as children. My brother, my younger brother, and I, all three of us have different hair colors. My family wasn't a normal one. My three dads all left us because of debts. Maria reminded us, You have to finish your milk, kids. Fabri sighed, I hate milk. Mom came to rescue us. She always made us drink milk every morning. At first, I didn't hate our difficult situation. Well, we never lived a luxurious life. I just thought this was how things were supposed to be. Maria said firmly, No, you have to drink milk. Drinking milk helps you grow taller and stronger. It also makes you smarter. Frippi said, I know. But at that moment, there was a noise outside. The landlord said, But we have to live too, right? You need to pay the rent in full by next week. Maria panicked, I'm so sorry. Marco and Prizu witnessed the whole thing. We both just kept quiet, not knowing what to say. We realized early on that the world is cold and harsh. Family is the only place we can truly rely on. Then, the two boys quickly went to school. Maria called out from inside the house, Have fun at school. The two boys replied yes. Fabrizio said, Hey, shouldn't we tell Mom about this? We've never gone to school before. Marco said, You idiot, how can we afford the tuition? Marco said, Little brother, we're different from others. Stray dogs have to live like stray dogs. Marco said, But if we start earning money now, we can send Julia to school like other kids. Fabrizio replied, well, I'm not exactly smart, so I'll do whatever you say, Marco. The two boys saw the man in front of them. Marco said, see that guy, he looks like a tourist. He's our target today. Then the two boys quickly approached the man and greeted him, hello, sir. Marco stood in front of the man, excuse me for bothering you, but I went out to do some errands and got lost. Which way should I go to? I'm sorry, kid. This is my first time here, so I'm not sure myself, the man said. Marco continued, could you look on the map for me, please? While they were talking, Fabrizio took the wallet from the man's pocket. The man held up the map and looked at it. Fabrizio took money from the man's wallet. After looking at the map for a while, the man looked at Marco and said, I'm sorry, but I can't find the place you're looking for. Marco pretended to say, oh, okay, then I guess I'm out of luck, while Fabrizio took the opportunity to run away. The sky that day was incredibly blue. Marco's voice rang out, have a nice trip, and the tourist said, I'll try asking someone else. Every day we make money by pickpocketing. The next day, the landlord came to demand rent. He shouted, how are you going to solve this rent issue? Maria could only nervously apologize, I'm sorry, I'm so sorry. The landlord frowned, there's a limit to how many people can sleep here. She remained silent, looking away. The landlord stubbornly said, the factory where I work doesn't make much. She raised her hand, touching the homeowner's hand. She said, I'm sorry. He immediately lowered his voice, well, I know your situation, The whole scene was witnessed by two people. The ceiling kept making noises. Occasionally, her mother would go out late at night and return before dawn. The two boys lay watching the ceiling, not blinking an eye. Marco thought, Mom, just hold on a little longer, I'm about to have enough money. The ceiling continued to make strange noises. That night, her mother also returned as dawn broke. The noise on the ceiling didn't stop. The two young boys lay there, lost in their own thoughts. It was only a matter of time, but the world is cruel to everyone. Good or bad, a few days later, their pickpocketing was discovered. Rich or poor, the man who discovered it smirked. Or just kids from the bottom of society. The two boys were exchanging money in a small alley. The man appeared, he sneered, look at them, they're so young and already doing these bad things. It's not right. The door was slammed open. Marco and Fulafo were on the ground. Maria ran over, she panicked, my children. The man who had discovered the boys stealing spoke, you're their guardian? He grabbed Maria's hand, she screamed in anger, what are you doing to my children? He stepped closer, his face a mask of cunning, your children have been pickpocketing others. He continued, they must have stolen a fair bit by now. Maria was shocked by his words. The two boys were bruised and battered, lying on the table. He said, that's why I have to discipline them for you. His face was extremely aggressive, he laughed, but what could she do? He was being deliberate, you're lacking the money for their discipline. He threatened, if you don't want them taken to the police station, think carefully. Marco lay on the floor, his eyes growing fierce as he listened to the man. Fabrizio did the same, but they were too small to do anything. They could only lie there. Their mother didn't return home until almost dawn. Maria entered the house, her face gloomy, with a trace of blood on her lips. Marco and Fabrizio were already standing, waiting. They hadn't slept at all. She held a whip in her hand and asked, did you really steal money from someone? The two remained standing, silent. What should we say, they thought. Then she used the whip to strike their calves. As she beat them, she scolded, why, that's wrong. She furiously swung the whip, yelling and accusing, stealing is wrong. The whip came down, striking their calves. Maria's scolding continued, do you want to become bad people? Of course we know stealing is wrong. But even knowing that, Maria returned home, eyes vacant, a bit of blood on her lips. She asked Marco, you're still awake? Marco stood there shocked, looking at her. His eyes showed disbelief at what he was seeing, knowing wasn't enough to do anything. Is it okay to vent your anger on your wife? Is it okay to abandon your home so irresponsibly? Is it right to bully a woman with intellectual disabilities? Is it also right to withhold even a little compassion from the poor at the bottom of society? At this moment, the image of the landlord's stern voice, demanding how she would pay her rent, resurfaces, even though I know I'm living in a world filled with malice. Even knowing it, there's nothing I can do. Her lonely figure walks away. The creaking on the ceiling still echoes as usual. Maria scolded while crying, you children must become good adults. So I'm forced to grow up as a bad person and live like a wicked one. The switch was hit so hard that the head broke off. In front of Maria were the bleeding legs of the two boys, which had been beaten. She stopped, putting her hand over her mouth, as if she couldn't believe what she was doing. She threw the switch aside and ran over, worried about the boys. Then she said, I'm sorry, Mom is sorry. Because Mom is an idiot, and the two boys could no longer hold back their tears. Maria knelt down. If I wasn't an idiot, you wouldn't have to live like this. I'm sorry. Why is our world so cruel? The two boys stood there, blaming their fate. But even more they resented it, those they considered the bad guys out there. We crave revenge. Fabriza held the newspaper, asking, "Hey, how do you read this?" Marco replied, "World champion." He then read to him, "Fighter Loki Barbosa has won the world championship in the middleweight division after 12 months of fierce competition." He exclaimed in response. He asked, "So the world champion makes a lot of money, huh?" He replied, "A lot, so much that they get to eat meat every day." Fabriza winked his eyes and said, "Wow. So cool." Marco added, "Cool, right?" By the time he got to fight on the stage, the referee announced the 4th round, but the match was still extremely violent. From below the stage, the curses of the audience continued to ring out, "Die, go die, ha ha ha." Fabri's nose was bleeding profusely. He suddenly burst out laughing, ha ha ha. When he was young, he thought this was cool. But when he grew up, he secretly cursed, "Damn cool, what the hell." After being beaten the day before, Fabrizio asked Marco, "Brother, what should we do now?" He continued, "Why don't we stop lying to mom and go to school?" He said, "What if we could get a teacher to help us go to school without having to pay tuition?" Marco remained silent. He thought for a while and then said, "Okay, let's try it." Fabrik was surprised, "Really?" He handed him a newspaper and said, "But we need to practice reading today. Going to school without knowing how to read would be useless." He turned to leave but still instructed, "Circle any words you don't know. I'll teach you later." He obediently replied, "Okay." He didn't return until late afternoon. Fabrizio saw Marco and asked, "You're back early. What did you find out?" He answered, "I went to see which school we should go to." Fabrizio was visibly happy. "Really?" Marco gently stroked his younger brother's head. "It's late, let's go home." And the next day, Marco seemed to have gotten a job serving at a beer bar. And the day after that, his small frame was carrying heavy loads. Every day he would go somewhere on his own. By night, when everyone else was asleep, the space next to the bed where Rizzo slept was still empty. He couldn't sleep either. He opened the door, saw him and asked, "Where are you going?" But Marco didn't answer. He turned back and said, "I'm going to get revenge on that bastard." He continued, "You don't need to come with me. I've got it all planned out. I can handle it myself." Rizzo hesitated, but Marco said, "My mother told me to grow up to be good. I guess I won't be able to do that." Rizzo looked at him. Marco's voice still echoed, "But you and Julia can become good people. He told me, go study boxing, the sport you love, you know one day you will become world champion." Marco stayed in his position, not turning back to look at him. "So don't follow me, because I am going to do something bad now. Stay home and protect mom and your sister." That night, the man spotted the two kids who had pickpocketed earlier walking on the street. He seemed drunk. As he reached an alley, he saw Bill lying on the ground. He gasped. Then he bent down to pick it up. The man was overjoyed. His luck had changed. But Marco was already waiting in the alley. He seized the opportunity, picked up a wooden stick and raised it. He then hit him on the head. The blow was so strong that the stick snapped in two. Marco saw the broken stick, cursed under his breath. He was supposed to knock him out cold, but he couldn't. The man grabbed his neck and cried out in pain. The man was furious, his eyes bulging as he yelled, "What the hell, was that you?" Seeing the man had noticed him, Marco quickly ran away. He thought to himself, "This will only prolong the agony." The man leaned against the wall, his voice filled with rage. "You little bastard, I never thought I'd have to kill you." He chased after Marco. "Now you're going to die." Marco ran and yelled, "Die." Marco quickly pulled a rope. The prepared bricks fell on the man. Just as the man wanted to run, his foot got caught in a rope. He fell down, his face inches from the ground. He was stunned. Then he fell face first onto the ground. He was covered in tar, and he wondered, "Tar, what the hell?" Marco grabbed a large rock and tossed it towards him. The rock flew through the air, hitting him in the head. Then a barrage of rocks came flying at him, and he put his hands up to protect himself. Marco, enraged, hurled a rock with all his might. The man was hit in the nose with a rock, blood splattered. He muttered a curse, "You little bastard." He continued to throw stones at him with all his might. He thought, "I can't fight him in close combat. I need to attack from afar." The man struggled to get up. He shouted, "You're going to die." Marco scowled and challenged him silently, "So, are you angry?" He thought, strategically, the best option after escaping this is to run home. He held the rock in his hand, ready to throw. The man charged forward, walking right into the trap Marco had set. He thought, "That idiot probably can't think straight while drunk." The man roared, "I'm going to kill you." The man ran right through the trap Marco had made. It had no effect on him. "You're so cunning, huh?" He pulled another rope. A giant rock, several times bigger than the ones you threw, fell down. It hit the man in the back. He gritted his teeth and screamed. But he kept running, grabbed the ropes you had set up, and cried out. You opened your eyes in surprise. Then pulled another rope. He was secretly furious. You think I'd fall for that again? He sat down and bent over. Thinking he had escaped, he had anticipated this, and the stone appeared instantly in front of him. And hit him in the face with a powerful blow, breaking his teeth. He was furious, his eyes bulging, looking at Marco. He continued to charge forward undeterred. Marco turned and ran, wondering, how is he so strong? He roared, I'll kill you. He suddenly stopped. Marco was holding a self-made knife. He laughed provocatively. What are you going to do with that? Marco's face hardened. He got into a fighting stance. He remained scornful. Have you ever seen people stab each other? He threatened, if you knew your son was a murderer who stabbed people since he was a child. The man smirked. I wonder how your mother would feel about that. There was a small stone in front of his shoes. He kicked it towards Marco, who quickly caught it. He gripped the blade, cursing under his breath, damn it. Seizing the opportunity, he grabbed the man's hand. He punched him hard in the stomach. The punch was so painful, he couldn't utter a word. He stood up, looking down, asking, how's that? The man clutched his stomach, groaning. The man grabbed his hair, asking, you steal money, not enough, you want to get killed. He cracked a sinister smile. This is why you shouldn't let trash like you out. Your mother shouldn't have given birth to you. He said, a trashy woman giving birth to a bunch of trash is what's making the world full of trash. He continued to say, if you're just trash that harms others, then killing you now is beneficial for society, right? Marco spoke, I thought you were stupid, but you're right. The man was surprised, not understanding his meaning. He let out a mocking smile, right, if you're the kind of trash that harms others. His smile became more wicked. Then killing you now would be beneficial for society, right? The man couldn't believe he'd respond like this. He laughed, ha ha ha, but he didn't notice that Fabrizo had been standing there the whole time, ready to strike. The next second, Fabrizo's strike came down. Instead of living in comfort with both father and mother like other children. So they were forced to live like villains. The man fell down. Marco went crazy, delivering blows to the man. The other kids always received gifts. They had nothing. Fabrizo also joined in the fight. The man was beaten by the two children so badly that he couldn't move anymore. In the world outside, children always have healthy fun with friends. But for them, that was luxury. Instead of playing, they chose to try to survive. The punches continued relentlessly. The man's blood splattered. Fabrizo's eyes became increasingly fierce. Marco was no different. They probably did those things because they loved their mother. After beating him for a while, the two boys stopped, stood looking at each other, while the man seemed to have been beaten unconscious. Marco got some money from his pocket. He said, he only has this much money left. He looked at the man and said, you guys are the perfect example from now on. He muttered, oh God. Then he picked up the knife, coldly said, live a life of torment, old man. I'll pray for you. He didn't hesitate to pick up the knife and swung it down. On the other hand, Maria was desperately praying, please protect me, let me always be healthy and free from illness. Marco's eyes were incredibly frightening. Fabrizo did the same, please don't let them go down the path of sin. The sky was still pitch black, and the streetlights were still on. Marco asked, why did you come? Fabrizo replied nonchalantly, I'm not intelligent, so I can't learn anything at school. It's better for me to do bad things with you. They both fell silent and walked side by side. He suddenly spoke, try learning boxing. He asked, really? They both looked up at the sky. He answered his question, yes, you and I will become world champions. Then no one will dare to look down on our family. Marco was determined, we will become the strongest champions, and make them never dare to say anything again. Fabrizo agreed, definitely. The next day, people discovered a man paralyzed from the waist down. A passerby exclaimed, these kids are something else. That day Maria held a bag of food. She asked, oh, what kind of meat is this? Marco quickly replied, the butcher had some left over yesterday, so he gave it to us. She smiled, oh really? Julia just woke up. She rubbed her eyes and walked outside, calling Mom. Maria smiled kindly, you're awake now, Julia. Julia was overjoyed, oh, Meatloaf, whose birthday is it today? She answered her little girl, the butcher was kind enough to give us the meat. The little girl exclaimed with joy, wow. This delicious cake recipe is made with meat bought with dirty money. Maria is enjoying the cake immensely. Julia is eating it with great relish. Marco, on the other hand, shows no emotion. Neither is Faipula. Maria smiles kindly, you're awake, Julia. I love Sundays at church. Maria folds her hands in prayer, Lord, please keep my child healthy and free from illness. I love the beautiful stained glass windows in the church. I love it because I get to eat bread and hot soup. Just being there, families like mine feel like they're stepping into another world. This time Maria brought Marco and Faplizzero to pray together. Fabrizu just sat there staring at the statue of Jesus. Marco had no expression on his face. That's why I like it. Maria prays, please don't let them go down the wrong path. After that incident, my brother and I traveled everywhere to learn boxing. 2 boys stood at the door. A man opened it and said, so, you'll do chores for me, and in return I'll teach you boxing. But there's no decent gym in this village. The man slammed the door shut. This isn't the place for you kids. The places that were available were either turned into gambling dens or illegal fight clubs. Marco clicked his tongue. Fabrizex got angry. We wouldn't learn from those people anyway. An old man was drinking at the time. He approached and called, hey kids. The 2 boys turned around, not knowing what he wanted. He asked, you want to learn boxing? Frarizo looked at him and said, what's the matter, old man? He grunted, my name is Monty. Marco asked again, Monty. He said proudly, yes, I am Monty. It seemed the 2 boys knew him, so Frarizo asked, do you know him, Marco? Marco answered, no. This is the first time I've heard that name. Monty scoffed, oh, and what are your names? Said Santorino Marco. He replied, Santorino Frarizo. Monty heard this and said, Frarizo and Marco, this is the first time I've heard these names too. The 2 boys, finding him rambling, turned around and left. What, he's just a drunk old man, they thought. He shouted, even though this is the first time I've heard your names, I know exactly what you've done. Marco said coldly, oh, a witness, Then the 2 men gave him an extremely friendly look and said, if you're thinking of threatening us, it's best you don't. He looked at them silently. Then he burst into laughter, scared, haha. He told the 2, don't worry, I just find you 2 very interesting. He said that and picked up his wine bottle to drink. He finished the whole bottle of wine. After finishing it, he burped. Monty announced, I will personally teach you both boxing. That was the first time we met him. Monty still looked drunk. He said hit each other until you're bruised. Marco was confused. Hey, you just said you'd teach us boxing, now you're telling us to fight. He said, what do you think, brothers usually fight each other until they're bruised. If you don't fight, I won't teach you. As soon as he finished, Fukuprizu turned and kicked him. He said casually, if you don't fight, I won't teach you. He was caught off guard and angrily turned around. Fine, it's been a while since I've fought. Monty thought to himself, Kake, watching a fight is the most exciting thing. 2 kids were fighting in front of him. Monty realized something. He secretly recognized the talent of Fupirano, the younger brother who has a natural talent for fighting. He was fighting his older brother who was 1 or 2 levels stronger than him, but he wasn't losing. No, he was actually overpowering him. Fufipizu was extremely aggressive at that moment. He continued to observe. He was both rough and aggressive, but still clear-headed during the decisive moments. Marco suddenly tripped up Zu. Then he knocked him down. Seizing the opportunity, he climbed up and punched Zu in the dust. Monty only noticed Marco now. His older brother was naturally athletic. He predicted all of Marco's attacks and retaliated with precise accuracy. Marco was also very enthusiastic in the fight. Monty silently assessed Marco was calm, skillful, and his determination was obvious. Right now, the victory seemed to be leaning towards his older brother, but in terms of weight class, in a real fight, Zu would be the winner. However, in the future, Marco will reach a higher position in the boxing world. Monty smiled. This is interesting. Suddenly, he spoke, and just like that, the 2 men stopped at his command. Rizzo took the opportunity to land another punch on Marco's face. Monty, sitting on some crate, said, listen carefully, there are 2 types of boxing. One is boxing using your body. The other is boxing using your mind. He continued, you 2, each of you has the talent for one type. Rizzo smiled, oh, so we have talent, huh? He became serious, that depends on your goals. What do you 2 want to learn boxing for? They both answered in unison, world champion, sir. Monty was silent for a long time. Then he said, well, that won't work. Marco asked again why. He replied, how do you know? He explained, to be a world champion, you need at least both kinds of talent, maybe then you have a chance. Having just one talent each like this won't make you stand out. Actually, there's still a hidden factor in boxing. Fazio said loudly, how do you know if it will work or not? Marco asserted, we will become world champions at any cost. The obsession with winning. Monty thought to himself, it seems these 2 are born with a thirst for victory. He jumped down to the ground, saying, all right, consider it a lucky encounter for both of us. He confidently said, learning from me, even with half the talent, is enough to become a world champion. He suddenly froze for a moment. Then he vomited in front of the two boys. Faprizuk said, he's probably just drunk. You know, from that day onwards, we started learning boxing with him. During practice so called out, hey old man. Monty corrected him, call him teacher. He said, to become a champion, you need both fighting and sportsmanship. Each of you should learn what you're lacking. He said, if you could achieve it without hardship, every athlete would be a world champion. He continued, if you can't do it, then admit it and try your best. That's all. To do it well, train harder. The kids trained enthusiastically. Mr. Monty's voice resonated, slower, faster. He said, now practice punching the mattress, hit harder. Monty's voice continued to echo throughout their training, hit harder. They trained until the evening, his voice still ringing out, move stronger, that's right. They were exhausted and drank some water. Then they resumed training. Then they grew weary again, drank some water to regain their strength. They started with simple exercises to build up their strength, to the techniques needed in boxing. Time flies fast. Soon Marco had built up his own record. We kids have grown up. Marco as well, he is now acclaimed by everyone. And when they grew up, they stood before the door of a house. They slammed the door open. On the bed was a couple sleeping. The man hurriedly asked, What is it? Fiadzu said, Merry Christmas. They say you can tell just by looking. This man is still confused. Marco says, hello dad. He's beaten up and leaning against the wall. He asks, who are you? Why are you doing this to me? He struggles to look up. You're Maria's kids. Is this because of the debt? The man casually replies, oh, we paid off the debt you left behind. He yells, damn it. Then why did you beat me up? The man calmly says, you have to give back what you receive, right? They hand him a paper and say, sign here. He hesitates to sign. They ask, you don't like it? Rip Van Winkle commanded, get in there you two, and let that old curmudgeon know what a joy it is to tag. His face dark. From outside the house his yell rang out, yeah, I know, I'll do it, whether I like my natural disposition or not. It's a way to attract people like me. His shrill cry echoed, The two brothers had become the leaders of a pack of wild dogs. They returned to practice after finishing. Monty asked, hey, why haven't we seen those two in the village lately? Where did they go? Marco replied, oh, it's almost Christmas, so people need us to deliver gifts, you know. Said, fine. You're free to do whatever you want. Whether you use the boxing skills I taught you to fight the world or lead a gang of thugs, I don't care. He looked each of them in the eye. And then he said, but. Then he suddenly fell silent. He thought to himself, I'm not their father, what's it to me? He spoke, no. He asked, what, or do you want a gift? He replied, I don't accept gifts from others. He laughed, we didn't intend to give you one anyway. Marco was silent for a long time. After thinking it over, he said, but it's Christmas anyway, why don't you come over for dinner with us? You're alone anyway. The image of a Christmas tree pops up in his mind, and he continues, because Christmas is a rare chance for the whole family to share. Even the image of the man known as his father appears in his thoughts at this moment. Fazil remains silent. Marco smiles and continues, it's about joy. Monty is surprised by his invitation. Being born into this world is a blessing from God. During Christmas, Christmas trees with twinkling lights adorn the streets. Maria and her children go to church, and they are listening to the priest. Christmas is a time to commemorate the birth of Jesus Christ. Marco and Breck alone. They were both remembering the scene of them and their gang bullying an old man. Everyone's face was filled with a smile of amusement. Maria's family listened attentively to the priest. God suffered on our behalf and was crucified on the cross. So we must repent for our sins and forgive those who have wronged us. On Christmas Eve, Mundy donned a sharp suit, his nose slightly red from drinking. A Fiprizu couldn't believe it. What is this, teacher? You're wearing this whole outfit. Mundy made an excuse, it's Christmas. Marco teased Mundy. I thought you were a drunkard all day, but you're not bad looking. Mundy reprimanded them. What do you two take me for? And it's not wrong to be a drunkard. Marco saw that their conversation was over, so he told the three of them to leave. On the way Marco told Mundy, we have a request. Please keep our activities today a secret. Fipuzek added, we told our families we're going to the company, so please act as our boss. Mundy didn't understand why his older students were doing this. He said, I've never worked at a company before. Fipuzek laughed, neither have we. Marco said, we're just going out to play. He looked at the falling snowflakes. He told Marco and Mundy to watch the snow falling. On the way, a child was playing with his father. Look dad, snow, let's play in the snow, the father agreed. Marco and Priuso watched the happy father and son, feeling speechless. Soon they arrived at Fatfabrova and Marco's house. Mom, we're home. Maria looked at Mundy with surprise. She was partly taken aback by his unkempt beard and partly because she didn't know him. Who is this? Marco smiled and explained, he's my superior. It's Christmas, so we invited him to have dinner with us. Maria greeted Mundi warmly. Hello, I'm Santorino Maria. My son has probably been bothering you a lot. He replied enthusiastically. No, not at all, madam. They are both great kids. It's a pleasure to meet you, I'm Luciano Mundi. She invited him in. Please come in, it's cold outside. I'll make you a lot of delicious food. Mundi happily accepted. Thank you, madam. Julia came out cheerfully to see the guys. You're back? Seeing Mundi surprised her. Who is this old man with the beard? Hearing Julia's question, Franco Rizzi laughed loudly, Marco chuckled, and Mundi looked a little embarrassed. Maria reminded Julia, why are you being so rude to the guest? She said sternly, apologize to him right now. He's your brother's supervisor. Julia stared at Mundi intently. Julia scrutinized Mundi, his red nose from drinking, his unkempt beard, his clothes that looked like they were decades old. Mundi waved his hand dismissively. No, it's okay. Marco probably knew what Julia was thinking, so he motioned for her to say nothing. Julia, like a cat, looked at Marco, understood his meaning, and did the same. She approached Mundi to greet him. I'm sorry, I'm just a bit surprised because there's a new grandchild in the house that I've never met before. My name is Santorino Julia, and I'm the youngest. Our house is a bit small, but please make yourself comfortable. Mundi was a little flustered as Julia faced him. No, it's alright. Thank you for welcoming me. She had a request for Mundi. Sir, may I touch your beard? Mundi agreed but thought about it again as Julia wanted to touch his beard. She happily raised both her hands to Mundi's beard. Yes, I really want to stroke it. Oh, I love it, it's so thick. Mundi was stunned and sweating profusely. He just sat still and let Julia touch him. Marco was speechless about his sister Julia. Julia, don't be naughty. Mundi had to ask Maria for help. Wife, can you tell her to stop? Wife Julia continued to touch Mundi's beard and didn't forget to ask him how he felt. How do you feel? It's not worn out. Maria stepped in front of Mundi. She appeared with a serious expression. Mundi didn't understand what Maria was about to do. Maria also stroked Mundi's beard and was very happy, so thick, so cute, like a puppy. Mundi now has Maria and Julia stroking his beard and just smiles sheepishly. His face is covered in sweat. He yells, oh ho, Merry Christmas. Frappy frowns at Mundi. Look how happy the boss is. Marco sits there with his arms crossed. He just smiles lightly at this scene. Outside the small house it's already dark. The snow is falling more heavily. Maria brings out a plate of hot food. Here's the food. Julia's eyes light up. Oh, I'm inviting everyone. Maria reminds her daughter. Julia, you have to pray before you eat. Julia listens to her mother. Ah yes, a table of 5 people huddle together, closing their eyes and clasping their hands in prayer, thanking the Lord for letting them meet such a wonderful guest today, thanking him for letting them eat these delicious dishes. Thank you for letting it snow. And thank you for giving us another Merry Christmas. Julia prayed with her hands clasped very attentively. Marco closed his eyes to pray as well. Fipe Zoot didn't pay much attention, but just looked down. Mundi with his red nose just looked at the present scene. After the prayer, everyone invited each other to enjoy a delicious dinner. Julia, with a piece of cake in her hand, was very excited. Marco chewed the cake very deliciously. He was really enjoying it. Fipe Zoot smiled very happily because of the meal. Maris laughed and talked to everyone at the dinner. Mundi held a warm cup of milk in his hand, beaming with happiness. The streetlights came on. Marco and Fipe followed Mundi. Mundi thanked his 2 students, saying goodbye and mentioning that he was able to enjoy a delicious meal thanks to them. Fipe turned to Mundi, saying it had been a long time since they had such a joyful Christmas. She added that New Year was coming soon, and if he felt lonely, he was welcome to visit her home. Mundi expressed his gratitude, assuring her that he was still full of energy. Marco looked up at the falling snowflakes and suggested to Mundi, or you could live with us. Mundi sighed as he gazed at the sky. He walked forward on the road, rejecting Marco's suggestion. Oh, come on. You're talking nonsense again. His eyes were filled with sadness. For us, the streets are the best place to be. Marco didn't say anything in response. Fipe remained silent as well. Mundi finally spoke. This afternoon, I told you too that using the boxing I taught you for whatever you do is none of my concern. But you're only learning boxing. In this small neighborhood, you have no opponents, so you've grown cocky. But whether it's the boxing world or the world of criminals, there are many strong people out there. The streets have been getting crowded lately. This neighborhood might be small and cramped like a village, but there are many mafia gangs coming here to expand their operations. You consider yourselves protectors of this place, but you're just 2 criminals. It's not too late to stop. Farizo and Marco said nothing. They both stopped and bent down to the snow. Marco asked, "Want to play snowball fight?" Mundi snorted and Farizo said it was a good idea. Mundi was angry. You 2 dare ignore what I said. A snowball hit him in the face. He was furious. The other two taunted him, "You can't avoid this snowball, you must be getting too old, huh?" Mundi couldn't take it anymore and joined Marco and Farizo. Snowballs flew back and forth and their laughter was just as loud. It was also a winter, when Farizo and Marco were still young. The two boys saw a man and his two children playing a snowball fight happily. Marco is having fun playing with snowballs. Farizo is also happy with this childish playfulness. Mundi feels this happiness and joy with his two students. Marco, Mundi, and Farizo seem exhausted. They lay on the pristine white snow. Marco says to Mundi, "Teacher, we haven't given up on our dream of being champions. One day we'll regain our spirit and go out into the world. Just that right now, there's still so much we need to take care of in this village." Mundi looks up at the snowy sky. "I understand." Marco continues, "Like you said, we're just criminals, right? But this world has a lot of trash. Someone has to clean it up. If trash could take care of itself, the world would be a little better. So if one day we have to pay for our crimes, well, everyone has to die anyway, we'll accept it happily." Mundi sat up. "It's none of my business what you two do." Marco and Farizo looked up at the sky now. Everyone has to pay for the sins they have committed. So they just today. Mundi got up. "I'll see how far you two can go." Holding a warm glass of milk, Maria slowly enjoyed it. Julia asked in the kitchen, "Mom, how do you think he was today? He's cute, isn't he?" Maria smiled lightly. "Yes, he's cute." She continued to ask, "Mom, what do you think of people like that?" Maria didn't quite understand her daughter. "Huh, what do you mean?" Julia clarified, "The people who were so sympathetic to the two of them, and they seemed so kind." She looked at her mother. A few drops of blood fell into the milky white cup of milk. Julia didn't hear Maria's response, so she called out, "Mom." Maria was shocked as she realized she was having a nosebleed into her milk. Her face froze. Maria was in church praying fervently, begging for her son's health and safety. At the stadium, Yu landed a blow to Farizo's stomach, forcing him to double over from the powerful punch. Maria still prays, praying that they will not go down the path of sin. If Frank is now being beaten up by Yu. He was beaten by Yu until his nose bled, and he was thrown back. Maria prays for her son's safety. Julia comes over and tells her mother, "Mom, it's time. Get up slowly." Maria goes to her daughter, "Okay, let's go." Farizo's body slumps over from Yu's punches. As Maria leaves her chair, her back collapses in Julia's worry. Heavy breaths come from Farizo. Julia supports her mother and asks, "Are you okay, Mom?" Maria clings to her daughter's shoulder. "I'm sorry, I'm just a little dizzy." Farizo shows contempt. "That's all, hit him harder, you bastard. He's covered in blood but still aggressive. Hit him harder, you bastard." This situation makes Marco unhappy. He frowns in anger. The commentator is completely focused on the match. Yu is cornering Fop in a terrifying manner. The surrounding audience keeps cheering, showing their excitement for this intense match. Farizo's blood is splattering more and more from Yu's fierce blows. Yu's strikes are becoming more numerous, aimed at Farizo. The boxing ring is no longer a boxing match, it's something else now. Bob, the commentator beside him, looks around. The referee and doctor's reactions are suspicious. Normally at this level, the referee would declare a knockout, but now they're calling for medical staff. Farizo, covered in wounds, is breathing heavily. Marco glared at the stands, muttering curses under his breath. Damn it. Farizo continued to endure Yu's relentless attacks. Marco's anger grew. If we don't retreat, those damn bastards will never stop this fight. The audience below was a mix of emotions. Why are they giving up this easily? Loud cheers erupted. The frenzy surrounding the match intensified. Kay looked on with satisfaction. What could be more enjoyable than throwing money at those bad guys? A bell rang. The referee announced end of round. The Hell's round is over, but this is only round 4. Marco went to see Farizo and advised him to quit fighting. He kept advising his brother, saying that even without the title, he still had his brand and plenty of ways to attract the public and make money. Farizo was filled with anger. He didn't face Marco, he just said, "What else can you say at this point?" He frowned heavily. I knew this day would come. The referee's whistle blew, signaling the end of the match. Farizo stepped into the ring. I won't do anything shameful like quitting. He remembered Mundi's stomach wound. Then he looked towards the chaotic stands. I'm furious. Farizo and Marco rushed home. Maya. The house was in disarray. Julia was holding her mother. She and her mother were okay. Julia's face showed seriousness, but Uncle Mundi, Farizo and Marco's faces were both bruised. They were both worried about Mundi, so they quickly went to him. They saw Mundi leaning against the wall, his hand clutching his stomach. His breathing was becoming heavier. Farizo went over and helped Mundi sit down. Marco shouted, "Find some bandages quick." Julia quickly responded, "Yes." In pain, Mundi tried to whisper, "Don't be noisy." He had something important to tell his two students. Everyone will die eventually. It's something that's bound to happen. Farizo's hand pressed against Mundi's wound, hoping to stop the bleeding. Mundi continued, "Listen carefully. The bell for the 5th round has rung. Farizo was met with you full of energy." Farizo's veins popped out as he glared at you. "Come on, you bastard." Mundi's vision blurred, but he still managed to tell his students, "Your talents are better suited for the mafia than boxing." Marco couldn't look at the ring anymore, Mundi's words echoing in his mind. "Maybe you too will be at the top of the underworld." Farizo relentlessly attacked you. Mundi began to sweat more. But this was a path they must absolutely avoid. "Get your family out of here. And live with your boxing path." Marco's lost matches echoed Mundi's words. "Of course, we might not see the day you two make a name for yourselves." Farizo also faced defeat despite trying his best. Jin's figure emerged. "You two are geniuses who can overcome any challenge in life." At that time, Bob was a formidable opponent in the boxing world. Farizo fought back against you. The ring is now a pool of Farizo's blood, and he's locked in a struggle with you. If you two use all your wits, you might just win. In a battle that Faproco won, they won't last long, they'll gradually weaken, and stronger individuals will emerge. Facing Farizo now is you with an incredibly terrifying expression. If they're unlucky, they might encounter a monstrous, inhuman being. Use every strike forced Farizo to stoop over in pain. He glared at you, cursing under his breath. He wanted to curse at you terribly, what a damn shame. Mundi's mouth was filled with blood, he was still struggling, but one day, those who are old, weak, and sick will fall. New, stronger individuals will take their place. Farizo and Marco intently watched Mundi, his last words. "You understand, don't you?" Julia held her mother, listening to the three of them. Life is a nonsensical game with no winners or losers. No one stays at the peak of glory forever. They endure a lifetime in exchange for fleeting fame and happiness. That's life. Mundi's life was once that of a boxer. He won and became a champion. Wealth poured in for Mundi due to his fame. But then misfortune struck the man. He committed a crime and was arrested. He was convicted and imprisoned. Those things made Mundi extremely angry. He started to befriend cigarettes. Then someone used a gun to shoot his loved ones. Those small lives just went away on pools of blood. The image of his cheerful wife, like sunflowers back then. The photo of Mundi's family of 4 was shattered and stained with blood. The intention of ending his own life was what he most desired in that time of collapse. Mundi's face gradually turned pale, it was our life. His eyes were no longer able to hold back tears, he didn't know if it meant anything. The 2 children he taught were attentively listening to him. He didn't know if teaching them boxing meant anything anymore. At that moment, Mundi was drunk with a bottle of wine in his hand. He accidentally ran into the 2 boys across from him. Scenes of his family, his wife and 2 sons flashed before him. This made him look at the 2 boys longer. Santorini Marco and Santorini Eschew looked at him with cheerful faces. Marco, the older brother, always had words of advice for him. Even if they couldn't become champions, they would become boxers through their own talent. Ferris was a younger brother who always possessed greater talent than his older brother. Mundi understood this, and he lived a life as a boxer. The fight between you and Ferris was becoming more intense under Marco's watchful eyes. Following Mundi's words, Ferris and Marco went to the boxing training ground. Marco relentlessly practiced his punches. Ferris was no less skilled than his older brother. But the day they received news from the doctor that their mother, Maria, had suffered a cerebral hemorrhage, they both inquired about the surgery cost. There was a moment when Marco collapsed, but when he thought of his mother, it ignited a stronger spirit within him. Ferris stared intently. Looking at his opponent lying on the ground, he laughed victoriously. Mary had lost her hair due to radiation therapy, and her face had become gaunt. Marco and Farizo watched Maria, remembering the doctor's words. The surgery was successful, but they didn't know when the cancer might recur, so the family had to be vigilant. Farizo's body continued to bleed from Yu's attack. Mundi's last words echoed in his mind, even if the world swallows you both, if life crushes you, you must endure and live. Mr. Key looked toward the stands with a triumphant smile. If I had wings, I would fly toward the sun until I was burned to ashes. Farizo blocked Yu's fierce attack with his hand. Kate was even more excited. If I had big feet, I would keep stepping on him. Yu's eyes became increasingly frightening. Farizo could no longer bear being on the defensive. He fought back, attacking Yu even though he slipped. In his last breath, Mundi still said loudly, "It's life." K's eyes looked at Yu with admiration. It's... Farizo managed to counterattack and breathed heavily. He screamed in pain, but his spirit was not broken. Marco stood silently beside the stands, watching his younger brother. The church was late in the afternoon, the call for his mother echoed. Julia kept calling for Maria, but Maria lay motionless on the floor. The moment Mundi held his bleeding wound, he looked at his two students. "I'll wait and see." The sounds around seemed to give way to Mundi's words. "How well can you do?" Faprizou screamed in despair on the stage. In front of the emergency room, Julia sits on the bench outside the emergency room. She's praying that her mother will be okay. Faprizou is still under attack, her breathing is rapid and labored. Marco can't bear to watch the fight now. Faprizou's blood keeps dripping down. The stadium lights shine brightly. Marco approaches and shakes his sister, trying to reason with her. "Think again, sis. Boxing doesn't matter anymore. It's only making you look bad." Faprizou just hangs her head. "I don't know if we give up everything." The silence around Fapaz felt like throwing away all my effort. The referee announced, "Time's up." Faprizou stepped onto the floor. "I'll be back." Marco just silently watched Faprizou. He looked at Faprizou's opponent. Only pain awaits. There was never a way to win against him. "Whatever you say, I'll understand. If you feel like you can't take it anymore, I won't hesitate to throw in the towel for you." The commentator started the match. "We've passed halfway through the match, and now it's round 7. Faprizou is taking a lot of hits from you after the Takiye player was taken down in the 6th round. Yu's eyes are bloodthirsty as he continues to attack. Peter keeps talking. The 7th round will begin. Not everyone will have the chance to witness it. Peter praises Yu is appearing strong. Santorini is enduring in fear. He's in a very difficult situation. Julia is still praying. Yu raises his hand to take a swing. He delivers a strong blow to Faprizou, sending him flying back. His face is now covered in blood, and he's cursing Yu in his heart. "You damn monster." The match is now nothing but bloody blows, and blood is pouring from Faprizou. Marco's heart is heavy with worry, witnessing this. The image of Mundi with his belly wound flashes before his eyes. Faprizou seems to be using this as a reason to endure. He remembers Christmas, the 5 of them gathered around, praying before their meal. Unconsciously, Fap endures a painful blow from Yu. As a kid, he asks Marco, holding a newspaper, "If you become champion, what will you do?" Marco turns to his younger brother. Marco looks at the sky and says, "I want our whole family to live together in a big house." Faprizou laughed. "Your dream is so small." Marco asked, "So what do you want to do?" He looked up at the clear sky and said, "I will create my own country, where good people will live and the foolish will die." Marco teased, "You are so foolish." He smiled, remembering the past. Faprizou's endurance lasted until the 8th round. The commentator looked at the match with a clear victor. "What's the point of continuing this hopeless fight?" Marco's mouth grew heavy. Evening at the temple. Faprizou stood in the middle, looking towards the dim light. Even though he took every blow, Frank Rizzo kept fighting back. Frank Rizzo stood in front of the church. "I don't care." The image of Maria being treated flashed in Frank Rizzo's memory. He kept telling himself, "I have to endure this." You relentlessly attacked Frank Rizzo, continuously, until the very end. Countless blows rained down. He blocked them with his boxing gloves. Round 9 was here. Frank Rizzo's feet remained planted on the ring. Despite Yu's relentless blows, Faprizou wondered, what is this world? The excited cheers of the increasingly large audience grew louder. The lights in the emergency room never went out. Julia kept praying for the bad things not to happen. The arena was now a bloody mess of Faprizou. But what is the meaning of our lives? The referee checked if Faprizou's eyes could still open. He was gasping for breath. When he was little, Faprizou accidentally fell to the ground. He cried in pain and called for Marco, brother. Marco watched the match intently, more concerned about his brother's condition. The days when Marco and Faprizou were beaten until their legs were red. Faprizou's face was crying in pain. He was in pain. The 10th round had arrived. The wild cheering of the audience was growing louder and louder, echoing through the stadium. Faprizou was fighting back relentlessly. I felt the pain. A blow from you threw him off balance, forced to live in a world filled with pain and hatred. Faprizou's footsteps struggled to hold. He had to bite the bullet and endure the humiliation for the rest of his life. No matter how much you beat him up, Faprizou still endured on the ring. Marco saw the situation getting worse and worse. Julia at the hospital kept praying with her hands clasped together. Faprizou's breath still held on in the ring. It was already the 11th round. The entire ring was now soaked in Faprizou's blood. I have led a life of pain and faded away before death like this, so when I think about human life, I feel pain and fear. The sign for the 12th round has been put up, and finally, it's the final round. Can you all see that? Marco couldn't look ahead anymore. Zu is battered and bruised, his eyes struggling to stay open. Can you see the defeated expression on Santorini's face? Look, him even standing here is a miracle. Marco can't take it anymore, he raises a white flag. Enough, you've endured enough. Marco's hand and the white flag rise. But suddenly a large hand stops it. Marco looks behind him. Two people from the association approach Marco and say that the association doesn't want the match to end in such a cowardly way. Marco's eyes can't believe it. Bombs start falling to the ground and the war begins. Bullets kept flying towards the opponent. Common sense only destroys everything. Julia's figure remained outside the emergency room. Her hands kept pleading, begging for her mother to be alright. Marco was stopped by the association's men. All he could do was watch as Zu continuously took hits from you. So these bastards were like this. He looked at the fight. Damn, this fight was never just a regular fight from the start. Zu's back was covered in blood, he was constantly on the defensive. In front of him, Yu was incredibly fierce and aggressive. This was an execution. Julia bent down, she always prayed for her brothers to return safely. Marco couldn't take it anymore and called out to his brother. He was held back by the association's men. Finuppo, run, hurry. Volverek looked at Marco. But immediately after, he was dealt a fatal blow by Yu, blood splattered everywhere. Yu's strike sent Fapruka flying into the ring's barrier. In a moment Zu froze. Another fatal blow from below Chu's chin sent his neck bones flying, making it difficult for him to move. Marco could only watch as the blood splattered from Zu's wound, helpless to intervene. Yu had landed countless blows on Zu, and at the moment of their clash, Yu had unleashed many deadly strikes. Yu's bloodshot eyes grew even redder. Yu's punches were like sharp thorns, piercing Zu and drawing blood. Bob watched the current situation with a furrowed brow. Fap had lost consciousness. Zu's eyes, though open, were no longer clear. Frowned. You truly wanted to kill Fapradro. Zu's legs buckled, his grip loosened, and he slumped to the ground. You continued to unleash merciless attacks, those brutal attacks will continue. The blood splattered everywhere, more and more. Faprizzo's consciousness was fading. He turned his head to the right. Looking towards his brother, he wondered, what's going on? What are you saying, brother? I can't hear you. Faprizzo turned his eyes to you. Seeing you going berserk, Faprizzo silently cursed, are you not satisfied yet? He pushed himself up with his hands, you've hit enough, stop it. Threw a punch, making Yu keep his distance. Seeing this, Yu remained motionless. Looking at Yu's current state, persisted, right? Are you going to end this? The arena was soaked in blood, and his entire body and face were stained crimson. His whole body and face were stained crimson with blood. He gritted his teeth, his anger growing. Marco couldn't believe that his younger brother would do this. Assumed a fighting stance, beckoning you, come on then. Maria in the hospital bed. My friends Reich and Marco grew up together. The last time they saw and heard Munti. Raizu yelled, I won't run away, I will endure to the end. Yu's eyes were redder. Julia couldn't hold back her tears. One of Rizu's eyes was closed, the other one was barely open. Go to hell, you bastard. Round 12 will end in 5 seconds. Julia bowed her head, and I also knew. Those who commit a crime must pay the price. Yu's footsteps gained momentum. He bent down slightly. Julia murmured, we will pay for the sins we have committed. 4 seconds. Julia pleaded, but please, just this once. Yu had gained enough momentum to go straight forward. His eyes were more bloodthirsty than ever. Father Rizzo was almost gone, just this once. 3 seconds left. The image of Jesus Christ crucified on the cross in the poet's house appeared. Father Rizzo thought to himself, can he forgive us? The doctor came out of the emergency room, calling Julia, Santorini. Julia. 3 seconds left, please. Julia's tears stopped, just this once. Maria and her husband brought their young child to hear the story of the church. Memories came flooding back. The clock is ticking. 1 second left. He didn't realize the moment had arrived. It's over. You took a running start and charged towards Fiupres at an incredible speed. A massive sound boomed through the arena. Peter was speechless, completely caught off guard. The reporter could only stare in disbelief. The stands were suddenly stunned by what they were witnessing. The referee stood in stunned silence. You've grown so much. Even Marco can't believe his eyes. He's staring wide-eyed at what's in front of him. Just stands before Fupa blocking Yu's attack. He said he'd see me again when he was stronger. But isn't this too strong? A streak of blood runs down his eye. The kid, Jay, is enveloped in light, smiling brightly. Yu stands silently frozen. Kay in the audience was surprised by Jay's appearance. This made very angry. The entire audience was now more lively. Who is that? Someone just got on the stage. Whispers echoed, is it Jay? What? Look, it's really him. Peter announced to the audience, ladies and gentlemen, do you see? The person on the stage right now is. The commotion increased. Jay is on the stage. Look, it's him. Could he be coming back? Jack, G is back. There's G. Jay, with a streak of blood from his head, glanced at you. This reunion ends here. He smiled and waved goodbye. See you on the stage, kid. Just steps down from the ring, facing who is standing with crossed arms, looking at Jay. His eyes never stop staring at Jay. He can only avoid his gaze and slowly walk past. Kay frowns and says you. One day, I will definitely kill you. Jay closes his eyes and ignores him. Fabrexo has collapsed, covered in blood. Marco quickly rushes forward. What are you doing? The fight is over. Get a stretcher here, quickly. The doctor and the medical team arrived at Maria's place. Maria's small house, with her two sons, Marco and Fabrexo, welcomed their baby sister, Julia. Their happiness and peace grew with her arrival. The journalist watched the recap of yesterday's match, a middleweight fight. The match resulted in a decisive victory for player U. Even his predicted weakness, endurance during long matches, proved meaningless. The match showed he was maturing. Instead of saying maturing, it would be more accurate to say he's becoming corrupted. His signature coldness is increasingly supported. But there's another unknown factor in this match, the return of Jay. If an unknown player enters the match, they'll be sued by the association. But if it's Jay, it's a completely different story. For the association, it'll make the match even more interesting. After all, why did G return to the ring? And why is he interfering in this match? Yu is becoming increasingly terrifying, the one who wants to fulfill his ambition, K, and the returning G. It's getting more and more interesting. Yu's bloodshot eyes appear. Stella leans her head towards her husband, Jean. Actually, I'm afraid of him. She looked up at Jean, wondering if he would be demoted to the lightweight division. Jin reassured his wife, telling her not to worry, that it was impossible. Although he said that outwardly, Jean thought to himself with wary eyes that the real threat wasn't Yu, but Stella. Kay's passion was completely different from the passion I have. Jin remembered the day he met Stella when she was a child, with her father. He hoped someone would come to Yu's aid. Takeda was watching the fight between Fabrexo and Yu on a V. Takeda's wife brought out a plate of food, smiling and asking him, "What are you watching?" Takeda looked at his wife. He was watching the ranking match of the last player he had played with before retiring. Looking at Yu on the screen with his red-rimmed eyes, Takeda's wife exclaimed, "Oh my god, he's playing against that guy." Takeda laughed. He's actually playing against himself. Takeda's frowned slightly, but it seems like that guy is in pain somewhere. Hearing his wife's comment, Takeda realized, you're right. Yamaguchi used to be like that too. Sometimes his eyes would look like that. Takeda's wife recognized the person her husband was talking about. Ah, you mean Yamaguchi, the fruit shop owner? Takeda replied, yes. Of course, it's not as serious as that, but... John was also watching Yu's match against Fabrexo. He couldn't hide his admiration. Whoa, that kid even beat a middleweight. He's good, really good. John, hey, but is your friend normally this scary? Inji denied, no, this is something to celebrate. I still feel like I haven't done enough. The manager hit Inji's head. Why worry about him? Worry about your upcoming match. He frowned and looked at the screen. Just take down this opponent, and you can aim for the championship match. Inji smiled and followed his manager. Yes, manager. At the hospital, Franco Rizzo's consciousness gradually stabilized. He was severely injured from his neck to his arm and one eye. Marco saw his brother awake and spoke, you're awake. Franco Rizzo looked towards the ceiling. Brother, I'm still alive. At the last second, I thought I was really dead, but I'm still alive. Marco told his brother, appeared at the last minute. Franco Rizzo was a little surprised. What, that uncle? Franco Rizzo couldn't believe that Jay had appeared earlier. He wanted to say more but stopped. Why did he come? Marco didn't answer. He just looked down and said, I'm sorry, I put you in this situation. I'm just paying the price I have to, said Fabrexo with a tired smile. Santorino Marco, being the resourceful person he was, couldn't let this get him down. You're quiet, Marco said, seemingly lost in thought. Marco, Fabrexo begin now we can live a little better, right? Fabrexo's mind drifted back to night. They both gazed at the starry sky. Marco remained silent, echoing the somber mood. Marco understood his brother's words. The starry night they had once looked at was beautiful and peaceful. Fabrexo couldn't hold back his tears. Marco's tears also flowed down his cheeks. The hospital room was filled with the silence of the two Santorino brothers. Also on a bright moonlit night. When Marco and Fab were injured as children, Maria stayed awake to watch over her two young children. She pulled the thin blanket up, afraid that her children would get cold. The door opened. Julia told Maria, her mother, that her brothers had arrived. Maria quickly went out to greet her two children. Marco told his mother he was home. The French Rizzo's arm is bandaged, he said, but I already smell the delicious food. Maria rushed out and hugged her 2 children. Her hand brushed against the French Rizzo's arm, making him wince. Ouch, my hand, he said. Julia joined in, hugging her brother too. The family of 4 enjoyed the delicious food together, Maria radiating happiness with the current atmosphere. Julia ate and laughed with the rest of the family. Marco savored his meal with contentment. The French Rizzo's eyes and neck had healed, and he enjoyed the family meal with gusto. Dinner was over in a flash, with the plate clean. Andriy smiled cheerfully. He looked at the screen, focusing on Yu's bloodshot eyes. Yes. If it was him, if it was truly him, then we could destroy Victor. Grigoriev Victor's coach Andriy Blasenko smiled triumphantly, savoring his victory. Yu returned to his home. Alone in the vast house, he became silent. Yu alone in a house devoid of warmth. The house holds only Yu's solitary figure. Journalists surround Yu, bombarding him with questions. He has just won his 5th weight class title. How does he feel about achieving this milestone at the fastest pace in boxing history? Yu is surrounded by people. His current prize money is the highest he has ever received. What are his plans for it? Faced with these questions, Yu remains silent, his face devoid of interest. Yu's eyes seem indifferent to the questions. He doesn't respond to anyone. The reporters press on, inquiring about Jay. What does he think of Jay, who suddenly appeared at the end of the match? It seems Jay said something. What did they talk about? The last time Jay met Yu, his eyes held a resolute gaze. The reporters want to know if he thinks Jay will return. Back in the house, Yu is enveloped in silence. He remembers the noisy interviews. It's really noisy. Yu stood in front of Kay's desk and asked, when will manager Carmen come back? Kay crossed his arms and looked at Yu. Carmen has quit her job at the gym. Seeing Yu had nothing more to say, Kay just looked at him. He said, it's not too much, there will be no law prohibiting people like Fapri Zhu from appearing anymore. She seems to have become too close to you recently, that's too bad. The conversation with Kay made Yu think in silence until he got home. He remembered going to try on clothes with Carmen and her showing him a beautiful outfit. Yu's emotions are growing more intense, filled with longing for Carmen. He misses her smile. He remembers sharing meals with her at his home. The table and chairs remain, the objects are still there, but the person is gone. Seeing Yu remain silent, Kay advises, even for you, this match will be exhausting, so take a full week to rest. Yu stays silent, not uttering a word. What are humans? Homeless beggars who spend their days begging for spare change. They are homeless, constantly worrying about how to survive without work or food. As Yu walked past the beggar, he just glanced over. The worker labored hard, carrying heavy objects. Even though his hands were bleeding, the worker had to keep going. Night had fallen. The bars were always bustling with young people. At the bar, they were always welcomed by attractive girls. At the hospital, life and death unfolded every day. Children with cancer who need radiation therapy are always scared, and their loved ones come to encourage them. But not every child believes them. Everyone is afraid of death. A constant stream of cars and people pass by. Office workers, despite having a good work environment, are always worried about their jobs. In the high-rise buildings are those with more power and authority. Citizens gather to protest. They want to remove the leader of this place. The leader faces criticism and insults. That lack of recognition made him feel pressured and sad. The prisoner was executed. The graves of his family members grew. The person who remembers them always visits. Their loss is painful. Everyone is saddened by the loss. What is life? Young Yu alone, holding a gun in a room opened after. Yu's consciousness gradually became distorted. He stood alone in this bleak place. Before Yu's eyes was a figure of a woman with long hair. She with dry cracked lips looked at Yu. Fearful, he ran and stopped near the trash heap. Yu's face at that time was covered with many bloody scratches. His feeling now was like standing on a muddy swamp. The woman's teeth bared at that moment. A man holding something in his hand is talking to Yu. He doesn't care about those things at all. Sitting under the lamp near the garbage dump, Yu recalled the things that had just happened, which made him even more terrified. The image of the woman hanging at that time, Yu on one side sleeping with the black cat. The demon in Yu suddenly appeared. Yu once had the intention of committing suicide. He pointed the gun at his head. But in a flash, he stopped. A black cat with a cheerful face came in front of Yu and meowed. The cat meowed happily at Yu. Yu's house was bathed in the night. His eyes were wary. He held the black cat close and drifted off to sleep. The night sky was filled with stars. Aaron looked up at the sky. He seemed to be staring intently. Angela came up to him and asked, "What are you looking at so intensely?" Aaron looked at his wife and smiled. "Wow, the weather is so beautiful." He asked about their daughter. "Where's Emily?" Angela replied, "She's sleeping." She took his hand and looked up at the sky. "Oh, the weather is so beautiful today. Aaron teased her, but you're even more beautiful. Angela laughed, come on. Suddenly Aaron said to Angela, don't you think Angela? Angela was confused. What? He told his wife, sometimes I feel a bit uneasy. Am I really this happy? If I keep being this happy, maybe one day some big misfortune will come. Aaron's hand gripped Angela's tightly. She understood him and squeezed back. Inside this strong frame of his was a silent coward. If misfortune comes, let it come, no matter what misfortune it is, I will overcome it. After saying that, Angela looked up at Aaron and smiled brightly. Looking at his wife's radiant smile, Aaron also believed and smiled back at her. He said softly to his wife, I love you, Angela. Angela was happy, she knew that too. Yu's eyes gradually closed. Little Yu was drifting off to sleep with the black cat in her arms. The stars are so beautiful tonight. Kay is using his hand to block a powerful attack, a very terrible gust of wind. He uses both hands to block but feels incredibly excited about it. Yes, yes. Kay removes the shield, reminding you, remember this. In this world, besides you, there is another monster. From now on, officially start preparing for the fight against Aaron Tide. Although there is a victor from the cruiser class, let's keep that name out of the discussion. In reality, besides Aaron, no one else on Earth can pose a threat to you. Conversely, you are the only one who can threaten him. I will give you an extremely strong body to face Aaron. There will be a different amount of training than before waiting for you. You better be ready. You didn't answer, silently complying. Yu was already on the fighting ring. The spotlight shone as the referee announced the start. As soon as the command was given, Yu charged toward the opponent. At the same time, Yu threw a punch. The opponent was caught off guard and froze. Yu's fist struck the opponent's face, sending blood flying. Yu turned away after attacking the opponent. The journalist sat in front of his computer screen, commenting that Yu's fighting style had changed significantly after his match against Santorini. Arnold pondered the player on his team, realizing the first round was crucial. The kid won't unleash his full potential in the first round, we need to throw him off his guard and land a knockout punch. That's our only chance. Don't think about the next round, if we don't win the first round, we're out of the game. Arnold emphasized, go all out in the first round. His player nodded in agreement. Looking at Yu before him, the player felt an overwhelming aura. Yu has been recognized as an unparalleled legend in boxing, but like any legend, there must be a weakness. Arnold's player glared at Yu, his eyes filled with arrogance. But his hands trembled uncontrollably. I'll show this guy who takes winning lightly, what it means to lose. How does a man fight when he's burning with passion? You said that before, but now you're being overwhelmed by Yu's powerful and fast punches. He fought a middleweight champion and won by knockout just 1.5 seconds into the fight. It's Rook and Yu's turn. Rook's coach reminds him again, the answer lies in his body. You might not be able to attack his body with regular techniques, but when he attacks, his body will move into an offensive state. Rook's coach concludes, grit your teeth, defend, and attack him. Rook complies yes. The commentator excites the audience, are you seeing this, folks, hitting the muscles of his neck and abdomen. Rook narrows his eyes at Yu, let's see. It's for this day that I trained to have a body that can withstand any attack. After all, his power comes from his speed. Even if he's hit, he can still maintain that speed. Let me taste your blood and bone. The bell rings, begin. The match with the middleweight champion, Rook Stone, ended in a co-victory for Yu, 1.9 seconds after the start of the match. Yu's next opponent, looking back at the previous two matches, is trembling with fear and anxiety. You're scared to cry, you're done for. Finally, this day has come. Oh, look at that body, I'm done for. Onion looked into Yu's dark eyes. It terrified Onion even more, hoping he wouldn't be hurt too badly, and he would end him in one decisive blow. Onion's coach called out to him, hey Yu. Onion looked towards the coach, he was reminding him, running away is okay, but first you have to survive. If you survive, maybe you'll have a chance, right, isn't that so? The coach started to speak louder, if you survive, you have to find an opportunity, kid. You have to have hope. Onion muttered, hope. Yes, I have to think positively. What if, just what if I win, I'd get the championship belt and become a superstar, right? Yeah, I hope, maybe I really have a chance to win. Onion's eyes sparkle, yeah, life is full of infinite possibilities. The fight against the #1 lightweight Onion Chichi. A KO and a victory 1.7 seconds after the fight began. It's Koziria's turn, he's waiting for the fight to start, arms crossed. These fools don't believe in themselves, plus they have these boring coaches, that's how they ended up like this. My body doesn't need any of that strategy, I'll use a man's pure fists to talk. You weaklings, look here and see how terrifying the strength from believing in yourself can be. The fight against the lightweight champion Koziriamuku, a ko and a victory 0.9 seconds after the fight began. He's invincible. The reporter smiled. You can feel the sheer terror when he simply displays his true ability and completely ignores the entertainment industry. Middleweight champion is over. Now the main target, he has to aim for that. But the next opponent will be a problem, Victor, the light heavyweight. Course. What will the outcome be? Switching to Victor's training grounds, he just caught a wild boar for the training area. Andri's screen is showing the match. Andri can't contain his joy. It's a knockout from the first round. Andri's face is very pleased watching Yu's match. The U player has defeated the number 1 heavyweight John Dalna in just 2.1 seconds after the match began. Great. Andri laughs loudly. Victor will be finished too. Victor behind him laughs loudly with Andri. Hearing Victor's voice makes Andri a little startled. Here you are. Victor is holding a big pig. Yes, I just got here. The heavyweight champion Grigoria Victor says to Andri, the director, you've seen an exciting match, haven't you? Andri laughs loudly. Final player, you that monster kid has won overwhelmingly in all 7 weight classes. He asks he's coming too, right? Victor is a little surprised. Oh. Andri pointed at you and laughed loudly, saying that he'd come to take you down, you, and that this would be the time you'd fall, Victor. Victor looked at you, but he seemed pretty ordinary, huh? Victor's reaction surprised Andri. He couldn't believe Victor said that after watching you. Ridiculous. Even you would have a hard time taking that kid down. Andri still couldn't believe it. No, it had to be like that. Victor's fist went towards Andri, who knew nothing about him, this foolish coach. The punch stopped right before Andri's face but still caught him off guard. Victor was furious. No one who doesn't have a Mohican haircut is strong. He threw the pig down and walked out. Victor burst open the door to Andri's room. He leaned against the wall and yelled, hey guys, Mohican hairstyles are the strongest. Those outside shouted in unison, Mohican. Seeing this atmosphere made Victor overjoyed. Only Andri remained silent, not knowing what to say. Victor's manic laughter echoed among the countless Mohicans. The journalist held out a small green notebook and said, I want you to get the story this time. I'm too old to interview that player. The young man who took the notebook, Toby Maguire, the everyday sport intern, said, yes, sir, leave it to me. Maguire appeared elsewhere, briefcase in his right hand and coat in his left, looking up in bewilderment. Looking closer, you could see Maguire's worried face clearly. The place he was standing looked strange, but it was the training room of a player, something he couldn't believe his eyes, prompting him to exclaim, this is Gregory Victor's training rooms. Maguire walked inside, where 2 young men were taking turns punching and kicking a punching bag with a picture of you on it, saying as they hit it, Tiger's Punch, Red Kick, and laughing loudly. Walking further, he saw 2 fighters sparring in the ring. A man with green mohawk hair was laughing and said, whoa, I've never seen this kid before. He approached Maguire and said with a smile, he lost kid. What's a baby-faced kid like you doing here? Maguire's face turned pale and he quickly dodged the question, saying, I am sorry. I'm a reporter for Everyday Sport. I'm here to interview Victor. A group of people surrounded Maguire with cunning smiles and taunting remarks. Look at that, he is scared to death. Hey, do you want some tea? One man approached Maguire with a ferocious expression. You think you can interview our boss? Maguire, terrified, kept repeating, I am sorry, I'm sorry. The man said, just by looking at you, I know you're a newbie. If you have any questions, don't be shy, ask away. Got it, Kikla? Maguire replied, yes. The man said, the boss office is this way, learn from me. Kia. Maguire on the verge of tears. Hieki, yes. The man asked Maguire, kid, what kind of dessert do you want? Let your dad know. Maguire replied, I want a banana cake. The man answered, okay, just wait a minute. Victor's back appeared, prominent with his fiery hair. The interview question was, what kind of person is Gregory of Victor? Victor's coach replied with a cold expression, trash. Maguire was stunned, staring with a stammer. Yes, he said. The coach, losing patience, said, continue here, how many times do I have to say it? His face was contorted with anger, he spat out each word, that boy is trash. He gritted his teeth, letting out a low growl, and not just any kind of trash. Then he roared, that boy's very existence is an insult to boxing. Maguire, flustered by this outburst, continued to scribble furiously in his notebook while his face was a mixture of question marks and exclamation points. After regaining his composure, Victor's trainer began to recount, 8 years ago, I was a coach dedicated to the technique and stamina of boxing. Well, I still am. Back then, a prodigy emerged in the boxing world. My dream was to create a champion like Jean-Pierre. The image shifted, revealing punches landing on a punching bag. A voice boomed, that's right, hit it with precision and power. A voice replied, yes, sir. That's Victor's coach from 8 years ago, slicked back hair, sharp clothes, a far cry from the man he is now. He crossed his arms and said, remember, boxing is a science. That was the time when our gym, a great gym with diligence and sincerity as its credo, was disrupted. The sound of punches hitting the heavy bag echoed. He's arrived, sir. The coach grunted in confusion. A bright red head appeared. The coach asked, who is this? The two men beside him replied one after another, I don't know, sir. He came this morning and has been here ever since. The other added, maybe he's bored and decided to sign up for boxing. Red boxing gloves swung up. The red-haired man is Victor. He throws a strong punch at the punching bag. The coach thinks to himself, his hook is strong. He looks up at the towering Victor in front of him and praises him. You have a pretty powerful punch, Victor. Victor asks him back, oh, pretty powerful? Victor continues, a powerful punch should be. He steps back to gain momentum. Then he turns. Then he swings his arm. He uses his force to deliver a strong straight punch. Victor turned back, smiling triumphantly at the coach, saying, like this, huh. He burst into laughter, ha ha ha. The coach recounted, at that moment, before my eyes, there was a scene of overwhelming power, terrifying. He introduced himself, my name is Andriy Blasenko, I'm the director of this gym. What's your name? He replied, Gregory of Victor. The coach responded, cool name, Victor. Then he said seriously, we can both win the world championship, you and I? Victor stared at him, his eyes wide, oh, the world champion. He replied excitedly, that sounds interesting. Back in the present, Coach Blasenko was holding his head, filled with regret, his eyes welling up, as he cursed himself, damn it, I'm crazy, I shouldn't have said that then. I was blinded by that punch. Beggar anxiously asked, are you okay? The young man calmly laughed and said, the director always acts like that. Don't worry about him. Here's your tea. Beggar was flustered and said, thank you. Returning to the story 8 years ago, Blasenko told Victor, first of all, get your hair cut. It's too messy. I don't know about other gyms, but we prioritize education and discipline here. Professional people aren't just pro in skills, but also in appearance. That's my motto. Victor then said, I don't know. Mohegan is the strong one. Mohegan is the strongest. Blasenko looked confused and asked, what are you talking about? Victor ignored his question and said, Mohegan's head is the strongest. Blasenko thought to himself, so he's that kind of person. This guy is a type who is incredibly talented and says whatever's on his mind. He doesn't listen to anything. But you did well at first. Remember this, whoever controls the left side controls the world. Look here, this is the right jab technique. Blasenko stood with his arms crossed, serious as he spoke. First, I will teach you all the jab techniques, and then I will teach you all the basic techniques of boxing. Victor said indifferently, Victor doesn't fight in a boring way like that. His eyes blazed as he continued, if you're a man, no matter what, you have to show a full-powered punch, that's enough. Blasenko thought, no matter what, I have to knock this arrogant kid down. He said to him, you've been too confident. Do it your way then. Victor exclaimed in surprise, oh, is that alright? Blasenko replied, yes, of course. You train the way you want, get on the professional ring and win once, then I'll recognize your fighting style. Victor laughed, just once, what are you talking about? Coach, a real man needs just one punch to become world champion. He laughed heartily, ha ha ha, if you become world champion by doing things that way, I'll give you anything you want. And so I went to watch Victor's opening match. The referee called out, begin. His opponent dodged the punch and thought, what, that was a hook from behind, wasn't it? That power was incredible. His opponent punched him straight in the face, thinking, but with a punch that has such a large movement, you can't hit me no matter how many times you try. Boxing is a perfected scientific sport, distilled from the efforts and theories of countless athletes. No matter how powerful that Russian hook is, with just one punch, you can't achieve anything. This round was a memorable lesson. But in the fourth round of the opening match, something happened. Victor was bleeding from the punches. He said, I am a man. His opponent laughed triumphantly, thinking, what a stroke of luck. I've run into a real idiot. Catching the opponent off guard, the fist was right in front of their face. He punched hard, sending his opponent tumbling back with blood gushing from their mouth. Then he said, one punch was enough. He raised his arms, laughing loudly in celebration of his victory. Wha-ha? Victor boomed, see, that's what a man's punch looks like. Blasenko thought, I don't know how that happened, but that punch in the first round was pure luck. He smiled confidently in his mind, he definitely won't be able to beat the next opponent. But one knockout punch to his opponent made the opponent scream, ow ow ow. He easily overcame. It made him arrogantly laugh loudly. He still thought, well, the first round was just full of idiots. But don't think you'll have a lucky punch in the fight against a real professional player. And again, another one was knocked out. He shouted in triumph, "Whoa!" The winner's laughter echoed throughout the arena, "Ha ha ha." Ever since then, I've felt something was wrong. 1 by 2. 3 were all taken down by him. At that moment, Blasenko thought, no way, what's happening, is this real? That kid's style is a Russian punch, who knows, the power might be comparable to Arentide's. However, with just this style of play, cheers from the stands echoed, and the Messi began introducing, ladies and gentlemen, the main event of the day. Number 1 in the light heavyweight division, Grigoriev Viktor. Along with the world champion of the light heavyweight division, Gilbert Einstein. Blasenko was clueless. I kept my cool, looked around, and saw a lot of people cheering for him. The cheers of the audience constantly chanting, "Woo-oh, Mohigan, Mohigan, woo-oh, woo-oh." That kid, in our circle, was standing right in front of me. Viktor asked Blasenko, "Hey manager, if I become world champion, you'll give me whatever I want, right?" This made Blasenko wonder, questioning in his head. He laughed excitedly, saying, "If I become the world champion, from now on you'll also have to wear a mohawk like me." This made Blasenko nervous and he gulped, making a choked sound. There's a famous saying that always brings to mind the blazing figure of Viktor. Lusoriwang had a motto like this: "I don't fear an opponent who has practiced 10,000 punches once. The only thing I fear is facing an opponent who has only practiced one punch 10,000 times." Though the saying doesn't literally mean practicing just one punch until death. However, Viktor's body was incredibly muscular with very solid muscles. His whole body radiated a blazing fire. On his face a smile full of excitement appeared. No matter what, right here, a true man with only one punch was standing on the final match stage. Around the boxing ring of the final match, the audience below watching the match was packed. The referee's voice rang out. "Alright, now the final match of the cruiserweight division shall begin." Viktor's eyes clearly showed a challenge. He smiled excitedly, his hands wearing boxing gloves, punched each other strongly. The announcer began introducing the fighters on the stage. The challenger is the rising star of the cruiserweight division, Gregory Viktor. The other fighter was no less powerful, with white and gray hair and beard. He seemed to be older. His eyes were filled with hostility, his eyebrows furrowed in anger, and his opponent is the mad scientist of boxing, the champion with a super brain of the cruiserweight division, Gilbert. Up on the commentator's platform, host Peter Cullen continues his work, a smile gracing his lips as he introduces the judge who will be accompanying this match. "I will be alongside former middleweight world champion Bob Norris to provide live commentary for this fight." "Hello, commentator Bob." It's Bob Norris' turn to speak, his eyes closed tightly, a radiant smile curving his lips. "Hello everyone." Peter Cullen's pupils shift towards him. Before the match begins, he doesn't forget to ask for the former middleweight world champion's thoughts. "Commentator Bob, can you tell us a bit about this fight today?" Maintaining his cheerful expression, he doesn't hesitate to express his thoughts. "Honestly, I don't know. Boxer Einstein is a legend in the boxing world, and his challenger, to put it bluntly, is a piece of trash." Peter Cullen responds immediately. "Oh?" Bob Norris' closed eyes hold a hint of laughter as he says, "You have to give him credit. Even if it's an illusion, he's made it this far." Both Viktor and Einstein approach each other, their faces inches apart. Viktor appears provocative and excited, while Einstein is the opposite, incredibly cautious and calm. Compared to all other opponents, the challenger's skills are unbeatable. But even with that, Viktor will still be the winner. He's a boxer who can be taken down by anyone. But on the other hand, Viktor has successfully made it to the finals after all, so he definitely isn't just anyone. He's also a fighter who can defeat anyone. Although Bob Norris favors Einstein in this fight, the future is often unpredictable. We can't rule out the possibility of Viktor winning the world cruiserweight title. Throughout boxing's long history, there have been champions who defy all logic. After a while, it's time for the match. A series of lights turn on, illuminating the ring below. The referee shouts, "Begin, the fight has begun." Right after the fight began, Gilbert Einstein didn't attack immediately. He muttered to himself, a low voice of force equals mass times acceleration. His brow furrowed, his face filled with anger and frustration. He struck his opponent, Viktor, in the face with a decisive punch, showing no mercy. Viktor's face contorted in pain as his eyes narrowed. As he attacked, Einstein yelled, "Ma." Viktor was caught off guard and fell to the floor, a clear imprint of the punch etched on his face. His eyes were wide with shock and disbelief, his mouth gaping open, immobile. Seeing him fall, Gilbert Einstein's coach, below the ring, was ecstatic. His pupils dilated wildly in his angry eyes, and he yelled furiously, "That's it, that's how you do it." The audience roared, following every move of the two fighters with anticipation. The commentator, Peter Cullen, continued to exclaim, "As expected, Viktor is being dominated throughout the entire match." Gilbert Einstein then took the initiative, delivering a series of powerful punches to his opponent's face. Viktor was dazed and reeling. With each attack, Einstein recited irrelevant physics formulas: time, mass, speed, energy. Einstein's coach was so excited that he clenched his fists and pounded them against the floor. His face was contorted with excitement as he yelled wildly, "That's right, Einstein, only you can knock that punk's jaw out." Inspired by his coach's fervent encouragement, Einstein's next punch almost completely dislocated Victor's jaw. One side of Victor's cheek was deformed by Einstein's fist. His pupils looked they would pop out of their sockets. Blood splattered from the wound on his nose, and saliva sprayed out with the force of the punch. And so, fighter Victor fell flat onto the ring, lying still and unmoving. The referee rushed over, raised both his arms signaling the end of the match, and announced, "Knockdown, Victor has been knocked down in the first round of the fight." His pupils rolled back, red liquid flowed out from his nostrils, his face was covered with bruises. Peter Cullen quickly commended, "Although he seems to be able to get up, it is the fastest knockdown in this round after all." The coach was extremely satisfied with the current situation. He broke into a hearty smile. His eyes couldn't hide the contentment. "Good, just faint already, Victor." In Victor's heart, he was extremely confused and worried. His pupils secretly shifted towards his opponent. He was a little regretful for underestimating the opponent. He cursed inwardly, "What the hell is that guy? He looks so damn old." In his eyes, only the image of Einstein staring at him, sticking out his tongue mocking his weakness remained. It made Victor's fighting spirit even more intense, but he could also understand. His soul was screaming, his soul was crying out. As expected by everyone, Victor immediately jumped up. His veins popped up along his body and neck. Victor leaned forward, tilting his head up towards the sky. The blackness in his eyes seemed to disappear. He roared like a wild beast going crazy. He didn't get to be cool for long. Fighter Victor was beaten to the point of death by his opponent. When the referee held up the round 12 board, it turned out to be a trick. Victor had been beaten to a pulp in all 12 rounds. Victor's face was now so deformed that it was unrecognizable. One cheek was swollen, sweat dripped down profusely, fresh blood stained over dried blood, his eyelids stuck together. He looked extremely miserable. Einstein's coach was extremely annoyed to see someone like Victor reach the finals. When he saw Victor getting beaten up badly, with a very low chance of winning, he felt a sense of satisfaction. He crossed his arms and thought to himself, "I believe there are no lucky punches. Every punch a boxer throws is a result of relentless effort." Victor's hand curled into a fist, raised high, ready to attack his opponent. At the same time, the coach continued to think, "I only believe in one thing. Through effort, punches can gain power." His expression suddenly changed, his teeth clenched in anger. He felt a surge of frustration and disappointment. His face contorted with anger. He exploded, his hands slamming down on the ring. Seeing Victor's wild swings, the coach was furious. "That's 100% luck," he shouted. "Exact. How can you hit anyone like that?" At the same time, Einstein landed another punch on Victor's face, blood splattering. After 12 rounds of getting beaten up, Victor still showed no signs of losing consciousness. He was still holding on, his eyes filled with anger, his brow furrowed. He roared, "Don't be careless, finish him off." In this situation, Victor was completely on the defensive, his hands raised to protect his face from the relentless attacks. He gritted his teeth, enduring the pain that spread throughout his body. Einstein repeatedly landed fast punches on his opponent. He had the victory in his grasp and chuckled himself, "Huh, you had the ability to reach this point, but now it's over." Deep down, he didn't believe in something called luck. Everything could be explained by science. A lucky punch, after all, was just a punch. All movements require space and momentum. Victor gritted his teeth, determined to land a punch on the man, but the man easily dodged the attack. If you can predict what's going to happen and the direction of movement, you'll be fine, right? For 12 rounds, the man was the only one punching Victor, and he hadn't even had a chance to retaliate, so he was incredibly frustrated. He went crazy, opened his mouth wide and shouted, "Hey you old geezer, you've been hitting me this whole time. I gotta hit you back at least once, you old bastard." Not giving him time to sulk, the man landed another punch on his face. Luckily, Victor managed to block it with his hand. Oh ho, what a student with no learning ability. Observing Victor constantly under attack but still standing firm on the ring, referee Peter Cullen couldn't help but admire his resilience. Competitor Victor keeps getting pummeled. This endurance could be called world-class bull stamina. His arms were constantly shielding his face. Victor cried out in despair, unable to land a decent punch on the man. Just one hit, I'll hit him at least once." Sensing the man's movements had stopped, he looked at his opponent through his boxing gloves, feeling a mixture of surprise and joy. He stopped. Victor lifted his head, leaving his defensive posture. His face was filled with joy and anticipation, and he even cracked a delighted smile. He wondered, should I hit him now? While he hesitated, Gilbert Einstein continued to mutter about the physics formula. The mass of an object is measured by its energy content and vice versa. Immediately after, he charged at him, delivering a powerful punch that ended the match, his mouth still chanting, energy and mass multiplied by the speed of light squared. Victor's knee buckled, making contact with the floor. Blood splattered from his mouth and nose onto the ground. As Victor fell face first onto the ring, the astonished referee announced, his tone overflowing with excitement, "Knockdown, this is a powerful knockdown." Although the fight wasn't over, the outcome was clear to everyone. Victor lay motionless, covered in blood, a boxer who had come so far, facing an unprecedented shock in the boxing world. But it seemed this was the final result. In the stands, Victor's fans watched his unmoving form and wailed hysterically. Their sobs were relentless, causing fear among those around them. "Sniffle, sniffle, don't cry, he can still get up." Behind the referee, Einstein turned his head to look at the unconscious Victor, his face revealing a smug satisfaction. Confident that he would be the champion, he let out a sarcastic chuckle. He wasn't the only one rejoicing. His coach was also beaming, his eyes shining with pride. He thought to himself, good. Before leaving, Einstein didn't forget to strike at Victor's ego. With a dismissive look, he spoke in a challenging tone, "See, this is the difference in our abilities. Now give up and be at ease." Suddenly, after Gilbert Einstein uttered those words, the coach's face changed dramatically, his pupils contracted violently, his eyes revealing fear and worry, cold sweat dripping down his face, his heart pounding with unease. No, it couldn't be if he said that. Victor's boxing-gloved hand clenched tightly. He hadn't completely lost consciousness. Those words from Einstein had poked at the wound in his heart. Sensing movement, Einstein turned to notice the sound behind him, his eyes narrowed, observing the fighter's every move. For a moment, scenes from the past rushed back into Victor's mind. Memories of his childhood, when he was still a child, with only one baby tooth. He was excited and thrilled to touch the big chain, his face beaming with a bright smile. Then Victor remembered his parents' image of him in their arms, their faces full of happiness and joy. The family atmosphere was harmonious and warm. Growing up in that environment, he became a real playboy like his parents, enjoying the positive things they brought, riding big motorcycles, his bright red hair styled up on both sides like a rooster's comb, and he even wore cool sunglasses. Moreover, his body was incredibly strong. Just stretching out his arms revealed his powerful chest and biceps. He had a frightening face that made people fear him, always with a sly grin. Furthermore, Victor had a gentle and beautiful girlfriend with a full figure, who was always by his side. His life was considered to be very good. But an incident occurred that took away those good things. Victor quickly fell into despair, his eyebrows furrowed, he clenched his teeth. Tears of sadness welled up in the bottom of his eyes. Over time, the despair turned into a flame of anger in his heart. The burning fire grew stronger and stronger, engulfing Victor's mind and body. To soothe some of his anger, every day he punched the tree with his fists. The bark shattered wherever he hit it. As he vented his anger, Victor gritted his teeth and sobbed. All of those memories became the motivation for him to get back up. The pupils in his defiant eyes narrowed. Victor opened his mouth and shouted loudly, his veins popping out on his neck. "Let it be like that, it doesn't matter anymore." He raised his hand high, showing that he wasn't giving up, that he still had the strength to fight. Seeing him stubbornly stand firm, the judges couldn't help but exclaim, "How strange, contestant Victor has gotten up again." Victor roared and taunted, "It's fine if it's over now, but I'm back up. The match is not over yet." The referee hastily announced, "Begin." The smile on his coach's face disappeared. He couldn't believe that after being beaten up for 12 rounds, he still got up to fight. His eyes seemed furious, his face revealing shock and astonishment. Gilbert Einstein, on the other hand, felt a bit of interest. His eyes fixed on Victor, his brow furrowed, he chuckled, "Oh my." Victor's cheeks and lips were covered in blood. His lips curled down, his voice low, he pressed, "You already know, right?" His sudden question with no beginning or end left Mr. Einstein clueless, his face showing obvious confusion. Without waiting for a reply, he explained himself, "Even the most intelligent people fear the future, so they have to think a lot about this and that." Hearing this, Mr. Einstein furrowed his brows. Seeing the silence from his opponent, Victor continued, his tone sounding like a confession, "But I don't know what the future is or how that feeling of anxiety feels. I only know one thing." Before Victor could finish, Mr. Einstein interrupted, scoffing, "Huh? You have the mind of a single-celled organism. I don't need to know the only thing you care about." His eye sharpened, his brow furrowed, "To serve my old age." And then Mr. Stein swiftly charged towards his opponent, his arm drawing back to gain momentum. Confidently he declared, "This ends here." Victor gritted his teeth, deciding to finally use his fists to fight back. Before they both launched their attacks to determine the ultimate victor, Victor raised his voice, shouting the answer he hadn't finished. "To live a life full of strength. The future is truly unpredictable." Just as Mr. Einstein's fist was about to end the fight, he suddenly slipped, losing his balance and unable to maintain his attack. Meanwhile, Victor's arm decisively struck his opponent. This unexpected incident caught him completely off guard, sending him reeling backward, ready to fall to the floor. He instinctively cried out, "Oh!" In a split second, he was consumed with fear. His opponent's boxing glove was mere millimeters from his face. Cold sweat beaded on his shocked face. Victor had thrown all his strength into that fateful punch. His muscles bulged as he landed a blow to Einstein's face, sending him reeling. Red liquid spewed from his mouth. Amidst the roaring applause of the audience, Einstein collapsed to the floor, unconscious. The referee stepped forward and raised his arm, signaling the end of the match. As the fight concluded, he turned to the crowd, a triumphant smile spreading across his face. His eyes shone with excitement as he exclaimed, "Okay, now let's get a mohawk." Einstein's coach, seated in the stands, was stunned. He couldn't believe what he was seeing. He remained speechless for a while, his eyes fixed on the arena. They say luck is a powerful force, and Victor had seized the World Cruiserweight Championship title in an unexpected turn of events. He raised the champion's belt high, his face beaming with victory. With an excited shout, he declared, "Ha, see, the Mohawk is the strongest, Grigoriev Victor World Cruiserweight Champion." Back in reality, Victor's coach lowered his head. He closed his eyes and spoke with a defeated tone. "At first, I thought the kid had talent because of his strong punches. But it turns out it was all a facade." The face of intern reporter Toby Maguire couldn't hide his astonishment and surprise. A hot cup of milk in hand, he sat intently listening to the coach's comments about Victor. The guy's talent isn't his punch. Finally, the corner of his lips curled down, his voice extremely confident. He concluded, "Luck." Hearing those words, Toby couldn't help but ask in astonishment, "You're saying all that is just luck?" Victor's coach's face showed a bit of annoyance. He gritted his teeth and replied, "Yeah, luck." But then he said, "Well, of course he does have a powerful punch, but just because of one punch he wins the world championship. That sounds pretty good, huh?" The boy heard that and understood, so that's it. Victor's coach continued with a serious face, "Now you understand why I said his existence is a disgrace to boxing, right?" Toby's eyes lit up, he exclaimed, "That's cool." Seeing your expression, Victor's coach couldn't help but be confused. You eagerly asked, "So, what do you think of Victor's coach's title defense match against you?" He answered, "No chance of winning, absolutely no chance. Have you seen how the little brat's body has been lately? He hasn't even bothered with us from the start, his target is Tide." Toby immediately took out paper and pen, jotting down notes and nervously said, "But, you never know." Seeing him argue like that, he snapped, "Even if it's a hypothetical, it's not possible, it's definitely not possible, no, it's impossible to win." Suddenly, a foot kicked the door open. Toby was astonished, his mouth agape, as he turned around to look. The manager was pleading desperately, "Please, could you use your hands to open the door and come in?" It was Victor. He was confused, asking, "Oh, who are you?" The reporter quickly stood up and introduced himself. "Hello, I'm Toby Maguire, a reporter from Everyday Sport. I've been assigned to get an exclusive story about the upcoming match. I'm here to interview you." Victor questioned, "Interview?" He then snapped at the reporter, "Cut out this nonsense. I'm preparing for a special training session right now. Follow me." The reporter immediately complied, saying, "Yes, yes, yes." The scene shifts to outdoors. Victor led them into an alley. Toby asked curiously, "How will he train in this nipple region?" The coach said disdainfully, "Whatever it is, don't expect that little kid to do anything worthwhile." Victor, with a proud look, turned and asked, "You want to know?" Hearing this, Toby's eyes lit up and he said, "Yes, I want to know." The coach beside him apathetically said, "Don't bother." He walked forward and said, I want to be the strongest man in the world. I want to be the man worthy of this mohawk." And then I thought, what do I have to do to achieve that? He clenched his fist and said, "The answer is simple. If you want to become stronger, you have to find and defeat the strongest. That's why I participated in these bloody battles. I had to go into the forest and fight with the animals there, like wrestling with buffaloes, and testing my strength against mutated deer. I was also stunned by their powerful attacks. Me and the orangutan were like two peas in a pod." Victor was extremely tense as he said, "So you finally decided to show up." He was completely naked, and before him stood a giant, furious bear that was steaming with anger. But he didn't show any fear. Instead, he smiled brightly and said, I've been waiting for this day for so long. I'll be one step closer to the title of the strongest man in the world if I defeat you." The bear thought, "Oh, the food came looking for me." The two stood facing each other. The bear looked longingly at him, thinking, delicious. Victor was eager for battle and shouted, "Bring it on." The bear roared, "I'll eat you good." Victor prepared to throw a punch. Suddenly, the bear tripped over a rock. That sent it tumbling forward. Victor easily swung his fist straight into its head, yelling, "Mohegan punch," but on his journey to become the strongest, a thought popped into my mind. What was the strongest creature in history? The strongest were Tyrannosaurus rex. Without further thought, he entered the dinosaur's cave. After entering, it was like a bolt from the blue, and that's when I realized something. Why were the dinosaurs so strong, but extinct? What wiped them out was the power of nature. There were many giant dinosaurs, volcanoes erupting everywhere. Back in the present, Victor said, that's right. No matter how strong those creatures are, they must kneel before the power of nature. Toby was very interested in hearing this. He continued, so if we want to become the strongest creatures in the world, we must absorb all the power of nature and deliver this punch. No matter how strong that pointy-headed guy is, he'll just be a weak human being when he faces the power of nature. What do you think, Toby? What do you think of my perfect plan? Toby was even more excited, his eyes sparkling with admiration. He said, you're a genius. The trainer next to him didn't seem to care much. Look, that's the highest mountain in the world, Mount Everest. The two of them followed, one excited, the other bored. Victor took them exploring, climbing up a pile of snow. He punched it hard and said, this is the power that reaches the sky, the power of the mountains. Then he took them flying. Victor was incredibly excited and couldn't stop smiling. It turned out they were experiencing a whirlwind. Victor was spinning in it, shouting, whirlwind punch, while the other two clung to a lamppost. Then they arrived at a Hawaiian island. Victor punched the lava with all his might. Standing before the Boeing locals, he shouted, lava punch, a lava punch. They didn't stop there. They boarded a boat, but unfortunately, they met a bloodthirsty captain. He chuckled and said, haha, I've been a captain for 40 years, but I've never seen a madman like you. Victor walked confidently toward the front of the train, fearless. Facing the towering waves, he yelled, ha ha ha, tsunami punch, tsunami punch. Then, a place filled with thunder and lightning appeared. He stood in the middle of the storm. But the lightning never struck him, no matter how long he stood there. The other two lay on the ground praying, begging for mercy. Goodness, isn't the director an atheist who only believes in science? The manager glanced at the other, asking, you see it too, right? That brat's like a cockroach, even a nuclear blast won't kill him. Now I have no choice but to pray, no matter how lucky he is, I still hope he gets struck by lightning and dies. Hearing this, Toby said in surprise, so that's it. The coach kept praying, please, please God. From now on, I will eat vegetarian food and chant Buddhist scriptures, so please let him die, damn it. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning struck Victor. Seeing this, the coach happily laughed out loud, ha ha ha. Looking ahead, he saw no one, only smoke billowing up. He happily said, ha ha, finally. His joy didn't last long. The other two also froze and exclaimed, hey. Take the example of a lottery winner. The odds of winning the jackpot are 1 in 8,146,600, depending on the lottery. Even if that probability is lower, in the end, someone still wins. Victor said in a smoky voice, wow, this is exciting. The two people there were incredibly amazed. After all, the one who got struck by lightning still has a chance to survive even after being struck by lightning. Victor, still full of energy, shouted, thunderbolt punch. Scene changes to Yu's house. He's currently opening a box of instant noodles. Alone in his house. This is Arnold, a former trainer at the Lions boxing. He's feeling uneasy. And the main reason is Victor, the contestant. Although his real strength isn't that strong, however. Arnold stands outside the fighting ring, thinking, we still need to prepare a few countermeasures. Arnold walks over to Key, the director, and says, I have a few words to say. The director asks, huh? Someone standing in Antarctica, where the aurora borealis is happening, wonders, huh? Even the penguins are excitedly watching the sky today. The person reports, Alpha alert, Alpha team, alert, we have found a strange creature. The person observed and said, I repeat, we have spotted a strange creature. Through their lens, there was a very large animal. They said, it seems like it's digging a burrow to avoid the cold. At this time, two people were so cold they were shivering. The creature that the stranger had just reported was Victor. He was only wearing a pair of sweatpants and continuously punching into the snow, ace punches. Back at the training room, Arnold discussed with Key, although there was a difference in skill, but he continued, this opponent is different from previous opponents, so we have to have a strategy. Kay asked, strategy, what kind of strategy do you mean? In a mind, a man yawned. He said, oh, I hate having to work. Suddenly the man realized something, Victor threw a punch. He pounded on the stone wall, yelling as he punched, iron fist, iron fist. The man panicked. What is that? Arnold's face turned grim. Is it just luck that this opponent is doing so well? He said, so, we need to prepare a strategy to minimize the risk. Kay pondered, strategy. Yu's shoeless snapped. He immediately noticed it. He suddenly spoke, "My shoelace keeps breaking lately." Arnold froze after hearing him, his sweat pouring down. In another place Victor rejoiced, "I understand. If that jerk has insane speed, I just need to hit faster." Victor asked, "So, what do you think of my plan?" Your trainer said. "Does it sound reasonable?" The young man next to the trainer replied, "Your plan is amazing, sir." Victor turned to the man beside him and gave him a thumbs up. The gun started to fire. Right after that, the man next to Victor fired, and he followed with a Gatling punch. The trainer thought, "This guy probably doesn't care about nature anymore." The young man next to him was bright-eyed in admiration, "So cool, Mitter." Arnold said, "In my opinion the best strategy for this fight is to put the points ahead." He was trying to express his concern to Kay. "Who knows, what if an accident happens when Yu is preparing for a kick, and we can't underestimate the power of Victor's tiger-style hook. If he punches," Kay thought. "That's right, if we prepare, we can reduce the chance of an accident." Kay continued, "But what guarantees that an accident won't happen even when we've minimized the possibility to the maximum?" He analyzed, "Even if you have a 99% chance of success, there's still a 1% chance of failure. And if there's a 99% chance of failure, there's still a 1% chance of success." High above, the electrical wire securing the light was about to break. Yu seemed to sense it. He immediately dodged as the light fell. Arnold was sweating again witnessing this scene. In a church, Victor was praying with his hands clasped. The priest was sprinkling holy water on the three of them. His trainer was silently praying, "Please let science win, please let science win." The young man was praying for finances. "I will be very grateful if you could help my salary increase next year. And I would also be very grateful if you could give me a girlfriend. And if it's convenient, could you also make me taller?" Victor seemed to be the most sincere, but in his heart, he was complaining, "Oh God, this is so sickening." The priest's voice rose, "Well, it's done now. This water has become holy water, and it will protect you from evil spirits." Victor raised his clasped hands. The priest poured holy water on his hands. The holy fist. Arnold was anxious, but director. "Don't be nervous, Arnold. You's in top shape. That's all that matters." He chuckled. "If fate has it that he lives, he lives. And if fate has it that he dies, he dies. Isn't that right?" He laughed loudly. "Ha ha ha, don't you worry, you won't lose. Some things in life are just impossible," Arnold echoed. It's like that, ha 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 ha." And the day of the fight arrived. The announcer's voice boomed. "Ladies and gentlemen, the day you've all been waiting for is finally here. The two fighters today have written a new chapter in boxing history with their two different styles. The host introduces the match between Yu, who aims to dominate all eight, and the world champion in the light heavyweight division, Victor, who is brimming with fighting spirit. Today's commentators are Peter Cullen and Bob Norris. Peter says, "Bob, please give us a lazy comment about today's match." Bob chuckles, "Usually, we wouldn't know what's going on in Victor's matches, but I can predict the outcome of this one." Bob continues, "Unless the world turns upside down, you will win. It doesn't matter how lucky that kid gets in boxing, you can't win by luck." Bob's voice continues, "You could say the difference in ability between the two fighters is huge." Peter replies, "Oh, really?" Bob says, "Well, there are some things in life that just don't happen." Victor hears these words and gets angry. He shouts, "Director, my punches, my soul is screaming." He looks down at his gloves and asserts, "The grueling training I've endured, the power of the universe is now in my hands." He's determined. "Today, with this punch, I will end that little jerk." The coach crossed his arms, thinking to himself, "It's strange. Hearing him say those meaningless words makes me want to cheer for him." He smiled and encouraged him, "That's right, if you win, you'll become the strongest person in the world. Go for it." Hearing the coach's encouragement, Victor smiled. He spread his arms, shouting and roaring. The audience instantly erupted. "Mohagan, Mohagan, Mohagan." The young man standing beside the journalist was equally enthusiastic, shouting, "Mohagan, Mohagan." The referee announced, "Fighter Victor versus Fighter Yu. This is the match of the century." Kay stands under the arena, eagerly awaiting the result, while Victor is completely confident. Victor's coach thinks to himself, "Well, this time I believe he'll lose badly." The referee shouts, "Begin." The match has begun. The other coach closes his eyes and says, "I need to pray first. It's called luck." Suddenly Yu slips on the arena floor. He's surprised by this, the probability of slipping on the arena floor right as the match starts. The bright lights shone directly into his eyes, making it impossible for him to see clearly. The probability of being blinded by the lights at that moment hindered his vision. And Yu had a cramp in his shoulder, making it impossible for him to block the blow. Both trainers were surprised by what had just happened. The probability of having a shoulder cramp at that moment, preventing him from raising his gloves to defend himself, was astonishing. These improbable events occurred one after another, becoming a series of improbable occurrences that you couldn't even imagine. It happens not only in boxing but also in golf. Even so, it's impossible to be certain that it won't happen in real life. Prior to this, Victor had undergone an extremely challenging training regime. He had to defeat a brown bear without any protection. He even had to fight dinosaurs. He used all his strength to punch the snowdrifts in the polar region, or get caught in a whirlwind. But he was still very cheerful. He was highly revered by everyone. Even Victor bravely charged towards the side of the ship, facing the big wave, and deliberately allowed electricity to shock his fist. As well as practicing fast hands at bullet speed, he prayed and had the priest bless his very fist in church. Now he felt more confident than ever in his punch. After one punch from Victor, Yu was thrown far away. Victor's coach was surprised. Kei was equally shocked. The referee started counting 1, 2. Seeing Yu still not moving, the referee raised his hand. Mohigan is the strongest. Victor is extremely happy right now. Victor's coach feels extremely confused at this moment, and more. The referee notices Yu is not reacting. He raises his hand to signal. Mohigan is the strongest. As soon as Victor wins, the audience immediately yells, "Big brother, Mohigan, Mohigan." The young man next to the reporter also shouts, "Mohigan, Mohigan." Is this the unexpected ending of the boxer? After that mind-blowing match, Victor's fame skyrocketed. He stood before a throng of reporters for an interview. He's the strongest man in the world. Though there's still another strong one in the heavyweight division. But it doesn't matter. The Mohigan soul is screaming, roaring. But regardless, Victor won. He smiled brightly as many reporters came to ask him questions. His fame and power grew exponentially. A reporter asked, "How does it feel to become the world's strongest boxer?" Victor replied, "It's awesome." Someone else asked, "What is your favorite food?" He replied, "Strawberry ice cream." Someone else piped up, "What color underwear are you wearing today?" He nonchalantly responded, "A true pipe organ doesn't need to wear underwear." Another question was raised, "What is your next goal?" Victor confidently said, "Of course, to become the strongest in the universe." From below, thousands of his fans chanted in unison, "Big bro, big bro." A dog was growling, likely because it sensed strangers. It had a very unusual appearance with a spiked mohawk, just like Rock Singer's. Soon after the fight, a group of people in suits found Victor. This made the coach bewildered and speechless. The man with the beard asked him, "What do you think about running for President of the United States?" The coach wondered, "What?" The man explained, "There are many problems breaking out all over the world. We don't know what the future holds." He said, "So we need a strong American president who can take charge." Victor asked, "Even if I'm Russian, can I do it?" The man confirmed, "Of course." Immediately, his men started spreading the news, "Elect Mohigan as president, elect Mohigan as president." The 20XX presidential election, featuring Victor and Light Nice Squirrel. Immediately after Victor was elected, he laughed ha-ha. After being chosen, Victor became the president of the United States thanks to his fame. His trainer was still very confused about everything that was happening. His face was full of question marks. The screen from the top of the skyscraper showed Victor's image. All the TVs displayed in the store also showed his image, checking the match. He shouted, "Everyone in the world, look here." He roared, "I, President Victor of the United States, have come up with a solution." Victor kicked the table. "Are these national massacres meaningful? You fools, this world has too many unjust wars. So I came up with this brilliant idea. All you heads of state, listen up." Then he roared, "Stop forcing the young to kill each other. From now on, let's have a fair one-on-one fight, and then have a meeting. Got it? Don't use weapons, just talk with your fists." The heads of state were bewildered. They said, "What are you talking about? That's ridiculous." Others were also shocked. "What is this guy saying?" More people were confused. Some people even started to curse. "He's talking crazy, he's insane." Then Victor said, "If you don't like it, let's have a nuclear war now." The heads of state were even more shocked by his shocking statement. No one knew what he wanted. He suddenly started acting crazy, making nonsensical statements that left everyone completely bewildered. Everyone needs to glue their hair. There are multiple voices coming from Earth. Hurry and bring the fighters here. Oh my God, what will happen? Wait, this is the opportunity. Prepare yourselves. And so each country has selected their strongest fighter to become president. A new era has begun. Victor is excited, ha ha ha, my blood is boiling. The era of fighters has arrived. Now the fighters will decide the fate of their country instead of wars, the sacrifice of fighters with burning fighting ideals. Victor defeated all those opponents, and that was the first time this world was unified. World peace, the fist and soul of a true man have brought peace to the world. President of the world, Victor. Victor appears again on the large screen of the buildings. He announces, "Everyone listen carefully. From the TV screen, he said, now everyone has a Mohegan haircut, so we should be kind and friendly to each other. Right? Is it all clear? People outside are cheering, Mohegan, Mohegan. Even the earth has a Mohegan haircut. The whole world echoes Mohegan ye big brother, but this peace didn't last long. Victor's subordinate reports, Mr. President, we have a message from a strange source outside the universe. He questions. UFOs appear in the sky belonging to extraterrestrials. A figure emerges on the big screen. She says, people of Earth, listen carefully. She introduces herself, we are the bling 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 from the bling 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 planet. From now on Earth will be under our control. Victor clenches his teeth in anger, gritting his teeth and saying, these damn aliens. And so our hero Mohegan jumps on a fiery steed to crush these extraterrestrials. Victor suddenly realizes, this is how his journey to become the strongest in the universe began. Suddenly, someone counted to 8, Victor broke out in a sweat. But right now, this has been enough of a hallucination, come back to reality. On the floor, Victor lay paralyzed, the referee kept counting, 9, he thought to himself, really? After the last count, the referee raised his hand. The end of the match bell rang. What just happened? Let's take a look back at the previous moments. It's true that Victor was very lucky, when you continuously encountered problems, like tripping. Being illuminated by the lights obstructed his vision. He also had a muscle cramp in his shoulder, so he couldn't raise his hand to block Victor's punch. This coincidence made Kay feel uneasy, and Victor's trainer was surprised by what was happening. Yu's eyes wide. He remembered how he had knocked out a man in black before. A moment later, he turned and swung his fist towards Victor. Before his fist hit Victor's face, he was horrified that this would happen. Yu jumped and turned. Victor's face received the full force of the punch. Now after all the counting ended, the final bell rang. He's happy. The world champion in the light heavyweight division, Victor, is knocked out just 1.7 seconds into the match. This is the result the coach wanted. He's satisfied. He'd rather face a loss like this than pretend Victor could win and make something of it. The referee raises his hand. The commentator's voice echoes and the fight ends. Peter says indeed, this result was not unexpected. Bob laughs, that's right. Even with all the luck in the world, some things just can't happen. Peter continues, that's right, the fight lasted less than we expected. So for the remaining time, we'll show some highlights of this season and say goodbye to you all. I'm Peter Callan with commentator Bob Norris, and we'll end our commentary here. Thank you. Victor is happily posing in front of the mirror after his shower. He admires his perfect muscles. He breathes a sigh of relief. But suddenly he notices something, He looks at himself in the mirror, realizing with horror that his mohawk is gone. Scream. Victor's coach asks, are you awake, little buddy? Now he wakes up, looking around. Oh. Then Victor, I lost, right? The coach replied, yes, you lost badly. He leaned down and said to Victor, you didn't have a chance to win from the start. You lost completely. He asked, what about the punch that gathered the power of nature, He shouted, that was the shortest title fight in boxing history, you stupid moron with a mohawk. Victor muttered, so that's it. The coach remained silent. Suddenly he spoke, but it was interesting though. The trainer smiled. He stood with his arms crossed, saying, well, whatever you say, it's fun though. Victor also smiled. Then he laughed loudly, mwahaha. Not hearing his laugh, he turned his head to look. Victor walked friendly towards you, extending his hand, a very interesting match. He looked at his outstretched hand. You still didn't react at all. A few seconds later, he also reached out to shake his hand. He said, yes, I guess so. This moment Victor realized, his hand is really small. He thought with such thin, fragile hands. He remembered, but he could throw a punch with such power. His gaze slightly looked down, he seemed a little sad. Victor remembered that he had watched his fight before. When he received the belt, his face remained unchanged. And currently, even though he won, there was no sign of joy on his face. He thought to himself, He thought to himself, if you don't like boxing, you can stop. Kay suddenly stepped forward and pulled his hand away from his. Kay was annoyed, isn't it too late for a loser like you to stay in the ring? Victor was surprised by his action. He laughed, He left. Before leaving the ring he said, I've lost. Victor turned around and laughed, if you're bored, try getting a mohawk, this hairstyle will cheer you up. The World Championship fight in the light heavyweight division has ended. The young man standing next to the journalist cried, sobbing, big brother. The journalist thought to himself, this is the 4th one already. You left the ring. The journalist thought, the former champions have all been knocked out. He observed, some might think Victor is a lucky fighter, a shallow thought. He thought to himself, Victor's true weapons are his defensive abilities and his rapid recovery. No matter how many times he's knocked down, he still gets back up and throws his powerful Russian hook punches. He observed, he got up countless times after receiving blows from professional fighters, and that's proof that he has the skills to eat up ordinary fighters. And his coach too. The judge thought, Andrei Vlasenko wasn't an easygoing trainer either. Besides Victor using a punch in fights, Andrei always made sure Victor was trained to compensate for his weaknesses. Victor had incredible defense and recovery abilities and had a strong punch capable of knocking out opponents. If Victor was trained like a normal athlete, perhaps he would be the only one who could take down that monster. But he lost. He was defeated by that newly emerged monster. Thinking about it, he smiled faintly. The moment boxing fans had been waiting for had finally arrived. The two strongest monsters in boxing history. Their fight, images of Yu and Aaron Toad appeared. It seemed he was really looking forward to watching the two of them fight. Yu advanced towards the inside. Kei goes behind, arms crossed. He's very satisfied with this outcome, so he smiles faintly. He thinks to himself, finally. Someone in the distance has witnessed the entire battle. This person is Aaron Tide. He stood there watching from beginning to end. Seeing everyone leave, he turned around and went inside. He talks to someone on the phone. Yes, I'll be holding a press conference tomorrow, so please inform the press. Then he quickly left. He was lost in thought the whole way home. When he got home, he said, I'm back, and his daughter happily called out, Daddy. He walked over and hugged her, and the three of them looked very happy. The next day, when the press conference was held, reporters were present in full force. Aaron announced, I will say it again. Yesterday, my daughter innocently asked, from now on, can Daddy eat whatever he wants, right? Daddy? And I replied, eyes, that's right, sweetheart. The journalist was surprised. This. Kei was watching the press conference on the V. Kei was silent, a little surprised. Aaron said, from today, I'm retiring. I'm leaving the boxing world. He remembered happy moments with his family. He thought to himself, I won't be that old man's toy anymore. He said, my boxing career officially ends today. Kei was shocked by what he said. Aaron sat with his arms crossed at the press conference table, listening to the reporters say, Fighter Aaron. Boxing fans around the world are eagerly anticipating the fight between you and Fighter Yu. Aaron continued to sit with his eyes closed, listening to the reporter ask, are you not reconsidering retirement? He spoke, over the years, I've achieved everything I wanted through boxing. I have no regret. He continued, I don't want to be a monument for people to look up to anymore. People from below shouted, Fighter Aaron, isn't this too sudden? Fighter Aaron. Aaron replied, I've said everything I wanted to say. Kei seemed dissatisfied and echoed softly, He thought to himself, you think you can retire so easily? Kei watched Aaron through the TV screen. Every person has a weakness. He sat with his arms crossed and muttered, you will be back soon. The spotlights were turned on. Light shines on the man standing there. The man is Bob Norris. In Kei's office, Bob Norris walks and talks to Kei. I can't work for you anymore. I'm going to quit boxing and become a commentator. Kei asks, what's the reason? Bob Norris suddenly stops. He replies, everything just seems pointless lately. The lights come on. On the platform, the man hugs Freddy and stops him. That's enough, Jason. The fight is over. Freddy gritted his teeth. He punched his opponent hard in the face. Freddy's fist came up with blood splattering, accompanied by shouts to stop him. That dog, stop him. Kei stood arms crossed watching. A voice said, pull him away. Kei sat in his office staring at the newspaper. He looked intently, lost in thought. A hooded man stood before the blinding lights. Kei breathed out. The newspaper showed information about Freddy. Jason. Freddy was released on bail but would be deported permanently. After the fighters I trained gave up boxing, I traveled the world to find the fifth fighter I would personally train. The clock tower stands against the blue sky. The student approached Kei and said, Master, it's him. The two of them stood beneath the boxing ring, watching the two fighters training above. Kei softly uttered a sound. He looked at the fighter and thought, even if he's talented. The twilight sky. A voice said, good, he's very talented. Kei said, but that's all. He continued, I'm not looking for people who simply have talent. The disciple softly replied, yes, that's right. 4 recruits were posted on the notice board. I only train those with potential, those who have more than just ordinary talent. The recruits I train have all become the best boxers in the world, writing a new chapter in boxing history. 2 recruits were chosen. Among them, I can proudly say that the 3rd and 4th recruits are very valuable. You think, even with that, we still yearn for more, so I continue to search. Kei sat deep in thought, a recruit with superhuman strength. He suddenly opened his eyes wide, remembering something, and then one day. Kei left the training room, saying, then I'll be on my way. The disciple smiled and replied, take care, master. He sat in the car, thinking to himself, this trip was pointless. The driver spoke up, I'm leaving now. The driver was Aaron. He thought to himself, He looked at Aaron's back and muttered, that driver has an incredible physique. He said, you're really well built. Do you work out? Aaron replied, to be honest, I've never trained. He didn't quite believe him, really, he thought, I wish I could test him. He continued, have you ever thought about learning boxing? Aaron responded, thanking him for the offer. He then said, but even if it was a sport, I would refuse to hit another person. Kay mumbled, a boring kid. The traffic was heavy. Aaron looked ahead and said, the shortcut is too congested, can we take a different alleyway? Kay replied, just keep going like this. Aaron turned into another alleyway. The afternoon was fading. Kay sat in the back seat with his eyes closed resting. Aaron drove in silence, a thought occurring to him, a life leads people to the paths they need to take. Suddenly, Aaron spoke, I apologize, but could you please wait inside the car for a moment? Kay opened his eyes in confusion, Leaning over to open the door, Aaron said, and please call the police. He stepped out of the car. Aaron noticed a man holding a knife to a girl's throat in the shadows. The man, noticing Aaron's gaze, said, what the hell are you looking at? As Aaron approached, he said, let her go and leave. Kay got out of the car too. He leaned against the car and thought, oh ho, this is interesting. The other man turned around and said, I don't like this, I'm having fun. He opened his eyes wide and asked, do you want to play with me? Aaron said, let her go. The man looked at the girl and said, he's telling me to let you go, what do you think? You want me to let you go too? He still pointed the knife at the girl and said, no, you don't think so, right? Aaron repeated himself, let her go. The other man turned his head abruptly and shouted, shut up, don't order me around. He stabbed her leg hard. Her mouth was covered, she could only make muffled sounds. She collapsed, clutching her leg. The man glanced at her and said, you're gonna die anyway, so just lie there and wait. Kay took in everything that had just happened. He thought, wow. The man with the knife walked up to Aaron. It would take a while for the police to get here. Kay watched from behind, thinking, what are you going to do now? The man gritted his teeth in anger. He pointed the knife at Aaron. His feet moved forward. One side of Aaron's face. The man's face showed joy as he lunged at Aaron. He laughed, hey. Kay is full of surprise. The man tried to push the knife deeper. He was confused, at that moment. The distance Aaron was stabbed. The man shouted, what the hell, why is it stuck, damn it. Kay stood there with his arms crossed, watching. Aaron's broad back, it seemed as if you could see his body tensing up powerfully and miraculously beneath his shirt. Kay's eyes showed disbelief, no, it was clear as day. Kay looked at Aaron and thought, I felt a tension as if I was facing a non-human creature. Aaron spoke, I'm asking you one last time, don't cause any damage and leave. The man opened his eyes wide and looked up. He shouted angrily, what the hell is this, you bastard, I'm going to kill you. He roared again, I'm going to kill you and then I'm going to kill that bitch too. Aaron looked down and said, you stabbed me, so now I have no choice. Please, you can't just leave like nothing happened. The man, still unafraid, continued to curse, shut your goddamn mouth, you dog, give me the knife, I'm going to kill you. Drop my knife, damn it. Aaron raised his fist. He looked at the man and said, sorry, but I'm done being patient. The man looked up. The fist moved closer to his face. Aaron punched the man directly in the face, knocking out several of his teeth. With a powerful punch, the man was sent sprawling against the wall. Kay's eyes widened in shock. A sound echoed, a sound he only recognized from the battlefield. His face was filled with terror as he thought, the sound of a skull being crushed. The man lay motionless, blood splattered on the wall, bricks shattered. The girl remained tied, staring in terror. Aaron stood there watching. Kay watched and chuckled softly. Then he said, a monster stands before us. There was a conversation, completely shattered. What did they use to smash it to pieces like this? The stone on the wall cracked and fell. A voice said, didn't you hear anything? The wall was punched through by Aaron's fist. He just used his bare hand to hit it. What? The sky grew dark. Aaron pulled out the knife from his body and said, I'm sorry, sir. The blood-stained knife was thrown aside. Aaron glanced back and said, I'll call another driver to replace me, please wait a moment. Kay walked over and replied, no need, just lend me your handkerchief. He wiped the blood off the knife and asked Aaron, you're not gonna get into trouble, are you? The wall is splattered with blood and broken bricks. If you're not careful, this could become excessive self-defense. Aaron heard but didn't respond. Kay looked over at Aaron and said, I'll help you. He had a confused expression as he listened to Kay. First, you don't need to worry about lawyer fees. He put the knife to his side and said to himself, this is just right. He thrust the knife into his side with force. Aaron widened his eyes in surprise. It hurts, I think. It's been a long time since I've felt this. Aaron exclaimed in panic. Sir, what are you doing? Kay smiled and called you. He glanced at Aaron and asked, you never wonder why you exist? Aaron suddenly stopped. Aaron's image behind him. His younger self. He seemed to be thinking something. Kay smiles happily. He said, from now on follow me. Aaron stood listening. I will show you why you exist. The sound of a hammer hitting something, and a powerful voice, because the defendant did not use a weapon to defend themselves. The police arrived to help the girl. Moreover, many people have already been harmed, and the number will only increase if the defendant had not taken action. Images of a wanted man, and in addition the deceased was also wanted for murder. Therefore, I declare the defendant, Aaron Tidy's actions as legitimate self-defense. In front of a boxing training house. Inside, people are discussing what he's actually a human. A man with a bloody mouth sits slumped on the ring, the number 2 heavyweight, Franklin. Aaron is standing on the ring, knocked out by a first-time boxer with just one punch. Kay, watching from below, thinks to himself, no, this isn't his true strength yet. He narrows his eyes and thinks, I want to test him further. A beer bottle flies past his face. He glances towards the direction the bottle came from. It's Jason Freddy. Jason, with a menacing smile, says, hey coach, I heard you brought a new toy. He yelled in anger, and he was going to abandon me, a worthless piece of trash, wasn't he? Kay thought calmly, oh, perfect timing. He said, yes, a weapon that cannot be controlled is no different from trash. Now I have no reason to train you anymore, so get out of here. Jay, still angry, said, how could you do this to me? He shouted at Kay, I thought you were like a father to me. I thought you were the only one in this world who could understand me. Kay stood there unfazed. Aaron had been standing on the platform. Kay said, do you see the person standing on the platform? He smirked and said, if you can beat him, I'll take you back in. Jason's face turned serious. He gave a dangerous smile. Oh, really? He walked away, saying to Kay, you should have said that from the start. Kay stood there smiling contentedly. Jason stepped onto the ring. The crowd murmured, what's going on? How did this happen? The newcomer is fighting Jason. Will he be okay? Should we stop them? Aaron looked at Jason. There are people so strong that you begin to question if they're even human. He met Aaron's gaze. Freddy Jason, former world champion, who dominated all 4 weight classes, from super middleweight to heavyweight. Jason had a smug look on his face. He was my 4th student and the strongest at that time, along with Bob Norris. Bob Norris's image appeared. If Bob possessed a powerful punch like a machine gun to take down his opponents from afar, Jason's eyes were fierce. His weapon was pure fear. His opponent's face was filled with terror. Fear is a necessary feeling for survival. All creatures feel fear when facing opponents much stronger than themselves. Jason had a fierce face. He had perfected the skills of a human being: strength, speed, defense, motor nerves. His opponent seemed small compared to him, and those things made his opponents tremble. His whole body was in the shadows, only his bright eyes were visible. Some people are so strong that one wonders if they are not a different species from humans. Kay continued to whisper, in addition, Jason has a ferocious and crazy nature. If he could control that wild side, he might have become the strongest man in the world. He frowned, but he looked at Aaron, who was standing in front of him. The referee, standing right between Aaron and Jason, said, this is just a practice match, but the coach wants you both to treat it as a real match, so please fight seriously. Jason smiled smugly. As soon as the start signal rang, lightning-fast punches were thrown at Aaron. Everyone watching was extremely tense. Aaron remained motionless, taking those punches. Aaron stood unmoving, not retaliating. Jason was still using all his might to punch Aaron. The ceiling of the training ground. Aaron's back. Everyone below watched with their mouths agape. His feet moved lightly. Jason asked, what the hell are you? Aaron's eyes changed suddenly. In front of Jason, Aaron's figure suddenly grew larger, causing him to be slightly scared. What the hell are you asking me? Jason yelled angrily. His back suddenly hit the pillar behind him. His eyes glanced back. Then he looked back to the front. Only anger remained on Jason's face. Aaron raised his fist and said, apologize. Jason's eyes changed suddenly. He looked at Kay, who was standing below. Jason remembered the first time he met Kay. He walked over and asked, you handled all of this yourself? Jason wondered, who are you? He asked excitedly, you're not bringing me medicine, are you? Kay replied, I bring you something far more valuable than that. He extended his hand towards Jason. From this day forward, follow me. Jason stared at Kay. I will show you a new world. Turning back, his pupils constricted, Jason looked down at the fighting arena. Kay seemed to sneer. Jason suddenly laughed, ha ha. Blood splattered everywhere. The referee panicked and shouted, "Call an ambulance, quickly." Kay smirked, pleased with himself. He looked at the back of Aaron and muttered, "Aaron tied." He whispered, "I'll show you why you exist." Everyone stood around watching the two fighters battling in the ring. Fists were thrown. You were born to make people kneel before you. You were born to win. The referee raises his arm, destined for wealth and fame beyond anyone's imagination. You are the purest excellence humanity can achieve. The golden shield, we have never witnessed such terrifying power. Aaron gazes at the golden shield, Aaron-tide, the reigning heavyweight champion, born to reach the pinnacle of power. Dawn is breaking outside, the ceiling light is on outside the balcony of the lit house. The alarm clock rings displaying 5:30 am. Aaron is in a deep sleep. He hears the sound and jolts awake, opening his eyes. Aaron vaguely sits up on the edge of the bed in a sleepy daze. He suddenly remembered, oh, I gave up boxing, didn't I? Thinking that, Aaron quickly lay back down in bed, deciding he'd sleep a little more. He pulled up the covers and closed his eyes. As he drifted off to sleep he thought, this is really nice. Thoughts swirled in his mind, and he hypnotized himself, this is really nice. Aaron's facial muscles froze and he felt something was wrong. Sweat began to bead on his forehead, and Aaron squeezed his eyes shut, forcing himself to fall back asleep. After a while, he decided to wake up, change into his athletic clothes, and go for a run as usual. Aaron felt helpless because he couldn't sleep. While running, he breathed out through his mouth to regulate his heart rate. Another man in a black hooded sweatshirt was also jogging, breathing heavily. As Aaron ran past a shop preparing to open for the morning, the men there waved, "Hello, champion. I thought you quit boxing." He explained, "It's just a habit." The hooded man was also running along the street where shops were busy setting up for the early morning sales. A boy on a bicycle delivering mail passed by, saw Aaron and cheerfully waved hello. "Good morning, Aaron." Hearing someone calling him, he turned his head back to see. "Surprise, oh Jimmy, you look good today." The hooded man ran to a park where an old man was sweeping leaves by the roadside. Aaron crossed the street, waving his arm as a morning greeting to those he knew who were running in the opposite direction. The hooded man was also crossing the street. In contrast to Aaron's cheerfulness, the atmosphere here was much quieter. Only one person, wearing a thick coat and a face mask, was walking in the opposite direction. After running for a while, Aaron slowed down, took a deep breath, and exclaimed, "What a refreshing feeling." He looked towards the rising sun, excitedly exclaiming, "From today, I'm free." The sky had fully brightened, sunlight bathing the house in rainbow-like beams. Aaron was enjoying breakfast with his family at the dining table. His wife frowned and loudly reminded their daughter Emily, "Eat your carrots, honey." He savoring the meal his wife cooked, saying, "Mom's right, you have to eat carrots to be as strong as Dad." The little girl shook her head, refusing, "Carrots aren't tasty at all." Aaron's wife glanced at him. The room was decorated with a lampshade, and their conversation continued. She gently reminded him, "You should set a good example for her and eat your carrots." Aaron awkwardly replied, "But carrots aren't good." Immediately his wife's anger flared up, her eyes flashing with fury. He hurriedly lowered his head, using his knife and fork to stuff his mouth full of carrots while praising, "Delicious, the best carrots in the world." His daughter giggled. After the breakfast filled with laughter, Aaron's mood suddenly changed. He became more thoughtful. Meanwhile, at a different house, long hair concealed half of a young man's face. A full bowl of food sat on the floor. The boy Yu was crouching down, talking. The cat curled up on the floor. "Why aren't you eating?" he asked. The cat remained motionless, unfazed by Yu's words. He silently observed it. At Aaron's house, the family was gathered on the living room sofa, discussing their plans. "Where do you want to go, Emily?" Aaron asked his daughter. "From now on we can go anywhere we want." Emily smiled brightly at her father. She couldn't believe her ears. "Really?" she exclaimed with delight. They decided to go to the amusement park, a miniature kingdom with European-style buildings. The streets were bustling with people. A giant teddy bear stood at the entrance, blowing bubbles for the children. The kids laughed and ran to collect the bubbles, including Emily, who hugged the teddy bear tightly. The little girl smiles happily as the teddy bear hugs her. Aaron watches his daughter from afar with a gentle gaze. He and his wife are sitting on a bench along the park entrance. Noticing that her husband seems troubled, she nudges his arm and asks him if he's thinking about something upsetting again. Aaron confesses that he feels a little guilty because he doesn't think he deserves to be this happy. Meanwhile, Kay stands in the training room with his arms crossed, intently watching something. Seemingly pleased. The man behind him is sweating profusely, looking scared. It turns out to be a giant punching bag covered in cloth. Kay remarks that it's the perfect size. At the park, Aaron is still lost in thought. He asks his wife, "Are you sure this is okay?" She takes his large hand and reassures him, "You have a very warm heart." Aaron's wife smiled reassuringly, saying, "It's going to be all right." She watched him carefully and praised him, calling him a wonderful husband and a very cool dad. The punching bag in the gym swayed violently, making a thudding sound as it absorbed the continuous, powerful punches. Yu was using the punching bag to train. He moved quickly, changing positions as he punched it from different angles. After warming up, he hit the bag with all his strength, causing it to sink insignificantly on one side. At the same time, a bear-shaped balloon floated in the air. It was Emily's balloon. She ran excitedly to her dad, holding the balloon out and saying, "Daddy, I have a present for you." Aaron smiled at her with surprise. "Wow, really, thank you, my princess." Aaron's wife watched her husband and daughter with happy eyes and a smile. Seeing him smile so brightly, she thought to herself, "He's so happy, it's all that matters." At the gym, Yu appeared with a strong physique, muscles bulging. Opposite him stood Kei, arms crossed, staring intently. He smirked. In his head, Kei schemed, convinced that Yu would definitely return destiny. As evening fell, a heavy rain poured down. Someone rang the doorbell outside Aaron's house. Aaron told his wife to let him answer. He quickly went to open the door. It was Kamen. As soon as she saw him, she quickly said, "Hello Aaron, the athlete. I came here because I have something to ask you." She was completely drenched from the heavy rain, her long hair covering her tired-looking face. Aaron was surprised by her sudden appearance and called out to Carmen. She remained silent, her eyes cast down sadly. Aaron's wife, curious, emerged from the living room to see who had arrived. Recognizing Carmen, she quickly rushed over, taking her hands and warmly asking, "What's wrong, Carmen?" Receiving no reply, Aaron's wife pressed further, "Are you okay?" Carmen hung her head, her eyes welling up with tears. She choked back sobs, unable to speak. Seeing Carmen like that, Aaron's wife immediately hugged her and patted her back soothingly. Aaron stood beside them, lost in thought, watching the two women. They invited her inside and placed a hot cup of coffee on the table for Carmen. The three of them sat at the dining table in the living room. After listening to Carmen's account, Aaron's wife made the first suggestion, "We have to call the police." Carmen's body was wrapped in a large towel to keep her warm from the rain. Aaron sighed and objected, "Unfortunately, that won't do any good." He recalled Kei's evil face and explained to the two women that Kei would never leave any evidence of his crime. "If we call the police, it will put Carmen in more danger." The proposed solution wasn't satisfactory, and Aaron's wife was slightly disappointed. She hesitated about it. Kei, whom they were talking about, was a cunning old man with vicious eyes. He once stood in front of Aaron's photo and declared that everyone has a weakness. Returning to reality, Carmen approached Aaron. She hesitated as she and her husband pleaded with him to postpone his retirement and play one last match against player Yu. Aaron's eyes narrowed, and she emphasized that it was just one match. Carmen weakly explained the situation. If Yu lost just once, Kei would definitely lose interest in him. Kei was currently focusing on Aaron, thinking he was perfect, but there was one weakness. This plea split Aaron's emotions in two, one side of his face showing kindness, the other showing a fierce expression. Carmen pleaded earnestly, "Please, I beg you." The cat at Yu's house cawed incessantly, spitting out a large pool of blood. He stood frozen, like he was dead, staring at the poor, dying cat. His face became inexplicably melancholic. At this moment, Carmen begged Aaron, pleading with him to save Yu. Looking at the large portrait of Aaron receiving his prestigious award, Kei asserted that he wouldn't abandon his humanity. The rain outside didn't stop but grew even heavier, while inside Aaron's house, the lights remained on. Aaron's wife, watching the heavy downpour, whispered, "What will you do?" He didn't answer, seemingly lost in thought. After a while, he shared his own assessment. "If I participate in the match, it would align with Kei's intentions." They stood by the large glass window, silently immersed in the rain. She heard his words and replied honestly, "I want you to rest like this." She thought back to the past, when she was bullied. She reminisced, remembering how he helped her. He appeared, shouting at the bully, "Stop, let her go." She firmly clasped his hand and said, "I'll help you too." Aaron's wife thought of Carmen and Yu. She wanted to give her husband energy, thinking, "You need to help them too." Aaron remained silent. His hand squeezed hers tightly, as if to reply. She said, "Let's go. I'll support you all the way." Aaron agreed. Aaron's wife declared resolutely, "We absolutely cannot lose, for their sake." Their little daughter was asleep in her bedroom. A hint of sadness flickered in Aaron's wife's eyes. She added, "And for us too." Aaron's face hardened and he affirmed, "Definitely." In the office of a newspaper headquarters, a voice echoed, "Go get the confirmation, and send me the interview with the athlete too." "Yes, draft it first." The voice belonged to the journalist, the head of the newspaper, who sat with his arms crossed in front of his desk. He closed his eyes, concentrating, excited by the thrill coursing through the entire boxing world. The reason for his excitement was that, right after Carmen's visit, Aaron had called a press conference. He officially announced it. I'll say it again. The reporter was at the press conference. That day, Aaron declared that this would be his last fight. In front of the public, he confidently stated that he would win the heavyweight title defense against you and then retire. Kay at home was watching the live broadcast of the press conference on TV, smiling proudly. The reporter put it all together that Aaron had reconsidered retiring and accepted the title match with you. He remembered when Aaron lifted the prestigious boxing belt in front of the whole audience, realizing that human beings have an instinctive desire for victory. The match everyone was waiting for, between you and Aaron, a fight that would decide who would reach the peak of victory, had finally come to fruition. A few days after the press conference, Aaron went to someone's gym. He pushed the door open from the outside. An elderly man with a slightly stooped figure stood facing the opposite direction. He heard the noise and asked Aaron, "You're here, right?" Aaron stepped into the room and politely greeted, "Yes, Director, I will fight one last match." He was Arnold, and he encouraged Aaron, "Just do what you want." Arnold's face showed worry. "Aaron, even though I'm not qualified to give you advice, I still want to say this." Aaron remained silent, waiting for him to continue. Arnold slowly reminded him about the match against that player. "Although you're very talented, be prepared." Aaron nodded, closing his eyes and realizing the importance of this match. He replied, "I understand." Arnold was not reassured and instructed again, "Don't just half do it." Arnold had considered the worst-case scenario that might occur in the match. He gave detailed instructions, "Be prepared to risk your life." He fell silent for a moment. Then, his eyes filled with determination, he answered loudly, "Yes, I understand." The sky was clear today. At a large warehouse, the police officer arrived, parking his car in front of the warehouse gate. He called out through the door, "Is anyone there?" Kay went to open the door. The police officer exclaimed in surprise, "Good morning, sir." He looked inside with an astonished expression, as if he had seen something. Kay spoke, "Come in." Inside was a machine with a large conveyor belt filled with iron marbles, with wheels attached on both sides to create thrust for the marbles. The police officer is so scared he's just standing there, speechless. Before he could finish his sentence, the projectile shot out and slammed into the wall, cracking it. It turned out the reason he was so terrified was because Yu was in the middle of a training session amidst the simulated walls and machinery, firing tiles. Kay looked at the officer with disbelief, asking, "You can't tell this is training?" The projectiles were smashing into the walls, shattering them. Then they tumbled to the ground, some even rolling near the officer's feet. The officer still couldn't believe his eyes. He asked, Training, you realize these are cannons, right?" Kay calmly acknowledged, "Right." Yu's hair flew wildly as he moved. "You're focusing intensely on observing the movement of all the machines firing cannons." Kay introduces this as survival training. At the same time, in the training room, Aaron is warming up his body with basic punches. His training partner is wearing a red glove. He uses his hand to block Aaron's punches. The journalist also comes to this training room to check out Aaron's current training. He puts his hand in his pocket, calmly assesses, "Truly, athlete Aaron, every punch he throws amazes me." Arnold replies, "Yes indeed." Aaron is passionately training in the ring, throwing punches at his opponent repeatedly. The journalist sees something strange, but the other guy is wearing a bulletproof vest. He has to go to that extent, doesn't he? Arnold mumbles, repeating the question, "Why does he have to go to that extent?" The two of them stand against the wall to avoid disturbing Aaron. Arnold refutes the journalist. He doesn't need to do that. Aaron flexed his arm, his veins bulging as he prepared to deliver a knockout punch. He struck his training partner's chest with full force, forcing him to gasp in pain despite the protective gear. Seeing his friend kneeling on the mat, Aaron kindly asked if he was all right. His friend let out a heavy sigh and quickly replied, "No, I'm fine." The reporter watching this scene broke out in a cold sweat. Arnold also sighed and said he had to do that. Aaron suggested, "It's best to take a break for a while." Time flew by quickly, and Yu continued to train diligently with the ward by cannonball indentations. Aaron did the same, visiting the gym every day to hone his fists. Yu trained furiously to increase the power of his punches. Returning home from training, Aaron's body was drenched in sweat, his muscles toned. Yu didn't rest. He went to the gym, running while wearing an oxygen mask. The two men worked hard to improve their skills and strength. Early in the morning, Aaron chose to run as usual, but this time he increased his speed. Yu, on the other hand, preferred training indoors, wearing an oxygen mask to regulate his body. His eyes were vacant. Aaron, however, became increasingly determined and resilient with each training session. Taking advantage of his break, Yu brought his cat to the vet. The veterinarian explained, "Firstly, we've gotten past the critical stage. However, your cat is around 100 years old in human years." The doctor continued, "Cats normally don't live that long. I think your cat wants to stay by your side as long as possible." The cat curled up in Yu's arms. He cautioned, "I hope you're mentally prepared." Yu's face darkened. At Aaron's house, he's tucking his daughter in. He strokes her head with the gentle eyes of a father. Aaron's wife puts her hand on his shoulder reassuringly. She whispers to him to come back safe. Aaron grasps her hand resting on his shoulder and says resolutely, "I will." The night sky outside blends with Aaron's voice, "For you and for our daughter." His wife promises, "I'll be waiting for you." At the boxing arena, the golden sunset sky blankets the surroundings and the fateful day has arrived. Kay inside the waiting room crosses his arms tensely and says, "You have to prepare for everything." His eyes gleamed with anticipation. He thought, now all we have to do is see the results. Yu sat silently on the long chair in the room, his head lowered. He was wearing a black coat with a hood pulled over his head. Kay constantly reminded him, "The first time you came to our gym, remember what I told you, don't let anyone hit you." He had looked at his sturdy physique and concluded that no matter how much he trained, his body wouldn't withstand a heavyweight punch. Remembering Aaron's photo, he emphasized to Yu that his opponent was Aaron-tied. Kay threatened, "If you let him hit you even once, things won't just stop at losing." He nurtured the thought of Yu becoming a shattered, blood-soaked corpse. "Remember this again and again. The moment he hits you, you're dead for sure." Kay growled, "You'll die. He'll kill you first." Yu was silent for a long time before whispering. Kay impatiently waited for him to continue. "You remembered the black cat at home curled up on the rug next to its food bowl. He told me he had a cat at home. He bluntly requested that if I died, please take care of it." Kay narrowed his eyes, calculating in his head. He replied, "No, do you have any other last words?" Yu hesitated before replying, "No, I think that's it." Kay smiled, praising good. He looked at Yu and told him to go. Yu stood up and walked away. He led the way to the main arena, followed by Kay and his men. The stage was incredibly lovely, with hundreds of thousands of people standing up and applauding the fighters. The arena lights turned on, shining towards Yu as he advanced outwards. The light illuminated half of his face, but his eyes were obscured by the hood. Commentator Peter excitedly introduced himself, greeting all boxing fans worldwide. He said that this day had finally arrived. The arena was positioned in the center of the grandstand, surrounded on all sides by spectators. Peter continued his introduction, saying that this was the day the strongest fighter in the world, no, the strongest fighter in the history of the universe would be born. The heavyweight title defense match between Yu and Aaron-tied. At Yu's house, the black cat was curled up and motionless on the cushion, behaving well. Aaron's wife watched her husband from afar in the crowded stands with a worried expression. Kamen was also present at the match. Bob thoughtfully observed the surrounding situation. Kay appeared near the ring, arms crossed, with a confident expression. On the ring, Aaron stood facing Yu, with the referee in between. The commentators described them as the two strongest players in the world. Who would be the one to achieve glory? Aaron determinedly thought, "Things won't go the way you want them to." Kay gave a sly smile. "You showed no emotion. You just looked coldly at your opponent." The referee declared the match between the two players. The stage lights flashed, signaling the crucial moment. The referee shouted, "Permission to start." Yu's eyes were empty, his face expressionless. Aaron watched Yu silently, wondering if he thought he would live with those vacant eyes and be controlled by Ki for the rest of his life. He had so many questions for him, wondering if he thought he'd spend his entire life as a monster. Aaron wanted Yu to understand that there were so many things he could experience out there. He pushed off the ground with determination, his mind set on saving him. The arena lights illuminated the area where the first match was taking place, the announcer's voice booming begin. With lightning speed, Aaron took off towards Yu. Yu swayed, his eyes carefully scanning his opponent, preparing for a defense. Aaron winked, leaping into the air aiming for a punch. Yu watched his every move, quickly adapting to dodge the attack. Aaron didn't stop. This time, he aimed a punch from his right hand. He used his elbow to strike at Yu's head. Yu swiftly blocked the blow with his arm, deflecting Aaron's punch. This reminded Yu of his previous fight, where he had landed a punch that drew blood from his opponent. When he threw a second punch, his opponent spat out a mouthful of blood. With his undefeated red gloves, Yu had won every fight. Now he's using it to punch Aaron right in the face. Aaron's eyes are wide with surprise. He didn't anticipate this. Yu coldly glances at him. The punch doesn't do anything to Aaron. Yu immediately steps back to defend himself after throwing the lightning-fast punch. Aaron uses his leg to kick off the ground and charges towards Yu, forcing him to quickly pull his foot back and take another step back to defend himself. Aaron's fist is inches from Yu's face. Aaron leans forward, getting ready to punch down. They keep circling each other, one punching, the other dodging. It's extremely intense. The commentator's voice exclaims in astonishment. Whoa, this fight is intense. Are these really humans fighting each other? Aaron's punches are absolutely terrifying. I wonder if you'd meet your maker if you got hit by one of those. But player Yu has dodged them all. The crowd is going wild, cheering for both players. Peter exclaimed in a panicked tone, did you see that? The wooden beams intertwined, just like Yu and Aaron, who were now taking turns attacking each other. Peter remarked, this is a life-or-death battle between two fighters who have reached the pinnacle. Bob remained silent, his eyes narrowed as he silently assessed. The outcome has already been decided, hasn't it? Before entering the match, Kay had carefully instructed Yu in the waiting room, telling him that this opponent was the first and last person he needed to pour all his strength into battling. He reminded him to be wary not just of his opponent's powerful punches, but of his eyes as well. Yu's gaze was vacant, a mix of indifference and emptiness. As he continuously dodged Aaron's attacks, he recalled Ket's words about his opponent's monstrous physique. With every move, Yu was acknowledging Aaron's strength. He understood what meant. Aaron's agility surpassed his imagination. His words echoed in Yu's mind, if you let your guard down for even a second, it's game over for you. Thus he dared not take his eyes off Aaron. Thanks to that, Yu continuously dodged Aaron's attacks from all sides. Kay outside the arena also felt that the real match was very different from training. A day before this match, at Arnold's training room, he warned Aaron that this would be a historic match. He gave his assessment that even though his physique was superior to humans, Arnold remembered Yu's perfect defensive skills and reminded him that his opponent was no slouch either. He had observed Yu's keen eyes, realizing that his motor nerves were from another space, where he perceived time differently from ordinary people. As Aaron prepared to punch, Arnold's words echoed in his ears, you're not his match in terms of speed and sharpness. Aaron clicked his tongue, dissatisfied. He looked at Yu defensively, his mind awakened by Arnold's words. He couldn't take down Yu with just a normal punch. Yu, on the other hand, had been warned by Kay about Aaron's steel-like muscles. His eyes flashed and he swung a counter-attack. Yu punched directly into Aaron's left side. He had poured all his strength into this punch, remembering Kay's words, don't think his body is as soft as the punching bags you usually use. Yu looked up at Aaron calmly. He stepped back, bending his knees in a defensive stance. Aaron raised his hand, preparing to counterattack. Yu pursed his lips and stared at him intently, shielding his face with his gloves. That punch was just Yu testing Aaron's strength. He looked at the tall man and thought of his teaching. He wouldn't get hurt if he hit normally, but his own hand could get injured. The match is getting tense. The commentator exclaims, it's clearly Aaron who's winning. Even Yu, who beat his opponents to get here with one punch, and is the strongest opponent Aaron has ever faced, is no match for him. How is that defense even possible? Observing the two on the ring, Aaron keeps throwing punches at Yu, but he easily dodges them. Peter praises him. But Yu is not backing down. Those powerful punches don't leave a single scratch on him. This is truly a battle between the strongest boxers. Arnold watches intently. Peter's commentary echoes through the hall. Neither fighter has landed a fatal blow in the first half of the match. Kay frowns, eagerly waiting for the victory. Arnold had advised Aaron that if he kept playing it safe, he would definitely lose. But Aaron only hesitated, saying it's. Right then, Aaron stamped his foot hard on the ring. He turned, gathering momentum for his attack. Arnold had pointed this out during their conversation. The key to this fight was the corner of the ring. Aaron swung his fist, step by step pushing Yu into the corner of the ring. Every punch he threw was decisive, as if he wanted to completely knock Yu out. Kay breathed out in anger, silently guessing Aaron's strategy. He's cornering Yu. He looked at the pillar in the corner of the ring, analyzing Aaron's next move. He intends to corner Yu, then deliver a straight punch to his body, breaking through Yu's defense. Kay grasped Aaron's every move in a flash. Before Aaron could corner him, he had to inflict as much damage on Yu as possible and take control of the fight. He mocked, that's your plan, isn't it? Peter, seeing the fight taking a new turn, exclaimed in panic, what's happening? On the stage, Aaron stood motionless with his hands in fighting position. He couldn't believe that Yu had retreated to the corner. It seemed like something was wrong. Peter narrated the development of the match, where Yu voluntarily retreated to the corner. Arnold was equally surprised by Yu's unusual action. He couldn't help but wonder what was going on. He observed them on the fighting stage, discussing their physiques, and noticed that the two players' body sizes were very different. Arnold felt that the moment you retreated to the corner, it was like he was trapped in a huge wall. He imagined Aaron turning into a stone wall, trapping you in a corner, isolating him. Arnold thought that even if you was fast, escaping from that wall would be impossible. He was truly worried and couldn't understand what Kay was thinking. Aaron didn't notice anything unusual and was even happy, thinking that's great. Seeing you cowering in the corner made me even more determined to end this. Aaron crouched, preparing for another attack. I thought maybe I'd break all your bones, so you better brace yourself. Yu's eyes lit up. He unexpectedly launched 3 counterattacks, striking Aaron's left cheek, jaw, and chin. Aaron, caught off guard, stumbled back, coughing a couple of times. Kay, under the arena floor, smiled triumphantly. Peter hurriedly reported the current situation on the arena. Ladies and gentlemen, as you can see, it was too fast to catch, but it seems like Yu has landed some counterattacks. Bob, who had been silent up until now, suddenly furrowed his brow. He landed all 3 counterattacks in a blink of an eye. Arnold looked at Yu thoughtfully. Counter? No, he's been using a lot of counters throughout the whole match. He glanced at Aaron, who seemed completely unscathed. Arnold understood that the counters were being thrown out rapidly, but they didn't seem powerful enough to deter Aaron. Arnold was uneasy. Could it be? Yu's strange behavior made him wonder if he hadn't shown his true potential yet. Kay maintained a high-spirited attitude. Interesting, Aaron. He felt smug, holding on to the information. I knew you hadn't unleashed your full capabilities while under the old man's wing. Kay stared at Aaron's back with curiosity. Isn't that right? Aaron let out a sigh and muttered, I guess I can't play this one easy anymore. Aaron's face darkened, revealing a twisted humanity in his eyes, which gleamed brightly. Similarly, his opponent Yu also displayed that same strange expression. Arnold gradually sensed the change in the atmosphere inside the arena. Bob, sitting in the commentator's booth, was extremely worried and stared at them intently. The referee remained silent. Surrounded by a dark aura, Yu and Aaron faced each other, leaving many wondering what was happening. Aaron thought of Kay and wanted to send him a message. Look closely, old man. Aaron's wife felt uneasy, her mind unconsciously calling out to him. Kamen was just as worried, silently calling for Yu. Aaron opened his blank eyes wide. He raised his arm, using all his strength to counterattack. Aaron's entire body was consumed by the darkness, meaning the monster had appeared. Yu's face was cold. He was also trapped in the darkness. Aaron had devised a strategy for himself to play this way. Arnold furrowed his brows in thought. Aaron had transformed into a different person with sharp eyes, truly living and dying with boxing. Yu squinted, a glimmer of light flashing in his eyes. The two of them stood facing each other, ready to enter the decisive battle. Aaron stomped his foot on the fighting stage, challenging Yu. Not to be outdone, Yu slammed his foot down in response. Simultaneously, they both unleashed a straight punch toward each other's face. Yu's glove landed squarely against Aaron's left eye. Instantly, Aaron's eye flashed white. Aaron swung a hook punch at Yu, but Yu dodged it, shifting to the side. Undeterred, he continued to use hooks. Yu quickly lowered his center of gravity and dodged the second punch. Yu looked up and glanced at Aaron. Aaron retracted his hand and chose to throw a straight punch. His glove was only inches from Yu's face. The hand came closer and closer. Yu leaned back, successfully dodging the third punch. Aaron's arm grazed Yu's body as it passed. A flicker of surprise crossed his eyes. Yu landed a surprise blow to Aaron's right ribs. This sparked Aaron's rage. Aaron quickly threw a punch towards Yu, venting his anger. He seemed to be losing control, his eyes filled with murderous intent. Once again Aaron's fist came close to Yu's face, narrowly missing. Yu nimbly moved to the side, effortlessly dodging the punch. His face was filled with astonishment, confused as to what was happening. He suddenly widened his eyes, feeling a sense of panic, wondering what he was doing here. The match continues non-stop. Aaron maintains his aggressive stance, launching a series of attacks. Yu nimbly dodges them all. Kay, watching from below, smiles gleefully as they weave around each other. The referee is confused, looking at the thousands of screaming spectators from all four sides of the stands. He wonders, is this boxing? Yu and Aaron are getting increasingly fierce, continuously launching attacks on each other. The commentator praises their incredible attacks and defenses, neither fighter backing down even an inch. This is already the fourth round. Aaron furrows his brow, putting all his strength into ending the match quickly. Yu remains cool and alert as usual. The commentator curiously asks loudly, echoing throughout the hall, who will be the first to break this deadlock? Arnold couldn't believe his prediction was right. Aaron's physical abilities were truly frightening. He mistakenly thought he knew Aaron, but he didn't expect him to be this strong. Witnessing Aaron's relentless punches, Arnold reflected. Even after taking a counter from the monster player, Aaron didn't budge. Despite the constant lethal punches, Aaron didn't show any fatigue. Instead, he seemed to grow stronger. His sturdy body with thick muscles, Arnold couldn't comprehend how such a physique could exist. Beyond his expectations, he couldn't believe it, but the opponent was just as shocking. Observing Yu's effortless defense, Arnold meticulously analyzed. While dodging all of Aaron's punches, Yu was executing counters so fast that the human eye couldn't catch them. Ordinary players would collapse from a single hit like that. Looking at those emotionless eyes, he was genuinely curious about how such motor skills could exist in the world. On the stage, the two fought fiercely. Arnold exclaimed that he had never seen a fight like this in his entire life. The old man predicted that this balance would soon be broken. Watching the two fight, especially Yu, Arnold had been assessing the gradual narrowing of the gap, but not by much. Looking at Aaron, he worried because Yu wasn't just dodging ordinary punches. The stage shook violently from Aaron's punches, which carried the force of the wind and tremors. Yu remained bent over in a defensive stance, his eyes darting, never leaving Aaron. Arnold analyzed the punches, noting the speed and strength, generating wind pressure that affected both the body and the mind. He watched how Aaron deployed his attacks, predicting the enormous amount of power being shifted into Aaron's feet, causing the whole stage to shake. He looked at Yu, who was drenched in sweat. Arnold was sure, based on the fight up to this point, that Yu had dodged all of Aaron's punches and everything else. But sooner or later, he wouldn't be able to withstand it anymore. He realized the weakness. Even if time moved slower in his world, there would still be a limit to how much information he could process at once. The fighting ring now resembles a battlefield. The floor is trembling and the air is ripped apart by the winds created by Yu and Aaron. Arnold notices the referee's unstable state. The referee is probably no longer conscious. Aaron's black gloves are the source of the relentless blows, evoking a fear of death. The swirling winds passing over Yu's back are created by Aaron himself. Arnold predicts that this is a kind of pressure that an ordinary person could not withstand. Yu's spirit will soon collapse in a matter of seconds. Although leaning towards the advantage, Arnold wants to tell Aaron that, Aaron, you have to be careful. Following his back, he sends a reminder, if you go too far, you'll kill the player. His face changes, his eyes reveal worry. He feels dissatisfied. He's revealing his true potential bit by bit, but it's still too light. Looking at Aaron, he's obsessed with him, telling him to accept it. Aaron's hazy figure in K's mind, he's forcing and making him understand. K judges Aaron as the embodiment of fear and victory. His bloodstained gloves are the evidence that helps K accuse him of defeating his opponents and making them afraid. When Aaron's hands are raised in victory, it means he reaps his fame and victory from that. Aaron has stepped on many players to climb to a superior position. K confirms he was born to be superior to others. The audience cheers. The fight on the stage becomes more intense. The reporter sits in a corner, silently thinking about the world heavyweight champion Aaron Tide. He remembers Jason, who used to be the embodiment of fear, but his time has passed. Since the boxing title emerged, matches have been held everywhere, with passionate fans cheering. The golden age was when the fight to be crowned the strongest raged, a battle between the oppressed who became strong and new contenders rising from the heavyweights. The fighters on the ring fought hard for victory. It was a time when no one could predict the outcome, and it was the moment boxing fans were most excited. Everything changed when Aaron appeared. The journalist knew it, and soon after, the heavyweight division had the strongest fighter in history. Aaron had sent his opponent to the ground, covered in blood. Like the previous matches, this challenger was carried out on a stretcher. Aaron had ruthlessly defeated 5 other challengers. The unfortunate fighter had his teeth knocked out, his eyes swollen, and his nose and mouth bleeding profusely due to Aaron's power, which transcended all standards. Aaron demonstrated that the monster had taken its true form. Fear, terror, domination, desire, challenge, discouragement, fanaticism. Many fighters have experienced these things. They were like shadows rushing into a fight to the death. One by one, they fell from above into the pool of blood, piled on top of each other, and all were defeated. A few tried to rise, stepping on others, climbing to the peak of glory. Therefore, even the challenge was seen as a kind of grace, for daring to risk and venture into a strange land. In the end, the one standing above all was Aaron. He was the pinnacle of glory and power that all the athletes desired. Aaron was like a symbol of that place, always standing firm like that. The reporter squinted his eyes, feeling uneasy with this thought, however. He remembered a time when Aaron was interviewed, and the reporter asked what boxing meant to him. Aaron sighed and replied, I've tried to find the meaning of boxing, but honestly, I don't know. Every time I stand in the ring and throw punches to knock out my opponent, I think to myself, for me, boxing is simply a job. It's a professional sport mixed with money and fame. Nothing more, nothing less. Aaron felt trapped in a room with a little glimmer of light that allowed him to clearly see his own shadow. He was discouraged, thinking, I'm just a person who's better at destroying others than anyone else. I'm a monster. Back to reality. You and Aaron's fight is getting intense. He pushes off the floor, gaining momentum. With the push, he lunges towards you, throwing a punch. The punch whizzes past Yu's neck, leaving him startled. Yu glares at Aaron with cold, steel eyes. It turns out the punch tore a part of his ear. Aaron looks at him, resolving to save him. The referee calls out the end of the 4th round. The reporter stands lost in thought. The old man standing beside him asked the reporter, have you ever considered what the life of a genius might be like? The reporter mumbled, stroking his chin. Well, I can't say that the life of a genius is smooth sailing. However, they can become wealthy and achieve fame that ordinary people cannot. They might create significant milestones in human history. He chuckled wryly and continued, isn't that a joyful life? The old man countered, who knows? The old man kept his expression unchanged, but inwardly smiled and said to the reporter, if you only look at the confident demeanor of young geniuses, then you're right. The reporter remained cheerful, and the old man continued, that's why ordinary people like us admire those geniuses so much. Then he concluded, however. His eyes widened resolute. What if there's a genius with extraordinary abilities that make us question whether they're even human? The old man wondered what life would be like for someone who surpassed all other geniuses. His childhood memories came back to him. A man lay in a pool of blood. A young boy stared in shock. The old man murmured, the feeling of superiority. The look in his eyes from that time surfaced, and he denied it. The boy's eyes looked behind him. He could see fear in the hesitant gazes behind him. He was still haunted by those judging eyes. He spoke softly and alone. He stepped onto the ring and encouraged Aaron, saying it was a good round, they were winning. He cautioned him again not to be distracted. Aaron replied, yes, I know. He doubted, there was no reason for the other man to be unprepared like this. The old man spoke while glancing at those eyes. The wound on his ear was bleeding. The old man kept his eyes fixed on Mr. K. The referee's voice broke the silence of the 5th round. Aaron told his father, I'm going up now. Be careful, before heading to the ring. The referee's face was serious as he declared the start of the 5th round. The commentators' voices cut through the cheering crowd, so, we're nearing the halfway point of the match. But neither fighter has gained a clear advantage. Bob Norris silently thought, no, Aaron's punch grazed Yu's ear just before the 4th round ended. He looked at Yu and thought, fighter Yu is being suppressed little by little. The old man and Bob Norris were both tense. Bob Norris thought, the balance will crumble this round. Bob Norris' eyes began to sharpen. Aaron moved forward and began to exclaim, I'm so happy to meet you. He looked at Yu and thought, maybe only you and I in the world can understand each other's feelings. Aaron threw a left hook, still thinking, do you understand what we're doing now? In his thoughts, Aaron stood above other boxers and reminisced, I've faced so many boxers. He remembered the opponents he had defeated, they all had their own reasons and their own way of boxing. A punch launched straight up, as if to say, each punch they threw represents their lives. Aaron looked at his punch and thought, there has been so much sincerity, so much time invested. He realized that their lives were contained within that moment. In his subconscious, he remembered his opponent collapsing. He mourned, saying, I took them down completely. Amidst the cheers, the two boxers kept their eyes fixed on each other. Aaron began to hesitate, with no emotion or sincerity in his heart. He looked at Yu's back and thought, maybe you feel the same. The images of his defeated opponents flashed before his eyes. Aaron thought that meaningful things had disappeared senselessly. Aaron threw a right hook, muttering to himself, you understand, right? This isn't boxing. Aaron's mind was filled with images of his defeated opponents gasping for breath. He thought, it's just a bunch of meaningless movements and cold blood. Yu ducks away from that hit. Aaron thinks that maybe someone would think they are blessed. The two fighters charge at each other. Aaron still has many thoughts in his mind, but in fact, we have been cursed. The entire stadium is on fire, the commentator says, did you see that, little by little? Yu dodges Aaron's punches lightly. Aaron throws another sky-high punch at Yu, but he dodges it, the commentator shouts, Yu is under pressure. But the blow grazed Yu, leaving a minor wound. The commentator exclaimed, what, that? Yu's left bicep is bleeding, the commentator continues, as the fight goes on, Yu is bleeding. Blood is dripping. Yu remained silent despite the blood continuously oozing out. The commentator exclaimed that Yu couldn't dodge Aaron's punches completely anymore. The old man was secretly happy. Good, he thought, hopefully the match will end like this. Aaron asserted, perhaps this match is the most meaningful one in my life. Aaron thought to himself, I will save you. At the same time, he looked into Yu's steely eyes. He wanted to save you from that monster K. Suddenly Aaron paused. The old man also realized something. K thought, do you think you'll be scared off? Seeing Aaron freeze, the commentator exclaimed in alarm, what's happening? Player Aaron has stopped moving. Old K scoffed, wrong. Aaron suddenly coughed up blood. Yu's expressionless face appeared. Aaron saw the emptiness as Yu's friend and family. Aaron's wife nervously covered her mouth and exclaimed, Aaron. Carmen in the stands couldn't hide her astonishment. The old man started to worry about Aaron. Glared. Old furrowed his brow. He determined that even if your body was made of steel, there would still be a part of your internal organs that could not develop to become strong. The employee next to K asked in astonishment, Director, this is... Old remained calm as if he knew this was going to happen. He explained that the internal organs were an almost complete version. Yu threw a punch as if he wanted to pierce through Aaron's body. Aaron took the full force of the blow, nearly losing consciousness. Old K calmly said that from the moment Yu stepped onto the stage for his debut, he had been trained to punch through every muscle fiber of his opponent. He seemed proud, thinking that no matter how strong you are, you wouldn't be able to withstand internal injuries, would you? Aaron counterattacked, but Yu quickly dodged. Old looked at Aaron and said, Aaron, you're so weak. He was disappointed, thinking that Aaron was too weak. Old scoffed, thinking, you're still searching for meaning even now? He looked at Aaron, who was seriously injured, and mocked, find a way to save yourself first. Yu's lifeless eyes were still fixed on Aaron's stomach. The internal injuries were nearly overwhelming Aaron. Aaron continued to take several punches to his stomach, wincing in pain. Yu's gaze instilled fear in Aaron. The fear of death, of the defeat that death brings. Seeing this, Carmen began to regret. She thought to herself, what had she gotten him involved in? She looked toward K's demonic back. She couldn't tear her eyes away from the man. Aaron hunched over, his lips stained with bright red blood. He gritted his teeth, his face contorted, every breath becoming labored. Blood dripped from his mouth onto the ground. He struggled to look up to gauge his opponent's reaction. He met with an indifferent and cold gaze. Yu stood there, his body unscathed, his composure terrifyingly calm. K, arms crossed, stood on the bleachers, thinking to himself, Aaron, perhaps in history, there will never be another with your physical strength. With his healthy, tanned skin, broad dragon-like shoulders, and every muscle on his body as solid as cast iron, K had to admit, a physical strength that makes one think he surpasses all others. It was born with him and is his. Now, looking at his sturdy back from behind, he had a different thought. Ironically, it was this very strength that created a fatal flaw for him. A heartbroken girl cried out, her tears pouring like rain. Aaron stared blankly at the heartbreaking scene. The girl kept calling out to her husband, who lay motionless on the stretcher, making the two medical staff even more embarrassed. Back in his office, Aaron faced his trainer and heard questioning him, asking why he didn't finish off his opponent. He calmly replied, I knew I would win, so there was no reason for me to take his life. K clenched his jaw as he listened to the explanation. At that moment, he realized that Aaron lacked the instinct of fear. The source of strength lies in fear. Fear of starvation. Fear of being demoted. Fear of being dominated. Fear of losing one's property. Fear of being killed. He believes that fear is the source of power. But if he was indifferent to being stabbed, then there's no reason why he should be afraid of being hit by a fist encased in a glove. He sensed that Aaron was a soulless vessel, a creature who had never felt fear in his entire life, because his own overwhelming power had taken its place. In the face of such grief, all Aaron felt were weak emotions like compassion and hesitation. There seemed to be a large void in the chest of the soulless monster, a fatal weakness for a monster. Minutes later, the referee quickly grabbed his wrist and raised it, declaring that Aaron had defeated his challenger and successfully defended his championship title once again. However, the champion didn't seem the slightest bit excited. Maybe this was so familiar it no longer interested him. Aaron continued to confide in Ki, saying that he would tell him the reason for his existence, but he wouldn't learn anything. Then delving deeper into reality, except for taking down others at his command. K leaned back in his chair, don't be foolish like that, Aaron. I've told you the reason for your existence several times, you just don't accept it. He emphasized again, even though you have the power to suppress your opponents, you never completely crushed them. K's eyebrows furrowed, his eyes narrowed. You are the one who defiles the purity of this sport with those boring emotions. Those words were truly outrageous. You're crazy. Unable to bear another minute, he turned and left. I'm not giving up boxing, but I won't be your puppet anymore. K didn't even try to stop him. He replied coldly, I'm not interested in damaged goods. Facing the dimly lit boxing ring, I felt anxious. K had a nagging concern, would extraordinary strength overcome strength? My pupils dilated. If so, then my ambition was vain from the start. The streets you once walked, I was ready to give up as I traveled the world searching for something different. Then I found him. Aaron launched a powerful punch, so fast that the light reflected in his eyes created a long trail of illusion. However, you managed to duck, dodging the blow. An entity devoid of fear or empathy now showed a flicker of hesitation. A disturbance in emotion, a transcendent being. Aaron felt like he was in total darkness, a 360-degree blind spot. What was going on? He curled up himself. To hide his fear. He recalled the words from long ago. Do you understand now? That's what pain is. That's what you've held in your hands since the moment you were born. Overwhelmed with fear, Aaron felt a sense of emptiness. His body felt exposed, adrift in uncertainty. His lifeless gaze was replaced by pain, by death. Kay's mind assaulted him. Yes, look closely at what you're seeing now. He felt his body grow weak in pain as his flesh dissolved, leaving behind only bare, white bones. This was a feeling he had never experienced before. Kill or be killed, what will you do now? Aaron launched a series of dangerous strikes. You dodged each one effortlessly. Aaron was consumed by rage and a deep sense of confusion. Even your own consciousness can see it, Aaron. After a while his strength began to dwindle, and he stopped to catch his breath. Aaron gasped for air, berating himself as a fool. He had just saved his opponent, and in that moment, you retaliated like a ferocious beast. Aaron was still reeling. How could he be so reckless? What was he? Who was he? Yu's attack was powerful enough to repel the monster. How far had his ferocity gone that he was taking lives? Someone had warned him about the fight against that player. No matter how skilled he was, he needed to be prepared. The person's expression was grave. He should be prepared to sacrifice his own life. Suddenly an oddly peaceful scene flashed through his mind. The voice of the little girl on the swing set, swaying back and forth. Aaron, after you leave the orphanage, what do you want to do? I honestly don't know. I've never thought about it. She expressed her secret desire, wanting to get married quickly. And have a happier family than anyone else. A family with both a father and mother, both happily holding the small hands of their two children, laughing and talking cheerfully. Aaron replied as usual, sounds nice, right? But that scene is not as beautiful as you think. I killed someone for the first time when I was 11 years old. The only thing I remember is her smile. You like it, don't you? Her last smile until I witnessed the horrific scene. It was a girl who I was close to at the orphanage. Aaron recounted the memory. One day we argued about something I don't remember anymore. I pushed her lightly just to get her away from me. But she was dead, the little girl lying sprawled on the cold wooden floor, blood from her head wound continuously spilling out, forming a large pool. Aaron was petrified with fear. That was the first time I realized. He didn't believe what he had done, that I had been abandoned at birth, and I had the talent to kill. My hands, rough and dirty, I was something that shouldn't have been born. Tears streamed down the 11-year-old's face. He questioned himself, who he was, how he was born. Then one day Kay appeared. I had lived my whole life filled with doubt. Then I met him. The pity in his eyes at that moment, he led me to a new world. I remember how he showered me with unimaginable luxury and wealth. He placed me on top of the world, a summit no one could reach, making me stand tall like a god before the eyes of men. He became intimidating, and I experienced every glory imaginable. Wine and spirits were my everyday drink, but eventually it all became meaningless. Even with the warmth of others beside him, Aaron felt alone, his existence here losing its purpose. His despair deepened. I was adrift in a sea of emptiness and solitude, and that was my life. But fate smiled upon us. One day under a torrential downpour, Aaron sat dejectedly on the roadside, oblivious to the passing crowd. Suddenly someone stopped and asked, "Hey." He opened his eyes, blurry for the first time in his life. The girl was beautiful with tan skin and big round eyes. He suddenly felt a stirring within him. I found something valuable to me. That girl was also present in the audience, worrying about him. Aaron slowed down, gradually opening his arms. Never had he yearned so much. He had to live. Kay smiled contentedly. That's right. He seemed to enjoy the evil spirit that had been hiding in Aaron for years. Even if it meant killing you, he had to live. His demeanor was losing its humanity, that's how it was. The commentator exclaimed in astonishment, "What's this?" Aaron's stance has changed. His commentary echoed throughout the stadium. He's abandoned his signature stance, and is using the classic boxing stance for the first time. He furrowed his brow with worry. Aaron has never used any of the techniques Kay taught him since the start of his career. Because he has been able to crush his opponents with sheer brute strength, Aaron knows what will happen if he uses those techniques. The commentator asserted, that's how he has been countering Kay. But now the situation has changed. The fight to the death has begun. The old man's sick desire finally came true. That's right, Kay is secretly urging those two big kids, well, to fight. He's incredibly excited and let's see. Standing on the corpse of the victor amidst the ruins, the greatest meaning of life. A fervent desire from his youth. His hands are covered in wounds, blood flowing. The journalist furrows his brow. No one in this world can naturally develop their physical abilities. If a strong body is honed by skills, so honing skills is like compound interest. If a healthy body continuously practices basic skills, physical strength will increase significantly each day. This is the commonality of most sports, skills are superior to strength. He frowned and thought, but the monster that used only his strength to defeat everything was now preparing to use those skills. His face became increasingly tense. Bob also furrowed his brow and thought, now. The coach, who is also Aaron's father, looked at the match and silently asked, what will happen now? Even the referee was astonished by this fight. Angela furrowed her brows as she watched Aaron fight. Kamen was also worried about the fight. Aaron and Yu stepped forward to face each other. Aaron and Yu locked eyes on the fighting platform. They were both in position. Kay looked towards Yu. Yes, good. From now on, every single movement of yours will be the line between life and death. Of course, his skills can't reach the level of perfection like Jean-Pierre. To be more precise, it's only at the level of a regular professional player. He frowned, thinking intensely, but just like that, the game will change. The power is condensed to create a punch with a speed beyond normal. No matter how fast you see it and react, that terrifying speed punch will reach the opponent. Well, what are you going to do now? This is a battle for survival. Prove your worth. Aaron's mouth is full of blood, the first jab. The moment Aaron's shoulder moved. The audience is stunned by what they're seeing. Aaron's punch seemed to disappear from the audience's sight. Aaron stood still as if nothing had happened. Yu's arm twitched slightly. Bob watched the match with a furrowed brow and concern. It's true that few people know what just happened in the ring. Defensive power, no, Yu's strength couldn't stop Aaron's punch. He barely touched Aaron's punch to slightly change its trajectory. This is insane. If the time and angle were off by even a little, his hand would have been shattered. He suddenly stopped and thought, but there was no other way. If he didn't do that, his head would have taken the full force of the punch. Aaron took a step forward. Just now he threw another punch. It's even faster than before. Even if you can deviate the trajectory of the punch, you'll be pushed back by the speed and strength. A big shift has happened between Aaron and Yu. A space appeared like the aftershocks of the previous punch. The difference is shrinking. Aaron, with a bleeding mouth, looks ahead. Even for Yu, it's hard to endure anymore. Yu's upper arm was bleeding. Aaron had caught up. Aaron's fist moved slightly. Yu's sharp instincts allowed him to sense it. They both rushed towards each other quickly. Bob couldn't believe it. This speed, what is this? I can't see what just happened. What happened? I didn't see you get injured. Did he dodge the punch? He noticed something, furrowed his brows and thought, that's a god was severed clean off. You barely dodged it. Monster, that thing isn't human anymore. This is the monster born to overthrow humans. Under the spotlight now is the fight of Aaron and Yu. Angela looked at her husband. What are you doing now, Aaron? You can just give up and quit. Aaron's eyes are different now. Angela couldn't believe it. Aaron's breathing became heavier. He had to live. I'll kill you so I can live. Seeing Aaron like this, Angela couldn't believe her eyes. That was Aaron. Bob stood up. I have to stop this madness right now. Peter looked at Bob. Commentator Bob. Bob's eyes became more serious right now. Aaron continuously launched quick attacks at Yu. Yu quickly dodged those attacks with so much destructive power. Bob was incredulous about Yu. Was he adapting? Kay was pleased with Yu's reaction. It was outstanding. Aaron gritted his teeth so hard they bled, yet Yu still couldn't avoid the wounds. Peter exclaimed, how can this be explained? Though I saw it clearly, the inexplicable events just now, it's unimaginable. I can't say anything more than this. Bob's lips hesitated just a little more. Aaron's coach also realized the gravity of the match. Bob kept his focus just a little more. Aaron's coach's hand was already holding the white towel. But they slowly loosened their grip and let go. Bob's eyes sparkled with interest. He wanted to see more. Aaron was bleeding more and more. The blood had spilled. On Yu's skin, there was a wound. The wound had opened up. But no one could stop the fight. The viewers were getting more and more excited than ever. His eyes became more focused. Aaron's spirit rose. The beast in Yu is also rising. Angela just frowns at the fight. Kamen is no different from Angela. Within that 6 by 10 square meter stage is the boundary between life and death. Don't enjoy watching the blood splattering. It should be like that. Fighting should be like this. Life should be like this. The cheers echo throughout the stands. But only Kamen is silent. She looked at back. Why do you have to go this far? She silently called Key's name. Returning to many years ago, a loud voice rang out, think again, you are wasting your talent. As long as you want to, you can totally become the world champion. No, you will write your name in boxing history, as a legendary athlete. The director's eyes were trying to make think about his decision. Are you going to throw all of that away? Kay said gently, Director, I've made up my mind. Kay, looking at the manager with determined eyes, said, I'm going to join the army. Arnold angrily asked why. Kay remained silent. He said, becoming a boxing champion, achieving fame and glory, can I use those things to protect others? He pointed out, in the end, it's just about self-satisfaction. He continued, I don't want to be a king in a world created by someone else. I prefer to live in the real world. He asserted, I want to fight for real. Arnold gritted his teeth in annoyance, damn this stupid kid. If you're determined, then I won't stop you. He yelled at him to leave. He shouted, do whatever you want. Go to the battlefield and get shot, it's none of my business. Kay left, waving goodbye, and thought, I owe the manager a lot. Arnold silently watched him. Kay stepped out of the boxing gym, the sun was shining outside. Two men in military uniform were chatting, one said, oh, that's him, right? The other replied, yep, the one who got the highest score in training. They're referring to the guy in the factory. He's saluting his commander. That was Key in his youth with a serious face. The other one said, it's been a while since we had new recruits. Night fell and a full moon shone brightly. Civilization vanished, leaving behind a brutal, real world. Two soldiers, armed with scanners, searched the forest. In this place, humanity no longer functioned like a machine, flowing along the current of civilization. One of them heard a strange noise and turned to look. Kay was already waiting, a knife in hand, his eyes filled with murderous intent. This was where humans would face each other directly, like wild animals. He silenced the man, his actions decisive. He and his comrade eliminated the two soldiers. He looked at them. This was the first time I'd killed. They died without even closing their eyes. The line between life and death blurred, erasing feelings of unease and guilt. He climbed up to the watchtower to continue his attack. I had moved to the training camp and kill all my enemies. Then the shots rang out, and after that 2 soldiers were shot dead. For the country, he raised his gun and aimed. For the ideal, another one was taken down. For peace, eliminate all the outsiders. He and his comrades charged in. He said, good, everyone seems to be safe, take this hostage back and retreat. You asked, you alright, kid? The boy stared with wide eyes, not responding. He grabbed the boy's bound wrist. He cut the rope. The moon shines brightly in the sky. Everyone boards the boat and departs. Some seniors praised this new recruit. Your first mission, and you already did so well, you will be our team's ace. He replies, thank you. The young hostage gives him a toy robot. He is surprised, this is for me. He smiles, thank you, kid. The boy looks at him. He hands over the gift and says, I want to be a strong soldier like you when I grow up. He states resolutely, want to be a soldier who can protect people. He looks at the boy. He smiled encouragingly, you didn't cry and you were so brave. Of course, you'll become a cooler soldier than me. Hearing this, the boy smiled happily. He thought, I felt so fulfilled, a feeling I'd never experienced before. After that, I completed several other missions. A general was shot twice in the chest and fell dead. A building shook violently, about to collapse. He held a girl in his arms and saved her. He quickly became the leader of a team. He stood at the door, bidding farewell to his wife and son. His wife told him, be careful, dear. He replies, I'll be back soon. She said, I'll wait for you to come home. Your son also told you, Dad, remember to come home quickly. He smiled happily at them both. He bent down and patted his son's head. Okay, you protect your mother for me, a son. The son obeyed, of course, Dad. He went out to perform his duty with his team. His team hid behind a wall, dodging the rain of bullets. He thought, these dogs aren't just ordinary mercenaries. Then he ordered, cover me. He waited for the gunfire to stop and prepared to charge. He ran out, his team providing cover from behind. He was advancing when a grenade flew in. He quickly caught the grenade. He threw it back forward. An explosion occurred in front, he lay flat. The smoke dissipated, he sat up. He ran to the corner, raising his gun with caution. He silently watched for a while. Seeing the front was safe, he and his comrades advanced. He said to the subordinate, check on the situation of Bravo team. The subordinate saluted and replied, understood. The subordinate backed away and called over the radio. This is Alpha Team, Bravo Team, do you copy? Bravo Team, copy. Suddenly a shout came, team leader, over here. One of his teammates had been shot and lay slumped on the floor. He groaned, oh God. The leader looked at him. Suddenly he cried out in agony, it hurts. The leader barked out an order, get down. An explosion happened. He was furious, damn it. He turned around and asked about everyone's well-being. Were they okay? They replied, yes, everything's fine. He pondered. He looked at the corner of the wall where the injured soldier had been lying. The place was splattered with blood. No body was there. He said, Eric is gone. He thought, after seeing such a movement, he could tell it was a trap. He recalled that moment. Even the location of the wound and the severed vocal cords were too precise. And the time of the grenade too. He pondered over the enemy. If all the mercenaries on the other side were like this, his entire team would have been wiped out long ago. This proves that there's a very outstanding individual on their side. He calculated that if more people were to die, continuing the mission would be impossible. If too many were to perish, the other side would also suffer the same fate. He then turned to instruct the team to remain in their positions and stay here. If they didn't see him return within 15 minutes, they were to consider the mission a failure and retreat. He was determined to find out what was going on. One soldier was shot dead instantly. Gunshot. A massive collision occurred. The soldier's body lay submerged in a pool of blood, the gun falling beside him. The sound of boots. He placed a boot forward, a barrage of gunfire erupted. He took cover behind a wall and surveyed the situation. He thought, they're here. Inside the room, a soldier pointed his gun at the door. An officer huddled under a table, covering his ears with his hands. He was scared, covering his ears. The soldier pointed his gun at the door, thinking, the footsteps I heard were just one person. The soldier looked at the corner of the wall and thought, I can sense movement from the left wall. They're setting a bomb. He hesitated, should he charge into the ambush? He looked at his teammate lying on the ground and thought again. No, that guy managed to get in there all by himself. If he rushed in now, he would be shot dead. He looked at the door, pondered, it didn't matter whether the guy came in through the door or from the wall. When the bomb exploded, everything would be over. Both he and came to the same conclusion, the odds were 50-50. The bomb had been planted on the wall. Both he and the other guy were resolute, they had to live. The bomb ticked. Then it exploded, shattering the door, causing a massive blast. Both he and the other guy were ready, ambushing, preparing to attack. Cut to a different room. Kasun is playing with toys. He's holding a robot, the one the hostage boy gave him that year, and a dinosaur. Back to the fight, rushes into the room, gun in hand. Who would have thought the person inside was a familiar young boy? The hostage from that year, grown up now. He points his gun forward. He glances quickly. He stares at him in shock. Remembering his fallen comrades, his eyes widen in disbelief. He remembers the boy's gift. His gun is poised to fire. He thought about his beloved wife and children, waiting for him to come home. He remembered his son's happy, smiling face. A gunshot rang out. The scene shifts to his son's room, where a robot suddenly loses its head. He exclaimed in surprise, oh. Back on the battlefield, his eyes were filled with murderous intent as he looked ahead. The trembling officer raised his hands in surrender. He was shot in the head. He stared at him with no emotion. Fate had shown me the cruelty of this life. His teammates looked at him in confusion. He said, the mission is complete, let's pull out. His subordinates worriedly asked, hey K, are you alright? You don't look so good. He replied, I'm fine, just a bit tired. He looked down and said, I found the target and took him down, that's all. Now let's go home and get some rest. The light illuminated Key's back. They boarded the plane and left in the night. He boarded the bus and headed home. I think sometimes I feel dizzy. I remember the previous mission, just 2 days ago, I was in a world of kill or be killed. I got in the car, sat in the seat and thought, and now I'm in the world of ordinary people. I glanced outside. I saw children playing in the park. And remembered the scene of war, losing the country and home, children getting injured, crying miserably looking for their families. Seeing people freely, happily walking on the street. I remembered the scene of hostages kneeling, tied hands and feet, covered with a hood, being pointed at by a gun, could die anytime. Seeing models introducing products on the screen. I remember the scene of the soldier silently carrying out his mission. He thought, the feeling of two opposing worlds coexisting on the same planet, made him feel an indescribable fear deep within his heart. The scene changes to a house. Kay returned home, his wife and children happily greeted him. His child shouted, Dad, and his wife embraced him. You are back? He replied, I'm back. He bent down to stroke his child's head and asked, were you good with Mom? His child smiled and answered yes. He thought to himself, yes, to protect this half of the world. Suddenly, the image of the young hostage from years ago, his head covered in blood, appeared before his eyes. His eyes widened in panic. My son noticed something strange and called out, Dad. My wife was worried too. Are you okay? I stammered, yeah. I tried to reassure her, it's probably just too much work, I'm going to rest for a bit. My hands were covered in blood. I imagined the brutal scenes of war, wearing a military uniform, looking at my blood-stained hands. My eyes widened in shock as I stared at something. A soldier was pointing a gun at my son. He moved closer and closer to my son's head. He turned and smiled brightly at the man, even as the gun barrel was pressed against his forehead. He jolted awake from the nightmare. His forehead was drenched in sweat. His wife asked worriedly, "Are you okay?" He mumbled, "I'm fine, I just had a bad dream." His wife was concerned, "You've been so tired since you returned from your mission. Is something wrong?" He replied, "When I first joined the army, I saved a child who was being held hostage on my first mission. I remembered the boy. He wanted to be a soldier like me when he grew up. I told her I saw him again on this mission, he's all grown up now." He reminisced about that moment of astonishment. He recognized it instantly. The moment both he and the boy were utterly shocked, and he was sure the boy recognized him too. His wife was stunned when he told her he had no choice but to kill it. He recounted, he pulled the trigger back, aiming at its head for the least painful death. He frowned in anguish, but he couldn't forget that moment. The moment his bullet slowly flew towards the boy, only that moment, time seemed to slow down. Then blood splattered, the boy's head burst open from the gunshot, the moment he died. His eyes became dark at that time, that moment was stuck in his mind. My wife was utterly shocked by this news. Seeing her burst into tears, I asked, "Why are you crying?" She sobbed, "It breaks my heart to see you go through this pain." I looked at her silently. She cried, "Because you've never shed a tear before." I held her in my arms, comforting her, and thought, my wife is so good to me. She said, "But I'm still so happy you're back safe and sound." I listened silently as she continued, "I'm proud of you for risking your life to protect our country and people." She lowered her head, her eyes filled with sadness, and I was so scared. She imagined what was being said, dreading the moment the doorbell rang, but it wasn't him, it was other soldiers. He, in the present, remembers that time. Back then, I thought I would retire from the military. But then he said, "Just one last time." He explained that he had to say goodbye to the comrades who had been by his side all this time, so he would do one last mission. He reassured his wife that if the mission was too dangerous he would withdraw immediately, so she shouldn't worry. He thought, yes, if we could live peacefully a little longer, that would be great. His wife just replied, "Okay." A man in uniform, with his hands clasped on the table, announced, "I have bad news for you. It's your commanding officer's message. My wife and child died while I was on my last mission." His eyes became clouded. According to the news, she was hit by a runaway truck while shopping with my son and died instantly. The commander clenched his fist. As for the culprit, although the driver was reckless, there were mitigating circumstances, so he was given a suspended sentence. A part of me died that day. Something inside me changed completely. Scene shifts to a brightly lit house under a full moon. The lights suddenly dim. A conversation is heard inside the house. "Honey, I think the power went out." Yeah. Let me check the fuse." The husband steps outside to chem. "Why did this collapse?" Suddenly, someone covered his mouth from behind. He was startled, Then he gradually fainted. Finally, he passed out. On the table there were all sorts of tools, pliers, a hammer, a saw, a drill, and a gun. It turned out that the person who drugged him was K. He tied his hands and feet, put on an apron and gloves, picked up a knife and said, "I am the husband of the woman and the father of the boy you killed. Now I will kill you and your whole family." He continued, "Answer my questions honestly. Based on your answers, I will choose how to kill you, either gently or as painfully as possible." His eyes stared at the man emotionlessly, and they would also decide if his entire family would die. "Do you understand?" The man was terrified and stammered, "Yes, yes." He asked, "Why didn't you steer and avoid it?" He recalled the accident. He was utterly horrified. "There were many people on the road, my wife and children," he said. "There were also a few pedestrians." He fearfully explained, "If I swerved to avoid the truck at that high speed, everyone would have died from the truck flipping over." He exclaimed, "So I had to choose." He asked again, "So why did you choose to kill my family?" The other man frantically apologized. I'm sorry." He knelt down, grabbed a knife, and stabbed him in the thigh. The man cried out in pain, "Don't apologize, I want to hear the reason." He sobbed, "There would be many people." He remained silent. "Between those people and your wife and children," he said, "I couldn't let more people die." That reminded him of the time he had to choose between his comrades and the young hostage. He continued, "So I had no other choice." He turned away. "So you're saying my family's lives aren't worth as much as those others?" He didn't know how to answer. "I'm sorry, I'm truly sorry." He put the gun to the man's head, "But, if it were me, I'd probably make the same choice." The man pleaded, "Please, please, please spare my family." He replied, I won't kill them. The man burst into tears. He asked, why are you crying? He replied, I feel so guilty and scared. Isn't this sad? He looked at him in silence as he apologized. Why did this happen? Why sob. I'm really sorry. The gun barrel was pointed directly at his head. He raised his hand to pull the trigger. The man cried, please don't kill me now. He begged, I'll repay you in any way. My daughter's birthday is coming up. An image of a happy family of 3 appeared. He said, please don't kill me. I want to live. He looked at him and replied, is that so? So this is death. A silence. And so ended a man's life. I don't hold a gun in my hand. I look at the man I just shot, his blood flowing down the drain. My eyes are emotionless. I remember the past when I was a little boy. My father was weak and skinny. I witnessed his death. I saw the sadness, the fear, and the emptiness in his eyes. He lay on the bed, my mother was heartbroken, and he took his last breath. I felt something strange. Beautiful memories of reading with him, walking with him, fishing with him, sleeping in his arms, playing with him, his gentle smile, were all so vivid in my mind. Looking at him lying there, I thought, he used to be my grandfather, but now he's not. Because right now, he's no longer in this world. I was utterly shocked. It was the first time I saw the boundary of life, and it also showed me a glimpse of the true nature of this world. My eyes were blank. Back in the present, I brought flowers to visit my wife and children. My eyes suddenly became deeper. I returned to the army, taking my gun to the battlefield. Many enemies were hit by my bullets. He killed so many people without a flicker of emotion, his gaze unwavering. The scene shifts to a small house, where someone narrates, back in the day, the captain was truly outstanding, but his subordinates are chatting, he doesn't seem like himself lately. It's a good thing we're on the same side. Imagine if we were enemies. Another person asks, but besides his fighting skills, don't you think it's a bit dangerous? Stellan ponders as the person speaks. Indeed, after what happened. The sun begins to set near a lookout tower. Stellan asks Kay, how are you doing lately? He replies, what do you mean? Stellan responds, you've been working so hard. I thought you'd take a break. Kay says, oh, it's fine. I've passed all my tests. He recalled the commander's surprise when he saw his test. He said, I'm still doing okay. Stellan reminded him, well, I don't really care if you're okay or not, but don't push yourself too hard. He said, you're the only one left from our old comrades. Kay was silent. Then he asked, Stellan, do you have a reason to live? Stellan scratched his head, confused. Me, I don't know, I just live. Do you need a reason to live? He asked curiously, you're on guard duty too. What are you doing here? Kay replied, I'm watching a damned sheep. Confused, Stellan took out his binoculars. A sheep? I don't see anything. Kay pointed under the bush, 1 o'clock. He looked over to where K was pointing. Oh, he saw, it looks like his leg is injured. Kay said, yeah, just now a wolf attacked the whole flock of sheep. Stellan said, it's trying to survive. Kay said, yes, the sheep ran away while its protector was struggling with the wolf, and as a result, the wolf feasted on a sheep. Stellan exclaimed, what a brave sheep. Kay said, I was sitting here watching the sheep die. Then his eyes seemed to darken. If I could, I would watch until the very last moment. Stellan didn't answer but just hummed. He turned around, climbed down, but I probably can't watch until the end. Scene changes to the battlefield. Kay and his teammates, one of them fell, are hiding behind a rock from the enemy. Stellan shouted loudly into the walkie-talkie. Headquarters, can you hear me? This is Bravo team, we're under enemy siege. He reported, there are already many casualties. We need reinforcements immediately. Kay stared silently. In the command room, he was sitting and looking at something. Sir, the doctor has some things to report, the subordinate said. What is it? The general asked. Connect me through. On the battlefield, bullets flew everywhere. Stellan was trying to hold on. He swore, damn it. Kay was dazed and didn't move. The doctor said to the commander about the results of Captain Ket's psychological evaluation. I have some concerns. The scene of death appeared, many bodies lying in a pool of blood, mixed together. Kay's eyes widened as if he realized something. The doctor said, actually, the results are far from normal. The results we received are actually too perfect, the doctor said. The commander was also very shocked by those results. Kay, however, didn't express any emotion, the doctor pointed out, as if he had faked the results of his mental test. The scene was a skeletal one, animal bones piled high. People lay scattered everywhere, they lay close together, piled on top of each other. Everyone's faces were etched with immense suffering and pain. Nerves, everything gradually formed a human shape, a dead human shape. His wife and children were dead. His young son and his brother were also dead. He remembered the sheep with the injured leg by the grass that day. Its eyes were lifeless and emotionless. The doctor said about you, this is the first time in my life I've seen such excessive normalcy, it even gave me goosebumps. Back to the present, suddenly he yelled loudly, Stellan, I understand now. Stellan was bewildered when he heard him say, the value of life is just an illusion that humans create. There was no reason or meaning from the start. Stellan was stunned, what are you saying, man? The wind blew, rustling the grass. Stellan looked over at Key, who was speaking, and that's why he was free. Stellan didn't understand what was happening. If life disappears without any meaning, then he has to try to live as much as possible. He opened his eyes wide and continued, the strong are the strong, enjoy it to the fullest until you die. The weak will always be weak, they can only struggle weakly and snatch their lives away. Having said that, he took off his hat. A dark hue enveloped him, his eyes darkened, he exclaimed, I am free. Stellan shouted angrily, what the hell are you talking about? Put on your bulletproof vest, you crazy bastard. Kay, holding the grenade, glanced at Stellan. Stellan asked, what the hell are you going to do now? He threw the grenade behind him. Stellan cursed, damn it, Kay. At the same time, Kay jumped over the barricade. Stellan spoke into the walkie-talkie, Kay has gone mad, he's charging into the enemy's encirclement alone, I'll follow him right away. A bullet whizzed past his eye. He confidently held his gun and advanced, thinking yes, now I see it clearly. His gun fired continuously, taking down 2 men outside. He charged forward, feeling the ultimate power that a human could possess. He continuously took down many men as he entered. They couldn't even react before falling. It was the feeling of taking another creature's life. A knife flew, embedding itself in a man's hand. He rammed into them. Holding 2 guns, he decisively took down 1 man after another. They fell like wheat before a scythe, the feeling of omnipotence when he was the one determining their fate. He aimed his gun. A can operator's head explodes. A bullet flies towards the cannon. The upper floor detonates, the building collapses. He watches coldly. This is the only meaning in existence. He struggles to get up from the rubble. Covered in wounds, he gasps for air. He catches a glimpse of something. An enemy soldier is still alive. They looked at each other. Their eyes met. He didn't have his gun anymore. Neither did the other man. He clenched his fist, ready to attack. It was a boxer's stance. Said, oh, boxing. He took a similar stance, smiling. Been a while, hasn't it? He swung his right fist. I ducked and punched him in the side, needing no weapons. I drew back my hand. He doubled over in pain, life against life, the clearest proof of superiority. He frowned, threw another punch. I dodged again, touching another's life with my bare hands. Then I landed a solid blow to his stomach, leaving me with a sense of cleansing, a feeling I'd never experienced using a gun. I stared at him in pain. The direct battle between life and life. The man coughed blood, a tooth broken. He collapsed onto the ground. I stood on the wreckage, looking up at the sky. He smiled in satisfaction. The ultimate purity had occurred here. Back to reality, in that boxing match, Aaron tied cut up blood, his eyes full of murderous intent. Blood splattered on you, who was charging forward, about to strike again. Kay sat below, smiling happily as he used to on the battlefield. The soldier died without even having a chance to close his eyes. Kay looked towards the soldier. Stallone was definitely dead. His eyes suddenly filled with confusion. He was still alive. Suddenly he saw a figure. Another soldier is walking towards Kay. Kay's eyes suddenly turn black. The other soldier's pupils shrink in fear as he looks at Kay. He collapses to his knees. Kay's eyes now have pinpoints for pupils. Kay looks like a monster staring at the other soldier. The other soldier stays kneeling, not daring to look up. Kay frowns slightly. He remembers the moment Stallone died. His pupils recognize the desire. He wanted to see it. Kay's eyes seem to have a craving. He wants to see it with his own eyes. Images of Aaron and Yu relentlessly advancing towards their opponent appear. Kai looks up at the smoke-filled, dark sky where the supremacy has reached its peak. The crowd before the match between Aaron and Yu grows increasingly enthusiastic. Coach Peter continuously comments on the fierce match. Even the referee only dares to stand in a corner and watch. Bob's face clearly shows excitement about this amazing match. Aaron's grandfather keeps shouting as if he wants the match to end soon, cheering for Aaron. Aaron and Yu simultaneously rush towards each other. Amidst the crowd, Kamen's figure is visible. She could only furrow her brows, sensing the madness that had taken over everyone. Angela wanted to rush forward but was held back by the guild's men. Aaron, what are you doing? She shouted louder, please stop it, Aaron. Kay stood with crossed arms, watching with anticipation. Aaron's face turned increasingly animalistic. Kay looked at Yu. Prove yourself. The 2 men in their dire circumstances revealed their cheekbones. Kay wished, and prove it to me. His eyes reflected his deep desire. The superiority you expected. Images of Kay rejoining the battlefield rise amidst the smoke and fire of bullets. Aaron lunges but Yu ducks and avoids the attack. The eyes of both are no longer human. In the face of death, Kay constantly whispers, "You are superior, even divine," and controls death at his fingertips. A human body bathed in silence. Aaron's grandfather speaks to him, "Aaron, you're doing a great job. Just endure a little longer and victory will be ours. You two are pretty evenly matched, but there's always a gap between you and that can't be bridged. It's the amount of blood in your bodies. If you both have the same amount of blood, there's definitely something wrong with him." No matter how much Kay said, Aaron just remained silent. Aaron seemed to be lost in his own world, not responding. Angela was sweating profusely, watching Aaron. Kay looked at the wound on Yu's body. He frowned. The wound was quite deep, and his fists were starting to be limited. He stepped forward and reminded Yu, "Listen carefully. The time to decide the victory is this round. If you don't make a decision in this round, you will die. Life and death are decided in this game. Kay goes down, step up and make your own decision." He thought constantly, "Okay, this round. In this round, everything will be decided." Kay looked up at the stands. God has been born. The signal for the final round begins. Aaron's attacks kept aiming for Yu, who was constantly dodging the terrifying blows. Aaron thought of his daughter. He had to survive. He attacked Yu relentlessly, his mind filled with the memory of him and his wife gazing at the stars together. He had to live. Aaron's eyes were more determined than ever. One raining. Angela held an umbrella and looked in one direction. She saw Aaron leaning against a wall in the rain. "We've met again." Aaron's target was always Yu's abdomen. Yu quickly advanced. His dates with Angela flashed before his eyes. Angela's bright smile as she chatted happily with Aaron. Yu's eyes were filled with murderous intent as he calculated his next move. One attacking, one dodging, the game continued. Aaron and Angela's wedding appeared, more blood poured from Aaron's mouth. The day he welcomed his daughter into the world. That memory fueled Aaron's punch, making it even stronger. Aaron's blow caused Yu to sustain other injury. He frowned, his left shoulder dislocated, limiting his ability to throw punches. Yu constantly dodged Aaron's deadly attacks, looking for the right opportunity. Yu's eyes grew colder as blood dripped from his bandages. He felt uncomfortable, blood staining his gloves, his right shoulder already broken. Suddenly his eyes widened, taking in the intensity of the fight. The current situation in the ring made him constantly praise, "Outstanding." Angela looked anxiously at her fighter who was on the ring. Angela remembers the day she and Aaron sat by the fireplace. Aaron was wrapped in a big towel. Angela grumbled at him, "Oh my God, how much did you drink to get so soaked in the rain? You're not a kitten." Aaron looked at the flickering fire and asked her, "What do you think is the reason for our existence?" Angela was a little surprised and looked at Aaron. Aaron added, "I really want to know. And the reason I exist." Angela laughed. "Oh, you don't know." Aaron turned to look at her. Yu's fist was heading towards Aaron. Blood continued to flow from Yu's wound. Angela didn't dare to look. She covered everything. Kamen was tightening his grip on her, closing his eyes tightly. Kay was always focused on the fight. His eyes became more crazed. "Come on, come here, come here." Angela told Aaron, "Some people say there's no answer to this from the beginning. Some people say you have to decide for yourself. But I have my own answer." Aaron's eyes became increasingly irrational. "I will tell you the exact answer, not a vague answer but a clear and definite answer." Aaron's blows Yu to suffer even more. Aaron's grandfather thought, finally Yu's movements are starting to weaken. He's found his biological limit. However, if Aaron continues to fight, the damage to his body will be difficult to recover. They have both reached their limits. Both fighters are bleeding continuously. Their breaths are very clear. Kay sees through Aaron and Yu's breaths. It's time for life and death. Will he become a god or will he turn to dust? Angela smiles. He's human. Aaron remembered the scene and urged himself to survive. Yu's eyes seemed to be lost in a dream, silent. Kay opened his eyes wide to witness the decisive moment. Aaron used Yu's clenched fist. Aaron's attack was aimed directly at Yu's brain. Aaron's heart pounded relentlessly as he faced Yu's fist. Both Aaron and Yu's targets were very close. Aaron's fist was inches away from Yu's head, a minuscule gap. But Yu's fist was closer to that heart. Angela's friendly smile appeared. "We are human beings, born to love each other." Aaron suddenly realized. In front of him was a skinny little boy. He was much bigger. As his fist was just a little way from Yu. Just shadow flickered somewhere. Aaron, with a large punch mark on his chest, fell down. Noises surrounded him. "Quickly bring a stretcher here, contact the emergency room quickly." Angela cried nonstop and shook Aaron. Her face was etched with agony. No joy. She knelt on the ground. Yu had won. He stood motionless, silent. Jay, with his golden eyes narrowed, walked away, the story left unresolved. At that moment, the signal of the match's end echoed across the arena, drowned out by the roar of the audience and challengers. Bob Norris stood frozen, speechless. He lowered his head and remained silent for a long moment. Peter Cullen could see the annoyance mixed with disappointment on his face. He frowned, grinding his teeth in anger. Damn it. The old man standing behind the stand sighed for a moment. The towel he was holding in his hand also fell to the ground. He stood silently in the shadows, wondering what he had done. Ka looked at the situation with a mixture of shock and pity. Perhaps she hadn't expected things to go this far. Coach turned to greet his opponent politely, praising him for a great fight. He said he would rest well today. Then his eyes glanced towards Arentide. His face became gloomy and despondent. Perhaps he was also regretting it. Now he lay there, defeated in this competition. Not only that, but he was defeated miserably with injuries all over his body. He was covered in blood, his breathing was heavy, and his eyes were closed. The support staff put him on a stretcher and carried him outside. A few minutes later, he was taken to the International Hospital, where in the emergency room, doctors were yelling loudly, "Increase to 100 volts." They used a defibrillator on Arentide's broad chest. His daughter's image flashed in his mind, wandering between reality and fantasy. She was smiling proudly, standing in front of her class, expressing her admiration. "I really like my dad." Aaron's wife sat alone outside the emergency room, enveloped in darkness. His eyes opened slightly, his daughter's words echoing in his mind. "People who meet my dad for the first time might get scared sometimes. But actually, he's very kind and gentle." After dozens of minutes, the doctors were still desperately trying to shock his entire body. His wife prayed with folded hands, her tears flowing uncontrollably. She was at her wit's end with worry. Seeing the situation wasn't improving, the doctors ordered the voltage to be increased to 200 volts. She used to say so gently, "Even if I did something wrong, you would still smile softly." In moments like this, Arentide could only hear that voice in his memory. He remembered how he had always been by her side. If there was something that bothered her, he would silently listen to her confide. The doctor shouted, demanding the voltage be increased to 360. His heart beat faster and faster. His wife sobbed, praying for him to pull through this crisis. His daughter was truly happy when playing with him. Even when he taught her boxing, practicing a few boys' punches. Aaron's eyes were now sinking deep into his subconscious. He no longer had the strength to look at his surroundings. Her daughter's smile was the only thing that remained in that final moment. She proudly boasted to her friends and teachers, "I love my dad so much." Suddenly, his heart ached, as if something was squeezing it tight. During his youth, he had many dreams. A friend once ran up to him when he was sitting alone. "You're here, Aaron. What do you want to do when you leave the orphanage?" His blank eyes looked into the distance, and he answered absent-mindedly, "I don't know, I haven't thought about it yet." However, he did have a personal desire. "I guess I'll get married early, and build a happy family with a girl. It would be a picture of the three of us, me, my wife, and our child, holding hands and going out every day." Now his wife was sitting outside the emergency room, waiting as each minute felt like an eternity. Tears streamed down her face. "Aaron, don't die." A million thoughts raced through her mind. Her husband's family, her parents, her daughter, they'd be fine. But what if he died? She had to prepare herself. Why was this happening to her family? It would be alright. Her eyes filled with tears, stared blankly. She mumbled prayers. It would be okay. Everything would be alright. Please tell me this was just a bad dream. It would have been so much better if he had refused the match. Medicine has come so far. It would be alright. Now that he's gone, what will I do? I'm so scared. He shouldn't have accepted the match. No, that's our choice. What do I do now, Aaron? If you die, how will I go on? He's caught between life and death right now. Aaron slowly drifted deeper into unconsciousness. The emergency room door creaked open. The doctor informed the family. "Thankfully, your husband's life was saved." Aaron's wife, anxiously awaiting the news, listened intently. The doctor continued, "But he suffered very serious injuries. And because his heart stopped for so long, Aaron now lay motionless, breathing heavily." Your wife is holding back her pain to listen to the doctor. To be honest, as a doctor, it's hard to say when he will regain consciousness. The next morning, it had been a full day since Aaron went to the emergency room and was admitted to the hospital. His heartbeat gradually became more regular. His wife brought their daughter to the hospital to visit him, but the girl seemed surprised and called out, "Mommy." It turned out Aaron still showed no signs of waking up. His eyes were closed. She asked why her dad was sleeping so long. His wife nodded and explained, "Well, Daddy has been working hard on boxing for a long time, so he's going to catch up on his sleep now." Her face felt pained as she had to tell those lies to her daughter. Even so, the little girl didn't feel any less worried or sad. She tightly held her mother's hand. The atmosphere turned dark, and the little girl asked her mother, "Will Daddy die, Mommy?" She was stunned, not expecting her daughter to think of that. Her small daughter said nothing, but her eyes welled up with tears. The little girl sobbed. The mother could only soothe her with hopeful words. No, the doctor said Daddy won't die. It's okay, your daddy won't die. The little girl wiped her tears and asked again, really? Her mother's eyes smiled. Yes, it's true. Have you ever seen anyone as strong as Daddy? The little girl nodded, no. The mother gently told her daughter, after Daddy gets enough sleep, he'll wake up. Don't worry too much. The little girl nodded obediently at her mother and let her father sleep. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door outside the hospital room. Aaron's wife invited them in. They wondered who would come at this hour. It turned out to be Carmen. Her face was just as sad as Aaron's family. His daughter was taken out by a nurse to eat some cake so everyone could talk privately. As soon as she entered, Carmen bowed her head slightly and spoke with regret. I'm sorry, I really am so sorry, she stammered, apologizing. Because of me, if I hadn't made the request for the competition, I would take responsibility in every way. Aaron's wife looked at her with a hint of pity in her eyes. She turned her head and refused the offer. Carmen. She recalled that moment. I watched all of Aaron's matches. But this match wasn't a normal one. It wasn't your fault, Carmen. You know that. How could a match make you end up like this? No, maybe neither of them could get through it. But in the final moment, his wife's voice lowered. I clearly saw Aaron's fist stop. She said with pity. Aaron has always suffered the guilt from the past about his self-worth and existence. Carmen seemed to understand that, so she remained silent. They know that's why Aaron will make his own choice. Even if it means losing his life, he decided to become a human, not a monster created by K. His wife explained that, so she doesn't need to apologize. I think this person is very talented and we should be proud of him. Because he has such courage and such a heart. A big smile spread across her face, so I have to live even stronger. Whatever misfortune there is, I will overcome it. Carmen was truly surprised by what she said. His optimistic wife comforted Carmen. Didn't the doctor say he might regain consciousness? No, even if he can't remember. Her voice started to falter. I don't know when her voice started to break. Her face was also wet with tears slowly rolling down her cheeks. Carmen ran over and hugged her, comforting her. Sadly, there are many tragedies in the world. She cried her heart out. Why did this happen? One day we'll know why we have to shed these tears. One day there will be no more tears on our faces. It's nighttime now. Yu walks into the dark house, dejected. His cat stood waiting for him to come home. It came closer and rubbed its body against his leg, as if begging for attention. Yu bent down and stroked it. He didn't do anything else but went to bed, exhausted with thoughts swirling in his head. I believe that day will come for us. Thinking about it, he fell asleep. The next morning, the press received the hot news and gathered for the press conference. From today onwards, he officially announces his return. The journalist was visibly happy and excited. His familiar, warm voice resonated. My first target is to become the middleweight champion. J's face determined as he uttered two words, Santorino Fabrizio. Marco Santorino and Fabrizio Santorino were having breakfast and watching TV when it suddenly froze for a second. The World Heavyweight Championship match ended in a tragic way. The referee's voice rang out. My condolences to fighter Aaron. The reporter raised his hand, sitting in front of the computer. The boxing world has welcomed an unprecedented champion. He dominated all 9 weight classes, from lightweight to heavyweight. The audience watched the fighters. While he never fought on a proper stage, he overwhelmingly defeated all previous heavyweight opponents. Yu's arm was raised. All the matches were close. Victory. Yu's face remained unchanged. Even Aaron was like a breeze passing by. K held the golden belt in a pose of offering it up. Out of 22 matches he won all 22, and all 22 victories were by KO. His extraordinary strength didn't allow a single punch to pass. Yu looked down at Ki, true to his name, the birth of a champion. Yu's eyes drooped slightly. K remained in the same position, holding the belt up. Both of them were silent and held their positions. The reporter stood thinking, and at the same time, the player announced his intention to return. J stood with his back turned. He took the punch, starting from the previous middleweight match. The reporter thought, and he returned to the goal of becoming the interim champion so he could participate in the official competition with player Yu. J and Yu stood with their backs to each other, J wanting to meet Yu in the ring. K sits with his arms crossed looking ahead. How will he react? And how will the match between the Santorin brothers and J turn out? The journalist smirks slightly. Outside the stadium, the boxing world is currently building fan anticipation with special events. K sits with his arms crossed before the press conference table. The journalist stands up and introduces himself. Hello, I'm Peter Kent from the Everyday Sports program. K sits listening to the question. Fighter Yu and Coach K have achieved all sorts of remarkable achievements in boxing. He continues, many people are worried whether he will leave everyone behind to retire. He smiled, now everyone really wants to know what Yu's next step will be. K narrowed his eyes. He spoke, in terms of strength, he is indeed in the heavyweight class, but as a fighter, the weight class where he can perform at his best is the middleweight class. The journalist stood silent, the people around him buzzing. He stood, his eyes downcast, calmly listening to K. From now on, our fighter will relinquish all his titles except for the middleweight, and will only focus on the middleweight class. K continued, that's just a formality. His eyes hardened. Our goal is... The journalist became pensive. He stood motionless while everyone around him cheered. John looked up and saw something. He was watching K's press conference. John pursed his lips. K looked at John and said, I'll prepare the best place and wait for him. John didn't reply and walked away. Bob was also sitting in front of the TV watching K. He sat with his arms crossed, thinking, sure enough, it is like this. Suddenly someone called Jay from behind. K stood with his arms crossed. His boxing, the very existence of it, was a denial to K. Bob sat silently, saying nothing. He remembered the time he stood in the ring. K told him to go ahead and show him what boxing is. The cheers of the audience below, the referee's voice, the boxing fans around the world. You must have waited a long time. Finally this day has come. Bob and faced each other. The referee announced, the greatest middleweight champion of all time, contender Bob Norris, and the king of the fighter gyms J. K stood below frowning. The signal sounded, the fight is permitted to begin. Jez bareback, a fighter who received the respect of all other fighters. His feet moved, a record of 36 wins and 26 losses in 62 matches. Bob threw a punch. Defend. Among champions and heroes, that can't be called a completely dazzling achievement. Jay was hit in the stomach by Bob's punch. However, his fight is different from ordinary fights. Each of his matches will be etched in history. Jay's foot moved. Bob's eyes changed too. Jay punched towards Bob. Bob quickly dodged. He had been dominating the strong from beginning to end. Jay smiled, the player who just debuted and opened the bloody battle. The audience in the stands watched intently. His fight made people feel something that is difficult to explain in words, different from simple winning and losing, and the feeling of satisfaction. Someone asked what he thought of Jay's recent return to the ring. The person being asked was former middleweight world champion Chavo Urs. He just hummed. He replied, he's a talented player. After a rare match, few players would want to meet on the field. But he did it. Another interview took place. The man said, what's G like? He's quite an interesting guy. Strong but gentle but strong. But honestly, I don't care much about a player like that. Another person stood with their hands on their hips and laughed. I'm not a particularly outstanding player. But when playing against player J, the feeling is indescribable. He smiled, raised his hand to touch his head, a little embarrassed. It sounds weird but, J's eyes look serious. That man in the ring, it was because of this match that I started boxing. Jay's arm is raised along with the referee's announcement, the match is over. Peter announces excitedly, everyone, G is back. The two fighters shake hands, the match was great, I am honored to have fought with you. Bob sitting next to Peter smiles happily and thinks, yes, he's really back. Yu stands with his back turned, waiting to meet that fighter. Bob seems to be thinking about something. The stadium lights come on. Bob stands in the arena and thinks, okay, the blind ones who are obsessed with winning and losing won't see it. The strongest isn't Aaron or Yu. His eyes suddenly open wide. The powerful just stands there smiling. On the boxing ring, the boxing god is hidden. Two people are watching the match on TV. After his return, he quickly defeated the 7th-ranked Okanka and the 3rd-ranked Antonio. Jay secured the temporary middleweight championship. Now, he's going for the interim middleweight championship against Santorino Fabrizio. Marco says, that old man really seems to be going for it. Just hums in response. Jay smiles brightly, holding the microphone. Full of grins and hums. He tells Marco, alright, it's been a while since we last played. Jay looks back with a determined look in his eyes. Outside the arena on the day of the match. Peter says, after his return Jay seems stronger than ever. Jay stands on the brightly lit stage. Will he win this match and claim the provisional middleweight championship title? K listens from below, wondering if he will get to face Yu. The crowd roars below as the referee's voice booms. Ladies and gentlemen, it's finally here, the main event of the night. The fight for the interim world middleweight championship is about to begin. A Fipe zooks with confidence as Marco glances at Jay. Jay simply smiles. Fipe and lock eyes, their expressions shifting. The two face each other, ready to fight. From the vast stadium filled with spectators, the announcer declares, "Ladies and gentlemen, the main event of the night, the fight for the interim world middleweight championship, is finally about to begin." Beggar and Marco frown, their faces fierce, their eyes locked on their opponent. Meanwhile, remains calm and confident, a hint of defiance in his gaze. His gaze sharpened, becoming more fierce. But he remained unfazed, showing no fear. A foot, wearing a red shoe, crept forward. The journalist, arms crossed, intently watched the unfolding battle. The atmosphere was thick with tension. After the previous middleweight title fight, the association, considering the symbolic nature of Yu's selection, had postponed the mandatory defense match. He had acknowledged holding the title for a long period until the heavyweight challenge. Therefore, a match between the highest-ranked contenders for the interim middleweight championship was held. Elsewhere, under a clear blue sky and vast plains, a tombstone bore the name Luciano Mundi. Both Beggar and Marco, their hands in their pockets, gazed intently at the distant sky. Back on the stage, the announcer announced that Santorino has returned after his injury. Although that title was taken away, can he prove again why he was the strongest in the past? North Jung glared fiercely at Beggar, filled with malice. He thought to himself, I have been waiting for this day for a long time. He remembered the past battles and thought, I once wanted to defeat you all honorably, but that was just my delusion. He looked at Beggar with a determined gaze. Let's fight. Marco watched the battle intently. The announcer raised his finger and warned the two, be mindful of the boundaries, violations will result in warnings. North Jung replied, yes, that was just a mistake. Suddenly, Beggar called out, hey. This caught Beggar off guard, leaving him with a question mark in his head. He said, we're not the same as we used to be, so let's go easy. Beggar frowned, confused by his words. The journalist smiled thoughtfully, it seems he's decided not to break the law anymore. Then, abruptly, Beggar punched him in the face and yelled, what are you doing, Beggar? You think I came here just to watch? The journalist thought to himself, of course, all the entertainment and special powers have disappeared. Marco approached Fop and scolded him, stop acting calm. Do as we planned. What are you doing? He was furious, veins bulging, and cursed, disgusting, you piece of trash. Then he turned away and shouted, shut up, it's too noisy. The journalist sitting in the stand saw the scene, and thought to himself, he's still the same. Suddenly Beggar lunged forward and attacked. Go on then. Beggar was surprised by the punch and glared at him. Beggar blocked the blow in front of him, dodging Beggar's elbow. You think those past mistakes will just disappear? Unfortunately, Beggar slipped and fell backward. He stared at Beggar in disbelief, cursing, you disgusting little brat. He punched Beggar repeatedly in the face. You need to suffer more, you deserve to be punished. He gritted his teeth in pain. Moments later, Beggar was held back by the host, who grabbed his arms. His mouth was full of blood, and he sighed wearily. Beggar's eyes burned with hatred, refusing to give up. He glanced over and asked, do you feel better now? Beggar stared ahead with wide, bewildered eyes. He gritted his teeth in anger. The people in the stands were panicked and worried, clutching their heads and gaping in astonishment. They continued their bloody battle. Beggar frowned and thought to himself, these damn bastards are always this strong. Then he suddenly smirked in disdain. Humph. He thought to himself, excuse me, there might be many strong people, but those like me have been champions for too long. Someone dared to provoke him. Santorino. It's not too late. Just do it like you always do, you fool. No one wants you to play fair anyway. Hearing this, he angrily yelled, shut up, you bastard. He shouted, whether you say it or not, I will absolutely not do that anymore. Jay crossed his arms and smiled mockingly at him. He stood frozen in place, staring at Beggar lying on the floor. Then he glanced up. He was so happy he stuttered, okay. He said, we did it, brother. Marco replied excitedly, that's right. Maria was so surprised, she covered her mouth with her hand in disbelief, then happily smiled and hugged her mother. Beggar continued, this is what real boxing is all about. Marco's eyes welled up with tears. Back to their childhood, Beggar and Marco. Monty looked up with his white beard and red nose, watching intently. Beggar proudly affirmed, I became the champion. The journalist recounted the brothers' past. The Santorino brothers won the interim middleweight title, even though it was only a temporary title. He narrowed his eyes at them, lost in thought. But their expressions were entirely different from when they won the middleweight world championship. The announcer called out, ladies and gentlemen, the main event of the day, the fight for the interim middleweight world championship, is about to begin. Beggar and Marco furrowed their brows, their faces fierce. Jay, on the other hand, remained calm and confident, with a hint of defiance in his gaze. Suddenly John Taker's coach knelt down and called out, "Hey Jay," he said, "they haven't used any dirty tricks lately, but they might be hiding a blade for the right moment." John Taker quickly added, "Right, you shouldn't trust them. And even if they've truly changed." His head turned dark, covered in ominous red veins, looking more terrifying than before. "But if they're pushed to the brink, who knows, they might revert back to their old ways." Jay laughed and replied, "Yes, that's possible." He then said, "But not today." Faipadek frowned, his eyes filled with hatred as he looked at him. Marco warned his brother, "You can't underestimate your age." Looking at Jay, who was brimming with strength, he said, "Your opponent is a legendary veteran. If we fight by the rules, we'll be at a disadvantage. We need to go all out from the start." Faipizu smirked and replied, "Of course, because this is a fight against Jay." He grinned confidently, showing his teeth, "So this fight has to be truly intense." He thought to himself, "Hello Jay, I can't say it directly because I'm not familiar with you. Actually, I've respected you a lot since then. So I won't send you to him." He narrowed his eyes at Jay, pondering, "Although I'm not the kind of person who likes to do dirty things, but that's not boxing. Don't think badly of me, I'll fight with all my might." The host now shouted, "Now Jay vs Santorino, Santorino vs SJ, the destined battle between the player who has shed the past and the player from the past. Who will be the player to fight against you?" Marco and the old man furrowed their brows, watching the fight with tension. Bob Norris was also watching intently in silence. And there was Key, sitting in front of the TV, watching the match. He folded his arms, his face serious, watching the battle unfold. Their feet were already in position, the announcer shouted, "The match." Faipizek frowned at him, while he remained confident and unafraid of him. The announcer then shouted, "It will begin now, boxer." Jay quickly punched him with one hand. He collapsed, his eyes glazed over from the punch. The battle left Marco amazed, his eyes wide with surprise. He sat there silently, saying nothing. Faipyoda collapsed onto the floor. Then he finally gave in, the announcer declared, "Knockout." Marco couldn't believe his eyes. Kay was listening intently to everything. The referee's voice boomed, "Knockout." Right from the beginning, J2 took down Antorino Fap Rizu to secure his place in the finals against you. It seems he was determined and waiting for the perfect moment to get his revenge. The referee approached Fran Rizzo to count the time he was down, 1-2. Fran Rizzo's consciousness was fading. "What happened? Did I get knocked out?" Fran Rizzo used both his hands to try to get up, he had to stand up. The referee continued to count 5-6. Marco couldn't stand it, damn it. Right from the start of the match, he immediately attacked. That was a strategy he had never used before. "This is getting interesting." The referee counted to 9. Fulfrapu stood firm facing Jay, he sensed it and smiled. He grinned, "Phew, he's back to his senses, huh?" Marco looked towards Jay, that old man. It seems he really wants to win. The whistle blows. Faipizu is faster, but I have no intention of giving up. Peter yells, the Faipizu player has recovered from the first knockout, as if to prove that he is not weak at all. He's relentlessly attacking player Jay. Looking at Jay's face, Faipizu smiles maliciously, thinking I'm still the same as before. You're wrong. Faipizu's steps stop. Then he lands a powerful blow on Jay. Jay stands still, shielding himself with his hands. Marco smiles, "Good, that's right. It's amazing G is a player without his own style. In some matches, he's sometimes a knockout fighter, sometimes a close-quarters fighter, and sometimes a professional fighter. He has no patterns. I've watched all his fights dozens of times, but I can't find a single pattern. Therefore, it's almost impossible to prepare a strategy to deal with him. So there's only one way. Fight with our true strength." The journalist observed the match clearly. The Santorino brothers' box office appeal had significantly decreased, but their abilities are completely different from before. They are half-baked boxers. The older brother had an exceptional intellect, while the younger brother possessed an incredible physique. But with just that, they absolutely couldn't become champions. But if they combined those two abilities together, they could reach the highest position. They worked hard, discarding entertainment and unfair tactics. The older brother devised a strategy for his younger brother and passed on his own combat techniques. Adding to his existing fierce style, the younger brother learned boxing solidly as a true sport. Now they're no longer half-baked competitors. They deserve the title of champion. Santorino Fep lands a big hit on Jay's chin. Jay is slightly lifted by that hit. He looks towards Apries now. Both Santorino Marco and Santorino Rapidizu receive the hit, causing Jay to smile. He widens his stance to give Fepchepreku a powerful blow to his right hand. This left Fepepes disoriented. Marco couldn't believe his eyes. He was surprised by Jay's action. Fuk collapsed. The referee shouted, "Knockout," the second knockout for Fep Rizaku. This knockout seemed quite strong. Flappy Zek gasped. He was out of strength. What? The referee started counting 4, 5. Flappy Zek and Marco both looked Jay with a wary expression. That uncle. Bob watched the match more closely and furrowed his brow. That hit from Jay, it was so powerful, thought Zu. But it's still not enough. With this, I can't fight him. He's going to die. Flappy Zu summoned all his strength and sprang to his feet. Jay's coach remained silent, observing from below. Jay calmly looked towards Fapapro. Fapriku had managed to get up. You seem more cautious with G this time. I was just starting out, and he was nearing retirement. My brother and I were struggling to pay for Mom's medical bills. The first time we met was in the ring. Boxing is a brutal sport. It's all about completely destroying your opponent. Gritting your teeth and pushing yourself to the limit. The amount of training was frightening. I dreaded waking up every morning. I lost weight rapidly. From morning till night, I'm obsessed with the thought of destroying my opponent. Every bit of it piles up and explodes in the ring. From morning till night, I'm obsessed with the thought of destroying my opponent and exploding in the ring. It's strange. I feel comforted. The image of young Fop and Marco appears. That's your boxing. Flapuzek remembers his mother being sick and receiving treatment. He's fighting Jay. A glimpse of young Faprizio with boxing flashes back. He's crying but not backing down. That's what boxing means to him. Fipriki feels like he's receiving a hug from Jay. The referee yelled about the match at that time, stopped, gave up. Flipriku couldn't believe Jay's decision. Back to the present, a Faprizio with determined eyes. He was certain, I will definitely not send you to him. Jay looked at Faprizu's face and understood. He saw Faprizu's thoughts now. The whistle blew again. A Faprizu's punch didn't reach Jay, who was faster. That last hit knocked the wind out of Faprizu. Jay is attacking again. Another hit. Faprizu seems to be going down. Marco and Bob are watching closely. Fafripu quickly counterattacks. But Jay hits him again. He doesn't stop there, he gets hit again. Faprek was surprised. K's eyes and ears were always listening throughout the match. Marco was surprised, though not a dangerous factor, so he left it behind. But when preparing for the match against Jay, a question kept swirling in his mind. He had absolutely no habits. Even Jinpir had small habits. Could that be possible for a human? Fafrek looked towards Jay now. Not a strong standard or anything. Was truly focused on Da. Beyond what people imagined. Just sparkled. Rizu's smile grew wider. Patet was surprised. Oh, what's going on? Player Faprizu stopped the match. It seems like he's talking to the referee. Something's up. Something unbelievable happened, everyone. Can you believe Faprizu gave up the match? French Rizzo voluntarily forfeits the match. What happened on the ring? Bob looks towards Key. He can't even see him. So start trembling. The boxing god will face your fighter. K smirks and laughs. And Soji wins easily. The referee raises his hand. He holds the microphone and declares, the middleweight world champion Yu. Yu was at home, sprawled out on the floor, Jay's determined face on the TV screen. He said, it's finally time to meet in the ring. He didn't react, just stared intently. Jay hinted, I'm really looking forward to that day. Of course, those words didn't faze him at all. Jay had won the temporary middleweight championship title. People in the gym, wrapping their hands and chatting, have you seen the fight date? How will they make this fight interesting? Similarly, at the pub, they talk about Jazz veiled words from yesterday. How can you beat you? Their careers started differently. Do you think G fights for his career? The sport's popularity had increased significantly. An office worker asked, so does the manager watch boxing? He was surprised. Oh, you watch it too. The audience is starting to split into two sides. The bald guy thinks Jay might win, but his friend seems to disagree. Absolutely not. He's putting his faith in Jay. No way he can win. He's wondering why Faprizu suddenly gave up the fight. Is there something about Jay? The journalist's voice is urgent as he arranges his work. Alright, write the interview questions first, then adjust the schedule. Call the other department and ask them to send me the draft before 5 p.m. He rubs his chin. He's so eager. What kind of fight will it be? According to him, he had a private interview with you. He asked him what boxing meant to him. You replied succinctly, defense and attack. Both he and the cameraman are helpless. He packs his things while complaining, ugh, interviewing you is no easy feat. His answers are just so short. He felt something was off. Most of Keith's players gave him a sense of lacking something. This player was special among them. He returned to the arena to practice. You landed a blow that made his bald friend wince in pain. He watched the recording and agreed, he's the highest ranking player ever. He was worried, but as a human, was it okay? He replied, well, it's not our concern anyway. He felt it made sense, it was true. He watched silently. Suddenly he remembered someone. Then he remembered the match between him and Faprizu. He thought to himself, the previous temporary title match was something he had never seen in his matches. It was just a match to win. The more he thought about it, the more curious he became. Why did the boy want to meet you so badly? One of his eyes cracked open. Yu charged forward, aiming for the coach's glove. The blow was so powerful that it sent the coach's entire arm flying backward. He winced in pain. People in the gym worriedly asked, "Coach," he dropped to his knees and clutched his shoulder. Someone yelled, "Call an ambulance." The journalist had a different perspective on the boy in front of him. He was a cold-blooded killer. Evening at the International Hospital. The heart monitor on the table still runs steadily, beep beep. Arn's face is pale and lifeless. Many days have passed, but her husband still hasn't woken up. Even now, every morning when she wakes up, she prays that all of this isn't real. She had resolved to be strong, but her heart aches. She wonders what their future will be like. Will he remain like this forever? The image of the three of them, her family, laughing together, comes to mind. She can't hold back her tears, but no matter how many tears she sheds, Arn doesn't wake up. Ultimately, the one who suffers the most is her, the one who's always there in the hospital room, waiting silently. On the other hand, Yu is lost in thought. Peter smiles and says, "Let's be determined to fight this battle to the end." This time, the interview is held in public, involving the two players and their coach. Peter looks at the piece of paper and says, "Each of you please make a statement. Let's have player Yu speak first." In response, there's only his emotionless face. Kay speaks up, "I'll answer for him." He begins to speak, and everyone seems to have high expectations for this match. A legendary fighter who doesn't distinguish between winning and losing. That's the challenge for the current strongest. Jay closes his eyes and listens to every word. He raises the question, "Do you think he can show anything significant in this match? I'll make it clear." Kay became increasingly passionate, claiming this fight was the most brutal in boxing history, and would be meaningless. "I've achieved everything I wanted." He gritted his teeth, "Understand. Fighting this kid isn't about victory or defeat." Kay's expression twisted, "This is my personal entertainment, receiving the reward I deserve." Peter broke into a sweat, looking at Jay next. "Next we invite player Jay to speak." He calmly replied, "In these situations, I always say to play fair." Jay couldn't let himself be looked down upon. He said, "This time I have to say something different. Your eyes are determined. I will win this match. Kay will never be my opponent." He was astonished, just smirked, that was all. Everyone held up their cameras and took pictures continuously. The interview ended that night under a starry sky. The lights in the church were still on. Only the two of them were in the long pew. The coach wondered, "Are you really going to fight him?" Yam couldn't understand Jackson's. "You know his skills, even without saying it." The retired player suddenly reappeared. He asked directly, "What is your intention?" Jay remained silent. Underneath that starry sky in their familiar home, Yu sat in a corner, hugging the black cat. Jay didn't answer but asked back, "Yam Gam, what is the universe?" He answered himself, "It's impossible to survive with empty hands, an unimaginably vast and harsh, deadly space." He fell into contemplation. "In a way we're all wandering aimlessly, in a sea of stars, in death. Thinking about it really makes me sad." The cat stirred in his arms. "You looked lost, the world we live in. Why does it look like this?" Jay asks another question, "What is existence?" The cat yawns, "Perhaps it's sleepy." His eyes look up at it. "Where are we all headed?" Suddenly it's in pain, tears flow down. What is life after all? And then the life of a small creature ends. Yu remains expressionless. A woman looks up at the sky. Humanity, society out there. You, the reader, are watching. And I, the one living in the chaos. The streetlights come on. We all just live to survive. Or we're tortured mentally and physically. We draw things that we wish were true. Seeing your father as a monster. And that woman leaves you. Even the cat abandons you. What is the meaning of our existence? A flight of stairs leads down to the room. A child covered in wounds stands in a corner and bursts into tears. The cat wanders around. The basement, where no one's voice can be heard and no sunlight penetrates, only a single bulb hangs from the ceiling. The room's door is also locked from the outside. A television with no signal, and the woman trembles. She clenches her teeth in pain. Blood pools on the floor. She screams. Suddenly the TV screen showed a groom and a bride, hand in hand, looking very happy. The scream stopped. In fear and madness, the light bulb shone brightly as if congratulating her. Her small hand reached out to grasp something. Her hands were covered in blood. That night, the sky was starless, the moon was nowhere to be seen, only a single light bulb illuminated the room. That day a child was born, its umbilical cord still uncut, its first cry echoing through the room. Her trembling hand moved to strangle her newborn child. She stared. She looked at the child's face, mouth wide open in a cry. The small hand touched her fingertip. She was stunned. A thought crossed her mind: humanity. Another child was born. The door was opened, and a human being was born into this world. Each person has their own path. The little boy stumbles into the light. He perceives the world, his eyes wide open. He sees his parents, who are joyful as they look at him. He gazes at himself in the mirror. Joy: every day they played together. It sadness: it sobbed because the robot broke. Dreams: it drew things it liked. Disappointment: as it grew older, it hated the picture it drew. Freedom: indulging in things it had never touched before. Responsibility: seeing its father unconscious in the hospital, it burst into tears. Beauty: everyone experiences it once in life. Ugliness: gradually differing viewpoints leading to arguments. The end: that day came, he passed away, their mother grieved, hugging their father. And the beginning: their child was born. As you grow older, the burden on your shoulders gets heavier. You turn your experiences into wisdom. That experience will forge a path leading you to a different door. And this boy, too, is given life. The door opens. A grimy face awaits. The worst is about to begin. Before him a hulking monster enters, its eyes only red. Yes, this is the boy's world. The bonds begin to form. The television screen displays the image of the child's eyes from earlier. It replays the child's growth journey. How could a child grow up here without dying? His fingers curl tightly. Was it simply luck? He grasped Yu's collar, and the boy showed no fear. Or perhaps it was because of the little bit of humanity that the boy's father possessed. Maybe it was because of his talent slowly blossoming, his eyes wide. Or perhaps he was just a tool for venting anger. To Yu, the man was like a monster wearing human skin. Whatever the reason, the child didn't resist. The boy had wished many times to die, but he couldn't. His lifeless eyes told the whole story of his suffering. The way children outside were cared for, and the way Yu was treated. Bruises covered his body. He curled up, holding his head and crying out loud. His father's face seemed like a monster to Yu. Even though he lived in a world of misfortune and suffering, his life continued. He didn't know when, but his inner self had died. His mother was also being tortured, but she tried to stop that bastard. The tears stopped flowing. He was beaten and beaten again. He hesitated, thinking that's all. That was all he felt. Gradually Yu accepted his fate. He looked up from the moment he was born. There was nothing but sadness and resentment. The man kept hitting him. His mother couldn't stop him. She could only sit down and cry. That was all of him and his life. That's right, that's all. The TV went off again. The water was boiling furiously. The small figure moved a table. He approached and called Mom. Yu was indifferent to her despair. He held the bowl of noodles in his hand and said, "Noodles." She held the bowl of noodles her son had cooked. She threw it straight at the wall. He wasn't fazed at all, like he saw it happen every day. He was sick of it. Then she started to cry and blame her fate. Why me? Why am I like this? He used a towel to clean up the spilled noodles and said, "You have to eat." She kept crying. He wiped while saying, "You'll get hungry if you don't." Yes, that's all there is to it. After cleaning up he returned and ate his own noodles. I sat there alone, chewing listlessly. The V screen showed Aaron's family. He slurped up his noodles. Angela glared at her husband. The girl giggled. The waiter brought a plate of meat. He looked at the delicious food on the screen. Then he looked down at his own table, noodles in the pot he had cooked and only he was eating. The TV screen showed again a blonde girl and a boy, both were also eating. Looking back at you, he was alone, eating to survive in this cruel world. Because when that door opens, something terrible will come to you. The locks on the door are very secure. If no one outside opens them, you will just be trapped in that room. What must he have endured to withstand beatings from his father, bear the negative emotions from his mother, and take care of himself? Even though he's just a boy who hasn't reached adulthood. Walls full of mildew. A bathroom reeking of stench. Bottles of alcohol everywhere. Flickering light bulbs. An ancient television. Parents and a boy who has lived 6,324 days. The 32 square meter room, this was his world. But one day, the bowl suddenly moved slightly. He felt something in his world. While his mother was sleeping, he went to the kitchen to check. You looked closely. A life from outside had come to him. He didn't know where the cat came from, but it appeared in the cupboard. A statue appears on the television. A voice speaks. Once upon a time, someone told a story like this. There was a prisoner born in a cave. He listened to the story. He looked away. He told, this man was imprisoned within the walls of the cave. He was tortured by his mother, so he could only see the world through shadows, reflected from the entrance. But one day, a cat appeared in the cupboard. It jumped to get out. You looked down at the water pipe. The prisoner was freed from his chains. He crawled into the closet. He grabbed the water pipe and climbed up. A small door in the wall. The prisoner was able to see the world outside the cave. You crawled out of the door. After 2,510 days since he was born, 6 years, he finally stepped out, escaping from that prison. This was the first time he was so amazed. He stood in an alley with many houses, and a cat turned its head to look at him. The street lights illuminated the area. Everything was new to him. The cat perched on the wall, glancing at him. You walked slowly. He reached out and touched the stone wall. He was stunned. Then he looked straight at the cat. You looked up, his jaw dropping in surprise. It was a sky full of stars. His bare feet stopped. The first person appear since you came out was a girl with black hair and blue eyes. She was holding a cigarette. She stared. There was also a cat lying beside her. The girl politely took out her cigarette and greeted, "Hello, first time meeting, right? The first time you met someone other than your parents." Your heart raced. The girl came closer and asked, "New here?" A random encounter. You widened your eyes, your mind became chaotic. You have to answer, TV, cigarettes, what to do, what to say. You have to say, "It's moving here, too high." The girl stared at you. His mouth opened but he couldn't utter a sound. "Speak up, you don't know. What should you call her? Miss, should you call her sister? You can see the whites of her eyes. Use polite words, say nothing. First time meeting, other people are so strange. Her face is too close." There were countless questions in your head. She worriedly asked, "Are you okay, kid? You finally spoke, but it sounds strange." She laughed, "Whatever, it's nice to meet you. What's your name?" He hesitated, I don't know." She was surprised. "You don't know," he replied again. Looking at the wounds on Yu's face, she remained silent. Without asking why, she continued talking normally. "What, you don't know your own name? That's frustrating. But it's okay. I'll show you around this neighborhood. But first, you need to put on your slippers." He put on the oversized slippers and followed her. They walked uphill. You looked around as they walked. She said, "It's a bit complicated because there are many paths, but they all connect. You don't have to worry." She looked up. "Oh. Actually, it's the same whether I fall here or there." The two stopped in front of the old man sitting there. She politely said, "Hello, sir," and you followed, "Hello, sir." He offered them 2 candies. Then he continued to ponder. You chewed on the candy he received. The two climbed the stairs, introducing as they walked, "That old man is the one who gave us the candy." She stuck out her tongue in disgust. "The ginseng candy is terrible." You said, "This is the first time I've had candy." She wasn't surprised. "Oh, is that so? How does it taste?" You continued to chew, chewing and chewing. She advised, "Oh, don't be so satisfied, little one, there are many tastier candies in the world." The boy thought, "There are even more." His sister reminded you, "You have to be careful here, because there's no railing, and people have fallen and died before." A scream came from inside the house. I'm trying my best to." "You thought I didn't like beans so you didn't give me any. I want to eat them too. Leave me alone." The scream drew their attention. The door swung open. The young man stepped out onto the balcony. She introduced him. "That's my brother. He's studying for the calligraphy exam." You asked, "Calligraphy exam?" She empathized with him. "Studying is hard." "Look, he's crying." The young man was holding a cigarette, tears welling up in his eyes. She turned and walked on. "It must be really hard. The light on the lamppost isn't on." Someone kept repeating, "Where is he? Where is he? Where is he?" She was happy. "That uncle is here. He hangs around there every day, but he looks a little creepy." They thought they would pass by him. But no, they both hid behind the scary uncle. All three kept walking back and forth. After a while she spoke, "Here we are." The black cat wrapped itself around her legs. "Meo, you got here first, so you're waiting here." She squatted down to pet the cat. "It followed you earlier, didn't it? This is the cat that lives here, but now she's had kittens." You silently looked at the cat. The kittens were packed in the box. You can tell this woman really loves kittens. "Hello, little ones." You also looked in to see them. There were 3. One was gray, one was beige, and the last one was pitch black. But they shared such a cute quality that she had to say, "Oh, they're so beautiful." It seemed like these kittens were living at the junkyard. She started to tell you, "I met her when she was just a kitten. But when did she grow up and have kittens?" She smiled softly and said, with a veiled meaning, "Some things are so magical and terrifying." She called to you, "Come here." His eyes wide. They stood on the balcony, at the perfect height. The full moon and a sky full of stars were above them, and below the rows of houses lay huddled together. She said that from here, you could see the whole neighborhood, born and raised, having children and then dying, following the flow of time, birth and death continuously. And she was born. She couldn't do anything else, exist for a while as part of the larger system and then disappear. Her face became emotionless, and from fear she screamed. The boy lived as if he were already dead, not understanding her words. For the first time since he was born, the vast world he saw was the twinkling night sky. It made him feel something he had never experienced before. Then it was time to say goodbye. His sister waved her hand and smiled, saying, "It was nice meeting you, little guy. See you again." He turned back to the secret door, the door that had brought him to a new world. Emerging from the kitchen cabinet, his mother stood before him. She was taken aback. "You was excited, Mom, I just got back from outside." His sister was on her way home. In a secluded corner, a strange shadow with glowing eyes. He didn't know why, but he felt it was an omen. Yu approached his mother, sharing his experiences. "I saw a cat outside and so many people." He told her everything. "I saw a lot of houses, but none of them were tall like on TV." Your mother looked at Yu in bewilderment. "It's true, when it comes to you, bad things happen." Suddenly, an old man jumped out, covered the mouth of the girl who was there, and restrained her. You suddenly remembered, "Oh, you also got to eat candy." The girl struggled. You wanted to tell your mother more. You watched kittens with a girl, and there was a man constantly spinning in circles. She was angry. She took out a self-defense stun gun, but ultimately she got a slap instead. You slumped over, your cheeks flushed. She burst into tears. "Where are you going? You're leaving me alone." She approached you, wrapping her arms around you, begging, "Please don't leave me alone, please." Your expression returned to its previous state, filled with apathy and helplessness. On the other side, she had managed to subdue the man. Exhausted, she sat down. Now you understood. Your mother didn't want to leave. She wanted you both to be buried here. Your sister leaned against the wall, pulled out a cigarette and lit it. After returning here, your life went back to how it was before you learned about the world outside. Even though your mother begged you, that slap wasn't enough to make you forget that experience. You did what you wanted, what you yearned for. You wanted to make a lot of money, have amazing things, be famous, date someone, be recognized, be healthy, eat delicious food, live long, have an exciting experience, be happy. You wanted to rest comfortably, be loved, natural human emotions. You thought about it a lot. The room was the same. Four walls, your mother still sleeping in a corner, the refrigerator, the TV, the bathroom. For the first time in your life, you had ambitions. You wanted to go outside. You wanted to go out and see the world. For days, the boy focused on listening to the beat of his heart. He looked at his mother, his heart pounding. He put his hand on his chest, counting each beat of his heart, 1, 2. His heart was constantly pounding. By the time his mother was asleep, it had beaten at least 21,600 times, and he realized that it wouldn't be quiet. When his mother was sound asleep, Yu had counted about 1,000 times. He sat up. He counted the beats of his heart, and once again, he climbed onto the ground, slipping out of the doorway. He muttered under his breath, 1,336, 1,337. You weren't lost at all, familiar sights met your eyes. This road you had the chance to walk again. Because every nook and cranny was ingrained in your mind. And no matter the path, the destination was always the same. You looked up at the star-filled sky, walking and counting endlessly, 2,516. Arriving at the place where you first met your sister, the first person you interacted with after escaping that prison. She jumped out from behind, wrapping her arms around you, Kaya. She joyfully rubbed herself against you. "It's been so long, you came to see your sister." You turned your head, your mouth still muttering, 2,519. She looked at you questioningly. 2,519, you said. "What are you counting, you?" "You're counting your heartbeats," she asked curiously. He silently looked at her. Without waiting for an answer, she leaned against him, listening to his strong heartbeat. He seemed to like this place. They both went back to the old man who gave out candies. She put out both hands to receive them. "Thank you, sir," she said. You bowed. "Thank you." She was excited. "Oh, strawberry, it's so delicious." You followed behind her, chewing the candy in his mouth. "It's so good," he exclaimed. "Really?" she asked. Despite the monster with a terrifying face appearing in his life. Even though he was constantly tormented, the heavens didn't abandon him. He was allowed to step out into the world and taste different flavors of life. He sees the stacks of books, and the boy burdened with exams. He recalls being hit with books and slapped repeatedly. He thought he was the only one suffering. But then, he witnesses the harsh realities of others. You and his sister secretly follow the bald uncle. He keeps asking, where? He sees a person lost and wandering. You and your sister came to see the kittens again. You crouched down and stared at them. You reached out to touch the kitten's head, seeing those tiny creatures, seeing life slowly growing. You and your sister looked at the moon together. You looked up at the starry sky. "Does this mean you have been saved?" You started to rely on your sister more, the person you trust. And one day, she collapsed while walking up the stairs. You turned around to see why she wasn't going anymore. She gave a strained smile. Sorry kiddo, let's take a break and continue later. He was silent for a moment. Instead of going to the balcony as usual, today she took him to a grassy field. He still listened to his heartbeat, 1 2 3 4, 1 1 2 3 5. She lay on the grass and hugged. He muttered, 1 1 2 3 6, 1 1 2 3 7, 1 1 2 3 8, 1 1 2 3 9, 1 1 2 4 0. Until she spoke. I think I'm dying. You were stunned. Your heart beat faster. You wonder dying. She said, yeah, humans besides a heart have a lot of vital organs in their stomach to live, but now I only have a few left. She explained that the tumor kept growing, and she had removed everything she could. She knew you didn't understand the severity of it. She called you and said, hey, when I was little then I thought I was the main character of this world, but looking back, I realize I'm nothing. Even if I disappear, the world will keep spinning. She will completely disappear. She wonders about herself. What is she after all? And what is life? Is it possible to leave behind some trace that you ever existed? That's why all creatures want to leave behind offspring. Your heartbeat becomes strange. She questions you both. Kid, what is our end? In the vast meadow, right here, you can't count your heartbeat anymore. And the world, it just spins its own way. As usual, you come back, and your mom smashed everything in your room. The TV is gone too. She went crazy again because of you. She was about to strangle her son if it weren't for you. A color painted on paper. She glared at him and strangled him. You opened her mouth, struggling to breathe. Her eyes widened. She remembered her sister's image. She spoke with difficulty. What is my name? Her mother was shocked. She remembered her sister's words. What will our fate be? You was in pain. A memory of a crowded street surfaced. You're all alone and lost in this world. Your tears are flowing. What's your name? This time, your mother must have heard. She remembers her own mother doing this to her. And now, she's doing the same to her son. She lets go. Please, I'm sorry. The red mark on your neck. You gasp for breath. She cries out in anguish, falling to the floor. I'm truly sorry. The familiar lighter. Streetlights cast their glow. She sat next to the trash and lit a cigarette. Her lifeless eyes looked up. Your mother went into the kitchen and brought out a pot of noodles. Eat up. You were surprised. She was eating diligently. You looked at the bowl and chopsticks. Then you slurped up a noodle. You didn't understand why your mother had changed. But you loved it. Slurping the noodles was even better. She asked, it's really good, isn't it? You beamed and answered, yes, it's delicious. The light went out. The spider web was still moving. She said, come here, sleep with your mother tonight. You shared the blanket and lay beside her. She was curious. It's a lot of fun outside, isn't it? You started to recount. Yes, the first time I went out I followed the cat, and I met a girl. You told her every story about what you experienced outside. She only replied, is that so? And you slept beside your mother, your eyes hazy. With a sense of comfort you had never known before, you fell asleep. One day, meeting at their usual spot, he caught her busy and asked, what are you doing? She replied, I'm painting. He looked down. She looked at you with curiosity and asked, do you like to paint? He walked closer and said, no, I've never painted. She smiled and suggested, really? Then why don't you try it once? He didn't refuse and replied, okay. He didn't know where to begin, but what to paint. His sister simply said, something you find beautiful and wonderful. You pondered for a moment. His sister said, like this, your painting should have your father and mother holding your hand, the whole family happily together. The most peaceful and warm nights were when he slept with his mother. And the next day, he saw his mother hanging with his own eyes. She had committed suicide that night. A world appeared in Yu's mind. It covered the black sky. Here was a man and a woman who grew up unloved. The man belonged to a criminal organization. And the woman belonged to an illegal entertainment company. They thought that they could comfort each other, and they seemed to live a fairly good life at first. But the emptiness in the woman's heart was something the man could not fill. In his rage, the man could not control his anger and possessiveness. Why did this happen? The mother hanged herself, leaving her son to bear the loss. The TV keeps saying, hey everyone, let's all get along and stop arguing. They laugh and cheerfully reply, yes sir. The boy is clutching something in his arms. He lives on in the darkness, but there seems to be no hope left. He remembers their dinner together, not knowing it would be their last. Why did this happen? That night, he tried to pull his mother down. His eyes are dull, unable to believe how quickly everything unfolded. Returning to the present, she asked, oh, is this your family? You responded, no, it's the best thing. His hand trembled incessantly. Then she asked, "It would be nice if you had a family like this, wouldn't it?" You looked at her blankly. His legs were shaking uncontrollably. She gently stroked his head and replied, "I also think it would be great if you had a family like that." But he knew how he felt then. The head patting was just a consolation. One day it will be like that. When Yu's mother became unresponsive, and his father was stabbed, why, how did this happen? His eyes widened and then Yu was shoved and slammed hard against the wall. The excruciating pain hit his body. He was checking on his wife, while Yu was helpless. Why? He thought he was there for him. The man's face was full of hatred. He gritted his teeth and glared at Yu. Taking his anger out on Yu, he abused him. He grabbed his hair mercilessly. His face was covered in wounds, blood pouring from his mouth, but he couldn't fight back. Remembering those moments, he felt a pang of self-pity, thinking, why in this situation would that person do nothing but beat me up? Could the pain in his heart be alleviated by causing someone else pain? Is it fun to beat someone up? TV used to show that sometimes the world seemed to stop. It seems like today you'll really die. Yu was constantly being physically assaulted by that man, who had no intention of letting him go. And the joy on television was completely different from his circumstances. He unconsciously said, Dad." He also stopped and looked at his wife, whose hair had turned white. How happy his family was then. Yu said, "How can you not love your child, Dad?" He seemed to lose control and looked at him fearfully. What happened to the prisoner when he learned about the world outside the cave? He learned what? But he couldn't bring himself to forgive Yu, his resentment reaching its peak. The grand door in his heart swung open, mirroring the hope Yu yearned for. He stood alone in the darkness. Time seemed to freeze as his father's hand lunged towards him. His deep, emotionless eyes suddenly felt a sharp pain in his stomach, blood gushing uncontrollably. He stared in disbelief. Yu watched coldly. So it was you who stabbed him. He was lifeless now. He was dead, but his eyes wouldn't close. Yu felt no remorse. He looked up at the door, where he would escape. He wondered, what on earth was this world? Yu pondered as he too was curious. The steps leading to the outside world. Where were we all headed? As the lights blaze in the darkness, they still operate, even though no one cares. The road is empty. The sky is dark. Yu is alone and lost. He is like a lifeless, struggling person. He always carries a painting of a cat with him, like a companion. In the field, an elderly person sleeps. He was sleeping while Yu stood outside looking at him. But flies were all over him, proving he was dead. Someone was walking outside. He was walking and intently looking at something. Suddenly he stared in surprise. Immediately he shouted in joy, "Mother, I passed," but unfortunately he slipped. He couldn't believe it. His body couldn't control the fall. He gradually fell down the stairs. Yu witnessed everything. He was so used to it that he just looked on. Elsewhere someone said, "Where is he?" He was homeless. In front, someone reached out to grab him. Yu was also the first to see it all. Blood splattered. When all the cats died, Yu stared coldly, without a hint of emotion. We aren't always lucky enough to find answers. Life will make us rack our brains. Somewhere there's someone alone, lying in the shadows. She's the girl who talked to you. Her eyes hold a certain sadness. Around 11 am on the 13th, a shooting occurred. A serious accident happened due to flood damage. Casualties continue to rise in this battle. The shooting is expected to last longer. It's brutal. There's a name lost and heartbroken, not knowing where to go. Actually, wherever you go, it's all the same. That night, the moon was very round. The boy's figure was collapsing. His face was bruised. Suddenly, a foot appeared. The person's face smiled at Yu. He didn't pay much attention, so he just glanced coldly. It turned out to be the black kitten greeting him. Its blue eyes were looking up at him. It approached him playfully. One day, while digging in the dirt, Yu had grown up by then, scooping sand once and a few times. The black cat was like a companion. He stared at it unconsciously. But now Black Cat rests in peace beneath the golden stream. His heart felt empty. Scene change at the lion's training ground. A loud voice asked, "What's wrong, Yu? You're the one playing today. What's going on?" "K, what's wrong, oh manager?" He said. It seems Yu is not in control of his emotions. He hasn't slept at all. He doesn't look well. Hearing that, K gave a strange smile and said no. He said that was the best state. When Yu was lost in chaos. At the stadium, many spectators were coming and going. They all wanted to watch today's match. There were Jean and Stella. And Yu's friends all came. The people appearing today were all very special. Victor is also very excited. The audience are filing in, eagerly awaiting the show. In the resting room, 2 guards stand watch, very vigilant. Jay is extremely nervous, clenching his hands tightly. He then sprays hairspray on his hands. Thinking of his opponent Yu. He feels like he's burning up inside. He is extremely anxious, his thoughts racing. I remember the matches where you participated. Fighting Jean was truly a terrifying match. Yu is getting his hair done over there. His thoughts haven't stopped. He keeps remembering you and Takide's match. I was able to take him down without sustaining much damage. When you focused his mind on reversing, he remembers the masked man. Or Faprizu, both of them fell. Coming back to the present, Aki is getting you ready. Yu's knockout moments from the victory keep flashing in their minds. K is still very focused. J's hands are still clasped together, filled with worry. Yu on the other side is also lost in thoughts about their past. Aaron is holding a breathing tube, seemingly unconscious. K says they're done. Yu seems to be prepped perfectly. The referee walks to each room, calling for J. And there's Yu. They say it's time. Both of them are in the ring. J and Yu are both ready. Peter Cullen says hello to you all. The moment you've been waiting for has arrived. The middleweight world title fight will begin now. J is totally ready. Yu doesn't show any fear, he exudes a dark aura of killing intent. The announcer now speaks, we have Yu, the absolute champion and the greatest boxer of all time, and J who has returned to the ring to face him. The whole stadium erupts in cheers from the audience. Over by the commentators, Peter Cullen asks Bob, what do you think the outcome of this match will be? Bob responds, actually, if we compare the records, J doesn't stand a chance against Yu. But there's a reason we're all excited. Everyone acknowledges that you can't judge a boxer like him solely on his record. Why did he return to face Yu? Let's watch this fight to find out. Over there Yu is already on the ring. The crowd is packed with familiar faces. That's Inji, he's looking forward to it. Yu. Stella asked Jean, are you really going to watch this game? I'm not really into watching his matches, she said. Jin told Stella, if you don't wanna, I can go out with you. But I want to see with my own eyes the outcome of the perfection I once dreamed of. It will either leave me empty, or I might find redemption. I want to know what happens. Hearing this, she replied, then I want to watch it too. You've entered the arena. From somewhere Emily said the fighter looked more melancholic than before, and even scarier. I can't believe he's fighting someone like him. Taki answered, everyone feels fear in the ring, especially when fighting him. I realize that no matter how hard I try, there are things I can't overcome. I fear that all my efforts and myself may become meaningless. But in the fight against him, I also realized what's precious to me. Takie continued, but after every fight Yu becomes more and more gloomy. Many people admire and praise his strength. But I want to support him. You said you wanted to cheer him on so he could find the light. Suddenly Fepriziu asked, do you think giving up is a good idea? The director said, I thought you wanted to protect J from this match and K. Hearing that, he continued, you already know we're not strong enough to stop him. Tusk, it'll be the same result no matter who fights him. Let's see why J wants to face that monster so badly. Victor said after our fight. After that fight, I waited for him to come to me. The coach asked why he had to do that, and why he would come to you. Victor said every day I have a Mohawk party ready for him. He said, heartbroken, with tears in his eyes, damn it, why wouldn't he come? The Mohawk was so fun. He said he thought he was a fool like him. Victor said, but his face was scary. The coach agreed, right? It felt like the ring was radiating blood. While Aaron's wife was waiting. She replied to Aaron, the match is about to begin. To be honest, I hate you and Kay. I'm not interested in watching their fight. She reconsidered and said, but I'm determined to witness firsthand the outcome of the decision that you risked your life for, and the significance of that choice. Cullen said, alright, this is the most exciting fight in boxing history, the world middleweight title match between you and Jay. It's a clash between the greatest fighter of all time and a legend from the past. How will this fight go, and who will win? Now you and Jay face each other. Flappy Zoo is thinking something with his arms crossed in front of his chest. It's clear he is unimaginably strong. His strength shown in his match against Aaron, exceptionally extraordinary. Some of that strength disappeared because he dropped to the middleweight class. But looking at his physique, you can see that this category is the peak of his strength. However, what I felt from Jay back then, though hard to describe, suddenly Kupripsu's eyes widen. He looks extremely surprised, but also transcend the human realm. Both he and Bob are thinking about what will happen in this match. Kay is also pondering. When he saw Jay's golden eyes and golden hair, he couldn't help but contemplate. As everyone is looking forward to the match, Kay covers his ears. The sound of ding-ding box. Used deep. The audience was confused. Wasn't the match already started? While you didn't move, Jay stood there and smiled. They asked what was happening. The match had begun but neither fighter moved. The referee called out again, begin. Silence. You asked, do you know the answer? Jay looked on, lost in thought. When the sky was a picture of the blue galaxy. Why is this world filled with suffering? Why do lives end so meaninglessly? What is the meaning of existence? Back then, Yu was a young boy. He had always lived in the shadows. And burying his face, he wondered, who am I? Chen Yu remained motionless. They all knew it was starting. Ji's fist appeared, but Yu stood there, lost in thought. Tell me the answer. Ji stood there, with no intention of attacking. At this moment, Yu charged forward, shattering any chance of victory. A Flappy Zoo was utterly panicked at this sight. Bob felt the same. Jin was watching, and Takide was shocked. Or Victor couldn't believe his eyes. Even his wife had to close her eyes, not wanting to continue watching. Kay couldn't believe it, just one move had seriously injured Jay. Blood spurted out as if it wanted to escape. The first round was only halfway through. Silence filled the arena in the face of the brutal scene. The referee and Key were both terrified. Remember the past, Ji? Yu asked. Do you remember what I told you, old man? Now Jay is heavily injured, struggling to stay upright. He said, no matter what happens, don't give up. You have to believe in me until the very end. Remember that time? The monster stood there in the arena, thirsting for victory. In the stands, the audience focused their eyes on the fight, each powerful punch thrown at the opponent without mercy. It's safe to say this fight is unlike any other. In this fight, flesh is being worn away. The bloody cuts on Jay's face, the pain making him grit his teeth. Looking at the wounds on his body, everyone could be certain those attacks weren't meant to knock him down. His eyes, filled with killing intent, are fixed on his opponent. Yu is continuously punching Jay without holding back, and his attacks serve only one purpose, to inflict pain. The coach's eyes show clear concern. This fight can be considered on a completely different level than the Santorino fight. Red blood splatters everywhere. Yu's emotionless eyes filled everyone with dread, making them hesitate to admit that this was pure malice. The journalist couldn't believe this bloody fight. Bob gritted his teeth and cursed under his breath, damn it. He looked towards Kay, wondering how far this would go. Yu's devilish face, thirsty for blood, made him fearful and confused. It seemed Yu was only satisfied with this. The scene shifts to Aaron in the hospital, still unconscious. The scene then shifts to Inji standing among the excited crowd watching the fight. Aaron's wife is also at the fight, worried and wondering why. Even Inji, like her, questions why. Witnessing Yu's merciless punches, they hesitantly say in their minds, he has to. Bloody images flash through their minds, images of a young Yu and the devil residing in his heart. The silhouette, a deep red like blood, with the imagery of death and skeletons, made them silently question, why are you on that path? And then in the endless darkness, a thought emerged, I feel very sad. Perhaps sadness because of the fiery punches being thrown, or maybe it's because of something else, and in the darkness, someone else's thoughts appear, in this world filled with hatred and sadness. People keep throwing each other fists full of hatred and killing, just like Yu is doing. The thought continues, it's sad that throughout their lives, people have to fight to survive. Just like Jay is fighting to resist and hold his ground against Yu's furious attacks, then after those blows, the other person thinks, after fighting all their life, they die. Blood continues to splatter from Jay after each punch. He's knocked back, his head thrown back, and the blood keeps flowing without stopping. Below the ring, the coach and John Taker both intently observe the match. Peter in the commentary booth is stunned and bewildered by the fight. In the stands, Jean watched the fight intently with a dark expression. Stella turned her head away, unable to bear the sight of the bloodshed. Taker furrowed his brow without blinking. Fear flickered across Victor's face. Flappy Zik maintained a stoic demeanor throughout the fight. Meanwhile, on the fighting floor, the wounds on Jay's body throbbed in pain. His coach couldn't bear to see him fight on like this. He couldn't bear to let him continue facing the devil that was Yu. In the darkness, someone's thoughts and solitary figure emerged. They were filled with sadness and fear, wondering if this was truly the meaning of life. Their universe, their eyes, were consumed by a bleak gray. The only vibrant color was the red of Jay's blood splattering as Yu struck him. The commentator's voice echoed through the arena. The champion had unleashed a barrage of punches on his opponent. This was a one-sided beatdown inside the ring. John Taker watched the fight, cursing under his breath. Damn, Yu's aura reminded him of the time he had fought against him. The same sense of danger he had felt when facing the young man. Gasps filled the air as blood spattered from Jay. What on earth was going on? Even John Taker couldn't believe it. This was a level of brutality beyond comprehension. Yu's eyes were hollow and deep, like bottomless pits. With every punch, blood erupted from Jay, a gruesome spectacle. In the stands of Papa grimaced, wondering what he was doing. Bob muttered the same question, why? Their thoughts mirrored each other. Why wasn't Jay fighting back? Didn't he say he would win? The crowd roared with excitement. Look at the canvas. It was stained with Jay's blood, and the first round wasn't even over. You continued to punch. Jay's blood splattered, feeding the crowd's bloodlust. Bob's eyes were filled with fear and confusion at the brutal fight. He watched Yu's vicious attack and could only sigh in his heart. It was impossible. Jay was beaten so badly that his face was covered in blood. Kay, on the other hand, was visibly excited. The pain from the punches caused Jay to endure and breathe in ragged gasps. Seeing this, Fabrice silently cursed in his heart, "That damn monster." Looking into his eyes, Yu was no different from a devil in human form attacking Jay. That's why he concluded that he had become so powerful. Yu's eyes held nothing but a dull emotion that Fabrice could see, and he also wondered, could no one resist him? Yu's eyes were filled with skeletons, symbolizing death. In contrast to the dullness of Yu's eyes, Jay's eyes shone with an uncanny brilliance. Despite being beaten, he gritted his teeth and endured. The commentator yelled, "You can't land a blow." In the stands, the audience buzzed with excitement. Kay sneered with malicious glee, enjoying the spectacle. The audience chattered, "Jay is no match for him at all." "What's going on? I was really looking forward to this." Regardless of the volume of these remarks, Jay endured each punch with gritted teeth. The audience remained indifferent, commenting on the fight. "This is an unlikely match. What is he doing? Yu is ridiculously strong." Blood splattered onto the arena floor as Jay remained steadfast on his feet. The audience chanted towards him. "All bark and no bite. You came back to show us this. Don't just stand there. Do something." Even the coach couldn't bear it any longer and agreed with the audience. "Yes, that's the way to do it." Contrary to his wishes, Jay stood still and took the merciless punches from Yu. He winced in pain. Jeering voices echoed from the stands, a venomous thought emerging, "This is the treatment you deserve." The blood-stained ring stressed the coach, while John Taker stared in disbelief. Kay himself remained nonchalant, reminiscing about the past, a long time ago, just like today. In the blinding stage lights and the loud commentary, a crushing victory. Who would have thought it was his debut? A bald fighter lay unconscious on the floor, the commentator's voice still praising his conqueror. Bob Norris had proven himself a fighter of extraordinary strength. Kay's memory went back to his training of Bob for his first fight. It could be said that Bob at that time could be called when the new king had appeared in the middleweight division. At the same time, another guy just finished his debut fight against his opponent. Kay doesn't remember the first time they met. At that time, his fight wasn't going too well. He was completely defeated, but strangely, the coach wasn't disappointed with him. Instead, he took him back to the locker room and encouraged him, saying, "You fought well, I'll cheer for you." Kay noticed Jay's demeanor after the fight. It was his debut, but he walked off like he had just fought for a championship. Jay's determined and resolute gaze left a strong impression on anyone who saw it. Even K was captivated by those eyes. Furthermore, Jay's calm composure made him view him differently, especially his carefree smile, as if nothing happened. And on that same day, Joe walked past Bob and Kay. He even left a message for both of them, wishing them luck for their debut. Deep down, Kay always thought that those who wanted to find meaning in weakness. It seemed like he was referring to Jay, who was being beaten up on the stage. And with his extreme thoughts, he believed that those who made him sick. Blood continued to flow on the stage and his thoughts continued to appear. Closely. He emphasized Jay's weakness, what he hated the most. This is his true nature. Again, blood spilled from Yu's merciless blow. At the same time, K's eyes became even more crazed. "I still remember that day, my intuition told me from the first time I saw him." Watching Yu's punches land on Jay, he felt a surge of pride and silently questioned, "Do you think you can beat Yu? Who could ever think they could take down a demon with eyes that seemed to devour people like you?" Blood still stained the floor, and K's deranged, bloodthirsty thoughts continued, "Show me." In this situation, Jay faced not only the emotionless demon, but also the trainer who believed in bloodshed. What can you do? The fight had now entered round 2. Jay was still gritting his teeth, enduring each of Yu's blows, his feet firmly planted. The fight continued into round 3. Fists still flew with relentless force, blood continued to stain the floor, and Jay remained steadfast, doing nothing. The commentator's voice echoed, "We're in the middle of the 3rd round, but Jay can't fight back." Bob, even though their abilities are worlds apart, isn't Jay acting a bit strange? Bob agreed, "You're right, maybe he has a few tricks up his sleeve." He said that on the outside, but inside, he was extremely curious, wondering, what the hell is he thinking? Does he plan to fight him physically? Seeing Jay getting beaten on stage, he thought after the Takeda and Fabrice matches, he should know this is hopeless. Below the ring, the coach and John Taker remained focused, observing every move. Jay continued to endure Yu's bloody attacks. This scene caused the coach to silently call out his name, Jay. The scene then shifted to the outside of the orphanage. Then the scene abruptly switched to Jay's bright, sturdy back. Deep down, the coach wondered, what is he planning to do? John Taker couldn't take his eyes off the fight. He remembered when Jay was coaching him, that's right, relax your fist, punch fast and clean. At that moment, Jay was shining brightly, but now he was being beaten to a pulp. John Taker's face contorted in pain and anger, as Jay wasn't fighting back at all. At the same time, at the International Hospital, the old doctor sat upright in his chair watching the live broadcast of Jay's fight. His pain was evident in every frame. The scene abruptly shifts to a dark image of you as a child. Back to the present, with the bloodthirsty demon you. In contrast to Yu's darkness, the virtuous Jay shines brightly at the church. In the present, despite being beaten bloody, he still shines. His feet inch forward. Every step he takes is both slow and sure. He continues to inch forward step by step. Despite being hit without fail, he still advances steadily. Jay endures each blow. His steps feel like they're walking on a pile of 10,000 bones. His eyes still shine brightly. The path before him seems to transform into a road paved with human bones leading to King Demon Yu. The scene shifts to outside the orphanage. The children watch Jay's fight intently. The scene shows Yu delivering a wind-splitting punch to Jay. At this moment, an adult voice calls out to the children, dinner time, everyone. But suddenly, the girl hesitates. Because she noticed the bloody fight between Jay and Yu on TV, and the girl was Carmen. In the stands, blood seemed to stain the entire audience. Another brutal punch was thrown at Jay. Down in the ring, Kay was still intently observing. Memories of the past fight between Jay and Fapre flooded his mind, where Jay had landed countless heavy punches on him. He reassured himself, I knew it. It's just a coincidence. Jay in the ring was now covered in blood, but he continued to defend himself resolutely. Kay muttered to himself as if speaking to Jay, you've come so far. You'll soon realize that this isn't the boxing you once knew, no matter how much you want to deny it. From Yu's murderous gaze, he could definitively say, there's no one who can touch you. Even as Yu delivered another bloody punch at Jay, his mind kept racing. Even Aaron had only managed to scratch him. His eyes were filled with determination and thoughts. As he watched Yu fight, Yu was like a killing machine, delivering blows without mercy. Jay was caught in Yu's attacks along with Kay's thoughts. It was like he was alone on the ring, in a world filled only with pain. Jay's defensive posture without any response allowed Key to confirm something about Yu. Yes, that was his boxing style. There was one more thing about Yu, and that world was his background. Blood splattered across the ring floor as both Jay and Yu faced each other with tension. Bob, in the commentary booth, watched the match with a sense of bewilderment. He didn't understand. Watching the punches Yu threw, he began to form an opinion about him. He knew Yu was strong, but he was too rigid. However, he was also wondering what was Jay pursuing. No one knew what Jay was pursuing, and he didn't fight back at all. He just focused on defending passively against Yu's punches. Even the referee had to confirm about this fight with one sentence. The difference in ability was too great. Looking at each of Yu's punches with extreme lethality, he silently told himself that he should stop the fight before Jay's life was in danger. Suddenly, there was a sound of someone moving. Jay unexpectedly rushed towards. Yu's eyes looked at him with a strong aura of death. The referee was stunned by both Jay's action and Yu's gaze. Jay, at this moment on the stage, still shone brightly, even though he hadn't thrown any punches. The scene shifts to a lamppost with a light shining in the night. At an orphanage, everyone is gathered watching a boxing match between Yu and Jay on television. Yu's darkness is evident in every frame. Kamen, slightly worried, whispers Yu's name. Suddenly, the director walks over and asks, do you like boxing? I heard you say his name. She quickly replies, oh, director. Her eyes drop as she responds, no. Kamen explains, it's just that I know the boxer who is fighting. The director nods and exclaims, oh, really? Then she asked her, you mean the guy with black hair? She honestly replied, yes, I was his gym manager before I came here. The director asked, I understand. Is he strong? A hint of sadness appeared in Carmen's eyes as she answered, yes. Seeing Yu's punches on Live TV, she could confirm, he's the strongest fighter I know. She added, he beats every opponent he's ever faced. The director calmly said, wow, he's really that strong. Carmen's eyes remained glued to the TV as she softly replied, yes, his current opponent is also a very skilled fighter. However, she also thought that no matter how skilled they were, they wouldn't be able to do anything. But that's Yu. And so, you can say that there's no one else in the world who can beat him. The director, upon hearing this, suddenly said, oh, it's quite a serious matter. She looked at the children who were enthusiastically watching the match and thought, but his opponent is quite formidable. Her words made Carmen a little surprised, and she asked, what do you mean? It was then that the director revealed Jay's origins, saying that the fighter actually came from this orphanage. Her eyes, though aged, still held a sharp intelligence as she hesitantly said, and I still. She asserted something else to Carmen about Jay. I haven't seen anyone stronger than him. Back to the stands and the fighting ring. Jay remained motionless, taking the brutal punches from you. John Taker's trainer and the others beneath the ring watched in silence. Back before the fight, someone had asked in surprise, how come Jay suddenly appeared? John Taker's trainer had bewilderedly asked Jay if he wanted to fight you. He had said seriously, have you lost your mind? Back to the present, Jay was beaten to exhaustion. He was covered in blood from head to toe. His face was no better, smeared with blood, but his feet remained firm, unyielding. The memories of the past continue to resurface as Jay speaks, as I travel the world. His eyes in the present become more determined than ever. He remembers his promise, I met a young boy and promised him. No matter how badly you beat him, he was determined, I have to see that kid. Even with his face covered in blood, he was resolute in his pursuit. I need to tell him something, the sooner the better. His thoughts are evident in the eyes and furrowed brow of John Taker's trainer. He remembers Jay's innocent smile, as if nothing serious had happened to him, because I don't have much time left. On the ring, punches continue to be thrown. Blood keeps flowing and pain is still evident on Jay's face. He collapses heavily onto the ring floor. A loud shout rings out at that moment, down. Jay now lies on the ring floor, his teeth clenched in pain. The corner of John Taker's coach's mouth drops unexpectedly. He and John Taker both remain unmoved by Jay's collapse. He remembers his previous profession. Before becoming a boxing fan, I was a doctor. Watching the blood dripping on the floor along with Jay's condition, and the referee checking if he could continue, he thought, I hope I can stop Jay from getting back in the ring. Seeing his physical condition, he thought honestly, him getting through training is already a miracle. Therefore, he could only silently watch his match without a single comment. He could only clench his fist in worry for him. John Taker's coach confirmed Jay's condition. On the surface, he seems to be back in his prime, but inside, he's practically dead. In contrast to Jay's unstable state, Yu's calmness lurking behind his shadow sent shivers down people's spines. Despite that, it's undeniable that Jay's tenacity in continuing to stand up and fight is remarkable. Because of this, the killing machine Yu's eyes filled with even more murderous intent towards him. A flashback shows John Taker and his trainer gazing at the sunset together. At that time, he firmly refused John's desire to fight. I can't let you return to the ring. I know you've been training hard, but you can't compete with that body. John, hearing this, questioned back, old man, what's the meaning of life? People rushed past as his voice echoed. Because we were born this way, to be happy, just because we don't want to die, to live for future generations, to achieve our goals. In his heart, he wondered if meaning was just a concept created by humans, while the truth was that everything was meaningless. Gazing at the twilight sky, John slowly asked, you don't believe in that either, do you? No response came back. Silence fell between the two. Moments later, John Taker's trainer grumbled, damn it. Knowing he couldn't convince you, he simply turned away and said, if you want to die, go ahead. However, he also said, you know your own condition. He gave you some advice, finish all the fights in the first round, until the championship fight in the middleweight division. His last words to you were a question he already knew the answer to. Do you think I don't know your true potential? An image of a past fight flashed in the coach's mind. Excited commentary echoed. And this is a knockout for the first round. What a spectacular fight. At that time, Jay was greatly honored after his victory, a knockout in the first round. Jay had come back after retiring and was stronger than before. The coach's voice spoke steadily. The Fapri-Zhu brothers were the same. He still remembered the fight between Jay and Fapri-Zhu from years ago. One round was still too long. They might play dirty. Back then, you delivered powerful punches, so this time, he told you to finish the fight as soon as it started. And after winning, you walked away with a satisfied smile. At that moment, he cursed you in his mind, damn you, Jay. The memory of your peak performance, your confident smile and shining aura on the ring, is still vivid in the coach's mind. The subtle smirk on your face made him think. That's why, on the rooftop of the training room, he carefully told you to save your energy for fighting him. Like how you were eager to fight Jay. Back to reality, you're now enduring punches from you. The scene cuts to someone watching the match with arms crossed and a thought, hey, oh old man. Fapri-Zhu focuses on every move in the ring with words in his head like he's talking to Jay. Don't let yourself be hit like that, and do something already. Even the coach and John Taker are watching the match with bated breath. Jay's trembling feet are covered in blood but still stand firm. Someone's yell echoes in his ears, urging him to channel his remaining strength into the final match. Another merciless hook to the jaw lands right as the yell ends. The referee's call rings out, down. Jay lies on the ring floor, watched by his coach and John Taker. The coach's words from that day kept replaying in his mind. You go face that monster and die, I don't care. He wondered as the match between Jay and Yu began, how many times he had fallen. Again, he remembered his resolute words from that day on the rooftop. I have to meet that kid. Even though he was bruised and bloodied, sprawled on the fighting floor. But he pushed himself to stand, driven by his promise to the child. John Taker, for all his madness, couldn't bear to watch this sight. Jay's unwavering resolve to stand and confront the demonic Yu, his painful, labored breaths still fueled by his efforts. Looking into Yu's emotionless, cold face, he understood. So, you know why I have to meet you. The scene shifts to a light bulb outside. The stars twinkle in the sky as thoughts emerge, the reason for the star's existence. The image suddenly switches to Yu's childhood, a young Yu staring blankly into the darkness. Back to reality, Yu and Jay's match continues. The commentator is extremely surprised and excited, shouting, Jay has risen again, he's started. Peter guides the audience's emotions with a question. But how long can this hopeless battle last? Bob sitting beside him says nothing, but frowns silently, lost in thought. On the ring, the referee prepares for the next round. The commentator's voice continues to buzz, the 5th round ends. Jay has endured another round. Jay, worn down, sits in a corner of the ring, gasping for breath. The coach's gaze is filled with contemplation as he asks, do you remember your first match? He laughed and said, it was a great fight. His trainer agreed, saying, yeah, it was really good. Then, he changed the subject and said, if I had known you broke your ribs in a car accident yesterday, I never would have let you step into the ring. Jay stayed silent and pretended not to hear. Seeing this, his trainer barked at him, what the hell do you want from boxing? He reminded Jay, you're getting beat up, and you're just sitting here saying nothing. Jay's silence frustrated him, so he yelled in Jay's face, you're dying, what the hell are you doing? The ring lights shined directly on Jay. Jay, only able to open one eye, said calmly, isn't boxing great? His voice was still gentle, echoing throughout the day. They both thought about each other, then faced each other, fueled by their desires and preparations. The coach watched him, his passion evident in his words. Two souls collided on the fighting platform, sharing their stories. Despite his battered condition, Jay asked a very romantic question. He didn't see it as love, did he? Jay's question left the coach speechless. Moments later, the referee arrived to announce the start of the 6th round. Up in the commentary booth, Peter continued his work. Regardless of the gap in their skills, Jay remained determined in his defense. He looked over at Bob, lost in thought, and asked, what do you think, Bob? In another corner of the ring, Yu's face was shrouded in shadows as he rested and recuperated. Meanwhile, Kay stood silently, his eyes darting around. His eyes were fixed, filled with murderous intent. Bob, on the other hand, seemed lost in thought as he watched the match unfold. He slowly opened his mouth and said, this is just a guess. His eyes looked in Jay's direction and he suggested, but I think he won't throw any punches. Looking at the bruises on his face, he asserted that he wouldn't throw a punch until the last minute of the match. What Bob said made Peter wonder, what do you mean? Bob frowned and hesitantly said, no, actually, maybe he will punch. He predicted that he was waiting until the last seconds, focusing everything he has and all his energy. And in the final seconds of the fight, he would pour all his power into one punch. At the same time, he also speculated that this might require a miracle, but maybe that's the only punch that could defeat you. Looking at Jay's fist, Bob could tell that he was preparing for that moment. The earth was colorless. The house had no love. Match. Chapter 102, Part 3, Light. Yu was still young then. He met Jay for the first time. Yu was out of control in the ring. He landed a series of G-punches. Jay couldn't defend himself and took a bloody blow. Jay's blood continued to splatter. Jean, Stella, and Takeda were all watching. Victor or the director were constantly monitoring. Or on TV, and Jay and Aaron were unconscious. Jay's body moved forward even though he had no chance of winning. Kay was helpless, seeing the futility, tears welled up in his eyes. It's so pointless, I'm about to cry. You think you'll win? Look closely, Jay's legs are shaking. Jay's head has taken too many blows. What can you do against absolute power? Jay collapses on the floor. Kay couldn't help but think. This is the only rule for ruling the world. One day it will all vanish into oblivion. What can you do when faced with death? Life, family, society, humanity, and the universe. Jay doesn't resist. Everyone in the holy sect is worried. Yu's angry eyes have caught Kamen's attention. She asks Kamen, your martial artist friend seems sad. Again the blood keeps flowing. Kamen thinks for a moment and answers. He was the loneliest person in this world. I wanted to pull him out of that bloody arena, but ultimately, I couldn't do it alone. A maddening obsession. Tireless. A win-all-cost strategy. And even luck. None of it was enough to save him. I reached out to the strongest people I knew to save him. but all it did was leave them permanently scarred. I thought if I took down Yunoke, I could save him. But I don't know anymore. I'm just sad and heartbroken. Some people have fathers. Some people have mothers. Some have siblings. And some have friends. But he has none. You said. You really think so? I can see it clearly. You has someone by his side. What did you say? She asked. You don't see it. She paid attention. When she said the only person, always by Yu's side since the match began. When Jay still hadn't given up. Kay thinks that for Jay, winning is something accidental. Actually, I can't understand you. The arena is where you win or lose. But you call it love. Yes, you've always been like that. You never show your true potential, so I always thought about teaching you, because of your disrespect for your opponent. But after watching your fight, I can't do that. Just one more time. Just this fight. Hold your towel tight. I'll continue to believe in you and your boxing. Jay's legs are moving again. The viewers are stunned too. Jay got hit again. Kay's emotional. Come on, do what you want to do. When G is the only one left with so much blood. You know, to try to save that monster. The blood splattered even more. Moving on to round 6. Even the journalist is observing. Blood covered his face and body. As the monster's pain grew, he lacked a complete family. J's feet remained steady. The journalist wondered what he was bleeding for. Round 7 followed by round 8. The crowd was roaring. Only the person on the stage couldn't hear the sound. And what they fell for. And you look behind, Ki was worried. The referee was about to count when Jay stood up. Jing couldn't understand. Takide continued to observe the match. Fabriku was still watching. Victor is watching intently. Aaron's wife is too. Kay doesn't see it. JH is in his disappointment. Getting back up again for what? Kay knows that feeling. He realizes the blood is flowing. Yu's triumphant anger. Even the meat melted. But no one thought about stopping the fight. Finally the taunts faded. And the raging madness stopped flaring, dying down, leaving only ashes. However, the fight continued. Round 9 and round 10. It seemed like they weren't watching boxing anymore. Then round 11. But it was something completely different. A stillness as if waiting for dawn before a new history is written. Cullen asked if this was really boxing. When J's legs hadn't given out yet. What exactly are we watching? Round 11 felt like it would last forever, but finally ended. We are reaching the final round of the fight. You remain silent. Kay quietly observed. Finally he thought. And he said playtime is over. Finish. Jay was brought to check. As his body was filled with blood, Kay thought he looked extremely ill. His body was even burning the protein in his muscles. Kay looked at him with pity. Jay suddenly said, old man. His breath seemed to weaken. What am I doing here? He was surprised. He said, tell me, what am I doing here? Did you realize how weak you've become? When you were young, you were full of life. He had no idea. The young man, vibrant with life, smiled brightly. Kay felt a surge of anger within. He spoke love. You said you came here for love. You said you had to see you. While you was waiting. And you gave him something. Jay got up and he said, go away. He said, it's over. When you is the darkness. And G is the light. Between death and life. Meaninglessness and meaning. Yu's eyes were emotionless. And G was the radiance. Jay was ready to attack. The final battle to decide everything. It has begun. Are you struggling with a life filled with pain and suffering? Does the world seem to ignore your presence? Have you fallen, exhausted by endless hardship? Let me tell you some good news. Suffering, failure. Disappointment. Loss, good and evil. And the death that comes when one is powerless. One's feet are not yet broken and love. His entire face is covered in blood. When his eyes are about to close. The final story. When the fight is still ongoing. When I was younger, I remember a story I saw on TVEV once. It was the story of God, the one who created this world. Yu's eyes couldn't believe it. Strange you say you died for us, because you loved us. Back then you clung to the corner of that belief. If there really is a God. And if you truly love me, I want to ask you a few questions. Why was I born in this hell? Why didn't you save me? When Jade and my feet are hanging. Why is this happening to me? Why do you stand by and let it happen? Why do you only look at the pain and suffering if you love us? Why is the world surrounded by death? And why do those lives wither and die? Please answer me. Jay keeps getting hit. Give me the answers. As time goes by and people rush. Why do I live and why do I die? When the G shows Jay. Yu's heartache is. Hope, say it. Jay, though breathing with difficulty. But he looked up and smiled at Yu. This world is filled with sorrow and pain. Perhaps with our own strength alone, we will never be able to overcome sadness and suffering. When G is fully burdened. Humans only love themselves and envy one another. In pain. The world is enveloped in evil. We worship money and desire. J. Gratitude is gone and anger reigns over us. J's faces. His legs are shaking as he fights. We struggle with loneliness and worry about the future. Jay endures it all. Some suffer from devastating accidents. Others face violence. Jay is under attack. Some are cursed with sickness. We still stand. All are risking everything to fight for life. But is this a battle we have any chance of winning? It's a losing game, for me, the one writing and drawing this story, and for you, the reader. One day we will all. Don't you think so? Look closer with your eyes. We still stand. This is the truth of the world. He tries to breathe, to persevere on the battlefield. When Inji was a child, she shouted. Or Bike-san was severely injured, helpless. There are planes in the sky. Even Jonathan is angry. The journalist is working. Friend loses. Is proud. And the innocent boy. Stella speaks her heart. Jin understands the truth. Tough opponent. The story of Manhwa, Hybrockro, and my hate's friendship. Yamaguchi doesn't believe in life. There are still people by my side. Takide is trying his best. The red-faced man raises his gun. Kamen is more beautiful. There is a girl praying. The old man observes life. Determined eye. The bloody defeat of Faprula. Victor is defeated. The scream overwhelms. The explosion engulfs. That gentle Aaron, happy with his wife. Or a troubled soul. The boy with an unhappy family. The dark father. A mother struggling with depression. An estranged sister. And how it all ends. I don't think you're gonna win. You never had a chance from the beginning. Jay tried to stand. She said Carmen. Do you know what it feels like to be close to death? She said loneliness. I feel a terrifying loneliness that chills me to the bone. You might think you've built so many relationships in your life. But when you face death, you'll realize you're completely alone. She said, if God truly exists and if that God loves us, then why are we suffering? And don't collapse. Keep fighting back. The pain continues. If God loves us so much, he will sacrifice himself for us. The spotlight of the match. Arms crossed watching. I don't see what you're doing. You've played enough. Why haven't you knocked him out yet? I don't understand. He took that blow. It seems like he doesn't like it. It's not just a do or die solution. He's accepted death. Kay shouts, I said enough playing around. Finish him off now. Make sure you don't just hug him tightly. Everyone knows that you is. When his fist strikes his opponent, a terrifying boom arrives. Kay couldn't believe it. Jay is still standing. His fist is still punching. Jay hasn't been knocked down. It's another hit. You're worried, Jay. What's going on? You what? He hasn't gone down yet. You just keep punching. Don't worry, no, keep it up. All our efforts will be wasted. He's talking to the referee. What is he doing? The match is over. Just declare the end. He didn't expect this. Even the referee was stunned. He looked over to the other side. The doctor stood still. He couldn't bear to watch. Does he accept death? No, from the beginning he didn't care about anything like that at all. Those pure golden eyes. He doesn't know, what is it? When that light is different. He wonders what in the world you're looking at. Your feet are covered in blood. Jay's eyes are looking at little you crying. That destiny arrives. The first time you met Jay. With the stage lights. This time just stood still. You felt any? Don't come any closer. There are 12 seconds left in round 12. Everything is quiet. Time seemed to stop for everyone, watching like shattered memories. Jay's feet remained planted. When Jean cried as a child, Jay was in pain again, taking a blow. Jin unconsciously remembered. Those feet still stand firm. When Kide's parents died, that blow continued. Takide remembers that moment, along with his family, as Fa Praizo and the director recall it. Jay's legs stood firm as he watched Victor powerless, losing everything. He remembers it all. Jay's body still held strong. He kept moving forward. Knowing that Aaron was in a coma, his wife and children still young. Aaron's wife realized it. Her legs kept moving. As Yu retreated to the edge of the ring, Yu was terrified seeing Jay approaching. Yu was still crying so small. The light illuminated his heart with the warmth of summer. That sky was so beautiful. Jay's body stood firm. Yu was suddenly confused. A hand was coming, gradually approaching, slowly and steadily. Then it reached Yu's body, lightly touching his forehead. Just stood there knowing. Yu was incredibly confused. At that moment, there was no powerful attack. Yu didn't shed blood. Only Yu lost his composure. Time seemed to lose its value and endlessness engulfed everything. The audience froze. Kamen looked like she was about to cry. Jean and Stella's expressions were full of shock. Or the referee and Takizain. No one dared to speak. Victor Faprisco, the director. Aaron's wife cried. Kay was surprised, completely taken aback. Peter Cullen and Bob Norris were too. Or even Blink. This was the first time in their lives. They felt such an indescribable emotion. You cried just because of the one touch. Jay laughed at the time and said it was okay. The arena fell silent. Time. The referee instinctively realized. As the whistle blew ding ding ding, the arena was bathed in bright lights. Kay stood watching, expressionless, and they didn't know what emotions he was feeling. Only he knew. Flowers bloomed in the early morning, evidence of life gradually emerging and operating according to natural laws. White snowbirds perched on a branch. Though cold, it was very warm. Their hands held on to peace and tranquility, smiling at each other, the smile of happiness. The gentle evening breeze tore at the hem of the sky. It slowly sank along with the residents, and the apartment complex of life was expanding. Dawn broke, the most peaceful color. Earth is inherently the most colorful planet. Yet you only stood there frozen. His eyes had cried, they had the hope of life, the light of hope. And I stood there watching. Jay was carried to the room on a stretcher. The audience was stunned, silent. The boy, since his birth, had never felt this before. He realized that he wasn't alone. When you saw the light of hope. The next day, the funeral was held. The coffin was carried away to be buried, white chrysanthemums marking the occasion. The wind blew through the trees. Emily said, "Sarah, thank you for coming." Sarah replied, "It's no problem." Sarah said Mr. Lark was like a father to Aaron. He would have definitely wanted to be here. Emily looked thoughtful, sad. Ever since that match, Grandpa always felt guilty towards Aaron, she thought. He didn't throw in the towel then, and that's something he regretted his whole life. I know even though his health wasn't good, he always came to visit. Even though I've said many times that what happened to Aaron wasn't anyone's fault, I visit him every day. Emily is emotional. Why did this happen? She cried in regret. Only 2 girls comforted her. At the National Hospital, she feared telling Aaron, "Today I went to Lark's burial site. Don't be too sad, because he finally passed away peacefully." Emily started to smile again a little. She seems to be adapting to this life now. Why did this happen to our family? At first, I was so curious to know how it all happened. Now I'm moving forward. The things I need to do are to be with the people I love. Every second I'll live with gratitude and love. And I will never give up. I believe that one day you will wake up. No matter how long I have to wait, I will wait. And then someday. Definitely, you're talking about happiness. Everyone's lives have changed. Izu is practicing. Or Victor is tired. Jin has become more kind. B-san and Jay are running together. Masaki is happily satisfied. Hai has a family. Mary is cheerful. After all, they each have their own lives and futures. No matter what life throws at them. After the fight ended, the Lion Boxing Club closed down and Kay disappeared without a trace. Some said he became a cripple. Some said he took his own life. Others said he was consumed with regret and lived in remorse. After that fight, Jay also vanished from the world. Some said he died from an illness. Others said he returned to his life of wandering the globe as before. And finally the House of Love. Kamen was watching the children. "Kids, if you go out to play, make sure you wash your hands thoroughly when you come back," she said. They replied, "Yes, ma'am." Suddenly, a little girl fell. The little girl stood up and cried. She sobbed, "Wah, wah, wah." Kamen picked her up and said, "It's okay, sweetie. You must be hurt. It'll be alright. The world is full of pain. Life always greets death. How many lives have been lost on the stage of this world? It's a number beyond imagination. How many people have fallen in this fierce battle? And how many tears have been shed?" That night, however, the little boy was aimless on the street. He was no different from a homeless person. The strange man approached. "He saw you standing listlessly near the streetlight." It was as if he wanted to say something. The boy remained dazed. Then he looked up at the man. He said, "Are you alright, kid?" It was as if his wife had left, or his daughter had cried. Now the boy is lifeless. "You said life is full of pain, didn't you?" The hospital hand is still. Kamen holds him and says, it's okay, let me see." The man says, "Let me tell you a good truth. All those twinkling stars, they're all shining for you." That saying gives him hope. Hope for someone to wake up. Those stars are shining for you. The game was on. Petter the coach. Legs are ready. Even the director was uneasy. The other side was not afraid at all. They were itching to move. Their bodies were ready for the match. Eyes of determination. Eyes that thirst for victory. Jay and North-san are ready. They face each other in battle. Before the intensity of the match, time turns back to before the fight. The buzz of a razor in Jay lifts it to his hair. An opponent appears, each powerful strike is unleashed. Strands of hair fall down. Once again, Jay wins with a bloody mouth and empty eyes. The night before the match, he was immersed in excitement, grinning from ear to ear. In his Diet match, the second round, 2 minutes and 34 seconds, a dramatic comeback against a veteran opponent. Jay looks at himself in the mirror. He has just had a haircut, as if he has a new appearance and has entered a new life with a confident smile. Then he participates in another match. His opponent is taller than him, and the second match begins. Jay uses his serious gaze to look at his opponent, but he feels strange, different from usual. The opponent in front of him looks at Jay with half an eye. He thinks, you're so arrogant because you won against him Seok because of luck. Thinking that, his smug smile widens. He is the weakest of the 4 heavenly kings of the Korean bald-headed fighters. He also doesn't forget to sneer contemptuously. It's best I anticipate everything. The opponent's face was filled with a sense of victory, and he couldn't help but burst into laughter. The latter became more and more unrestrained, distorted, even his coach felt helpless and awkward. Seeing this, Jay froze, his lips pursed involuntarily. What was going on? This player? Steele glanced over, noticing this reaction, and looked displeased. What's wrong? Is that kid scared? Is he shaking? Then he took out a razor, looking menacing. You think you have a chance against the 4 great kings, with that ridiculous haircut? Jay frowned confused. Huff. Steele was speaking as if it was a certainty. If you lose this time, you'll join the association. The assistant next to him heard this and angrily hit Steele on the head. What nonsense are you saying? Seeing the 3 of them act so foolishly, the opponent stopped laughing, completely dumbfounded. What am I supposed to do? These people? At this moment, the referee's clear and powerful voice boomed. Second out. Jay felt a wave of relief wash over him. He was no longer as nervous as he was during his debut match. He thought it would be easy, but he was still worried. What could he do? The faint sounds around him echoed in his ears. He felt something, a feeling that only came with fighting. The confidence in his back was now strengthened with resilience. The referee's voice boomed once more. Begin. The 2 opponents would first throw their fists in a greeting gesture. His coach's words during practice echoed in his mind, always maintain a low stance. Now facing his opponent, Jay maintained a low stance, doing as he had been taught. The opponent's attack was easily dodged, leaving him stunned. Jay bent down, his sharp eyes delivering an upward punch. Hit by the blow, the opponent thought dazedly, I only face the strongest, so there's no way I'd feel this opponent being weak. His face showed a look of astonishment. He still thought, I've fought so many strong opponents, so I feel like the next one is weak. After reminding himself twice, his spirit returned, his face becoming fierce. How could the world be so easy? He landed another powerful blow. Jay ducked again, and the opponent couldn't help but admire him. He recognized him as a strong competitor, someone who had put in a lot of effort. Jay nimbly stepped back. He gradually realized something. That's right, he's not attacking directly. He's dividing his attacks left and right. Thinking that, Jay's steps moved faster, retreating and advancing, his eyes fixed intently on his opponent. Although maintaining a low stance to move, his legs showed no sign of fatigue. Jay raised his head, but his opponent was now showing a wary expression. He gritted his teeth, staring intently at each of his steps. Another strike came, Jay muttered to himself, lower. Another strike missed, the opponent gritted his teeth. This kid's too fast. It was no surprise when Jay again seized the opportunity to strike. The opponent blocked, shorter. Jay frowned. What's this? His legs unconsciously sped up. Jay again kept a low stance, weaving through both sides and delivering blows. His opponent just blocked from start to finish. Jay continuously urged himself on, faster, faster. The blood vessels in his muscles were constantly tightening. Jay's eyes widened. He grew increasingly agitated, his heart constantly screaming, I want to explode. He ducked again to avoid a strike. His opponent collapsed, and the referee signaled the end. Jay looked at his opponent, gasping for breath. His assistant below smiled proudly. Good, he's starting. The sapling of that day has now grown into a mature tree, fully grown. It's all in preparation for moments like these. They often turn to those who have accumulated experience, who have pushed beyond their limits amidst countless dangers and difficulties. The moment of growth erupts, like becoming a different person one ordinary morning. Jay just stood there breathless and dazed. And of course, victory belongs to him. His face falls back into emptiness once more. This is the moment to claim the reward for the effort, the pain, and the courage of that time. The transfer of the victor has begun. The sense of accomplishment that comes with growth, the sweet taste of victory, makes all the effort worthwhile. That day, Jay ate his meal quickly. His father reminded him to slow down. Even while showering, Jay remained focused, his body in a fighting stance. He even admitted to himself, all day long I only think about boxing. This is a time when boxing itself is simply too much fun. I can't bear it. Lying in bed, Jay's satisfied smile still lingered on his lips, his eyes shining with a passionate fire. Now facing a formidable opponent, someone surpassing him in every aspect, the light in Jay's eyes didn't flicker. He thought, my strength keeps growing, bit by bit. Li Shi has staggered back, affected by the force of his opponent's strike. Jay felt sure of his victory. I'm going to win again. Images of past opponents flashed before him, along with the referee's loud praise. From his debut, this rising star has consistently delivered captivating performances. Another opponent falls victim to his blow. Another opponent down. The referee's words echoed in his mind. How long can he maintain this momentum? Raising his arm in victory. The referee's gesture felt like a loop, a cycle from joy to maturity, and ultimately, this victory fueled his joy, leading to further growth, an endless loop, a bridge to maturity continuously forming. In Jay, after understanding this feeling, his eyes no longer held emptiness. Now, with his victorious arm raised once again, he could finally smile freely. His assistant had also noticed the change. If he continued to maintain this level of performance, it would be great. The moment his arm was raised, Jay realized it. Yes, in a fleeting moment, this positive cycle would also restrain his body or mind. He recognized another side of the cycle, that constant winning would breed complacency, or the anxiety of falling behind. Every cell in his body was realizing that even if his mind continued on this cycle, his body wouldn't be able to withstand the ambition of his mind. Suddenly, the hairs on Jay's body stood on end. As soon as he realized the next blow, it was already close to his face. Jay's body leaned back, his face still showing a dazed expression. If it wasn't for the very few who received the choice, when would the moment of defeat arrive? Under his assistant's gaze, Jay decided that he wouldn't let his body be controlled like this. Involuntarily, Jay lost. His eyes were vacant as he stood frozen, listening to the referee declare the winner in his ears. Those eyes, they still had a glimmer of light. As night fell, the calm voice of his assistant echoed, "You've worked hard today." He added in a serious tone, "You don't need to go to the training room anymore, just stay home and rest properly. Resting is also a form of training." Jay didn't protest. "Yes, you've worked hard too." Steele, who had been silent throughout, suddenly spoke, "Wait a minute." Both the assistant and Jay turned their heads in surprise. With a frightening expression, Steele took out a razor. "This is the clipper for the loser." The assistant, both helpless and angry, slapped Steele's head hard and scolded, "You're a member of the Bald Boxer Club too. From now on, be more serious. If you say things like that again, I'll teach you a lesson." Then the assistant turned to Jay, his voice softened, "I will monitor him, so you go home and rest well." Steele muttered with dissatisfaction, "How can this person be so violent?" Jay watched this scene with a relaxed smile. On his way home, Jay was lost in thought. There's a rule that the higher you climb, the harder you fall. Well, now it's a fork in the road. From above, the assistant watched Jay through the window, wondering, will he fall hard or will he truly begin to mature? Two individuals from different worlds now unexpectedly drew closer. Jay's strong shadow stretched across the road. The next day's sky was crystal clear, with only a few clouds drifting before dissipating. Steele's voice echoed, "Today is the day the talent returns to normal." Walking, he continued, "What do you think about the talent? This is his first failure." The assistant found it natural. His performance has been quite good so far, so this is just a little storm. Steele furrowed his brow slightly. He finally spoke clearly. "At home, I cried, tears and snot running down my face like an idiot. Then I was fine for a while, until I saw something that made me cry again." Steele continued in a nonchalant tone. "I felt like a useless person, but I had to go back to the gym, pretending like nothing happened. I might seem fine, but inside my tears are a vast ocean." The two fell into silence. Finally, his assistant teased him casually, "You're such a crybaby." Steele didn't get mad. "Not entirely," he replied. His assistant persisted. "Right," Steele confirmed, "totally." The door swung open. In front of them was a punching bag, distorted and misshapen. His assistant and Steele stood frozen in the doorway, unable to believe what they saw. Jay appeared suddenly in the gym, practicing boxing as usual. He opened his eyes wide, full of energy. Jay's body moved quickly, hitting one side then the other. His eyes sparkled, his forehead glistening with sweat. The punching bag shook constantly. Jay stopped, only then noticing two people standing motionless by the door. He greeted them cheerfully as usual, "My manager is here." His manager regained his composure and replied, "Yes, I'm here." Steele beside him still couldn't believe it. The manager, as if he could read Jay's thoughts and feelings, said, "At each punching bag, I feel this itch in my body. I want to box. I can't bear it anymore." The assistant's eyes widened and he smiled. The positive cycle hasn't been broken. Under the bright summer sun, it burns now, like the passion in someone's body. Indeed, this child is a tree. A tree, even if wounded and broken, still continuously regenerates and grows. Though he might be slower compared to a genius. He looked at the bright smile before him and exclaimed, "But this kid possesses an endless capacity for growth." His arm was raised once more, a symbol of the positive cycle starting again. Jay could now finally offer a relaxed smile. That moment was caught on camera. Li Shea lay on the bag and stared at his phone. His agent stood by the door reminding him look closely, he's a kid on top of the world. His voice echoed, he'll be coming to fight you soon. On the phone was Jay's innocent smile. Li Sheha stared at it, but then he yawned, bored. The assistant director said seriously, I've decided you're going to participate in the fight. Ji was stunned by his words, frozen for a moment, staring at him. Then he asked in surprise, me. The assistant director crossed his arms, replying, yes, you. You were even more surprised and stammered, I'm joining the competition. He said angrily, alright, stop saying such foolish things. Get a grip. Ji quickly replied, yes, yes. The assistant shouted, remember all the opponents you've faced before. None of them were weak, right? He was speechless when he heard that. He continued to win, they all fought hard and bled. None of them were weak. As he spoke, you recalled your own opponents. He said, you've competed against those strong players, sometimes losing and sometimes winning. That's how you reached your current position. Ji opened his eyes wide and didn't respond. The assistant manager yelled, you are much stronger than you think. He opened his eyes wide and shouted, you are a powerful opponent on the court, and you have the potential to become a champion. This also stunned Ji. After listening to him for a while, Ji finally showed his resolve and said, yes, I will do my best. He told me to follow him, that I was strong, and I should listen to him because he was strong. I should train so hard that I would become the new champion. The assistant shouted loudly in the champion's face. Obviously, even the current champion was scared and undergoing special training. Ji replied that he was also doing special training. Interrupting their conversation, Steele said indifferently, it's not that serious. The assistant standing next to him said, really, it seems a bit too much to me. The opponent is the opponent. Steele coldly replied, I will kill him in one shot. The two spoke without noticing Ji, who was staring at them with a dazed expression. In another place, a person seemed to be still sleepy, yawning repeatedly. It was Shea who was drowsy and tired. He was urged, what are you doing? Come on in. He quickly explained, I apologize. I was reading a book last night until late. The coach replied helplessly, we don't have much time. Get here and train. Shea said yes. On the fighting ring stood a tall, muscular man wearing protective gear. The coach introduced, I have prepared a very strong fighter from abroad. He stood next to Sheha and told him that this person was similar to his opponent this time. He had a more stable fighting style than relying on unexpected attacks. He was the type who had fast strikes and put a lot of pressure on his opponent. But it seemed that he didn't take it in. He glanced elsewhere and said that people like that were so boring. The coach reminded him not to be careless, as anything could happen in a fight. Sheha replied quickly, yes. Then he went over to the opponent and said, thank you for participating in this practice match. Fight like it's a real one. The opponent still looked down on Sheha. He said, fighting a kid like him in this weight class, can I skip the helmet? He said, don't talk like that, lacking in spirit. Think of this as a real match. Meanwhile, Sheha, waiting for them to finish talking, yawned continuously. Seeing his attitude, the opponent frowned and said, look at him. A moment later, when the match ended, the opponent was lying sprawled on the ground, while Sheha stood there, looking at his opponent. That guy was beaten up to the point of being dazed. Sheha turned to the coach, looking completely disinterested. Then he stood in the ring and thought to himself that he wanted to face that guy again. Sheha's image was playing on Duff. The assistant told Ji that this was Sheha, the youngest in the country to win the middleweight boxing championship. He and that guy are the same age, but he's a genius who has gone through 9 title defense matches. In reality, his abilities have reached a world-class level, but no one knows why he continues to compete domestically. Hearing the assistant's words, Ji was shocked. He's that strong, he replied. Yes, in terms of strength, he's the strongest in the country at this weight class. The screen shows a match between two people. The assistant says, watch carefully. This is MCO, his first opponent. They look at the player and say he's different now. Back then, MCO was still young and impulsive. Ji opens his eyes wide and thinks to himself, MCO the player. The match has begun at the competition venue. The opponent rushes towards Sheha, but he manages to dodge in time. CO attacks and thinks to himself, he shouldn't be much of an obstacle. Ji watches the match intently, thinking to himself, he truly is like a rock, as his name suggests. He imagines a rock smashing into his opponent's head, just like CO punched Sheha, sending him flying back. Ji watched seriously. He thought it was a straight punch. He was using a defensive stance but got pushed into a corner. COO continuously punched Sheha, attacking relentlessly, too fast to compare to that moment. Suddenly something happened, making COO go white in the eyes. It was Shia who slipped out of danger in a flash. Inji was also surprised watching. How could he escape in a moment like that? Not giving Shia a chance, Seo charged straight towards him. Inji thought to himself but immediately chased after him. His reflexes were as fast as a predator. He was surprised looking at each of Shia's blocks, truly powerful. No wonder he can maintain the championship. The stage lights and the audience's cheers were incredibly loud. Inji watched the match and said it looked like player MCOO was incredibly strong. He had been dominating the entire match. The assistant had no emotion at all. He asked, "Is that what you observe?" Inji was surprised and replied, "Yes." Then he said, "Pay close attention to MCO's expression." He seemed to be exhausted after chasing Shia. He was panting heavily and clenching his teeth. Even Inji had noticed why he clearly dominated the entire match. Suddenly he realized something he looked at Seo's eyes and thought it was a sign of defeat. Shia is sitting on a chair in the ring, looking at his opponent. He stares at the other guy with emotionless and icy eyes. After the first round, the assistant director says round 2 is about to begin. We need to watch closely. The two of them watch the match unfold. Suddenly Inji's eyes widen. An image of Seo the player, slumped on the floor with blood on his head appears. Inji is baffled. He can't believe it. The screen cuts to Shia. He looks at the man and thinks to himself, from round 2 he's become a completely different person. Shia's eyes were as cold as ice, and Inji thought he seemed to be able to predict all of MCO's moves. It seemed like the assistant knew his thoughts, as he spoke like he was downloading something. He crossed his arms and said the first round was just time to gather data on his opponent. In just 2 rounds, he had collected information about his opponent's fighting style, tempo, timing, and habits, and remembered it all. He continued, saying that with all the data he had in round 2, what would happen? Of course, it would be immediately confirmed, right? None of MCO's attacks could land. He was hit repeatedly, even knocked out a tooth. The assistant said, "Hell officially begins." The guy with the white eyes was in pain. He added, "It's not just MCO." At the same time, Shia glanced towards the camera. His assistant frowned and said, "In the first round, all the strongest players in the country." He spoke while holding the remote and rewinding the match. The image of Shia dodging every punch from his opponent appeared. This surprised Inji greatly. He said, "They couldn't hit him," and lost miserably in the second round. Opponents who had been defeated by Shia appeared one after another. He looked at the TV and said, "Maybe when facing him, if you can't finish the match in the first round, you're already doomed to fail." Shia with no expression on his face was being shown on TV. I listened and felt anxious and confused. I couldn't say anything more. The assistant director said loudly, "So from now on we will learn how to attack, you understand?" I also obeyed, "Yes." Then he slowly explained the attack method of a genius. This statement made me even more determined to defeat him. Then the assistant frowned and said the attacks. I also listened attentively to every word. And he calmly said, "I don't know either." I was extremely surprised. I froze and looked at him and asked, "What?" Seeing me like that, he shouted, "I don't know either." My head is about to explode. This made me dumbfounded. I could only stare. Inji froze, eyes wide, looking at his assistant. He sat with his arms crossed and said the script was to end the match in round 1. "If you were more mature, maybe. But it's a pity you don't have the destructive power." The words made Inji speechless. From the start, he didn't blink once in the face of MCO's powerful, relentless attacks like kicks. He's naturally gifted at withstanding any blow in round 1. With your offensive abilities, you can execute the strategy of ending him within 1 round. Then he spoke seriously, saying that if that's the case, there's no other choice but to prolong the fight. You saw it in the videos too. In boxing, Shia's adaptability is the worst thing for athletes who pursue their goals through effort like you and MCOO. Techniques honed through countless repetitions become ingrained in the body's instinct. And he's a genius who can read those habits. Move breathing, distance control, timing, psychology, everything. No matter how hard you try to change, the range of change is limited. Thousands upon thousands of repetitions of training do not accept drastic changes in your strikes. Hearing this, Inji spoke up. "There is no way, there cannot be." He seriously said there is no way. Shia's boxing technique is a death sentence for any effort. Every effort you put into your fight against him, your strongest weapon, the thing that has protected you until now, will betray you. Inji was worried, speechless. Then he said, "I apologize, but honestly I still haven't found the answer to defeating him. First, let's go back to basic training today. I'll also research more about what suits you and pay more attention." Inji couldn't say anything other than yes, sir. You practiced until the evening without stopping. You imagined something rushing towards you at incredible speed. Then, you use the power of your legs to prepare to strike. Your eyes are serious, and you're thinking about choosing the best moment. The image of Sheihei appears in front of you, rushing to punch you. That punch seems to be about to hit Inji's face. You snap back to reality, it was all an illusion. You retracted your hands and looked at them, unsure. Inji recalled the movements and thought jab, straight, hook, upper, the names of the techniques, the punches in boxing. Clearly, these were movements you had practiced countless times over the past. You were anxious, unsure, nothing was certain. You remembered Sheihei's icy gaze and thought to yourself, what about learning more new techniques? But you immediately cut yourself off. No, mimicking techniques, vaguely like that. The whole world seemed to shrink to just you and your thoughts. All your previous efforts would betray yourself. What should you do? Suddenly someone walked past, seeing you standing there. It was Seo. He turned around and looked at you for a while. It's been a while, Inji. Long time no see. He asked if Inji was training for the match. Inji was surprised. Oh, it's been a while, Seo. Oh, how is the shop doing? He laughed and replied, haha, it's going as usual. You seem very down. Not like your usual self, Seo said. Inji stammered, well Before Inji could finish, Seo cut him off. Because of Li Sheihei's championship? Seo asked, you've qualified for the competition, right? Inji responded, yes. Then Inji continued, actually I often fight against stronger opponents. I'm not afraid of these kinds of matches. Inji thought back to Sheihei's cold gaze. Inji's face and eyes were heavy. He said, of course, I'm worried. Seeing this, Seo said, you're scared that all your past training efforts, and even yourself will become the reason for your failure. Hearing him say this, he froze, looking at him blankly. He continued, the uncertainty when everything I have related to boxing is completely denied. He sadly said, it reminds me of the championship match with him. I'm retired now, but I still feel regret about that match. He reminisced about the moment he fought Sheihei. Inji was surprised, regret. He closed his eyes and replied yes. He asked why I couldn't believe in my own efforts at that time. Because I was afraid my efforts would be rejected. I put everything into the first round as if I was being forced. As a result, he read it and I failed miserably. Seo said that because of fear I couldn't show my full potential, so I had a ridiculous failure. He said effort can't betray you. This statement surprised you. And before he turned away, you had already betrayed your own efforts. If you believed in your own boxing and had the courage to face it to the end, even if the result was still a failure, you wouldn't feel this regret now. He came close to you and laughed with that kind of meaning in the fight against you. I used all my efforts to fight without any regrets. It was a great fight. After hearing Seo's story, you seemed to have realized something. You immediately said that it was you who felt honored to fight against him, Coo. When he heard it, he laughed loudly. He turned his head and said that in the fight against you, your last move, you used wearing to avoid my best hook. He frowned, saying it was almost a perfect move. It was clear that you had the thought that your opponent was an unimaginably strong person, and to face such an opponent, you had tried your best. Seo asked, right? That question left Inji speechless. He just stood there listening to him. Then he looked at his own hand. Yes, I don't know either. At that moment I felt like my body was moving on its own. He asked him again if he thought it was luck. Another question that made Inji even more bewildered. He turned and walked away, telling Inji that in a decisive match like this, luck doesn't exist in a match against me. Inji was astonished, standing there watching Seo leave. He remembered the time he was beaten to a pulp. Seo said that your effort has never betrayed you, so don't regret it like me. Win or lose, face it with your head held high. The image of him, bloody but determined to win, flashed in his mind. Inji stood there, silently thinking he had forgotten. Then he looked up at the sky for a moment, and thought that was enough. He then quickly thanked Coo. Upon arriving, he called out loudly for his manager. He gasped for breath and said, I found the answer. His assistant Seem said, really, me too. He shouted that special training would start next week. Inji understood his meaning and quickly agreed. Then he said, however, this time, you won't be trained by me. Inji was surprised. The next morning, Inji went to the training room with his assistant. He opened the door and said hello. He shouted, I am a Korean genius, I hope everyone will help me. There were 2 people in the room waiting for him. One of them said, oh, you're here. Seeing this, the manager smiled and thought to himself, this is the strongest effort in the world. He's sure to learn a lot. The other guy's eyes lit up and all he could think about was tuition. Inji shook hands with his friend and greeted him, nice to meet you. I'm you to take it up. I'm the one who's looking forward to your help. No, I'm the one looking forward to your help. The manager and the other guy stood there with their arms crossed, sharing the same thought. Sheha yawned loudly, his face showing extreme fatigue. The manager, who was driving, turned around and asked, "You stayed up late reading and went to bed late last night, right?" Sheha replied, "There were a lot of new things yesterday." "The comics were that interesting, huh?" The manager looked down. "Well, not really." The manager asked again, "Huh, then why did you still read them?" He simply replied, "Just reading." The manager turned around and said, "Whatever. You have to get an early night before the competition anyway." Shea continued, "People say that geniuses win easily even without sleep, while those who rely on hard work are predictable. You're being too complacent. You'll get what's coming to you someday." The car honked on the road. Shea silently looked out the window. His eyes were filled with sadness. He saw a billboard for a superhero movie and thought to himself, if only it were that easy. He saw a billboard for a superhero movie and thought to himself, if only it were that easy. The man pulling the blue suitcase sighed. "It's in G," he said, "back in the country home is still the best, right manager?" The manager said nothing. Thinking back on the past, the special training in the last 2 months was truly hell. Ook, just thinking about it makes me want to vomit. The world standard really is so different. But I'm here. He looked at his clenched fist. I want to test the results of that special training program. Suddenly, there were sobs coming from beside him. Inji looked over and asked, "Manager?" The manager burst into tears. "I miss Misaki-chan so much, it's been so long since I've seen her. Shihei is getting weighed now." The inspector said, "Champion weighs 62.89 g pass." His eyes are still vacant. Inji's manager watches from afar, silently thinking, "He's so cool. He always looks bored, but his body is lean and muscular, with no excess fat. You can see how flexible his muscles are. He clearly didn't become champion solely on talent." The inspector shouts next, "Please call up contestant Inji." Inji takes off his shirt, revealing a similarly sculpted physique. He steps on the scale. Everyone around gasped in astonishment. The manager smiled knowingly, as if he had anticipated this reaction. They thought to themselves, "Wow, how is that body possible?" Shiha also glanced over. Every muscle fiber on Inji's body was depicted in incredible detail, as if he had no fat at all. The bundles of muscles in that body were tense. It was as if those rubber bands were twisted so tightly that they could tear through the skin at any moment. The inspector was 63.48 kilos, passed. I put on my jacket, telling the manager, "Woo, I was so nervous but managed to get through it somehow." The manager smiled, "You did great. Remember to drink enough water today. Our opponent must have come prepared with something new this time." As I was walking, Inji suddenly noticed Shea extending his hand for a handshake. "I'm looking forward to an exciting match ahead." Inji accepted the firm handshake. Shea's face remained emotionless. The clock ticked. Red blood cells continued to move throughout my body. And then the alarm clock rang, click. Shea's eyes flickered slightly. Inji looked into Shea's eyes and said excitedly, "Let's do our best." The arena began. The Mitzi's voice boomed, "Welcome boxing fans, you've been waiting for this, haven't you? The match for the national welterweight title begins now." Misaki sat Wikigai under the stage and exclaimed, "Wow, it's starting. Whoa, look at Inji's body. What did he do to get a body like that? He looks so determined." Inji's father sat below, thinking to himself, "Inji, do your best, son." Shea yawned again. Your manager said, "Don't be careless." Inji's fighting weight is always easy to pass the weigh-in. At first glance, he's the type who fights with endurance and speed rather than strength. However, to have a body like that, he must have done something in the first round. Be absolutely careful with him. Shea said without any interest, "Don't worry, we started working on it yesterday." The manager asked back, "Are you sure about that?" The clock rang again. He mumbled, "Tick-tock, tick-tock. Shia, if you win this match, we'll go for the world championship. I always say this, but you clearly have the strength to compete in the world championship. I want you to experience the wider world." Shia replied simply, "Okay." The manager was surprised. "Really, you're agreeing? Well, waiting any longer would be boring. If we go abroad, maybe there will be even more exciting players." The miss continued, "Now we have a match between the undefeated champion, considered the strongest in Korea, and Inji, who has silently risen to a powerful and imposing position. What kind of match will these two players give us?" The ticking of a clock echoed. Shea thought, "I truly feel sorry for you, but this tournament and this final world, they're both the same. Since I was born, nothing has been outside my expectations. In this situation, I'm capable enough to win the championship. However, not to mention the monster playing above. If I reach the level of taked, that position will be immediately taken away. It's just like that, that's my limit. What are my standards? How far can I go? Nothing is more interesting than knowing everything for sure. However, how that guy fights is incredibly interesting. No matter what, this is the only opponent who hasn't moved, as I predicted. You're rubbing your hands together. What are you going to show me? Both managers are focused. They're both incredibly tense. Shea thought, it's been a long time, this feeling. The headlights above his head turned on, illuminating the area. No, compared to before, Inji's eyes are burning with power. Inji landed a punch on Shai's chin, making him spit out blood. The manager was also stunned. Everyone in the stands was equally shocked, their mouths agape, their eyes fixed on the fight. Inji's manager, however, remained stoic, showing little emotion. Shea fell to the floor, the referee yelled down. An unnatural silence filled the air, the only sound being Inji's racing heartbeat. Inji thought, I want to explode. The referee's countdown echoed in the arena, while Lishiha lay motionless on the floor, 4-5. The entire stadium erupted in noise. What happened? The match has only started for 4 seconds and the champion was surprised by what he saw. How could this be? He contemplated, assessing Lishiha's opponent. This person was completely different from the videos he had seen. He furrowed his brow and reached his conclusion. That muscle was definitely for a moment of explosive power. On the other side, Lishiha remained still. Then he slowly stood up and the Misi spoke. But our champion stood up as if nothing happened. Did he not sustain as much damage as everyone thought? He saw this scene and smiled. Think about it, how many strong fighters have stormed in and won the first match? Then a blue fist rushed towards Lishiha. He quickly blocked the attack. Although he blocked the punch, it was not significant, he was still pushed back by Inji's punch. Stopping for a moment, the referee stepped in between the two to pause the fight. Lishiha stood there deep in thought. He was a little surprised, but the unexpected action was still within his prediction. His lips moved as if he wanted to say something. Inji turned his back towards the other side. Later, the lights shone brightly, the referee's loud voice announced the start of a new round. The needle tilted to the right. Inji immediately rushed towards Lishiha, swift as the wind. Every blood vessel, every blood cell surged. Time seemed to stand still. In front of Lishiha was Inji's punch, fast as the wind. He watched and calculated, his heart rate increasing. Something whizzed past. It was so close to Lishiha it took him by surprise. He was knocked backwards. Flashback to the week before the tournament. Misaki was training her students good, now execute the combo attack for the last 10 seconds. Yuto Takeda and Inji were training hard, as Misaki instructed. Inji thought to himself, I see what's so special about the champion's training. He practiced and evaluated in his mind, but the training content is more ordinary than I expected. Misaki's voice rang out, if you've finished the sandbag drills, head over to the long-distance running. The scene shifts to outside, where he's trying to keep up with Yuto. As he realizes it, he thinks, so that's how it is. He gasps for breath. He looks at Yuto's running back, who's performing the most basic training with world-class standards. He keeps running after Yuto. I thought I was pushing myself hard, but there's always something better. He grits his teeth, fine, I'll try too. He speeds up to catch up with Yuto, I'll chase you to the very end. After they finish the running drills, Inji leans against a tree, breathing heavily. You okay? It's the second week, Misaki's voice echoes, you're too slow, hurry up faster, even faster. Inji is still training diligently. The first week was just about getting used to it. Misaki commands attack continuously for 20 seconds. Inji and Yuto follow Misaki's instructions, punching the punching bag repeatedly. Then they move on to another exercise, push-ups. Next is box. Finally jump rope. A simulated fight. Then at night, he goes for a run. Inji still trails behind Yuto. Each day he continuously goes through such grueling training sessions. He gasps for breath, telling himself he can easily get through this amount of training when he enlists. His eyes turn to Yuto's back. He is truly a terrifying person. It's the third week, and Inji is still running behind Yuto as usual. Inji runs and sighs inwardly. He thinks he's getting used to it. He sees Yuto running far ahead, but there's no sign that he'll be able to catch up to him. Back in the training room, Misaki signals, 30 seconds remaining. The sound of the two of them boxing training echoes throughout the room. Inji grits his teeth and tells himself, of course, there's no way he can keep up with such a world-class effort easily. The scene shifts to outdoor training. Inji's eyes are on Yuto, something he knows is not just hard work. His eyes are glued to the image of Yuto focusing on his training, but also his extreme focus. Step back, no matter how tired you are. Inji can see everything clearly, his posture and every movement, even the smallest ones. Yuto's eyes are focused, no movement is sloppy. Looking at every gesture and movement of Yuto, they are all filled with dedication. Even though he has retired, he still strives to improve. Jay stood there observing Yuto for a long time, watching him even more intensely than I do, the one facing the battles. Time flew by so fast, it's already the 5th week. Misaki's familiar words, 40 seconds left. Jay must be exhausted by now, training at such an intense level every day. He's still training, I can't believe it. The training intensity is getting even higher. His face is dripping with sweat. Over this time, I can't remember where my limits are anymore. His leg muscles strained and trembled, my body felt incredibly heavy. I could feel his lungs breathing, and I felt incredibly scared. He felt like he was falling into a deep abyss, as if his lungs would burst. The next day arrived, the alarm on his phone went off, he woke up and covered his face with a sense of despair. The 8th week? Or was it the 9th? At the training ground, Misaki's voice continued to attack, relentlessly, second after second. Jay was now almost mentally exhausted, feeling incredibly heavy as he faced the horror of this special training. He wondered, how long do I have to keep doing this? Everything seemed to turn a shade of red. His vision was filled with red, a red that drove Jay mad. He thought, I'm going crazy, I'm not even remotely sane. His face was gaunt, his eyes were dark and tired. The week, a pitch-black space only he could see. I don't know how long time has passed. He practiced unconsciously, frantically without stopping. I am moving my body. The muscles, the blood vessels are constantly working, or is my body moving me, is it a dream? He kept thinking on the battlefield, as if talking to himself. I don't know. Everything darkened. The only thing that remained was the image of Yuto looking at him. What am I doing now? His eyes were pitch black, he couldn't see anything. Just then he was awakened by some noise. What was that sound? The assistant is yelling at Misaki. It's not okay to do that, that's how our players get ruined. Jay stares at them with glazed eyes, wondering what's going on. They've been acting strange lately, why are they arguing? Misaki replies to the assistant, of course he could get ruined, but... Misaki explains, if he can overcome this with his determination, or even half-hearted effort, there are no limits to begin with. Jay continues to look at them, his strength is almost depleted so he can't hear anything. I can't hear anything. His vision blurs. And now all he sees is the punching bag, there's a punching bag in front. Images of him as a young boy appear, how I wanted to play boxing. Every blood cell in his body takes him back to when he was a kid, sitting on a chair watching a boxing match. His eyes fixed on his father fighting in the ring, wanting to be as strong as him. His muscles tense up. Another image of him as a young boy, beaten and bruised, wanting to be in control, to do it himself. A feeling races through him, I will become a fighter. Back to reality, his fist slams into the punching bag, tearing a part of it. His assistant stands beside him amazed. Misaki says, you'll die or you'll overcome it. Only by pushing yourself to the limit. You've just realized your potential. Misaki's eyes darkened, attacking relentlessly for the last 3 minutes. Jay was like a different person now. He was stronger, pushing himself to strike the punching bag continuously. Yuta beside him smiled proudly. Jay's punches landed on the punching bag with incredible force. Misaki smiled at this. The assistant standing beside him widened his eyes in astonishment. What was that attack? After finishing, Jay stopped and caught his breath. He looked at the punch bag, imprinted with his punches, and couldn't believe his eyes. Misaki said again, this is how you break through your limits. Back on the ring, Lishiha was knocked back. He was astonished and wondered, what is this? Not a single beat. While he was still figuring things out, Jay kept unleashing his punches, rushing towards him. Jay continuously attacked, not giving his opponent a moment to rest. He could only defend while thinking. Continuous attacks, half a beat. No, it's faster than 2 beats. Lishiha remained complacent against Jay's attacks. The cooling time gradually passed. His eyes locked onto his opponent, now slowly. The referee stood aside, tensely observing the fight. Jay's eyes were full of fighting spirit, slowly. One defending, the other constantly attacking. Lishiha finally realized the gravity of the situation. How long would this kid keep attacking? Jay landed a decisive blow. Lishiha gasped for air. A straight punch to his face sent him crashing down. The Misi exclaimed, down for the second time. This is unbelievable. The fighter has transformed into a completely different person, and is back on the ring. For the first time since his debut, the champion has been repeatedly knocked down in just 1 round. This is unprecedented. The referee bent down and counted with his fingers. If Lishiha fell 1 more time, Jay would automatically win under the 3 knockdown rule in the first round. Lishiha lay there unable to believe his own defeat. He used to have a happy family of 3. In Lishiha's memory, his mother sat playing the piano, his father listened attentively beside her, and he would lie on the rug reading a book. But the needle had gone off track. Group of people came to his house, threatening his parents and destroying his belongings. Once again, the balance he had at his age was disrupted. Li Xia could only stare blankly ahead, his young eyes filled with darkness. His father left, leaving his young son behind. His fate began to change from then on. The comic books he used to love, with their torn corners, were no longer a source of joy for Li Shaiha. Then, a completely different Li Shaiha grew up within his small body. I quickly realized that life was boring. On the boxing ring, the referee stood beside Li Shaiha, counting the final numbers, 8, 7, before the match began. A bald man with his arms crossed looked down from the stands, admitting he had underestimated the kid. On the other side, Li Shaiha's opponent, a blond boy, also stared at him. That person was Jay. He also cast a judgmental gaze towards the other. The light shone behind his opponent's bulging muscles. His face showed no worry or fear. He had already reached a conclusion. The kid was clearly a strong one. With the referee's starting shout, the lights of the stadium lit up. In the spectator seats, Hiroto and Misaki watched the two fighters with interest. Hiroto couldn't hide his joy. Haha, the result is in, right? The other person agreed, leaning forward to observe more closely. That's right. He didn't give up and even followed it very well. They were clearly talking about Jay. Misaki continued to analyze, however, to be honest, with only that special training in that short amount of time, he wouldn't be able to change to that extent. The two fighters on the stage have begun their fierce battle, accompanied by Misaki's exclamations. We only taught him how to open the door. Their relentless efforts have finally begun to bear fruit. Even the sun continues to shine through the leaves. The question arises before the image of two fighters struggling, what is effort? Effort is not simply a fortress. For Jay it's boxing until exhaustion. Effort is daily polishing, like smoothing a piece of wood. A strong collision causes Li Shaiha to lean back slightly, his hands still in a defensive position. As the wood is gradually worn away, effort takes away the joy of eating, and heavy punches continuously attack Li Shaiha. Until this moment, he has not retaliated. With Jayan, every lost piece of the root took away the simple joys of life. It took away his joy of playing. It made Jay bury his face in his hands, dazedly twisting on the bed he always slept on. It took away his sleep too. Through Li Shaiha's eyes, he saw Jay frantically charging towards him. Finally, the effort took away countless relationships that Jayan had cherished. But the result before his eyes was a sharp piece of wood, sharpened into. He stared at the effort he had painstakingly honed. It had taken away everything it could take in our lives. Dazzling light shone on the sharpened end of the wood. The power was condensed into one point. Sometimes it created surprising achievements. At that time, Li Shaiha had never retaliated even once. In the stands, everyone is buzzing about the match. If it continues like this, he can win. Obviously, with the current situation, the victory is leaning towards Jay. Loud cheers erupt from all corners of the arena. Just one more takedown, whoa. Hiroto and Misaki are also intently watching, not daring to miss a moment. Jay's father watches nervously towards his son. A man clenches his fist. You can do it, Jay. If possible, they want to end it in the first match. On the stage right now, Jay is launching a one-sided attack. Most observers see Li Shaiha on the defensive. It's unclear what the bald man is thinking. He remains standing with his arms crossed, just like before. He didn't predict the match would end this quickly. The commentator enthusiastically fuels both sides with professional commentary. The spotlight focuses on the middle of the stage. Jayan is maintaining a brutal attack. Sure enough, he can break through the champion's fortress. At the same time, Jay's eyes showed a strong determination. His fist tore through the air, landing squarely on Li Shaiha's face, sending him reeling backward. One more blow and he'd be down. Stell and the others stared in astonishment. Li Shaiha was only defending himself, taking Jay's powerful punches without retaliating. Even the referee was surprised by the turn of events. The audience roared with excitement, their hands clapping furiously, cheering on the potential new champion. Who could have predicted this scenario? The champion was in serious danger. The commentator was definitely skilled at keeping the viewers on the edge of their seats. On the ring, it was the familiar sight from the start. Jay punching, Li Shaiha blocking. Suddenly Li Shaiha let out a sound, a click. It was impossible to read his expression at this moment. However, the clock hand has returned to its original orbit. The burden of the talented is here. He swung his fist in retaliation. Jay dodged but couldn't help but be surprised. The clock hand ticked constantly. Perhaps it was unwilling to become a dead clock. His consecutive counterattacks left him no time to react. The knave look still evident on Jay's face. Tick-tock, tick-tock. Nothing could stop the frantic rhythm of the hand. Jay is now slightly shocked by his opponent, Li Shaiha, because hard workers are born with what they achieve. By sacrificing his life, the wolf bared its fangs, so there must be prey to perish before its strength. With a thud, Jay staggered backward. They are called geniuses. Li Shai, his eyes remained calm. His fists no longer held in defense, they were released for attack. The referee intervened between them, yelling, "End of the first round." Jay stared at him, eyes wide. All in vain. Li Shai saw his expression but said nothing, just glanced away. The two walked towards opposite ends of the ring. The real battle was about to begin. The commentator's voice echoed in the vast space. Player Jay brought us breathtaking attacks in round 1. He knocked down the champion twice. But it seems he still needs a little more to completely knock out the champion. Meanwhile, the assistant was checking on Jay. His assistant also stood beside Li Shai, talking. "Such aggressive continuous attacks, normal," was his reply, his voice devoid of any ripples. His eyes looked across to where Jay was sitting. He wasn't bored, nor was he overly interested. His dark hair partially obscured his eyes, as if no one could penetrate their deep depths. Meanwhile, Jay was frantically explaining, "I didn't have high hopes for him, but I clearly failed to take him down in the first round. I put all my effort into my strongest attack but ended up losing everything." In his mind, he saw Li Shai's indifferent eyes. "He's truly a formidable opponent," Jay concluded with a note of admiration. His assistant patted him on the shoulder. "Regardless, the fruits of your training are evident. You did a great job." Misaki and Hiroto were equally surprised. Misaki spoke, "The important thing is from now on." Hiroto replied, "Right. What will happen now?" Jay's father didn't show any expression. He just stared straight ahead. He didn't say anything else, just sat there quietly resting. Li Shai thought to himself, "I've created a body like this and come here. Isn't that enough? What else do you have up your sleeve?" Jay's assistant said seriously, "Jay, you have to remember, no matter how long our plan lasts, we're at this stage now." He leaned closer to him. "If you can't finish it within this round, don't hesitate and throw in the towel, understand?" Jay replied seriously. The stage lights came on again, followed by the announcement of the start of round 2. Li Shai got into a fighting stance, Jay kept shaking his body left and right, pushing him against the wall. His face was full of determination, his shoulders moved. Finally, it was the look in his eyes. Li Shai landed a powerful punch on Jay, causing him to stumble back 45 degrees. He thought to himself, assessing Jay's plan. His attacks were relentless, but if he stopped before he landed a blow, he'd be frozen, and sure enough, when Li Shai threw another punch, Jay was still dazed and hadn't reacted yet. Li Shai rarely complimented anyone, but he thought, his sense of timing is excellent, this is going well, and punched Jay, causing his nose to bleed. But even with good timing, there were still flaws. He was just too meticulous in battle, Li Shai had concluded in his mind. In a blink, he was in front of Jay, fist raised. "At this moment, I'll step forward, isn't that right?" Jay's eyes widened as Li Shai's fist landed right in front of him. As expected, the punch landed straight on Jay's face, the force sending him flying. Jay's knees buckled. A second later, he fell face first onto the mat. The referee's voice echoed down. Jay's assistant sweated as he looked at the ring. The stands roared once again. The champion truly gave us a different image from round 1. He's dominating his opponent as if he's been doing it all along. Li Shai wasn't surprised, thinking to himself, this level of outcome. Suddenly, his eyes moved to the right side of his abdomen. A red mark from the punch was visible. Jay staggered to his feet as the referee counted 6, 7. His gaze was unwavering, even with blood still flowing from his nose. He refused to yield to Li Shai. Li Shai frowned, his eyes fixed on his opponent. Jay stubbornly held his ground, waiting for the next attacks. Seeing this, he muttered, "This kid is planning on a last stand against me." To Shai, Jay looked like the red superhero, enduring injuries but fighting on in the comic books he used to read. His narrowed eyes darkened. It was unclear if he was angry or remembering a painful memory. A strong gust of wind hit. Li Shai continued to attack, Jay could only watch helplessly. He thought at this moment, it would be better to just charge in. He asked himself, wouldn't it? Jay gritted his teeth in frustration. As Li Shai's punch came, Jay bit down and took the hit, his hand swinging back to strike. As expected, Li Shai's powerful punch sent Jay flying backwards, blood spraying out. His strike to the lower abdomen was also effective. The whole stadium lit up, the referee's voice boomed, "Down." Li Shai stared blankly at the punch-shaped wound on his stomach, disbelief flashing in his eyes. Jay lowered his head, his legs struggling to stay steady. The referee's count continued to ring out like a drumbeat, urging him on, 6, 7. Li Shai's coach looked on with a serious expression, assessing the punch thrown during the counterattack. In-jae raised his head, gasping for breath, his eyes still burning with the fire of battle. His thoughts, revealed in his gaze, were as if read by his coach. Even if his flesh was torn and bones shattered, he had to do it. The familiar powerful gust of wind reappeared. In-jae charged again. Li Sheha grew more wary, his mind a whirlwind of thought. Then I'll beat you to a pulp. In-jae clicked his tongue, feeling the force of that punch coming at him once more. As expected, it was a side punch. In-jae once again threw his head back. The assistant on this side looked worried with a serious face. Li Shia, after delivering that devastating punch, was surprised to find another punch coming at his stomach. His coach frowned and thought, that strategy wasn't his kid's. In-jae gritted his teeth, refusing to let his head drop. The blue punch came again. In-jae used the opportunity to counterattack. Li Shea's coach started analyzing In-jae's strategy, but he was the first to put it into action. A temporarily vulnerable body would be caught off guard. A classic example is the 1-2 combo. The illusion in his mind is struck in sync with his thoughts, using a jab to temporarily blind and disorient his opponent. He furrows his brow, immediately following with a straight. The illusion shatters. A jab can achieve such an effect, but a counter is a different story. In reality, it's impossible to deliver a punch. In-jae's mind remains as powerful while his body experiences immense shockwaves. Looking at In-jae's unyielding presence in the ring, he exclaims, but that kid managed to do it. His assistant below grips his towel anxiously. He wonders, could it be because of his toned physique? In-jae's eyes showed no fear from beginning to end. Another powerful blow landed. In-jae was hit and fell unconscious again. The commentary popped up, the most terrifying punch is one that knocks you out without you knowing. Despite being hit, In-jae continued to strike his opponent's stomach unconsciously. But if he had known this punch was coming, Li Shia clicked his tongue impatiently. In-jae remained the same, still holding his head high. The fight between the two continued in this way. The commentator remarked, how was he able to endure, to withstand that impact? Suddenly In-jae's memories flashed back. He was wearing a hat, practicing punches. His coach reminded him earnestly, keep your chin down. He was doing sit-ups repeatedly, a ball continually bouncing down. His coach's voice echoed, power through, 7 more sets. Images of myself running non-stop since early morning flashed in my mind. I thought, I've trained to the point of exhaustion. The images kept coming, of myself landing every blow on the punching bag, my effort and courage. Back to the present, In-jae gritted his teeth and thought, I know it's a foolish way. He answered himself, but it's the best weapon an ordinary person can have. Li Shia kept attacking. Taking that blow, he didn't lose consciousness. His eyes were filled with fighting spirit. Unconsciously, In-jae thought of himself as a caveman with a primitive weapon, but he had to use it to fight a big wolf with hunting experience. He commented to himself, BMJ is fighting a genius who possesses that weapon. He looked at his assistant below, worried about him, and he resolved, but a blow to the stomach was launched, no matter how good the muscles were. Another blow right to the forehead, but In-jae is still thinking, even though he's training to minimize the damage. He falls back from the force of the punch, but it doesn't interrupt his thoughts. Human endurance has its limits. In-jae's legs are starting to give way. The assistant frowns and continues to watch. Besides, when he's hit, his punches can't concentrate their force, so it's difficult to inflict serious damage. In-jae's face now has some wounds, but his eyes remain focused. Li Shia has also suffered quite a few scratches. As time passes, the difference becomes more apparent. They both throw punches at the same time. In-jae thinks to himself, now you have to bet on it, In-jae. Li Shia's mind is occupied by only one thought, this stubborn guy. In-jae was still full of energy, thinking that the muscles in his neck were not just strong. The green gloves punch came again. In-jae was still thinking. It absorbed and dampened the impact flexibly. He looked into Li Shia's eyes and was determined, if so. Li Shia's punch hit his stomach. In-jae raised both his hands. The coach frowned. That's right, counterattack. In-jae started to imagine what his internal organs would be like when punched. Even though his muscles were trained, the attack below the right rib would directly transmit to the liver and cause him excruciating pain. In-jae's thoughts confirmed that no matter how strong he was, he couldn't withstand it. His body leaned accordingly. The coach was puzzled, as if waiting for something. In-jae gritted his teeth. The blow to his stomach felt like a stiffening. The coach's eyes widened in surprise. Could it be? Even Li Shia was taken aback by this unexpected punch at this moment. The coach's thoughts were surprised. A counterattack? Following that thought was In-jae's full-force punch landing. The referee's surprised voice echoed. Both fighters landed their attacks nearly simultaneously. Li Shia collapsed but managed to use his arms to brace himself. In-jae furrowed his brow, enduring the pain in his stomach. The referee's words lingered, seemingly both had inflicted significant damage on each other. The coach, stunned, wanted to step forward. He sighed. It was a precise counterattack, unlike the punches thrown out after being hit. You can't believe it, a counter to a counter, that kid. He intentionally lured the opponent into a counter by creating an opening in his side. On this side, the assistant smiles contentedly. Yes, he probably wouldn't believe it even in his dreams. Looking at Li Shaihe struggling to stand on the ring, the assistant triumphantly thinks, he's going to get hit by Jae's counter. He chuckles lightly, thinking, to be precise, a counter is the weapon of the talented, requiring agility, reaction speed, and fighting ability. The muscles on Li Shaihe's body are twitching. The assistant observes and thinks, but even someone without ability can land a counter with effort and courage, if they know what punch is coming. Li Shaihe, at this point, has also realized and scornfully thinks, a counter to a counter, don't be ridiculous. He looks at Jae, who is slumped over, and wonders, where did this counter come from that even I was hit and knocked down? The assistant below urges, go for it, Jae, now is your chance. Jae's eyes lit up. He continued to use his relentless punches. Li Shaihe kept backing away, completely on the defensive. He was terrified. Was this crazy muscle monster back to full strength? This attack was dangerous. Li Shaihe took the chance to strike back. He thought to himself, I have no strength left. The assistant below yelled excitedly, opportunity, finish him off. Jae quickly launched an attack. Li Shaihe threw his whole body back using the force of his legs. Jae act again. Li Shaihe ran away. The assistant was stunned. Steel was also stunned. The coach remained calm. Jae's father couldn't take his eyes off the ring. Even his two friends were stunned. Jae, with his punch still going downward, saw that familiar punch near his ear. Li Shaihe landed a blow. Jae was caught off guard and fell. The whole stadium echoed with the referee's decisive words, down. It seemed like the challenger had regained his momentum, but he was once again knocked down by the champion's counterattack. Jae fell face down on the ground, with no sign of getting up. Li Shaihe looked up, dazed, at something. Baeksun Ryu's mocking face seemed to be present. Li Shaihe turned his head with a cold gaze. The sky was a vibrant blue, birds flying freely. While humans were fighting each other, time kept flowing, testing our endurance, tick-tock. Shaihe was beaten to a pulp. What the hell is this guy? His patience reached its limit. I can't even read it. I admire the blank eyes of Bae-san. Shaihe is breathing heavily. The wings in his heart leap, the freedom he has. Shaihe smiles as if he is satisfied. It's the battle of Shaihe and Bae-san. Returning to reality, the weight is counting, 2, 3. Shaihe thinks of getting up and rushing in. You glance, a hero won't fall just because of that. The director is worried what to do. That move wasn't as perfect as it was at the beginning, but as he's remembering the North San, it's clear. The referee is still counting, 5, 6, and he's worried about Jae. Jae tries to get up with the referee's encouragement. Shaihe sees this and says, that's right, that's how it should be. Then the MC announces box. The challenger has fallen into a disadvantageous position in the first round. Now if he gets knocked down again, the challenger will be completely defeated. Jae is getting punched continuously, and he's trying to defend himself. The challenger is very stubborn. Will the shock of the second down continue? The champion is continuously attacking. The director is worried, damn it, the loss is too much. Even though he's the ace card. Then Jae gets knocked out in the stomach. The director is getting more and more uneasy. He tightens his towel, there's nothing left to do now. Shaihe is starting to realize, what's this, there are no cards left. All his hard work is fading away, he needs to get out of this dangerous situation. Jae remains on the defensive. He knows this kind of demonstration isn't boring. Even though he's taken so many hits, Inji is still trying to watch the match. Both Masoki and Hiroku hear the Meek say that the champion's strength is truly formidable. Faprizut is watching, although the challenger has attacked the champion many times, but since the middle of the second half, he has completely shown his dominance. Everyone is patiently continuing the fight. Jae's legs seem to have reached their limit. However, he still hasn't fallen. Shaihe thought, it's time. Well, it has to end. He was about to punch Jae again when the referee announced the end of the second round. Shaihe whispered in Jae's ear, this is enough wasted time, give up. He didn't care if Jae would listen. Only Jae was stunned from exhaustion. He collapsed immediately, and the coach carried him to a chair. He used a towel to ease the pain. He thought after only one round his face is already a mess. To withstand that counter punch, he must be very tough. Jae rested for a moment. The coach said, Jae, we've done all we can. You've done great. Let's end the fight here. Give up. But Jae said, no, coach. Jae said, there's still something I can do. The director doesn't understand what he's saying. The match seems to be about to start. Shiha's coach sees this, but he doesn't withdraw. He thinks it's already over, doesn't he? It's just the player who's pitchable. Then the referee announces the start of the third round. Jay continues to be punched in the face by Shiha. He fights back, but it's insignificant. He's still being mercilessly beaten by Shiha, and Jay endures it all alone. Shiha's training seemed to have slowed down considerably. Even the reckless attack like in the second round was no longer possible. He was beaten to a pulp, but he couldn't even touch his opponent's flesh. The manager was still worried about Jay. He remembered then. He asked him if there was anything else he could do. What else could he do, beaten so badly he couldn't even raise his head? Jay replied, take the hit. The manager didn't understand what. When I was young, I was always beaten. Jay said since I was a student, I've been very good at taking punches. The director could only listen to what Jay said. He wondered if he had been hit in the head too many times. Jay told him to beg the trainer. Just one more round. He said there's still something I could do while the fight was always in Shiha's favor. Jay's muscles always endured. The coach was always watching. But Shiha couldn't understand it. The world was simple and boring. Dramatic events like those in comics were almost impossible. There was no way a hero would appear and defeat the villain. There was no way a broken family could go through so much and be happy again. When he remembered his childhood toys, Shiha thought that no matter how hard he tried, there would be no miracles. The director's uneasy. Inji's father is still watching. When the match goes like the previous rounds, Jay tries to endure. He thinks I don't know how to speak properly. Jay still tries to defend himself just to be sure. Could it be that the reality is very simple and boring? Could it be that there will be times when no matter how hard you try, you can't do it? Most people have no choice but to live based on their inherent abilities and the environment they are given. Jay is punched in the stomach by Shiha again. Jay still thinks, but finally Jay was able to land a punch on Shiha. However, the coach thinks it's not a threatening punch, but even so, he's still using those punches. Why not use his legs and finish it off with an outboxing move? Shiha secretly cursed this troublesome guy, and so he hit Jay back, and Jay retaliated. The coach seemed to realize, could it be? Jay's leg muscles are moving rapidly. Shiha realizes he is building up his energy. Jay has seized the opportunity. He delivers a powerful punch like a surprise shot. The director is also taken aback. Masaki says enduring pain is a sign of strength. She knows the difference in damage between the two is clear. Of course, the champion's dominance still prevails. However, if they both endure the same level of pain, it becomes their first time battling each other. Masaki says that's why there will be a difference. Player Jay doesn't rely on talent but on effort. He's gone through many hardships to get here. The strength to endure pain, player Jay possesses it. Shiha can't believe it, the damn muscle monster. The coach is worried. Shiha, you're determined for the next punch, take him down now. The Mi says both players have landed blows on each other. Jay dodged Shiha's. The champion has continuously launched attacks, draining his last reserves of strength. A thrilling match. Who will be the victor of this fight? Inji's father silently cheered him on. Come on, Jay. Shiha tried to attack with all his strength. Jay poured all his energy into this punch. Their eyes were filled with a determination that only they understood. As Shiha stood there, Jay delivered his punch, but luck wasn't on his side as Shiha dodged and moved behind him. Then came a surprise counterpunch, hitting Jay directly. Jay seemed to have taken the blow. Because Shiha could feel it, that gaze held the spirit of a hero. When everyone was eagerly awaiting. Seizing the opportunity, Jay landed a surprise blow that Shiha couldn't dodge. The hit sent Shiha reeling. Jay was also exhausted. Both of them collapsed on the arena floor. The audience roared as the Messe announced that both were knocked out. Both fighters had simultaneously fallen. The question is, who will be the first to rise? The referee begins the count at 2-1. Numbers 3 and 4 appear. Masaki and Uprise all listen. Number 5. The audience anxiously awaits the outcome. That hand has risen 6. Gritting his teeth, enduring the throbbing pain. All he knows is that he has been bullied, he endures it. And he's trying with all his might to change his fate. Every day he's dedicated to making a change. Through the fear, quietly trying, counting the beats of each attack, finally he enrolled in boxing. The path where Jay knew he was headed. The coach's figure always in tears. 9. Jay as a student already knew how to fight. Now Jay stands up bravely after many storms. Finally, the ding-ding-ding of the match's end, a roar of 10 rounds, and cheers from the audience. The result ended the viewers' anticipation. When the referee counted to 10, the bell signaling the end of the match rang, and the entire ring exploded with cheers. Inji, his face covered in wounds, raises his hand in a haze. He opens his eyes wide in surprise, his emerald green eyes flashing with joy. The scene before him is chaotic. He has defeated his formidable opponent. People are scrambling onto the stage to congratulate him. Below the stage, his supporters and cheerleaders are all smiling, happy for his victory. Steele is still so excited that he hugs another spectator tightly. On the ring at this moment, he is also hugged in surprise. Everything feels like a dream. Inji's father quietly sheds tears of joy at the sight before him. He is proud of his son. The Messi announces that the match is over. We have a champion. The crowd is still buzzing around Inji, the champion. In contrast to the scene over there, Shehei is leaning against a pillar on the stage, exhausted. I lost, didn't I? He asks. The person next to him replies, yes. His eyes are glazed over, disappointment filling his mind. This is the first time I've lost on the stage. I was hoping my first loss would be to someone more talented than me. He then glances toward Inji. My expectations have been crushed, he says, disappointed. His coach follows his gaze. He lowers his head and says, a powerful opponent. This time he didn't retort, just smiled lightly, not disappointed anymore. Perhaps he had accepted the reality. Steele was now observing the arena and thinking to himself, Jay had reached his limit. If by chance Sheha also got up, it was clear that Ji would lose, but one side craved, while the other side tried. The craving player had fallen. And the player who won the match had really put in the effort. Thinking this, he smiled. Wasn't the outcome already clear? Inji holds the championship belt in his hands. The crowd cheers and congratulates him. He can't believe his eyes and asks his coach, did I really win? The coach smiles and replies, yes, you did great, you are the champion from now on. Inji silently listens to his coach. Then he bows his head in thought. Finally he breaks into a happy smile. This is not a dream, it's a reality he achieved. The announcer declares in the third round, 1 minute and 32 seconds, by knockout, Jay wins the Korean Championship title. Outside a prison, an announcement is being made. Inmate number 1003 is released from prison. As the door opens, a familiar figure appears. Two tall men stand outside, one holding a plate of tofu, signifying a fresh start and honest living. One of them speaks, we've been waiting for you, boss. The newly released inmate takes the tofu and bites into it with a large chunk. It's none other than Bapiksan Ryu. He casually says, it's not tasty at all. Sitting in the car, he turns to look out the window. Outside, the sea and the blue sky meet. He gazes at the view. Along the coast, a small family walks hand in hand. They all have happy smiles on their faces. By the rocky outcrops, waves crash onto the shore, creating a melodious sound, and the seagulls enjoy the beautiful sounds of nature. In front of a house, someone says, the big boss is waiting. Ryu remains unmoved, listening. He walks inside, hundreds of men armed and waiting. He speaks, you're Sumi's people, right? The subordinate who spoke earlier says, oh my god, boss, the world has changed a lot lately. The cheap punks organization has crumbled. Hey Bax and Ryu, long time no see. Had enough rest, said Bak Jung. I'm sick of your thuggery. Can't you just let me go? Ryu replied indifferently. Bak Jung scoffed, what are you talking about? We've got some unfinished business. Even if we let you go, you have to settle your debts first, right? Ryu lazily responded, just get it over with. Suddenly his body began to tremble. He groaned, that damn tofu. The underling laughed, looks like the poison is working. Ryu angrily punched the man. Veins popped out on his face, he said furiously, it's been a while since I've seen these bugs. You must have forgotten who I am. I'm in a bad mood, so come on all of you. I'll kill you all. As he finished the sentence, the group charged at him like a storm. He questioned himself, occasionally thinking, I wonder where I went wrong in my life. The people continued to charge at him, tearing at him like prey. The scene was extremely chaotic. He thought about the image of a happy family of 3 just now, wondering why he had never felt happiness. Ryu threw a punch. Every blow successfully knocked out one of them. He was always so arrogant. Soon all of them had fallen under his strength. He strode powerfully towards North Jung, who fearfully held a knife, threatening him. You dog, don't come any closer, don't you dare. He was clearly terrified but still brazenly cursed. Ryu didn't bother and launched a punch that knocked out all of North Jung's teeth. Bak Jung lay unconscious on the floor. Ryu panted heavily, exhausted. He roared, think I'm easy to bully, you pathetic insects. You trash should know your place. Who do you think you are? I'll kill every single one of you who dares to attack me. All of you. Suddenly the door opened. He gasped for breath, staring at the door. Another group stood outside, ready for a new battle. He wondered to himself, since when? Since the first time he knew the feeling of humiliation. The American flag fluttered in the wind. A man full of wounds. He walked heavily down the street. Recalling the first time he tasted defeat, his back continued to walk. And the first time he hit someone. He thought about it and then slumped to the ground. The person beside him spoke up, "Hey, this is my spot." He didn't say anything, only looking at the other man with a terrifying glare, as if he wanted to kill him. The man, scared, quickly stood up and gave him the space. Ryu silently thought back on everything. Could it be he had been wrong from the moment he was born? The scene of him holding the boxing championship belt flashed through his mind. Now there was nothing left. He sat slumped against the wall alone. Suddenly, someone opened the door. Ryu glanced over. The man was lighting a cigarette. Suddenly he stopped and looked towards Ryu. Jonathan stopped lighting his cigarette and glanced sideways. Bisan. Ryu leaned against the wall, exhausted, looking at Jonathan. He strained to speak, his words slow and deliberate. "I'm so hungry." Jonathan froze, afraid even the slightest sound would drown out Ryu's voice. Ryu continued slowly, "Does anyone have food?" His eyelids drooped, heavy with exhaustion. His face was full of exhaustion. As soon as he finished his sentence, he collapsed to the ground. Jonathan was at a loss for words, not knowing what to do in this situation. Quickly, a plate of hot food was brought out. Bisan. Ryu's gaunt face was now filled with food. Looking at his ravenous eating, Jonathan said with pride, "It's delicious, isn't it? This is our specialty," he reminded, "a special omelette made by my uncle. Remember to eat carefully." Ryu nodded obediently, listening to the instructions. Jonathan then voiced his speculation, saying, "You don't seem like a tourist, do you? We seem to be the same age," he continued. "Why don't you stop wandering around and start working here? We're in need of a kitchen assistant right now." Baki-san. Ryu pondered for a moment before replying, "Thank you for the meal, but I don't do that kind of work." Jonathan, as if he had heard some kind of wrong opinion, questioned him with doubt. "What kind of work is that?" He started trying to persuade him, saying, "Every position is important, no matter what the job is, it's great to be able to work." Ryu ignored him and glanced to the side. "Over there is the display cabinet, where there's a picture of Jonathan winning a boxing award when he was younger." Ryu looked at the picture and asked, "You used to box?" Jonathan replied, "Oh, that picture? I practiced boxing for a short time when I was in school." His uncle heard this and chimed in, "My nephew even won the world championship." "It's the world championship, you know." Jonathan could only force a laugh to stop his uncle from bragging about him. "Easy there, uncle." Ryu looked at the two of them, then gave them a look. He didn't know what to think and asked Jonathan, "You're good, right?" Jonathan seemed surprised and asked back, "What?" He continued, "On a world level, how good do you think you are?" Jonathan raised an eyebrow, looking at him with a confused expression. He thought for a moment and replied casually, "I think I could fight in local matches, but not in world championships. I haven't trained in a long time." Ryu looked up at him, making a request, "Fight with me." Jonathan couldn't believe his ears and asked again, "What?" His pupils widened, his eyes gleaming with excitement as he said, "I used to learn boxing." Jonathan looked at his enthusiastic face and remained silent for a few seconds. He replied slowly, "Listen, even though I don't train anymore, I could still hurt you." He went ballistic, flinging the food plate aside. Jonathan gaped in astonishment at the scene before him. Ryu looked at him with a provocative expression. "What are you scared of?" Jonathan was speechless, his voice dropping as if suppressing his anger. "Is this how you repay someone's kindness?" He could no longer stay calm, his face flushed with anger, his fury ready to erupt into a life-or-death battle with him. He simply said, "Come with me." Up in the sky, the clouds drifted peacefully, enjoying the tranquil moment, in stark contrast to the scene about to unfold outside the bar. Outside the bar, the battle was about to begin. Jonathan said, "By the way, don't blame me if you get hurt." Ryu, impatient, said, "Shut up and show me what you've got." Jonathan ignored his attitude and asked, "Are you going to boost your defense?" Ryu, already in a fighting stance, dismissively replied, "You're talking too much." Jonathan was angry but still thought he would go easy and finish it quickly, because the guy seemed like an amateur. Suddenly, his thoughts were interrupted by a punch, forcing him to exclaim, "He's fast. I don't think he's just a regular bum." He stopped dodging and began attacking relentlessly. Ryu wasn't as easily able to dodge Jonathan's attacks as he had thought. His face was contorted in annoyance, and he clicked his tongue. Just as the fight had begun, Peter pushed the door open. He couldn't see Jonathan and turned to ask the employee next to him, "Where are Jonathan and Josh?" She stammered, unable to answer. Jonathan's uncle, who had been engrossed in the fight, noticed Peter next to him. Jonathan's uncle recounts the event. Is that Peter?" Suddenly a stranger came and challenged Jonathan to a fight. Peter observes the match and comments, "He knows how to control himself well too." Seeing Ryu constantly dodging Jonathan's punches, Peter thinks to himself, he's not reinforcing his defense, but his movements are quite similar to boxing. His timing is perfect, and his reflexes are very fast too. The fight is still incredibly intense. Peter has been carefully observing this whole time and suddenly realizes something is very strange. He keeps staring at the unknown guy who challenged Jonathan. Jonathan interacts with you for a while and starts to wonder, what is he trying to do? He didn't bother trying to solve the question, instead swiftly delivering another punch that forced Ryu to drop to his knees to dodge. Jonathan's pupils dilated, as if he'd grasped the key to ending the fight. Peter seemed to know the fight was coming to a close as well. Ryu was holding his fist tightly ready to counterattack. Suddenly, a memory flashed through Ryu's mind. In a warehouse, a wounded Beggar leaned against the wall, shouting, "Find him, don't let him get away." Beggar, covered in wounds, tried to endure the pain. A knife had been plunged deep into his leg, blood staining a large area. Back in the present, the pain in his leg flared up, making it difficult for Ryu to control his body. He gritted his teeth, swallowing the pain. Without time to think, Jonathan punched him hard in the face. He collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath. Jonathan looked at him, serious, saying, "You wanted to know how good I am. Even if I went back to a time when my past self was stronger than I am now, the world would still be full of people stronger than me. From your accent, you must be from South Korea, right?" As he said this, memories of his old boxing coach flooded back. In the office, he angrily asked, "Hey, are you joking?" His coach calmly replied, "I have to part ways with you soon. I found two kids who are much more talented than you." Thinking of this, he clenched his teeth in anger. He told Ryu, "In your country, there are already two geniuses stronger than me, even though they've never learned boxing." He asked him, "Do you understand now? And don't ever expect to work at this bar again." With that, he turned and walked straight inside. Only Peter remained, watching the pitiful figure of Ryu. Suddenly, he broke the silence. "Do you want to become famous?" But Ryu remained silent. He continued, "Do you want everyone to cheer for you?" Ryu could no longer bear it and snapped, "Shut up." Peter pretended not to see. He continued, "Do you want to become stronger so that no one can look down on you?" He still told him to shut up. Peter didn't care. He continued, "Do you want to become a fighter?" This time Ryu couldn't take it anymore. He shouted, "I told you to shut up." Peter threw a business card at him. "Find me if you want to become a professional fighter." The glamorous city was preparing for night. Bakes and Ryu lay on the ground. His eyes were empty, but something panicked was ignited within them. Under the same sky, in the same city, a family gathers joyfully together. An image of the grandmother with a gentle smile knitting by the fireplace. The grandmother smiles with her meticulous hands. The dog quietly sleeps soundly. In a dark corner, the sincere son kneels down to propose to the girl. "Will you marry me?" The girl smiles happily. The children sit together watching a horror movie with curiosity and fear. A picture of a girl smiling excitedly as she enjoys a thrilling ride. Delicious food served at a family dinner. A strong man tirelessly lifting weights, spurred on by someone beside him. "Good, keep pushing like that." A car driving on the road, with the ocean waves crashing in the background. Children laugh innocently, a baby happily shouts, "Woohoo," and then a family photo. In Bakes and Ryu's eyes now is the image of a bird soaring freely through the sky, the beautiful night sky, along with Bakes and Ryu's lonely silhouette. People cheerfully walking by in a continuous flow. Bakes and Ryu walked aimlessly, followed by three figures. One of his subordinates spoke, "At your age, what are you still doing?" He heard a mocking voice again, "You always dreamed of being a leader, but look at you now." Bakes and Ryu looked around in shock, but no one paid any attention to him. Suddenly, a voice echoed from behind him, "Since that day, you've only known how to run." Jay, with a gold belt on his high platform, looked down and said, "I have achieved my dream." Without stopping, Jay arrogantly mocked, "And you're just a boring failure." Bakes and Ryu yelled in frustration, "Shut up." The illusion disappeared, leaving only endless darkness before him. Suddenly, he heard a noise behind him. Bakes and Ryu turned his head slowly, startled. The voice echoed, calling out to him. A face with large eyes appeared, speaking to him. This was the talent. His old subordinate appeared again, whispering in Bakes and Ryu's ear. "There were two others in your kingdom, right beside you." He excitedly swung his fist in that direction, but it landed in empty space. The passersby looked at him, confused. Bakes and Ryu began to crumble. A firm voice rang out. "You are nothing but a useless rag." Bakes and Ryu looked towards the two figures that he couldn't forget. He was agitated and scared. Bakes and Ryu wanted to say something but didn't know what to say. Suddenly he wondered why he existed. His eyes flashed with bewilderment. At the gym, Jean-Pierre glanced at his friend and asked, "You seem to be in a good mood." "What's up?" Peter smiled. "I just met an interesting guy at the bar." Jean-Pierre raised his eyebrows in confusion. "An interesting guy?" Peter smiled. "Yeah, he looked like he had wings and then flew off in despair." Jean-Pierre doubted, was he a drunkard? Peter laughed, kind of. He continued, I told him if he wanted to become professional, he should come to our gym. Jean-Pierre pondered, Beggar Ryu walked along the street, lost in thought. He suddenly saw a hallucination of himself as a child. Beggar Ryu opened his eyes wide in amazement. His younger self was looking up, concentrating on something. Peter said confidently, I want to teach him how to run. Beggar Ryu stared blankly at his hallucination. Jean-Pierre was helpless. Do you think he'll come? Somehow, Peter affirmed, of course he will. Beggar Ryu looked up. With Peter's confident voice, there was no mistake. Beggar Ryu stared at the TV in the store, where two martial artists were fighting until blood was flowing. Suddenly, the blonde man tilted his head back. He just spat out blood. His steps became unsteady. Young Beggar Ryu stared blankly at the scene, inappropriate for his age. The blonde man struggled to stand straight. The image of the two exhausted men fighting was ingrained in the mind of a child. The glamorous city was completely engulfed by darkness. The door opened. Beggar Ryu walked in and Peter, as if knowing, was waiting and said, You're here. He asked seriously, Do you have a dream of becoming a boxer? Beggar Ryu looked at him and nodded. Peter was unhappy with his answer. I wouldn't have known if you hadn't told me. Beggar Ryu reluctantly spoke, I want. Peter pressed him, What? I can't hear you. He raised his voice slightly, I want. Peter wasn't satisfied. What do you want? Beggar Ryu clenched his teeth in anger. He roared imposingly, I want to become a professional boxer, old man. Peter returned to his previous serious demeanor and nodded, all right. He extended his hand and said, money. Beggar Ryu was taken aback, what? Peter replied concisely, gym membership fee. Beggar Ryu was confused, didn't you offer to train me for free? Peter frankly responded, no, I don't know what you think of me, but I'm one of the most veteran trainers in the world. I need to be paid, and paid a lot. Beggar Ryu raged, you old bastard, you're the one who told me to come here. Peter gently soothed him, but I'll give you a special discount package. Seeing Beggar Ryu's displeasure, Peter explained, you can afford it if you agree to become a sus chef at a cocktail bar. He then pushed him outside and said, if you don't have money, get off your butt and go earn it. Beggar Ryu gritted his teeth in frustrated anger. The next morning, the door opened. Jonathan was cleaning up when he was suddenly seeing you. He casually asked, so it's you again. What, are you here to earn money for immigration? Beggar Ryu got straight to the point. I want to work as a sus chef here. Jonah frowned. Beggar Ryu sighed, why does everyone want me to repeat myself? He frowned and repeated, I said I want to work as a sus chef here. Jonathan looked at him. He said, apologize. This time it was Beggar Ryu's turn to look at him. He stared blankly in confusion. Jonathan was more insistent, if you want to work here, you have to apologize for what you did yesterday. Beggar Ryu stood motionless. He asked himself, should I apologize? He thought scornfully, apologize to someone like him. Beggar clenched his fist. The words were on his lips, but he couldn't utter them. A sigh. He pressed his lips together tightly. His entire body fell into a state of stillness. He felt smaller than ever. He uttered words that in his entire life he had never dared to speak. Beggar Ryu finally blurted out, I apologize for yesterday. Jonathan looked at him. He felt a strange sensation he'd never experienced before. He thought it was shame and a little bit of freedom. Finally, Ryu was starting to grow up. The image of the boy he once was being pieced together. His eyes now shone with light. Jonathan's voice returned to a friendly tone, all right, you can start now. Starting with the dishwashing, Beggar Ryu meticulously washed each plate. While Jonathan was laughing and talking cheerfully, he kept his head down and worked. He glared at him with hatred, thinking to himself, just wait. His eyes grew angry. Once I regain my strength, I'll get revenge. Or maybe not. Beggar Ryu stood dejectedly before the mirror. He thought, but what matters is memories. Steele was angrily chasing a young boy, come here quickly. He yelled while holding a razor, losers pay the price. The young boy screamed, coach, save me, this bald musclehead is chasing me. Steele relentlessly pursued him with the razor, shouting, you need to be shaved clean before you can be reborn. The sound of the razor buzzed. White hairs continued to fall to the ground. Beggar Ryu, with his completely shaved head, had a brand new look. He had decided to change, even if it was just a small change. On the stage, Arnold threw a punch towards Ryu Beggar. The audience below the stands became enraged, as they all held a wad of money in their hands, betting on the fight. Then Arnold continued to throw another punch with incredible speed, leaving Ryu Beggar surprised by the unexpected blow. Peter was also standing below the stands. He observed the two men seriously, thinking to himself, yes, that's it. Immediately Ryu Beggar was hit. It was only a glancing blow to his head, but it made him grit his teeth and endure the pain. Peter's serious face crossed the stage. He wasn't excited like everyone else, just standing there, arms crossed, thoughtfully watching them. Peter continued to think, that's all you need to do. Everyone in the gym was looking in one direction with curious expressions. Jean-Pierre was no exception, he was also curiously glancing over. His eyes held a hint of speculation, is that the person Peter mentioned? Ryobake-san's face was emotionless as he walked into the boxing gym with a bag. Suddenly, a look of surprise crossed his features. In front of him was Jean-Pierre, talking to someone else. Ryobake-san stared and thought, it's him. Then, memories of their encounter in the ring with Jean-Pierre flashed through his mind. Just then, Peter spoke. I don't know what you're planning to give me, but I am one of the top coaches in the world. Hearing this, Ryobake-san didn't immediately answer, but thought to himself, he's not lying. After thinking, he took out a stack of cash and said, here, this is the money you need. Now start training me to become stronger. As soon as he finished, Peter replied, all right. Follow. Then Peter raised both of his hands and clenched his fists. Bam bam, in front of everyone, Peter started his instruction, hitting the punching bag with force. After punching, he turned his head towards Ryubake-san and said, see clearly. On the opposite side, Ryubake-san was still focused on observing. Peter's voice continued, this is called a 1-2 combo. Seeing that Ryubake-san put his hand to his head, looking tired. Then he scoffed, don't play around. I know how to do that. Let me fight someone strong. His expression suddenly turned serious. I'm the kind of person who will unleash my full potential in real fights. But Peter directly refuted him, no, you don't know how to fight. Ryubake-san was stunned and exclaimed, what? Seeing him take the bait, Peter immediately challenged him, if you're so confident, why don't you show me? As soon as he finished, Ryubake-san got into a fighting stance and said, move. Bam, he threw 2 punches at the punching bag, using his own experience. Seeing his punches, Peter mocked him, is that how you fight? Hearing these words, Ryubake-san couldn't help but be startled, unconsciously cold sweat broke out on his face. Bam bam, the sound of Ryubake-san's fist hitting the punching bag echoed. Peter stood aside and immediately commented, he doesn't know how to maintain balance. As Ryubake-san finished a punch, Peter shouted, stronger. Faster. With his shout, Ryubake-san's punches immediately became faster. A moment later, Ryubake-san looked at his hand, clenching his teeth in pain. But at this time, Peter's devilish voice continued to echo, have you felt your legs hurt yet? He continued, I'm sure everyone has called you a genius, haven't they? Faced with these words from Peter, Ryubake-san couldn't help but be stunned. Looking at Ryubake-san's legs, Peter's voice continued, your legs are just the foundation of boxing, but with your fighting style, your legs are the deciding factor. He said, folding his arms and continuing to explain, with your talent, you could have probably boxed as a freelancer before. But compared to now, it's impossible. These words made Ryubake-san grit his teeth, but Peter kept talking. But you already know that, right? At this point, Ryubake-san couldn't hold it anymore. He shouted, shut up. This drew attention from everyone around. Ryubake-san's voice continued to ring out with anger. All I need is to fight a few matches to get things back to how they were. Do you think I'm incompetent? Jean-Pierre unintentionally caught his eye. He immediately shouted, hey, you seaweed head. After that, Ryubake-san put on a provocative expression and said, looking at you, you must be strong. He continued with a carefree tone, right after I knock you out, I'll leave. But Jean-Pierre just stared at him, saying nothing. Peter spoke up, you're an idiot, you've brought this upon yourself. Ryubake-san was then brought to the ring to fight Sok. Peter said no headgear. Let's make this a real fight. As soon as Peter finished speaking, Ryubake-san immediately focused on his fighting stance. He thought to himself, I was injured last time, but I fully recovered now. His feet planted themselves more firmly. His gaze was unwavering like a shield, and he thought, I can still fight, even with just one leg. Immediately, the referee raised his hand, signaling the start. Down in the stands, Jean-Pierre stood with his group, silently watching. Ryubake-san, meanwhile, was still calculating, I just need to dodge at the right time. If my other leg gets injured. The power coursed through Sok's legs, he was ready to fight. Ryubake-san thought to himself, I can only maintain my balance and attack using this. Immediately, with terrifying speed, Ryubake-san attacked Sok, but of course, Sok had already prepared for it. Just from that move, everyone was speechless in shock, only Jean-Pierre remained expressionless. Even Peter was stunned and thought that was flashy. Looking at his injured leg, Peter thought, he's only moving on one leg and at a terrifying speed. While Ryubake-san was attacking, he couldn't help but admit that the young man's talent was extraordinary. Thinking about this, the image of a cocky Bake-san Ryu appeared in his mind, making him wonder, He has the potential to become an incredible boxer if he gets proper training and his leg wasn't injured. But that moment, Jean-Pierre suddenly thought, anyway. As soon as he finished speaking, Sok sneered, "That's all you've got." Those words alone made Ryu Baek-san startled. Immediately Sok unleashed a powerful punch at an incredible speed, leaving Ryu Baek-san no time to react. The blow stunned Ryu Baek-san, his face completely slack for a moment. Seizing the opportunity, Sok continued to throw a barrage of heavy punches at Ryu Baek-san. Ryu Baek-san was now on the defensive, struggling to block the relentless punches. He thought, damn it, these consecutive punches. His legs began to tremble uncontrollably due to the unexpected turn of events. Suddenly, Peter intervened, shouting, "Stop it, that's enough." But he didn't know that these very words caused Ryu Baek-san to widen his eyes in disbelief. He yelled in fury, how could he stop the match? It wasn't even over a round yet. He continued to angrily shout, "I just need time to recover, then I can deliver even more amazing blows." In contrast to Ryu Baek-san's raging anger, Peter casually asked, "Do you really think so?" But he was completely out of control, shouting, "You think I'm going to lose to someone like that?" He then thought to himself, how could I lose to someone who hasn't even gone pro? The more he thought about it, the angrier he got. He continued to say, even with just one leg, I can still win, whether it's him or anyone else. At this point, Ryu Baek-san roared madly, even if I'm not a genius. He abruptly fell silent after speaking. Peter just stared at him in silence after hearing those words. Everyone in the arena was speechless. It was Jean-Pierre who broke the silence. He said, "It's been a long time, but I think I need to go up there." Peter walked past Jean-Pierre and said, I think he won't accept unless we really make him understand. Jean-Pierre stood in front of Ryu Baek-san, putting on his gloves and saying, "Do you want us to start now?" Hearing this, Ryu Baek-san replied, "Yes, I will eventually bring you down." But as soon as he finished speaking, Ryu Baek-san suddenly froze. He looked at Jean-Pierre, who had only one hand raised while the other was behind his back, and couldn't help but wonder, "What are you doing?" Jean-Pierre scoffed. "This should be enough to deal with you." Jean-Pierre said coolly, "If you can hold out for 30 seconds, we'll say you win." Hearing this, the veins on his face bulged with anger, and he cursed under his breath, "Damn it." Then, Ryu Baek-san gritted his teeth and thought, "I'll kill you." Just as he raised his hand, he was struck numb. Deep in his eyes was a boundless helplessness. It was all he needed to know who would win. Looking at Jean-Pierre's indifferent expression, Ryu knew that he wasn't doing it on purpose. At this moment, Ryu Baek-san finally realized that he was merely showing the difference between them. In the first few seconds, Ryu Baek-san was pummeled by a rapid series of punches. No matter how he defended himself, Ryu Baek-san couldn't dodge a single punch. In less than 2 seconds, he was beaten to the ground. His eyes, filled with blood, were filled with disbelief. Ryu Baek-san thought to himself, I should have been able to hold on for at least 30 seconds. He looked at Jean-Pierre's eyes. Ryu Baek-san gritted his teeth and thought, you bastard. While continuously unleashing such powerful punches, Jean-Pierre remained unfazed. Finally, Ryu Baek-san was knocked back, falling on his back. After a moment, Ryu Baek-san's wary eyes slowly opened. Peter was right in front of him, calling him Ryu. Seeing that Ryu had fully regained consciousness, Peter said, you're awake now. But after waking up, his eyes became sullen. Seeing this, Peter sternly said to him, now you understand, don't you? Ryu Baek-san could only helplessly use his hand to cover his shameful face, while Peter bluntly stated the truth, you're not a genius anymore. Time rewound to the heated match. Ryu Baek-san was knocked back. Peter stood with his arms crossed below the stands, thinking, that's enough now. Seeing Ryu Baek-san lose his focus, the audience in the stands shouted angrily, what are you doing? I bet all my money on you because you're Peter's guy. Hearing that, he covered his hands defensively and muttered a curse, damn it. Peter's face was unusually serious, silently reminding him, remember you're not a genius anymore. Looking at Ryu Baek-san lying in a passive position, he continued to think, if you keep trying to fly, even running will be impossible for you later. Forget your old self and start over. Through the gloves, Arnold could be seen about to strike. He thought to himself, I don't want to. At this point, Ryu Baek-san moved his legs resolutely. Immediately after, he used his legs as support, bent his body, and landed a punch on the opponent's jaw, while thinking, not losing an inch. Ding ding ding, the bell signaling the end of the match rang. Ryu Baek-san, despite being in great pain, gritted his teeth and looked towards Peter. But he immediately turned back without saying a word. Then he stepped forward. The teacher's loud voice echoed across the schoolyard. There are still 5 laps to go, and you're already out of breath. A blonde-haired student running said to his friend, hey, I just realized something strange. His friend replied, what? The blonde student, sweating profusely, continued, whenever someone says all life is precious, they're lying. His friend, panting heavily, shouted, what are you talking about? The blonde student narrowed his eyes and softly said, look at the harsh reality. Remember when we were kids, we were praised just for standing up and walking. The blonde boy continued to lament, now, even if we run ourselves ragged, nobody gives us any praise. When we compete like this, and if we fail, all we get is disappointment. The other boy, unable to bear the incessant chatter, shouted, fine, I'm tired. Shut up, the blonde-haired boy, tears welling up in his eyes, lamented, poor me, we're both classified. He looked at Beggar and Ryu running and exclaimed in admiration, look at Ryu's speed, even a track athlete couldn't keep up with him. Observing Beggar and Ryu running professionally, the blonde-haired student couldn't help but admire him, saying he has perfect physical fitness scores. He's not just an A-rank student, he's an A-rank special. Ryu ran so fast that no one could catch up. The blonde-haired boy thought for a moment and said, no matter how hard we try, we can't catch him. He stopped talking about Ryu and started to complain, and we're C and D-rank students. Hey, I'm a C and you're the other boy, angered, yelled, enough, shut up. He turned to look at Injay and said to his friend, don't worry, there's a F-rank student over there. Injay was running and panting heavily. The boy turned to Yu and asked, what about him? The blonde-haired student hesitated and replied, I don't know how to say it. He recalled doing push-ups with Yule and answered, he's sometimes between a D and an F. Images of Yu playing table tennis flashed in his mind. But sometimes he was incredibly good. Whatever sport he was good at, he excelled in a way that was completely different from normal. Yu's eyes widened, looking frightening. The blonde-haired student shuddered a little and said, like, every time I look at him, I get goosebumps. The blonde-haired boy continued, you know I'm good at basketball, right? For example, when Ryu shoots a free throw, it feels like he's aiming straight for the basket. But when he shoots, it's like the basket wants to cling to the ball and pull it inside. Seeing that no one responded, he called out, do you understand what I'm saying, you D-rank? The other boy replied angrily, oh my god, shut up. He imagined Yu's form as he shot the ball and commented, it feels like that shot would definitely go in even while the ball was still in his hand. The blonde-haired boy spoke his thoughts, I think he's special. No longer talking about you, he spoke dejectedly anyway, the world is so unfair. In the end, we're just extra numbers 1 and 2. Tears welled up in his eyes as he spoke resentfully, I wish I could go back in time and just be praised for walking. Or maybe I could be born and become someone special like Ryu. The clatter of dishes colliding echoed. A voice spoke, another plate, followed by a stack of dirty plates being carried in. Beggar Ryu, with a frown and pursed lips, was washing them, clearly disgruntled. He recalled the previous match, the commentator's voice booming, Larry cornered him. Beggar Ryu put on gloves, his face alert, assuming a defensive posture. Peter spoke in a low voice, listen. Arms crossed, he addressed Ryu, who was punching a punching bag, forget your old self, and start over. The image of Ryu landing a powerful punch on his opponent flashed in Peter's mind. He instructed, forget all your old fighting styles. From now on only use simple and decisive attacks. Peter continued, still with arms crossed, your endurance is your only hope. He stood by the pool watching Beggar Ryu swim, reminding him that since he couldn't run long distances now, he would have to train in other sports. In Ryu's head Peter's voice echoed, focus on the basics, left, left. He hit his opponent repeatedly on the left side. The opponent kept dodging, but Ryu continued to strike. Peter below watched the fight with a serious expression. Suddenly, Ryu leaned in and landed a powerful punch to his opponent's stomach, causing him intense pain. The opponent collapsed to the floor. The referee walked over, raised Beggar Ryu's hand, and announced loudly, Ryu wins again. Peter pondered, he still hasn't completely forgotten his old fighting styles. Although Ryu had won, his face held no joy. In the restroom, Peter directly asked Rao, who was sitting there, how much longer do you think you can win? Peter said in a reproachful tone, you think that imperfect way of fighting will work in the world boxing arena? Beggar Ryu listened silently as he continued, not only that, your boxing career will be short-lived. He closed his eyes slightly and replied coldly, God, is winning not enough for you, stop nagging. Silence enveloped the room and Ryu's body remained motionless. The sky began to darken. Ryu lowered his head, pursed his lips and remained silent. He said softly, I know that. Peter patiently waited beside him, waiting for him to continue. After a long pause he finally spoke, apologizing but saying it was his job and he had to nag. Peter changed his attitude and praised him, saying, you did a great job today, I'll buy you some dinner. Sometime later. Under the dim streetlights, Beggar Ryu's voice echoed, thank you. Peter politely replied, take care. Ryu walked alone down the road. He thought to himself, finally, I feel like I'm returning to a normal life. Ryu recalled the times he had strained himself in training and thought, I trained so hard. He remembered his dishwashing job and told himself, earning honest money. Ryu thought about Jonathan, Jean, Pierre and Peter, they have good relationships. He walked slowly across the bridge, pondering. He thought he finally understood how meaningless and immature his previous life was. Ryu slightly lifted his head looking forward and said softly, at least life now is not so bad. He looked at his feet with troubled thoughts. With legs like these he certainly couldn't become a world champion. Ryu suddenly remembered Jean-Pierre. He was sure he couldn't beat him. Just looking at his punches, he knew it. That powerful golden belt was too far out of Ryu's reach. He recognized that he would never reach that level. Ryu thought to himself with insecurity, he would only become a boxer fighting in amateur matches. He continued to walk forward, his mind full of confused thoughts. What could he do now? He thought he understood what it felt like to be inferior. Ryu pursed his lips, lost in thought. The doves were still circling in the darkening sky. Beggar and Ryu suddenly stopped walking. He remembered the moment he leaned forward, his leg extended, and punched his opponent in the stomach. Ryu's leg suddenly made a cracking sound, as if it had been sprained. He remembered how many times those legs had carried him on long runs for exercise. Ryu looked down, his mood more gloomy than ever as he recalled the memory. The next morning, Peter was there and spoke. Though he didn't reach world-class level, he was already ranked first. Ryu, who was putting on his gloves and getting ready, was surprised and turned around. Peter continued, it should be fine to start testing his skills against world-class boxing. He spoke calmly, so I've found you an opponent for the preliminary round. He held up his phone and told Ryu, your opponent is also looking for someone to fight in the preliminary round. Ryu's eyes widened in surprise as he looked. He recalled how everyone else in school was panting after running pee, while he was yawning on the bench. Suddenly Ryu saw something and glanced to his right. The teacher was behind Jay, cheering him on. He was the last one, Jay. You're almost there. Jay finally reached the finish line. The teacher cheered, you made it, great job. He stopped, panting heavily, sweat dripping down his face. Beggar and Ryu glanced at him, thinking to himself, you idiot. On Peter's phone screen was a picture of Jay, who had removed his glasses and transformed into a different person. Peter introduced, your next opponent is a Korean boxing champion. Ryu's eyes widened in disbelief at the picture of Jay. Peter spoke beside him, you better prepare yourself. He continued, this will be one of the strongest boxers you'll have to fight. Beggar Ryu approached a beverage counter and asked the person in front, help me train. Jonathan was taken aback and asked, what? A moment later, he looked at the person in front of him and asked, train what? There must be better people than me at your training room. The man put his hand on the table and replied, never mind. Come with me. Jonathan furrowed his brow and thought to himself, is this bastard trying to get revenge on me? After leaving the beverage shop, he felt a little apprehensive and thought to himself, damn, I haven't been training lately, but he tried to act confident. Jonathan placed his hands on his hips and asked the person in front of him, what do you want? The man's face hardened and he mumbled aye. Jonathan's expression turned sour, his brow furrowed as he waited for the man's answer. Beggar Ryu hesitated for a moment and stammered, please. Before he could finish his sentence, he was reminded of a time in school when he was bullied in front of everyone. His lips were slightly moving but now they are firmly closed. A second later, he raised his hand to scratch his head and sighed, saying forget it. I can't believe I practiced stuff like that. Jonathan was confused by his actions and asked, what are you talking about? After a while Beggar Ryu looked at him and launched into a monologue. What do you think you'd feel if someone you hated suddenly apologized to you after a long time? Jonathan's face darkened. He seemed to be thinking of someone and furrowed his brows. A second later Mr. appeared, placing his hand on Jonathan's shoulder. There was no warmth in his eyes as he said, I apologize, Jonathan. I hurt. Back in reality, Jonathan shivered and said, just hearing it makes my skin crawl. Seeing his reaction, Beggar Ryu scratched his head even harder. Suddenly he shouted in anger, damn it, I'm going to kill him for what he did. After that, Beggar Ryu turned and left, leaving Jonathan watching his retreating figure. As he watched, he broke into a cold sweat and thought, he's not just any ordinary madman. The scene shifts to a training room. A voice booms, 161 pounds, you've made it, next two fighters, get ready. Beggar Ryu removes his jacket, a look of confusion and worry crosses his face. He stares ahead, his worry evident. He ponders for a moment asking himself, why am I so nervous, like a coward? A pair of brown leather shoes enters his field of vision. A man approaches, I wondered if it was you. It is. Beggar Ryu looks up. The man is accompanied by a young boy. Smiling, he extends his hand. It's great to see you. How are you, Ryu? He briefly glances at the young boy. B-san. Ryu responds, hello. His eyes stay fixed on the man. He thinks I recognize him. He worked at my old gym. Inji extended his hand towards the person and said, it's been a while. B-san. Ryu narrowed his eyes and looked at him, thinking to himself, I had planned to apologize. He looked at the outstretched hand, a wave of emotions washing over him, but... He looked at the hand and then at Inji's resolute eyes, silently repeating the word but. Baiki-san. Ryu thought back to Inji's unkempt appearance in the past, his stare, his eyes, they're still the same. He looked uncomfortable and turned to leave, asking in a questioning tone, you're trying to talk to me first? You've grown up. B-san. Ryu resolutely walked away. As he moved out of sight, he arrogantly left behind the words, just know that I'll crush you. Inji clenched his fist. He swallowed his anger and turned around, saying, okay, I hope it's a good match. The man beside him, unable to suppress his own anger, muttered under his breath, that kid is as arrogant as ever. Turning towards North Sanra, he walked on, his mind filled with a whirlwind of emotions, shame, anger, jealousy, joy, regret, fear. All the feelings of the past surged back. Suddenly, he remembered the image of Inji, beaten to a pulp by him, and he thought to himself, no matter what. He lowered his head, his face grim. He didn't want to lose to him. North Sanryu walked away, leaving Peter standing alone, his arm still around his shoulder. He watched his retreating figure, unsure what to say. The scene shifts to the day of the competition. The sky is still dark, devoid of even a sliver of moonlight. Peter stood with his arms crossed, leaning forward and asking back Sanryu in a low voice, "Are you ready?" He nodded, signaling he was ready. On Inji's side, he was enthusiastically practicing his punches before going on stage. Moments later, the announcer opened the doors for both fighters, back Sanryu. He entered with a sheet of paper in hand, Inji. His eyes raised to listen to the announcement, "Let's go." On his side with determined, eager eyes, he also said, "Let's go." Back Sanryu, wearing a black hooded jacket, walked toward the entrance to the arena with his trainer. Inji, sporting a white jacket with green stripes, was a complete contrast to back Sanryu. The stage was filled with lively applause, Peter maintaining his composure, following behind the man who had diligently trained him. Footstep code. On Inji's side, the coach wore a gloomy expression, his hands clasped behind him as he walked behind his trainee into the ring. The trainee's footsteps echoed in unison. Moments later, as they both stepped into the ring, one of them practiced 2 punches. The other cracked their neck, warming up. One's eyes were fixed on their opponent. The other responded with calm eyes. Both emanated an overwhelming aura. Neither was willing to yield. They exchanged opposing glances. Sanryu pondered and asked Peter, "The stands seem quite crowded, don't they?" Peter replied seriously, "It's because of that famous boy." Suddenly his eyes turned dangerous. He recalled Inji's fearless demeanor earlier. On Inji's side, the coach was diligently explaining tactics. He fights in a traditional in-fighter style, so he'll attack you continuously. It'll be easier to deal with him when he falls to the ground. The coach kept his eyes on Inji while reminding him, but it won't be easy to completely subdue him. His physical abilities are extraordinary and his spirit is strong. Don't overexert yourself and get knocked down. Just let him make the decision. I slowly opened my mouth and replied, "I know someone like him will always get back up no matter how many times he's knocked down." On the North Sanryu side, Peter glanced at his opponent. He hummed and asked, "It seems you've studied them during the weigh-in." He calmly replied yes. A second later he spoke clearly, "Just a toxic relationship from the past." Cheers from the stands echoed loudly. The announcer's voice gradually came out. Starting Jay has taken his first step to getting closer to the world stage. North Sanryu approached him. He spoke, "Hey, long time no see." His footsteps drew closer. He remembered back to school days. Back then he grinned dangerously at him as he raised his fists defensively. "Why don't we see?" Back to reality, North Sanryu leaned slightly, looking at Inji, and silently asked, "How much have you grown?" You didn't answer him, but you decisively threw a knockout punch to his face. The entire stadium immediately became more lively than ever. The announcer did not forget his duty, announcing Jay was knocked out first as the match just started. Peter was watching from below. He couldn't help but clench his fist and silently asked, "What are you doing?" Inji stood there, stunned for a moment. At this time Sanryu was still lying flat on the floor. A bruise appeared on his face. The coach crossed his arms, calmly watching the match, and thought to himself, "Ryu, I only hear about how you spend your days, so I really don't know how much you have prepared for this match." He silently recalled your efforts for this match, for Jay. From the moment he stepped into the training room until now, he has always been alone, and always silently preparing for this match. He remembered Inji's swollen face from training, and thought to himself, like an obstacle that he would have to overcome someday. He always persevered and diligently practiced to overcome your shadow. The coach's face was serious. He opened his stern eyes and silently called out his name, Ryu. He seemed to wake up from a trance. Looking at Inji's furrowed brow, Beggar Ryu thought to himself, he can't possibly win this fight. Beggar Ryu was knocked down and lay sprawled on the fighting mat. The referee nearby started counting. He lay there with a contorted face, unable to believe he had been defeated. His mind was in turmoil, asking what? I'm down. He opened his eyes wide, blood beginning to trickle from the wound on his cheekbone. The referee had counted to 2, yet he still lay there on the fighting mat, dazed and lost in his chaotic thoughts. He looked towards Inji, who was expressionless as he looked down at him. The referee standing nearby counted to 4. He struggled to get up, his mind still reeling from the thought of his defeat. He had knocked me out. He glared, his brows furrowed, looking up at Inji, that bastard. Inji stood there motionless, his eyes wide. Seeing his look, he thought that he was being mocked, because he was easily knocked out with a punch. How dare he look down on him like that? The audience in the stands were still excited, cheering as if they were at a concert of some pop star. Their shouts of encouragement never ceased. The host quickly spoke up. Ryu was knocked down right at the start of the match. Let's see how injured he is. The referee had just yelled begin. When Inji, like a rocket, went straight toward Ryu, without a second thought, he seized every opportunity to attack. He unleashed a series of punches toward him, relentlessly. The other man could only use his hands to clench his teeth, shielding his head. Inji's blows were so forceful that the other man could only gnash his teeth, as if he was about to give up. Peter, standing on the side observing the match, had a calm expression on his face, but deep down he was secretly surprised by Inji's strength. He looked as if he were watching an action movie, thinking, those punches are truly incredible. Truly trained by Aikide, Inji attacks relentlessly like a tireless machine. He keeps throwing punches. Each punch is like a wave constantly crashing against the shore. Beggar Ryu starts to feel tired from defending for so long. He wonders how long this will last. He remembers a time when they were eating together before shaving their heads. Inji's every attack he could skillfully dodge. Suddenly he seems to see Inji's weakness. He takes the opportunity and delivers a fatal blow to Inji's face. He thinks this will leave them both swollen after the fight. It's just ordinary. In an instant, Inji's green boxing gloves are inches from his face. When he realizes this, it's too late. Unexpectedly, he takes the punch like a bolt from the blue. He is caught off guard and confused. He doesn't understand how Inji could counterattack so quickly. What the hell, I know I hit him already. He looked up at his face, his expression unchanged from the start of the fight. Had his punch not had any effect? He was still energetic, punching repeatedly like a hydraulic press, giving him no chance to fight back. Damn it. He was hitting him relentlessly, making him feel like he'd defended enough. Seizing the opportunity as he punched, he blocked with one hand and launched a counterpunch into his stomach, as if it were a return gift. Just like before, Inji remained unfazed and returned the blow with a punch to his face, making him close his eyes tightly and open his mouth wide. His face was covered in red wounds. His brow furrowed, he glared, gritting his teeth and thinking, I know I'm still hitting the same spot, but I keep punching nonstop. He seems to have predicted his actions. His eyes bloodshot, he cursed under his breath, he's done for. His blue eyes, like two bright marbles, stared at him. He bent low, his body constantly ready to punch again, his muscles rippling. His broad, strong shoulders worthy of being a woman's support. Six-pack abs, a giant durian, combined they create a body that all women would adore. Just like before, he kept throwing a flurry of punches at him. He could only block with both hands. He thought during our attacks I felt uncomfortable, because I couldn't accept that. He fought back furiously, thinking, the person I've always despised has become much stronger than me. He was surprised by Inji's incredible strength. In the stands, the audience roared in cheers, creating a storm of sound that seemed to explode the entire arena. His mind still murmured, I fear I'll become a failure, the one left behind. They were fighting passionately when suddenly, the referee stepped in between them, blocking them, and shouted, stop the match. Round 1 end. The host immediately picked up the microphone. Inji is completely invincible in the first round. Their skill levels are farther apart than I imagined. The assistant director immediately ran to where he was resting and praised him, Inji, you're gaining the upper hand. He kept his eyes on him, speculating, but something's different. Perhaps he's hiding his true strength. The assistant glanced at Ryu. Yes, his movements are different from before. Don't let your guard down, show him your strength. He decisively responded to the assistant, understood. Nearby, Peter, the assistant trainer for Jean-Pierre, walked over to where Ryu was resting and said, You're taking hits well. His continuous attacks are impressive. He kept his face serious, arms crossed, and continued. But if he overexerts himself and gets exhausted early on, he'll still be tired, no matter how much stamina he has. Ryu sat motionless, listening to his words while glancing across to the other side. He continued offering advice for winning the match. We all want to finish this quickly, so know how to seize the opportunity. He calmly refused. No, if I win that way I would feel terrible. His muscular arms coiled around his massive thigh, and he continued, I've spent a lot of time recovering from my injuries. So in the next match, he paused abruptly, and Mr. Peter frowned, unsure why. His eyes reflected a determination to defeat his opponent and win this fight. In the next match, I'll crush him. As he finished his statement, the referee blew his whistle, signaling the start of the next brutal fight. Seconds later, the next match began. Walking back to his seat, he told him one last time, Humph, do what you want. He stood up, ready to fight again, replying to his words, even if you try to stop me, I'll do what I want. Scoffing, he told him, you idiot. He thought to himself, determined to win this game, in the next match. Just in the next match, I will return to my previous self. The two of you gradually come closer, everyone carries their own determination to win. The referee shouts, start. The match just began. He must have wanted to turn over the turtle to revenge for the previous match. He flew up at the speed of light to you. Seeing his sudden action, you opened your eyes in surprise. You suddenly woke up, your head started to jump numbers. Instinctively, you tilted your head to the side to dodge the move, thinking you had dodged it. But no, your face received a punch from him. Your handsome, mixed-race face like a dog gradually showed a wound. You gritted your teeth in astonishment at his true strength, his way of moving. Your assistant manager shared the same thoughts. He was quite surprised at his 180-degree change. This is truly him. His feet make a hissing sound. He was as fast as a dog running in a field, swift as the wind. He saw his boxing glove approaching his face. He ducked down again to dodge the blow. But who would have thought, in a twist of fate like a dream, he got hit again, his face shattered. The thousands of spectators in the stands were even more energetic than our two fighters, roaring as if they wanted to collapse the ring. The announcer went on the microphone. What was that? Incredible speed. Ryu is showing everyone a completely different side of him. Just like the previous match, the fighter continuously landed punches on his opponent. Unfortunately, this wasn't Inji, but Ryu. He and Inji seemed to have switched roles in this match. Give up. Inji could only block with his arms. He slowly raised his strong leg as if preparing to unleash a devastating blow. He launched a powerful and agile side kick to the head. You have to use your legs to try and hold your ground against his kick. Your assistant sees this and is worried for you. Show him that hard work pays off, Inji. Peter sees his strength and looks thoughtful, wondering what he's thinking. The host continues, Inji can't move at all. It seems he's having a hard time defending against Ryu's attacks. Suddenly, Ryu uses all his strength to punch Inji in the stomach, forcing him to bend over and grab his stomach. Ryu looks down at Inji and frowns, thinking, damn it. Surprisingly, he still manages to use the remaining strength to resist the attack. Suddenly, memories of Inji flood his mind, images of him as a teenager, never giving up in front of him. He thinks, how the hell? He then returned to his initial resolute state, his eyes fixed on him, thinking, you'll never give up, will you? At that moment, he was ready, his eyes wide and round, his fist clenched, looking at his opponent. He stepped out with one foot to maintain a more stable stance. He remained in a defensive position, his opponent's punches continued to swing towards him, but he gradually sensed something unusual. His face, scarred and swollen red, still charged towards him relentlessly. He thought, he's slowing down. Inji rushed forward like lightning, his fist aimed at Ryu, but he dodged it and gave him an unexpected gift, landing a counterpunch. He frowned, gritted his teeth, and looked down at him with furious and fierce eyes. Ryu looked back, their eyes met briefly, and then they resumed their fight. Ryu steps one leg to the side, getting into a stable fighting stance. On the other side, Inji also prepares his stance to continue fighting, his hands tightly clenched into fists. Ryu stares intently at his opponent, as if readying himself to launch a blow. He recalls memories from his childhood, when his father was teaching him how to fight, how to knock his opponent down. Then he remembers the memories of his boxing training, hitting the punching bag. The moments when they were both young and still had their hair, fighting and brawling, and the special fact that he always lost, but never gave up. He trained relentlessly in boxing, all to conquer his dream. Lost in a flurry of chaotic memories of his tireless training days, he remembers his childhood. His eyes were determined, never giving up. Even if he was beaten to a pulp, slapped until his nose bled. But he persisted, striving to overcome him. The more he thought about it, the more he went crazy, training harder. The red blood cells in his body seemed to keep up with his training pace, continuously increasing their power to transport throughout his body. He was so bruised and battered that he couldn't get up, lying right there. He kept practicing boxing without a break, painful because of the nosebleeds. His assistant forced him to pull a huge tire and run around the yard many times. Even while showering, I think about my boxing match. I practice jump rope constantly to improve my stamina and strengthen my leg muscles. During every training session, I remember my kind father. He's always by my side, encouraging and helping me every step of the way, making me feel like I'm never alone. I can't allow myself to stop training. I remember the moment I was beaten up so badly my parents didn't recognize me. Thinking about those things, my will to fight becomes even stronger. I block his attack. Seeing my transformation, his surprise is evident on his face. The two continued to clash, one attacking while the other dodged. He started to feel like he was losing ground. He didn't hesitate, deciding to use the same move again. He raised his powerful legs, preparing to deliver a thunderous kick. Suddenly, something blue darted right into his face. The image of Ng practicing boxing alone flashed before his eyes. Then, oh my gosh, he was knocked backwards. As if his strength had been drained, his legs gave way, causing him to fall to his knees in a pathetic manner. Seizing the opportunity, the host announced, Ryu has been knocked out for the second time. He knelt on the ring floor, unable to believe what had happened. His eyes were lifeless, he wondered what was going on. He looked towards the young man Ng in front of him. Could it be that? The referee standing beside him began to count down 1. Ng's face remained calm. I can't beat him again. Ng stood on the ring with a serious expression and thought, I can't knock him out. His opponent struggled to stand up. No, impossible. Everyone watched, and the referee urged him on counting 3, 4. Deep down he said no. He glared, shaking his head. No, no, no. An image of him holding the championship belt flashed before him. He pushed himself to his feet, struggling. Finally, he stood up, ready to continue. The commentator exclaimed, Ryu's up, he's doing amazing in the middle of the match. They looked toward Ng, but Jay is shining again, with just one knockout blow. Ryu's strength is significantly weakened. How will the match continue? His eyes met his opponent's, filled with the determination to win. He looked at him with wary eyes. The referee's call to start the match echoed. Ryu punched towards him rapidly, but Ng's defense was solid. He shouted in his head while punching, no, no, no. His feet stopped, seemingly preparing for another attack. The referee shouted, Ryu, as he landed a series of punches on Jay, cheered on by the audience below. Ng endured all the attacks and simply observed without retaliating. After getting back on his feet, Ryu became more aggressive, unleashing a flurry of punches. Peter sat below, watching the match, and thought to himself when he would finally get rid of his regrets. The sky that day looked incredibly beautiful. He didn't know how many minutes had passed, but finally Jay landed a winning punch on Ryu's face after receiving a series of punches from him. After taking that punch, Ryu's legs seemed to go weak, and he couldn't stand anymore. He could do nothing but stand there, slowly collapsing. He showed an expressionless face, his eyes wide open. It was over. Jay's punch shattered all of Ryu's dreams. The referee yelled down, Ryu had fallen once again. Jay was gradually proving his strength on this international stage. In his mind, memories of his childhood appeared, when he was training just like any other day. There were a few others training beside him. Then they all picked up the pace and gradually passed him. He started to realize something. All of them ran ahead, leaving him behind. He slowly opened his eyes and saw the referee in front of him. He thought to himself, I understand. It's been over for a long time. Peter, who had been silent until now, spoke up. He shouted, what are you afraid of? Get up. You're about to give up without letting everyone see the effort you put in. He stood beneath the ring, clapping his hands on the floor and cheering Ryu on. But Ryu had no strength left. He thought, what is he talking about? I'm telling the truth. Look at me. Maybe even if your leg wasn't injured. In his line of thought, he asks why he would go back to the training room, to become famous or to be praised. The image of Ryu standing alone in the shadows. Then his image appeared, standing before the cheers of the crowd. To become stronger, so no one would look down on you. The image of him as a child standing before his dream of becoming a boxer reappeared. He shouts, or because you want to be a boxer, that statement wakes Ryu up. Peter yells and gets up, are you going to give up already? If you have to lose, lose with pride, let him see how strong you are. Hearing those words, Ryu began to act, he clenched his fists. Jay noticed that action. At the 5th second Ryu stood up, at the 6th second, he was steadier. At the 7th second, he collapsed from exhaustion. He didn't move at the 8th second. Then, to the referee's surprise, he got up. The commentator said Ryu is up again, but he seems to be seriously injured. Peter looked at him standing up and thought, good, he got up. The assistant on this side was also observing his every move, deep in thought. Jay also went into fighting mode. He thought he couldn't let his guard down. He would have to fight to end the match with his own fighting style. Ryu, with a scratched face, was ready to endure. Jay lunged forward, punching him repeatedly. The sound of the fists echoed in the air. The commentator above said, 30 seconds left. Can Ryu survive this round? Peter below, with a serious expression, persevered, and turned around again. He was struggling to withstand each of Jay's punches. Only 30 seconds left. These 30 seconds are a punishment for Beggar Ryu. His image, cowering in a corner, his regret, 23 seconds left. Or the pain with each blow he receives. Or the regret, Ryu just needs to endure another 15 seconds. And his arrogance, 7 seconds. And countless mistakes and crimes. The fight goes on until daybreak. The referee intervenes and stops it. Ryu finally looked up, his face covered in blood, his breaths heavy. Peter approached him as he was tending to his wounds and said, "You did it." He asked, "He was a tough opponent, wasn't he?" Ryu, covered in wounds, nodded. Then he said seriously, "But the fight isn't over yet, is it?" He furrowed his brow, angry. "Of course not." After a while of resting, the referee announced, "Round 3, begin." The assistant looked for a moment and then seemed to have an idea. It seems like Jay has seen something too. Peter's gaze holds a suggestive meaning as he looks at Ryu. He seems ready to fight Jay. The assistant looks at him and thinks to himself, to be honest, the day I see him return to boxing. He starts punching him. Then another punch, but it seems he's recovered and dodged. Jay begins to take his resilience seriously. It's becoming incredible. He's only focusing on defense. Is he buying time to recover his wounds? He looks at Jay with determination in his eyes. And then you hit him with a flurry of punches, thinking, this can't be right. I need to corner him. Suddenly, Ryu charged and tackled you. Jay was surprised. What's with the tackle? The assistant was equally surprised. Ryu's using a tackle. The referee called out, "Break it up, back off." Peter sat in a corner watching, silently recalling that his opponent was in a state of numbness. He should have restrained him while he had the chance. Then he punched Jay. Jay gritted his teeth, thinking, don't do anything too drastic, just attack with low-risk punches. And you go back to your defensive position. You don't have to force yourself to break through that armor. Jay frowns. He needs to know how to seize the opportunity. Then he charges in and throws a series of punches at Ryu. While they are punching each other, he ties him up. The assistant worries, is he going to tie him up again? And he punches Jay, leaving him helpless. Peter watches and thinks boxing is not a battle or a war, it is a sport that requires agility. Two people stand in the ring, cheered on by the crowd. The assistant started to get serious too. I can't believe this is their strategy. Forget about pride. I think he's trying to decide his own fate. Then he looked at Ryu, who was taking punches from Jay. His expression was completely different from before. And it was none other than Beggar Ryu. Peter sat with his arms crossed. He's the underdog in this match, but because he has the humility to accept it, he now has a chance. Jay was being punched so hard that even the referee was surprised. They were fighting fiercely, neither willing to give in. Jay suddenly charged straight at Ryu, taking him by surprise. He was completely shocked and didn't know what he was doing. A single punch from under the chin right at Jay rendered Ryu defenseless. Peter and his assistant's faces turned serious. The assistant thought to himself, he still won't be able to beat Jay. Jay came from behind, launching his fist directly at Ryu. The blow sent him sprawling backward, just like that.